Yi Qingyun was once a god of war. In the divine realm, he founded the War Kingdom and led millions of warriors against the great desolate god. But just as he was about to conquer the realm, his brother Lang Shisan and lover Luo Ling betrayed him, causing him to fall before the great desolate god. Yi Qingyun lay in an endless void with only one question circling his mind: who am I? As fragments of memories appeared, revealing Yi Qingyun of the Yi family in Sunset Town. He was also once hailed as the Yi family's genius, but was framed by others. He was imprisoned, and all his meridians were crippled. Yi Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes wide. No, I am Yi Qingyun, the god of war Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun sprang upright on the bed, his face filled with rage. Old 13, Luo Ling, you truly are vicious. Yi Qingyun stared blankly at his hands. Suddenly, an agonizing wave of intense pain struck him. Yi Qingyun collapsed beneath the table. Then he suddenly burst into loud laughter. I've been reborn, ha ha ha, heaven truly has eyes, and let me live again 100 years later. Yi Qingyun examined his body and his expression shifted. Before rebirth, I roamed the world undefeated, yet 100 years later I've been reborn in the body of a useless cripple. Yi Qingyun stared at his arms in disappointment. How can this weak body be so worthless? The meridians are severed, it cannot absorb spiritual energy, utterly useless. Yi Qingyun continued examining his body and discovered that his heart had turned black. Yi Qingyun's expression changed again as his eyes gleamed. The 10-demon heart. And he sighed inwardly. I never expected the 10-demon heart to be reborn too, for it was thanks to this heart that I became the mighty god of war. Yi Qingyun raised his hand and circulated his power, immediately releasing a gentle force. He quickly realized, excellent, the 10-demon heart remains, so severed meridians are no major problem, though repairing them will take some effort. Soon a sharp gleam flashed through Yi Qingyun's eyes. At the same time, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. A beautiful figure appeared with undisguised excitement on her face, her lashes trembling as she cried joyfully, "Brother, you're awake." And she was Yi Zoe, the girl Yi Qingyun's father had found in Sunset Forest 10 years ago. Yi Qingyun stared at Yi Zoe in stunned silence. Yi Zoe shyly turned away and placed the medicine tray on the table. Brother, today's medicine is all here. Seeing Yi Zoe cover her cheek, Yi Qingyun anxiously asked, Little Zoe, what happened to your face? Yi Zoe lowered her eyes and softly replied, I'm fine, brother, don't worry. Yi Qingyun's expression instantly changed as he grabbed Yi Zoe's hand with a commanding aura. How can you call this fine? What happened? And Yi Zoe tearfully answered, Your injuries were severe, so I went to the medicine hall for a life-restoring pill, but the steward refused and even slapped me. Yi Qingyun's gaze instantly turned icy as he looked at his sister's swollen left cheek and thought painfully, Although I've been reborn, this body's soul-bound affection for Yi Zoe has only grown stronger. Yi Zoe hurriedly covered the wound on her face and shook her head. I'm really fine, don't fight them. We can't defeat them. Haven't we always endured days like this? Yi Qingyun froze for a moment. Yi Zoe wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Besides, father doesn't want anything to happen to you. He only hopes you'll be happy, brother. Before Yi Zoe could finish, an arrogant voice came from outside. Yi Zoe, get out here. I know you stole a life-restoring pill for your sickly brother. And the next instant, a deafening crash shattered the door, sending wooden splinters everywhere. Several figures rushed inside, led by a fat middle-aged man whose fleshy face trembled and swollen belly protruded as his tiny eyes stared in disbelief, wondering how the brat had recovered, and whether Yi Zoe had truly stolen a life-restoring pill and he was Lai Kai, the medicine hall steward. Lai Kai pointed at Yi Zoe and shouted, The evidence is undeniable. Yi Zoe stole a life-restoring pill and Yi Qingyun already consumed it, so these siblings have committed a grave crime. Men, take them away. Hearing this, Yi Zoe immediately panicked and cried, I didn't steal it, I didn't, Steward Lai, you're framing me. Lai Kai cursed furiously with extreme arrogance. Your brother is already healthy enough to leave his bed, yet you still dare claim you didn't steal it. Tears shimmered in Yi Zoe's eyes as her lashes trembled and her face filled with grievance. Brother. Yi Qingyun looked gently at Yi Zoe and said, Little Zoe, I know you didn't steal it. Lai Kai's expression shifted slightly as he quickly turned and shouted at the servants beside him, Don't even think of denying your crime, seize them. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes as he sneered, You shameless dog, you're dead. The servants behind him immediately charged forward. Yi Zoe froze in fear, staring in panic at the group rushing toward her. A cold gleam burst from Yi Qingyun's furious eyes. Facing Yi Qingyun's aura, the servants felt terrified and could hardly believe the person before them was that useless Yi Qingyun, who actually dared resist. One servant flew into a rage, bared his teeth, and fiercely swung his whip at Yi Qingyun with contempt in his eyes. Yi Qingyun's gaze turned icy as a huge shield suddenly appeared before him. The servant's whip struck and instantly froze in midair, firmly stuck to the shield. The servant pulled repeatedly but could not free it. Then the black rope suddenly reversed and lashed straight across his face. Lai Kai roared furiously, "Yi Qingyun, you're dead," while the servant beside him had his entire left cheek swell after being struck by the rope. Lai Kai immediately ordered the servants, "Why are you still standing there? Forget the girl and beat him for me." The servants immediately shouted, "Ha!" Yi Qingyun suddenly leaped forward before they could react. His figure flashed behind them, and one servant asked blankly, "Where did he go?" Yi Qingyun kicked a servant flying, making him scream while secretly rejoicing, "I never thought I could still use this move after so long." A cold gleam flashed in Lai Kai's eyes as he roared like a tiger and unleashed his aura. "Little bastard, you stole the life-restoring pill and beat my men. I'll smash you to death." Yi Qingyun turned, grabbed Lai Kai by the neck, and slammed him hard into the ground. Lai Kai's eyes instantly rolled back. Blade-edge fist! Yi Qingyun suddenly punched toward Lai Kai's head, and seeing the fist closing in, Lai Kai stammered, I belong to Zhao Tian, you can't." Yi Zoe was completely stunned by the scene and blurted out, "Brother." Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yi Zoe stared blankly at Yi Qingyun and cried out in fear, for she was still only a child with an immature mind who had never witnessed such a scene. Yi Qingyun clenched his fist and thought, the 10 demon hearts is only a mid-grade mystic skill, yet it's divine here in Demon Sun Town, while the servant stared at him like a ghost in terror and muttered, "So terrifying." But Yi Qingyun merely looked at Yi Zoe and said, "He deserved death, and from now on no one will dare bully you." Lai Kai now lay motionless on the ground, his face bruised and swollen and his eyes rolled back. The commotion in Yi Qingyun's room quickly drew the Yi family's attention, and someone asked, "What happened?" A nervous middle-aged man hurried over, and upon seeing Yi Qingyun standing there, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Young master, you're awake. This is wonderful." The newcomer was Pang Huai, the Yi family's chief steward, and after scanning the room and spotting a cold corpse below, he looked closer and froze. "Young master, this is." Yi Qingyun said indifferently, "I killed him. Steward Lai broke the family rules and even tried to kill me. Truly outrageous." Pang Huai looked up at the young man, a strange glint quickly flashing through his eyes. "The young master killed him." His eyes shone brightly as he asked excitedly, "Young master, have your meridians recovered?" While Yi Zoe waved her delicate hands excitedly and said adorably, "Uncle Pang, you didn't see it. Brother struck once with his blade and crack, those bad men were finished." "Young master, your talent has truly returned." Pang Huai finally recovered after a long while, trembling with excitement as Yi Qingyun calmly nodded, "Yes, that's right." Pang Huai threw his head back and laughed, "Haha, good young master, rest assured, I will properly handle Lai Kai's death." Looking at the corpse, a cold gleam flashed in Pang Huai's eyes as his vast aura surged, and he waved his hand, shouting, "Men, Lai Kai defied his superior and committed an unforgivable crime. The young master personally punished him. Drag this corpse out." And the servants respectfully cupped their hands. "Yes." Pang Huai cleared his throat and looked at Lai Kai's subordinates. "And what about you people?" Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed as his powerful voice rang out, his entire body like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath and his aura growing stronger. For although he had entered this body, the soul still retained a war god's presence, and he declared, "Those 4 aided evil and cannot be forgiven. Give each 100 strokes and expel them from the Yi family." Hearing this, a servant trembled violently and desperately begged for mercy before kneeling in panic. "Young master Yi, we were wrong. Please spare us. Steward Lai forced us." With a bang, the servant was sent flying and screamed, "Ah!" Yi Qingyun's voice grew louder as he shouted, "You don't even know who is master and who is servant. Why should my Yi family support you? Take him out and add another 100 strokes. Spare his life. For if his meridians had not been fully healed, he would have been the one to die." Pang Huai raised his hand toward the men behind him, who immediately nodded, stepped forward, pinned the servant down, and dragged him away. Pang Huai heavily patted Yi Qingyun's shoulder, his eyes shining brighter as he said, "Good, good, young master. If your father knew, he would surely be overjoyed. Uncle Pang is truly happy for you." Although Yi Qingyun had once possessed extraordinary talent, his personality was rather weak. But now he seemed completely transformed, fearless and heroic with the bearing of a mighty warrior, making Pang Huai sincerely delighted, unaware that Yi Qingyun's soul had already fused with the soul of a war god, and Yi Qingyun cupped his hands. "I'll be relying on Uncle Pang from now on," while Pang Huai hurriedly returned the gesture. "Not at all, this is my duty, young master is too polite." Yi Zoe waved at Yi Qingyun and said, "Follow Uncle Pang, brother, I will go back too." Yi Qingyun nodded lightly and replied, "Go." After Yi Zoe's voice faded away, only Yi Qingyun remained in the room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yi Qingyun looked at his hand and thought deeply. In this life, I wonder what my martial spirit will be. To awaken my martial spirit, I must cultivate to the 9th level. In my previous life, I obtained the 10-demon heart in the abyss. The 10-demon martial spirit was the ancient divine beast Azure Dragon. Yet after being reborn, the 10-demon heart became even darker than before. Above the 10-demon heart appeared various weapons and countless strange-shaped demonic beasts. As he continued investigating deeper, Yi Qingyun discovered this place was like a dark starry sky with each star fixed in its position, and when connected together they formed various patterns. Among them were Huang Wenhu and Yi Lang King, Jinggang Rhinoceros, and even the 5 great elements. Moreover, these 5 elements continued dividing into many different branches. Yi Qingyun tried to investigate further but scratched his head. The path was blocked and he could not continue. At that moment, a deep and powerful voice like rolling thunder suddenly descended. It exploded in his mind until his ears rang, as if a bomb was about to detonate. The origin of essence, the origin of power, the origin of qi, the origin of force. Once the origin awakens, the heaven-defying war god. 3 days passed and Yi Qingyun was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed as he focused on cultivation. The 10-demon heart was now completely different from his previous life and had even become stronger. Yi Qingyun's ears still rang continuously. To prevent me from investigating deeper, it can even directly make me unconscious. When he carefully examined his body internally, he suddenly discovered a stream of energy flowing from every part of his body. Wait, this is... A brilliant light suddenly flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes, the 9th level. Brother, something is wrong. The Yi family's martial spirit awakening day is coming. It is today. Just then, an anxious voice sounded outside the door. Yi Qingyun turned his head and looked over. Zoe. A beautiful figure hurriedly rushed in from outside the door. Yi Zoe's face was filled with worry and her lively eyes were covered with fear. Brother, the martial spirit awakening day has arrived if the Yi family wants to drive you away. Tears filled Yi Zoe's eyes as she rushed into Yi Qingyun's arms and sobbed, "Then Zoe will definitely not stay." Yi Qingyun gently stroked Yi Zoe's long black hair and continuously comforted her softly. "Zoe, it's all right." A cold flash appeared in Yi Qingyun's eyes. The Yi family's martial spirit awakening day was usually in April, but it came early today, so something was definitely wrong. His cultivation had now reached the 9th level of body tempering, completely enough to awaken his martial spirit. Yi Qingyun looked at Yi Zoe and said, "Zoe, let's go to the Imperial Martial Field." Hearing this, Yi Zoe looked up at him in surprise. "Brother." Yi Qingyun held Yi Zoe's small hand and led her straight toward the Yi family's training field. He thought inwardly, if my guess is correct, this matter must be related to Xiao Tian. With Xiao Tian's personality, after knowing his subordinate was killed by me, he definitely will not let it go and will seek revenge. But when has Yi Qingyun ever been afraid? The 2 siblings had just reached the entrance when a violent roar suddenly sounded ahead. Immediately after, a fierce beast shadow rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the beast about to pounce on Yi Zoe's delicate body, her small face instantly turned pale and she could not speak. Yi Qingyun's expression remained calm, his sharp eyes clear, as he stepped forward to block Yi Zoe, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. He launched himself directly toward the poison wolf. He threw a punch and struck heavily at its eye. The poison wolf was violently knocked to the ground, letting out a cry as its entire body trembled from unbearable pain. It never expected the opponent's strength to be so great, directly injuring it severely. The poison wolf slowly supported itself up, growling with its right eye glowing terrifyingly red. Its 2 claws fiercely scratched forward, a proud light flashing in its pupils as if it was certain this attack would hit. Yi Qingyun still maintained a calm expression, wind force. The spiritual energy inside his body rapidly surged, and black flames rose around him, causing the surrounding air to seem frozen. Yi Qingyun remained standing before Yi Zoe, raising his hand and circulating spiritual energy to prepare a counterattack. Yi Zoe shouted in panic, "Brother, be careful." Yi Qingyun stepped forward strongly with his right foot. Meanwhile, the poison wolf continued charging fiercely, roaring crazily. In the next moment, Yi Qingyun's figure disappeared from his original position. He kicked straight into its eye, then used the force to spring high into the air. The venom wolf's left eye was instantly blinded, and Yi Qingyun moved like lightning, smashing fiercely down onto its head. Yi Zoi cried out in shock. Brother. Yi Qingyun immediately knew this was the best chance to finish the venom wolf, so he spun around, mounted its body, and rained punch after punch down. In moments, the venom wolf collapsed dead on the ground as a 10-foot jet of blood sprayed out, just as the servants rushed over from behind. Seeing this scene, their minds seemed flooded with molten rock, leaving them terrified and panicked, unable to even speak. One servant trembled violently before suddenly snapping awake with a vicious expression and snarling, "You little bastard, you killed the venom wolf. Let's see how you stay in the Yi family now." Yi Qingyun paid no attention to the fear on the servants' faces. Yi Qingyun remained completely unmoved by their words and casually wiped the blood from his hands onto the venom wolf. Then he turned toward the servants and said, Say that again." Hearing this, every servant's face turned deathly pale. Yi Qingyun pulled Yi Zoi onward and said, "Zoe, let's go to the martial soul arena." And Yi Zoi replied with a bright smile, "Okay." At the Yi family's martial soul arena, the place was packed with people, and a 16-foot martial soul stele stood at the center while an old white-haired man sat cross-legged beside it. The martial soul stele could connect with the soul of heaven and earth, awakening the martial soul sleeping within a warrior's body. Yi Kang, the Yi family's second elder, calmly announced, "The martial soul awakening officially begins." First Yi Dong, and as the second elder's deep voice fell, a handsome, nervous youth walked step by step toward the martial soul stele. Before the enormous martial soul stele, the handsome youth looked tiny as Yi Kang instructed, "Strike the martial soul stele with spiritual energy." The youth nodded slightly with anticipation in his eyes, stepped forward forcefully, and threw a punch. His spiritual power instantly struck the martial soul stele. In an instant, a howl erupted from the martial soul stele as a phantom appeared behind it, revealing a gigantic wolf. The second elder announced with obvious disappointment, "Sai, a red gale wild wolf, step down." For martial souls had 12 grades: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, pink, purple, purple gold, crimson gold, and platinum. And such quality was common throughout Sunset Town and could hardly be considered good. Seeing the result, the youth looked disappointed and sadly returned as a middle-aged man hurried over to comfort him. "Yi Dong, my son, don't be sad." But Yi Dong hugged his father and sobbed, "I'm an unfilial son," while the man continued, "Awakening a red gale wild wolf is already good. Look at Yi Qingyun, the eldest son, who couldn't even awaken a martial soul, so we haven't lost face." Yi Dong's eyes immediately brightened as he said, "Father, how can you compare me to that trash?" And his father replied, "I was confused. Let's go, I'll cook wontons for you," making Yi Dong cheer, "Great, I want lots," while the crowd behind sneered, "It's only a red martial soul, Yi Dong has no future." But someone retorted, "Wrong, the Yi family has an eldest son who can't awaken a martial soul, that's real trash." The man nodded, "True, but I heard that trash once," before someone beside him suddenly shouted in alarm, "Look, the Yi family's genius is here." Next, Yi Ziotian. As the Yi family's second elder spoke, the crowd immediately parted to form a path. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Yi Ziotian as the Yi family's genius emerged from the crowd like a moon surrounded by countless stars and thought, "Finally, it's my turn." Yi Ziotian was born with immense strength and had captured a venom wolf alone in Sunset Forest a year ago. And after reportedly reaching the 9th level yesterday, the Yi family postponed the martial soul awakening until today because he was the true focus of the ceremony. After taking 5 steps, Yi Ziotian suddenly noticed something, raised his head, and proudly looked at the white-robed youth who had appeared unnoticed, smiling. "Well, isn't that cousin Yi Qingyun? Why are you here? Right, you're 15 this year, and if you fail again, perhaps I'll never see you again." Hearing this, everyone followed Yi Ziotian's gaze and immediately erupted into chatter. "Hey, this guy actually came. Is he trying his luck? I bet he's here to beg, because if this trash loses his status too." Yi Qingyun glanced at Yi Ziotian with intense mockery flashing in his eyes and said, "No need for your concern, cousin." For the other party was merely a nasty child unworthy of his anger as he thought, "Brat, you think you can provoke me?" Yi Ziotian chuckled disdainfully, HMPH, while the crowd kept gossiping. "Look, this trash still dares speak arrogantly before cousin Ziotian. Haha, he must still be dreaming and using his older cousin's status to talk down to Ziotian. You don't know your place, you're trash, and even if you weren't, this is all you'd amount to, so today I'll show you what a true genius is." Yi Ziotian proudly raised his head and walked before the martial soul stele. Then his thin body suddenly erupted with power as he slammed a thunderous punch into it. A dazzling golden radiance suddenly burst forth, stabbing everyone's eyes so fiercely they could barely keep them open. Moments later, the phantom of a blazing red beast with dragon horns on its head gradually appeared with an imposing aura. A yellow martial soul, heavens, it's yellow. Yi Qingyun didn't possess talent like this 3 years ago. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted into discussion, stunned that Yi Zhao Tian's martial soul was a dragon tiger beast, while others said, of course, even if that trash Yi Qingyun awakened a martial soul, it would only be worthless. Dragon tiger beast, good, very good. The usually expressionless second elder of the Yi family became visibly excited upon seeing the majestic phantom, standing abruptly with a trembling voice as everyone stared at Yi Zhao Tian with intense envy, for it truly was a dragon tiger beast, a monster carrying the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Feeling the intensely admiring gazes around him, Yi Zhao Tian grew even smugger, his nose nearly pointing skyward as if he wanted to swallow the heavens whole, while Yi Qingyun was utterly beneath his notice. Useless cousin, want to come up and try? Yi Qingyun stood before Yi Zoe with cold, killing intent on his face, his expression dark with anger as he stared fiercely at Yi Zhao Tian. At the Yi family's imperial martial arena, Yi Zhao Tian crossed his arms and provocatively said, useless cousin, want to come and try? Yi Qingyun merely curled his lips into a cold smile. Ha! When an extremely panicked voice suddenly rang out from outside. A servant hurried through the crowd and reported breathlessly, young master, your venom wolf was killed. Yi Zhao Tian's young face instantly turned vicious, making him look like a little demon as he threw back his head and roared hoarsely, what did you say? Who killed my venom wolf? The servant trembled and replied, it was Yi Qingyun. Shocked and furious, Yi Zhao Tian blurted in disbelief, how could that useless Yi Qingyun kill the venom wolf I brought back from Demon Sun Forest? Yi Qingyun stepped forward with a cold smile. I killed it, so what? The servant's face grew paler as he trembled and looked back at Yi Qingyun, speechless, while unease rose in Yi Zhao Tian's heart and he shouted, useless trash, how could you kill the venom wolf? The servant pointed viciously in one direction. It was this bastard of unknown origin who killed your venom wolf. Yi Qingyun raised his head, cold light bursting from his eyes as he looked down at the servant and said icily, unknown origin. The servant was frightened by Yi Qingyun's aura but still gathered his courage and pointed at him. So what? Your mother came from a brothel. Before he finished, a bone-chilling blade-like gust fiercely swept across his face. Immediately afterward, a hand as hard as iron slammed heavily into his face. The servant was sent flying 5 meters into the air before crashing down hard on his backside, which instantly turned red as he screamed, useless Yi Qingyun. Yi Zhao Tian's face flushed with rage as spiritual power surged through him, and the phantom of a gigantic beast appeared behind him, its overwhelming might belonging to his dragon tiger beast martial soul. First you killed my venom wolf, then dared hit my man before me, I'll kill you. Yi Qingyun stepped forward again with a cold smile, remaining calm as still water even before a warrior with an awakened martial soul. That beast roamed around biting people and even injured my sister's face today, so it deserved death. Yi Qingyun continued coldly, you failed to discipline your servant, so as the Yi family's eldest heir, I disciplined him for you. Why aren't you thanking your brother Qingyun? Yi Zhao Tian roared as his young face twisted viciously, for despite his age he was cruel and vindictive. That was my pet. Yi Qingyun, you killed my venom wolf for that stray girl Yi Zoe, you're dead. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed as his clear voice rang out, do you think having a martial soul makes you invincible? Fine if that's the case. I'll destroy your martial soul on behalf of your elders and teach you how to behave. Yi Zhao Tian roared furiously, die. His fist transformed into a blade-sharp hand radiating a piercing aura, and with a roaring dragon cry, he struck straight at Yi Qingyun. The Yi family's second elder frowned slightly, while everyone else saw Yi Zhao Tian's attacks as fierce as a downpour. Yet to Yi Qingyun they were weak, riddled with flaws, and unable to withstand a single blow. His feet suddenly shifted as he swiftly dodged Yi Zhao Tian's palm strike, his body flickering repeatedly while using the phantom breeze steps and vanishing like an illusion. Seeing this, Yi Zhao Tian grew even angrier as a mountain-like aura erupted from him and pressed fiercely toward Yi Qingyun. Useless trash, can you only run? The crowd immediately erupted in shock. As expected of Yi Zhao Tian, the dragon tiger beast's aura can create such pressure. That useless Yi Qingyun really can only run. Why should trash like him hold the position of eldest heir? Yi Zhao Tian gritted his teeth, lightly bit his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Yi Kang's face paled and he hurriedly shouted, Xiao Tian, what are you doing? That can damage your martial soul, stop immediately. Within the bloody mist, a powerful figure appeared with blazing eyes. How is this possible? Yi Qingyun moved with agile steps as spiritual power surged through his body, and he again used the phantom breeze steps. You'd even damage your martial soul just to kill me. His expression remained calm, but he realized this boy was already so sinister at such a young age. And before Yi Xiao Tian's attack, Yi Qingyun stood firm as a rock without moving. Suddenly, he rushed forward and soared like an eagle, carrying streams of air as he leaped 5 meters high, then used the sovereign dragon claw to firmly seize Yi Xiao Tian's soul core. Fear appeared on Yi Xiao Tian's face for the first time. How is this possible? How can you grab an incorporeal soul? Anger flashed across the second elder's face as he abruptly stood and roared with overwhelming authority. Yi Qingyun, stop right now. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly as the spiritual power within him surged wildly and revolved, his hands transforming into claws. His 5 fingers resembled dragon claws and unleashed a mighty aura as they hooked into Yi Xiao Tian like iron talons, making him scream miserably, while the gigantic dragon tiger beast phantom behind him appeared and shattered like crushed glass with a crack. Everyone watching felt their hearts pound with fear and no longer dared look directly at Yi Qingyun, who stood straight as a pine 5 meters ahead and swept his sharp gaze around. In my previous life, I trained 3 techniques from childhood: Phantom Breeze Steps, Blade Edge Fist, and Sovereign Dragon Claw. The Dragon King Claw technique at its peak allows both hands to transform into dragon claws, capturing souls between heaven and earth, a single claw tearing the sky, invincible under heaven. The second elder stood there in shock for a long time. Only after regaining his senses did Yi Kang cry out, Xiao Tian. Yi Qingyun, you ruined the Yi family's genius, you must die. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun felt like he had heard something ridiculous and immediately burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. He kept laughing mockingly without the slightest trace of regret in his eyes, staring at the second elder with disdain and saying, I ruined the Yi family's genius. He can't even defeat me, how can he be called a genius? With this kind of talent, he is still a genius. Yi Kang was stunned and speechless. Only then did he remember that the young man before him had not even reached the first level of the spirit movement realm, yet he could beat Yi Xiao Tian so miserably. It was truly unbelievable. Lying on the ground, Yi Xiao Tian cried bitterly after hearing those words. Why, my martial spirit is gone. Why did the trash Yi Qingyun destroy me? I'm not a child, my martial spirit is ruined. I can never cultivate again, I have become a true waste. He was in extreme pain, as if he had just lost his parents. Yi Kang stared in horror. Yi Xiao Tian's awakened martial spirit had helped him enter the first level of the spirit movement realm, yet Yi Qingyun destroyed it. Could it be? Not long after, a voice came from outside. Old man, I heard my son Xiao Tian awakened a golden martial spirit, haha. The crowd immediately split apart, making way. A radiant middle-aged man walked over, looking extremely proud. Compared to our Xiao Tian, I'm afraid everyone on this martial stage is nothing. Ha ha ha. The person who arrived was Yi Wu Tian, the father of Yi Tian and Yi Xiao Tian. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, what is your martial spirit? Quickly show me. But when he lowered his head and saw his son lying on the ground crying loudly, the smile on his face instantly froze and his eyes darkened. Yi Wu Tian roared angrily, are you seeking death? Who did this? Yi Wu Tian was originally imposing, but now his expression was terrifyingly gloomy, almost dripping with blood. Everyone around pointed toward Yi Qingyun at the same time. It was him. Seeing all eyes focused on Yi Qingyun, he immediately understood. His expression became even darker, each word squeezed out through his teeth. Trash, you destroyed my son's martial spirit. Yi Qingyun showed no weakness, his entire body releasing dense spiritual energy. He spoke directly, his sharp gaze becoming colder and more intense, with cold light flashing constantly. Your son was spoiled and arrogant. Ending up like this is completely his own doing. No one else can be blamed. Yi Wu Tian was like an enraged lion, roaring continuously as the spiritual energy inside his body began surging violently. You want to die? A violent wind rose and roared forward. Yi Wu Tian shot forward like a hunting leopard, spiritual energy erupting around him as a destructive aura instantly descended. The fierce wind blew Yi Qingyun's long hair wildly through the air. Yet even so, Yi Qingyun's face showed no fear, only a cold, mocking expression. Suddenly, a thick layer of ice appeared before Yi Qingyun, blocking Yi Wu Tian's attack. A figure flashed out from the crowd and instantly appeared before Yi Qingyun, a powerful aura spreading as he directly dissolved all of the opponent's overwhelming force. Yi Qingyun looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him, his eyes brightening as he thought, Uncle Pang. Yi Wu Tian's face turned gloomy as he coldly questioned, Pang Huai, are you helping this trash and opposing me? Pang Huai immediately spoke, completely standing on Yi Qingyun's side. The young master is right, your son was arrogant and reckless, this is entirely his own fault. The two immediately stepped forward and used their strongest techniques, and in an instant powerful auras covered the entire imperial martial field as two forces capable of destroying heaven and earth were about to collide. At that moment a hand slowly reached out. An old man with completely white hair and a straight back appeared. Although his skin was wrinkled like tree bark, terrifying energy was hidden within. He raised his hand and stopped Pang Hua and Yi Wu Tian. Family members fighting each other, do you not feel ashamed? Seeing the old man appear, Yi Wu Tian instinctively called out, Father. The person who arrived was Yi Wu Hai, the patriarch of the Yi family. Yi Wu Tian suddenly realized something, and his gaze immediately shifted elsewhere. At this moment, Yi Wu Hai stared at the young man before him, his eyes becoming slightly moist as his hoarse voice came from his throat. Qingyun, your meridians have recovered. His voice trembled clearly. Yi Qingyun also felt the old man's excitement. Even so, the soul that had merged into this body made him instinctively call out, Yes, grandfather. In his memories, this old man had always treated him well. When the old man discovered Yi Qingyun's meridians had recovered today, he became extremely excited, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. Looking at the old man's trembling figure from excitement, Yi Qingyun could not help sighing in his heart. This was the Yi family patriarch Yi Wu Hai, who comforted me every day when my meridians were broken. Hearing his confirmation, Yi Wu Hai was so happy that he could not contain himself, repeatedly patting Yi Qingyun's shoulder and saying, Good, good, from now on, no matter what happens, don't lose yourself like before. Yi Wu Tian continued aggressively approaching, his attitude extremely arrogant. Father, this trash destroyed my son's martial spirit, killing the Yi family's genius. This crime cannot be forgiven. I suggest expelling him from the Yi family. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun only laughed lightly. Oh trash, even with his martial spirit, he is not stronger than me. A trace of contempt appeared in Yi Qingyun's eyes. If I am trash, then where is he a genius? A so-called genius who is not even as good as garbage. How ridiculous. He provoked me and I destroyed his martial spirit only to defend myself. What is wrong with that? Everyone around remained silent, looking at Yi Qingyun in shock. Just because he is a genius, all blame must fall on me. Yi Qingyun pointed toward the sky and shouted, Then if someone possesses an heaven-defying martial spirit, can their past mistakes be ignored? Yi Qingyun was once considered a waste, but his words now were not wrong. In this world where the strong rule everything, there is no absolute right or wrong. Whoever has the stronger fist can do whatever they want. If Yi Qingyun awakened a powerful martial spirit, would these people still dare act arrogantly before him? But the problem was that Yi Qingyun was already 15 years old, his final chance to awaken a martial spirit. Could he truly still awaken one? If it was possible, he should have succeeded before turning 15. Hearing this, Yi Wu Tian's face immediately showed ridicule, his expression full of contempt. Ha ha ha, are you dreaming? A trash like you, do you think you can awaken a martial spirit? If I can, then what? Yi Wu Tian became furious and said directly, The Yi family rule states that anyone who cannot awaken a martial spirit by the age of 15 will be expelled from the Yi family. Yi Qingyun ignored Yi Wu Tian's words and walked straight toward the martial spirit monument. Yi Wu Tian looked at Yi Wu Hai with interest. Isn't that right, father? Yi Wu Hai frowned slightly, not knowing how to respond, while his gaze turned toward Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun turned his head and looked at the old man. He could clearly see the tension and intense expectation in the old man's eyes, so he smiled confidently at him. A brilliant light suddenly burst from Pang Hui's eyes. Young master, Yu Zoe showed a worried expression. Brother. Yi Wu Hai stared intently at Yi Qingyun and blurted out, Could it be? At that very moment, Yi Qingyun stepped before the martial soul steel, curiosity flashing in his eyes as he studied it. His lips curled slightly as he stepped forward with his right foot, lunged like a tiger descending a mountain, and threw a punch. Looking at the martial soul steel, Yi Qingyun thought, In my previous life, I awakened a purple gold azure dragon martial soul at 6, so why would this life be stronger? When Yi Qingyun's fist struck the martial soul steel, every Yi family member stared blankly at it, and the vast martial soul arena fell utterly silent. Yet after a long while the steel still showed no reaction. Seeing this, Yi Wu Tian's face immediately lit up with joy as he laughed. Ha ha ha. If you awaken a martial soul stronger than Zio Tian's, he shouted, I can overlook what happened before. Ha ha ha, what a pity you're still trash and truly haven't disappointed me. You've really brought honor to our Yi family. Men, take him away. Yi Wuhai frowned and closed his eyes, yet could not hide his disappointment as he murmured, Qing Yun. But before he could finish, the martial soul steel suddenly erupted with dazzling radiance. When everyone finally saw the martial soul clearly, they froze in shock, and even Yi Wuhai stood completely stunned. A gigantic phantom then appeared, revealing a 9-story tower twisting through the void and radiating cyan light that continuously expanded across the martial soul arena, dazzling everyone until they could barely open their eyes as their disbelieving faces were bathed in terrifying brilliance. Seeing that light, Yikang drew a sharp breath and stared fixedly at the cyan tower in the void, exclaiming, Cyan grade. For martial souls were divided into 12 grades: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, reddish purple, purple gold, red gold, and platinum. Yi Qing Yun was equally stunned as he looked up in surprise and muttered, a tower, a bronze tower, but only cyan grade. Yet Yi Qing Yun remained frozen before suddenly realizing, no, it's the 9-story refining tower, the very origin of the martial soul, while recalling the enormous tower image within the 10-demon heart and wondering if they were connected. Yi Qing Yun's eyes flickered as he remembered obtaining the 10-demon heart within the 10-demon abyss in his previous life. Yet it was now vastly different, and perhaps this was its true form. For while a cyan-grade martial soul was exceptional to others, it was still far too low for someone who once possessed the 9-clawed golden dragon, making him mutter, why is the grade so low? As the entire arena erupted in disbelief that the youth who had never awakened a martial soul finally did so in his last eligible year, and even obtained a cyan grade one, surpassing everyone in the Yi family, while Uncle Peng excitedly repeated, Young master, the master will be overjoyed when he learns this. Yi Wu Tian suffered a crushing blow and roared furiously as he tried to charge at Yi Qing Yun, shouting, Little bastard, I'll kill you. Yi Qing Yun's expression remained unchanged as he sneered and looked at Second Elder Yi Kang, asking meaningfully, Second Elder, who said earlier that if my martial soul defied the heavens, this matter would be dropped. Yi Kang recovered from his excitement, nodded, stroked his beard, and smiled. Yes, that was indeed said, before waving his sleeve and sternly ordering, Yi Wu Tian, stop. While Yi Wu Tian cried unwillingly, Second Elder, this little bastard destroyed my son's martial soul. Your son's conduct was despicable and he brought this outcome upon himself. Qing Yun was absolutely right. Everyone present understood what a cyan-grade martial soul represented and how significant it was, and Yi Kang was no exception, yet Yi Wu Tian still roared angrily, Second Elder, you can't break your word. Yi Kang grabbed Yi Wu Tian's hand, his face darkening as he shouted, Do you no longer regard me as an elder? Everyone knows what a cyan-grade martial soul means to our Yi family. Second Elder Yi Kang said solemnly, This matter ends here, say no more, leaving Yi Wu Tian drenched in sweat and too frightened to speak. Clan head Yi Wuhai also said, Wu Tian, this matter is over. Quickly take Yi Zio Tian to the medicine hall. Hearing this, Yi Wu Tian's face turned livid, for Yi Wuhai's words clearly showed he sided with Yi Qing Yun, and he stammered, Father. As everything that happened in the martial training arena fell like a huge stone into the sea, instantly stirring violent waves. Yi Qing Yun's talent had returned, his meridians were restored, and he had awakened a cyan-grade martial soul, sending tremendous shockwaves throughout the entire Yi family. Under everyone's complicated and envious gazes, Yi Qing Yun took Yu Zoe's hand and left the martial soul arena while she happily chattered. Brother, you're amazing. You beat Yi Zio Tian badly and even awakened a cyan-grade martial soul as expected of my brother, for she was clearly the happiest about his awakening. The Yi family estate was enormous, with tangled corridors beneath dense roof tiles blocking the blazing sun, and after walking for about 10 minutes Yu Zoe's clear voice sounded again, Brother, this is the Yi family ancestral hall, where ancestor Yi Chong founded the Yi family, and I heard that 300 years ago we were a great clan. Along the way, Yi Qing Yun encountered many Yi family disciples who whispered, Hey, that's Yi Qing Yun, I heard he awakened a cyan-grade martial soul, and he even destroyed Yi Zio Tian's martial soul, so when Yi Tian finds out, we'll have a good show, with every comment reaching his ears. The guards respectfully cupped their fists upon seeing Yi Qing Yun and greeted, Young master, while 2 others coldly snorted, HMPH, that useless young master will suffer once Yi Tian returns. Yi Qing Yun merely nodded and looked ahead, thinking, for a clan to remain prosperous forever, it must have fresh blood, while Yu Zoe firmly nodded and said. Yi Qing Yun suddenly sensed something, his eyes lighting up as he thought, Huh, what is this familiar scent? This is. My blood from my previous life is inside. And suddenly the bloodline within his body began to boil. In his previous life, Yi Qing-yun had condensed 3,000 drops of blood essence, each containing a vast torrent of energy. Moreover, when all 3,000 drops gathered together, they formed protective armor. For in his previous life, he cultivated the supreme sacred art demon blood armor with the 10 demon heart as its core to the 6th level. Condensing 500 drops formed the water spirit demon blood armor, while condensing 100 drops of pure blood formed the earth spirit demon blood armor, and another 500 drops formed the water spirit demon blood armor. Condensing 1,000 drops of pure blood formed the golden spirit demon blood armor, while the 5th level added another 1,000 drops to form the polar demon blood armor. In his previous life, he cultivated to the 6th level, where 3,000 drops of pure blood formed the supreme heaven demon blood armor. It could withstand a dragon's attack and even block heavenly thunder and lightning. Feeling the 10 demon heart inside his body violently stir, Yi Qing-yun knew his previous life's blood essence was hidden within the ancestral hall, and as he climbed the steps with folded arms he thought, when I exploded in my previous life, my 3,000 drops of blood essence scattered across the continent, but I never expected to find some this quickly. Seeing Yi Qing-yun trying to enter the ancestral hall, the guard looked troubled and said, "Young master, without the clan leader's order, no one may enter, as the ancestral hall is forbidden ground of the Yi family." Yi Qing-yun's gaze darkened slightly as he thought Uncle Pang was not firm enough. Then he nodded and looked elsewhere with doubt flashing in his eyes. Beside the steps stood a stone lion atop a square pedestal, yet the opposite pedestal was empty, so he asked, "Where did the other stone lion go?" Seeing Yi Qing-yun abandon the idea of entering, the guard secretly sighed in relief and hurriedly explained, "Young master, a few years ago that stone lion suddenly gained a soul and became extremely powerful. However, it was also vicious and bit many family disciples to death. Fortunately, the clan leader stopped it, or countless people might have died beneath its fangs." Yi Qing-yun immediately guessed that the lion must have absorbed his blood from his previous life, which was unsurprising since even one drop of his vital blood contained immense life force and energy. And if he recovered it and fused it with the 10 demon hearts, a great transformation would surely occur. Thinking of this, Yi Qing-yun's eyes shone as he asked, "Where is that stone lion now?" And the guard respectfully replied, "Its cultivation gradually declined until it became useless, so the family head placed it in a Yi family pawn shop to be sold." Yi Qing-yun ordered, "Lead the way, I want to see that stone lion," intending to reclaim his own blood. At the Yi family's pawn shop number 31, "Young Master Hai, you have arrived." A shrewd, narrow-eyed, middle-aged man named Lai Shun, the fat and ugly manager of the Yi family's pawn shop number 31, flatteringly fanned Hai Mingyue, the noble young master of the Hai family, hoping to gain his favor. Hai Mingyue pointed forward and said, "I want that." "Name your price," he added, his eyes lighting up at the stone lion locked inside the iron cage. Lai Shun's eyes shifted as he chuckled, "Since young Master Hai likes this lion, our shop will gift it to you, as discussing money would only harm our friendship." Hai Mingyue nodded in satisfaction and signaled 2 burly men to carry away the iron cage, saying, "Manager Lai truly knows how to speak." Lai Shun beamed foolishly at the praise, delighted that he had gained a chance to grow closer to the highly respected young Master Hai. Just as the 2 burly men stepped forward, a cold voice suddenly said, "That stone lion is not for sale," making them stop while Lai Shun's smile stiffened as he demanded, "Who dares interfere with the Yi family's business?" When everyone recognized the newcomer, they were briefly stunned, and Yi Qing-yun replied, "I do." Hai Mingyue's eyes lit up as he smiled mockingly and said, "Oh, it's Yi Qing-yun, and my future sister-in-law is here too. Long time no see." In his eyes, Yi Qing-yun was merely a cripple with ruined meridians who could never awaken a martial soul, so he narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Continue." Seeing himself ignored, Yi Qing-yun's expression darkened as he shouted, "I already said it. That stone lion is not for sale. Are your ears broken?" Hai Mingyue froze slightly and looked at Yi Qing-yun in surprise as his expression changed. Lai Shun stepped before Yi Qing-yun, pointed at his nose and scolded condescendingly, "How dare you speak to young Master Hai like that?" Yi Qing-yun's face darkened further, but he ignored the worthless dog and stared at Hai Mingyue, asking sternly, "Hai Mingyue, what did you mean by calling Zoe my future sister-in-law?" Lai Shun's face turned livid after being ignored by a publicly recognized cripple, and he cursed, "You dog, don't you understand human speech? How could trash like you speak to young Master Hai?" Hai Mingyue had been about to answer, but hearing this, he stopped and watched with an amused smile as Yi Qingyun turned his gaze toward Lai Shun, who pointed at him and sneered, "What, I'm talking about you." Without another word, Yi Qingyun slapped him across the face. Lai Shun could not react before the left side of his face swelled, and he clutched it while cursing, "Little bastard." His body trembled as he roared furiously, "You dare hit me." Before he could finish, Yi Qingyun punched him in the face again. Yi Qingyun placed his right hand on Lai Shun's head and slammed him onto the stone table with a loud thud. Lai Shun's swollen left cheek was pressed against the stone table as burning pain spread across his face, while Yi Qingyun gripped his head and mocked, "What did you call me?" Lai Shun roared with rage, his face twisting viciously, "You're a little bastard." Yi Qingyun smashed his head against the stone table again, swelling his left cheek red and knocking out several teeth. Yi Qingyun repeated, "What did you say? Speak louder." Unable to endure it any longer, Lai Shun burst into tears and cried, "Why, you are my young master, the young master lost for many years. Ow, that hurts." Yi Qingyun paused, then laughed and asked, "Then what are you?" And Lai Shun trembled in terror, replying, "I am your dog servant. Ow, I am nothing good." Yi Qingyun sneered, "An ungrateful traitor," then smashed Lai Shun's face into the stone table until he fainted, leaving Hai Mingyue frozen in shock as he wondered how Yi Qingyun could defeat someone at the 9th level of body refinement unless his cultivation had recovered. Hai Mingyue looked at the scene before him, his expression unchanged. In his mind, this was impossible. Lai Shun lost because he did not dare act. After all, this trash was the direct son of the Yi family. "I never expected you to have recovered. This is truly a pleasant surprise." After saying that, he gestured to the two large men, completely ignoring Yi Qingyun's gloomy expression. "What are you two standing there for? Move the items." The servants immediately obeyed. "Yes." Yi Qingyun shouted, "Can't you understand human language?" Hearing this, one of the large men slightly changed expression and arrogantly cursed. His right hand moved like lightning, drawing a long sword, the clear sound of the blade spreading around. Yi Qingyun raised his hand and blocked his sword, preventing him from drawing it. Yi Qingyun stepped back, his body trembling like a frozen mountain, lowering himself like a drawn bow. His right hand firmly held the opponent's sword, then he unleashed a powerful strike, causing the sword in the man's hand to fall. After being attacked by Yi Qingyun in front of everyone, the other large man immediately became furious. Completely losing control, he grabbed his sword and prepared to attack. "You want to die?" Two streaks of bloodlight flashed. Not long after, a loud bang sounded and two corpses appeared on the ground. Above them, Yi Qingyun still stood straight, holding a long sword in his hand like a war god, his imposing aura overwhelming. Hai Mingyue immediately became furious. "Yi Qingyun, you dare kill my servants, you really have courage. A trash from the Yi family actually killed my followers right before my eyes and in front of so many people. If this spreads, where will my reputation go? If this were the Yi family, he would definitely endure it, but this is the marketplace, so he does not need to worry about anything." He was like an enraged lion about to explode, and the first-level spirit movement realm cultivation on his body erupted violently. That huge fist charged straight toward Yi Qingyun's face without hesitation. His vicious attack showed how cruel his heart was. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, glanced at the youth, and remained as calm as still water. "Ridiculous!" Looking at the fist growing larger before him, Yi Qingyun raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck out like a fierce serpent, creating a sharp sound in the air. A powerful force surged forward, and the two fists collided like a mountain, crashing into a smaller mountain. Hai Mingyue continuously retreated, his steps unsteady. He fell heavily onto the ground, and the huge force shook all his blood and energy, making it impossible for him to calm down for a long time. Yi Qingyun did not even bother looking at Hai Mingyue. His gaze immediately turned to Yu Zoe as he frowned and asked, "Zoe, tell me what happened." Yu Zoe's eyes flickered uncertainly, her delicate body trembling slightly. She lowered her head, her face pale, avoiding eye contact. Hai Mingyue was lying on the ground, but somehow he found the strength to suddenly stand up and laugh darkly. "Ha ha, Yi Qingyun. You really know nothing. Little sister, you really know how to use your body." He looked crazed, then turned toward the surrounding people and loudly said, "Because of you, a few days ago you went to my elder brother to ask for medicine. Hee, guess what my brother said?" Hearing this, Yu Zoe's face became extremely pale, her entire delicate body trembling violently as unbearable memories resurfaced in her mind. "It's not like that." Hai Mingyue looked at Yu Zoe, completely ignoring Yi Qingyun's terrifyingly gloomy expression, and said lewdly, "Brother, I said she only needed to get on the bed to get the medicine. Ha ha ha, this woman even played hard to get, saying she would think about it. Yi Qingyun's expression became terrifyingly dark as he angrily shouted, Hai Ming Yue, shut your mouth. Bitch, what are you thinking about? A bone-chilling killing intent shot from Yi Qingyun's eyes as he looked at the crazed Hai Ming Yue. His cold voice sounded, shut your mouth, what are you dog? His right hand directly grabbed him, while his left hand clenched into a fist and slammed into Hai Ming Yue's chest like a 1,000-kilogram boulder falling. Hai Ming Yue screamed, wanting to resist, but he horrifiedly discovered that he was completely restrained by the opponent and had no strength to fight back. Yi Qingyun coldly said. The coldness in his eyes grew stronger. I will make you remember this day forever. Remember this moment. The spiritual energy in his meridians gradually disappeared. At this moment, he regretted everything deeply. He regretted being so foolish and saying so many stupid things to Yi Qingyun. The meridians inside his body broke one after another, and the immense pain caused Hai Ming Yue to scream like a slaughtered pig. Before this, he called Yi Qingyun trash, but now all his meridians were destroyed, making him a true waste. The surroundings became deathly silent, and everyone's shocked gazes gradually turned into fear. No one expected Yi Qingyun to be this ruthless and powerful. Yi Qingyun, you crippled our young master's meridians. After crippling Hai Ming Yue, Yi Qingyun did not care about him anymore. He turned around and said, get lost. Yu Zoe's eyes filled with tears. Brother. Yi Qingyun's gaze returned to Yu Zoe, his expression becoming serious as he said deeply, Zoe, never do something like this again. No matter what happens, just think, if I had been reborn a few days later, you might have already lost your innocence. His heart ached whenever he thought about it. Yu Zoe obediently nodded, standing weakly beside Yi Qingyun like a child who had made a mistake. Yes. Yi Qingyun sighed lightly, then looked at the stone lion trapped inside the iron cage. Strangely enough, this stone lion had always been extremely fierce, but after seeing him, it became much calmer. Yi Qingyun ordered, open the iron cage. Young master, this is not a good idea. If that stone beast goes crazy. The guard looked troubled. He knew the stone lion before him was not easy to deal with. Although its cultivation had fallen to the third-level spirit movement realm, its battle power was still extraordinary. Once released, if the stone lion went berserk and something happened to the young master, he would not know how to explain to the Yi family patriarch. Yi Qingyun ordered again, stop talking and open it. Hearing this, the guard gritted his teeth and took out the key, opening the iron cage. Click. Yi Qingyun saw the essence blood inside the stone lion's body appear. This essence blood was not unfamiliar to him because it was the essence blood he condensed in his previous life. He thought, why does this stone lion only have 45 drops of essence blood? Without 50 drops of essence blood, it cannot form a soul. Yi Qingyun suddenly widened his eyes and immediately understood. No wonder. The stone lion was originally not fierce at all. Instead, it obediently walked before Yi Qingyun. Where is your stone eye? Earlier, he looked at the stone lion from the left side and did not notice anything unusual. Now, observing carefully from top to bottom, he realized the right side of the stone lion's face was missing an eye. What happened? The stone lion let out a low roar, as if wanting to lead Yi Qingyun somewhere. Yi Qingyun smiled lightly and calmly said, Zoe, let's go. His instinct told him that the missing eye of the stone lion was definitely related to the essence blood from his previous life. Yi Zoe was both confused and surprised. Yes. Yi Qingyun lightly bent his knees and leaped up. He chuckled, took Yi Zoe's delicate hand, sat upon the stone lion's back and said, let's go, show me where your eye is. The stone lion slammed its forelegs against the ground and shot forward like a sharp arrow released from a bow. The surrounding people stared at Yi Qingyun and Yi Zoe riding the stone lion with buzzing minds, as if struck by lightning from a clear sky, wondering why the usually ferocious and unapproachable beast had suddenly become so obedient and gentle. Too many strange things had happened today as the stone lion raced straight toward Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest lay south of Sunset Town and extended from the mountain range, crossing this region all the way to Sunset City. The terrain within the mountains was extremely complicated. Monsters roamed everywhere, and the danger was terrifyingly high. About an hour later, Yi Qingyun and Yi Zoe appeared outside Sunset Forest. Yi Qingyun's heart stirred because the former owner of this body had been ambushed here 3 years ago, and the familiar scenery brought back memories of his meridians being completely destroyed and him becoming useless, making Yi Qingyun look around and silently swear an oath. What happened 3 years ago felt as though it had occurred only last night. He continued thinking, since I have been reborn in your body, I will avenge this hatred for you. No matter who severed your meridians back then or how powerful they are, I will uproot them completely. Noticing Yi Qingyun's unusual expression, Yi Zoe asked worriedly, brother, are you all right? Yi Qingyun turned toward Yi Zoe and smiled, I'm fine, let's keep looking. The stone lion had brought him here and now stood completely still, proving that the cave ahead contained something he needed. Yi Qingyun could sense an immensely powerful aura hidden inside the cave. A heaven-shaking roar suddenly erupted from directly ahead. A silver python over 30 feet long suddenly shot from the cave as waves of cold air poured from its body. Lightning flashed across its silver scales, and a radiant silver mark shone upon its head. Recognizing the enormous thunder mark on its head, Yi Qingyun drew a sharp breath and thought, "A thunder mark python actually appeared here. If I absorb its mark, I can cultivate thunder markings." For this monster was extremely rare, and its most precious treasure was that thunder mark, a secret unknown to most people. Yi Zui suddenly cried out, "Brother, look." Her shout awakened Yi Qingyun, and upon looking closely, he saw a burly spear-wielding man slashing a blade toward the thunder mark python's head. As Yi Zui continued, "Someone is fighting it." Blade energy erupted as the crescent-shaped slash swept across the sky. The black-clothed man used his long spear to vault above the python's head before stabbing directly into its scales. The moment the spearhead pierced down, a surge of lightning erupted and wrapped around the black-clothed man's entire body. His eyes widened as cold sweat continuously poured from him. Immediately afterward, tremendous force erupted from the python's body and sent the black-clothed man flying. The black-clothed man slammed heavily into the mountainside, causing sand and dust to billow everywhere. Watching from behind, Yi Zui anxiously said, "He's in danger." Facing the thunder mark python's frenzied assault, the spear-carrying man's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and his face twitched, seemingly preparing one final resistance. Before he could act, however, his eyes widened in terror. The python opened its enormous mouth and lunged straight at him. At that instant, a dark figure shot from the forest, and with a low shout of "King's Dragon Claw," a palm struck the thunder mark python firmly. A fist carrying ferocious force locked onto the python's head and smashed down like a 1,000-pound boulder falling from above, while Yi Qingyun carefully observed it, and as his bloodline boiled, discovered that its third eye was likely the stone lion's missing eye. The thunder mark python instantly released a miserable shriek as its tail thrashed wildly, sealing the space within 30 feet while lightning blazed across its body like raging flames. Yi Qingyun pushed the 10-demon heart within his body to its limit, increasing the strength in both arms as his fists struck repeatedly, relying entirely on physical power to attack the thunder mark python. In only a few moments, the thunder mark python died miserably on the spot. Seeing this from behind, Yi Zui screamed, "Brother, watch out." Although Yi Qingyun was already in poor condition, his combat experience from his previous life still allowed him to retreat one step in time. He skillfully dodged the man's punch and steadied himself 30 feet away, his gaze turning icy because after saving the man's life he received murderous intent instead of gratitude, though fortunately he had remained vigilant or the sneak attack might have succeeded. The burly man removed his mask, revealing a cruel smile as his eyes lit up while staring at Yi Qingyun. "Ha ha, what effortless fortune. I'll take the thunder mark python's corpse in your life too." He had not seen the youth clearly before, but after recognizing Yi Qingyun, he became ecstatic and completely forgot that the vicious thunder mark python had just died by Yi Qingyun's hand. His name was Luo Sanban, and Yi Qingyun asked in surprise, "You know me?" Luo Sanban grinned mockingly. "Who doesn't know the useless Yi Qingyun? Ha ha ha, your head is now worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." While on the 8 Desolations continent, spirit stones served as currency and were divided into high and low grades, with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones worth about 500 acres of land. Yi Zui glared angrily and said, "If my brother hadn't saved you, that python would have eaten you." For she was kind-hearted and had asked Yi Qingyun to save the man, yet instead of gratitude, he wanted to kill Yi Qingyun, and hearing her words, Luo Sanban shamelessly laughed lewdly. "Oh, there's even a little beauty, what a great harvest." In his eyes, the thundermark python was wealth, Yi Qingyun was money, and Yi Zui was a body for satisfying his desires, so Yi Qingyun frowned and asked coldly, "Do you want to die?" But the man laughed wildly. "Die, ha ha ha, you're about to die yet still acting tough. Yi Qingyun, the Yi family's legitimate heir and the city's most famous cripple, don't you know what you are? Without the 10,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't even bother with you." To warriors in Demon Sun Town, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were an enormous fortune, and believing Yi Qingyun was the town's greatest cripple who could never awaken a martial soul, he thought he could kill or crush him at will when a thin man around 30 emerged from the forest and asked, "Hey fatty, what 10,000 spirit stones? Did you find treasure?" Making Luo Sanban exclaim, "Liu Tai." Liu Tai paused, then looked at Yi Qingyun with shining eyes and chuckled, "Ah, you really did find treasure," while Luo Sanban glared hostilely and said, "Stop looking, I killed the python and found this cripple first, so this has nothing to do with you." Liu Tai shrugged and said strangely, "Finding him doesn't make him yours, whoever takes him owns him." making Luo Sanban roar, "Get lost!" As both treated Yi Qingyun like a weakling they could easily defeat, while Yi Qingyun watched the two fools mockingly and asked, "Are you two done talking?" Although killing the Thundermark Python had consumed much of his spiritual power, dealing with these two was still effortless, yet Luo Sanban snapped, "Adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt." Killing intent erupted in Yi Qingyun's eyes as his figure flashed like a breeze, and when he reappeared before Luo Sanban, he silently unleashed the blade-edge fist. His fist tore through the air like an icy blade, releasing a domineering force that struck Luo Sanban's ribs and turned his face purple with pain as he thought in shock. So strong. Luo Sanban screamed as intense pain twisted his face viciously, and only then realized the youth before him had killed the Thundermark Python, thinking, weren't his meridians severed? How? Wait, he seemed to kill the python with one move. I was truly foolish to be deceived by his image as a cripple. Yi Qingyun's face darkened as he asked, "Can we speak properly now?" While Liu Tai stared in disbelief, thinking, this is a cripple. Before snapping out of his shock and fleeing, "You two keep talking, I'll leave first." Yi Qingyun roared with overwhelming might and stomped his right foot like descending thunder, shaking the forest and sending leaves falling everywhere. "Get back here." Liu Tai's legs weakened as he trembled, turned around and dropped to his knees, begging, "Young Master Yi, I was only joking, please be magnanimous and spare me." While waves of shock surged through his heart at Yi Qingyun's unbelievable strength. Yi Qingyun glanced at Liu Tai, his eyes settling on the pouch at his waist as he ordered, "Hand over your spatial pouch first." Liu Tai froze and asked, "My spatial pouch? Why do you want it, young master? It contains many important things." Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "Exactly, take all those things out too," leaving Liu Tai stunned before asking, "Wait, young Master Yi, are you robbing me?" And Yi Qingyun answered frankly, "Yes, do you have any other cultivation treasures?" Although the spatial pouch was precious, his life was clearly more important, so Liu Tai gritted his teeth and handed it over. "No, young Master Yi, everything I own is inside, you can have it all, just let me go." He turned toward Luo Sanban and cursed, "Damn fatty Luo San, this is all your fault." "Young Master, this fatty Luo San hides his spatial pouch inside his pants, just pull them down and you'll find it," making Yi Qingyun look at Luo Sanban in surprise. "Oh." Liu Tai weakly said, "I've given you everything, young Master Yi, may I leave now?" And Yi Qingyun impatiently waved, "Get lost," making Liu Tai flee in delight. Seeing Yi Qingyun put away Liu Tai's spatial pouch, Yi Zoe hesitantly called, "Brother." Yi Qingyun then bent down to seize Luo Sanban's spatial pouch, but the trembling man clutched it tightly. Yi Qingyun frowned and asked, "You're still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Sanban's trembling hand released the spatial pouch. Liu Tai ran while angrily cursing, "Shameless, I have never seen anyone as thick-skinned and shameless as you. The Yi family has a powerful status, yet you actually rob ordinary hunters like us." Sob. "Luckily I was smart and did not hide the strange fire seed in the storage pouch. Otherwise I would have suffered a huge loss." Yi Qingyun took one step and appeared before Liu Tai, extending both hands as he calmly said, "Hand it over." Liu Tai's expression became awkward. "What?" Just as he was about to explain, a voice as cold as ice sounded beside his ear. "If you don't hand it over, I will kill you first and take it myself." The next moment, cold sweat immediately covered his forehead. Not daring to think further, he hurriedly handed over the strange fire seed and hugged a tree while crying bitterly. "Too strong." Yi Qingyun looked at the seed in his hand with slight disappointment. Unfortunately, these strange fire seeds were not pure, with mixed patterns on them, only inferior products. Luckily, they were still similar to the genuine ones because they could detect strange fires, but the detection range was limited to within 100 miles. Yi Zoe's eyes lit up. "Brother, did you get it?" Yi Qingyun gently replied, "Yes." Luo Sanban immediately cupped his hands and flattered him. "Congratulations, young Master Yi." "Haha." Yi Zoe curiously asked, "Is strange fire very important to Brother Qingyun?" He answered, "Of course." Yi Qingyun handed a storage pouch to Yi Zoe. "Zoe, take this storage pouch." Yi Zoe accepted it, her joy becoming even clearer. She happily jumped around with a sweet smile on her face. "Hee hee, great, you have one and I have one." Of course, she understood the value of a storage pouch, and more importantly, this was something personally given to her by Brother Yi Qingyun. Luo Sanban broke out in sweat and stammered, "Wait, what do you mean you have one and I have one? Where did that come from? Young Master Yi, didn't we already agree?" As long as you obtained the strange fire seed, you would return my things. Yi Qingyun frowned, turned back to look at him, and coldly asked, is leaving your life behind not enough? Yi Qingyun then reminded his sister, Zoe, let's go. The stone lion's right eye is still inside the thunder mark python. Yi Zoe happily followed Yi Qingyun away. Yes. The two left Luo Sanban standing there in shock. After recovering its eye, the stone lion seemed to regain its strength. Yi Qingyun also confirmed his guess and thought, as expected, after getting its eye back, the stone lion contains the 50 drops of essence blood from my previous life. About half an hour later, Yi Qingyun's figure appeared in the Yi family courtyard. He lightly jumped down and landed steadily, placing his hand on the stone lion. Spiritual energy quietly circulated as he extracted all 50 drops of essence blood from its body. Yi Qingyun thought these 50 drops of essence blood silently changed it without it realizing. Now, although I have taken the blood away, its intelligence seems to still remain. After a long time, Yi Qingyun finally finished collecting everything. He clenched his hand and smiled in satisfaction. Done. Yi Zoe touched the stone lion and asked, brother, what happened to it? It was so lively just now, why did it suddenly become so weak? Yi Qingyun looked at the longing expression on Yi Zoe's face and smiled lightly. Zoe, although this stone lion has no cultivation, it has a soul. If you like it, I will give it to you. Hearing this, Yi Zoe's eyes immediately lit up. She truly liked this stone lion. It looked both majestic and powerful. Yes. Yi Zoe excitedly climbed onto its back and happily rode away. Ha ha ha. After that, Yi Qingyun returned to his room and carefully closed the door. Yi Qingyun opened his palm and 50 drops of essence blood floated in the air, emitting faint light. Yi Qingyun waved his right hand and the 50 drops of essence blood in the air seemed to have eyes, flying toward him one after another. Each drop entered his body, following his bloodline into the 10-demon heart. Immediately, the 10-demon heart began beating violently, and his flesh emitted faint black light. Yi Qingyun felt an indescribable cleansing sensation throughout his body. The 50 drops of essence blood passed through his flesh and meridians, finally turning into clear streams that reflected onto the black heart. Yi Qingyun thought, there is also the thunder mark of the thunder mark python. Obtaining its seal technique will allow me to cultivate the heaven and earth thunder mark. Although Yi Qingyun had already broken through the 9th level of body tempering, his body was originally weak and contained many impurities. Today, after being completely cleansed, he felt as if he had been reborn. Yi Qingyun also realized his soul had been purified, creating an unusual feeling of relaxation and clarity. No one knew how much time had passed, but the light became increasingly intense and spread outside. I actually spent 5 days absorbing the 50 drops of pure essence blood from my previous life. Immediately after, 2 streams of heat entered the acupoints in his eyes, and Yi Qingyun felt a sharp pain between his brows. It felt as if it was about to explode, and white light shot from his eyes as scenes within 100 miles clearly appeared in his mind. He continued thinking, I have already cultivated demon blood armor and thunder mark. He secretly rejoiced. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Today I have successfully cultivated 100-mile vision. This can be considered a good start. While still in body tempering realm, I opened the first layer of heavenly eye and activated 100-mile vision. For 3 consecutive days, Yi Qingyun cultivated in seclusion. During the day, he tempered and strengthened his body, and at night he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his own power. At first he wanted to cultivate the thunder mark, but cultivating it required absorbing heavenly lightning power. These past few days the sky had been clear with no sign of thunder, so he thought, the heaven and earth thunder mark requires lightning power. Unfortunately, there has been no thunder these days. It seems I must wait. A silver liquid seeped from Yi Qingyun's palm, and silver light shot outward like dawn rays. A thunder peak seal appeared in his palm. Absorbing essence blood and the thunder mark both helped him become stronger. After finishing cultivation, Yi Qingyun stood up and thought further. The body tempering effect created by combining these 2 things was within his expectations. 5 days of cultivation stabilized his cultivation completely at the 4th level of spirit movement realm, and his strength increased greatly. His previous weak and sickly state had disappeared, and the spiritual energy inside him became more stable and powerful, like a bottomless abyss. In the small room, Yi Qingyun had already left the bed and comfortably moved his body. But why were so many people gathered at the Imperial Martial Field today? As dawn broke, the entire Yi family became noisy like boiling water. In Mo Rai town, bones had already covered everywhere, making the scene become mysterious. The Yi family's martial soul arena was already packed, with people still pouring in, while a huge platform stood at the center of the martial training arena, where many influential Yi family figures sat, each holding part of the clan's authority. Yi Qingyun held Yi Zoe's hand as they walked toward the martial soul arena, and Yi Zoe laughed. Brother, today is the Yi family's clan assembly. making Yi Qingyun reply in surprise, "Oh." The moment Yi Qingyun entered the martial training arena, every gaze immediately fell upon him. Those eyes carried mocking anticipation, as though waiting to see Yi Qingyun humiliated, for since losing to Yi Tian in their previous match, he had never stepped onto the arena again, and after Yi Tian publicly ridiculed him that day, no one knew where he found the courage to appear today. Exactly, he even crippled Yi Zhao Tian's martial soul before the martial soul statue last time, so did he come here today to offer up his life? Commotion suddenly erupted as the crowd split into a path, revealing a figure stepping across ground covered in dense golden runes. His aura completely unlike everyone around him as he shouted, "Move, get the hell out of my way." And before many Yi family disciples could react, they were blasted aside by a tremendous force, while the tall young man who spoke carried sinister eyes and dense killing intent, resembling a sharpened sword waiting to leave its sheath. Yi Qingyun knew this young man well, for although Yi Tian was usually radiant and proud, his face was now savagely twisted as he roared, "Yi Qingyun!" And he was none other than Yi Zhao Tian's renowned genius elder brother, while Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "Yi Tian." Beside him, Yi Zhao Tian trembled while clutching Yi Tian's clothes, not daring to raise his head. Seeing this, Yi Tian frowned as his fury intensified, unable to believe his younger brother feared Yi Qingyun so deeply. For Yi Zhao Tian had never feared anyone in the Yi family, meaning that day had left an indelible shadow in his heart, and the greatest taboo on the martial path was harboring such fear. Having only just learned that Yi Zhao Tian's martial soul had been destroyed, Yi Tian was furious and shouted, "Yi Qingyun, you bastard, you dared destroy my brother's martial soul and terrify him. So in today's Yi family tournament I will also destroy your meridians and martial soul, cripple your whole body, and make sure you can never cultivate again." Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed coldly, "Bastard." Yi Tian said with contempt, "What, you won't admit it? Everyone knows your mother gave birth to you in a brothel after your father got drunk." Grandfather Yi Wuhai's face darkened as he stroked his beard and sternly shouted, "Enough, Yi Tian." But Yi Tian ignored him and continued arrogantly, his white teeth gleaming coldly as he savored humiliating Yi Qingyun and tried to crush his spirit, saying, "Grandfather, everything I said is true, so why can't I say it? If his father hadn't caused trouble while drunk, how would our Yi family have ended up with a bastard like him?" Just as he cursed with satisfaction, a figure suddenly flashed forward, and a large hand hard as iron slapped his mouth so fiercely that his lips instantly swelled like two sausages. Yi Qingyun's expression shifted repeatedly as icy killing intent filled his heart toward Yi Tian. For although he was a reborn god of war, he would never allow anyone to insult this body's mother. And while he could ignore insults toward himself, his parents were untouchable, leaving Yi Tian staring in disbelief at the gloomy youth and shouting, "You useless Yi Qingyun, you dare hit me, you're courting death." Yi Tian's rage surged to his head because Yi Qingyun had slapped him painfully before everyone, destroying his dignity, while Yi Qingyun walked coldly and slowly toward the arena and said, "Come up, a life and death duel," as he stepped onto a special platform paved entirely with blood-red bricks, clearly no ordinary arena, but the imposing life and death arena. Seeing this, Yi Tian was ecstatic, his eyes nearly glowing as he forced the words from his throat, "Good, watch how I openly cripple you." Everyone's gaze immediately turned there in confusion, wondering whether Yi Tian would really swallow the humiliation of that slap by stepping onto the arena. But after thinking again, Yi Qingyun had issued the challenge himself, so Yi Tian would lose even more face if he refused. Didn't Yi Qingyun only just recover? Someone will definitely die in a life and death duel, and Yi Tian has already reached the 7th level of the spirit transmission realm with the Star Academy behind him, so where did Yi Qingyun get such courage? As intense contempt and ridicule filled the crowd's faces because they still saw Yi Qingyun as the cripple whose meridians had been severed. Therefore, they only considered Yi Qingyun's action extremely foolish, while Elder Yi below softly murmured, "Qingyun." Yi Tian furiously shouted at Yi Qingyun as his anger blazed even hotter, "Trash, you dare challenge me to a life and death duel, you're dead." But Yi Qingyun merely chuckled mockingly and replied, "Oh, is that so?" Yi Wu Tian immediately sprang from his seat without caring about anyone around him, for his hatred toward Yi Qingyun had already reached its peak, and he shouted, "Tian, don't hold back, kill him," while Yi Tian's eyes turned vicious and he answered hoarsely but firmly, "Of course, what a pity." Yi Qingyun glanced at Yi Wu Tian with an icy expression and calmly continued, "After today, I'm afraid you'll have another crippled son." Hearing this, Yi Wu Tian's pupils widened as he smashed the stone table into pieces and roared, "Insolent," while Yi Tian pointed at Yi Qingyun and said, "Father, don't be angry, rest assured, if he can still breathe after one move, then I am not a man." Yi Qingyun mocked, "HMPH, you're acting as if you're human." Those words directly ignited Yi Wutian's rage, making him roar furiously, "Bastard, what did you say? Say it again." By saying his son was not human, Yi Qingyun was implying the same about him, and he said coldly, "You're no good either, because a human wouldn't hire assassins to murder his own nephew." Not long ago, Yi Qingyun had encountered assassins in Demon Sun Forest, where Luo Sanban asked, "Does young master Yi not want to know who paid 10,000 spirit stones for your life?" And Yi Qingyun replied, "Who?" Luo Sanban answered coldly, "Yi Wutian," making it obvious that Yi Wutian had sent those assassins. In the entire town, only Yi Wutian wanted him dead, so Yi Wuhai frowned and looked at him coldly. "Wutian, is this true?" But Yi Wutian shouted, "Impossible, Yi Qingyun is lying." Standing on the life and death arena, Yi Qingyun spoke calmly yet chillingly, "Haha, lying, how righteous of you." When Yi Tian suddenly roared, "Yi Qingyun, you bastard, die." He violently punched out, his fist force rubbing against the air until fierce sparks appeared as he charged like thunder, releasing suffocating spiritual power toward Yi Qingyun's head. Facing Yi Tian's countless fist shadows that seemed to cover heaven and earth, Yi Qingyun did not even frown, standing firm as a rock before raising his arm and punching, his fist wind roaring like a living blade tearing through space as their fists collided with a deafening metallic crash. Looking closely, Yi Wuhai was shocked to discover Yi Qingyun's spiritual power was immensely dense, and his body trembled because Yi Qingyun had reached the 4th level of the spirit transmission realm in only a few days. Yi Tian was knocked backward by Yi Qingyun, retreating 10 steps while Yi Qingyun remained standing firmly in place. The next moment, everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened, for the impossible had happened and Yi Qingyun had gained the upper hand despite Yi Tian clearly being at the 7th level of the spirit transmission realm. After steadying himself, Yi Tian's face filled with confusion and fear because Yi Qingyun had actually blocked his punch, while Yi Qingyun calmly asked, "What are you angry?" Yi Wutian still could not believe it and asked, "Yi Qingyun, have you already reached the 7th level of the spirit transmission realm?" Yi Qingyun frankly replied, "No, don't worry," while thinking that after absorbing 50 drops of pure blood his cultivation had surged but still remained below Yi Tian's, and without his previous life's war god combat experience he would already be at a disadvantage. Yi Tian remained doubtful, wondering how someone below the 7th level could fight like this, then cursed inwardly, "Damn it, his aura made it seem like he was about to win, I must have been too careless." Yi Tian steadied himself and roared angrily, "Fine, dying to my new technique today will be your honor." But Yi Qingyun looked at him contemptuously and said, "It's merely a worthless 6th-grade martial soul, so why are you so confident?" Yi Tian gritted his teeth, having never been humiliated like this for a long time, and rage twisted his entire face. Yi Tian roared, "Bastard, die!" as the yellow-patterned tiger behind him kept roaring and tiger fur rapidly covered his arms. The 3-wave tiger claw shot out, creating a terrifying wave that condensed into a tiger claw and struck straight at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, "HMPH." Every movement of his limbs carried tremendous power as both hands transformed into claws and fiercely grabbed forward, causing the 2 claw shadows to collide, scatter dazzling sparks, and create an airwave that rolled outward in every direction. Huge waves of shock instantly surged through Yi Tian's heart. A claw shadow resembling a dragon struck with overwhelming killing intent, making Yi Tian's technique seem like a child's game before an adult, while the sovereign dragon claw frightened him even more and made him feel suffocated. A chilling pressure descended, forcing everyone nearby to retreat several steps in terror, for no one expected Yi Qingyun to unleash such a powerful move and defeat a 7th-level fighter while only at the 4th level of the spirit transmission realm. He won, damn it. Yi Qingyun sneered coldly, his criticism completely merciless. "Is this your new technique? Flashy but useless, unable to withstand even one strike." Yi Tian was nearly exploding with rage, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot as his hoarse voice came from his throat. "Yi Qingyun, you forced me to do this." He was considered a genius of the Yi family by everyone, and had used this very technique to kill countless powerful demon beasts with cultivation far above his own. Yet in Yi Qingyun's mouth, it became something unable to withstand one strike. Yi Tian quickly took out a berserk cultivation pill from his sleeve. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, his eyes flashing. "Oh," Yi Tian roared, "Trash Yi Qingyun, you are dead." After Yi Tian swallowed the berserk cultivation pill, the aura around him immediately increased greatly, and his entire breath became even more powerful and violent. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, die trash. Yi Qingyun sneered coldly, berserk cultivation pill, you think forcing your bloodline to burn and increasing your level quickly. He continued disdainfully, will allow you to kill me. These words sounded like thunder exploding in Yi Tian's ears. Yi Tian angrily let out a long roar and charged forward again. This time, Huang Wenhu behind him became even larger than before, his aura soaring, sharp fangs exposed with a cold gleam. Yi Qingyun, you have humiliated me again and again. If I do not kill you, I am not a man. Yi Qingyun laughed mockingly, do you think you are even a man? During the battle, Yi Qingyun's face remained calm and composed. In his eyes, the youth before him was not even qualified to be considered an opponent. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian not only was not angry but secretly became delighted. Your cultivation is 4 levels lower than mine, yet you still dare to act arrogant. Ha ha ha, you are dead. End this. Yi Tian struck down with a powerful palm. This palm contained all his strength as he wanted to smash Yi Qingyun into an idiot and crush him into pieces of flesh. Die. At this moment, Yi Qingyun also raised his hand and activated the first level of Demon Blood Armor. Dragon Tiger Demon Blood Armor. From the shield, a dragon and a tiger emerged. Spiritual energy wrapped tightly around Yi Qingyun's arm. This Dragon Tiger Demon Blood Armor raised his defensive power to a completely new level. That powerful martial skill turned into nothingness upon colliding with the Dragon Tiger Demon Blood Armor, becoming so weak that it could not withstand even one strike. At that moment, Yi Qingyun's palm firmly struck Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian's entire body was blasted flying, his eyes wide open and his face filled with horror. The person shocked at this moment was not only him, but everyone present stared with widened eyes. Everyone found this impossible to believe. What exactly was happening? When did Yi Qingyun become this strong? In the first battle, Yi Tian completely suppressed Yi Qingyun, but this time from speed, strength to spiritual energy, Yi Qingyun surpassed Yi Tian in every aspect. If Yi Qingyun defeating Yi Zhao Tian before only surprised some people, then his victory over Yi Tian was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating endless waves. No one could have imagined he possessed such strength. Second Elder Yi Kang stared blankly at the scene before him, so shocked that he could not speak. The scene before him completely shattered his understanding. What? Impossible, impossible, you cannot defeat me. Weren't your meridians destroyed? Yi Tian seemed like a completely different person, unable to believe the truth. Even after exhausting all his strength, he still could not hurt Yi Qingyun even slightly. He could not accept it. A genius once admired by everyone was now being trampled beneath the feet of someone who was once considered trash, right in front of everyone. Yi Qingyun looked at Yi Tian with cold eyes and slowly walked forward. With every step, the aura around him grew stronger, like a sharp sword piercing straight into the sky. Then he calmly spoke. Yi Tian's expression changed drastically. What? Yi Qingyun disappeared from his original position in an instant, his figure flashing as he appeared before Yi Tian. He raised his right hand and his palm descended like a giant blade. You humiliated me hundreds of times before. Today I will cut off your meridians in return. After saying that, Yi Qingyun clenched his hand. Yi Tian immediately screamed crazily, the destructive force causing his body to twist violently. Ah, the meridians inside his body were like stretched springs, instantly breaking one after another. His face turned deathly pale and bloodless, and under his younger brother's horrified gaze, he was finally blasted off the arena. Yi Wu Tian snapped out of his shock, his aged face flushing red as he rushed to Yi Tian and roared furiously. You destroyed little Tian's martial spirit, and today you crippled my eldest son's meridians, so I'll tear you apart and give you a miserable death. Thinking that both his exceptionally gifted sons had been crippled by Yi Qingyun, his fury soared to the heavens and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly. HMPH, if you weren't my cousin, I would have killed him long ago. Once both sides enter the life and death arena, life and death are decided by fate. He had every right to kill Yi Tian, and Yi Wu Tian has no right to complain. Those are the Yi family's rules, established to prove one's strength. Yi Wu Tian glared viciously at Yi Qingyun as his aura suddenly erupted. What did you say? Yi Qingyun, I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked and charged straight at Yi Qingyun. Stop. At that moment, a hand moved first, grabbing Yi Wu Tian's arm and blocking him before Yi Qingyun. Yi Kang stared directly at Yi Wu Tian, his voice icy cold. Yi Wu Tian, do you think I don't exist? On an arena where life and death are decided, your son lost, yet you want to interfere. You're already old, do you have no shame? Every word from Yi Kang pierced his heart, making Yi Wu Tian's expression increasingly gloomy until his face seemed ready to bleed. Yi Tian finally regained consciousness, was helped up by his younger brother and hoarsely called, Father. Yi Wu Tian immediately turned around. Tian. Yi Wu Tian placed a hand on Yi Tian's shoulder and called again, Tian. Clutching his severely injured chest, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, Father, let's go back first. Whatever Yi Qingyun owes me today, I'll repay him 100-fold someday. Yi Kang looked Yi Qingyun up and down and couldn't help praising him loudly. Good, Yi Qingyun, I never expected you to improve so quickly, and your talent is far greater than before. I'll report today's events to the Grand Elder and ask him to give you some guidance. Yi Qingyun cupped his hands. Thank you, Second Elder. Yi Wu Tian forcibly suppressed his rage and angrily left with Yi Tian and Yi Zio Tian. If those two old men weren't there, I wouldn't be human if I didn't kill him. Tian, rest assured, I'll make sure his corpse is never left whole. Yi Tian choked out, Father. Yi Wuhai slowly stroked his beard, his face filled with smiles. Good, Qingyun, you've given me a huge surprise. Pang Hui also exclaimed joyfully, Congratulations, young master. Grand Elder Yi Shang has the highest cultivation in the Yi family and has reached the Yin Void Realm, so with his guidance you'll advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun thought, in my previous life, I was the war god Yi Qingyun, so who on this 8 wastelands continent is qualified to teach me? It seems I can still only rely on myself. Silence. Yi Wuhai swept his gaze across the entire arena and calmly announced, Qingyun ranks first in this family competition. Does anyone object? Everyone shook their heads and someone below the platform said, even Yi Tian isn't Yi Qingyun's opponent, so who would dare object? Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise, he's back. The person beside him immediately asked in confusion, what are you talking about? The genius Yi Qingyun is back. Defeating higher-level warriors with lower cultivation was incredibly difficult, so how could they not understand? The entire imperial martial arena instantly erupted, for Yi Qingyun's displayed strength had far exceeded their imagination. Everyone realized that the genius of the past had truly returned. Yi Qingyun's lips curled into a cold smile, and naturally no one dared object to him taking first place. Then this competition's reward, the Thunder Fruit, belongs to Yi Qingyun. The Second Elder solemnly announced with a smile, taking out the Thunder Fruit and raising it high. Amid countless envious and jealous gazes, someone exclaimed, is that the Thunder Fruit? It can temper the body and make it extremely powerful. Yi Qingyun has already surpassed the body-tempering realm and reached the spirit-awakening realm, so giving it to him is such a waste. Yet besides body tempering, this treasure hid another effect. Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up with secret joy, because using it amid thunder and lightning could greatly accelerate the absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy and sharply increase his cultivation. Second Elder, the Yi family's annual conference will proceed as scheduled in 3 days. Yi Wuhai looked at Yi Kang and said, Second Elder, the Yi family's annual gathering will proceed as scheduled in 3 days. And Yi Kang immediately replied, understood. Yi Wuhai then turned to Yi Qingyun and said, Qingyun, come with me, it's time to tell you certain things. And Yi Qingyun put the Thunder Fruit into his spatial pouch and replied, yes. The two entered the Yi family's ancestral hall, where the clan leader's trembling voice sounded, Qingyun, there are still some family matters you don't know. I never intended to tell you, but your talent has returned even stronger than before, so I now see hope for revenge. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned as he felt his bloodline surge violently upon entering, then carefully looked around and realized his previous life's vital blood still remained in the ancestral hall. Yi Wuhai pointed at a memorial tablet ahead and asked, Qingyun, do you see that memorial tablet? And Yi Qingyun followed his gaze, a memorial tablet. Yi Chong, the first head of the Yi family, possessed a 6th-grade martial soul and only average talent. Yi Wuhai slowly explained, yet he rose step by step into a mighty warrior and led the Yi family to become one of the 8 great families of the 8 Desolations continent. Unfortunately, that family head was far too arrogant, Yi Wuhai continued while staring at the tablet, so the great powers secretly laid a trap against him out of resentment. Yi Wuhai sighed, now the Yi family is merely a small family in Demon Sun Town. Back then, Yi Chong refused to remain ordinary and built the Yi family's foundation through his own strength. Yet despite our far better conditions today, we cannot restore the family's former glory, lamenting how the once mighty family had fallen so far. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed as he guessed the Yi ancestor had become powerful by absorbing his previous life's blood, since 3,000 drops of vital blood remained after his explosion, and with ordinary talent, Yi Chong could never have achieved such astonishing heights without obtaining some of it. Yi Wuhai's face darkened as he firmly patted Yi Qingyun's shoulders and said, therefore, as descendants of the Yi family, we must follow our ancestors' example and cultivate diligently. My lifelong wish is to restore the Yi family to the 8 great families and defeat the Shangyun family. making Yi Qingyun ask, "The Shangyuan family?" Yi Qingyun was slightly surprised because he had never heard of this family and assumed it was a new power that had joined the 8 great families within the past few centuries. Grief appeared on Yi Wuhai's face as he continued. Back then, Yi Chong fought Zhu Zun for 7 days and 7 nights to protect the 8 Desolations continent and finally won, but when he returned home, he discovered. Remembering the Yi family's massacre, Yi Wuhai painfully said, "If the ancestor hadn't used his last strength, the Yi family would have been completely erased. Of several hundred members, barely more than 10 survived, and they hid their identities before rebuilding the Yi family in Demon Sun Town. Without that disaster, the Yi family would still be a top family on the 8 Desolations continent instead of hiding in tiny Demon Sun Town." Yi Wuhai sighed before calling, "Qingyun," and after Yi Qingyun answered, he stroked his beard and said, "I see immense potential in you. I may never restore the Yi family to the 8 great families, but you have given me hope." Yi Qingyun looked at the old man, and after merging with this body, his affection for his grandfather had only deepened, allowing him to feel the suppressed anger and unwillingness in the old man's heart as he vowed inwardly, "Yi Chong, you absorbed my previous life's vital blood, so you count as half my disciple. Let me fulfill the regrets you left behind." Yi Wuhai looked solemnly at Yi Qingyun and said, "Qingyun, today I will pass the family's supreme treasures to you." The old man staggered toward the open ground and unleashed spiritual power from both hands into the floor, causing light to burst out as Yi Qingyun exclaimed in surprise, "A first-grade spiritual array. I never expected the Yi family to possess a spiritual array," Yi Qingyun said, making Yi Wuhai look at him in surprise. "Oh, Qingyun, you know about spiritual arrays? Spiritual array masters are extremely rare, and no one in all of Demon Sun Town is one. Most people only know alchemists exist, so I never expected you to know this profession." Yi Qingyun looked at the array and instantly recognized its grade from its aura, proudly thinking, "I was a 7th grade spiritual array master in my previous life, so how could I not know?" Yet Yi Qingyun did not answer his grandfather because something else suddenly caught his attention, making him think in shock, "Wait, this is..." It was a broken sword covered in mottled rust, dark black and radiating an ancient aura like a setting sun that could never shine again. Yet Yi Qingyun stared at it as his body and eyes trembled. Then his lips curved with complex emotion and fiery light burned in his eyes. "My old partner." Yi Wuhai slowly explained, "This broken sword was once ancestor Yi Chong's personal sword, and he used it to defeat Zhu Zun, but its power was extremely violent, so it had to be sealed with a spiritual array." What terrified the old man was that the broken sword suddenly flew directly toward Yi Qingyun. "No, Qingyun, be careful." Yi Wuhai widened his eyes, the intense shock completely visible on his face. Yi Qingyun gently stroked the broken sword. "This is my previous life sword, the Heartless Sword. Every time I hold it, I become cold and merciless, and my battle power increases greatly." Yi Qingyun's emotions surged violently, his eyes filled with extreme determination as he thought, like a killing god. "Kill gods when meeting gods, kill Buddhas when meeting Buddhas, kill all enemies." This sword was forged from iron taken from hell. It was refined for over 1,000 days by the #1 weapon refining master of the divine realm, using his own heart's blood. When the Heartless Sword was unsheathed, light shot in all directions, shocking the entire lower divine realm. "With the Heartless Sword in my hand, the world belongs to me." Yi Qingyun stared at the broken sword in his hand, constantly thinking. The Heartless Sword had broken into 9 pieces. Although only one fragment was here now, it was the most important hilt fragment. With it in his possession, he could begin cultivating the Heartless Sword path. The scene before him left Yi Wuhai's mind almost unable to function. The old man happily stroked his beard and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, this sword has never acknowledged a master in its entire life. Even the ancestor could not gain its recognition, yet I never expected it would choose you. Qingyun, this sword fragment belongs to you from now on." Yi Wuhai said excitedly. His gaze toward Yi Qingyun became extremely strange. Could the Yi family truly be about to produce another supreme powerhouse like Yi Chong? Yes. Yi Qingyun nodded seriously. Even if his grandfather had not said so, he would definitely take this broken sword away because this was originally his own sword. Yi Wuhai's voice echoed throughout the entire ancestral hall. "Ancestors, heaven has not destroyed my Yi family. Finally, my Yi family has produced an outstanding genius again." Silence covered the entire room, with incense smoke slowly drifting upward. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged over and struck directly into Yi Qingyun's mind. At that moment, the sword suddenly emitted light. He was shocked to discover that the scene before him was constantly changing, with countless images flashing before his eyes like a fast-moving film. Under the deep blue sky, a middle-aged man stepped on the void, holding a broken sword in his hand. His long hair danced wildly and his aura was extremely majestic. This is. Yi Qingyun thought, could this be the remnant soul of the Yi family ancestor Yi Chong? This was the scene of Yi Chong fighting Zhu Zun. Before the middle-aged man stood a blood-colored figure holding a blood-red long sword, with killing intent filling the heavens. Without any words, both sides immediately rushed into battle, causing heaven and earth to change color. Soon, the blood figure blocked Yi Chong's attack, leaving him so shocked that he could not speak. His entire body was covered in bright blood, and he released an imposing aura. Yi Chong continued using all his strength and slashed a fatal strike toward Zhu Zun. Then he struck again. Zhu Zun was cut into countless pieces. At this moment, the sword fragment had completely unleashed its power. Suddenly, he directly turned around. Yi Chong landed on the ground, and Yi Qingyun thought, he discovered me. Yi Chong trembled with excitement and immediately knelt before Yi Qingyun. His kneeling seemed to shake heaven and earth as Yi Chong offered the broken sword to Yi Qingyun with both hands, making Yi Qingyun pause before nodding. Don't worry, you've absorbed my blood essence and obtained my sword, proving we're connected by fate so you can be considered half my disciple. Yi Qingyun took the broken sword and declared firmly, word by word, don't worry, leave your vengeance to me. As soon as he finished speaking, those images suddenly vanished and the chill in his mind also faded. Somewhere inside a Yi family pavilion, a deep voice filled with extreme rage rang out. That bastard! Yi Wutian sat in his chair, staring at his two sons crying before him as his chest heaved violently. Then slammed the table and cursed, damn it, both my sons were outstanding geniuses, yet that bastard crippled them both, and if I don't avenge this hatred, I'm not human. His two sons had once been peerless talents with limitless futures, but now one had shattered meridians and the other a destroyed martial spirit, turning both into complete cripples. Father, my meridians are destroyed and I'll never cultivate again, so rather than live in such humiliation, I might as well. A cruel look flashed in Yi Tian's eyes as despair consumed him, for his shattered meridians had ended his cultivation and limited his life's achievements. So what meaning was there in continuing to live like this rather than? Yi Tian tremblingly took out a blood-red pill and Yi Wu Tian's eyes flickered as he cried, Tian, no, that's the blood slaughter pill. Although it can reconnect your meridians and unleash your potential, its side effects are too severe and you'll certainly suffer a backlash later. So wait for father to find a way to restore your meridian. Yi Tian said from the side, Father, brother's meridians are broken now, so how is living like this any different from the crippled Yi Qingyun 3 years ago? We must kill him. Yi Tian growled with a savage expression, I'd rather take it and die if necessary because I don't want to remain a cripple for another second. Yi Qingyun had destroyed his martial spirit, leaving him unable to cultivate for life and no different from a useless man. That feeling filled him with unbearable resentment, so he was determined to swallow this pill. With that, Yi Tian immediately swallowed the blood slaughter pill, making Yi Wutian cry out in panic, Tian! Yi Tian glanced at his younger brother as a terrifying scarlet glow gradually filled his eyes, then growled, Little brother, I will avenge you, and once I've fully absorbed this blood slaughter pill, I'll kill him immediately. Yi Tian instantly replied joyfully, good. Yi Wutian sighed softly and said, Sai, since things have come this far, focus on absorbing the blood slaughter pill. He then continued solemnly, the Yi family's autumn hunt is in 3 months, and I've already contacted the blood slaughter sect, so when the time comes, we'll attack from inside and outside, making it easy to kill that bastard. Hearing that sect mentioned again, an extremely sinister expression appeared on Yi Tian's face as he thought, joining forces with the blood slaughter sect to kill him, huh? Yi Qingyun could never imagine that the person who severed his meridians years ago was also from the blood slaughter sect, so things will only become more interesting from now on. Night slowly descended as ink-black clouds hung in the void like a gigantic black dragon, blocking the final ray of light in the sky. After returning to his room, Yi Qingyun tightly gripped the broken sword, his emotions still surging as he murmured, Old friend, we meet again. In my previous life, you fought countless enemies beside me and accumulated immense killing intent within your blade, but sadly you shattered into 9 pieces. Don't worry, I'll definitely recover every fragment. Low thunder quietly echoed across the heavens. Before long, heavy rain poured from the sky, and Yi Qingyun gazed into the distance, noticing dense dark clouds and that every raindrop carried the violent energy of thunder and lightning. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun smiled happily and thought, perfect timing to cultivate the thunder seal. A thunderstorm swept in as thunder continuously echoed from afar, proving the storm there was even more violent. Without further hesitation, Yi Qingyun quickly vanished from the Yi family estate, using a strange movement technique beneath his feet. At a place surrounded by several peaks, many people had gathered, and when they saw someone standing upright in the pouring rain, they all looked strangely at him. Look, it's raining so heavily, yet that fool ran out to bathe in the rain. Someone mocked while staring ahead, I bet he got dumped. Ha, what is love that makes lovers swear to live and die together? But I've heard some warriors use thunder and lightning to cultivate, and that person ran outside the city. Could he be? Someone spoke with a trace of admiration in his eyes, for such people were extremely rare in Sunset Town. But at that moment, a gloomy-eyed young man contemptuously stared at the distant figure and said, HMPH, cultivating with thunder and lightning? Even I can't do that. Exactly, probably no one in all of Sunset Town can do it. This young man was Hai Yi-ming, the young master of the Hai family. A bootlicker immediately flattered him. That's right, who in Sunset Town could possibly compare with young Master Hai? Our young Master Hai is revered as the body-mad demon. Hai Yi-ming proudly raised his head like an arrogant swan, looked disdainfully at the rain-soaked figure ahead and snorted, HMPH, cultivating with thunder and lightning, keep dreaming. Yi Qingyun stood amid the rain as spiritual energy surged around his body, preventing even a single raindrop from touching him, while above his head bolts of lightning rolled like raging waves and shook endlessly as though the entire sky was about to collapse. Hai Yi-ming was stunned, his face filled with horror and unable to speak, while someone beside him asked, Young Master Hai, what's wrong? Yi Qingyun had merely landed lightly, yet the ground shattered into countless cracks, making Hai Yi-ming hurriedly say, Let's go take a look. Time quietly passed as the rain kept pouring, and about 15 minutes later, he appeared roughly 1 kilometer outside Sunset Town. Yi Qingyun looked up at the endless sea of lightning above and laughed, perfect timing. A purple fruit appeared in his hand, flashing with silver light. It was the thunder fruit, and Yi Qingyun thought eating it alone would have little effect, but combining it with the power of lightning would be different. Without any hesitation, Yi Qingyun swallowed it, and a violent surge of energy instantly erupted inside his body. The sight stunned every martial artist, their faces full of disbelief as they cried, What? He's really using lightning to cultivate? Impossible. Lightning is extremely violent, and without a strong enough body, that's simply courting death. Hai Yi-ming snorted coldly at the shocked crowd and said disdainfully, So noisy, HMPH, he's only pretending to be mysterious with a few petty tricks. Yi Qingyun gazed at the boundless lightning above and laughed again. Before Hai Yi-ming could finish speaking, Yi Qingyun absorbed a bolt of lightning power and the thunder mark in his hand grew clearer. Another hour of cultivation would perfect it, making one man stare ahead and tremble. He really succeeded in cultivating with lightning. I never expected Sunset Town to have someone stronger than young Master Hai. The man then glanced strangely at Hai Yi-ming, who instantly grew furious and glared at him, making him tremble and hurriedly say, Young Master Hai, I misspoke, I'll slap myself. But Hai Yi-ming arrogantly gave a sinister laugh and said, Slap yourself. He stepped forward as a fierce aura surged like ocean waves, then smashed a punch straight into the man. The man spat out blood and collapsed dead, while Hai Yi-ming gloomily stared at the thin figure ahead and secretly thought, he must have a treasure protecting his body, otherwise how could he reach such a level? The rain stopped and rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone down. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun continued cultivating the thunder mark with all his strength as violent energy surrounded him. Bolts of lightning poured into the mark in his hand, and his spiritual power steadily rose toward a breakthrough. Everyone nearby stared with eyes nearly popping out and exclaimed, I thought someone was undergoing a heavenly trial, but being able to cultivate with lightning proves he's truly formidable. A thunder mark suddenly appeared in his right palm, flashing silver as he stretched out his hand and aimed directly at the lightning in the sky. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed as he prepared himself and shouted, Breakthrough. But at that moment, a figure charged over at full speed and forcibly scattered his breakthrough aura, saying, You want to break through? Yi Qingyun was so surprised that he was momentarily speechless. Yi Qingyun was absorbing lightning power while his opponent had higher cultivation, leaving him unable to resist as a punch struck him and sent him flying backward. After seeing his face clearly, the man's expression changed drastically, as he had been wondering which shameless bastard dared temper his body right in front of him. But once he learned the answer, he laughed wildly. Ha ha, so it's you, the useless Yi Qingyun. You must have a body-protecting treasure, and since I interrupted your advancement, you're at your weakest now. Hai Yi-ming looked down at Yi Qingyun, sensing his incredibly powerful body and growing even more jealous as he demanded, Hand over the treasure, while Yi Qingyun held his injured side and calmly said, Shameless. Hai Yi-ming shouted, What? You dare call me shameless? Yi Qingyun, I planned to spare you, but you humiliated me before everyone, so I can no longer let you go. Yi Qingyun froze briefly before saying, Try me, if you want to fight, then fight. Aren't you called the body madman? Today I'll crush you with physical strength, stunning everyone with his arrogance, while Hai Yi-ming gritted his teeth and snarled, You think my title as the body madman is just an empty name? Hai Yiming's eyes flashed fiercely and his face turned purple with rage as he charged at Yi Qingyun, shouting, "Today I'll use pure physical strength to knock every tooth from your mouth." Yi Qingyun answered with a devastating punch, using no martial technique and relying solely on superior speed and force to strike Hai Yiming's fist, causing their blood energy to surge violently as their fists collided. Hai Yiming staggered backward 5 steps in succession. His face turned crimson before he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The people around who witnessed the scene could not help exclaiming, "What?" Hai Yiming was beaten until he vomited blood. Hearing those voices, Hai Yiming's face immediately turned pale. This was truly a humiliation. "The one fighting your young master is that trash from the Yi family," Hai Yiming's subordinate casually replied. "Yes, I never expected young master to fall into the disadvantage. Could it be that young master is actually inferior to that Yi family trash?" Hearing this, Hai Yiming immediately glared at the subordinate. HMPH. Hai Yiming's eyes flickered and he pointed at Yi Qingyun while roaring, "Shameless, we agreed to only use physical strength, yet you used a treasure? That's right, he must be using a treasure that increases strength. It must be so, otherwise how could I be at a disadvantage?" Yi Qingyun was stunned. Hai Yiming's subordinate immediately pretended to defend his master. "Shameless, this is too shameless. Now I finally understand why young Master Hai lost. Yi Qingyun, you are extremely despicable, using external power against my young master. How can you still call yourself a true hero?" Hearing this, Hai Yiming's brows gradually relaxed. "Trash Yi family, if you have any other treasures you haven't used, take them out and continue fighting." Yi Qingyun could not help saying, "Idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun suddenly jumped up and instantly appeared before Hai Yiming. In Hai Yiming's heart, jealousy burned like a raging fire. He was extremely unwilling to accept it. How could his physical body be this strong? What opportunity did he obtain? It was unbelievable that after 20 years of body refinement, he was still inferior to a piece of trash. No, today he must kill him. "I can only use spiritual energy." Thinking of this, Hai Yiming's eyes flickered, spiritual energy inside his body roared and surged, and his powerful cultivation exploded. His killing intent toward Yi Qingyun was completely revealed. "Yi Qingyun, since you are so shameless, don't blame me for being ruthless. You despicable villain, die." A violent force immediately shot toward Yi Qingyun. A martial artist could not help commenting, "Why is Hai Yiming using spiritual energy? Didn't they agree to only fight physically?" Hai Yiming's subordinate immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up, the despicable Yi Qingyun is so shameless. Of course young Master Hai must use spiritual energy to eliminate harm for the people." At this moment, a completely black-clothed, masked person suddenly appeared among the crowd and raised his hand in agreement. "Exactly, eliminate harm for the people." Hai Yiming's subordinate was so surprised that he was speechless for a moment. The masked man chuckled and said, "Everyone, meeting each other is fate. Today the sky is clear and bright. After the spring rain everything feels refreshing, and we are honored to watch the 2 young masters of the Yi family and Hai family compete." Before he could finish, Hai Yiming's subordinate interrupted, "What exactly do you want?" The mysterious masked man immediately took out a large white paper with 2 names written on it. "Come on, place your bets, place your bets. This is your chance to get rich. Today's battle will be won by young Master Hai, known as the physical body madman, or Yi Qingyun, known as the trash." Hearing this, Hai Yiming's subordinate angrily pointed at him and cursed, "Dream on, you even open a betting table in such a serious place. I think you are crazy for money." After saying that, the mysterious masked man used provocation. "What, you think your young Master Hai will lose? You can't accept this result." The subordinate's competitive spirit was immediately triggered and he hurriedly took out silver to bet. "Shut up, how could my young master lose? I bet 10 taels that my young master wins." Someone nearby immediately stopped him. "Your young master was just beaten until he vomited blood, doesn't look like he can win." Hearing this, Hai Yiming's subordinate shouted angrily, "This time my young master has unleashed all his spiritual energy, how could he lose?" The person nodded several times, seeming to agree somewhat. "That is true." The people around were immediately stirred up as well. "Yes, I bet young Master Hai wins. Me too. That's right, I can't stand that despicable Yi family trash using tricks to hurt others. I bet on young Master Hai." Seeing a large amount of gold piled on Hai Yiming's side while Yi Qingyun's side was empty, he could not help laughing proudly. "Haha, as expected, trash is still trash, he has no chance of winning. Haha." Since that is the case, the masked man closed his eyes and calmly continued, "Then I will bet." He placed a silver ingot on the paper with Yi Qingyun's name and clearly announced, "The trash wins." Yi Qingyun circulated spiritual energy into his legs and Shadow Wind Step was immediately activated. Hai Yiming realized Yi Qingyun had disappeared, only feeling a gust of wind pass by, sweeping across his face and causing burning pain. His heart was filled with extreme fear as he thought, what, he disappeared. While he was still standing there in shock, a voice came, blade fist. Yi Qingyun shouted softly and a fist shadow like a blade appeared instantly, striking heavily into Hai Yiming's cheek. Hai Yiming only felt his mind buzzing, his head becoming extremely heavy, his body staggering, stars appearing before his eyes as if exploding, and he lost control as he flew backward. Seeing Hai Yiming knocked down by Yi Qingyun, Hai Yiming's subordinate was almost speechless. Everyone's eyes turned toward the black-clothed man. At this moment the paper was empty with no money left. He sat cross-legged and laughed, sorry, betting time is over, changes are no longer allowed. The subordinate still refused to give up and kept shouting encouragement. Young Master Hai, use your full strength, defeat him, he is just trash. Hai Yiming was blasted away once again, his entire body crashing heavily into the stone wall. The impact was so strong that the stone cracked. He held his chest and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The entire scene immediately became noisy. Although everyone clearly witnessed it with their own eyes, they still could not believe what they saw. What is happening? Didn't you say young Master Hai would not lose? I put all the money I brought on your young master. Hai Yiming's subordinate could only stammer this. Can your young master even fight? Can he resist even one move? Hearing these words, Hai Yiming gritted his teeth in anger. He clenched his fist and circulated his spiritual energy. An eagle-shaped martial spirit appeared as Hai Yiming shouted, "Cripple Yi Qingyun, die." The onlookers instantly erupted in discussion. Look, young Master Hai summoned his martial spirit. Hai Yiming's subordinate remarked, few opponents can force our young master to summon his martial spirit, and they all have only one ending. Certain death. The crowd continued cheering, go young Master Hai, defeat him, young Master Hai is mighty. Yi Qingyun did not stand still and wait to be attacked, raising his hand and unleashing the sovereign dragon surge. The next instant, both Hai Yiming and his martial spirit were brutally struck down. He collapsed to the ground. Hai Yiming lay beaten on the ground, biting his lip and silently shedding tears as the shocked crowd exclaimed, how can that cripple Yi Qingyun be so strong? The body-mad demon lost in physical strength, and even a 7th-level spirit realm warrior lost. He summoned his martial spirit, but was blasted away by one palm before he could even attack. Yi Qingyun walked up to them, held out his hand, and said, the show's over, pay up. They stared blankly, money. Then, as if by agreement, everyone pointed at Luo Sanban behind them and said, all the money is with him. Yi Qingyun frowned and asked, why is it you again? Luo Sanban wailed miserably, his cries piercing the night sky. That bastard Yi Qingyun is robbing people again. Is there no law anymore? Do you think earning money is easy for me? Boo-hoo, he only knows how to bully honest people. The young man saw Hai Yiming lying on the ground, covered in blood, his face instantly turning grim. Who hurt you this badly? Tell me, and I will tear him apart. Hai Yiming looked at the person before him, recalling the previous battle. His anger surged and he weakly said, that useless Yi family member, Yi Qingyun. Hai Ming raised his brows. Why him? Wasn't his meridians already destroyed? Hai Ming asked, tell me what exactly happened. Hai Ming was Hai Ming Yue's biological brother and also a peerless genius of the Hai family. This was what happened. A sinister light flashed in Hai Yiming's eyes. He told Hai Ming everything he had experienced. But in his words, Yi Qingyun became a despicable villain who committed countless crimes, not only deliberately provoking him but also insulting the entire Hai family from top to bottom, young and old alike, showing how shameless he truly was. The servant fearfully knelt down, trembling as he admitted his mistake. This servant deserves death. I failed to protect my master and only stood aside watching. Hai Ming's expression changed instantly. How could this happen? How could this happen? The servant hurriedly agreed that Yi Qingyun is truly shameless, committing every evil act. He deserves death. As soon as he finished speaking, he was killed by a sword strike from Hai Ming. Fresh blood sprayed out like rain. Hai Ming looked at his cousin and angrily said, Yi Ming, rest assured, I will definitely avenge this grudge for you. In front of the entire Yi family, I will humiliate the Yi family's disciples and wash away this disgrace. Hearing this, Hai Yiming shed tears of excitement while roaring in his heart. At dawn, a few days later, the Yi family finally broke through to the 5th level of the spirit opening realm. Yi Qingyun sat cross-legged in his room, unable to hide his joy. The thunder seal in his seal technique had also been fully cultivated, and next he only needed to continuously absorb and consume thunder power, making the thunder seal stronger and stronger. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun had gained fortune from misfortune. Yi Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying beams of light flashed within them. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the name of the young man from before. Hai Ming. I have already crippled Hai Ming Yue's younger brother before. A cold light shot from Yi Qingyun's eyes as he snorted, then beat Hai Yiming half to death again. For someone as revengeful as you should have appeared by now, right? No matter how strong you are, I will wait for you to come. Daring to bully my little sister, you must be tired of living. Yi Qingyun had never forgotten what Hai Ming Yue told him before. If he had been reborn a little later, that foolish little sister might have truly given her innocence to that bastard Hai Ming. He could completely imagine his little sister's expression when begging Hai Ming at that time. It was obvious how arrogant and domineering Hai Ming had been, from his attitude to every expression, all revealing his cruelty. The entire Yi family was extremely lively because today was the annual gathering of the Yi family. The usually tightly closed main gate was opened wide today to welcome guests. Therefore, many carriages appeared outside the Yi family from early morning. Groups of merchant caravans were neatly arranged outside the gate, making many passers-by stop and look. Why are there so many wealthy merchants at the Yi family today? Which group is this already? An old man holding a wine gourd explained, there is something you don't know. Old Su Tun said, today is the annual festival of the Yi family and all of the Yi family's business partners are attending. A carriage rushed over quickly, its wheels rubbing against the ground and creating a sharp screech. Stop! Seeing this scene, the young man's expression changed slightly as he stammered, This is young Master Hai of the Hai family. Hai Ming stood proudly above them, looking down coldly as he said, Get lost, you trash. The people around looked toward the young man, their expressions constantly changing. Why has young Master Hai come to the Yi family? They have never had any relationship with the Yi family before. Look behind him, who is that? Isn't that Wang Zhang, the son of the chief of the Wang escort agency? Oh, Wang Zhang is usually so arrogant and domineering. Why is he acting as timid as a rabbit today? Not long after, Wang Zhang jumped down from his horse, his tall figure and fierce appearance contrasting with his darkened face. Then he hurriedly ran over. At this moment, he was like a weak chicken kneeling on one knee, silently waiting for the young man sitting on the horse. Soon, a shoe stepped directly onto Wang Zhang's knee. Without any hesitation, he stepped on Wang Zhang's knee and lightly jumped down. While Wang Zhang's face flushed red, he landed on the ground and looked straight ahead. Stand up. Wang Zhang lowered his head, looking no different from a servant. Yes. Young Master Hai Ming did not even look at him and coldly replied, Previously, you said that as long as I defeated Yi Qingyun at the annual banquet, you would spare my wife, right? Hai Ming glanced indifferently at Wang Zhang behind him and calmly said, Yes, I have never broken my word. Hai Ming raised his head and looked at the huge plaque hanging above the main gate, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Behind him stood another person dressed in black. The Yi family gatekeeper was puzzled. Wait, those two people are? Wang Zhang's voice carried a hint of threat. They are both from the Wang escort agency. Do we have anything to say? No, nothing. Haha, then please come in. The banquet has already started. The Yi family was extremely large, and the square in front of the gate could hold thousands of people. At this moment, the blue stone ground was packed with people. These relatives wore plain cloth clothes, clearly of low status, and silently waited for their masters. More than 30 people were already seated in the Yi family hall, while behind those relatives stood many young people, each emitting powerful spiritual energy. At the highest position, Yi family head Yi Wuhai sat on the throne, laughing and talking. A Yi family partner smiled and said, Ha ha ha, family head Yi, I wonder who will win the championship at this annual Yi family banquet. Someone immediately laughed in agreement. Do we even need to ask? It will definitely be the same as last time. His tone was extremely certain. It will be Yi Tian. Yi Wuhai shook his head and revealed a mysterious smile. This time it is not Yi Tian. The person was slightly stunned and looked at the Yi family head in confusion. What, could there be someone else? Yi Wuhai laughed loudly and said, That's right, I suppose everyone wants to know who it is, don't you? He is another grandson of mine, Yi Qingyun. At this moment, Yi Qingyun walked out from inside. Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward Yi Qingyun. Countless gazes swept over him repeatedly. Hai Ming sneered in disdain. Some people were extremely doubtful, unable to understand how it could be him. Wasn't his meridians crippled? How could he become the champion? Yi Wuhai looked at everyone's expressions and laughed loudly, saying, Everyone, don't be surprised. My grandson's meridians have recovered, and his talent is even greater than before. Someone was stunned for a long time before reacting, then cupped his hands toward Yi Wuhai and said, Congratulations. The Yi family has produced another genius. Indeed, this can be called two dragons emerging. The Yi family will only grow stronger in the future. Someone laughed and said they have always had close cooperative relationships with the Yi family, so naturally they are happy to see the Yi family grow stronger. Ha ha, two dragons emerging, what a joke, only Yi Tian can be called a genius. An unfriendly voice suddenly rang out among the crowd, not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Yi Qingyun only got lucky. I think his cultivation is only at the 5th level of the spirit cavern realm. Yi Wuhai frowned slightly, while Yi Qingyun's expression also changed, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. So weak, Wang Zhang said mockingly and provocatively with a contemptuous tone. He probably can't even block one move from me. Yi Qingyun's cold gaze swept across the entire scene before finally stopping on a burly young man, his expression thoughtful as he said, "One move." Wang Zhang was so arrogant that he looked down on everyone, his voice full of disdain, completely ignoring Yi Qingyun as he simply did not believe Yi Qingyun could defeat Yi Tian. Ha ha ha, that's right, if you don't believe it, then try fighting him. Wang Zhang burst into laughter, looking extremely arrogant. You are just a trash. However, before he could finish speaking, a figure had already rushed forward. The figure's speed was as fast as lightning, leaving him no chance to react. He could only endure the opponent's continuous attacks like a violent storm, and by the end his face had turned pale, with even one tooth knocked out. Ah, everyone heard it clearly, this guy was the one who challenged me. Yi Qingyun flashed back to his original position, looked around, and calmly said, "Whether I test his bones or not has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Wang Zhang gritted his teeth in anger, rage rising to his head. "You..." Just then, loud clapping sounds rang out, and Hai Ming slowly walked over, looking at Yi Qingyun mockingly. "Haha, not bad, not bad. Yi Qingyun, I didn't expect someone so young like you to already have such a big mouth, truly not knowing the heights of heaven and earth." Yi Qingyun coldly stared at the young man before him and growled, "Hai Ming, our Yi family has never had any relationship with your Hai family. What are you doing here?" Hai Ming's gaze was originally fixed on Yi Qingyun, then shifted to the long-haired girl beside him. "How can you say we have no relationship? Miss Zoe often comes to the Hai family to look for me." Yi Kang, who was sitting nearby, changed expression slightly upon hearing this. "You." Hai Ming licked his lips. "Didn't we already discuss marriage?" Yi Zoe, standing nearby, looked as if she had seen a ghost, weakly hiding behind Yi Kang and trembling as she said, "That's not true." Yi Kang shouted angrily, "Hai Ming, today is the Yi family's annual gathering. Get out of here." Hai Ming completely ignored Yi Kang's identity as the second elder of the Yi family, his tone clearly showing impatience. He was the #1 genius of the Hai family and firmly believed no one dared offend him. With so many people here today, is this really how the Yi family treats guests? Pang Huai rushed forward, wanting to teach Hai Ming a lesson. "Pang Huai, I am a straightforward person and don't understand those rules. I only know one thing, my Yi family does not accept you running your mouth here." But at that moment, a violent gust suddenly erupted outside the Yi family entrance, and a figure suddenly shot out. A black-robed man suddenly appeared before Pang Huai, a calloused hand emerging from his sleeve, with power surging like an ocean crashing directly toward Pang Huai. The black-robed man sneered disdainfully, "HMPH." He threw another punch and Pang Huai's face instantly turned pale. The immense energy forced Pang Huai back several steps and he was completely unable to block the opponent's attack. A pair of hands caught him from behind. "Young master, that person is Hai De Duo." Yi Qingyun's expression darkened as he nodded slightly, his heart filled with extreme anger. He had always treated Pang Huai like his own uncle, yet today someone dared injure Uncle Pang right in front of him. Yi Wuhai pointed at the opponent, his face turning purple with anger. "Hai De Duo, what do you mean by injuring our family's steward?" Today was the Yi family's annual gathering, and the Yi family had invited their business partners to attend, but no one expected things to develop this far. Hai De Duo directly injured Pang Huai, which was no different from slapping the Yi family's face in front of everyone, truly arrogant beyond measure. The middle-aged man who attacked Pang Huai looked 80% similar to Hai Ming. He was Hai Ming's father, Hai De Duo. He removed his cloak hood and asked, "What do you mean?" "Your grandson crippled Ming Yue and even injured Hai Yi Ming." Hai De Duo aggressively questioned him, his face full of anger. "I am the one who should ask what he means." "What do I mean? Those two provoked me. They were inferior yet loved acting arrogant. I didn't kill them. What more do you want? Your son gets beaten and his father comes to curse people. Are everyone in the Hai family this shameless?" Every word Yi Qingyun spoke struck directly at Hai De Duo's pain, like sharp thorns piercing his heart. Stimulated by Yi Qingyun's words, Hai De Duo's face instantly filled with intense anger as he shouted, "Bastard, I am your elder, how dare you speak to me like this?" Yi Qingyun looked thoughtful, completely ignoring the middle-aged man's overwhelming rage. "Elder, I have never had such a shameless elder like you." He feared neither heaven nor earth, so what was a small family head to him? Hai De Duo was angered until his speech became unstable. You, what did you say? Hai Ming stepped forward and a powerful aura burst from his body. Father, this is the martial champion chosen by the Yi family. A 5th-level spirit cavern realm trash with no strength, only knowing how to run his mouth. After defeating Yi Ming, he even dared to loudly insult our Hai family as garbage. A sharp light flashed in Hai De Duo's eyes. What? He said that. Hai Ming immediately added fuel to the fire. That's right, I think the Yi family wants to start a war with us. Yi Qingyun laughed mockingly after hearing this. Making up lies. Ha ha ha, trash, ha 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 ha. Did I really insult you like that? Hai De Duo pointed angrily at Yi Qingyun. Keep laughing, let's see how long you can keep laughing. Do you have the courage to do it but not admit it? At this moment, second uncle Yi Wu Tian spoke. Yi Qingyun, you are impressive. Are you trying to bring more enemies upon us? Do you want the entire Yi family to pay for your stupidity? Get out. Yi Qingyun was not afraid of Yi Wu Tian at all and directly interrupted him. Shut up. Then he looked at Hai Ming and said thoughtfully, that's right, I said your Hai family is a bunch of trash. So what? Not convinced. Yi Qingyun pointed at Hai De Duo and mocked. For example, this uncle is already old but still wears a black robe to look mysterious, making him look like a pufferfish. Yi Qingyun then pointed at Hai Ming and sneered. And you, young master Hai De, your hair is so long it touches the ground, looking like a pile of seaweed. Qingyun pointed at each person who came to cause trouble at the Yi family and cursed. You just arrived, Wang Zhang, and you too. Hearing this, he hurriedly covered his swollen cheek and said fearfully, don't point at me, I'm not from the Hai family, I'm Wang Zhang from Wang Escort Agency. Humiliated, Hai Ming could not stand it anymore and immediately drew his sword at Qingyun, saying, Yi Qingyun, you dare insult us in front of everyone like this, today I will fight you to the death. Seeing Qingyun stay silent without answering, Hai Ming smirked proudly, thinking to himself, as expected, he fell for my plan, trouble comes from one's own mouth. Yi Qingyun. Contrary to Hai Ming's belief that Yi Qingyun would accept, he calmly raised his hand and asked, why should I fight you? Hai Ming shouted angrily, you. Hearing this, Hai De Duo became furious, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted, shameless, Yi Qingyun, if you don't dare just say it, you must take responsibility for your words. He pointed at the Yi family members and continued shouting, Yi Wu Hai, Yi Qingyun is your family member. Today he humiliated my entire family. In the future I will repay this 1,000 times over. Yi Wu Tian immediately took the chance to interfere, saying, Father, Yi Qingyun is causing trouble for the Yi family. If we don't kick him out today, how can we live peacefully in the future? Seeing everyone wanting to point their swords at him, Qingyun only crossed his arms and snorted coldly, leaving Yi Wu Tian speechless with anger. Hai De Duo was also angered by him. Qingyun stood before everyone and declared, I only spoke the truth. He is a 3rd-level transformation realm cultivator fighting a 5th-level spirit movement realm cultivator. Whether he has shame or not doesn't matter to me. But do you think I'm an idiot? The people below started whispering after hearing his words. That's right, with such a huge gap in cultivation, fighting would definitely be suicide. Could the Hai family have come just to find trouble? Hai De Duo's expression also changed slightly. At this moment, Qingyun spoke again, surprising even Hai Ming. Fine, I can give you this chance. He pointed directly at Hai Ming and continued, since you want to fight me so badly, then I will fight you at the martial competition half a year from now, and the winner will be decided then. Hearing this, Hai De Duo angrily pointed at Qingyun and said, don't even dream of it, you are just stalling for time. Hearing his father's words, Hai Ming stepped forward to stop him and said, Father, don't be angry, so what if I agree with him? Do you really think he can catch up to me in half a year? Ridiculous. Seeing that he had agreed, Qingyun frowned and said, if that's the case, why are you still here? Today is the Yi family's annual gathering. Is the Hai family too poor? Did you come here to eat for free? Hai De Duo immediately became furious and shouted, bastard, what did you say? I will kill. Before he could finish, Hai Ming interrupted him. Father, calm down, let's go back. He immediately pulled his father around and left the Yi family, while Hai Ming whispered, Father, don't worry, he can only live for another half year. There is no need to argue with someone who is about to die. Hai De Duo still could not swallow his anger and said, but he speaks too arrogantly, he makes me furious. Hai Ming then turned back and stared at Qingyun, saying, Yi Qingyun, listen carefully to what I say. During this half year, take care of yourself and don't die first, because half a year later your head will hang before the gate of our Hai family. After saying that, he helped his father leave. Yi Wu Tian stroked his beard and thought proudly, how laughable, how could he possibly live for half a year? At the autumn hunting event 3 months later, I will take his life. Qing Yun raised his hand high to deliberately provoke the Hai father and son, saying, "Goodbye, I won't see you off." Hai Duo wanted to rush at him, but Hai Ming stopped him, so he could only shout, "Bastard, you make me furious. Can't you accumulate some virtue in your speech? If not for the Yi family protecting you, I would have killed you long ago." After the Yi family's banquet ended, Qing Yun stood outside the gate seeing the guests off. Someone praised him endlessly, saying they never expected young Master Yi's talent to become much stronger and his courage to be extraordinary as well. The future of the Yi family depends on young Master Yi from now on. Hearing this, he cupped his hands and replied, "You flatter me." After seeing all the guests off, Qing Yun held the love-severing sword and stared at it without looking away, thinking, "The Yi family's annual banquet is over. I must reach the transformation realm within half a year. With my past life's cultivation techniques and the heartless sword path, it shouldn't be difficult." Just as he was thinking, his room door was suddenly pushed open. It was Yi Zoe. She entered happily and called out, "Brother Qing Yun." Seeing his younger sister, Qing Yun turned around and spoke, "Zoe." Zoe carried a tray of hot food into the room and said, "Brother, don't work too hard, have some soup." Qing Yun nodded. At this moment, a sudden headache struck Yi Zoe, causing her to hold her head and cry out. Seeing his sister's pale face, Qing Yun called, "Zoe, give me your hand." Qing Yun gestured to her, and hearing her brother's words, she obediently placed her hand on his. As Qing Yun checked Zoe's pulse, he immediately felt a powerful aura surge toward him like a phoenix. Qing Yun was extremely shocked and widened his eyes, thinking, "Black fiend phoenix." Seeing her brother's expression, she hurriedly asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my body? I don't know why, but these past few days I have felt something strange inside me." Seeing Yi Zoe so worried, Qing Yun patted her head and comforted her. "Silly girl, with your brother here, how could anything happen to you? However, you are already 12 years old, your martial spirit is awakening inside your body, and soon you will be able to awaken it." Hearing this, Yi Zoe happily smiled and asked, "Then in the future, can I also protect my brother?" Hearing his sister say that, Qing Yun nodded and replied, "Yes, yes, from now on I will depend on you. Zoe, come here and let me look at your eyes." Yi Zoe obediently answered, "Yes, brother." Qing Yun looked into Yi Zoe's eyes and immediately saw circular patterns appearing in her eyes, thinking to himself that there were 9 phoenix seals. After observing carefully, Qing Yun said to Yi Zoe, "Zoe, your martial soul will definitely be extremely powerful." Hearing this, she was also shocked and exclaimed. After saying that, Qing Yun suddenly frowned, feeling worried. But anyone with 9 phoenix seals must be a rare phoenix bloodline in the phoenix clan. Normally, children cannot suppress the phoenix killing aura in their bodies, so they need to use phoenix stones every day to suppress it, otherwise their meridians will break and they will become useless. While he was thinking, a headache suddenly struck again, causing Yi Zoe to hold her head in pain and say, "Brother, my head hurts so much." Seeing this, Qing Yun hurriedly called out, "Zoe." Unable to endure it any longer, Yi Zoe fell into Qing Yun's arms and fainted. He anxiously called out, "Zoe, Xin change." By now, it was already dark and Yi Zoe was lying on the bed, having regained consciousness. Seeing this, Qing Yun said, "Zoe, rest for a while, brother will find a way to help you." Yi Zoe obediently replied, "Yes, brother. Actually, there is no need to worry too much. I know my own condition, I just need to rest for a while." Hearing this, Qing Yun smiled and said, "Zoe will be fine, hurry and rest." After leaving the room and closing the door, Qing Yun's expression became serious. He thought that only the Phoenix clan had Phoenix stones and there was no way to obtain one. It seemed that for now, he could only find Phoenix grass to temporarily suppress the Phoenix killing aura in Zoe's body. Scene change, it was already morning. Outside the town, Qing Yun walked while thinking that rare items like Phoenix grass usually appeared in markets, mostly in the black market. He passed a stall, stopped, picked up a mask, and asked the owner, "How much is this mask?" The owner replied, 250 coins. Qing Yun placed a silver ingot on the table and said, "No need for change." After putting on the mask, Qing Yun walked through the street thinking that the black market was filled with all kinds of people, and everyone wore masks because they did not want others to know their identities. The people here were all ruthless individuals. At that moment, a masked person hurriedly ran past Qing Yun. The person kept looking back in panic and repeatedly said, "The madman is here, that guy has violent tendencies, last time he almost beat someone to death." In front of them was a tall masked man setting up his stall. The surrounding people began whispering, "This time he has many good items, dragon saliva grass, heavenly spirit herb, and even phoenix grass." Immediately, a man became interested and walked to the stall, saying to the owner, "You even have the rare ink grass." Hearing this, the stall owner asked, "What you want it?" The masked man asked, "How much?" The stall owner became angry and said, "Are you new here? Don't you know the rules? Take something valuable from yourself and place it as a bet, then we fight." The stall owner picked up the ink grass and continued, "If you win, this ink grass is naturally yours." Hearing this, the man took out a stone and said, "Fine, I will bet this with you." A passerby, seeing the stone in his hand, said, "That's black profound ore. Isn't that only possessed by core disciples of the Yi family?" Immediately, the two placed their items on the table as bets. The stall owner said, "Fine, I accept the black profound ore, let's fight." Qingyun watched from outside and frowned, thinking, black profound ore only exists in the Yi family's main mining site, and not long ago grandfather gave me 10 pieces. Observing the masked man, Qingyun secretly judged, it seems this person's identity is a core disciple of the Yi family. Before the fight had even lasted long, Qingyun frowned and said, "But..." The masked man was already grabbed by the stall owner around the neck after only a few moves, coughing up blood. The man struggled and said, I admit defeat." But the stall owner still refused to stop. He kicked the man lying under his feet. Seeing this, Qingyun thought, although his strength is not weak, he is not this madman's opponent. The man on the ground saw the stall owner refusing to stop and shouted, I already admitted defeat, why won't you stop? I am a core disciple of the Yi family." Before he could finish speaking, the stall owner angrily kicked his stomach several times and shouted, Yi family, what are they? A bunch of trash." Qingyun, standing behind them, spoke up, "How laughable, you only rely on your brute strength." Hearing someone speak like this, the stall owner immediately turned around with a fierce gaze and asked, "What did you say?" Qingyun smiled lightly and mocked, "I said you are a stupid fool with a simple mind and only brute strength." The iron tower-like giant was stunned. He never expected Yi Qingyun to remain so calm, then he laughed viciously. "You want to die? Do you know who I am?" Yi Qingyun showed no fear before the iron tower giant, looking straight at him and saying, "Then do you know who I am?" The young man was extremely grateful while also feeling a little suspicious. That voice sounded very familiar. The iron tower giant froze again, hesitating inwardly. He is so calm and his tone is so arrogant. Perhaps his background is truly extraordinary. At that moment, his voice weakened slightly because he knew there were some people here he absolutely could not offend. Who are you?" Yi Qingyun chuckled and said mockingly, "I am your grandson." He had always been someone who fiercely protected his own people. Now someone dared to bully his family right in front of him, which was no different from seeking death. Under the mask, the Iron Tower giant's expression changed repeatedly, becoming fierce as he roared angrily, You want to die? I want to know who you really are." Immediately, he attacked without hesitation. His body rushed forward extremely fast, raising his right leg and kicking directly toward Yi Qingyun, using mountain-suppressing kick. Yi Qingyun coldly snorted and lightly jumped, his movement technique like a ghost, quickly avoiding the opponent's kick. Yi Qingyun looked arrogantly at the giant before him and said indifferently, "You want to take off my mask? Do you think you are worthy?" Seeing this scene, the giant's pupils shrank violently. "Damn it, no matter who you are, today I will definitely kill you." Only at the 5th level of the Spirit Cavern realm, yet he is already this arrogant. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Spirit Cavern realm, while the person before him is only at the 5th level, yet he still cannot kill him with one move. Yi Qingyun shook his head, and a broken sword instantly appeared in his hand. The tower-like strong man completely lost his reason, his rage exploded in an instant, and he growled, "HMPH, do you think that thing can do anything to me?" Yi Qingyun swung his sword and struck directly at the tower-like strong man, the blade landing precisely on his body. Seeing blood spray from his arm, the tower-like strong man was so shocked that he could not speak. How could this happen? Holding the merciless sword in his hand, his aura instantly surged, his movement flashed, and dazzling sword lights erupted, shocking everyone. Yi Qingyun calmly said, "Merciless sword path." A middle-aged man in black armor stepped forward and angrily shouted, "Stop, the one who has arrived is one of the 4 great deputy commanders, Hai Ba Tian." The madman was shocked when he saw the newcomer and exclaimed, "Ah!" Yi Qingyun completely ignored the newcomer and continued slashing at the madman. The tower-like strong man screamed in pain, "Ah!" The bloody scene entered Commander Hai's eyes, his pupils widened instantly. A fierce murderous aura erupted from his body, and his hands clenched tightly with cracking sounds. Hai Ba Tian's rage burned fiercely, especially after seeing his younger brother cut down before him, his eyes almost spitting fire as he shouted, "You bastard! Where are my men? This guy disregarded the rules of the black market. Punish him with 10,000 strikes and throw him out to be eaten by dogs." The guards behind Hai Ba Tian drew their swords one after another and charged toward Yi Qingyun. How ridiculous! When he was about to kill someone, you all disappeared without a trace, but when he was killed by someone else, you came out to stop it. Yi Qingyun remained fearless and calmly said, "Is this your so-called rule?" Hai Ba Tian roared furiously, his voice like thunder. "You killed my younger brother, today you are not leaving." Yi Qingyun sneered and arrogantly replied, "So you are brothers, no wonder you are both so loud and arrogant, still talking nonsense even when death is near." Hai Ba Tian's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his facial muscles tightened, and his hateful voice was forced out through gritted teeth. "How dare you look down on the Dark Yin Palace?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. The legend is true, the black market belongs to the Dark Yin Palace. No wonder the three great families of Mo Rai Ch1EA5N never dared oppose the black market. This guy is finished. That madman was Hai Ba Tian's younger brother, meaning he has already offended the Dark Yin Palace. Yi Qingyun held the broken sword in his hand, his long hair fluttering, and a cold lightning aura erupted, directly sending all surrounding enemies flying into the air. Cold light flashed, and those surrounding him were cut down one after another beneath his sword. Seeing this, Hai Ba Tian's face turned pale and then dark, because since becoming a deputy commander of the night market, he had never suffered such humiliation as today. A bunch of useless trash. Yi Qingyun said disdainfully, "If you want to kill me, then do it. Stop pretending to be righteous. You keep spouting nonsense." Seeing this, Hai Ba Tian could not help laughing loudly. "A broken sword, I will kill you with just one move." A vicious voice erupted from Hai Ba Tian's mouth, and he held a long spear with imposing might, while his opponent actually wanted to use a broken sword against him. Yi Qingyun immediately gave the most direct evaluation, all show but no substance. Everyone understood Hai Ba Tian's intention. Yi Qingyun killed his younger brother right in front of him, making Hai Ba Tian lose all face, so he wanted to end the battle quickly, kill one to intimidize others, and restore his authority in the black market. But they never expected Yi Qingyun to face him so recklessly. He dared to fight head-on, wasn't he simply seeking death? That's right, his opponent is Hai Ba Tian. However, in the next moment, Hai Ba Tian's expression changed drastically, as his attack was actually broken by a single sword strike from his opponent. Even more unbelievable was that the opponent's sword speed was like lightning, instantly closing in before him. The martial artists nearby exclaimed in shock, "Too fast, Hai Ba Tian hasn't even made a move, yet the weapon in his hand has already been broken. Who exactly is this young man?" Hearing this, the black-masked man was surprised. "Oh, this young man." Hai Ba Tian gritted his teeth angrily. "The short sword in your hand is indeed good, but soon it will belong to Hai Ba Tian." Suddenly, Yi Qingyun glanced at the money pouch on the table nearby, but it had already disappeared. At this moment, the mysterious masked man stared closely at Yi Qingyun and said, "This guy looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." But he could not remember for a moment. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun turned his head toward him, causing the masked man to break out in cold sweat, thinking to himself, could it be him? The masked man immediately turned around and ran away. Yi Qingyun shouted from behind, "Stop, don't run." The masked man cursed inwardly, "Damn it, what an idiot, stealing something actually caused so much trouble." Hai Ba Tian blocked Yi Qingyun's path, his tone extremely arrogant and domineering. "Kid, where do you think you are going? Do you think Hai Ba Tian does not exist? I will remember what happened today, and another day I will fight you and take your dog life." Hai Ba Tian shouted angrily, "Do you think you can escape?" His voice echoed throughout the entire black market. Hearing Hai Ba Tian's voice, the black-clothed man turned around in surprise. "Oh, how interesting, as expected, there are people everywhere who want to kill him. Ha ha, I want to see how he dies." Hai Ba Tian stretched out his hand, powerful sword energy spread out and shot into the sky, as a phantom sword appeared like it was breaking through water. The surrounding people immediately discussed among themselves, "Look, that is Hai Ba Tian's martial soul, the Black Heart Sword. It seems Commander Hai is truly angry. He has summoned his martial soul and wants to kill him in one strike." Hai Ba Tian stood there holding his sword, his domineering aura spreading outward, looking like a true sword master. "With one sword, I will take your life and let you experience my extraordinary swordsmanship." A thoughtful and interested smile appeared at the corner of Yi Qingyun's mouth. "Oh, a transformation realm expert. His cultivation is clearly higher than mine, yet he refuses to use spiritual power. Obviously, he wants to compete with me in swordsmanship. In my previous life, my heartless sword could cut off dozens of heads, and my comprehension of swordsmanship surpassed everyone else. Holding his long sword, his figure flashed, and the next moment the sword in Hai Ba Tian's hand shone brightly, transforming into countless sword shadows. Each sword shadow contained overwhelming sword intent and carried rumbling thunder, creating an extremely terrifying aura. Yi Qingyun held the broken sword and swung it twice in the air, the sword light flashing and shocking everyone. Yi Qingyun directly struck with a sword and forced Hai Ba Tian back, causing his expression to change drastically. What is happening? A chill immediately rose in his mind as cold sweat covered his back. He could not help but unleash powerful spiritual energy, using it to block this sword while retreating several steps, leaving clear footprints on the ground. Yi Qingyun suddenly turned and fled. I will leave first, I will come take your dog life another day. Yi Qingyun used Shadow Wind's step, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. After leaving, Yi Qingyun encountered the black-clothed man from before. Huh, why are you here? Seeing Yi Qingyun suddenly appear beside him, the black-clothed man was extremely shocked and stammered. Ah. Before he could answer, Yi Qingyun directly snatched the money pouch from his hand and left. The black-clothed man could only hug the wall and cry bitterly, "From now on, I will never watch the fun again." Hai Ba Tian gritted his teeth furiously and shouted, chase him for me. If I don't take revenge, I am not a man. Whoever takes his head will be rewarded with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." His anger had reached the extreme, completely unable to suppress the flames of fury inside him. Yi Qingyun not only killed his younger brother but also humiliated him in front of everyone. The surrounding guards felt his burning rage and hurriedly nodded, their figures flashing one after another before disappearing into the black market. The black-clothed man could not help exclaiming, 100,000 and even a bounty. Shortly after, Yi Qingyun's figure appeared at the Yi family's medicine hall. Zoe's condition was quite urgent. He had to go there to refine the Phoenix 3 transformation pill. While walking, Yi Qingyun continued thinking its effects were much stronger than using only phoenix grass. The other medicinal ingredients should be in the medicine hall, only the heavenly immortal grass was uncertain. Yi Qingyun pushed open the door and a servant hurriedly ran over, reminding him in a low voice, "Young master, please be quieter. Alchemist Liang is refining a first-grade pill." Yi Qingyun saw an old man and the curses coming from his mouth immediately caught his attention. Is this the first-grade alchemist supported by the entire Yi family? The old man angrily pointed at a servant and hissed, "Add fire, add more fire. Can't you hear what I said? You can't even do such a simple thing. A bunch of useless trash." The old man shouted from the side while glancing outside. Liang Keo's anger flared instantly as he cursed, "You dong standing at the door, what are you doing? Why are you paying attention to him? If you get distracted again, I will gouge out your eyes." The servant who was scolded immediately turned pale with fear and stammered, "Why yes, this lowly one deserves death." Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyun secretly thought, biting the hand that feeds you. Yi Qingyun only shrugged, completely ignoring the old man. After looking around, his gaze suddenly stopped on the herbs placed on the table, and he recognized the heavenly immortal grass. Just as Yi Qingyun reached out to take it, Liang Keo grabbed his hand to stop him. His dissatisfied voice sounded, "Wait, who allowed you to take the heavenly immortal grass?" Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, looked at the old man, and replied without any politeness, "So what? I am the young master of the Yi family. Do I need your permission to take some grass? Get lost." Liang Keo immediately stopped him, clearly not expecting Yi Qingyun to be this arrogant. This was the first time someone dared to be disrespectful to him, making him furious as he shouted, "Without my permission, no one can take the heavenly immortal grass." As soon as he finished speaking, flames suddenly burst from Liang Keo's hand and shot straight toward the heavenly immortal grass. The heavenly immortal grass was burned halfway, and seeing the remaining half, a cold light immediately flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes. He looked at Liang Keo with an extremely dark expression and said, "You destroyed my heavenly immortal grass." His gloomy voice echoed throughout the Yi family's medicine hall, and everyone could tell the young master Yi was truly angry. Liang Keo calmly said, "I just discovered this grass was already damaged. Using it could create toxins in the body, causing poisoning or even death in severe cases. Since you insisted on taking it, I could only destroy it." Liang Keo spoke confidently and endlessly, even looking at Yi Qingyun with contempt while sneering inwardly. "You are not an alchemist, how could you understand? I won't blame you for being rude anymore." Thinking that a few lies were enough to deceive the Yi family's young master, he felt extremely pleased. His words might fool a 3-year-old child who had not grown enough hair, but how could they fool Yi Qingyun? What inferior heavenly immortal grass can produce toxins? Yi Qingyan cursed directly. Your disrespectful ass, heavenly immortal grass is an important ingredient for pills, and only a limited amount exists every year. There is no such thing as inferior quality. Yi Qingyan stared at Liang Kao with disdain, his voice becoming louder and louder. There are no toxins at all. Liang Kao, no wonder you are already this old, yet your alchemy skills remain trash. Hearing this, Liang Kao stepped back several times, his mind almost freezing. What? Every word Yi Qingyan spoke was like a sharp blade stabbing directly into his heart. Liang Kao was stunned and confused, unable to understand no matter how much he thought. How was this possible? He was not an alchemist, so how did he know? But when the old man realized he had lost composure in front of so many people, his expression changed and he coldly shouted, "Nonsense, I am a first-grade alchemist. How could I not know the effects of heavenly immortal grass?" Hearing that title, Yi Qingyan only laughed mockingly. Is a first-grade alchemist really that noble? Liang Kao immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha, a first-grade alchemist is indeed not that noble, but wasn't it your Yi family who invited me to refine pills? A huge family like this only has one alchemist, just thinking about it is laughable. Liang Kao looked at the medicinal ingredients in Yi Qingyan's hand, his eyes rolling as he sneered arrogantly. Besides, aren't you taking these medicinal ingredients so I can refine pills for you in the end? You can't possibly find an alchemist from another family, right? That would make the Yi family lose face. Actually, if you want this old man to refine pills for you, it is possible. Kneel down, admit your mistake, apologize, and I will not hold those disrespectful words against you. Just thinking of the Yi family young master kneeling before him made the old man extremely excited. If the Yi family head and grand elder also knelt before him, it would be even more satisfying. He kept talking endlessly, but before he could finish, Yi Qingyan swung a fist toward the back of his head. Apologize my ass, stop pretending. Liang Kao was an alchemist who usually only focused on refining pills and rarely cultivated, making his body even weaker than ordinary people. Moreover, he never expected Yi Qingyan to dare attack him. After all, in the entire Yi family, he was currently the only alchemist. Liang Kao felt the burning pain on his face, let out a strange cry, then pointed at Yi Qingyan and shouted, "You brat, you dare hit me! Do you know I am a first-grade alchemist? Alchemists are noble, even your Yi family head must treat me respectfully." Yi Qingyan truly did not expect Liang Kao to be this shameless. Even after being beaten like this, he was still proud of his title as a first-grade alchemist. Not wanting to look at that face anymore, he waved to the surrounding Yi family disciples. "Come here." A Yi family disciple pointed at himself in surprise and asked, "Us?" "Beat him up," a Yi family disciple weakly said. "This doesn't seem right." The Yi family servant who had been scolded by Liang Kao several times before could no longer suppress his anger and shouted fiercely, "What is wrong with it? Think about how this old man usually treats us. He deserves a beating, aren't you angry?" "That's right, we have endured this for a long time, just thinking about it makes us furious." "Exactly, this is the young master's order, beat him." After hesitating briefly, many Yi family disciples finally took action. Liang Kao was beaten by the crowd and could only keep screaming. "Ah!" Liang Kao angrily shouted, "Get away, you idiots, have you all rebelled? I am the only alchemist of the Yi family. If I am gone, who will refine pills for the Yi family?" Hearing this, the Yi family servants and disciples immediately stopped. Seeing this, Liang Kao became even more arrogant. "If the family head punishes you, young master, that is fine, but what about servants like you? Do you still think you can live comfortably? You were all furious and wanted to hit me, let's see if you still dare." The Yi family servants and disciples showed fearful and submissive expressions, lowering their heads and saying, "Elder Liang, we know we were wrong, please forgive us. We will obey you from now on and never resist again." "Good, then half of your wages must be offered to me. Do you have any objections?" The Yi family servants and disciples were already kneeling at Liang Kao's feet, obediently nodding and daring not object. Seeing that he had gained the upper hand, Liang Kao continued arrogantly, "Now do you know who gives you food?" The servants and disciples answered together in low voices, "Elder Liang gives us food." "An alchemist like you, the Yi family does not need." Yi Qingyan coldly snorted, completely ignoring Liang Kao and beginning to refine pills. Today, he wanted to refine the 9 transformation phoenix pill. Although Liang Kao had been beaten badly when he saw Yi Qingyan trying to refine pills, he still could not stop mocking him. "Haha, little brat, you want to refine pills yourself? Not everyone can do it. Do you think it is just lighting a fire and cooking? Haha, open your dog eyes and watch." Yi Qingyan glanced at Liang Kao, then shifted his gaze back to the pill furnace and began refining. Pill refining was originally an extremely complicated process, but in Yi Qingyan's hands, everything became much simpler. While refining pills, Yi Qingyan secretly thought that pill refining was different from the Tao of Weapons realm, which required a long recovery time. As long as there was enough fire, he could refine 7th grade pills like in his previous life. let alone the 3 transformation Phoenix pill, which was only a low-level pill. Not far away, although Liang Kao had just been beaten, his eyes remained fixed on Yi Qingyun, full of mockery. He kept pointing and laughing. Everything is wrong. Yi Qingyun's pill refining technique is smooth and flawless without any hesitation. Even after being beaten, Liang Kao still maintained his arrogant expression and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. But immediately afterward, Liang Kao's eyes were filled with shock because a reddish-brown pill was floating above the pill furnace. The people around were also stunned. A third-grade pill was placed neatly on a white porcelain plate. Soon, a fragrant scent spread throughout the entire Yi family medicine hall. Everyone looked at each other with widened eyes, staying stunned for a long time before reacting. This is great. The young master successfully refined a pill. This is unbelievable. Liang Kao's body trembled, and the scene before him made him completely forget his pain. He was horrified to discover that the opponent's pill-refining skills far surpassed his own. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why the Yi family young master was actually a hidden alchemist. Impossible, impossible. I am 50 years old and only a first-grade alchemist. How could a third-grade alchemist exist? How could he be a third-grade alchemist? With that, Liang Kao directly fainted, not from being beaten unconscious, but from fear. Comparing people really could make someone furious. Yi Qingyun returned to his room, and when he pushed open the wooden door, he discovered his little sister lying on the bed. Yi Zoe's delicate body trembled slightly, her beautiful face covered with a faint blush, but the redness was clearly abnormal. Yi Qingyun softly called, "Zoe." Seeing her brother, Yi Zoe weakly called out, her current condition extremely bad, looking pitiful and helpless. Yi Qingyun's expression changed slightly. It seemed the phoenix killing aura in her body had begun to erupt. "Don't say anything, take this pill." Yi Qingyun hurriedly gave the pill to Yi Zoe. Yi Zoe obediently put it into her mouth. After swallowing the pill, Yi Zoe breathed with difficulty. A phoenix seal appeared on her forehead, the seal of a heavenly grade phoenix. These words suddenly appeared in Yi Qingyun's mind, and his expression became shocked. A phoenix cry sounded, and in front of Yi Zoe, a huge flame phoenix quickly condensed. The flame was not red, but black. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun secretly thought, "Black Slaughter Phoenix." The phoenix floated above Yi Zoe's head, black light flickering, releasing a vast source of energy. Yi Qingyun's expression changed drastically. "This is bad. Zoe has not cultivated yet. If she passively absorbs this energy and cannot withstand it, her meridians will shatter. By then..." Yi Zoe gritted her teeth in discomfort as more and more phoenix energy poured into her body. Yi Qingyun shook Yi Zoe's body with both hands and urgently shouted, "Zoe." Yi Qingyun wanted to stop the Black Fiend Phoenix, but this phoenix was as stubborn as an ox and refused to leave no matter what. Yi Qingyun's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately came up with a plan, sitting cross-legged and absorbing the Black Phoenix energy. Streams of energy surged toward his body like a vast ocean. Yi Qingyun felt as if he was trapped inside a huge energy bubble. The violent energy was like a blade, constantly cutting and refining his body, causing his handsome face to twist in pain. "If it were in my previous life, just one finger from me could crush you, and even now, a tiny amount of energy like yours cannot threaten me." He was worried his sister could not endure the violent energy, so he absorbed 9/10 of it himself. Scorching heat continuously seeped out from his skin. The blood inside his body surged violently like a raging sea, while his bones felt as if countless ants were crawling inside. Those ants crazily gnawed away without stopping, and such pain was something ordinary people could never endure. Yi Qingyun roared, suppressing the violent energy. "Get out of my body." Yi Qingyun took a deep breath, and only after the last trace of pain completely disappeared did a hint of joy appear on his face. Yi Qingyun supported Yi Zoe and gently asked, "Zoe, how do you feel?" Yi Zoe slowly woke up in a daze. "Ah, I feel." Yi Zoe seemed to realize something and immediately cried out in shock, her beautiful face showing intense excitement. She clenched her small fist and waved it, releasing third-level Spirit Cavern Realm power. "Brother, what happened to my cultivation?" Seeing Yi Zoe's silly expression, Yi Qingyun could not help laughing. "That's right, you are a martial artist now." Seeing Yi Zoe safe and sound, Yi Qingyun was truly happy. Moreover, after absorbing that killing aura, I also benefited and reached the 7th level of the Spirit Cavern Realm. Yi Zoe immediately leaned closer and kissed her brother's face hard. "That's great, I am really so happy I can't control myself." Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. At that moment, Pang Hui pushed the door open. "Young master." Seeing the scene before him, Pang Hui's expression instantly became strange. However, no matter how he looked at it, there seemed to be no problem. After all, Yi Zoe was not the young master's biological sister. Pang Huai turned his face away and said, "It is like this. Tomorrow is the day the black mysterious ore is mined." Previously, everything was managed by Yi Tian, but this time everyone decided to hand it over to you. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed slightly. The black mysterious ore is the Yi family's largest industry and also an extremely important material for forging weapons. Pang Huai nodded happily. "That's right, and as the manager you will receive 10% of the ore. This time the Yi family lets young master take charge. You can finally hold your head high." Yi Qingyun thought inwardly, the black mysterious ore can help the merciless sword recover. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. "When does it start?" Pang Huai immediately replied, "Tomorrow morning." Yi Qingyun smiled at Uncle Pang and said, "All right, then I will see Uncle Pang tomorrow morning." The next day at the Yi family's mining site, hundreds of tall and muscular miners carried black stones on their shoulders, sweating heavily but working with great enthusiasm. Pang Huai shouted powerfully, "Young Master Yi has ordered that today, anyone who completes the task will receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Everyone's eyes lit up. 1,000, hurry and work faster. Standing beside Yi Qingyun, Pang Huai's expression was slightly gloomy and worried. "Young master, this management position can bring such huge benefits, yet Yi Tian remains unusually quiet. I feel something may happen during the upcoming autumn hunt." Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "Uncle Pang, don't worry too much. Whatever move he makes, I will respond." He understood clearly that Yi Tian and his son would never let him go easily, but he had not the slightest fear in his heart. The martial path requires a heart that does not fear challenges. If one becomes afraid when facing enemies, future achievements will never reach great heights. Pang Huai still could not hide his worry. He truly did not want what happened 3 years ago to happen again. "Yes, but Yi Tian is extremely vengeful. You crippled 2 of his sons. He will never swallow this humiliation. I guess they cannot endure much longer. Young master must be careful during the autumn hunt." Yi Qingyun nodded indifferently, completely unconcerned. At that moment, a small blade containing overwhelming killing intent suddenly shot forward with a sharp whistle, causing the air itself to tremble violently. The blade almost brushed past Yi Qingyun's cheek, and if his reaction had been even slightly slower, his head would have been separated from his body. Seeing this, Pang Huai's gaze instantly became extremely sharp. Who dares to act so arrogantly? In broad daylight, someone actually dares to assassinate young master as if I don't exist. You are tired of living. The figure flashed through the black mysterious mine and quickly disappeared in an instant. Pang Huai snorted coldly and immediately chased after him. "You want to capture him? This is Yi family's territory, not a place where you can come and go as you please." Yi Qingyun watched the figure leave and thought inwardly, strange, that person had no aura at all. Feeling the gloomy coldness radiating from the opponent, Yi Qingyun paused slightly. "Oh." On the mountain mine, a figure slowly walked out, standing straight like a sharp sword, his entire body emitting powerful energy as his cold and sharp eyes stared at Yi Qingyun. Zhu from the Blood Fiend sect looked around, a cold light flashing in his pupils. "Ha ha, I never expected your meridians to recover. I can only say you are very lucky, but you will not live past today." From the beginning, Yi Qingyun felt this figure was somewhat familiar, but after hearing the opponent's voice, his pupils instantly shrank. After a long while, he roared angrily, "It's you." Zhu turned his face aside, avoiding Yi Qingyun's gaze. "Ah, it seems you have mistaken me for someone else." Yi Qingyun's pupils shrank violently again. "It is you. Even if this person turned to ashes, I would still recognize him. The reason all the meridians in this body were once shattered was entirely because of the person before him. If Uncle Pang had not arrived in time back then, he would have died long ago in Mo Rai Forest." He never expected that after 3 years he would meet this person again. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the opponent had clearly come prepared. Zhu proudly said, 3 years ago, I only destroyed your meridians and never intended to kill you, but I never expected you to be so ignorant. Then today I will take your life. I heard you also have a beautiful younger sister. She must be quite enjoyable, right? After you die, I will take care of her." Thinking about how he had not been close to women for many years and would soon taste a woman's charm, he laughed lewdly. Yi Qingyun's eyes became completely cold. He raised his head and stared at Zhu before him, already placing him on the list of people who must die. Oh damn it, a dragon's reverse scale means death when touched. In his eyes, Yi Zoe was his reverse scale, and no one was allowed to touch even a strand of his sister's hair. Zhu sensed Yi Qingyun's anger, but instead of fearing, he laughed proudly. However, his smile quickly froze as he said, "Then try it. Let's see who will die in the end." Zhu Gongzi drew a 5-meter-long sword. Yi Qingyun frowned, his instinct telling him this black-clothed man's true strength far surpassed the displayed 9th-level spirit movement realm. Immediately after, the blade aura burst out brilliantly, and a powerful energy suddenly erupted, causing everyone around to gasp in shock. Many Yi family disciples present were crushed by that terrifying aura until they became dried bones. Miserable screams instantly echoed everywhere. Yi Qingyun drew his round sword and shouted, "All Yi family disciples, retreat 100 meters." Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed brightly, sword Dao Unity Realm. Every martial artist has their own weapon path realm when using martial weapons. This realm is completely different from a martial artist's cultivation realm. The weapon path realms start with Qi condensation as the first stage, where one becomes united with sword energy. Yi Qingyun was currently at this stage, and after reaching the unity of heaven and man realm, one can nurture a weapon heart inside the body, such as blade heart, sword heart, spear heart, axe heart, and others. Above that is force, where the entire body becomes force itself, followed by Emperor Saint Intent. Yi Qingyun looked at Zhu Gongzi and said, "Earlier, you used an illusion clone to lure Uncle Pang away, right? No wonder you revealed yourself so early. That illusion clone probably couldn't last long." Hearing this, Zhu Gongzi froze for a moment, a trace of surprise appearing in his eyes. "I never thought you could not only see weapon path intent, but also know that the Unity Realm can create illusion clone. But so what? I will kill you before your steward returns." Yi Qingyun replied disdainfully, "At 17 years old, reaching Sword Dao Unity Realm, your talent is not bad, but sooner or later you will be controlled by the blade in your hand. I advise you to let go of your hatred and repent." Zhu Gongzi was slightly stunned, then immediately laughed arrogantly. He snorted coldly with an extremely proud expression. "HMPH, a kid who still has dirt in his eyes dares to teach me. At 16 I reached Blade Dao Qi Condensation, and at 17 I reached Weapon Dao Unity. People in the Blood Slaughter sect call me a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. If you say my talent is ordinary, then what are you?" If these words came from a senior, I could accept them, but coming from a 15-year-old boy, it is nothing but an insult. Moreover, Yi Qingyun completely acted like an elder lecturing a junior, which made Zhu Gongzi extremely uncomfortable. Pang Huai arrived in time. "Zha Zai, stop now." Zhu Gongzi's expression changed slightly, then he coldly looked at Yi Qingyun. "Another cunning one, but delaying time is useless. Killing you only requires one move." After saying that, he immediately slashed out, and a sharp sound instantly rang through the air as a giant silver python-like blade energy appeared and shot forward. Seeing this scene, Pang Huai's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly shouted, "Young master." "Haha, a fatal strike." After saying this, Zhu Gongzi laughed wildly. In his eyes, Yi Qingyun absolutely could not dodge this slash. His figure quickly flashed away, leaving only a cold sentence. "Steward Yi, next time I will come take your life." The blade energy was too fast, like lightning. Yi Qingyun had no way to avoid it, and it was no wonder the black-clothed man was so confident. The opponent had clearly prepared beforehand and wanted to take his life with one slash. Yi Qingyun immediately used demon blood armor, increasing his defense several times and quickly condensed a layer of armor. A loud explosion sounded, and the armor before Yi Qingyun quickly shattered. Uncle Pang shouted anxiously, "Young master." Yi Qingyun drew the heartless sword and used the armor layer to block the opponent's strongest slash. Yi Qingyun retreated several steps but did not suffer serious injuries. Yi Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, and seeing him still safe, Pang Huai immediately rushed before him. "Young master." Yi Qingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked into the distance with gloomy eyes. "Uncle Pang, I'm fine." Pang Huai was not a fool, and after connecting everything together, he immediately thought of Yi Tian. It was Yi Tian. Only people inside the family knew about the mine excavation, and he hated me deeply. No wonder he has been so quiet these days. He had already arranged an assassin long ago. If that assassin had not underestimated his opponent, Yi Qingyun might truly have died here. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed with cold light. "It seems he finally couldn't endure it anymore and truly wants to kill me. We will settle both the new grudge and old debt together." Above the clear blue sky, the drifting white clouds made the scene of flying seagulls even more lively. A tall pavilion appeared with a wide balcony, every pattern carved with exquisite detail. It was a classical-style building with elegant decorations. Inside the pavilion, the anxious voice of a middle-aged man suddenly sounded. "Sir, is that kid dead yet?" Immediately, another young man's angry voice replied, "What, are you father and son doubting my strength?" "Absolutely not," Yi Tian hurriedly replied, because he knew Zhu Gongzi before him had an extraordinary status in the Blood Slaughter sect. If he angered him, he might suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Tian was usually arrogant, but now he had no choice but to lower his attitude and bow deeply, because he also clearly understood what kind of person Zhu Gongzi was. Seeing their expressions, Zhu Gongzi finally nodded in satisfaction and calmly said, "Rest assured, no one can escape from my hands. Although he is only 17 years old, the number of people who have died by his hands is not small. Yi Wutian hurriedly smiled and said, "Haha, of course I trust Zhu Gongzi's strength, but he is very cunning, and he also has a 9th level transformation realm martial artist beside him, so I was worried." Zhu Gongzi coldly snorted, his words full of contempt. "HMPH, you don't need to worry. He is only a 9th level transformation realm cultivator, while my martial path is about to reach the Heaven Man realm. Killing him is effortless." Haha, Zhu Gongzi is right, completely right. Then I wish Zhu Gongzi's weapon path reaches the Heaven Man realm soon. Just thinking about Yi Qingyun's death, Yi Wutian could not suppress his joy. Yi Qingyun was lucky this time, otherwise Yi Wutian would have wanted to personally tear him apart. "Damn old man Yi Wutian!" At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from outside the door. The voice instantly made Yi Wutian and Yi Tian freeze. This voice was directed at them, and it was so familiar that it could not be more familiar. Even Zhu Gongzi was extremely shocked. Impossible. The wooden door was kicked open with a loud bang. Yi Qingyun appeared inside the pavilion with his hands behind his back, his eyes extremely cold. "Who are you talking to?" Seeing Yi Qingyun, Yi Wutian immediately shouted, "There is no one else today, only the two of us." "Yi Qingyun, are you a ghost or what?" Yi Tian also could not help shouting, "That's right, you are already dead." Zhu Gongzi immediately found a place to hide, perfectly concealing his aura. Yi Qingyun's eyes turned completely gloomy. This uncle of his was truly vicious, actually wanting to push him to death. Yi Qingyun's words struck straight into their hearts. "So that assassin was sent by you. Second uncle, let me ask you, do you still care about the family's rules? You two think you are already the heads of this family?" Pang Hua beside him also cracked his knuckles aggressively, clearly trying to intimidate them. Yi Wutian angrily shouted, "You are spouting nonsense. Qingyun, you are my nephew, why would I want to kill you? You keep making things difficult for me everywhere, twisting the truth. Do you even know what respecting elders means?" Although Yi Tian hated Yi Qingyun, he knew Pang Hua was here, so he did not dare act too recklessly. "That's right, you are also my younger brother. My father has always cared about you. Yet you keep saying my father wanted to kill you. Where is your evidence? Where is the proof? Show it to us." If Pang Hua were not here, he truly would not mind joining Zhu Gongzi and his father to kill Yi Qingyun directly. Sunlight shone in, causing the sword leaning beside the stool to reflect a dazzling light. Yi Qingyun coldly swept his gaze across the entire pavilion. He looked toward father and son Yi Tian, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, then said indifferently, "You know what you have done, and I am too lazy to argue with you. Send my message back. That assassin was too weak. Even one of my sword strikes was enough to kill him." After speaking, he led Pang Hua away, not wanting to look at their faces for even a moment longer. He knew the mysterious assassin was definitely still inside the pavilion, and his words just now were deliberately meant to provoke him. "Yi Wutian, listen carefully. If the young master loses even a single hair..." Pang Hua coldly glanced at father and son Yi Tian and spoke with extreme threat, "I will break both of your legs." Zhu Gongzi stared ahead, his eyes almost bursting with anger. "How could this happen? Yi Qingyun, I will definitely kill you." Yi Qingyun's words were obviously meant for him. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Throughout his life, no one he wanted to kill had ever escaped, and no one had ever escaped from his grasp. Yet today, not only did someone escape from him, that person even came here openly, arrogantly looking down on him in front of everyone. His anger made Zhu Gongzi almost lose all reason. "I must chase after him and kill him now." Yi Wutian hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "No, my lord, the Yi family Grand Elder's cultivation was extremely profound, and if he was alerted, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was the Yi family after all, and if Zhu Gongzi caused trouble here, the Grand Elder would definitely appear. With Zhu Gongzi's current strength, he absolutely could not be the Grand Elder's opponent. If something happened to Zhu Gongzi, he truly dared not imagine the consequences." Zhu Gongzi's face was gloomy as he turned to Yi Wutian and coldly shouted, "HMPH, do I need to fear him?" Yi Wutian repeatedly nodded and said, Yes, Zhu Gongzi's talent is extraordinary. How could he be compared to an old man? But Zhu Gongzi should not act too impatiently. The autumn hunting is coming soon, and the people from the blood-killing sect should arrive soon." Yi Wutian immediately continued, "At that time, it will not be too late to kill that bastard in one strike." Hearing this, Zhu Gongzi finally calmed down slightly and nodded. That's right." Yi Tian angrily said from the side, "That's right, Zhu Gongzi, don't be angry. Leave that bastard to me. I will make sure he dies without a complete corpse." Before Yi Tian could finish speaking, a slap directly struck him, causing his entire left cheek to swell red. Zhu Gongzi's face was gloomy, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. "Are you saying I am inferior to you?" He never expected to fail this time. If Yi Qingyun had not escaped in the end, he would definitely have taken his life. He could only blame himself for being too confident. Yi Tian held his face, his heart filled with extreme rage. Yi Wutian feared his eldest son would cause another disaster, so he hurriedly tried to calm things down. Zhu Gongzi, it was because I failed to teach him properly. Please calm down, please calm down. Alone Zhu Gongzi is not truly frightening. What was truly terrifying was the force behind him, the blood-killing sect. Hearing this, Zhu Gongzi's expression finally softened slightly. Make your son remember, disaster comes from the mouth. After saying this, he waved his sleeve and turned toward the door. Yi Wutian felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. Zhu Gongzi indifferently said, on the hunting day, I will personally take his life. No one can escape from my hands. After he left, Yi Tian's face immediately became twisted. He was a genius, yet he was suppressed by the opponent everywhere and suffered such great humiliation. Yi Qingyun, all of this is because of you. I will definitely kill you. Seeing this, Yi Wutian worried his son would lose control and asked, Tian, how far have you absorbed the blood-killing pill? Father, rest assured, everything is almost complete. Hearing this, Yi Wutian finally relaxed and nodded. Tian, father agrees with you. At the autumn hunting event, Yi Wutian's voice was filled with hatred, wishing Yi Qingyun would die as soon as possible. He would definitely kill that bastard. The sky was clear without a single cloud, and in a dense forest, tall trees stood with thick trunks and wide canopies covering parts of the ground. Layers of dark green leaves blocked the sunlight, making the surroundings cool and gloomy. The rough bark carried traces of time, and in the distance, towering mountains could be seen rising against the deep blue sky. Finding an open area, Yi Qingyun held the merciless sword and placed it horizontally before him, taking a defensive stance. He thought inwardly, I currently have no way to cultivate the merciless sword path, but the thunder sword technique can be cultivated. The thunder sword technique has 9 levels, each level containing 1 thunder strike, the 9 thunder dragons. Although it is only a top-grade yellow rank technique, compared with the merciless sword path it is worlds apart, but my current cultivation is the 7th level of the spirit cavern realm, which is quite suitable for cultivating the thunder sword technique. As fast as lightning, the sword was like thunder, and the long sword in Yi Qingyun's hand continuously swung, the sword force resembling a rainbow flash as if it could pierce the entire sky. Explosive sounds continuously came from around the broken sword. Not long after, a bolt of lightning directly struck the broken sword. Soon, the missing part of the merciless sword was condensed by the lightning, its silver glow shining brilliantly and making everyone tremble. A burst of sword energy erupted from the merciless sword, and wherever the sword energy swept past, the ground immediately showed clear marks. The distant trees were also shattered into pieces by the force. As time passed, he nodded in satisfaction. Done, the first level of the thunder sword technique. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the people of the Yi family had already awakened early. Today was the day the Yi family held the autumn hunt, and the chosen location was Mo Rai Forest. At this moment, many Yi family disciples had gathered outside Mo Rai Forest. First Elder Yi Wuhai stood on a high place and announced proudly, the purpose of the Yi family's autumn hunt is to accumulate battle experience for you. Without experience, no matter how strong your cultivation is, your achievements will still be limited. Therefore, today's reward will be extremely valuable, a 3rd-grade spirit fruit, the Heavenly Dream Thunder fruit. Before descending the mountain, whoever hunts the most will be the winner. The 3rd-grade spirit fruit, Heavenly Dream Thunder fruit, could be sold for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones outside. No one expected the Yi family to invest so much just to train their disciple. Yi Qingyun looked at the girl beside him and frowned slightly. Zoe, why are you here? Recently, Yi Zoe had mostly stayed at home, so her appearance today was already surprising, and even more unbelievable was that she wanted to participate in the autumn hunt. Yi Zoe curled her lips and said, I will never forget the hunt 3 years ago. This time I must protect brother. Yi Wuhai glanced over all the Yi family disciples, his voice becoming stern. Do not harm your own family members during the hunt. If discovered, no matter your identity, you will be expelled from the Yi family. All right, the hunt begins. Seeing Yi Qingyun looking around, Yi Zoe asked curiously, brother, what's wrong? Yi Qingyun's face was full of vigilance, but he calmly replied, nothing, let's go. 3 years ago, when he participated in the Yi family's autumn hunt, it was exactly at the place ahead that he was ambushed, causing all his meridians to be destroyed. He was certain that the black-clothed man would appear again today. The surrounding Yi family disciples were all excited and gradually spread out. Ha ha, let's go. Yi Tian stared at Yi Qingyun with a sinister gaze, looking like a hungry wolf watching its prey. Yi Qingyun, I have completed absorbing the blood iron pill. You definitely don't know that not only have my meridians recovered, but I have also reached the transformation realm, and with the blood fiend sect behind me, this time you will definitely die. Ha ha. At the same time, in another part of the forest, Zhu was resting leisurely against a tree when a servant hurried over to report, Sir, a letter has arrived. The Yi family's autumn hunt has begun. Zhu spoke viciously, his hands clenched tightly as the killing intent around him surged violently. Yi Qingyun, this time I will tear your body into thousands of pieces. He had failed accidentally last time, but this time he would absolutely not be careless. Entering deeper into Mo Rai Forest, Yi Qing-yun immediately focused all his attention. This place had many powerful demonic beasts, and they were extremely skilled at hiding, able to launch a fatal attack at any moment. The sky suddenly darkened, and he looked up, only to see the head of a gigantic gorilla before him. Its enormous body blocked out the sunlight, making it feel as if the entire sky had suddenly been swallowed by darkness. "Brother, I'm scared." Zoe looked at its huge body, her face instantly turning pale. "It's fine, Zoe. This is only a berserk gorilla. You can try fighting it." Yi Qing-yun originally intended to act himself, because dealing with this kind of berserk gorilla did not require much effort. But he thought of how his sister had always been like a flower raised in a greenhouse, and if she wanted to grow, she must experience trials. The martial path was filled with bloodshed, and every strong warrior stepped forward by walking over the corpses of the weak. Seeing a girl approach, the berserk gorilla beat its chest heavily, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. In its eyes, Yi Zoe's body was nothing more than a tiny ant. It immediately swung its hand toward Yi Zoe's small figure, wanting to crush this little ant directly. Yi Zoe trembled and said, "Brother, I'm scared." Yi Zoe's expression changed drastically, her lively eyes filled with intense fear, and her entire body froze in place, completely unsure what to do. A sigh entered her ears, and right after that, a figure rushed forward with a roar, blocking her path as the wind lifted his long black hair. Seeing that familiar back, the despair in Yi Zoe's eyes instantly disappeared. Yi Qing-yun held a broken sword in his hand, and soon lightning spread across the broken blade. "Zoe, watch carefully." The berserk gorilla froze in shock. Yi Qing-yun swung the merciless sword in his right hand, and a terrifying force instantly erupted in the air, like a bolt of lightning shooting toward the berserk gorilla. The next moment, the huge body was directly cut open with a massive wound, blood spraying into the air. Yi Zoe stared wide-eyed. Ah, brother is amazing. She never expected her brother to be this powerful, killing the berserk gorilla with just one sword strike. In the darkness of Mo Rai Forest, Zhu hid nearby, his eyes locked tightly on Yi Qing-yun, and an undisguised killing intent immediately surged out. "Enjoy the final moments of your life, Yi Qing-yun. Your time is almost over. This time I will not be like 3 years ago, nor will I patiently torture you anymore. This time I will kill you decisively, finishing everything in an instant so you cannot react, and you will die hearing your sister's cries. Right now, Yi Qing-yun, you shall die." Zhu Gongzi drew his sword, a flash of cold light appeared and then vanished. Yi Qing-yun swept his eyes around, his expression unchanged, and calmly said, "Who is sneaking around there? Come out for me." A figure jumped down from the tree canopy. "Haha, that's right, it's Yi Tian. I can't believe I hid so well yet you still discovered me, as expected of Yi Qing-yun." Yi Zoe was startled. "Brother Yi Tian, why are you on the tree?" Yi Tian landed on the ground, his face full of arrogance. "You really can't see what is different about me now." Yi Zoe raised her sword defensively. "Different? I do feel you look a little more hungry than before." Yi Tian's expression instantly changed, and his proud smile turned into an angry roar. "What do you mean hungry? It seems your eyes are broken, little sister." Yi Tian laughed proudly several times, his arrogant laughter echoing throughout the forest. "Haha, let me tell you the truth, my meridians have not only recovered, but I can even climb trees now." "Oh no, that's not the point. The important thing is that I have broken through to the transformation realm." Seeing Yi Tian, Zhu Gongzi's anger instantly erupted. "Yi Qing-yun, you are nothing more than a piece of trash at the Spirit Harbor realm. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Enough, I won't waste words anymore, I will act now." Noisy! At that moment, Zhu Gongzi suddenly appeared before him. The long blade left its sheath, a flash of cold light appeared and disappeared, then a line of blood appeared. Ah, Yi Tian's body was cut into 2 halves. For Yi Tian, he had not even gotten his revenge on Yi Qing-yun before dying such a miserable death. Zhu Gongzi calmly said, "HMPH, you ruined my plan and kept spouting useless nonsense here." His expression remained frighteningly normal, as if what happened had never existed, showing how cruel and cold-blooded he was. Zhu Gongzi looked at Yi Qing-yun with contempt and arrogantly said, "All right, now it is your turn, Yi Qing-yun." Yi Qing-yun drew out the broken sword in his hand and glanced at him, his voice still calm. "Who dies is not decided yet." Hearing this, Zhu Gongzi did not care at all. He spoke arrogantly, "Haha, just a tiny 7th-level Spirit Harbor realm cultivator dares to act arrogant." Even though he had failed last time, he still did not put Yi Qing-yun in his eyes. Zhu Gongzi was slightly shocked and thought, "He can condense qi? I was only able to reach qi condensation at 17. If he is given more time, his future cultivation will be unimaginable. I must kill him." Wave surged in Zhu Gongzi's heart because he was originally a genius of weapon path, always considering himself a monster in blade arts, believing all blade users and sword users could never compare to him. Zhu Gongzi stared deeply at Yi Qingyun, intense jealousy flashing in his eyes. He and Yi Tian were the same kind of people, both possessing terrifying jealousy, absolutely unwilling to let anyone surpass their talent. In other words, his eyes could not tolerate even a grain of sand. Yi Qingyun did not care at all, his calm voice sounding like a peerless expert guiding a junior. For a martial artist, the greatest taboo is jealousy. Someone like you will probably never surpass the weapon heart nurturing stage in your lifetime. Zhu Gongzi's pupils suddenly shrank and he angrily roared, "Shut your mouth! Who do you think you are? Do you think you can teach me?" 3-inch wave blade slash. Zhu Gongzi shouted loudly, his spiritual energy exploding violently as the great blade in his hand suddenly expanded. Sharp blade energy unstoppable like raging waves surged forward, leaving a deep mark on the ground and even creating layers of smoke. As a martial artist, his heart was still sinister and vicious. Yi Qingyun shook his head. "You overestimate yourself. Today I will cripple your unity realm." Yi Qingyun's figure remained motionless, and the broken sword in his hand immediately emitted dazzling silver light as a bolt of lightning erupted from the sword. Yi Qingyun spoke in a deep voice, confidence clear between his brows, "So you can no longer harm others." His body moved with the sword energy sweeping everywhere, tearing through the void with every swing. Hearing this, Zhu Gongzi became completely furious, his voice filled with intense rage and deep-rooted jealousy. How can he have sword techniques this fast? The feeling of being looked down upon made Zhu Gongzi even more insane. Damn it, I haven't even made my move yet. A thunderbolt like a raging wave roared forward with terrifying energy, violently colliding with the opponent's 3-inch wave slash. The air exploded instantly as sword shadows and blade shadows continuously intertwined and clashed. The 3-inch wave slash under Yi Qingyun's technique immediately turned into nothingness, as fragile as empty space and unable to withstand even one strike. Zhu Gongzi's entire body was directly blasted 5 meters away by the lightning. A roar echoed in Yi Qingyun's heart. Thunder for sword art, as fast as lightning, the sword is like thunder. His face turned pale as he spat out a large mouthful of blood, pain clearly showing on his face. Zhu Gongzi's heart trembled violently, his weapon path intent was gone. His face immediately twisted, completely unable to accept this heavy blow. He was a weapon path genius, a favored prodigy valued by the sect master, once praised as a rare genius appearing only once in 1,000 years. But now the thing he was most proud of was about to leave him. Zhu Gongzi roared furiously, "You damn servants, what are you standing there for? Kill him for me. Yi Qingyun, today I must kill you." The next moment, the people around him awakened from their young master's furious roar, immediately drawing their long swords, cold flashes appearing as they all aimed at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly and stepped forward. "A few pieces of trash also want to kill me." Qingyun swung a sword directly into one person's chest. A venomous voice came from Zhu Gongzi's mouth. "Trash, a bunch of trash, capture his sister first." Nearby, Yi Zoe trembled slightly when she heard those words. Yi Qingyun's expression changed greatly and he used Shadow Wind Step, rushing directly toward Zhu Gongzi while shouting coldly, "Die." In his heart, his sister held an irreplaceable position, and anyone who dared target her was challenging his limit. For such people, Yi Qingyun could only kill. Zhu Gongzi was frightened by that gaze, his whole body trembling as he directly collapsed onto the ground. In his heart, Yi Qingyun had become an unforgettable nightmare. "What do you want to do?" Yi Qingyun looked at Zhu Gongzi thoughtfully. "It seems crippling only your Tao of weapons is not enough. I will cripple your spiritual power as well." Seeing this scene, Zhu Gongzi's eyes were filled with fear. "Ah no, stop, don't do this." At that very moment, a figure descended from the sky. With just a wave of his sleeve, he directly forced Yi Qingyun back. Looking at the person who suddenly attacked, Zhu Gongzi's face showed not joy but gloom. He shouted, "Old bastard, why did you only come now? Are your eyes blind or did your brain get filled with water?" His anger soared as he raised his hand and kicked toward the black slaughter old man. "My Tao of weapons was crippled before you appeared. If you were any slower, I would have lost my life. If my father finds out, you will not be safe." Hearing this, the black slaughter old man was not angry at all. Instead, he knelt on the ground like a loyal servant. "This old servant knows his mistake, I just never expected." In his mind, he immediately imagined the consequences if the young master was truly crippled, and his own fate would definitely be terrible. To be honest, the reason he did not act earlier was because he simply did not believe Yi Qingyun could defeat the young master. The young master had 9th level spirit opening realm cultivation, and his spiritual power was enough to completely crush him. Moreover, he was the #1 genius of the blood-killing sect, but who could have expected the young master to lose? Not only did he lose, he was defeated miserably, causing his entire worldview to collapse. Zhu Gongzi angrily shouted in an overbearing tone, cutting off the old man's words. "Unexpected what? Kill him right now." After speaking, the black slaughter old man immediately lowered his head and accepted the order. Understood. The old man's gaze instantly locked onto Yi Qingyun, cold and emotionless like a demonic beast staring at its prey. Yi Qingyun slightly frowned while staring at the old man, his right hand gripping the heartless sword. He thought to himself, his strength is probably even greater than Yi Wuhai's. He has already reached the Tao of weapons. However, even so, Yi Qingyun's face showed not the slightest trace of fear. Facing a powerful enemy, fear would only make one lose before the battle even began. What battle required was momentum and an unyielding spirit. The old man paused slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in his cloudy eyes. Kid, you are not afraid of me. It seems you have some understanding of the Tao of weapons. Very few people can stand under my pressure without trembling. A hint of surprise appeared on the old man's face. He shook his head and said, I must kill you first to avoid dirtying the young master's eyes. A long sword appeared in his hand, and terrifying sword energy immediately surged like raging waves. A trace of surprise flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes. Oh, so you have reached the heavenly human realm. Yi Qingyun glanced at Yi Zoe hiding behind a large tree nearby and calmly instructed, Zoe, stay there and don't come out. Yi Zoe obediently followed. Yes. Yi Qingyun was indeed a little surprised, but that surprise only lasted for an instant. Yi Qingyun's expression remained unchanged. The opponent was indeed very strong, but he was not afraid. He looked at the black slaughter old man and said, Old man, at your age, your Tao of weapons intent has only reached the heavenly human level. It seems your Tao of weapons can no longer advance, so you can only become a servant and disgrace the long sword in your hand. Hearing this, the old man frowned and suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed firmly on Yi Qingyun. What did you say? I disgrace the sword in my hand. How many people has this old man killed with this sword in his lifetime? How could that be called humiliating it? His entire life had been devoted to pursuing the sword path, taking pride in wielding his sword. Others could mock him, but they absolutely could not insult the sword in his hand. The old man's expression changed violently, his hand gripping the long sword tightly as he roared, Don't speak nonsense, let me tell you, in this life Yi Qingyun laughed loudly and directly interrupted him, his voice still calm. Killing people with a sword something worth being proud of? Yi Qingyun looked arrogantly at the old man and calmly said, If you do not believe me, I will use this sword to compete with you. The old man let out a mocking laugh. Haha, using that sword to compete? Or are you afraid to let me use spiritual power? Hearing this, Zhu Gongzi immediately shouted, No. Fine, then I will do as you wish and compete with you in swordsmanship. Zhu Gongzi shouted commandingly, Old man, I said no, are you rebelling against me? Normally, if the old man heard such words, he would definitely respectfully obey. But thinking of Yi Qingyun's words just now, he had already made a decision in his heart. He said, Young master, please step aside. I will use the sword in my hand to kill him. He can humiliate me, but he cannot humiliate my sword. Holding the long sword, a powerful aura erupted from the old man's body. The old man's cold and gloomy gaze stared at Yi Qingyun while the long sword in his hand trembled. Use your strongest sword technique. One strike decides victory or defeat. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun smiled. He knew the old man's heart had already been shaken. Otherwise, he would never dare resist the young master like this. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. Fine. He once again held the heartless sword. At that moment, the aura around him instantly rose sharply. Although his Tao of weapons intent was only at the lowest level, the condensing chi stage, the momentum he released was not inferior to the old man's. The old man frowned, having to admit that the young man before him was truly a genius of the weapon path, but unfortunately someone like this was about to die by his sword. Your weapon path intent is only at the chi condensation level. If I kill you, I fear people will say I bully the weak with my strength. Before he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun interrupted him. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Rest assured, you are not my opponent. The old man's eyes almost burst with flames. This was the first time he had been looked down upon so much. Fine, I want to know exactly what ability you have. After a long shout, he raised the golden long sword in his hand. The old man and the golden sword strangely merged together like flames, resembling a giant golden bear raising its head and roaring at the sky. Yi Qingyun looked at the scene and sighed softly, thinking inwardly, although his sword energy is unstable, he still has the strength of a heavenly weapon realm expert. Yi Qingyun closed his eyes and carefully calculated. If he used the thunder sword technique to fight him, victory would be difficult, so he could only use the merciless sword path. He had to absorb part of the remaining lightning power in the lightning mark before he could advance. Without hesitation, he circulated his energy and absorbed a mass of lightning power from the area near his heart. As time passed, his cultivation surged and directly reached the 9th level of the Spirit Cavern Realm. Only after reaching the 9th level of the Spirit Cavern Realm could he use the 1st level of the Merciless Sword Path. His right hand tightly gripped the Merciless Sword Path. As soon as the words fell, the Merciless Sword in Yi Qingyun's hand shot forward. The two swords collided, and the entire space seemed to tremble. The massive sword energy forced the old man back several steps, causing him to kneel on one knee. while the long sword in his hand was fiercely driven deep into the ground. Standing before him was a white-robed young man with fluttering clothes and arrogant expression, looking like a true sword master. Even if another person's weapon path intent was far higher than mine, it would still be useless. Those words entered the old man's ears, causing his entire body to tremble. The black fiend old man was shocked. Just now, that was. Yi Qingyun stared directly at him. If he had not seen the old man's previous actions, he would not even bother wasting a single word on him. Because you are not a true swordsman. A swordsman is born standing proudly beneath the heavens, and even after death leaves a glorious reputation for future generations. But you are willing to become someone else's servant. Your sword does not submit, so how can it harmonize with you? After hearing these words, the old man's body suddenly trembled violently. He lowered his head, and beneath his messy hair revealed a pair of trembling eyes. Senior. Zhu was also stunned when he heard this from afar, unable to accept it for a moment. In his anger, Zhu began roaring. Useless trash, black fiend old man, I never expected you to be so worthless that you call a 15 or 16-year-old kid senior. I don't need you to protect me. The black fiend old man snorted coldly, turned around, and stared fiercely at Zhu. Finally, unable to suppress his anger, he spoke all the words in his heart. Shut up. If it were not for your father's sake, I would have killed you already. Hearing the word die, he immediately became frightened and tightly shut his mouth. However, everyone could see the anger hidden in his eyes. The black fiend old man actually lowered his head, his attitude becoming extremely respectful, completely different from his previous arrogant appearance. Senior's teachings just now were absolutely correct. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. A trace of anticipation appeared in the black fiend old man's eyes. He looked at Yi Qingyun and said, Senior's move just now, I saw it once a long time ago. I wonder if Senior knows the Mad Sword. Hearing the name Mad Sword, Yi Qingyun's heart suddenly trembled, that familiar title bringing back countless old memories. Seeing Yi Qingyun's reaction, waves surged in the black fiend old man's heart and his eyes immediately lit up. Ha ha ha, as expected, you know him. Could Senior be a disciple of the Mad Sword? Zhu beside him heard this, his eyelids twitched violently, thinking inwardly, impossible. The Mad Sword is the #1 sword god of the 8 desolate continents. If this kid was truly a disciple of the Mad Sword, fear immediately rose in Zhu's heart. Then even if my father acted, he would not be able to avenge this grudge. No, impossible. Yi Qingyun spoke indifferently, his tone instantly returning to normal. I am not a disciple of the Mad Sword. Hearing this, Blood Zai Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I knew he wasn't. This old man is truly an idiot. I almost believed it too. He still clearly remembered the arrogant face of that little child from back then. It was a winter day. A child holding a long sword stood in the snow and practiced swordsmanship. Little brat, we have trained like this for months. Can you really do it? The child shouted toward that figure, Master. The figure smiled and clapped for the child. Shen Zia Zin, continue practicing. You are my 10th disciple. Today your master will teach you the incantation of the merciless sword path. Calm your mind and remember it. Shen Zia Zin obediently sat cross-legged before him. Are you leaving somewhere, master? Shen Zia Zin watched his master's back gradually disappear into the endless snowstorm and shouted desperately, Master. Shen Zia Zin collapsed onto the ground and cried loudly, Master, in the future Crazy Sword will never disappoint your expectations. I will always train hard to increase my strength, then I will find you. Please wait for me, Master. At that time, seeing that this child's talent was not bad, he taught him for a while and passed down some incantations of the Heartless Sword path before leaving. Yi Qingyun secretly sighed, never expecting his 10th disciple to achieve such results. If he could find him, his own cultivation speed would definitely increase several times. Yi Qingyun asked Crazy Sword where he was now. Not daring to offend Yi Qingyun, he still respectfully replied, Senior, Sword God has been missing for a very long time, and I do not know where he went exactly. The black fiend old man's eyes kept flickering, and he absolutely did not believe this person was ordinary. Once people heard the words Crazy Sword, they would naturally tremble in fear, but the person before him did not change expression at all, even carrying a hint of arrogance. Yi Qingyun nodded in disappointment and sighed, Sigh, what a pity. The black fiend old man said, It seems Senior has some connection with Sword God. Yi Qingyun casually replied, You can say that. Yi Qingyun walked before Zhu Gongzi, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Seeing Yi Qingyun approach, Zhu Gongzi stepped back several times and shouted in fear, What do you want to do? I am the eldest son of the Blood Slaughter sect, you cannot kill me. Yi Qingyun calmly said, What is the Blood Slaughter sect? Not to mention the Blood Slaughter sect, even the power of heavenly gods descending to the lower world would not be taken seriously by him. Old man, Grandpa Black Fiend, save me. You watched me grow up, you cannot just watch me die. Only now did Zhu Gongzi finally remember the black fiend old man. The black fiend old man looked at Zhu Gongzi with excitement, turned around, sighed, and said calmly, "Zhu Gongzi, from today onward, I am no longer a member of the blood slaughter sect." Zhu Gongzi trembled and begged, "Ah, spare my life." Just as Yi Qingyun raised his sword, a voice suddenly sounded, "Senior." Yi Qingyun raised his eyebrow and snorted. The black fiend old man clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "I have one request. As long as Senior agrees, I will climb blades and cross flames for you without hesitation." Yi Qingyun calmly spoke, his eyes cold as he said, "Oh, because of him? But what makes you think you can ask me to let him go?" The black fiend old man replied, "Previously, I found a piece of a broken sword. I originally wanted to forge it into a sword, but its sharp aura was too strong, so I have never touched it." After saying this, the black fiend old man quickly took out a broken sword fragment from his body. The fragment was covered by a green protective barrier to prevent its sharp aura from leaking out. "I will offer this broken sword fragment to Senior, only hoping that Senior will spare him." Yi Qingyun extended his right hand and directly shattered the protective barrier. Immediately, an extremely dense killing aura shot straight into the sky. The black fiend old man's face instantly turned pale as he warned, "Senior, be careful of the killing aura." When Yi Qingyun saw this broken sword fragment, his body trembled slightly and his heart was filled with wild joy. Good, good, it is a fragment of the heartless sword. I never expected that in this small Mo Rai Ch letter 1EA5N there would actually be 2 sword fragments. Yi Qingyun looked at the 8th fragment of the heartless sword, a trace of uncontrollable excitement appearing between his brows. Feeling Yi Qingyun's excitement, the black fiend old man immediately knelt down and clasped his fists, still reminding him to spare Zhu Gongzi. Although Zhu Gongzi was arrogant and domineering, he was still someone he had personally watched grow up, and he did not understand why he treated Yi Qingyun this way, yet he still begged for him. Yi Qingyun glanced at Zhu Gongzi and coldly said, "Rest assured, because of this sword fragment, I will not take your life today." Zhu Gongzi clenched his teeth, his heart filled with hatred. "Bastard, just wait. When I return home, I will definitely tell my father to punish you. And you too, old man, I will tell my father about your betrayal. However, your death sentence can be avoided." Hearing this, Zhu Gongzi's face immediately turned pale. "What do you mean? You still want me to pay the price?" After saying that, Yi Qingyun raised the heartless sword. "Ah!" Zhu Gongzi screamed miserably, his face turning as white as paper. He was horrified to discover that all the meridians in his body had been crippled. To him, this was far more painful than death. Zhu Gongzi stared at Yi Qingyun with wide eyes and kept screaming, "Yi Qingyun, bastard, you crippled my meridians. I will definitely take your life in the future." After finishing, Yi Qingyun impatiently said, "Get lost, while I have not changed my mind yet." The blood fiend old man shouted at the people around, "Someone, take your young master away." The black fiend old man respectfully cupped his fists toward Yi Qingyun, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Senior, thank you for guiding me and making me understand that I should leave the blood slaughter sect. I must go search for my own path of the sword. We will meet again if fate allows." Yi Qingyun lightly nodded, not paying much attention. The blood-killing sect disciples dared not disobey and hurried to the young master. Several tall and muscular men directly carried Zhu Gongzi away, disappearing into the Mo Rai forest in an instant. Zhu Gongzi arrogantly hit the head of the subordinate beside him and cursed, "Be gentler, you useless servant, it hurts like hell." At some point, a figure suddenly rushed over. "Tian, where are you?" When he discovered Yi Qingyun standing there, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, Yi Qingyun, why are you still alive?" Yi Qingyun completely ignored him and only turned his head away. Feeling ignored, Yi Wutian could not help but blurt out, "What?" Yi Wutian turned around and saw Yi Tian's corpse, his entire body trembling as he screamed, "Tian." After choking back his grief for a long time, he raised his head, staring fiercely at Yi Qingyun and gritting his teeth. "Yi Qingyun, you broke the family rules and killed my son. Today I want you to pay with your life." Yi Qingyun coldly snorted and said, "HMPH, you should know why your son ended up like this, right?" These father and son had always tried every way to push him into death. If he was not strong enough, the one lying here today would have been him. "Ah, then I will kill you." Yi Wutian completely lost his reason from anger and charged at Yi Qingyun like a madman, his aura rapidly rising. Yi Qingyun raised his brows, shocked inwardly. A 9th-level transformation realm martial artist was indeed extraordinary. Yi Wutian's ice palm struck directly toward Yi Qingyun. Just then, an angry shout suddenly rang out in the void. "Stop!" A figure quickly rushed over and appeared before Yi Qingyun in a flash. From his sleeve emerged an arm like dry tree bark, striking forward and forcing Yi Wutian back. The person who arrived was Yi Sheng, the Grand Elder of the Yi family, a powerful expert of the Yin Void realm. Yi Wu Tian retreated several steps, and after seeing Yi Sheng, his body trembled uncontrollably. Grand Elder, why are you here? Although the Grand Elder had only just entered the Yin Void realm, he was still far beyond a 9th-level transformation realm martial artist. With just a finger, he could easily kill him. Yi Sheng coldly snorted, HMPH, am I not allowed to come? Yi Wu Tian's expression changed drastically. That is not what I meant, weren't you in seclusion? At this moment, Yi Sheng looked at Yi Qingyun, excitement appearing on his face. Haha, good, very good, Yi Qingyun. Previously, the second elder told me that our Yi family had another genius, but I did not believe it, so I used today's hunting event to observe you. Feeling that aura, Yi Qingyun immediately exclaimed, Grand Elder. It turned out Yi Sheng had been hiding in the dark all along, secretly observing Yi Qingyun carefully, and the other's performance had far exceeded his expectations. But you really are not bad. Why are there so many corpses here? Who are these people in black? That corpse looks a little like. Not long after, many Yi family disciples appeared around them. They all looked at the scene before them in confusion, especially seeing Yi Tian's corpse cut in half on the ground, causing everyone's expression to change. It's Yi Tian, why is he dead? Could it have been done by Yi Qingyun? Maybe after all they had so many grudges, but this method is too cruel. Many Yi family disciples whispered among themselves. When looking at Yi Qingyun, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Yi Kang slowly approached with them. Yi Wu Tian looked tense and frightened, thinking inwardly, just now the Grand Elder said he observed everything. The matter of Tian cooperating with the blood-killing sect probably could not escape his eyes, but Tian's death. Yi Qingyun frowned and stepped forward, calmly saying, the situation today was caused by your own actions. He did not intend to give the other side a chance to speak. He continued, moreover, your son was not killed by me. If you want revenge, find Zhu Gongzi. Do not ask me who Zhu Gongzi is, you know better than anyone. Looking at the wound, it should not be difficult to tell, right? Hearing this, pain immediately appeared on Yi Wu Tian's face. He muttered, Tian, my Tian. Suddenly, Yi Zio Tian rushed over, pointed at Yi Tian's corpse, and shouted, Father, kill Yi Qingyun and avenge brother. At this moment, Yi Wu Tian recalled the moment when Yi Zio Tian had said to Yi Tian before, Brother, now that all your meridians are broken, isn't living like this the same as Yi Qingyun 3 years ago, a useless person? Thinking of this, Yi Wu Tian's face turned pale as he trembled and said, Tian, I was the one who harmed you. Yi Wu Tian's hair was messy as he lowered his head. It was me. Yi Qingyun asked back, what did you say? Yi Wu Tian suddenly laughed crazily several times, revealing blood-red eyes. Haha, it was me. Ha ha ha, it was all because of me. Yi Qingyun asked impatiently, what exactly are you trying to say? Yi Wu Tian gritted his teeth and said, 3 years ago, the reason your meridians were destroyed was because I arranged it. I only regret that during these 3 years I did not kill you and remove this future threat. Yi Wu Hai's eyes flashed fiercely and his whole body trembled. Wu Tian, why? In fact, Yi Wu Hai had long suspected Yi Wu Tian, but he still refused to believe that his own son could do such a thing. Yi Wu Tian laughed wildly and viciously, looking at Yi Wu Hai as he calmly said, Ha ha ha, why? Do you know why my elder brother, who is also Yi Qingyun's father, disappeared without a trace? Because 2 years ago I sent people from the Blood Fiend sect to kill him. His corpse probably doesn't even exist anymore. Hearing this, Yi Wu Hai immediately frowned. Yi Wu Tian shouted loudly, his words filled with intense jealousy. Old man, if you were still alive, how could the position of family head ever fall to me? If you were alive, would you ever think of me? Yi Wu Tian's talent was not bad, but under the dazzling brilliance of his elder brother, it seemed too ordinary. For a long time, he had always been jealous and resentful toward his elder brother. And after seeing Yi Qingyun's talent surpass even his elder brother back then and far exceed his own son, the jealousy in his heart had reached its limit. Hearing those words, Yi Wu Hai was so furious he nearly spat blood and immediately slapped Yi Wu Tian. A beast that would not even spare his own brother and nephew. What else could he be but a beast, even worse than one? Half of Yi Wu Tian's face instantly swelled, but his scream only grew louder. Damn old man, you are truly heartless. Have you ever treated me as your son? You only ever cared about my elder brother, but unfortunately he is dead now. And even my Tianer is so outstanding, yet you never cared about him. Instead, you devoted everything to that useless Yi Qingyun. His entire body fell into madness as he charged straight at Yi Qingyun, roaring, I must kill your last remaining grandson. Yi Sheng stepped forward, his blue robe fluttering in the wind, and the space around him quickly seemed to freeze. Stop. Grand Elder, please wait a moment. His sudden words left everyone stunned in place, and all doubtful eyes turned toward the young master. Yi Sheng also looked at Yi Qingyun in confusion, curiously waiting for him to continue. Yes. Yi Sheng immediately stopped, causing Yi Wu Tian's expression to change repeatedly as he instinctively stepped back. A Voidian realm expert was absolutely not someone to underestimate. With just one or two casual moves, the opponent could take his life. Yi Qingyun's domineering words shocked everyone present. Every person's gaze toward Yi Qingyun was filled with disbelief. The grudge of a father's murder cannot be avenged by someone else. Today, let me kill this beast myself. You spoke so much, didn't you just want to provoke me into killing you with my own hands? Fine, let us fight to the death. Yi Zoe immediately shouted, afraid her brother would do something foolish. Brother, don't be reckless. Uncle Pang understood the young master's personality and knew that once he decided to do something, no one could stop him, causing his heart to tremble violently. Young master. The Grand Elder frowned, worried for Yi family's #1 genius. Qingyun, have you thought this through? He has already reached the 9th level of Transformation Realm. While speaking, Yi Sheng's hand remained at Yi Wu Tian's neck. While you have only reached the 9th level of Spirit Movement Realm, the difference is enormous. Yi Qingyun's expression became increasingly gloomy until it was almost dripping blood. The grudge of a father's murder, if not avenged, I am unworthy as a son. He said coldly, I know, but this hatred must be repaid, otherwise how can I still be human? Hearing this, Yi Wu Tian felt as if he had just heard the funniest boast in the world. Haha, it seems you are destined to die by my hands, so I won't hold back anymore. Yi Wu Tian's blood energy surged wildly, and the surrounding air was covered with a bloody scent. He arrogantly said, you know that I have no way back now. Even if I must risk my life, I will kill you. Ha ha ha. After speaking, he immediately charged toward Yi Qingyun and launched an attack. Yi Wu Tian's eyes became sinister and vicious. Ha ha ha. He slammed himself onto the ground. Yi Wu Tian controlled the 6th grade Mad Sand Poison Scorpion to attack Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun calmly watched him, showing disdain as he said, a bug actually suits you better. In his hand, the broken sword appeared once again, releasing the coldest and most merciless sword cry. Yi Qingyun's expression remained unchanged as his veins bulged while gripping the merciless sword and slashing downward. In the void, a palm strike from the Mad Sand Poison Scorpion crashed down. The merciless sword seemed to sense its master's anger, and its killing intent erupted, making heaven and earth seem to freeze. Yi Qingyun retreated several steps, secretly thinking, it seems I have still underestimated the power of Transformation Realm warriors. The Mad Sand Poison Scorpion only flicked slightly, sending Yi Qingyun flying dozens of meters away. Die now, haha, just thinking of burying an unparalleled genius with him made him unable to hold back his arrogant laughter. Yi Wu Tian took advantage of his advantage and continued pressing the attack. Seeing this scene, tension immediately appeared on Yi Qingyun's face. A palm strike from Yi Wu Tian broke a tree trunk in half. Another palm strike made the ground shake and crack apart. Seeing this scene, Yi Zoe immediately panicked and cried out sharply, brother. Uncle Pang stood beside her to protect her, and she anxiously watched the young master because she understood his personality very well. He would never retreat even half a step. Young master. Yi Wu Tian laughed proudly and said, a tiny spirit movement realm cultivator is nothing but a bug before me. Watch how I kill you. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingyun muttered in a low voice, is it really impossible to deal with a 9th level Transformation Realm cultivator? His expression was ice cold and his entire body radiated an extreme chill. Sword Dao fusion. He let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself that he was forcing himself to do this. It was like damaging his own meridians. No matter how great the price was, a broken sword screeched as it shot forward, turning into a streak of lightning in the air before silently merging into Yi Qingyun's body. I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The next moment, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from him. Yi Qingyun's voice rang out like a massive bell, leaving many people stunned and speechless. Yi Wu Tian laughed mockingly and said, ha ha, your talent is far greater than your father's. But in the end, both you father and son will still die by my hands. Yi Qingyun went mad with rage and shouted, what did you say? Yi Wu Tian raised his head and laughed loudly. What did I say? Ha ha ha, I want everyone here buried together with my Tianer. After a long roar, a layer of blood mist vaguely appeared around his body. Yi Qingyun was shocked in his heart, self-destruction. Seeing this scene, Yi Sheng cried out in horror, what? Yi Wuhai hurriedly shouted in panic, all Yi family descendants retreat. Yi Qingyun, come back here. Old man, it's too late now. Ha ha. Yi Wu Tian laughed darkly, knowing he could not escape death today, so he chose self-destruction to drag Yi Qingyun to hell with him. The young master remained calm as before, but beneath that calm expression his eyes contained overwhelming rage. Forbidden technique, soul-ending natural sword. Yi Qingyun's expression did not change at all, and the 4 words slowly left his mouth. but when the sound fell, even the sky changed color. He directly stretched out his hand and pulled Yi Wu-Tian toward himself. Yi Wu-Tian still spoke in a provocative tone. What, Yi Qingyun, do you think you can save everyone? Stop being so naive, ha ha ha. Is that so? Yi Qingyun's expression was as cold as ice as he stared ahead, thinking that the difference in power was too great, making it impossible to use the forbidden technique to kill him with one strike. His thoughts shifted, and he immediately made a decision without hesitation. There was no other choice, he could only. Yi Wuhai watched with confusion. What is Qingyun trying to do? Yi Sheng said in panic. Yi Wu-Tian's self-destruction cannot be stopped. So the only thing Qingyun can do is. Yi Zoe anxiously exclaimed, brother. Pang Huai beside her was equally worried. Young master. Yi Wu-Tian laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's already too late. Brother, Yi Zoe shouted loudly and tried to rush over to save her brother. Seeing this, Pang Huai immediately shouted in panic, Zoer. But at that moment, a world-shaking explosion resounded. The rolling smoke and dust filled the area, shocking everyone present. Yi Zoe burst into tears and cried out, brother. Patriarch, did you see that? Yi Wuhai stammered, this is. Phoenix bloodline, a mysterious phoenix power radiated around Yi Zoe. Brother. At this moment, the thick smoke and dust completely blocked everyone's vision. Half an hour later, the smoke gradually dispersed. The once lush forest was now reduced to nothing but ashes. Everyone began searching separately for Yi Qingyun. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted, found them, look over there. Yi Zoe was seen holding the unconscious Yi Qingyun in her arms, her face exhausted and her body covered in wounds. Yi Qingyun seemed to have lost consciousness and was completely unconscious. Yi Zoe and Yi Qingyun happily ate together. Yi Qingyun asked, so I was unconscious for a whole week. Yi Zoe replied, that's right, so brother, eat more and recover your body. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly and asked, Zoe, have you only stayed by my side taking care of me these days? Yi Zoe blinked her lively eyes. How did you know that? Yi Zoe hurriedly patted his back gently. Brother, eat slower, don't choke. Yi Qingyun happily said, and the food Zoe cooked is really delicious. Pang Huai hurriedly rushed in. Young master, the great elder wants to see you. Yi Qingyun, still holding his rice bowl, replied, all right, I'll go right away. In a luxurious pavilion, a joyful voice rang out. Ha ha ha, Qingyun, I knew that even if I didn't call you, you would come find me. Yi Qingyun gently nodded without denying it. His eyes looked straight at the great elder. That's right, besides Yi Wu-Tian, the people who killed my father also include members of the Blood Slaughter sect. Without doubt, the Blood Slaughter sect is the mastermind. Yi Sheng shook his head, and when this sect was mentioned, his expression changed slightly, looking somewhat unnatural. But I don't know much about the Blood Slaughter sect either. I heard that people from that organization cultivate demonic techniques and mainly absorb human blood. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression slightly changed. Absorbing human blood immediately made a name appear in his mind. Could it be the Blood Palace? No, the Blood Palace is a supreme force in the lower divine realm, so logically it would not develop in the lower world. Yi Sheng's eyes flickered as he said solemnly, Qingyun, I know your father's death hurts you deeply, but before gaining absolute power, don't provoke that organization. Based on the current situation, we cannot touch them yet. Yi Qingyun calmly nodded, his heart slightly darkening. I understand. After saying that, Yi Sheng said, yes, go. Yi Qingyun thought, cannot touch them, even the Blood Palace is beneath my notice. What is the Blood Slaughter sect? I only hope they aren't too weak, otherwise it would be too boring. Yi Qingyun turned and left, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yi Sheng raised the heavenly dream lightning fruit in his hand, looked at Yi Qingyun and said solemnly, oh right, because of Yi Wu-Tian's matter, the hunt ended earlier than planned. The champion's reward belongs to you, take it. Yi Qingyun reached out to catch it, thinking, the heavenly dream lightning fruit is even rarer than the lightning fruit, and it also holds an even greater secret. On the 11th day in the forest, Yi Qingyun swallowed the heavenly dream lightning fruit without hesitation. He thought, using the heavenly dream lightning fruit with the lightning seal before casting forbidden techniques can restore damaged meridians. The fruit flesh was sweet and delicious, and many people would casually throw away the seed after eating. Ha ha ha, but don't throw it away, use force to open the seed and you may obtain a martial skill. After that, Yi Qingyun lifted a huge rock and smashed it onto the lightning fruit seed. On the heavenly dream lightning seed, electric light flickered. Around it, faint tiny lightning bolts appeared in the void, like silver snakes twisting and moving. Yi Qingyun said with satisfaction, the lightning clone can give me one or more additional clones, and the number of clones will increase with my cultivation. A smile appeared on Yi Qingyun's face. All right, I'll cultivate this. Adding the lightning seal, my strength will increase rapidly. Help, is anyone there? The cries for help echoed everywhere, spreading thousands of meters away. Several wolves had glowing eyes, dark and eerie. Countless wolves appeared in the valley, all moving toward the young woman. The one surrounded by the wolf pack was a white-clothed young woman holding a sharp, long sword. Don't come closer, Yi Qingyun secretly thought while looking down. Although the Dark Knight Black Wolves are only at the spirit movement realm, a pack this large is troublesome. Why did this girl provoke them? Yi Qingyun shook his head, his eyes shining brightly as he saw every detail of the young woman at a glance. Oh, the sword quality is extremely high. Her understanding of swordsmanship is probably not bad. Her cultivation is at the second level of the transformation realm, but facing over 1,000 wolves is still difficult. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze coming toward her and was slightly stunned. She quickly raised her head and looked at the calm-looking young man standing on the tree branch, appearing pitiful. Young master, please save me. The figure on the tree branch flashed and disappeared in an instant. Seeing Yi Qingyun approach, Zai Yin said, "Thank you, young master." Seeing the young man still staring blankly, Zai Yin called out, "Young master, the girl before you is indeed very beautiful, but that alone cannot make Yi Qingyun lose focus." What stunned him was her appearance. Yi Qingyun thought, Luo Ling, she looks so much like Luo Ling. His body trembled as memories from his previous life constantly appeared in his mind. Zai Yin called him again. "Luo Ling, you." Luo Ling betrayed him without hesitation, holding the sharp Luo Ling's sword and stabbing directly into his body. "No, this is Mo Rai Ch letter 1EA5N, not the lower divine realm. Her aura is different from Luo Ling's, and her cultivation is also not the same." "Enough, I only asked for help because I saw that young master had extraordinary skills." Zai Yin angrily said, "I never expected young master to tease me." Zai Yin raised her sword and shouted, "HMPH, at worst we will die together." "I have offended you." After saying that, he ignored the girl's expression and grabbed her waist like a water snake. Yi Qingyun snatched the sword hilt, cold light erupted, and every Dark Knight Black Wolf had a white mark appear on its body. Soon the white light turned into blood light, blood flowed from their foreheads, and all the Dark Knight Black Wolves died under Yi Qingyun's sword. With only one strike, not even enough to be considered a sword strike, he had already killed so many Dark Knight Black Wolves. His blurry figure flashed as he carried her away from the place. Young master's swordsmanship is truly excellent. After only 4 or 5 breaths, the two arrived at an empty area. Zai Yin respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you for helping me earlier, otherwise I would have died under the claws of those 7 Dark Knight Black Wolves." Young master's cultivation should have reached the condensation chi realm, right? With such outstanding talent, why would you be willing to stay in Mo Rai TR letter 1EA7N? "What is your name, miss?" The girl was slightly surprised but calmly replied, "Ah, I am Zai Yin." Yi Qingyun finally came back to his senses and thought, not Luo Ling. Zai Yin politely asked back, "May I know young master's name?" For some unknown reason, when he saw this beautiful face, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Although the girl before him was not Luo Ling, her appearance was almost identical to Luo Ling's. He turned around and sighed softly, "It seems I was overthinking." Zai Yin did not understand how she had offended him and hurriedly asked, "Young master, are you overthinking? Could it be you think that because you saved my life, I will repay you with my body? Then you are truly thinking too much." Yi Qingyun indifferently said, "I only feel that you look very similar to an old friend of mine. There is no other meaning." Zai Yin replied, "Although I cannot repay you with my body, I have 4 4th-grade demon cores, so I can give one to you as thanks." Zai Yin took out a demon core glowing with black light, the spiritual energy inside surging fiercely. While thinking this person is truly cold, but remembering the young man's sword strike earlier, she sincerely said, "However, his swordsmanship is truly excellent." Yi Qingyun carefully looked at the demon core in her hand and suddenly understood everything. A 4th-grade demon core, no wonder the Dark Knight Black Wolves chased you. The sound of approaching horse hooves came from afar. Gradually, several figures appeared ahead. They wore red armor with long swords hanging at their waists, their expressions extremely tense. The leader was a handsome and tall young man, followed by 8 large men behind him, and every breath they took seemed to slightly shake the air. Feng Shao, the guard of the town, glanced at Yi Qingyun with clear disdain in his eyes. The Yi family's trash thinks that recovering his meridians makes him invincible. The Mo Rai forest is not a place for trash like you, get lost. He no longer bothered with Yi Qingyun and rushed straight toward the girl, quickly jumping off his horse and kneeling on one knee. "Young master, are you all right? The town master sent me to pick you up because you had not returned for a long time." Zai Yin nodded slightly. "I am fine, but without this person I would have died under the claws of the Dark Knight Black Wolves." Feng Shao paused slightly, filled with doubt. The person young master was referring to as him. Zai Yin replied in confusion. That's right. Feng Shao shrugged, his tone full of contempt. HMPH, impossible, impossible, young master must be joking. This guy is the Yi family's trash, everyone knows that. Although his meridians had recovered after not cultivating for so many years, Feng Shao wanted to laugh mockingly and continued. His future is definitely as dark as his prospects. Zai Yin was stunned and said, no way, he is a sword expert. Feng Shao laughed again. Ha ha ha, young master, you must have mistaken him. This trash cannot even catch up in cultivation, so how could he practice swordsmanship? Hearing this, Zai Yin immediately felt uncomfortable. No matter what, Yi Qingyun was her lifesaver. Enough, stop talking, he is not trash. This time I returned on behalf of Star Position Academy to see if there are any talents in the town. She pointed angrily and said, I think he is a talent, I will bring him into Star Position Academy. Hearing this, a trace of anger immediately appeared on Feng Shao's face. What, him? Someone like this can also enter the academy. Showing nervousness, Feng Shao asked, then young master, do you think I can? I think I am very suitable. Zai Yin mercilessly struck him down. You, I'm afraid. Although she had not finished speaking, Feng Shao naturally understood her meaning, and his heart instantly burned with rage. The Yi family's trash can enter Star Position Academy, while I, the town's genius guard, am actually inferior to a trash. Immediately afterward, he stared at the person who had just mounted the horse. Fine, let me see what ability the genius in young master's eyes actually has. Young master, watch this. After saying that, he completely ignored Zai Yin's objection, rode the brown horse forward recklessly, and the direction he headed was clearly Yi Qingyun. Feng Shao was like a mad dog, crazily chasing after Yi Qingyun. As Yi Qingyun walked ahead, he sensed a sharp killing intent rushing from behind, but his brows did not even move. He had heard every word of the previous conversation between the young man and Zai Yin, looking for death. His right hand was already on the sword hilt, ready to strike at any moment. The fine horse suddenly staggered and cried in pain, blood gushing from its two legs, while the sword hilt in Yi Qingyun's hand had only moved slightly. The horse lost balance and rushed wildly, causing Feng Shao to fall heavily to the ground. Seeing the other person buried face first into the ground right beneath his feet, he coldly said, it felt good calling me trash, didn't it? Yi Qingyun stepped on the other's head with his right foot and said, now you are being stepped on by me, so what are you? Thinking about being humiliated by a worthless person, Feng Shao was filled with rage. His spiritual power violently erupted as he roared, trash, you're worse than a beast. Wait, benefactor, please calm down. Zai Yin hurried over, as Feng Shao was her subordinate and she could not watch him die without saving him. Yi Qingyun coldly looked at Zai Yin. Is this how you repay a favor? Zai Yin hurriedly explained, young master, you misunderstood. Yi Qingyun raised his brow and glanced at the young man lying on the ground. Misunderstood? Then what happened? Zai Yin was stunned and did not know how to answer. However, Yi Qingyun had no interest in caring anymore, so he turned around and left. Fine, I won't hold it against you. Is Guardian Feng all right? Feng Shao's heart was burning with fury. HMPH. Already consumed by anger, Feng Shao became even more enraged after hearing this, and the flames of rage inside him reached their limit. He shouted, bastard, I will kill you. Feng Shao rose like a mad dog and roared at Yi Qingyun, trash, don't even think about escaping. A golden armored rhinoceros appeared behind him, which was his martial soul. It specialized in defense, and ordinary weapons could not break through it. Yi Qingyun originally did not want to bother with Feng Shao, but the other party insisted on seeking a beating. With no other choice, his hand once again rested on the hilt of the heartless sword. A dazzling blade light flashed like a meteor crossing the sky and disappeared in an instant. One of Feng Shao's arms fell to the ground. Feng Shao let out a miserable scream like a slaughtered pig, his right arm completely gone as his body trembled nonstop. Next time, it will not be as simple as losing one arm. Zai Yin stood there dumbfounded, staring at Yi Qingyun's back, not knowing what to do, truly domineering. Everyone watched with trembling pupils while a weak guard looked at the beautiful girl and swallowed nervously. Young miss, what should we do, young miss? Gradually, Yi Qingyun's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Zai Yin sighed softly, a strange light flashing in her eyes as she returned to her senses. Let this matter end here. Several days later, at the black market city gate, Yi Qingyun thought, old friend, right now I can only forge a scabbard like this for you. He gently touched the sword body. Stay inside here for now. Yi Qingyun put on the mask and continued thinking, wondering why Zoe's killing intent had been so strange these past few days. He needed to prepare early and return to Black City to investigate. Luo Sanban suddenly appeared. Friend, I advise you not to use that mask. Wearing that mask when entering Black City now means certain death. I have many good items here. He was holding several masks to show off, but when he saw Yi Qingyun's face, Luo Sanban could not help but be shocked. Immediately after, he lowered the curtain of his stall. He turned and ran away as fast as he could, shouting while running, "It's you again? Then it's not a problem with the mask. If it's you, entering Black City only means death. The entire Black City is hunting you right now." Haha, but before Luo Sanban could run far, Yi Qingyun used his movement technique to block his path, placing his foot on the carriage to stop him. "You mean I cannot enter Black City?" Although Luo Sanban was afraid, he still replied, "That's right, you have done too many bad things. If you want to live, don't go inside." Hai Ba Tian pointed at someone and said, "You in front, stop right there." "Ha ha, I finally caught you, bastard. Looking at your hair and clothes, I knew it was you." Hai Ba Tian had nearly gone crazy trying to find the person from last time, and whenever he saw someone with a similar figure to Yi Qingyun, he immediately captured them and interrogated them. He grabbed that person and pulled him back. The man cried out in fear, his face pale. "I only sell things because I am poor. I have done nothing wrong. Why are you arresting me, sir? I am not even selling on the street." Hai Ba Tian angrily turned and left. "Don't wear clothes like that outside again. Seriously, those clothes are so tight. Next time I see you, I'll beat you." Hai Ba Tian shouted furiously, "Check carefully for me. Don't mistake the person again." His subordinates hurried away in fear. Yes. Entering the black market and passing a stall, Yi Qingyun saw various medicinal materials displayed there. When he noticed a pink fruit on a wooden shelf, he was secretly surprised. "Oh, it's a fire fruit." A voice came from inside the stall. "I am Gu Dan, the shopkeeper here." An old man walked out with a goatee beard and wearing a robe with 3 flames embroidered on it. This special robe represented his status, and the 3 flames symbolized that he was a 3rd-grade weapon refiner. The old man was missing an arm. Gu Dan smiled faintly. "Young master, do you like the fire fruit?" Yi Qingyun nodded slightly, glanced at the old man, and asked directly, "How much is this fruit?" The old man calmly replied, "It cannot be bought with money." Yi Qingyun immediately became interested. "Then what do you need?" Gu Dan slowly answered, "Just one answer." Yi Qingyun took the paper, glanced over it, and could not help laughing. Yi Qingyun asked, "Do you have a pen?" Gu Dan nodded and waved toward the air. "Qing Wang, bring out a pen." After he finished speaking, a sound of wind rang out, and a brush appeared in the air. A ghostly figure appeared beside Gu Dan. He caught the brush and handed it to Yi Qingyun. It was a slender young man dressed completely in black with extremely fair and smooth skin like a woman's. He was Qing Wang at the 9th level of the transformation realm and the heavenly human realm. Gu Dan looked at Yi Qingyun with slight disdain. "You can write now." Yi Qingyun began writing. "All right, the fire fruit is mine." Soon, he solved the question and handed the paper to Gu Dan. That fast. Gu Dan's face showed shock. He still did not believe Yi Qingyun, but thought it would not hurt to check. He took the paper and looked down, reading it again and again. HMPH. Suddenly he raised his head and angrily said to Yi Qingyun, "Nonsense. Everything you wrote is nonsense." Yi Qingyun's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Nonsense. How do you know that? Isn't it just because you don't want to sell the fire fruit?" Gu Dan pointed at a spot on the paper and laughed loudly. "Everyone knows alchemy can only use external forces, specifically pill fire or special flames. Who uses internal power to refine pills? Wouldn't it damage the materials?" Yi Qingyun only chuckled, a faint trace of mockery appearing on his face. "Haha." Qing Wang frowned tightly and grabbed the dark green long sword in his hand, its tip instantly pointing at Yi Qingyun's neck. How arrogant. As Gu Dan's strongest bodyguard, he would never allow anyone to mock or disrespect his master. Yi Qingyun's face showed displeasure, but his eyes remained full of contempt. "Elder Gu, is this how you treat guests? Your talent is not bad. At 16 years old, you reached the heavenly human realm, but you have already been stuck there for about 2 years, haven't you?" Yi Qingyun's voice remained calm like cooled boiling water. "To gain something, you must give something up. You are too impatient." Qing Wang not only did not get angry, but instead stood frozen in place. "What did you say?" Yi Qingyun glanced at Qing Wang and secretly thought, "Indeed a good talent, but I don't know if he can comprehend it." His expression remained unchanged as he said thoughtfully, "All right, Elder Gu, if you don't like this answer." He turned to leave and continued, "Then I will take my leave, we won't meet again." After walking a few steps, the old man's expression suddenly changed greatly as he shouted, "Stop." Yi Qingyun chuckled lightly and slowly turned back. "Elder Gu, is something wrong?" Gu Dan was angered by this second question and shouted, "You already know, yet you still ask." Yi Qingyun continued pretending to be confused. "Elder Gu, how could I know anything?" Gu Dan did not want to continue arguing, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. HMPH. He waved his sleeve, and a brown-red fruit flew into Yi Qingyun's hand. The old man angrily said, "I want an explanation." Yi Qingyun smiled and replied, "An explanation? I already gave you the answer, you just don't understand it." Yi Qingyun thought inwardly, your question touches the theory of advanced alchemists. I knew you wouldn't give up." He spoke strangely and said, "I can explain, but only if you can give me something similar, then I will tell you." Qing Huang immediately became furious and cursed. "Bastard, how dare you say that?" Gu Dan raised his hand to stop him and calmly said, "All right, I agree. As long as you can explain it, I will give you whatever you want." Qing Huang did not react much. "Sir." Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up, and the inferior special flame seed inside his storage bag trembled slightly. "Are you serious?" Elder Gu waved his sleeve and smiled. "The Gu family never breaks its promises." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun nodded slightly and calmly said, "All right, your question mentions the order of combining medicinal herbs during pill refinement, and that part is correct." Yi Qingyun continued without pause in a calm tone, "But why can some medicinal materials not completely merge and still leave some residue?" He knew very well that ordinary alchemists not knowing this was normal, because this was already a 5th grade alchemist knowledge test, and only 5th grade alchemists could use internal power to refine pills. "Am I right?" Gu Dan nodded slightly. "That's right. I thought it was because the recipe had the wrong dosage. After all, this prescription is already very old." Yi Qingyun continued, "No, there is nothing wrong with this old recipe." The old man's face twitched slightly. "What?" "For example, the Iron Realm grass recorded in this prescription seems to leave 3 or 4 portions extra every time it is used." Yi Qingyun continued, "And the pill's color is not golden but light green, right?" Gu Dan confirmed, "That's right." Yi Qingyun explained, "That's because ordinary external flames cannot fully unleash their effect. At that time, one needs to condense energy from the inner core to refine it, which advanced alchemists call qi flame. When the color turns golden, it means the pill has been successfully refined according to the prescription." Gu Dan fell into deep thought for a moment. After a long while, he stared at Yi Qingyun and sincerely asked, "May I ask how one can condense energy inside the inner core?" Yi Qingyun did not want to discourage him, so he explained carefully. This question was slightly off topic, and Yi Qingyun's mind was filled with black lines, but thinking he could obtain something he wanted soon, he said, "How about you teach me how to cultivate to the transformation realm, and I will answer that question." However, one thing was certain. Before condensing energy inside the inner core, Gu Dan was already lost in thought, while Yi Qingyun continued explaining endlessly that the alchemy energy outside the body must first be completely condensed. "Old Gu, but now it is time to pay the reward, right?" Yi Qingyun coughed lightly, pointed at the seed on the old Gu's body and said, "I'll take this." "Haha, this old man never breaks his word. This belongs to Senior." Gu Dan smiled, thinking Yi Qingyun was pointing at the item in front of him and wanted a fire lotus herb. Although this fire lotus herb was valuable, it was not extremely rare. Seeing the old man reach toward the fire lotus herb, Yi Qingyun frowned and no longer beat around the bush, saying directly, "Not this, I want the mutation on your neck." Gu Dan's expression changed drastically. "What?" Yi Qingyun's voice carried a trace of displeasure. "Why you won't give it?" Gu Dan thought inwardly, how does he know? Could he have a treasure that can sense the mutation on someone's body? Gu Dan showed a troubled expression, but finally made up his mind. The Gu family always keeps their promises. He slightly raised his head, removed the small string, and handed the mutation to Yi Qingyun. "Senior, I will not hide it from you. I, Gu Dan, am still somewhat reluctant to part with this mutation, because once I lose it, finding another mutation would be as difficult as searching for a needle in a haystack." Having no other choice, he decided to reveal his future plans to see whether cooperation was still possible. However, at that moment, a figure appeared ahead, a huge man as tall as a tower walking over. Hai Tian's entire body was filled with murderous aura, and with one step he appeared behind Yi Qingyun, placed a hand on his shoulder and cursed, "How dare you touch Grandmaster Gu? Die." He had seen everything that happened and believed Grandmaster Gu had been bullied and humiliated, so he immediately scolded Yi Qingyun upon arriving, wanting to show off in front of old Gu. A first-grade alchemist was not worth his effort, but a third-grade alchemist was completely different. Yi Qingyun said nothing and only coldly turned around, forcefully shaking his hand away. Gu Dan frowned, his voice carrying a trace of displeasure. "Black Commander, you misunderstand." Although Hai Tian had a huge body, his mind was simple. Thinking old Gu was worried about suffering a loss, he calmly said, "Old Gu, rest assured. This is the black market, and on my territory no one dares threaten you." Yi Qingyun stepped forward, looked at him coldly and arrogantly, then said thoughtfully, "Pig, do you recognize me?" Hai Tian froze slightly and searched through his memories. Soon after, his expression changed dramatically and he let out a sharp voice. "It's you." Hai Ba Tian clenched his hand tightly and the chair beside him instantly cracked apart. "Bastard, this time you are dead." Hai Ba Tian roared angrily and the black heart sword in his hand aimed directly at Yi Qingyun's head. If this strike landed, Yi Qingyun would definitely die on the spot. However, the next moment, his long sword stopped frozen in midair, and Yi Qingyun's hand was already touching the blade. Beside them, Gu Lao's Qingwang stared at Yi Qingyun with burning eyes, feeling anxious inside. He drew his sword. Let me see how profound his swordsmanship is. A bolt of lightning erupted from Yi Qingyun's body, thunder rumbled continuously, and it quickly condensed into a sword. Hai Ba Tian's eyes widened, his body trembled slightly, and when he raised his head, what appeared before his eyes was a figure. This figure looked exactly like Yi Qingyun, except its entire body was covered with lightning, and its aura was extremely violent and vast. What? The figure rushed forward like lightning, crazily attacking Hai Ba Tian with thunder. Yi Qingyun smiled lightly and sheathed his sword. The clone disappeared. Qingwang was shocked and blurted out, "What?" Unable to suppress the doubt in his heart, Hai Ba Tian looked at the masked person with trembling eyes. Who are you? Do you want to kill me? I am one of the 4 deputy commanders of the black market, and Commander Lin Ba Kai is like a brother to me. You dare?" An unapologetic voice came from his mouth. "What now? Are you trying to threaten me?" Many people around them changed expressions one after another. "I heard Commander Lin Ba Kai is not simple." "That's right. I heard he reached the peak of the transformation realm before turning 23, and he is also a second-grade disciple of Star Position Academy. However, he rarely comes to the black market, so most of the black market is controlled by the 4 deputy commanders." Hearing the surrounding discussions, Hai Ba Tian immediately laughed proudly. This was his greatest backing, the protection from black market commander Lin Ba Kai. Seeing his expression, Hai Ba Tian laughed wildly, thinking his threat had worked, forgetting his status and becoming even more arrogant. "Ha ha ha, scared now. No matter how strong you are, there are still people you cannot touch. Cut off your own hand and kneel to admit your mistake, and I will spare your life." Yi Qingyun's eyes toward Hai Ba Tian became completely cold. Originally, he only planned to cripple the other's meridians and spiritual power, but now he had changed his mind. Yi Qingyun's right hand suddenly moved and the heartless sword instantly left its sheath. A cold flash passed through Hai Ba Tian's eyes. His eyes widened in terror, unable to believe until death that Yi Qingyun truly dared to kill him. The sword tip drew a perfect arc and firmly landed on Hai Ba Tian's neck, with fresh red blood gushing out and dripping down his clothes onto the ground. From afar, Qingwang stared blankly at this scene. The image of the masked man drawing his sword still remained in her mind. His sword was fast and precise, yet he was clearly only at the energy condensation realm. Yi Qingyun used his movement technique and quickly left. How could he do that? Just as Gu Lao Qingwang was about to ask, the old man beside her gave a mysterious smile. "You want to know whether the treasure can sense the mutation on him? Don't worry, as long as the mutated seed remains on him, I will find him." In a striking red pavilion with a pointed red roof, the windows and structure were complicated yet without patterns when an angry voice suddenly sounded. "Who did this?" A frightened voice answered while trembling. "This subordinate does not know, only that the person wore a black hat and black clothes all over." The first deputy commander at the second level of the transformation realm had a greatly changed expression and angrily said, "How could this happen? How could someone dare openly injure Black Market's deputy commander? He is clearly looking down on our dark hall." The third deputy commander at the first level of the transformation realm had a sly appearance and a trace of fear in his eyes. "Hai Ba Tian is dead. Will the master vent his anger on us?" Beside him stood the second deputy commander at the second level of the transformation realm. The first deputy commander immediately shouted, "All black guards, listen up, capture that man in black and bring him here, dead or alive." At that moment, somewhere near Black Market, everyone passing through the area could not help but stop and curiously look over. Luo Sanban stood outside the carriage, crossing his arms and loudly calling, "Are you done yet? Hurry up, this is so embarrassing." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun reached out and threw a robe at him, saying, "Thank you." Luo Sanban was stunned and instinctively replied, "No need to thank me." After changing clothes, Yi Qingyun stepped down from the carriage, while Luo Sanban climbed inside and still raised his middle finger to curse before entering. "I never want to see you again." In a tall building with curved tiled roofs, simply decorated yet still elegant, a voice cried, "Father, you must avenge me." In a tall building with curved tiled roofs, simply decorated yet still elegant, a voice cried, "Father, you must avenge me." Feng Xiao lay on the bed and shouted in hatred, "Yi Qingyun took advantage when I was unaware and cut the horse's head, making me fall from it. Then he even cut off my arm. He is truly despicable." Hearing his son's words, Feng, the city lord's steward, immediately burst with rage. "Who dares cut off my son's arm? How arrogant! I will go avenge your broken arm now." Hearing this, Feng Xiao happily sat up and hurriedly said, "Father, I want to go too. I want to see him die with my own eyes." A luxurious carriage rushed from afar, dragging layers of rolling dust behind it. "Halt!" The guards at the gate immediately stepped out upon seeing strangers. "Stop, this is the Yi family." Feng, the steward, pulled the reins hard to stop the horses and coldly ordered, "Surround the Yi family." The Yi family guards were sent flying, and even the mansion gate was destroyed. Around 100 mounted warriors carrying long swords charged into the Yi family with an imposing force, as if coming to demand justice. In front of the Yi family gate, Yi Wuhai looked at the old man before him and angrily questioned, "Feng, the steward, what do you mean by bringing so many warriors to surround the Yi family?" Feng, the steward, had a gloomy expression and gritted his teeth in anger. "HMPH, nothing much. I only want to ask if that useless young master of your family, Yi Qingyun, is home." "Oh, isn't this your young master? Who did this? Why has my son become like this?" The second elder of the Yi family stood frozen. He had heard that Feng, the city lord's steward, had a son who reached the first level of the transformation realm at a young age, was doing well in the city lord's residence, and was even a captain of a team. Yet this young master now had all his meridians destroyed and no spiritual power left, almost becoming a complete cripple. At this moment, Feng Xiao's arm was still wrapped in white bandages, making him look weak and sickly. "I do not want to speak with you." Feng, the steward, was already full of anger, and after hearing Yi Kang's words, he became even more furious. He waved his sleeve, instantly shattering the 2 plaques hanging above the Yi family's main gate. "I only ask whether you will hand over Yi Qingyun. If not, I will destroy your Yi family." Yi Kang looked at him in disbelief and hurriedly said, "Wait, does Steward Feng mean Yi Qingyun defeated your young master? How is that possible? Yi Qingyun has only reached the 9th level of the spirit movement realm." "You old bastard, are you saying my son is a useless person?" Steward Feng was furious. Seeing that the other side still had no intention of handing over Yi Qingyun, he decided to flatten the entire Yi family. Just then a voice came from afar. "That's right, I called your son useless, so what?" This voice was extremely familiar to Feng Xiao. When Yi Wuhai saw the young man appear, he immediately called out, "Qingyun." Feng Xiao instantly fell into extreme fear, trembling as he pointed at the young man in front of him and said bitterly, "Father, it's him. He is the one who turned me into this." Steward Feng tightly hugged his son, seeing his miserable state and feeling immense pain, while the anger in his heart burned even stronger. "Don't cry, son, don't be afraid. Father will avenge you." In his eyes, his son was originally a genius. This year, Feng Xiao might even have had a chance to enter Star Position Academy and cultivate deeper techniques, but Yi Qingyun crippled his son and even cut off one of his arms, completely destroying that dream. This was something he could not tolerate. Steward Feng's cold voice immediately echoed throughout the entire Yi family. "Trash, you used shameless methods to defeat my son, so I will use my 9th level transformation realm cultivation to defeat you." His aura erupted violently and directly pressed toward Yi Qingyun. However, Yi Qingyun's expression remained calm, without any major reaction, and he only said lightly, "Steward Feng, food can be eaten carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Your son wanted to show off in front of the town lord's daughter, but his skills were inferior. So he tried to sneak attack someone else, and that was why I broke his arm. Oh, Steward Feng, then it was your young master who was at fault, right?" Knowing that Yi Qingyun could actually defeat Feng Xiao, waves surged in Yi Kang's heart. He looked deeply at him, then turned to Steward Feng and said, "Let me make this clear, my Yi family will never hand over Yi Qingyun. If you want to fight, then fight." Steward Feng glanced behind him and called out coldly, "Come here." Soon after, figures appeared one after another. A middle-aged man walked forward while laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, we meet again." Yi Wuhai looked at the middle-aged man, his brows immediately furrowing. "Haida Duo." Beside Haida Duo stood a cold-faced young man who looked at Yi Qingyun with contempt. Yi Qingyun was naturally familiar with this young man, as he was the first genius of the Hai family, Hai Ming. Unexpectedly, Steward Feng had joined hands with the Hai family to deal with the Yi family. It seemed the Yi family occupied too much territory in Mo Rai town. Steward Feng smiled proudly with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Isn't that right, family head Hai?" Haida Duo laughed loudly. Haha, I think so too. In recent years, the population of the town has grown greatly. The Yi family should leave some land for the Hai family so we can welcome outsiders who come here. Hai Did Duo's words sounded righteous, but everyone knew he only wanted to take advantage of this chance to seize Yi family's territory. Steward Feng deliberately added, Yi family head, what do you think of family head Hai's influence? He only cares about the people and the town's welfare. How about giving that piece of land to family head Hai? Hai Ming immediately joined in. Yi family head, wouldn't it be enough to just hand over Yi Qingyun? Why make things so difficult? Yi Wuhai snorted coldly with an extremely firm attitude. Yi Qingyun is the future clan head of our Yi family, and we absolutely cannot hand him over. Yi Qingyun is the future of the Yi family, and giving him to Steward Feng would only send him to his death. Hai Ming put his hands behind his back and mocked, oh, making a useless person the clan head. Has the Yi family run out of people? Yi Qingyun coldly glanced at Hai Ming. Hai Ming, do you want me to cripple you in the martial tournament before you shut your mouth? The two sides had long held a grudge, and by then he would definitely teach this arrogant young man a proper lesson at the Mo Rai martial tournament. Yi Qingyun's gaze swept around before stopping at one spot, his voice carrying a hint of anger. Elder Gu, stop watching the show. If you came here to ask for my help, come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Dan appeared with a smile, accompanied by a young man. Ha ha ha, I just arrived, everyone is here. The moment Steward Feng saw the appearance of the person who arrived, his expression changed drastically. Oh, Master Gu. He secretly felt something was wrong. Damn, how could he know Master Gu? This is troublesome. A third-grade alchemist was not absolutely terrifying, but many experts were willing to serve them. Behind them was also the Alchemist Association, and it was said that Master Gu was a member of the Gu family. Steward Feng had entered the black market several times, so he naturally remembered Elder Gu's appearance, not to mention the distinctive alchemist robe he wore. 3 flames were embroidered on the robe, meaning that even the town lord had to treat him respectfully and cautiously. Hai Ming beside him was also furious and cursed inwardly. Damn, how could the Yi family know Master Gu? 2 months ago, news of a third-grade alchemist appearing in Mo Rai town had spread everywhere. No one expected Yi Qingyun to become acquainted with a third-grade alchemist. Steward Feng dared to offend Yi Wuhai, but absolutely did not dare offend Gu Dan. Elder Gu, this is a private matter between me and the Yi family. I hope you will not interfere. This is a rare 3-inch dragon flame grass. Please accept my sincerity and considerate respect for our town lord. He knew Gu Dan loved collecting rare spiritual herbs, so he gritted his teeth and offered the 3-inch dragon flame grass worth 10 million low-grade spirit stones. He hoped Gu Dan would stay out of today's matter. Gu Dan's eyes lit up slightly, as even he did not have much of this item. This cannot. Steward Feng secretly sighed in relief. Haha, it seems the relationship between the Yi family and Elder Gu is not that deep. Soon, Gu Dan made his own decision. He looked at Steward Feng and angrily scolded him. You actually openly tried to bribe me in broad daylight. His face was already filled with anger. What do you take me for? Steward Feng was stunned by Gu Dan's scolding and could not understand what happened. I didn't mean that, Elder Gu. Gu Dan angrily waved his sleeve, turned to glance at Steward Feng and said, No, I don't want to see you, get out. Steward Feng still refused to give up and frowned. Elder Gu, he is only a useless person. Why offend the town lord's people for him? Steward Feng was both angry and frustrated, as he thought he could easily handle the Yi family today, but Gu Dan, a third-grade alchemist, suddenly appeared. Even after taking out a rare spiritual herb like the 3-inch dragon flame grass, the other side still completely ignored him and chose to stand with the Yi family's useless person. Qing Wang immediately pointed his sword at him. Elder Gu coldly snorted, his expression unfriendly and his imposing aura pressing down as he looked arrogantly at him. Steward Feng, I call you Steward Feng because I respect you. Without that respect, what are you? A small steward who wants to act as the town lord. Fine, let's go. Steward Feng's expression changed repeatedly, turning pale and ugly. He stared darkly at Yi Qingyun and could only leave reluctantly. Feng Shao shouted unwillingly, Father. He immediately shouted back, Shut up. An alchemist, especially a third-grade alchemist, is absolutely not someone you can casually provoke. Even the town lord standing here might not dare anger Gu Dan, but just as he was about to leave, Yi Qingyun had no intention of letting him go so easily. He snorted coldly and said, Wait. This time Steward Feng and Feng Shao did not fall for it again. Their faces twitched slightly, their expressions darkened, and they walked away faster. Yi Qingyun shouted, I told you to wait, Steward Feng. Steward Feng originally did not want to bother with Yi Qingyun, but thinking that a third-grade alchemist Gu Dan was beside him, he could only grit his teeth and turn around, staring at Yi Qingyun with gloomy eyes. If looks could kill, Yi Qingyun would have died countless times. At that moment, Steward Feng shouted, What exactly do you want, Yi Qingyun? Yi Qingyun pointed at the damaged Yi family signboard lying on the ground, his eyes cold and dark. Did you do this? Yes, that's right, I did it. Steward Feng roared angrily. If Gu Dan were not here, he would have already drawn his sword and killed Yi Qingyun on the spot. In an instant, behind the old man appeared a figure covered in dense lightning. Its shape was identical to Yi Qingyun. It was his lightning clone. The anger in Steward Feng's heart grew even more intense. What do you want? What can you do? My lightning clone immediately raised its right hand, and its huge palm swung down, slapping Steward Feng directly in the face. Yi Qingyun, I will fight you until one of us dies. Steward Feng roared, his entire body like a volcano that had just erupted. Yi Qingyun looked at him with a mocking gaze. He returned the words Yuan Si had said earlier back to him. Steward Feng, so what if I slap you? What can you do to me? However, he quickly forced himself to calm down slightly because of Yi Qingyun's words. Steward Feng's face turned completely red, glowing like a small sun, and his hands clenched so tightly that his bones cracked. Yi Qingyun was truly too arrogant, and what frustrated Steward Feng the most was that he could not find any fault with him. Do not forget that a third-grade alchemist, Gu Dan, was standing right beside Yi Qingyun. Steward Feng's expression darkened as he never expected his opponent to be this powerful, leaving him speechless with Yi Qingyun's retorts. The anger in Steward Feng's heart surged as he snorted coldly and turned to leave. HMPH, seeing Steward Feng leave, Hai Dead Duo hurriedly called out, Steward Feng, what about that piece of land belonging to my Hai family? Father left, let's go. Hai Ming still had some self-awareness, knowing that even if the entire Hai family mobilized, they could not fight against the Alchemist Association. Hai Dead Duo was unwilling and furious. No, we are already so close. Steward Feng had already said so much, how could he just leave immediately? Yi Qingyun was extremely domineering, forcing back two major forces one after another. Normally, no one dared to provoke these two major forces, and especially the scene where Yi Qingyun mocked Steward Feng made countless people admire him. Yi Qingyun turned to Gu Dan and calmly said, all right, the barking dog has left, now we can continue talking, Grandmaster Gu. Gu Dan no longer viewed Yi Qingyun as an ordinary young man because he had witnessed everything that happened. He now had a completely different understanding of Yi Qingyun's ruthlessness and arrogance. I dare not accept the title of Grandmaster, I dare not. Yi sir, you are joking. In his heart, he understood clearly that someone like this absolutely could not be turned into an enemy. Otherwise, the one falling into eternal ruin might be himself. Yi Wuhai was stunned again and rubbed his ears, unable to believe those words came from a third-grade alchemist. He glanced at Yi Kang and sent a voice transmission. Grandmaster Gu called Qingyun sir. Yi Kang also stood frozen, shocked inside. Could it be what the servant said about Qingyun being able to refine pills was true? No wonder Elder Liang wanted to leave. Yi Wuhai replied through voice transmission. In the alchemy world, don't they only call someone stronger than themselves in alchemy, sir? After a while, Yi family patriarch Yi Wuhai and second elder Yi Kang finally reacted, their faces instantly filled with smiles. Oh, Grandmaster Gu, please come in. Your arrival truly brings honor to our humble Yi family. Although they did not know what Yi Qingyun relied on to make third-grade alchemist Gu Dan respect him, they understood that Gu Dan absolutely could not be offended. These two old men were usually arrogant and superior, but now they bowed and spoke respectfully, showing just how noble the status of a third-grade alchemist was, someone absolutely not to be casually provoked. Above the sky, clear blue mixed with a few small white clouds, creating a spacious and refreshing feeling. Old Gu looked at the two Yi family elders, wanting to speak but hesitating, with an awkward expression on his face. Yi sir, Yi Qingyun gently shook his head. It's fine, we are all family. Yi Wuhai and Yi Kang looked at each other, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes, then smiled at old Gu and said, oh, I suddenly remembered I still have a pot of soup cooking in my room. I also suddenly remembered I haven't gone to empty the waste yet. So Grandmaster Gu and my grandson can sit here for a while the two of us go handle something else first. They were still worried about angering old Gu. Old Gu alone might not be too frightening to them, but the force behind him was what they truly had to respect. Gu Dan laughed teasingly. The Yi family personally goes to empty waste. Yi Qingyun answered awkwardly. Apparently so. Qing Weiying also asked in confusion. He even cooks soup himself. Yi Qingyun honestly replied, yes, I know about that. The second elder's body is a little weak, don't tell others. Old Gu's expression finally recovered slightly. He looked at Yi Qingyun and could not help smiling. I never expected Yi sir to be so young yet already proficient in alchemy. May I ask if Yi sir has ever tested whether his spiritual power is fire element? He shook his head. Never. Spiritual power is the mental range of an alchemist. Those with sufficiently strong spiritual power can even kill people with their thoughts. Every 10 levels correspond to one rank, and a first-grade alchemist must have at least 10 levels of spiritual power. Fire element spiritual power mainly represents one's affinity with fire, a key factor for controlling flames and also an important condition for absorbing strange flame. In my previous life, I was a 7th grade alchemist, so my spiritual power had clearly surpassed 70 levels, and my fire element spiritual power had also reached an extremely powerful level. After reincarnation, I have never tested it, so I still do not know the current body's spiritual power and fire element spiritual power levels. Old Gu was shocked, and another question immediately rose in his heart. You have never tested it. Does Yi Sir know how to refine pills? Yi Qingyun smiled lightly and did not want to continue talking about himself, so he asked back, I know a little. But Old Gu came to find me, surely not to secretly investigate me, right? Old Gu chuckled. Of course he did not come here to waste time chatting with Yi Qingyun. He looked at the young man and said, haha, of course not. Has Yi Sir ever heard of Mo Rai Flame? Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. Could there really be a strange flame in Mo Rai town? Mo Rai Flame? The Mo Rai Flame ranks 88th on the flame ranking. Are you saying it appears here? Old Gu could not help sighing. Indeed, I never expected Yi Sir to understand alchemy and strange flames so well despite being so young. It almost made me think Yi Sir was an old monster who had been reborn. Yi Qingyun's expression instantly became strange. Even Old Gu himself did not expect that his casual remark had accidentally hit the truth. Old Gu sighed softly. I will not hide it. The only reason I came to Mo Rai town was to find the Mo Rai Flame. At this moment, Qing Weiying brought over a large wooden box to reconnect this arm for me. As the box opened, an arm was revealed inside, covered with countless spiritual medicines, looking extremely strange. Yi Qingyun exclaimed in surprise, spirit arm. Old Gu was even more shocked. He stared at Yi Qingyun in surprise and remained silent for a long time before speaking. Yi Sir knows about it. Normally speaking, someone from a small town could not possibly know so many things. After all, to most people here, these things were almost beyond their understanding. However, what was strange was that the young man before him not only knew about strange flames but also knew about strange arms. If he knew Yi Qingyun's true identity, perhaps he would not be so confused. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. In this world, many things have their own rankings, he thought to himself. I never expected someone in this small Mo Rai town to possess a spirit arm. Yi Qingyun calmly said, unfortunately, this is only a low-grade spirit arm. Yi Qingyun suddenly recalled his previous life. If it were my dragon-slaying arm from my past life, it would definitely rank 3rd on the strange arm list, transformed from the dragon-slaying blade, able to merge with my arm and freely change between 2 forms. Dragon-slaying dragons, the dragon clan trembles at the sound of it. Seeing Qingyun suddenly lose focus while speaking, Gulao curiously asked, if what? Qingyun returned to his senses and replied, nothing. If it were a higher-grade spirit arm, it could rank among the top 20 on the arm list. Gulao nodded. That's right. Yi Qingyun continued, however, this spirit arm is already extremely precious and rare for an alchemist, so you cut off your own arm to devour Mo Rai Flame and connect this spirit arm, right? Gu Dan nodded slightly, a trace of shock still remaining on his face. Young Master Yi, you are joking. With my alchemy talent, I do not need a spirit arm's assistance, and furthermore, I am not even 50% certain that I can devour Mo Rai's strange flame and connect this spirit arm. My arm was already cut off by someone long ago. I only found this spirit arm later, but I had always suffered because I could not obtain any information about Mo Rai's strange flame until not long ago. Yi Qingyun easily guessed Gu Lao's intention and directly said, so you came here because of the strange flame seed, right? That's right, of course the strange flame seed now belongs to Mr. Yi. Saying this, Gu Dan took out a command token and handed it to Yi Qingyun. After borrowing it this time, I will naturally return it. Moreover, as compensation, I will give you a Gu family token. Qing Weiying beside him immediately trembled. Her eyes stared at the token made from black iron. Yi Qingyun slightly frowned. Gu family token. Gu Dan nodded. That's right, my Gu family. Yi Qingyun directly interrupted. I do not need these empty things. This item is completely useless to me. Gu Dan still wanted to patiently explain. I think Mr. Yi does not yet know about the Gu family. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly, not wanting to hear these words, his voice showing impatience. Gu Lao, get to the point. Qing Weiying was stunned again, disbelief almost overflowing from her face. In her eyes, Yi Qingyun was far too arrogant. Although Yi Qingyun had decent knowledge of alchemy, Gu Lao was still a 3rd-grade alchemist and a member of the Gu family. He had already shown respect, yet Yi Qingyun refused to return it. Gu Lao coughed awkwardly a few times but did not get angry. After all, the strange flame seed was still in Yi Qingyun's hands, so he asked, may I ask what Mr. Yi wants? Yi Qingyun hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, I want Mo Rai Flame. Gu Dan was stunned, his voice immediately becoming low. What? After hearing this, Qing Weiying's mind instantly went blank. Bastard, are you playing with us? Qingyun only raised his hand and caught the tip of her sword, calmly reminding her, little girl, why do you always like pointing your sword at others when you get angry? Qing Huang looked at Yi Qingyun with hostility. Gu Dan's face darkened. Qing Huang, put your sword away. Although Qing Huang was still furious, she angrily withdrew her sword. HMPH. Gu Dan's face showed displeasure as he looked at Yi Qingyun. Young Master Yi, were you just joking with this old man? I need flames to reconnect my spirit arm, so why do you want Mo Rai flame? Yi Qingyun also showed displeasure. Others feared Gu Dan, but he did not. He said coldly, Gu Lao, your words are wrong. You say I absorbed your strange flame, but can your body actually absorb Mo Rai's strange flame? Gu Lao was slightly stunned. Even if the success rate is less than half, I still want to gamble once. What I lost, I must take back. Qing Huang, let's go. Yi Qingyun calmly spoke. Gu Lao, don't be hasty. What if I say I can reconnect your spirit arm? The moment these words came out, Gu Lao felt as if lightning had exploded inside his head. His eyes immediately stared at Yi Qingyun with excitement. He sucked in a cold breath and could not even speak clearly. What? The success rate is 95%, but it is still higher than your chances of devouring the flame. Gu Lao stared intensely at the young man before him, his entire body trembling from excitement. Mr. Yi, is this true? Yi Qingyun remained calm and composed, as if reconnecting Gu Lao's strange arm was completely effortless. It is true. As for whether you believe it or not, that is up to you. Qing Huang's eyes turned red as she hurriedly stopped her master. Sir, don't believe him. This person has been deceiving us since the black market. Gu Dan clenched his fists tightly but finally took out the ancient command token and handed it to Yi Qingyun. He said in a deep voice, all right, I will gamble. Qing Huang beside him was instantly stunned, her face filled with disbelief. A trace of impatience flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes as if he strongly disliked this ancient token. Saying these things to me is useless. Gu Lao persuaded him, young Master Yi, just treat this as my meeting gift. Please accept it. Yi Qingyun asked, then when do we begin? Gu Lao nodded in satisfaction. Wait a while longer. This old man has already roughly found the location of Mo Rai flame. Gu Lao continued, but the exact location still depends on your flame seed. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly, then directly handed the strange flame seed to the old man. Here, Gu Lao was slightly stunned. Aren't you afraid that I won't return it? Yi Qingyun smiled and replied, I'm not afraid. Gu Lao laughed loudly, feeling that after meeting Yi Qingyun, his entire personality had become much more relaxed and cheerful. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi truly has great courage. This time, can Qing Huang and I temporarily stay at your residence? Yi Qingyun calmly said, sure. What did you say? Gu Lao wants to stay at our Yi family. The subordinate hurriedly confirmed, while the two elders still felt as if they were dreaming. It's true, patriarch. Yi Wuhai immediately ordered anxiously, what are you still standing there for? Quickly arrange for Elder Gu to leave. Yi Kang hurriedly said, no, clan head, it would be better if we go ourselves. Yi Wuhai quickly nodded, all right. Yi Qingyun went to Yi Zoe's room and knocked on the door. Zoe, looking at the pill in his hand, he thought, the pill has been refined. I wonder how the killing intent inside Zoe's body is now. But there was still no response from inside, and his brows could not help but furrow. Yi Qingyun immediately pushed open the wooden door and rushed inside. Zoe, there is no one inside the room. Yi Qingyun's brows tightened further. Suddenly, a figure flashed by the window and a sharp sound came from afar. Heh. He immediately turned around and looked up at the person on the window. Zoe. Yi Qingyun's expression instantly turned cold and gloomy as he shouted, release her right now. The black-clothed figure jumped out of the window, his right hand tightly holding Yi Zoe's slender waist. Hearing this, he showed a look of contempt. If you want your sister back, come with me, otherwise she will die. His deep, old voice was full of disdain. Yi Qingyun's pupils suddenly shrank. He clenched his fists and angrily roared, you are the steward of the town lord's mansion, yet you kidnap someone in broad daylight. Don't you have any shame? The steward of the town lord's mansion, Steward Feng, dared to act openly in the daytime, showing how deep his hatred toward Yi Qingyun was. Hearing this, he was startled and thought, damn, he actually recognized me. Even knowing that the opponent possessed 9th-level transformation realm cultivation, Yi Qingyun charged forward without hesitation. Old thief, stop right there. The kidnapper's movement technique was extremely powerful. He kept leaping across rooftops, heading straight toward the forest. Steward Feng cursed while tightly holding the struggling Yi Zoe and shouted, damn girl, behave yourself. Soon after, he dragged Yi Zoe and hid her inside the bushes. Steward Feng roared, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Damn brat, if you want to blame someone, blame your brother. He doesn't know how to behave, so I will teach him how to be a person. He immediately aimed at Yi Zoe and tightly squeezed her neck. He grabbed her neck and lifted Yi Zoe's body into the air, saying viciously, I will use your death to teach him a lesson. Not everyone in this world is someone he can provoke. At that moment, Yi Qingyun had caught up and shouted, "Old thief, stop." Yi Qingyun immediately grabbed his arm. Steward Feng's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why the young man before him could defeat his son and thought, such terrifying strength. Yi Qingyun's eyes were cold as he swung his arm and forced the old man back several steps. "You bastard, how dare you hurt my sister?" Steward Feng laughed proudly. "Ha ha ha, I still have one arm left." The killing intent around Steward Feng suddenly surged. He punched Yi Qingyun and the powerful force pushed him backward. Yi Qingyun ignored his injuries and gently untied Yi Zoe's restraints, asking warmly, "Zoe, are you all right?" Yi Zoe looked at her brother with great worry. "Brother, you're injured." Yi Qingyun fearlessly stood in front of Yi Zoe. This could be said to be the greatest danger he had faced since his rebirth. "It's good that you're fine." At this moment, Yi Qingyun desperately absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his body like a bottomless pit. In an instant, his cultivation was forcibly pushed to the first level of the transformation realm. The killing intent in Steward Feng's eyes completely erupted as he thought, "You shameless bastard, die." He waved his sleeve, but when he sensed several powerful auras coming from behind, his expression changed slightly. "What? A breakthrough?" Steward Feng said crazily, "HMPH, so what if you broke through?" At this moment, Steward Feng had already rushed in front of Yi Qingyun and without saying anything, fiercely struck out with a domineering palm. Brother Yi Zoe clearly felt the threat. She knew that if the old man truly unleashed this move, her brother would definitely die. Seeing her brother spit blood, her face instantly turned pale and intense anger filled her small head. Immediately after, a terrifying phoenix cry came from her mouth. The phoenix cry echoed in all directions, making heaven and earth seem to change color. A huge illusion gradually appeared behind Yi Zoe's delicate body and an ancient aura slowly spread out. Hearing this sound, Butler Hung's expression became shocked as he thought, "Black Fiend Phoenix." A phoenix spreading its wings and soaring into the sky appeared in the air. Yi Qingyun's expression changed greatly and he shouted inwardly, "Damn it, Zoe's martial soul has awakened." Feng Steward and Rhinoceros were both shaken deeply, exclaiming in shock, "Phoenix!" Feng Steward was stunned again and again, never expecting that the martial soul of the girl beside Yi Qingyun was actually the legendary Phoenix. However, after a brief moment of shock, Feng Steward immediately focused his gaze on Yi Qingyun. His only purpose for coming here today was to kill Yi Qingyun, not to see Yi Zoe's martial soul. Feng Steward roared and his body instantly burst forward. "Forget it, both siblings can go die together." Powerful spiritual energy condensed in his palm and a terrifying force erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. It was clear that the old man had exhausted his true power to kill Yi Qingyun. This time, he must take Yi Qingyun's life. But at that moment, a powerful aura like a roaring tide suddenly surged over, instantly suppressing Feng Steward's aura completely. "Stop." Feng Steward frowned slightly and retreated, thinking Yang Yang Shi Jiang. As Feng Steward charged forward, an old and cold voice suddenly sounded in the void. "You actually dare attack someone from my Phoenix clan?" A red figure appeared in the air with nothing beneath his feet. He was walking through the air. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly, then slowly relaxed. The white-robed old man became extremely furious, his expression changing greatly. "You want to die?" Seeing the mysterious old man suddenly appear, Feng Steward's body trembled violently as he clearly felt the terrifying aura inside the opponent. Senior, I did not want to attack that girl. I wanted to deal with the young man behind her." There. Feng Steward tremblingly pointed at Yi Qingyun. He did not understand why he had offended this old man for no reason and might end up dying miserably. The red-robed old man immediately became furious. "Nonsense, do you take me for a fool?" Feng Steward's face turned purple and green, with veins bulging. "Senior, how dare I think you are a fool? Your cultivation is far above mine. I admire you too much to even catch up." At this moment, the red-robed old man's face darkened. "Far above mine? Are you mocking me for being bald?" "What? I never said bald." This humble one absolutely had no such meaning. Besides, Senior, being bald proves you have devoted yourself to cultivation day and night, which allowed your cultivation to reach its peak. You are truly a role model for our generation. Are you saying I deserve to be bald? Weird. I hate it most when others say I am bald. Die for me. Feng Steward hurriedly replied, "But I truly never said you were bald. Senior, can you stop making trouble unreasonable like this?" The old man paused. "You said I am making trouble unreasonably." Feng Steward's expression immediately changed drastically. The old man suddenly raised his arm, and that movement seemed as if he could lift an entire mountain range with one hand. It was terrifying beyond words. Enough nonsense, go die. Seeing the white-robed old man's hand about to fall, Feng Steward became frantic. Since the opponent insisted on killing him, fear was useless. Thinking this, Feng Steward let out a long roar and the spiritual energy throughout his body surged violently. Damn bald bastard, I will fight you with my life, HMPH. You truly do not know your own limits. This guy really came to kill my family's peerless genius. The raised right hand immediately struck down fiercely, and in an instant, a huge aura like sword energy shot from his fingers, tearing through the air like an arrow. The aura transformed into a miniature phoenix, like a raging flame charging toward Feng Steward. Ah! The flame landed on Feng Steward's body and immediately burned him, causing him to scream in agony. The old man then turned his gaze toward Yi Zoe. Little girl, with the 7 phoenix marks inside your body, you are also a peerless talent of my phoenix clan. Why have you been wandering outside? Before he could finish speaking, Yi Zoe fainted. Yi Qingyun hurriedly caught her and gently called, Zoe. Suddenly a cold voice sounded, let go. The old man held Yi Zoe and shouted angrily, the peerless genius of my phoenix clan is someone you can touch. Thinking that Yi Zoe would definitely join the phoenix clan in the future, and the person before him also belonged to the phoenix clan, Yi Qingyun remained respectful and said, she is my younger sister. The phoenix killing aura inside Zoe has erupted and must be suppressed immediately. This is a flame suppression pill. It can suppress the killing aura. The red-robed old man was slightly surprised. His eyes swept over the pill before looking at Yi Qingyun, asking indifferently, you refined it? Yi Qingyun answered without hesitation, yes, I hope Senior can quickly give it to my sister. The old man immediately knocked the pill out of Yi Qingyun's hand. The old man became furious. Brat, someone like you actually refined a second-grade pill? I think this pill is 80% defective. You want to harm that girl? Yi Qingyun silently bent down and picked up the pill. Yi Qingyun coldly glanced at him. If it were not because the old man was from the Phoenix clan, his tone would definitely not have been so gentle. She is my younger sister, so how could I harm her? Unexpectedly, the old man still refused to stop and continued pressuring Yi Qingyun, angrily shouting, yes, I have seen many people like you. So what if you're siblings? Who knows if you're jealous and deliberately trying to harm her? This old man was truly impossible to deal with. At that moment, the killing aura inside Yi Zoe erupted to an unbearable level. She groaned in pain. Ah, Yi Zoe was suffering from immense torment and needed to take a flame suppression pill immediately. Therefore, Yi Qingyun immediately handed the pill over again. Zoer, the old man shouted for him to stop. Yi Qingyun's eyes turned icy cold. He said in a deep voice, instead of wasting time with me, you should use the forbidden technique together with the flame suppression pill to suppress the phoenix aura inside my sister's body first. Hearing this, the old man looked at Yi Qingyun in shock and thought to himself, relying only on the forbidden technique, it is difficult to suppress this girl's current aura. There is nothing wrong with this flame suppression pill. The old man gritted his teeth and hissed, then get out of my way and don't interfere. In the void, the red-robed old man nervously looked down at the girl below, both hands continuously forming sealing techniques of the Phoenix clan. After using the fire suppression pill, the violent aura around Yi Zoe weakened greatly, and the Phoenix killing aura inside her body gradually decreased. The red-robed old man muttered to himself, if he knew this girl possessed 9 Phoenix seals, he would definitely be shocked speechless. This girl's talent is astonishing, with too much Phoenix energy within her body. With my family's resources, suppressing the dark killing aura for a short time is possible. But over time, even all of my family's resources would not be enough to nurture her. Discovering a clan member with such talent, perhaps our family has a chance to return to the main branch of the Phoenix clan. At this moment, Yi Wuhai and Yi Kang hurried over. Yi Wuhai anxiously shouted, Qingyun, are you all right? Yi Qingyun calmly replied, I'm fine. Butler Feng kidnapped Zoe, but I killed him. Seeing the scene before him, Yi Wuhai was immediately stunned. He was Yi Qingyun calmly explained. Zoe's Phoenix martial spirit awakening was discovered by Yang Shijiang, a powerful member of the Phoenix clan, and he was helping Zoe suppress her Phoenix energy. However, he also had his own plans. Looking at the girl before him and seeing her complexion fully recovered, the old man finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Then his gaze fell on Yi Qingyun, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. It has been suppressed. This fire suppression pill is actually of such high quality. The old man looked at the girl with fiery eyes, and in his eyes she was no different from a precious piece of jade. I am Elder Feng San Feng of the Phoenix clan's branch family. What is your name? Are you willing to join my clan? At that time, all the resources of the clan will be provided for your use. Yi Zoe immediately shook her head firmly, speaking resolutely, no, I want to stay by my brother's side. Feng San Feng's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, foolish. Although my branch does not have as many resources as the main family, it is still tens of thousands of times greater than any family in this town. You must think carefully how many people could refuse the conditions I offer. I never expected this little girl to reject so decisively. No, I don't like it unless you take my brother with me, otherwise I won't go anywhere. Zoe was extremely stubborn. Even at this moment she still could not forget Yi Qingyun, showing how deep her feelings for him were. The old man finally could not endure it anymore, but he did not dare vent his anger on this talented girl, so he could only direct all his fury at Yi Qingyun. This brat is no longer young, yet he is only at the first level of creation realm, not even comparable to a servant of my branch. What resources can he have that compare to yours, and what resources can protect you? Hearing the old man insult her brother, Yi Zoe angrily retorted, I won't allow you to speak of my brother like that. You don't know how hard he has worked. Feng San Feng coldly said, hard work, what use is that? Soon you will leave him far behind. Yi Qingyun did not bother paying attention to the old man, only looking at Yi Zoe before saying seriously, Zoe, he is not wrong. The phoenix energy in your body is too powerful, and the Yi family does not have enough resources to suppress it. Go with him first and cultivate diligently. Don't be lazy. Yi Zoe kept shaking her head. I don't want to. Yi Qingyun was also reluctant to leave Yi Zoe, but he understood that with his current strength he simply could not protect her well, nor could he suppress the phoenix-killing aura inside her body. Brother promises you 3 years later I will personally visit you. Even so, Yi Zoe still refused. She shouted, I don't want to. Feng San Feng said irritably, why is this child so stubborn? Tears continuously fell down Yi Zoe's face. Zoe's body will be decided by Zoe herself. Even if Zoe dies, she will never leave the Yi family. Hearing this, Yi Kang asked in shock, clan leader, did you hear that? Yi Wuhai replied, I don't care what bloodline Zoe has, she is still my good granddaughter of Yi Wuhai. Yi Qingyun's voice carried some dissatisfaction as it became stern. Zoe, don't do something foolish. The Yi family does not have enough resources to suppress the killing aura for you. Before he could finish, Yi Wuhai loudly interrupted. Zoe, even if the Yi family has to go bankrupt, we will suppress the killing aura for you. Yi Kang immediately agreed beside him. That's right, we are all members of the Yi family. Feng San Feng calmly said, this girl will definitely become powerful in the future and will naturally come to the main family. If she develops hatred toward him now, a good thing will become a bad thing. Miss Zoe, do you really want your brother to risk his life searching for medicinal materials for your body in the future? Will you also drag the entire Yi family into bankruptcy because of you? You are a sensible child, come with me. Hearing those words, Yi Zoe lowered her head, tears continuously falling. Let's go, Zoe. Feng San Feng no longer wanted to stay in this remote place, nor did he want to see that annoying youth again, so he snorted coldly with an unpleasant expression. Yi Qingyun smiled lightly, completely ignoring the old man's gloomy face. Zoe, go, work hard. Yi Zoe looked at her brother with an extremely serious gaze, her lovely eyes still unable to stop the tears, but she painfully nodded. Yes. Yi Qingyun continued, right, Zoe. Yi Qingyun walked closer to Yi Zoe and whispered beside her ear, do not tell anyone that you have 9 phoenix seals. If someone asks, just say you have 7. Remember this? Yi Zoe did not understand why she had to say that, but she still nodded firmly. Yi Wuhai and everyone else could not help feeling emotional. No one expected that among the entire Yi family, the one with the greatest potential would be that little girl who looked somewhat silly and innocent when she smiled. Goodbye, Zoe, sob, my good granddaughter. Yi Zoe nodded heavily. Zoe will definitely live well. Goodbye, everyone. The figures of the two gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Qingyun's lips. He eagerly looked forward to meeting Zoe again. 3 years later, that little girl should have grown into a graceful and beautiful young woman. A few days later, outside the Yi family pavilion, a figure moved unpredictably. In his hand was a broken sword, and as the broken sword stabbed forward, the entire space slightly trembled. If one listened carefully, they could hear the sound of the surrounding air being torn apart by sword energy. The broken sword left its sheath, and a wave of sword energy instantly shot out, like a streak of moonlight sweeping forward, causing a rock garden ahead to shatter with a loud bang. A single sword aura could easily cut apart the rockery as if slicing tofu, showing just how powerful Yi Qingyun had become. After sheathing his sword, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he smiled and said, Gu, old man, come out. Gu Dan had been very confident that he had hidden perfectly and concealed all his aura, yet he still could not escape that person's eyes. At that moment he thought of the other's spiritual power. Gu Old Man asked, Yi Sir knew? I wonder how high Yi Sir's spiritual power is. Yi Qingyun thought for a moment before answering, rank 45. Hearing this, Gu Old Man immediately took a deep breath. Spiritual power rank 45, no wonder he could sense his position instantly. He never expected Yi Sir to be so young yet already possess rank 45 spiritual power, while his sword mastery had also reached the realm of unity. What is it, Gu Old Man, do you need something? I don't believe you came here just to watch me practice swordsmanship. Yi Qingyun smiled, treating Gu Dan like an ordinary person rather than the lofty third-grade alchemist he was. No ordinary person would dare speak to Gu Old Man like that, yet Gu Dan showed no reaction because he was already used to it, and he truly admired Yi Qingyun. These past few days, the light of the strange flame seed has grown brighter and brighter. I fear the Mo Rai flame is about to awaken. Gu Dan directly explained his purpose, as they were already partners. He would help Yi Qingyun devour the Mo Rai flame, and after succeeding, Yi Qingyun would help him restore his spiritual arm. Yi Qingyun nodded and said seriously, then let's set off now. Gu Old Man laughed loudly, haha, alright then Qing Huaying, our safety this time will be entrusted to you. Qing Huaying stood beside him with a cold expression and confidently said, I will naturally do my best for Sir's safety. As for that Yi fellow, he can protect himself. Yi Qingyun remained calm and confident, his domineering aura clearly revealed. Just protect Gu Old Man well. Alchemists usually have weaker bodies, and since we need to find the Mo Rai strange flame, Gu Old Man's safety is more important. Qing Huaying was slightly stunned. If an ordinary person said this, he would definitely think they were crazy, but the person before him was the Yi family young master and a sword master. He coldly said, HMPH, pretending to be impressive. Right, Yi Sir, the Mo Rai martial exam is in a few days. What if you can't participate? Yi Qingyun chuckled, seeing through Gu Old Man's thoughts at a glance. If they were too late, then so be it. There was nothing interesting about it anyway. Gu Old Man waved his sleeve, and a seed of life force shot out, floating in the air and releasing waves of radiance. By following it, they could determine the exact location of the Mo Rai strange flame. The three immediately left the Yi family, rushing all the way before entering the Mo Rai forest. This was already the deep area of the forest, so there should be no one here. Let's hurry. Not long after, Yi Qingyun's group arrived at the inner area of the Mo Rai forest. Strangely, this place normally had very few people, yet today it was much more crowded, with even many alchemists appearing. Yi Qingyun calmly said, Gu Old Man, I'm afraid your information has leaked. This place is as lively as a market. Gu Dan's expression changed slightly and his brows tightened. Damn it, it must be that bastard Gu Hun who deliberately spread the news. Yi Qingyun calmly replied, that is not surprising. The Mo Rai strange flame can devour human blood, and the more it devours, the stronger it becomes. Those first-grade and second-grade alchemists who believe they are lucky enough to obtain the strange flame are merely food for the Mo Rai flame. It seems the person you mentioned is truly sinister. Gu Old Man looked at the young man in surprise. Yeah, isn't this Gu Hun afraid of playing with fire and burning himself? The surrounding alchemists immediately became wary when they saw Gu Old Man's group. Grandmaster Gu, it is really Grandmaster Gu. At this moment, more and more martial artists gathered around, and many anxious alchemists paced back and forth. When they saw Yi Qingyun's group, their expressions changed slightly. Especially after recognizing Qing Huaying, the shock on their faces became even stronger. That is Qing Huaying, the Qing Huaying who killed the father of the strongest explosive realm expert. He was actually recruited by Grandmaster Gu. Looks like we have no hope. Who is the other person beside him? Why is he bringing along a first-layer explosive realm lackey? Gu Dan suddenly stopped, making Yi Qingyun slightly confused. Gu Old Man, what's wrong? Gu Dan stood frozen in place, then his whole body quickly trembled. His remaining left arm shook uncontrollably, and his eyes gradually turned blood-red. Gu Hun. In front of them stood an old man with a smiling face but a gloomy aura. He, Gu Dan. The old man wore the unique clothing of an alchemist, with a style identical to Gu Dan's. 3 flame marks on his robe proved that the old man before them was a third-grade alchemist. He never expected to meet you here. Gu Hun chuckled, and beside him stood a giant man 8 feet tall, with a body as sturdy as an iron tower. The powerful spiritual energy around him surged outward, causing the surrounding space to freeze. That is Jia Tian, a descendant of the giant race. Who is the young master beside you? How barbaric to let a youth come here to die. Gu Hun's gaze shifted to the young man beside Gu Dan, and he sneered. After one glance, he immediately ignored him. A useless person not worthy of his attention. Those mocking words were only an instinctive habit. Qing Huaying, why are you still following Gu Dan? Back then you rejected my invitation, was it because he lost an arm and you felt pity for him? As he said this, Gu Hun's face showed a trace of displeasure. Zhu Yitian's eyes lit up when he looked at Qing Huaying. You are Qing Huaying. I heard you are known as the world's strongest Yin Void Realm expert. Why not let me learn from you today? Qing Huaying coldly replied while holding his sword, Fine, I'll play with you. From beginning to end, Gu Dan did not say a word, but his gloomy expression was frightening enough to send chills down one's spine. He was clearly at the edge of exploding. Gu Old Man stayed silent, but that did not mean Yi Qingyun would. Hey, I'm talking to you, you master and servant, one ox and one buffalo, can you shut up? He snorted coldly, making such a fuss as if you two were very close. Ox. Gu Hun's expression finally darkened, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qingyun. Buffalo. Zhu Yitian's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward, and the spiritual energy around him immediately surged backward, causing the momentum of heaven and earth to shift slightly. Yi Qingyun sneered, completely ignoring Gu Hun. Look, he has finally revealed his true form. Gu Hun finally became furious and shouted at the big man beside him, Kill him for me. Gu Hun angrily ordered Zhu Yitian, Kill them for me. You dare? Qing Huaying stepped forward, sword aura drifting around him with a sharp intent, instantly dispelling the opponent's momentum. Qing Huaying drew his sword and slashed directly at Zhu Yitian. Zhu Yitian looked interested. You have some ability. Qing Huaying's face darkened as he said coldly, You can try again. At that moment, the front of the cave suddenly exploded with a thunderous sound. A white light shot out from the dark cave, carrying scorching waves of heat surging outward. Gu Hun's expression immediately changed, Morai strange flame. Even Gu Dan's expression changed as he appeared. Gu Hun immediately ordered the iron tower-like man beside him, Zhu Yitian, ignore them, let's go. Zhu Yitian turned around and replied, Understood. Outside the cave, several figures shot forward like sharp swords, leaving behind low tearing sounds. In just a moment, only Yi Qingyun, Gu Dan, and Qing Huaying remained at the entrance. Let's enter quickly too. Gu Dan originally wanted to follow immediately, but Yi Qingyun suddenly said 3 words, Wait a moment. Not understanding the young man's intention, the old man anxiously asked, What is it? Yi Qingyun revealed his snow-white teeth. Come on, rest for a while and eat some grapes. Qing Huaying angrily shouted, What time is it now and you are still eating grapes? Are you sick or something? If you are sick, go see a doctor. Although he did not know what the young man intended, seeing that he was not in a hurry, the old man did not need to rush either. Haha, since Mr. Yi invited me to eat grapes, how could I refuse? Qing Huaying was startled. Sir, why are you also? Gu Dan calmly stroked his beard. Qing Huaying, you should eat some too. Qing Huaying ignored him and turned away. HMPH, I don't want any. After Morai strange flame gained intelligence, it usually became extremely violent. Upon seeing people, it would devour them, so at this time, whoever entered would only be unlucky. Elder Gu could not help but admire him. As expected, Mr. Yi not only knows everything but is also extremely cautious. Qing Huaying sat down with an annoyed voice. HMPH, I don't know what kind of spell Mr. Yi was under to believe that kid's words so much. Fine, I'll just sit and rest for a while. Yi Qingyun calmly said, All right, we can enter now. Yi Qingyun slowly walked forward without any impatience because he knew Morai flame was absolutely not something that could be easily absorbed. Qing Huaying was shocked and exclaimed, What? Inside the cave, many blood-covered corpses appeared on the ground. Strangely, white flames floated above each corpse. Clearly, these people had all died at the hands of Morai flame. Yi Qingyun's words were indeed correct. After Morai flame appeared, its consciousness was unclear and it would automatically devour anyone it encountered. Heh, Morai flame is mine. Watching the corpses slowly disappear, Gu Dan could not help but feel shocked. Yi Qingyun slightly frowned. It seems the desire of this Morai flame is very strong. Let's continue forward. Dense killing intent filled the surroundings and an extremely powerful pressure roared toward them. If one's cultivation was below the transformation realm, even breathing would become extremely difficult. The further they advanced, the stronger that feeling became. Countless flickering lights appeared around them like fireflies. Looking closely, they discovered they were white flames floating in the air. Ah! A lewd sound suddenly came from ahead. An indescribable scene appeared before Yi Qingyun and the others, a beautiful woman like a flower, completely naked, with her clothes almost burned away. Beneath her feet was a pale, corpse-like old man, but flames burned in his eyes as he continuously shouted, "Ha ha, Morai flame is mine." The woman smiled seductively. "Yes, I belong to you." Suddenly, she raised her delicate white hand, sharp like a sword. White energy continuously escaped from the martial artist's body, and in an instant, all the spiritual energy inside him was drained and destroyed. Yi Qingyun's expression became extremely cold. Mo Rai Flame, he knew clearly that the woman before him was transformed from Mo Rai Flame. The woman spoke with a deep male-like voice, extremely disgusting. Her jade hand slowly rose and her tongue licked her lips. Did you also come to devour me?" Her gaze swept around and finally stopped on Yi Qingyun. Her phoenix-like eyes immediately lit up. She teased, "You look quite handsome. Serve me obediently and I will spare your life. How about it?" Hearing that, Yi Qingyun felt disgusted. This neither male nor female creature was the type he hated most in his life. He coldly snorted, "Get lost." Mo Rai Flame laughed coldly, killing intent flashed in her eyes. "It is your honor that I look at you, yet you dare tell me to get lost." At that moment, Gu Hun took out a scroll from beside him. This is the moment. Without saying another word, he immediately poured spiritual energy into it, causing the scroll to shine brightly before flying straight toward Mo Rai Flame. Gu Old Man's expression changed greatly when he saw the scroll. "A different flame scroll? You stole the ancient different flame scroll? Aren't you afraid the different flame will become stronger?" Gu Hun sneered, "Steal? Hee, this thing was originally mine." No wonder he deliberately spread news about Mo Rai Flame everywhere, because he possessed a different flame scroll that could suppress the powerful Mo Rai Flame. However, it was only a low-level different flame scroll could it truly suppress this powerful Mo Rai Flame. The white-robed woman sneered, "Haha, you are making me laugh to death. You dare bring this thing out to suppress me." Her jade-like hand moved slightly and a powerful force surged out, striking directly at the different flame scroll. Instantly, a white flame rose up, making sizzling sounds before quickly covering the entire scroll. The raging flames burned fiercely, turning it into ashes in just a moment. Gu Hun's face showed shock and disbelief. How could this happen? He never expected the low-level different flame scroll to be almost useless against Mo Rai Flame. Yi Qingyun glanced at Gu Hun. "Idiot, your low-level different flame scroll could only deal with Mo Rai Flame when it had just appeared." He continued without mercy, "What about now? Even a pig is not as stupid as you." Gu Hun's face twitched repeatedly as if a violent force was churning inside his mouth, his eyes firmly locked onto the youth. He had never suffered such humiliation before. He pointed at Yi Qingyun and ordered the iron tower-like giant beside him, "Kill him for me." Zhu Yitian frowned. With Mo Rai Flame still here, killing the youth now was clearly not a wise choice. However, Gu Hun had already lost his reason and shouted at Zhu Yitian, "I told you to kill him." Zhu Yitian made up his mind. His gaze fell on Yi Qingyun. Killing intent instantly surged. His speed erupted fiercely, turning into an invisible wind as he appeared before Yi Qingyun in an instant. Suddenly, a blazing white flame appeared, shooting out before fiercely striking Zhu Yitian. The red-robed woman's eyes burned with fury. "Get lost, he is mine, who dares steal my prey." Mo Rai Flame's gaze suddenly shifted to another direction. Qing Wang drew out the blue long sword and held it horizontally before him, coldly staring at the red-robed woman. Sword energy scattered through the air, releasing sharp whistling sounds. Qing Wang leapt forward, moving like a hunting leopard as his strange body technique rushed out. The white-robed woman sneered, raising her jade-like hands slightly as clusters of white flames instantly spread out, like spirits wrapping tightly around Qing Wang without letting go. Qing Wang frowned slightly and retreated backward. Mo Rai Flame was slightly surprised. "You seem a little stronger than that big-headed guy, but it changes nothing." Her entire body released a violent aura, shaking the area within 100 meters, the pressure making everyone feel suffocated. "Die?" Qing Wang anxiously said to the old man. Although he unwillingly admitted it, he also did not want to die here. "Gu Old Man, leave first, I can't hold on much longer." In this place, the only person who remained calm was Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun raised his head and walked step by step toward the red-robed woman. "You retreat and protect Gu Old Man well." Qing Wang was shocked and exclaimed, "You The 10-demon heart inside Yi Qingyun's body rapidly contracted. An extremely domineering aura gradually spread from his body. When this aura appeared, the white-robed woman's expression immediately changed, and she spoke in a sharp voice. What are you hiding on your body? Yi Qingyun chuckled. The thing you want. Yi Qingyun slowly pulled out the sword in his hand. A merciless slash fell, instantly splitting the flame into two halves. Mo Rai Flame let out a miserable scream. Stop. Immediately, half of the different flame disappeared, causing Gu Hun's expression to change greatly. His purpose in coming here was to devour Mo Rai Flame, so how could he not become furious after witnessing this? Pointing at the youth with trembling hands, he roared, "Stop him now." The Mo Rai Flame let out a strange howl, and the entire flame mass was split in two by Yi Qingyun's sword. Looking at the young man, its eyes were filled with intense fear. Stop, what are you trying to do? Why can't I move?" Yi Qingyun smiled meaningfully. "You will know soon." Without hesitation, Yi Qingyun opened his mouth wide and swallowed the Mo Rai Flame mass in one bite. A dazzling light could be seen shining from inside his mouth. The Mo Rai Flame screamed endlessly, "Let me go." After splitting the Mo Rai Flame in half, Yi Qingyun proudly said, "Half of you has already been eaten by me. Do you still think I will let you go?" Rocks gradually gathered, covering Zhu Yitian's two massive arms. He let out a low roar, "Earth Burial Sword." Seeing this scene, Gu Dan's expression changed as he shouted, "Qing Wang, hurry, he wants to harm you, sir." Gu Dan and Yi Qingyun were already on the same boat, so he naturally could not watch him die without saving him. Too late, Zhu Yitian's right hand was covered by rocks and suddenly slammed down onto the ground. The ground immediately cracked open. From the gaps, sharp rock spikes rose one after another. Yi Qingyun slightly froze, shocked. A sharp spike suddenly appeared beneath Yi Qingyun's feet and shot straight toward his chin. This move from the giant man was extremely sinister, clearly intending to push Yi Qingyun to death. Gu Hun laughed wildly. After Yi Qingyun's 10-demon heart lost its pressure, the remaining half of the Mo Rai Flame immediately flew out of the cave and spoke gloomily, "Brat, I have remembered you. The next time we meet will be your death day." The spiritual energy inside Yi Qingyun's body went into chaos, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Supporting himself with both hands, he raised his head and stared at Zhu Yitian like a fierce tiger. If Zhu Yitian had not ambushed him, he would have already fully absorbed the Mo Rai Flame. Gu Hun trembled with rage. "How can this happen? Zhu Yitian, why haven't you killed him yet?" Yi Qingyun coldly glanced at Gu Hun and thought, "This is bad. I must let the 10-demon heart finish absorbing this half of the Mo Rai strange flame first." Zhu Yitian roared wildly, "Haha, go die." Qing Wang coldly looked at Zhu Yitian. The long sword in his hand released a sharp ringing sound, stirring terrifying sword energy in all directions. Yi Qingyun sat down cross-legged, ignoring him, and completely absorbed the remaining half of the Mo Rai Flame inside his body. The rest could be left to Qing Wang. With Qing Wang's strength, protecting him should not be a problem. "Don't forget I am here too. Come, let me see what makes you the strongest Yin Void Realm expert." Zhu Yitian's expression changed slightly, but he still stepped forward. His muscles bulged and rippled, flashing a faint cold light. Then he quickly formed seals and activated his martial skill. His body stretched up to 3 meters tall, looking like a true giant. His entire body swelled violently, with long veins like green snakes protruding. The next moment, blue chains wrapped around the Iron Tower giant man's body. Qing Wang looked at the Iron Tower giant man, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. "Giant bloodline seal, yet the giant blood in your body actually exceeds 10%. Zhu Yitian raised his head and laughed arrogantly, staring directly at Qing Wang as he growled, "Today I want to see whether your powerful swordsmanship can still injure my body." The two figures rushed toward each other without hesitation. Qing Wang and Zhu Yitian quickly entered battle, fighting fiercely until neither could gain the upper hand. At this moment, Yi Qingyun remained seated cross-legged, completely unaffected by the outside world. Inside his body, the 10-demon heart emitted an indescribable sound. He focused completely, continuously absorbing half of the Mo Rai Flame, while the 10-demon heart crazily refined it. Yi Qingyun silently recalled his past life and wondered, "In my previous life, I swallowed dozens of strange flames to create the 10-demon flame, the 10-demon flame that defies fate and burns all things." Just then, the 10-demon heart inside his body suddenly trembled violently. A strange sound slowly echoed, like a giant bell shaking Yi Qingyun's mind. No one noticed that at this moment, a black flame had appeared deep within Yi Qingyun's eyes. He continued thinking, although the 10-demon flame was stronger than any strange flame, it was not listed on the strange flame ranking. Yi Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. He never expected that in this life, only swallowing half of the Mo Rai strange flame would allow it to be born. though there were some differences. The appearance of the 10 demon flame caused heaven and earth to change color. Gu Dan's eyes trembled, while Gu Hun was so terrified that his body could barely withstand the overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth. He screamed wildly in his heart, "Something has been born inside his body, making me want to submit. That is definitely not the Mo Rai flame, absolutely impossible. What exactly is it?" A black flame quickly rose from within the 10 demon heart. The deep blue sky was like a huge velvet cloth, decorated with pure white clouds resembling soft cotton. Lower Divine Realm Alchemist Association headquarters. This place was a massive, magnificent, and extremely grand structure. The building's facade was carved with countless exquisite details, radiating luxury and authority. The building had towering curved roofs with enormous pillars beneath it. A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe stared upward, extreme shock filling his eyes. He was Luo Hai Dan's third disciple, an 8th-grade alchemist, and was now the president of the Alchemist Association. Behind him stood 2 old men wearing identical clothes, each with 7 flame marks on their robes. This aura was extremely similar to that of the war god back then. A trace of shock appeared in one old man's eyes. Although 100 years had passed, the event had long been engraved in his mind. The alchemist beside him immediately replied, "Impossible, the war god died long ago and the 10 demon flame disappeared with him. Besides, this aura is far too weak." Luo Hai Dan's voice became extremely certain. "No, that's wrong. This feeling is absolutely not something a strange flame possesses, nor is it something the 10 demon flame possesses." Luo Hai Dan was also confused. It was stronger than any flame. "If only it were my master." The middle-aged man sighed softly, turned around, and walked into the pavilion, leaving only a lonely back. The 2 old men looked at each other and shook their heads. "The president is currently carrying out the revival plan. Although our Alchemist Association has powerful influence, there are still some forces that do not fear us." The old man beside him continued, "That's right, back then the war god almost broke through the restriction." Speaking of this, the old man's tone carried regret. Reaching that legendary realm, everyone in the Middle Divine Realm knew of. Meanwhile, at the Lower Divine Realm Royal Divine Fortress, inside a massive Greek-style white pavilion, stood Lang Shisan's palace. A man wearing a golden robe and crown looked up at the heavens. His eyes suddenly shot out dazzling star-like light, and his powerful hand slammed onto the chair. How could this be? He sat rigidly on the chair, and the aura around him instantly erupted with dragon-like pressure. Could this aura be him? His expression became ugly. Without witnessing it personally, no one could imagine that the ruler of the Lower Divine Realm Royal Divine Fortress could ever show such a reaction. It must not be. Suddenly, a clear voice rang from behind, sweet like an oriole's song, as a barefoot woman walked over. "This aura is far weaker than his, and back then I personally pierced the 10 demon heart with my sword. Even if he was the war god, there was no way he could stop that strike. The woman was so beautiful that she could easily make people imagine countless things, but no one dared to think that way because everyone knew how ruthless she was. Back then the war god Yi Qingyun was known as invincible, yet he ultimately died tragically under the Luo Ling's sword in the hands of this red-clothed woman." Hearing Luo Ling's words, Lang Shisan finally felt relieved. He laughed joyfully. "Haha, that's right." He pulled the woman closer by her clothes and called out to Luo Ling. Luo Ling asked, "What is it?" Lang Shisan wrapped his arm around her waist and laughed. "You were really ruthless to him." Luo Ling did not answer, only revealing a sinister smile. "Haha." Inside the apocalyptic cave, after the pressure disappeared, the old man immediately stood up. His eyes locked onto the young man sitting cross-legged ahead, and obvious fear appeared in his pupils. Gu Hun was furious. That bastard absorbed half of the strange flame, yet broke through from the first level of the transformation realm to the 3rd level. Those things should have been mine. Gu Hun's face was filled with rage. He stepped forward and suddenly threw a punch from his sleeve. "I must kill him." 2 black flames appeared in Yi Qingyun's eyes, flickering like 2 brilliant stars in the endless night. "Fool." Yi Qingyun's voice was cold, and the force in his hand grew stronger. "As an alchemist, you actually dare to fight me in close combat. Has alchemy made you stupid?" Yi Qingyun immediately locked Gu Hun's right hand. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yitian's pupils shrank violently. He immediately shouted, "Brat, release him. Do you know who he is? Even if you had several lives, it would not be enough for you to die." Yi Qingyun lightly nodded, his expression still calm as if nothing happened, then increased his strength and bent the old man's right wrist 45 degrees. "Really?" Gu Hun's face turned pale, large drops of sweat fell like beans, and his screams sounded like a slaughtered pig. "Ah." Zhu Yitian stared at Yi Qingyun and coldly threatened, "Brat, do you really want to die? You dare touch someone from the Gu family, aren't you afraid your entire family will suffer disaster?" In Yi Qingyun's entire life, the thing he hated most was being threatened by others. He still maintained his calm expression and slowly said, "HMPH. Then he used even more strength, directly twisting the old man's arm to 90 degrees. Gu Hun's face turned purple as he screamed in pain, "Ah, be gentler. Damn it, your lack of experience in the world is truly terrifying." Zhu Yitian wanted to say more, but Gu Hun immediately interrupted him. "Zhu Yitian, stop talking." Zhu Yitian was stunned. Anyone could hear the pleading tone in Gu Hun's voice because he truly could not endure the terrifying pain anymore. Yi Qingyun looked thoughtfully at the iron tower-like man, his expression still harmless, as if he posed no threat at all. "Do you have anything else to say?" Gu Hun's face became paler, and he kept begging toward Zhu Yitian. "Zhu Yitian, shut your mouth." Hearing this, Zhu Yitian's expression trembled repeatedly. He clearly wanted to say something, but finally did not dare to speak. He could only swallow his anger and saliva, his face extremely pale. "Damn it." Yi Qingyun smiled thoughtfully. "How about this?" He raised his foot and aimed at Gu Hun's butt before kicking him, causing Gu Hun to fly forward instantly. Ah! His body crashed directly into the opposite wall, and dust immediately filled the air, while Zhu Yitian stared wide-eyed in horror. He turned his head and saw Gu Hun miserably hugging the stone wall, then hurriedly shouted, "Master Gu." Zhu Yitian glared fiercely at Yi Qingyun, flames of anger surging in his heart. "Little bastard, do you want to die?" Gu Hun struggled to stand up and immediately took out a scroll from his sleeve. He said to Zhu Yitian, "Zhu Yitian, let's go." Zhu Yitian roared, filled with unwillingness. "I'm not leaving, I must kill him." Gu Hun said nothing more and directly poured a stream of spiritual power into the scroll. A door immediately appeared before Gu Hun, and dazzling light shot out from it. Gu Hun's furious voice exploded, "Brat, I will remember today's grudge. One day I will tear your skin and break your bones." Yi Qingyun calmly said, "Hey, big head, you actually have some courage. You didn't run away." Zhu Yitian hated Yi Qingyun's harmless expression. Thinking about how the other party looked down on him earlier, his anger erupted as he shouted, "Just a third-level transformation realm trash. Why should I run?" Zhu Yitian stood proudly in place, and the green chains on his chest returned to normal. "What did you say?" Without hesitation, Yi Qingyun leapt up with force, his body moving like a fierce tiger crossing mountains, and threw a punch that created a buzzing sound across heaven and earth. He directly smashed his fist into the iron tower-like man's chest. At that moment, Zhu Yitian's eyes finally lost their contempt and were replaced by undeniable fear. No matter how he imagined it, he never expected the young man's body to be this powerful. The force of that punch was almost enough to shatter a small mountain range. Yi Qingyun calmly glanced at the iron tower-like man, his expression unchanged. "Is this your confidence? A 9th-level transformation realm cultivator cannot even withstand one strike." Zhu Yitian roared inside his heart. How can a 3rd-level transformation realm cultivator possess such terrifying strength? Looks like I must go all out. "I must kill you, you bastard." Zhu Yitian's anger completely exploded. The cultivation aura of the 9th-level transformation realm spread violently from his body, causing several large rocks nearby to crack and shatter instantly. He stepped forward and his body grew another 30 feet taller, his head almost reaching the top of the cave. Below him stood a young man motionless, his white clothes fluttering and hair flowing, his expression unchanged and strangely calm. That calmness was like a war god capable of turning everything into dust in an instant. Soon a black flame appeared dancing in Yi Qingyun's eyes. Immediately after, the black flame quickly covered his body and scorching heat surged outward. Any flame in front of the 10-demon flame must bow and submit. Zhu Yitian's face turned pale, his eyes filled with terror. At this moment, Yi Qingyun raised his right hand. Dense black flames violently moved on his palm, growing stronger like a black giant dragon roaring toward the sky. The fierce flame dragon shot upward, opened its huge mouth, and spewed out a pillar of fire. The dragon roar shook heaven and earth, and in an instant black flames like pouring rain covered Zhu Yitian's 9-foot-tall body. His miserable screams like a slaughtered pig rang out, and soon his body was burned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Gu Dan's face showed disbelief. Yi Qingyun calmly turned away. "Don't look anymore, he can't be saved." "Gu, old man, let's go. Didn't you want your arm restored?" Although the current situation was not completely the same as their original agreement, because he had only obtained half of Mo Rai Flame, Yi Qingyun looked at Gu Dan and smiled slightly. "But the condition remains the same, what do you think?" Yi Qingyun was also slightly surprised inside. He did not expect that just half of Mo Rai Flame could condense the 10-demon flame. Gu Dan's eyes trembled slightly. Really? The thing he desired most was restoring his spiritual arm. He had heard that different flames could help the spiritual arm fuse back together, which was why he traveled thousands of miles here. Hearing Yi Qingyun's words, his entire body immediately became excited. Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "Of course I won't lie to you. Do you want to restore it now?" Gu Dan said excitedly, "Yes, do it now." It had to be admitted that the power of the 10-demon flame was truly terrifying, burning Zhu Yitian to ashes in an instant. One must know that Ji Tian was considered a genius of the Gu family, and his body contained about 1/10 of the giant bloodline, making his body strong enough to resist ordinary flames. Yet in the end, he still died under Yi Qingyun's flame. Outside the cave, a faint voice echoed through the forest. "Qing Huaying, protect this place and do not let outsiders disturb us." Qing Huaying immediately replied, "Understood." Gu Dan asked curiously, "I wonder what method ye sir will use to help me restore my arm." Yi Qingyun only smiled faintly. "You don't need to know, just know that from today onward you will no longer be disabled." Saying that, Yi Qingyun opened the box, then lightly waved his right hand and used his fingertip to write a character in the air. Gu Old Man looked at this scene, his brows slightly furrowing. This is. The character floated in the air without disappearing, and upon closer inspection, it was a condensed character. As his right hand moved, the spiritual arm quickly attached to the old man's right arm. Fuse. Yi Qingyun waved his right hand again, and the fuse character appeared on the spiritual arm. Soon, the spiritual arm merged into Gu Dan's body. A strong look of excitement immediately appeared on his face. "True word master, Yi sir is a true word master." Yi Qingyun was slightly surprised. "You know about true word masters?" Gu Dan's face gradually showed shock. A true word master is a legendary profession. Every character contains insight into the Tao. I thought what was recorded in ancient books was only a legend. I never expected it to be real. Yi Qingyun patted Gu Dan's shoulder. "You have done very well in alchemy. Just focus on your expertise and don't become too greedy." Yi Qingyun continued calmly, "A person's energy is limited after all." Gu Dan gently nodded. "Yi sir is right." "Yi sir, I don't know how I can repay your kindness." Gu Old Man respectfully bowed to Yi Qingyun. This was the most sincere bow he had ever given. Even when worshipping his ancestors, he had never been this reverent. Yi Qingyun casually said, "Gu Old Man, don't be so polite. We have already obtained what we wanted." Gu Old Man said seriously, "Even if you say that, this matter holds great meaning for me. If Yi sir needs anything, feel free to come to the Gu family. I will definitely do my best to help." Yi Qingyun gently nodded, secretly remembering Gu Old Man's words. "All right, then we shall part ways here." The sky was clear with faint drifting clouds. Today, Mo Rai town was unusually lively. Many martial artists gathered at the Doomsday Square to watch the battle. Punish him, cripple him, cripple him. The viewing platform was packed with people, including Yi family head Yi Wuhai, Elder Yi Kang, and Grand Elder Yi Sheng. Yi Wuhai shouted loudly, "Yi Hua, admit defeat." Besides the Yi family, the Hai family was also present there. Sitting at the most central position was a person from the town manor, a middle-aged man with a deep aura, clear facial features, and a handsome appearance. Beside him stood a graceful woman with a jade-like carved face, fair skin, and delicate eyebrows. She was the town lord's daughter, Zai Yin. "Father," Zai Qing Man interrupted, "we are only watching." Before he finished speaking, Zai Yin spoke again, but before she could finish, Zai Qing Man angrily shouted, "Enough, the debt from Butler Feng will no longer be counted against the Yi family." A few days ago, he learned that his butler died near the Yi family, and although he later discovered the killer was a mysterious powerhouse, it still caused him to feel some anger toward the Yi family. Although Butler Feng was only a petty butler, he was still the town manor's butler, and a butler of the town manor dying at someone else's hands made him extremely furious. Although Yi Hua was extremely unwilling to admit defeat in his heart, the situation had reached this point, so he still shouted, "I admit defeat." Seeing this scene, Hai Ming's face was full of contempt. A chilling aura rose in his eyes, making everyone feel cold. Then he sneered disdainfully. "Ah!" Hai Ming gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and a blood-red radiance erupted from his body. He directly crippled Yi Hua's arm the moment he made his move. Yi Hua screamed in pain, completely unable to believe the opponent was this ruthless. He had already admitted defeat, yet the other still refused to let him go, truly bullying him too much. He shouted, "Why? I already admitted defeat. Why? However, Hai Ming acted as if he heard nothing, even sticking his finger into his ear, his voice louder than Yi Hua's, clearly treating him like a toy in his palm. "Huh, what did you say? I couldn't hear you." Without hesitation, he fiercely kicked Yi Hua's butt, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Hai Ming's attack was extremely brutal, immediately intimidating many people present. The Hai family disciples immediately burst into laughter after hearing this. "Ha ha ha, did you see that? Ha ha ha, we saw it. This is so funny, our young master is so cool. I heard the champion of this Mo Rai martial competition will receive an invitation to enroll in Star Position Academy." That's right, Star Position Academy even sent people here. "Look over there, that is the town lord's daughter." The Hai family wins this match. A powerful voice sounded from the arena. Unlike the Hai family disciples, all Yi family members had gloomy expressions, their eyes almost spitting fire. This was truly excessive bullying, clearly treating the Yi family as if they were nothing. Yi Wuhai angrily shouted, "Referee Wang, that person violated the rules." Yi Hua already admitted defeat long ago, yet he continued attacking. Referee Wang originally showed no reaction, standing there like a wooden statue. He only glanced at Yi Wuhai before calmly saying, "Violated the rules. I did not hear the Yi family disciple admit defeat." Yi Wuhai snorted coldly, forcefully suppressing his anger. "You." Referee Wang looked extremely satisfied, nodded, and said, "All right, this match is Hai Ming's victory. Step down and prepare for the next match." Hai Ming nodded, "All right." A powerful first-layer Yin Void Realm aura suddenly erupted, causing Hai Ming to instinctively feel shocked and afraid. Yi Sheng suddenly stood up. "Referee Wang, violating the rules means being disqualified. What do you mean by announcing this?" Referee Wang glanced at Yi Sheng and continued speaking in a calm yet mocking tone. "Rules are dead, people are alive, and besides, he is just trash. Trash should remain trash." Yi Sheng angrily roared, "What did you say?" However, this cultivation level still had no effect on Referee Wang because he was also a first-layer Yin Void Realm martial artist. He calmly said, "What, is there a problem? If you are dissatisfied, send someone to fight Hai Ming. Since ancient times, fists are what decide the winner." Yi Sheng stood there, his face filled with anger but unable to do anything. "You." Referee Wang looked at Hai Ming and said, "Hai Ming, the Yi family is dissatisfied. Do you accept the challenge from the Yi family disciples?" Hai Ming laughed even more arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, of course, I am standing here to see who dares come up." Many people on the streets hurriedly ran toward the arena in panic. While running, they whispered to each other, "Hurry, go to the arena. I heard something happened there. It seems Hai Ming crippled several Yi family disciples." "Really? Why didn't the Yi family disciples admit defeat?" "How could they? That referee seems to be protecting Hai Ming." "Stop talking, hurry." Yi Qingyun, who was nearby, could not help but mutter, "Morai martial competition." A person was sent flying, and his entire body heavily crashed into the stone wall. Hai Ming casually chatted and laughed as if looking down on all beings from above, constantly mocking them. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash, who else dares come up?" "Old man Yi, where is your Yi family's Yi Qingyun? Didn't he say he wanted to kill me? Where is he?" Yi Wuhai stared at Hai Ming, his eyes almost burning with rage, the anger in his heart surging like endless flames. "I'm here, trash!" Suddenly, a white-clothed youth with a sword at his waist slowly walked forward. Quiet whispers spread among the crowd. Everyone looked at that white figure, their eyes slightly moving as they also felt the figure seemed familiar. "Trash." Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Kang froze and turned to look, blurting out, "Qingyun." Hai Ming laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, you really dare to come here seeking death? Since you came, don't leave, go die." Hai Ming laughed wildly, his 5 fingers spread like iron hooks, tearing and distorting the air as he grabbed straight toward the top of the white-clothed youth's head. At this moment, an extremely cold voice came from the mouth of the white-clothed youth. "Void control." Yi Qingyun's expression did not change. His hand resting on the sword hilt suddenly moved at an extremely fast speed, then returned to its original position with a ringing sound. A sharp cold light shot out from the sword hilt and struck directly at Hai Ming's right hand. Hai Ming's entire right hand was instantly severed, falling to the ground as fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Hai De Duo immediately stood up, killing intent surging throughout his body as he angrily shouted, "Stop, bastard, try touching my son again if you dare." Hai Ming froze, stammering, "Eye illusion, is this an illusion?" A cold light like an invisible crescent blade flew out and struck Hai Ming's left hand, causing a pillar of blood to instantly spray into the air. Seeing this scene, Hai De Duo roared and rushed toward the arena. "Wang Ba Dan, I want your life." Referee Wang stepped forward to stop him. "Patriarch Hai, wait a moment." Referee Wang stepped forward. "Who are you? You dare attack a disciple of Star Rank Academy and do not put Star Rank Academy or me in your eyes." Yi Qingyun calmly said, "It seems Referee Wang and Patriarch Hai are both unconvinced. How about this? Let the Hai family send any disciple to fight me. If I lose, I will apologize and compensate. Even coming together is fine." Hai De Duo finally could not suppress the raging anger in his heart anymore. "Apologize my ass, go die." He stomped forward, his momentum surging like thousands of horses charging, directly rushing toward Yi Qingyun. Killing intent completely erupted at that moment. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Qingyun's face. "Using your seniority to bully the young?" His right hand moved out like a fierce serpent leaving its cave, forming the royal dragon claw. In an instant, he grabbed Hai De Duo, causing him to freeze on the spot, his heart trembling violently. What is happening? How did this kid become so strong? Hai De Duo quickly dodged away and landed on the ground, still feeling proud. "I am a 9th level transformation realm expert." The people watching from outside could not help discussing in shock. What happened? Why can't Patriarch Hai defeat Yi Qingyun? Patriarch Hai hasn't used his full strength and his martial soul hasn't appeared yet. Isn't it true that no one has ever seen Patriarch Hai's martial soul before? Seeing this, Yi Qingyun slightly frowned. Are you trying to make me slaughter a pig? Merciless one sword, Yi Qingyun pointed his sword toward Hai De Duo. As he swung it, countless sword auras immediately scattered wildly like a flood breaking through a dam, carrying overwhelming power as they rushed straight toward Hai De Duo. That strike directly sent Hai De Duo flying backward. Blood poured from his mouth, his face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. On the viewing platform, Zai Qingman stared deeply at Yi Qingyun, slightly raising his brows. Is this the kid you mentioned? Zai Yin also looked at Yi Qingyun for a long time before saying, yes, his talent is extremely high. Even in the academy, he can be considered outstanding. Father, don't wrongly blame the Yi family. Steward Feng repaid kindness with hatred, and it was not someone from the Yi family who killed him. Zai Qingman looked at his daughter strangely. Could it be that you like him? Zai Yin hurriedly shook her head, embarrassedly turning away. No, how could that be? Isn't the Rookie King champion from the town competition someone the academy would support? I only think his talent is not bad. Zai Qingman was slightly stunned, then his eyes suddenly flashed. Not bad, I actually forgot about this. If that was true, then the young man before him and the Yi family absolutely could not be offended. The thought of settling accounts with the Yi family completely disappeared like smoke. Hai Ming was greatly shocked, his pupils trembling as he shouted, Father, where is the face of my Hai family? Referee Wang looked down from above and said indifferently, this Mo Rai martial competition. He shook his head helplessly and continued, it has already been turned into a pig slaughter scene by someone. Hai Ming angrily questioned, Referee Wang, what do you mean? Whose side are you on? Referee Wang finally could not endure it anymore and angrily shouted, Yi Qingyun, how can this be allowed? You are completely ignoring me. At such a young age, you are this vicious. In the future, you will definitely fall into evil ways and harm countless people. Your heart is truly dangerous. Yi Qingyun brushed his sleeve and cursed angrily, damn referee, when Hai Ming crippled how many Yi family disciples, why didn't you say anything? Did the Hai family give you benefits, yet you claim to be fair and impartial when you only know how to bully the weak? Nonsense, I will first shatter your filthy mouth. Referee Wang tapped the ground with his toes and his body shot forward like a giant eagle spreading its wings. He tightened his expression and the cultivation of the first level of the Yin Void Realm erupted outward like a violent storm. Referee Wang, Yi Sheng roared angrily, quickly stepping forward to meet him and exchanging a strike. Do you think the Yi family is easy to bully? At that moment, Town Lord Zai Qingman stood up and coldly snorted. Everyone stop. Hearing this, Yi Sheng and Referee Wang immediately withdrew their hands and respectfully saluted. Town Lord. A trace of anger appeared on Zai Qingman's face. Still caring about his dignity, he asked, Yi family boy, did you kill Steward Feng? Yi Qingyun calmly looked at Zai Qingman and replied briefly, no, but I regret not killing him the first time we met. What, does the Town Lord want revenge for him, or are the people of the Town Lord's mansion all ungrateful? Hearing this, the surrounding people secretly admired Yi Qingyun. Is he crazy? He dares to speak so arrogantly to the Town Lord. That's right, even Yi Sheng, the grand elder of the Yi family, would not dare speak like this to the Town Lord. There is going to be a good show. Yi Sheng turned around and lowered his voice to remind him. Qingyun, Referee Wang laughed mockingly. Ha, truly someone who does not know the height of heaven or the depth of earth. Zai Qingman slightly frowned, a strong shock rising in his heart. This kid not only saved his daughter, but he was also not even 15 years old, yet his future was limitless. If he truly won the championship, the academy would definitely support him in the future. He seriously observed the young man before him, wanting to find even a trace of fear or hesitation in his eyes, but found only determination, nothing else. Everyone thought he was about to become furious, but unexpectedly he smiled kindly at the young man. Ha, how could I be that kind of person? Clearly Steward Feng was wrong first, so this matter cannot be blamed on you. The corner of Yi Qingyun's mouth lifted into a faint smile, then he turned and left. If there is nothing else, my Yi family will leave first. Young Master Yi, wait. At this moment, a clear voice like an oriole came from behind, sounding extremely pleasant. May I ask if young Master is interested in joining Star Position Academy? Yi Qingyun waved his hand, his voice full of impatience. I'm not going. Zai Yin patiently continued persuading him. Can't you think about it? Young master, with your talent. Your talent, don't bother me, I already said I'm not going. Yi Qingyun truly hated that exquisitely beautiful face, giving Zai Yin a glance before quickly leaving. Zai Yin stood there stunned. Everyone looked at the youth strangely. Oh my god, he actually rejected the invitation from Star Position Academy. Miss Zai Yin sincerely invited him, yet he doesn't know how to appreciate beauty at all. He is too arrogant. Zai Yin's expression slightly changed, clearly becoming a little angry. Fine, if you don't want to go, then don't go. I don't need you either. A clear tear fell from the corner of her eye, but it was quickly dried by the wind. Zai Qingman hurried over to comfort her. Good daughter, it's all right. Father, am I really annoying? Why does he look at me every time as if he sees something disgusting? With her appearance, countless men in Star Position Academy pursued her, and countless men were willing to kneel beneath her skirt. Yet today a youth directly rejected her invitation, completely crushing the pride she always held. Zai Qingman angrily said, HMPH, he dares make my daughter upset. Do you want me to kill him right here? As soon as he finished speaking, Zai Yin hurriedly shouted, Don't. Zai Qingman immediately smiled and nodded indulgently. All right, all right. Zai Yin pouted coquettishly. Father, you're so annoying. 1 month later, two figures continuously crossed paths, their surging spiritual energy exploding like a flood and shaking the surroundings. Yi Sheng laughed loudly. Haha, do you think you can defeat me now? Yi Qingyun's childish voice immediately replied, just try. A palm and a fist collided head-on, and powerful spiritual energy instantly swept outward. The two figures moved at the same time, roaring as they passed each other. Yi Qingyun retreated several steps while Yi Sheng remained standing, but his eyes shone brightly and his right hand trembled slightly. Yi Qingyun laughed loudly again. Yi Sheng shouted, Haha, be careful Qingyun, I will use 80% of my strength. Yi Wuhai and Yi Kang watched nearby, both sighing with emotion. The Grand Elder's cultivation had already reached the first level of Yin Void Realm, yet he still could not defeat Qingyun instantly. That's right, Qingyun is becoming stronger and stronger. He is no longer the same person as before. Yi Sheng sighed repeatedly. If I wasn't a whole realm higher than you, I would have already lost. Rarely being so humble, Yi Qingyun said, Grand Elder, you flatter me. If not for your training over this past month, I could not have improved this quickly. If you used your full strength, I would definitely not be your opponent. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the Grand Elder's face. He patted Yi Qingyun's shoulder and said, Not bad, but just now you almost forced me to use my full strength. This proves you can protect yourself against the Yin Void Realm, so I can rest assured letting you travel outside. Qingyun really has to leave? Yi Wuhai looked at his grandson and sighed softly. He knew his grandson would leave Morai Town sooner or later, but he never expected that day to come so soon. Yi Qingyun gently nodded with a faint smile. Yes, grandfather, don't worry, I am no longer a child. Yi Kang patted the old man's shoulder and comforted him. That's right, Qingyun is no longer a child. What are you worried about? Yi Kang's expression became serious and his voice lowered. But Qingyun, Luoyang is much more brutal than this place. I am not afraid of open fights, only hidden schemes. You must be more careful. Yi Qingyun only smiled lightly, showing no concern. Don't worry, I know what to do. In this world, there was no person or force that he could not provoke. I wonder when young master will return. Pang Hua looked at Yi Qingyun and bowed. If anyone here had the deepest emotions, without a doubt it was him. He had personally witnessed the young master becoming stronger step by step. Yi Qingyun revealed a snow-white smile. At most 2 years, at least 1 year. Don't worry, Uncle Pang, I will come back to visit you. Pang Hua nodded heavily again and again. Good, good. Yi Wuhai suddenly shouted, Someone bring the fire spirit horse here. Before Yi Qingyun could ask, Yi Wuhai carefully explained first. Qingyun, this is a fire spirit horse and the saddlebag is a universe bag. There are 200 black profound ores inside. The Yi family has nothing better. Take these with you. Yi Qingyun mounted the fire spirit horse and proudly left, its hooves raising clouds of dust as his figure gradually disappeared from Morai Town. At this moment, the sky had turned completely dark. The bright moon hung in the void, releasing faint light. The shining stars twinkled repeatedly, as if smiling at Yi Qingyun. A hotel suddenly appeared ahead. Its scale was huge and its area spacious, clearly not a place ordinary people could casually stay. Waiter! The waiter was dozing on a chair, and hearing the call, he woke up in confusion, raising his head to look at the youth before him with obvious disdain. What do you need? Seeing the youth covered in dust and looking dirty as if he had traveled a long distance, he thought, where did this country bumpkin come from? He clearly doesn't look like someone from a wealthy family. But immediately afterward, when he saw the large horse covered in red flames, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in shock, a fire spirit horse, worth 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. This kid looks ordinary. I wonder which young master he belongs to. He immediately stood up and walked quickly to Yi Qingyun, asking with a flattering smile, what is this young master's surname? Are you resting here or staying overnight? After traveling for more than a day, Yi Qingyun was slightly tired and simply replied, My surname is Yi. Prepare a room and feed my horse until it is full. It must be premium livestock food. The servant's flattering smile became even thicker. All right, young Master Yi, please this way. The servant bowed and scraped while pleasing him. Young Master Yi, this is the room prepared for you, absolutely the best room we have. Yi Qingyun nodded in satisfaction and followed the servant to a luxurious room. The location here is indeed excellent. Through the window, I can clearly see the indescribably beautiful scenery outside. I wonder how that little girl Nhi is doing now. Thinking of that mischievous and adorable little girl, the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. While he was lost in thought, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Damn it, why is there no meat? I just saw a beast living in the backyard. Below stood a large fat man wearing orange clothes, his entire body covered in expensive dazzling accessories, with a huge ring on the thumb of his fat right hand. Oh, I understand it is expensive, right? Don't you know who I am? I have always only chosen land, never the right price. He took out a banknote from his sleeve and waved it in front of him. He continued, this is a banknote worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, how about it? The person immediately looked troubled. The fat man angrily roared, what is it, not enough? The person stammered, no, it's not that. He raised his left hand and closed the fan, revealing an extraordinary-looking bracelet. Not bad, it suits my taste. Indeed, expensive things feel better. 3 banknotes, how about that? After saying this, he waved 3 more shining banknotes. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, completely worthless. The fat man's expression changed slightly as he angrily shouted, who is it? How dare you ignore me? I am. As soon as the words fell, a figure quickly appeared above him. It was a white-robed youth with an imposing aura, a slightly arrogant face, and a straight posture, standing behind the balcony railing. The servant finally gathered enough courage and quickly explained, Master Jin, the fire spirit horse belongs to this noble young master, so it cannot be killed. A clear trace of displeasure appeared on Fatty Jin's face as he coldly said, noble young master. Fatty Jin leaned back on the chair, looking at Yi Qingyun lazily before bursting into laughter with arrogance. Ha, noble young master, is he nobler than me? In Luoyang City, my Jin family has the final say. This guy looks foolish and stupid, yet he is noble. That is hilarious. Fatty Jin took out a stack of banknotes and held them directly in front of Yi Qingyun. These are 3 banknotes, enough to buy your beast. Take them and leave quickly, understand? Poor bastard. Fatty Jin looked proudly at Yi Qingyun. Why are you still standing there? Are you scared? He had power and influence. Anyone who met him had to bow and submit, wanting to flatter him. That contemptuous expression, that superior attitude, and that disregard for everything made Yi Qingyun's brows furrow even tighter. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, a strange expression appearing on his face. Why should I be afraid? He also froze, looking at Yi Qingyun curiously, then a powerful aura suddenly spread out. How arrogant, do you want me to take action? Yi Qingyun's movement technique was extremely strange. He rushed straight toward Fatty Jin, his steps unpredictable and ethereal. Each afterimage disappeared only to strangely appear again, incredibly bizarre. A palm directly covered Fatty Jin's face, causing him to freeze in place. Yi Qingyun directly pressed him into the ground, causing rocks and earth to crack and scatter. Fatty Jin was terrified in his heart. Why, isn't he only a 3rd-layer explosive realm cultivator? Normally, even the 1st-layer Yin Void realm experts I invited, none are my opponents. Yi Qingyun grabbed Zhang Jin's collar and snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. I will give you one chance, the only chance. Hand over all the banknotes on your body, then disappear immediately, understand? This expression was exactly the same as Zhang Jin's attitude earlier. Zhang Jin immediately froze. From childhood until now, this was the first time he had been looked down upon so much. Just throw the silver. Yi Qingyun coldly looked at Zhang Jin, his tone threatening. Just throw the silver, do you want to give me something else too? Zhang Jin smiled. Let me go. Zhang Jin stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, and glanced at Yi Qingyun. Brat, what is your name? Yi Qingyun calmly replied, you do not need to know. Without hesitating for long, Zhang Jin directly took out a luxurious golden storage pouch from his sleeve, containing a total of 102 cards. Everything is inside this storage pouch. Can I leave now? Yi Qingyun put the storage pouch away and calmly said, get lost. The people around who witnessed this scene had eyes almost shining with excitement. Yi Qingyun's expression changed slightly as he glanced behind him, thinking, this fat man deliberately revealed the exact number to attract attention. He is cunning, not as stupid as he looks. Do you think I would be afraid? Today, his harvest was indeed quite good. His mood immediately became much better. Send the food to my room. The servant showed an even more flattering expression, becoming much more enthusiastic than before. Yes, please. Someone could not help shaking his head, feeling extremely disdainful toward Yi Qingyun. He probably won't survive long in Luoyang City. He actually dared to provoke the Jin family. The person sitting opposite him also spoke mockingly. Exactly, he even dared to steal over 100 silver cards from young Master Jin. Those are probably worth more than 10 million spirit stone. A middle-aged waiter sweeping the floor nearby heard their whispers and could not help speaking. If you don't want to live, then go ahead and try. A figure quickly rushed beside the horse stable. Looking at the fire spirit horse, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Whatever the young master wants to eat has always been obtainable. The black-clothed man held a small knife. He swung it down fiercely, and blood immediately sprayed out. The fire spirit horse's head fell to the ground with a loud crash, blood spreading everywhere. The horse's cry attracted Yi Qingyun's attention. He opened the window and shouted, "Who?" The black-clothed man was startled, turned his head, and blurted out, "Damn it." Yi Qingyun's figure flashed repeatedly and quickly landed on the ground, but the black-clothed man had already escaped. Seeing the scene before him, Yi Qingyun's expression changed slightly and his hands clenched tightly, looking for death. "You think you can escape?" After speaking, Yi Qingyun immediately chased after the black-clothed man. Arriving at a forest, the masked man proudly sneered, "Country brat, there are some people you cannot afford to offend. Luoyang City will become your grave." At this moment, Yi Qingyun stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree, and said, "Is that so?" Hearing this, the masked man immediately became terrified. Yi Qingyun quickly circulated his spiritual power. Immediately after, he casually lifted the masked man into the air. The man struggled and said, "Ji Grand, it was all Zhang Jin who forced me." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun said, "Is that so? I don't care who ordered it, I will remember this grudge." The next morning in Luoyang City, before a huge city gate, countless people crowded and lined up. A loud voice echoed everywhere, "Line up to enter, move forward." Yi Qingyun casually asked a passerby, "Why is entering Luoyang City so difficult?" The person laughed, "Are you new here?" He sighed and continued, "Today is the match between the new students of Star Rank Academy. All the small roads are blocked, so isn't everyone forced to use the main road?" Suddenly, a man stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Tickets for sale, anyone buying? Priority entry tickets, no need to queue." Hearing this, the mysterious masked man immediately said, "I'll buy one. Quickly sell me a ticket, I'm in a great hurry." The ticket seller immediately replied, "All right, one ticket costs 998 coins. The masked man hurriedly said, "Lead the way." The ticket seller immediately walked ahead to guide him. "Come on." Seeing this, the monk standing ahead looked at Yi Qingyun and said, "Young friend, I know you are also in a hurry to enter the city, but don't be like that person." Yi Qingyun frowned and asked, "Why?" The monk clasped his hands and replied, "Amitabha, Luoyang City is not some small village, it is full of danger. Although those small paths can also lead into the city." The monk's voice became deeper and his expression serious. "But today those places have become the battlefield for Star Rank Academy's new students. Sai, calling it an arena is wrong, it should be called a battlefield. That fat friend is charging toward a road of death. A road of death naturally does not require queuing." Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. They loudly ordered, "Have you seen someone wearing a black hood? The Dark Hall is here to capture someone, quickly tell us." There was a monk ahead. Hearing this, the man immediately became happy. "Great, there is a monk. Monks do not lie, ask him." Immediately after, a soldier walked toward the monk and shouted, "Stinky monk, listen carefully to me. Did you see that person earlier or not?" Before he could finish, the monk decisively interrupted, "No." The soldier immediately turned back to report, saying there was no one. "Ah, the soldier said there was no one. Could he have already entered the city?" The soldier asked, "Then what should we do now?" The soldier shouted, "What else can we do? Line up." The monk turned around and was surprised to find Yi Qingyun was no longer there. Where did the guy behind me go? Luoyang City is very dangerous. Hopefully he will be safe." Beside the city gate, an old man sat on a chair leisurely drinking tea and laughed. "Haha, after I finish this cup, I will go find more customers. I still need your help cooperating, brother." The soldier beside him also laughed. "Haha, of course, of course." Suddenly, Yi Qingyun appeared in front of the old man, making him slightly startled. "HMPH, why don't you make any sound when walking? What, you also want to enter the city? Do you want me to give you a small discount?" Yi Qingyun darkened his face and said, "What kind of discount?" The old man and the soldier were immediately knocked unconscious on the spot. The mysterious masked man happily skipped along the small forest path. He joyfully sang, "Haha, no need to line up and squeeze with others, I can take the forest path. Birds chirp on the branches, this money was well spent, ha ha ha." Luo Sanpang's expression became serious, his tone annoyed and angry, but in the end the root cause was that Yi Guy. He caused me to be hunted by the black market people, and I can no longer stay in Mo Rai town. but now that I have arrived at Luoyang, I will definitely turn my luck around. As he entered the winding narrow path above, an arrow was secretly waiting to be fired. Breaking wind arrow, an arrow instantly tore through the air and shot forward. Luo Sanpang was startled because he sensed several faint but powerful auras within it. Why do I suddenly feel a chill behind me? Oh no, I have to leave quickly. The arrow made a clang and fell to the ground, splitting into two halves. A beautiful figure appeared. It was a girl around 16 years old with willow-like curved eyebrows, an oval face, and an extremely sweet and adorable appearance. However, at this moment, a trace of surprise appeared on her exquisite face. She never expected that even this arrow could not defeat her opponent. What? Yi Qingyun coldly snorted. Why did you suddenly shoot at someone? The girl looked strangely at the youth before her and noticed he had no badge on his clothes, so she frowned slightly. What do you mean shooting at someone? This battle is based on strength and you cannot even keep your badge. Once you lose your badge, you no longer have the qualifications to participate. Don't get in the way. Yi Qingyun asked in confusion, what badge? The girl's stunned expression became even stranger. You are not a new student of the academy. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly, his expression indifferent. No. The girl was stunned again, then angrily shouted, then why did you come here? Do you want to die? Leave quickly, this place is very dangerous. Yi Qingyun was attracted by the badge on the girl's body, so he stepped closer and held her with both hands. Stay still, let me take a look. Being stared at like this, Liu Wang's beautiful face immediately turned red, and when she noticed his gaze fixed on her chest, she became even more embarrassed. You, what are you doing? Bastard, what are you looking at? Yi Qingyun was naturally not a pervert, he was observing the badge. Yi Qingyun calmly said, don't misunderstand, I have no interest in you, I just want to ask if I can exchange a silver card for your badge. Liu Wang was slightly stunned. The badge, she immediately thought, so he was not a pervert, he just wanted the badge. This badge was only an item used in the battle event, wasn't it only worth 1 spirit stone? No interest in me at all, what does that mean? Thinking of this, the girl angrily turned around. Get lost, I don't want your money. Yi Qingyun became anxious. Why, think about it. A silver card instantly flew through the air. The girl quickly grabbed the card, turned around and cursed, HMPH, you are a grown man, yet you actually launched a shameless sneak attack. Before she finished speaking, the girl widened her eyes and opened her mouth in shock, exclaiming, clone. In just a moment, Yi Qingyun was already holding the badge, smiling as he said, silver card for you, I will take the badge. Goodbye, beautiful lady. The girl was stunned. HMPH, beautiful lady. She immediately became both angry and anxious, stomping her feet fiercely. HMPH, don't think calling me beautiful lady will make me fall for you. Without the badge, participants will be eliminated. Bastard, hateful, truly hateful. Damn it. Yi Qingyun's figure flashed and he instantly disappeared from the spot. He thought to himself, I wonder which idiot in this academy came up with the idea of using divine black iron to forge badges. This material has the word divine in its name, yet there is only one piece. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun turned around and thought, it seems she was right. Without this thing, I am not qualified to participate. But this academy has so many participants and everyone has one in their hands, meaning this thing must be everywhere. 1 hour later, somewhere in the forest, ha ha ha, a loud laugh echoed throughout the entire forest. Inside a cave, an arrogant voice came from deep within. I finally broke through, 9th layer explosive realm, unity of sword and aura. Although more than half of the competition time had passed, fortunately, the rules of this competition were extremely simple. A young man stood there, his hair fluttering in the wind. This man had an extremely ugly appearance and just looking at him made people startled. His name was Li Tian Kai. As long as he obtained the most badges, he would become the champion. Then it seems I will become the main character. Li Tian Kai took a deep breath and stood before the cave entrance. The aura around his body stretched endlessly, extremely powerful. His brown robe fluttered in the wind and he held a black long sword in his hand. He lowered his eyes and said, I have already sensed your auras. Sorry, fellow students, you are not qualified to stand alongside me. In my eyes, this is not a battle between newcomers at all. His voice was arrogant and thunderous. You are merely prey waiting for me to hunt in my hunting ground. After saying that, he immediately jumped down and shouted, it is time to hunt. The wind roared. In an instant, Li Tian Kai landed in front of a group of people, causing them to panic and exclaim, hey, this is an expert. At this moment, he was full of confidence and said as he stepped forward, calling me an expert is correct, now hand over your badges. The martial artists bitterly complained, our badges were already stolen by a strange person. Their clothes did not have a single badge left. This scene directly stunned Li Tian Kai, then his face turned red with anger as he shouted, What Without badges, why are you still wandering around here? You are wasting time. Li Tiankai only stepped once before disappearing from his original position. He angrily cursed in his heart, "Damn it, I cannot waste time like this. I do not have much time left." Li Tiankai encountered two more martial artists, but both of them had no badges left either. His expression changed slightly as he shouted, "No badges, are you here to catch mice? Can you be more serious? This is a competition." Li Tiankai raised a fishing rod and shouted, "Get lost. If you are not qualified, obediently go home. Damn it, you are still fishing here. Are you here for a vacation?" He grabbed the collar of a black-clothed man and lifted him up. Latam Ban panicked and waved his hands. "I'm sorry, I don't have what you need, and I am not even a student here. How about you just beat me up?" Li Tiankai was completely stunned, thinking, "What is wrong with this competition? Everything is a complete mess. Where did all the badges go?" At that moment, Yi Qingyun walked over. A new student pointed at him and shouted, "Brother Tiankai, he is the one who stole our badges." Li Tiankai glanced over and said coldly, "HMPH, is that so?" He immediately drew his sword. The long sword hummed and the sword sound echoed in all directions. A sword aura like 10,000 charging horses swept straight toward Yi Qingyun. "I am the #1 swordsman, Li Tiankai. I only need one sword to deal with you. Now hand over all the badges." Yi Qingyun's expression changed slightly, and a trace of killing intent gradually appeared on his face. His right hand rested on the hilt of the merciless sword, carrying waves of sharp, cold sword aura. His entire aura erupted powerfully, as if he had become a completely different person. The moment half of the sword left its sheath, the sword aura instantly surged like a raging storm. The terrifying sword aura formed a deadly vortex in the air and descended toward Li Tiankai. "I already took your badges. I am in a good mood today, so I will spare your life." After calmly saying this, Yi Qingyun turned and left, looking extremely relaxed. Li Tiankai looked wronged, crying and cursing, "Damn it, you have no morals. I am a swordsman, so why did you break my sword?" The sunlight grew increasingly intense, and the Star Position Academy's new Student King competition was nearing its final stage. A calm voice sounded. "All right, place all the badges you obtained here one by one, and I will count them. The person with the most badges will become the new Student King of Star Position Academy this time." In a large open area inside the Star Rank Forest, many people were already waiting. The surrounding disciples looked at each other with strange expressions. They bitterly shook their heads and said with difficulty, "No, I don't have any either." The old man sarcastically shouted, "A bunch of useless trash. If your strength is not enough, don't know how to form teams, don't know how to think, everyone only cares about themselves. When you leave the academy and have to fight for your life, what will you do? You must become stronger, you must survive first." Such a simple principle. Among the crowd, a strong young man smiled and slowly walked forward, respectfully saying to the old man, "Student Wang Bai." The old man frowned slightly and stepped back. "Can't you see I am talking?" A hint of excitement appeared on Wang Bai's face. "This student obtained 124 badges." The old man gently nodded. Show them to me." After saying that, Wang Bai took out all the badges he had obtained. The old man carefully counted them, his eyes lighting up. Not bad. After that, Wang Bai looked toward another young man. Fang Shi wore a black robe, his body was thin, but everyone's eyes contained a trace of fear when looking at him. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Shi walked before the old man and said, "Student Fang Shi greets elder. This time I obtained a total of 125 badges." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, I heard there was a new student named Fang Shi this year with excellent talent. Not bad, not bad. I will temporarily rank you first." Hearing this, Wang Bai frowned. "HMPH, you only have one more than me." The old man waved his hand. "You two step back first." The old man looked at the statistical scroll and frowned slightly. After checking the exact numbers, confusion appeared on his face. What happened? All the new students have been counted. Other than Fang Shi and Wang Bai, everyone else has. Where were the remaining 339 badges hidden? These badges are not even worth 1 spirit stone, not to mention compared with the resources the Rookie King receives from the academy. Why hide them? Seeing the old man angry, a martial artist hurriedly spoke. Teacher, this student was defeated by an expert in 1 second, but I didn't see him here. He might be someone outside." Wang Bai sneered. Get lost, get lost. You are only a tiny 6th level transformation realm cultivator. I could defeat you in 1 second too. What expert, what outsider?" Li Tiankai gestured while asking, "The person you mentioned, was he like this, and this?" The martial artist immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, exactly. Brother Li, did you meet him too?" The girl in pink clothes was secretly shocked upon hearing this. "It's him, that bastard." Li Tiankai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Teacher, there really is such a person, and he also defeated me in 1 second." The old man immediately became interested. Oh, someone who defeated you in 1 second is a 9th-level transformation realm cultivator. Has an outsider already reached the Yin Void realm? A bitter smile appeared on Li Tiankai's face and he helplessly shook his head. No, he is only at the 5th level transformation realm, and he is only a little over 16 years old. Wang Bai shouted in shock. Impossible, I don't believe it. Fang Shi's expression also changed slightly, jealousy rising in his eyes. Me too. The old man frowned and asked softly, only 5th-level transformation realm, that's quite interesting. Elder, may I ask who is this year's rookie king? Fang Shi asked excitedly. He had obtained a total of 125 badges from Star Rank Academy. Logically speaking, he should be this year's rookie king. This was the dream he had always longed for, and today he could finally achieve it. The old man frowned and thought seriously for a moment before looking at Fang Shi and sighing. According to the rules, the winner is the person with the most badges, but the person with the most badges is not here this time. Leave the position empty for now. Fang Shi immediately became anxious and shouted because he had waited too long for this moment. He was unwilling to not become the rookie king, but that person was not even a new student of Star Rank Academy. Teacher. The old man raised his brows and coldly snorted. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The old man said fiercely. Today the Academy will announce this news and invite this person to join the Academy. Once he enters, he will become the rookie king. The Academy will spare no resources to provide for him and gather the geniuses from the 24 surrounding towns, yet you are not even comparable to an outsider under 16 years old. Think carefully. A powerful aura spread from his body. The old man waved his sleeve and turned away. A few days later, this news quickly spread throughout Luoyang City. In hotels, streets, towers, and pavilions, everyone was discussing this topic. Have you heard? This year's rookie king of Star Rank Academy is actually an outsider. I heard long ago. The Academy even announced that as long as that person brings out the badges to prove it, they will invite him to join and become the rookie king, while providing all resources without hesitation. In a restaurant, a white-robed young man raised a wine cup and lightly took a sip. The pure and fragrant wine flowed into his stomach, instantly spreading warmth that made his face slightly red. Everyone's discussions around him entered his ears, but his expression did not change. Yi Qingyun secretly laughed. Hee resources. Only fools would use badges to prove some rookie king title. How could they compare with the black divine iron hidden inside these badges? Suddenly, a figure appeared and threw a silver note onto the table without saying anything. Yi Qingyun glanced sideways at him. What is it? Wang Bai raised his chin arrogantly. Rat, I'm in a bad mood today. Take the money and get out. His words were extremely domineering. If others heard this, they would probably quickly take the silver note and leave. However, the person before him was no ordinary person but the war god Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun laughed and calmly drank his wine. Haha, my mood is actually quite good today. I don't want to see blood. How about I give you 2 silver notes and you leave instead? Wang Bai never expected to meet someone like this today. Already irritated, his anger immediately erupted. He grabbed Yi Qingyun's collar and lifted him up. His bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Yi Qingyun like a beast about to tear apart its prey. Rat, do you want to die? Do you know who I am? Are you someone who can offend me? Wang Bai was truly furious. He suddenly moved closer and slammed into the table, causing the wine bottle on it to fall. Yi Qingyun frowned, feeling regretful. My wine. Immediately after, a mouthful of water suddenly sprayed directly onto Wang Bai's face. Wang Bai hurriedly rubbed his eyes, his anger rising even more. You little bastard. But when he opened his eyes, he discovered that the young man had disappeared without a trace. He immediately roared angrily. Where is he? The shopkeeper witnessed everything, his face pale as he tremblingly said, He left, young Master Wang Bai, please don't make trouble, I still need to do business. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Bai punched him directly under the chin, forcing his head back and knocking his teeth out. This will stop your nonsense. Wang Bai stomped his right foot onto the floor, the weight like a 1,000-kilogram boulder crashing down. Under the fierce force, the table above instantly shattered into pieces. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. About 20 meters away from the tavern, Yi Qingyun looked back from afar, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He calculated inwardly, this divine emblem is enough to refine divine profound black iron, but forging still requires black iron heart, so I should find black iron heart first. He entered the market district, and after hearing him, the shopkeeper smiled and replied, Customer, you must be joking. A precious material like black iron heart is not available in my shop, and almost none of the other material shops in the city have it either. Yi Qingyun could not help being confused. Black iron heart is considered precious. He was speechless for a moment. Black iron heart is actually rare. In the lower god realm, this thing could be found almost everywhere, yet here it was considered a rare treasure. Materials like profound black iron were no different from trash in his eyes. The shopkeeper suddenly called out, Customer, you can go to the Jin Shengjin auction house of the Jin family this afternoon and try your luck. Hearing that name, Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. Jin family's Jin Sheng Jin. Why does this name sound somewhat familiar? Yi Qingyun smiled and replied, all right, thank you, shopkeeper. The shopkeeper also smiled kindly. You're welcome. The Jin family was the wealthiest family in Luoyang City, and the entire Luoyang City only had one auction house, the Jin family's Jin Sheng Jin auction house. Today, this auction was unusually lively, with so many people arriving that there was almost no empty space. Wearing a mask, Yi Qingyun appeared inside the auction hall. He casually chose a seat and sat down while noticing many people around him were also wearing masks, clearly unwilling to reveal their true identities. After the auction ended, who could guarantee they would not be targeted by others? A masked person asked, why is it so crowded today? The person beside him immediately replied, who knows? There are countless people here. I haven't seen such a scene in more than 10 years. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant person walked over and kicked someone hard in the butt. Of course, there are also some people who don't wear masks at all, swaggering in openly, even afraid others won't recognize them. Wang Bai coldly snorted with contempt. You don't understand the rules. Don't you know this is my private seat? The person turned around in panic and stammered, no, no one told me. Wang Bai immediately cursed, don't you know now, hurry up and get lost. At that moment, a sharp scream rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Look, it's Zai Yin, one of the 3 great beauties of Star Position Academy. Beautiful, but I don't like that style. Then don't look, I like this type, I like it too, I like it too. Wang Bai followed the commotion and looked over, his face immediately showing excitement. Zai Yin. A young woman in white gently walked forward, her pure white clothes fluttering and a faint fragrance spreading around her, causing others to become restless. Zhang Jin held a teacup in his hand and smiled proudly. This time can be considered a success. The subordinate beside him immediately gave him a thumbs up. Luckily, young master arranged everything properly. He nodded with satisfaction. Haha, that's right. Yi Qingyun quietly sat there, his ears slightly moving as he remembered all the surrounding discussions. I heard today's auction has a drop of dragon blood and it belongs to a 5-clawed golden dragon. That's why so many people came. Dragon blood? Dragons are legendary creatures. Are you sure it is real dragon blood? Of course, otherwise why would so many important figures come here? I heard they discovered the bones of a dragon underground. Many martial artists worked hard to collect a little, and finally an alchemist refined it into 1 drop of dragon blood. Hearing these discussions, Yi Qingyun slightly frowned. Dragons cannot possibly appear on the 8 desolate continent, but now I am a little curious. What kind of blood is it exactly? I will know after seeing it later. At this moment, the auction hammer was struck excitedly. We are very happy that all distinguished guests have come to the Jin Sheng Jin auction house. The auctioneer announced, without wasting more words, we will now begin the first auction item. Blood robe, a decent martial treasure that can double combat power. It is a one-time use item. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, many martial artists immediately began bidding. 20,000, 35,000, 55,000. Although Blood Robe was only a one-time use martial treasure, at a critical moment it could completely save one's life, so it was considered a valuable treasure. Finally, the auctioneer struck the hammer and announced, 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This Blood Robe belongs to you. 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. This blood soul grass belongs to our esteemed alchemist. Seeing that no one continued bidding, the auction moved on to the next item. After that, the auctioneer introduced several more items one after another, but Yi Qingyun had no interest in any of them. Next was the black iron heart, with a total of 300 pieces, 6 of which were displayed. The auctioneer looked around and slowly said, the starting price for 300 pieces is 1 million low-grade spirit stone. You may begin bidding. As soon as he finished speaking, a calm voice slowly sounded. 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Everyone who heard this price could not help but gasp, their eyes all turning toward the masked person. What is going on? Is that person an idiot? Even the auctioneer was stunned and asked in surprise, are you sure you want this price? This is only black iron heart. Yi Qingyun spoke again calmly. What, do you have an opinion? The auctioneer immediately recovered, his face filled with smiles as he repeatedly said, no, please calm down, young master. Yi Qingyun reminded him, then continue. The auctioneer nodded repeatedly. Yes, 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Surely no one will offer a higher price, right? Sold. 300 black iron hearts belong to this young master. Everyone around shook their heads. Although black iron heart is indeed valuable, spending 2 million low-grade spirit stones to buy it is truly wasteful. Fatty Jin observed for a long time before lowering his voice to his subordinate beside him. Why does this person's voice and figure feel somewhat familiar? The black-clothed young man beside him also glanced at the white-robed figure and replied, Yes, this person is nothing special. His cultivation is only 5th layer explosive realm. Young master probably does not know him. A young woman slowly walked over carrying a large box in her hands. Her sweet voice sounded, making people feel soft and numb. Young master, all 300 pieces are here. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. Fatty Jin's body suddenly trembled and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Is he looking for death? He actually dares come to my territory. The black-clothed young man frowned and asked, Young master, who is he? Fatty Jin pointed directly at Yi Qingyun and growled through gritted teeth. You defeated me last time and even killed one of my subordinates. I have a task for you. The black-clothed young man immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and respectfully said, I am willing to serve you. Fatty Jin licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Leave him one breath. I want to personally play with him. His hatred toward Yi Qingyun had already sunk deep into his bones. Hearing the conversation below, Ziyin was slightly stunned and softly said, Could it be him? Beside her stood a little maid serving her. The maid asked curiously, Miss, what are you talking about? Ziyin shook her head and replied silently, Nothing. The maid stuck out her tongue, looking confused. Right, miss, the new student king of the academy this time is vacant. I heard most of the badges were stolen by an outsider. Tell me, if someone could steal most of the badges, why would he not join Star Position Academy with such talent? Hearing this, Ziyin's heart immediately surged with waves of shock. The image of the white-clothed youth appeared in her mind. Could it really be him? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that person was Yi Qingyun. At this moment, the auctioneer deliberately coughed several times, immediately attracting the attention of many martial artists. Everyone understood that the most exciting part was about to begin. The auctioneer smiled slightly and said, Everyone, next is our final auction item. Bring it out. A beautiful woman with an extremely charming figure slowly walked out, holding a brown tray. On the tray was a porcelain bottle decorated with landscape patterns. The auctioneer smiled and continued introducing, I believe all of you have never seen dragon blood before. When dragon blood appears, its aura reaches the 9 heavens. Now everyone, please feel it for yourselves. At that moment, a powerful voice suddenly came from outside. Wait, the family head has arrived. The person who appeared was a middle-aged man, the head of the Jin family. Jin Yi, ha ha ha, this jade bottle should be opened by this old man. Jin Yi raised his hand and slowly said, Open. As soon as the bottle lid opened, a brilliant radiance immediately shot out, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Immediately afterward, a powerful pressure struck directly at them. Jin Yi's expression kept changing, and he even felt an urge in his heart to submit before the dragon blood. Fear flashed in everyone's eyes, and their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. It is dragon blood, it really is dragon blood. Only dragon blood can make me feel this fear. Does true dragon blood really exist in this world? Wang Bai let out a strange howl, his aura shooting toward the 9 heavens. The sound shook people's souls. Ha ha ha, I must obtain it. He never expected that he could feel such deep fear from the depths of his soul because of a drop of dragon blood, causing his heart to tremble repeatedly. In the entire hall, only 2 people sensed something different from everyone else. One was Ziyin and the other was Yi Qingyun. Young miss, did you see it? It is dragon blood, real dragon blood. In Ziyin's eyes, blurry images suddenly appeared. A cold and ruthless young man stood there, holding a sword in his right hand and a saber in his left. He was fiercely fighting the golden giant dragon. After a long battle, the young man only swung his saber once and directly killed the golden giant dragon. Who is he? Why can I see him? At that moment, she asked herself this in her heart. On the other side, Yi Qingyun strangely stared at the blood bead known as the dragon blood pearl. Everyone else was terrified, but he was not afraid at all. He observed everyone with a strange expression, shook his head, and muttered, This is not dragon blood. Since everyone has seen it, this is indeed dragon blood, the blood of a 5-clawed golden dragon. There is no starting price. The auction begins. Yi Qingyun secretly thought, This is my blood. Why is my blood from my previous life here? Yi Qingyun understood clearly that compared to this, his essence blood from his previous life was far superior to dragon blood. After a brief silence, an excited voice finally sounded. Wang Bai, I bid 6 million mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun was slightly speechless, secretly laughing. Isn't this the person from the tavern? 6 million mid-grade spirit stones equals 60 million low-grade spirit stones, yet he dares to spend that much. But no matter who buys this blood, it still contains my hidden mark. I can reclaim it instantly if I want. I might as well play with this guy a little. Yi Qingyun laughed and casually spoke, I bid 1 more mid-grade spirit stone. Wang Bai's face twitched slightly and he immediately shouted, Shut your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned toward him. Ha, isn't this the rich guy who just bought the black iron core? Why is he only adding one spirit stone this time? They say rich people's lives are boring. Seems it's true, he came all the way here just to play. The servant beside him quickly stopped him. Master fears young master will spend too much money outside, so he ordered me to follow you. I even brought an abacus. Our family has no money, so please stop raising the price. Wang Bai's face turned dark with anger. Get out, don't stop me. 6.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, the steward immediately broke out in cold sweat. Why won't he listen to me? This is almost all of his wealth. To obtain this dragon blood, he is willing to pay any price. However, that calm voice floated over like a gentle breeze, but to him it sounded like thunder exploding in his ears. Add one spirit stone, 7 million. Add one spirit stone, 7.5 million. Add another, 8 million. Add one more spirit stone. The servant beside Wang Bai panicked and hurriedly reminded him, Young master, you cannot raise the price anymore. Young master, stop bidding. 8 million is already our entire fortune. Hearing this, Wang Bai shouted in disbelief, How is that possible? Did you calculate wrong? I must obtain the dragon blood. Calculate again carefully. The steward was furious and slammed the abacus hard. Young master, I have worked in this profession my entire life. Even if I break this abacus today, our family still cannot produce more money. Wang Bai raised his hand and signaled, Patriarch Jin, wait for me a moment. I will leave and come back immediately. Patriarch Jinyi nodded. All right. Seeing this, the steward became even more anxious. Young master, what are you trying to do? Don't raise the price anymore. Zhang Jin calmly sipped tea and slowly said, Of course, after giving it to that guy, we will kill him later. The harder he and Wang Bai fight, the better. Either way, I benefit. Not long after, Wang Bai's voice sounded again. I bid 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. If you are capable, continue raising. Because of his anger, he could not help roaring and raised his index finger, his arrogant attitude reaching its peak. Yi Qingyan only smiled faintly, turned around and left calmly. Oh, if you wanted it, why didn't you say so earlier? I only have 3 silver cards in my hand. I thought you wanted to play with me. Here, take it, take it. Why didn't you say it sooner? You made yourself so nervous and sweaty for no reason. Hearing this, Wang Bai's expression changed greatly. He never expected he had been played. His face twitched for a long time, and he was so angry that smoke almost came from his nose. What? The people below burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. If I were him, I would probably spit blood. Ha ha ha, he just left like that, too cruel. Wang Bai stood frozen in place, and the steward worriedly asked, Young master, were we tricked? Zai Yin secretly thought it must be him. A beautiful figure immediately shot away. You stay here. The maid stared blankly at the scene before her, extremely shocked. Miss, what happened today? Where is Miss going? The fat Jin smiled and ordered, Go, bring him back here. He must be alive. The subordinate immediately accepted the order. Yes. A small knife suddenly shot through the wind. The blade slowly pierced through the chest of a figure. A black-robed figure slowly appeared, his voice full of arrogance, thinking he was far more powerful, but he was only this much. But just a few seconds later, he suddenly noticed something strange and exclaimed in shock, What? A clone. Yi Qingyun carefully observed his opponent with a cold gaze. Jin Da Pan sent you here, didn't he? The black-clothed man immediately turned his head back and coldly snorted, HMPH, a childish trick. His entire aura became terrifyingly powerful. His 9th-level transformation realm cultivation erupted instantly, freezing the surrounding air. Go to hell. Heartless one sword, Yi Qingyun shouted softly, and a huge sword in the void instantly slashed toward the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man spat out a large mouthful of blood, fell heavily to the ground, then struggled to get up and fled in a miserable state, looking extremely pathetic. Too strong. Yi Qingyun suddenly sensed a killing intent ahead and thought to himself, there is killing intent over there. Yi Qingyun narrowed his eyes, walked around several streets, and soon saw several black figures surrounding and attacking a young woman ahead. She wore fluttering white clothes, looking like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Zai Yin, your body carries the bloodline of our demonic sect, making you the new generation of demoness. Come back with us. Zai Yin coldly snorted, her pure white figure as sacred and beautiful as the finest flower in the world. Suddenly, that flower seemed to bloom, and a silver whip appeared in her jade hand with a sharp hum. This weapon is clearly extraordinary. Take one more step and you die. You killed several of our brothers. If it weren't for the noble demonic sect bloodline within you, I would have already attacked you. The black-robed elder shouted, his powerful aura suppressing the surroundings. Enough talking, form a formation and capture her alive. Seeing his subordinates dead and injured miserably, the elder decided to personally capture her. Zai Yin, forgive me, but today you must come back with me. The old man drew his sword technique like endless drizzle, countless sword images continuously slashing out, dancing wildly in the void before surrounding Zai Yin. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qingyun could not help but inhale sharply. He never expected the young woman before him to possess such profound power. She actually had third-level Yin Void Realm strength, so why was she trapped in Morai Forest last time? However, that elder was clearly not easy to deal with either. Even Yi Qingyun would only be able to temporarily avoid such a powerhouse if he encountered him. After all, that black-clothed man had 5th-level Yin Void Realm strength, and this girl probably was not his opponent. Oh, let's go, it has nothing to do with me. The black-clothed men quickly surrounded Zai Yin. No matter how she resisted, it was useless. Obediently come with us. At that moment, a reckless figure suddenly appeared ahead. The courage of your demonic sect is truly great. You actually dare to act arrogantly in the territory of our Star Position Academy. The black-robed elder carefully examined him for a while and slightly frowned. The young man stood beside Zai Yin to protect her, his deep eyes looking ahead with an unusual gleam. Get lost. Zai Yin's face turned pale. She had nearly exhausted all her strength just now, and if the young man had arrived even a moment later, she would never have been safe like this. Senior brother Sanju, the black-robed elder immediately shouted, withdraw everyone from this place quickly. The young man took a pill from his sleeve and handed it over. Zai Yin, don't speak yet, swallow this recovery pill. Yi Qingyun looked at the scene, his eyes flickering slightly, then he chuckled softly. Hee, this is getting interesting. Suddenly, Zai Yin turned around and saw that familiar figure. She shouted with all her strength, Yi Qingyun, is that you? Yi Qingyun continued walking forward, completely ignoring her and moving straight ahead. He really disliked this expression on Zai Yin's face. Every time he saw that face, unbearable past events surged back into his mind like a tide. Seeing that he showed no reaction, Zai Yin frowned and asked, was that new recruit king also you? Yi Qingyun still ignored her. He did not want any connection with Zai Yin. However, the young man standing beside her became annoyed. Who was Zai Yin? Anyone who heard Zai Yin's words had to respond. Yet the person before him acted as if he heard nothing, completely disregarding Zai Yin, truly arrogant and outrageous. Sanju pointed at Yi Qingyun and scolded. Zai Yin is asking you, are you deaf? So what if you're the so-called new recruit king? Do you think you are noble? Yi Qingyun's footsteps paused slightly. He gave a cold laugh and finally spoke. What does it have to do with you? Do you want to die? Sanju instantly flew into a rage and rushed forward, his body shooting ahead like a hunting leopard. The 4th-level Yin Void Realm spiritual power inside him erupted like a raging flood. Their two palms collided head-on, and a massive wave of energy surged in all directions. Yi Qingyun used the impact to continuously retreat backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood, frowned slightly, and thought, 4th-level Yin Void Realm strength is indeed extraordinary. I have no time to waste with him. I must quickly take back the blood before Wang Bai devours it. In the blink of an eye, his figure merged into the night and disappeared beneath the moonlight. Remember this? Sanju stared at the disappearing figure in the darkness, his eyes flickering constantly. HMPH, consider yourself fast enough. Although he said that outwardly, huge waves had already surged in his heart. The opponent clearly only had 5th-level transformation realm cultivation, yet he still could not kill him instantly just now. He turned to Zai Yin and said, is this the level of this year's new recruit king? Are you sure? Zai Yin. Hearing Sanju say that, Zai Yin immediately glared angrily at him and shouted, if you try to kill him again next time, I won't forgive you. Let's return to the academy. Being scolded by Zai Yin like this, Sanju froze, seemingly unable to believe that this was the same person as the weak girl from before. Sanju quickly recovered, could only scratch his head and foolishly reply yes. But in his heart, he thought, that guy seems very important to you, then I definitely cannot let him live. After taking Sanju's attack, Qingyun is now quickly running away. Blood still lingered at the corner of his mouth, and while running he thought, being injured by a 4th-level Yin Void Realm expert, I must increase my strength quickly, damn it. I wonder if there is still time. After moving for a while, Qingyun arrived before a huge gate with 2 guards outside, and he thought, inside the academy. The scene shifts to Wang Bai's room, where he stood by the window holding a porcelain bottle and laughed proudly. Although I spent 10 million middle-grade spirit stones, I feel it was worth it. Looking at the porcelain bottle in his hand, Wang Bai smirked and continued, as long as I use this dragon blood drop, Wang Bai, will become incredibly powerful, and no one will be able to defeat me anymore. After speaking, he opened the bottle, and a drop of dragon blood flew out, emitting light around it, making Wang Bai exclaim, what dazzling light. Before he could react, the blood drop instantly flew away, and Wang Bai froze, shouting, who? Looking at the dragon blood drop he had just taken, Qingyun smiled and said, your dream must end now. Seeing Qing Yun, Wang Bai pointed at him with a darkened expression and shouted, "It's you! You tricked me at the auction tower, I still remember it. Wait, the person at the auction was also you. Damn it." Hearing this, Qing Yun smiled proudly and said, "That's right, Brother Wang's memory is truly impressive." Wang Bai became furious and shouted at Qing Yun, "You bastard, you still dare come here? Quickly return my dragon blood." Hearing this, Qing Yun directly swallowed the dragon blood drop without saying another word. Seeing this, Wang Bai shouted, "I will kill you." After consuming the blood drop, Qing Yun climbed onto the window and turned back to mock him. "You are too weak, you cannot kill me." Wang Bai immediately rushed forward, clenching his fist and shouting, "Is that so?" "Not necessarily." Just as Wang Bai threw his punch, Qing Yun jumped down from the window ledge. Qing Yun turned around and struck toward Wang Bai with a palm, as golden light appeared like a giant invisible hand attacking him. Seeing this, Wang Bai was shocked and could not believe his eyes, exclaiming, What? You are at the 5th level of creation realm." Qing Yun reached for the sword at his waist and said, "I gave you a chance to use money to buy your life, but you refused, and now you are still chasing me." His sharp gaze locked onto Wang Bai as he continued, "Then let me help you." After saying this, Qing Yun drew his sword and decisively slashed through Wang Bai, and before Wang Bai could react, blood splattered everywhere. This sword technique was called the merciless sword strike. Someone noticed the abnormality inside the academy and shouted, "Who dares cause trouble in Star Position Academy?" Qing Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground cultivating, and when he sensed someone arriving, he said, "Old friend, you probably sensed it too. It seems our plan must change." Behind Qing Yun, someone appeared and shouted, "How dare you kill someone inside Star Position Academy? Where is he?" Among the crowd, a person in black robes pointed at Qing Yun and said, "Isn't that Wang Bai? He was killed. Was he killed by that person? Wasn't he only at the 5th level of creation realm? Ah no, he is breaking through now." Someone else in the crowd said, "He is ignoring 2 academy elders and sitting there breaking through." Seeing Qing Yun breaking through, an elder could not hold back and rolled up his sleeves, shouting, "Damn it, you are too arrogant." The elder beside him tried to stop him. "Wait, Qing Yun is currently breaking through to the 6th level of creation realm." Elder Xing Hong was furious and gritted his teeth as he said to Elder Xing Ken Guang, "Elder Xing Ken Guang, he just killed my disciple." Elder Xing Ken Guang replied, "Elder Xing Hong, I can judge for myself." After Qing Yun finished breaking through, Elder Xing Ken Guang approached with his hands behind his back and asked, "Are you the Rookie King?" Hearing this, Qing Yun glanced at him and thought he took the bait. Hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes in disgust. "The Rookie King, the legendary Rookie King of this batch? Impossible, how can this be?" At this moment, someone from the crowd stepped forward, frowned at Qing Yun, and shouted, "Elder, are you mistaken? His cultivation is only at the 6th level of creation realm. How could he be the Rookie King?" Hearing Fang Shi's words, the crowd below began whispering again. "That's right, the Rookie King should be Senior Brother Fang. Senior Brother Fang has a powerful body and trains diligently every day. He is clearly the strongest among this year's new students." Someone even mocked, "It seems Fang Shi is still bothered by not obtaining the Rookie King position." Fang Shi heard all those discussions, but he only smiled proudly. Elder Xing Ken Guang finally turned to the crowd and said, "Are you questioning me?" Everyone hurriedly denied it. "No, we wouldn't dare. Elder, you misunderstand." Fang Shi took the chance to press on. "What? Could it be Elder Xing has some secret relationship with him?" Qing Yun suddenly spoke up to confirm his identity. "That's right, I am the Rookie King." Hearing this, Elder Xing Hong turned and glared at him. Right after that, he rushed toward Qing Yun and shouted, "Nonsense, you deserve to die." Unexpectedly, a hand quickly grabbed Elder Xing Hong's arm. It was Elder Xing Ken Guang. Being stopped, Elder Xing Hong turned to him and shouted, "Elder Xing?" Elder Xing Ken Guang looked at Qing Yun and asked, "Do you have anything to prove it?" Qing Yun replied, "Of course, but after proving it, I want to take it back." Elder Xing Ken Guang immediately agreed. At this moment, a pile of badges was taken out, each one shining brightly. A pile of badges poured out from the spatial bag covering the ground. Elder Xing Ken Guang stroked his beard in surprise and said, "These are the competition badges." The crowd began discussing. "It seems there are many more than Fang Shi's. Could he really be the Rookie King?" Elder Xing Ken Guang stared at the falling badges and said, "There are 339 badges in total. You are the Rookie King." "I knew it. No one could resist the temptation of the academy." Elder Xing Hong also turned to look at Fang Shi, and their eyes met, as if they had already coordinated. After putting his badges back into his bag, Qing Yun looked at Elder Xing Ken Guang and said, "According to our agreement, I will take these badges back." Hearing this, Elder Xing Ken Guang immediately replied, "Of course they are not valuable anyway, just symbolic items." In his mind, he thought, what an idiot. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait, it was Fang Shi. He pointed at Qing Yun and said, "Your stealing skills are impressive, getting so many badges, but you are only at the 6th level of the transformation realm, yet you call yourself the Rookie King. Do you think everyone is stupid?" Elder Xinghong took the chance to point at Qing Yun and continued, "Fang Shi is right, he not only stole things, he also killed my disciple Wang Bai earlier. What are you waiting for? Capture him now, I want him to suffer worse than death." Hearing this, Elder Xing Kengguang waved his hand and said, "Wait." Elder Xinghong immediately turned and shouted, "Xing Kengguang, are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" Elder Xing Kengguang calmly replied, "If he really is the Rookie King and you kill him, can you take responsibility before the Grand Elder?" Elder Xinghong could only say one word, "You." Fang Shi stepped forward and had already circulated his power, saying maliciously, "Two elders, don't listen to a thief. No matter what he is, I can still kill him." Hearing this, Qing Yun raised a finger toward Fang Shi and smirked, "To deal with someone like you, I only need one finger, this one." Fang Shi immediately became furious, his face turning red as he charged forward. His martial soul was a werewolf with sharp claws, and it let out a loud roar. Seeing this, Qing Yun raised one finger, and waves of light instantly restrained Fang Shi's martial soul. In an instant, Qing Yun used only one move to break one finger of Fang Shi's martial soul. This move of Qing Yun was called Eastern Emperor One Finger. Fang Shi was instantly blasted away by Qing Yun, and his martial soul let out a loud cry. Elder Xinghong also jumped up. He caught Fang Shi, who was holding an arm covered in blood. His face was pale as he screamed in pain, "My hand." Seeing this, Elder Xinghong used finger-pointing power on Fang Shi's forehead to reduce his pain. He then looked at Elder Xing Kengguang and said, "He must have used a shameless and cruel method. If I had not acted, another student would have died by his hands. He cannot be forgiven." Before Elder Xinghong could finish, Elder Xing Kengguang loudly interrupted him. "Enough, Elder Xinghong, please think before you speak. Now I announce that this year's Rookie King is." At this point he hesitated. Seeing this, Qing Yun spoke to help him, "Yi Qing Yun." Elder Xing Kengguang smiled and nodded at him, saying, "Yi Qing Yun, if you encounter any difficulties during your future cultivation, come find me." Immediately after, Elder Xing Kengguang ordered, "Take Qing Yun to his room." The person beside him immediately obeyed. The crowd began whispering, "Did you hear that? He can ask Elder Xing Kengguang for help anytime. What does that mean? If you could defeat Fang Shi with one finger, you could do the same." "Forget it." Elder Xinghong walked beside Elder Xing Kengguang and said, "Elder Xing, didn't you see the contempt in his eyes? He is arrogant and foolish. I think he has no future." Hearing this, Elder Xing Kengguang looked at Xinghong displeased and said, "Since ancient times, geniuses have always been arrogant. He has the ability to back it up, so there is nothing wrong with that." Fang Shi was ignored by everyone. He only snorted coldly, then turned and left. The scene changed to late at night. After bringing Qing Yun to his room, the guide said, "Young Master Yi, this is your residence in the academy. Your residence is about 5 times larger than the others, showing how much the academy values you. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Qing Yun replied, "Nothing for now, you may leave." The guide nodded and answered, "Understood." A few days later, Qing Yun was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. He thought, "A few days ago, I sensed the aura of the merciless sword in this academy, so I decided to stay here." Qing Yun returned his sword to its sheath, thinking, "However, my cultivation is too weak now, I cannot rush." Unexpectedly, in just a few days, my sword Dao realm has recovered to the heavenly human realm. Today, I will test it. At that moment, a voice came from not far away. Someone arrived and kicked open the gate of Qing Yun's courtyard, arrogantly saying, "You are this year's Rookie King, Yi Qing Yun, right? Pill Alliance has come to invite you to join." Hearing this, Qing Yun turned around and replied, "Not interested, you can leave." Seeing this, the man rushed in front of him and pointed at himself, continuing, "Not interested. Do you know Pill Alliance is one of the 5 strongest organizations in the academy? The benefits are excellent and everyone admires it. The leader is a high-grade 3rd-rank alchemist at only 16 years old. Countless people want to join but have no chance." Qing Yun looked at him with disgust and said, "I said I am not interested." Seeing that he firmly refused, the man immediately frowned and thought. The condition given by the alliance was to provide Qing Yun with 200 second-grade pills every month. He thought that once Qing Yun heard of the Pill Alliance's reputation, he would immediately join, allowing him to secretly take those pills. Now it seemed impossible, he could only offer a small amount. After thinking, he raised one finger and said to Qing Yun, "How about 10 second-grade pills every month?" Seeing that he was still so stubborn, he frowned and said, "Not interested." Hearing this, the man continued increasing the offer. "What about 100? Qing Yun still only waved his hand and said, "Even if you give me 10,000 or 100,000, I am not interested, understand? Leave." After being rejected like this, the man turned around and left. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, could it be that I won't get any benefits this time? No, I have to provoke him." Thinking this, he turned back angrily, snorted coldly, and said to Qing Yun, "What do you think you are? You are only lucky. Do you think you are impressive? You won't even accept 100 pills. You probably learned this from your parents, thinking you are the center of the world. At most 150 spirit stones, if not, forget it." At this moment, Qing Yun's face darkened and he said, "Wait a moment." Seeing this, the man proudly smiled and said, "What is it?" Qing Yun continued, "I changed my mind." Hearing this, the man smirked inwardly, thinking, as expected, he is weak. People like this need to be insulted. So what if he is the new recruit king? In front of the Pill Alliance, he is just a dog that eats a little more than usual. The man immediately turned around and spoke in a charitable tone. "Have you thought it through? Good, since you have thought it through." Before he could finish speaking, a miserable scream suddenly rang out, accompanied by blood splattering everywhere. His anger shook his ears and a painful scream immediately followed. "Ah, my eyes!" Fresh blood flowed from both his eyes as Yi Qing Yun's angry roar directly caused his eyes to bleed. Yi Qing Yun had indeed changed his mind. He originally did not plan to teach this man a lesson, but he kept forcing him and even insulted his parents, something he absolutely could not tolerate. The man roared furiously, "Yi Qing Yun, I am from the Pill Alliance. You blinded my eyes. The Pill Alliance will never let you go." Yi Qing Yun gave a cold laugh and calmly said, "What are you?" He forcefully pushed him, directly making the man fall backward onto the ground. "What is your Pill Alliance? Don't show off in front of me." Yi Qing Yun stepped on him and shouted angrily, "Go back to your Pill Alliance. If I see you again, you will lose more than just your eyes." He roared, "Yi Qing Yun, I will kill you." Yi Qing Yun ignored him, only giving a cold laugh before turning around and leaving. At the back mountain of the academy, Yi Qing Yun's figure moved as fast as a flash of light, and after several flickers, he passed through the forest at an astonishing speed without making any sound. Truly terrifying. Yi Qing Yun thought this should be the direction. Suddenly, a sword struck from behind. The sword energy roared forward, sweeping away and breaking the rocks on the ground, leaving behind a scorching trail of sword energy. Yi Qing Yun slightly frowned, shocked inwardly, such powerful sword energy. Immediately after, a cold voice came from ahead. "This is my territory. Outsiders are forbidden." Yi Qing Yun frowned even deeper and thought, "Old friend, I must finish what you asked, so endure for now." However, time was urgent, so Yi Qing Yun decided not to continue wasting time with the opponent and immediately changed direction. But at this moment, a figure appeared on a tree branch while a thunderous shout rang out. "Get lost, this side does not welcome you either." Yi Qing Yun turned toward another direction, but someone there also arrogantly shouted, "Are you blind? Can't you see your grandfather is practicing sword here? Get away." East, south, west, and north all had people blocking him, and they were all deliberately making things difficult for Yi Qing Yun. Two young men holding swords surrounded Yi Qing Yun from the front. A sword descended from the sky. Another person appeared. When he saw the sword pierce through a figure and pass straight through, only leaving a faint red mark, he could not help but exclaim in shock, "A clone." Yi Qing Yun's right hand tightly gripped Heartless Sword. He raised his sword, and in an instant, a Thunder Peak sword stance erupted. The young man slightly frowned and hurriedly retreated several steps. Although he blocked the sword, he still could not stop Yi Qing Yun's powerful sword energy, and his face was filled with fear. Two figures quickly flew over. One helped the young man up, while the other frowned deeply. "Is Suxing all right?" The person called Suxing had a pale face and blurted out, "Heavenly Human Realm." The one supporting him was also shocked and immediately exclaimed, "What? He has already reached the Heavenly Human Realm." Yi Qing Yun's gaze instantly became cold, and in a moment he thought of the arrogant old man from yesterday. "I have only been at the academy for a few days and have never offended anyone, so that old man named Xing Hong must have sent you, right?" Suxing shouted toward Yi Qing Yun, raising the long sword in his hand. "You dare call Elder Xing Hong an old man seeking death?" "Are you calling Elder Xing Hong an old man seeking death?" Sword formation. Three swords moved at the same time, their might like a raging storm, forming a terrifying current in the void that fell toward Yi Qing Yun like a net. Heavenly Flying Coin. Yi Qing Yun drew out Heartless Sword and fiercely swung once. The entire sword directly pierced into the sword energy net, instantly shattering it into nothingness. He let out a long shout, and the long sword in his hand wildly danced freely. A terrifying sword energy instantly split into three parts, each one striking directly toward the chests of the three people. Yi Qing Yun glanced at them and coldly said, "Tell that old man to come himself, otherwise stop acting like this." The three looked at each other, clearly seeing the fear flashing in each other's eyes. They all had their own pride in swordsmanship, yet Yi Qing Yun had easily shattered it. This was something they could hardly accept. Zuxiang, what should we do? Although that kid's cultivation is not high, his strength is extremely powerful. Report to Elder Xinghong first. Isn't that Li Jai from the Pill Alliance ahead? What is he going crazy about? In another direction, someone seemed to have gone mad, wildly swinging his long sword while speaking with a resentful voice. Come out for me. Countless streams of sword energy continuously roared forward, you bastard. After the three disciples sensed that sword energy, their expressions changed one after another and they looked toward Li Jai in shock. Why are his eyes blind? It seems he offended someone. Be smarter in the future and do not offend people like this. Truly ruthless. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Little brother, who did this to you? The surrounding warriors changed expressions again and exclaimed, it's Li Lianrong. This time there will be a good show. Li Lianrong waved his sleeve and directly grabbed the madman's sword, his face dark, while his brother's body staggered unsteadily. Hearing the familiar voice, Li Jai immediately burst into tears, knelt on the ground with a thud, and sobbed, brother, it was that newcomer, Yi Qingyun hurt me, help me kill him, you must kill him. Li Lianrong's expression became even darker as he angrily asked, where is he? Li Jai replied with tears in his eyes, little brother doesn't know. At this moment, Xinghong had appeared behind Li Lianrong without anyone noticing. He said, he went to the star position back mountain. Seeing him, Li Lianrong exclaimed, Elder Xinghong. Xinghong hurriedly urged, go quickly, he may be gone if you are late. Li Lianrong immediately nodded, understood. The three disciples lowered their heads in disappointment. Elder, we failed. Xinghong nodded. I already know, but this time Li Lianrong is at Yin Void Realm and should have no problem dealing with a 6th level Creation Realm brat. In the star position back mountain, an old voice shouted, Sword Heart, what exactly is Sword Heart? Yi Qingyun followed the sound and looked into the distance, where someone was cultivating ahead. Passing through an area of shattered trees, an astonishing sword energy surged out, but no one could be seen. Ha ha ha, this is Sword Heart, too powerful. Yi Qingyun observed the surroundings and silently judged, this person's level is extremely high. This old man seemed extremely impatient, with bead-sized sweat continuously pouring from his head, clearly having fallen into a state of deviation. His white hair fluttered and beard twisted tightly as sweat rolled down, and when he noticed approaching footsteps, his blood-red eyes turned over, looking like a hungry beast seeing prey. Who disturbed my cultivation? The old man rushed forward, gripping the sword hilt as if preparing to draw it. Yi Qingyun's expression changed slightly as he thought, this old man has gone into deviation. Yi Qingyun remained calm, gripped the sword hilt with his right hand, pulled it out forcefully, and used Thunder Sword stance. In an instant, the merciless sword was covered in lightning, with thunderous sounds constantly exploding. Yi Qingyun's sword collided heavily with the opponent's, creating sparks immediately. He silently judged, Sword Dao has reached the unity of heaven and man realm. It seems he went mad while comprehending the sword heart nurturing realm. Fortunately, my sword path broke through. If my cultivation had broken through, I probably could not have stopped him. That's fine, a powerful aura spread out from Yi Qingyun's hand. The old man's expression changed slightly, his pupils gradually regained a trace of clarity. Then he closed his eyes as if comprehending and sensing what had happened in the battle. I have helped you complete your sword heart. Yi Qingyun had a serious expression and only swung one sword. Yet that single sword contained a might that countless people would struggle to withstand. Its momentum erupted and soared straight thousands of meters into the sky. It was like a lion's roar beneath the clouds, and like a mythical beast shaking the entire sea. With a focused mind, a strand of spiritual energy wrapped around the old man's sword. Yi Qingyun tightly held the merciless sword in his hand and seriously said, it is the soaring heroic spirit. It is the righteous spirit, it is the calm pure energy. Yi Qingyun calmly said, it is never breaking your promise. After speaking, the old man grabbed his sword. After a long while, his eyes suddenly widened and dazzling light flashed like stars. Unable to suppress his excitement, he said, the sword moves with the heart. What the sword seeks is for my heart to return, so this is Sword Heart. Yi Qingyun smiled lightly and turned to leave. Senior, your heart is too impatient, which is not beneficial for sword cultivation. Please think carefully. Hearing this, the old man nodded in agreement, then raised his head and shouted, you stop right there. Yi Qingyun coldly glanced at him. What is it? When the old man clearly saw his appearance, his expression changed greatly. Why do you look so young? How old are you? Not even 16. Honestly, if Yi Qingyun had not seen the other's obsession with sword cultivation, he would never have guided him. The old man had neither mistaken nor misheard. The person who taught him was actually a young man. Thinking about how he had lost under the other's brief sword strike, a sense of humiliation rose in his heart. Ah, I'm so angry, I should not have meddled, I'm furious. The old man's face twitched slightly as he shook his head and looked at the young man, saying, come here, young friend, let's have a battle. Yi Qingyun crossed his arms and turned around. I'm in a hurry, I have no interest. After being rejected by Yi Qingyun, the old man immediately froze in place. This old man's cultivation entered the first level of Yang reality realm long ago, and my sword talent is extraordinary, yet I was taught by a junior like you. If word gets out, I will be utterly humiliated. I cannot calm my anger unless I kill you. Brat, watch carefully, I will make my move. The old man suddenly spoke in a threatening tone. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. Senior's cultivation is profound, I have no way to resist. If you want to kill me, then do it. The old man showed a silly and cute expression, clearly not expecting his opponent to be so arrogant. What? The sword in the old man's hand fell to the ground. Oh my, we are only having a match with me. Hee hee, you are still so young, of course we won't compare spiritual power, only swordsmanship. What do you think? Afraid the young man would refuse, the old man rolled his eyes and said, haha, besides, if you defeat me, I will give this to you. After speaking, he took an item from his storage bag. Yi Qingyun looked at it and his eyes immediately lit up. A sword fragment. Seeing Yi Qingyun's expression, surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. He said proudly, that's right, I originally thought this sword fragment contained the sword experience of a senior, but after studying it for many years, I gained everything I could in one day, so I no longer need it. If you can defeat me, I will give it to you. You are a student of the academy, right? My name is Xingyi. I am an inner elder of the academy. Whether you win or lose this match, if you encounter trouble in the academy in the future, just say you have my protection. Just because of the opponent's first sentence, Yi Qingyun accepted without hesitation. You don't need to suppress your sword realm, use your full strength. Xingyi nodded in satisfaction. Haha, good kid, I like your straightforwardness. Wait until I pick up my sword and fight you. The spiritual power around the old man scattered wildly, transforming into an illusion, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Facing Yi Qingyun, his expression became slightly serious. The old man became somewhat serious because he already knew that the opponent had extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and could not be underestimated. Then I will fight seriously, kid. 3-inch Luyang technique, a strange stream of light condensed at the tip of the sword like a meteor crossing the sky, stabbing directly toward Yi Qingyun. A terrifying current formed a shocking sword aura about 3 feet long like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth. Seeing the sword technique, Yi Qingyun held the merciless sword and prepared to draw it when a bolt of lightning roared down and struck the merciless sword. Still want to continue. Yi Qingyun appeared before the old man with a long sword pointed at his neck. His cultivation was inferior to the opponent, but in terms of swordsmanship, 10 people like him would not be his opponent. Xingyi was stunned when he saw that the opponent's sword was only a broken sword, and a feeling of humiliation instantly surged in his heart. Fight, of course we fight, I was just careless, I won't lose that easily. The sword in his hand kept swinging, releasing wave after wave of sword aura. However, his expression did not change at all, as calm as still water, and he casually received the sword strike. After his words fell, his right hand moved slightly, and the merciless sword in his hand was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. It shot forward in an instant with overwhelming power, immediately turning the opponent's technique into nothingness. His calm voice slowly sounded, "What now? Continue fighting." The old man was shocked. Fortunately, this kid was using a broken sword. Xingyi threw the broken sword to the young man. After all, this sword was useless to him now, and keeping it was only like a decoration. No more fighting, take this broken sword. Yi Qingyun was overjoyed inside. Thank you, senior. Xingyi stroked his beard and frowned, asking, what is your name? Yi Qingyun calmly answered, Yi Qingyun. Xingyi frowned and handed him a token. Yi Qingyun, take this token, inject your spiritual power into it and I will appear. From now on, I will protect you. Yi Qingyun did not refuse and directly accepted the token, saying, thank you, senior. Xingyi turned around and flew away. After going some distance, he angrily shouted, damn it, this is so frustrating. How did I fail to win? This sword fragment can be fused with the sword hilt in the forest. Yi Qingyun walked while saying to himself, the materials are complete, but I wonder if there is any blacksmith in Luyang City who can make this. A figure suddenly rushed over with terrifying speed, carrying fierce waves of force. He angrily roared, get lost, I am in a bad mood today, don't block my way. Li Lianrong was furious, who are you? How dare you? I told you to get out of my way, yet you refuse, if I wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain. Yi Qingyun turned around to leave and said calmly, I am Yi Qingyun. Pointing at Yi Qingyun, his expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloomy as he shouted, so you are the one who injured my younger brother's eyes. Today I will kill you. Yi Qingyun looked at him strangely and thought, is this the brother of that idiot from Pill Alliance? Yi Qingyun lightly nodded. So what, do you have the ability to take revenge? In Li Lianrong's eyes, anger and killing intent burned like a torch, and the snow flame burned fiercely as well. He immediately drew his long sword and laughed. A 6th-level transformation realm cultivator dares to act so arrogantly. Yi Qingyun's expression remained unchanged. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the transformation realm, combined with his natural sword intent, he was not afraid of the person before him. Right after that, he drew the merciless sword and used a strange movement technique. With a slight motion, he appeared behind his opponent. The broken sword directly struck the opponent's long sword, looking like only a light collision. But only Li Lianrong understood how enormous the power contained in that strike was. After only one brief exchange, he deeply understood that the young man before him was absolutely not someone easy to provoke. At that moment, he finally understood why his younger brother had suffered such a crushing defeat. Li Lianrong was shocked. Cold sweat covered his body, and without hesitation, he immediately ran away. I will go find reinforcements. Wait for me if you have the guts, don't run. Yi Qingyun sneered, idiot. Not far away, an old man in brown clothes stood silently on a tree branch, and everything that happened had fallen clearly into his eyes. He never expected that young man to be this powerful. With such talent, he would likely become famous one day, but unfortunately, you killed this old man's personal disciple. A blood-red hand clenched tightly, releasing terrifying power along with thunderous sounds. The main street of Luoyang City was a narrow cobblestone road. Both sides were surrounded by ancient buildings and lush green bushes. Sunlight passed through the old-style houses, while tiled roofs and wooden doors cast shadows on the street, creating alternating patches of light and darkness. Young master, come in and have some fun. We have many services available. No, playing around in broad daylight. How strange. I will come back tonight. Yi Qingyun stopped before a shop with a strange signboard. Dwarves. There shouldn't be dwarves on this continent, right? Perhaps it was just some trick, but anyone daring to use the name of dwarves was surely not easy to provoke. Entering the shop, Yi Qingyun tapped his hand on the counter. A young woman with snow-white skin, clear blue eyes like water, and wearing purple clothes with an elegant and graceful aura spoke sweetly. May I ask what service you would like to use? Yi Qingyun looked at the girl with a meaningful gaze. Do you have that kind of service? The girl's face turned slightly red with anger. Young master, you misunderstood. We do not provide that. Yi Qingyun rolled his eyes, then said, you misunderstood too. He looked toward the pile of weapons, where there were swords, spears, blades, axes, and many other types. Each weapon was extremely sharp, like moonlight flowing gently across their surfaces, reflecting terrifying cold glows. These weapons were not only sharp, but also carried their own aura, as if they were not dead objects but living things. He was secretly amazed. Every weapon here possessed spirituality. Yi Qingyun directly asked, can I meet the person who forged these weapons? She replied awkwardly, that is not possible unless you have enough spirit stones. Is this enough? Yi Qingyun directly took out 10 silver notes from his storage bag. The young woman swallowed and looked at Yi Qingyun, her eyes instantly brightening. Enough, please come inside. The young woman stuck out her tongue. Young master, you have a chance to meet our shopkeeper, but whether you can actually meet him is still uncertain. Yi Qingyun was stunned, and the more mysterious it became, the more curious he was about that weapon refiner. So this amount of money only bought a chance? The young woman answered in a sweet voice, that's right. Soon, they arrived at an underground secret chamber where an iron door appeared ahead covered with strange characters. The young woman said awkwardly, our shopkeeper has a rule. After paying enough to enter here, you must be able to read these words. Yi Qingyun directly interrupted her and calmly said, Ali Dumi Zimise, the dwarf race, we are the most honorable people in the world. Hearing this sentence, the young woman immediately froze. Say that again? At this moment, the iron door suddenly opened with a loud bang, and a figure appeared from inside. The person in front was only about 1.5 meters tall, with a face covered by thick beard almost hiding his entire face, yet his body was extremely sturdy, giving the feeling that he possessed extraordinary strength. Yi Qingyun sized up the person before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Akibato Samiha, he never expected that there were truly dwarves here, while Gao Dong behind him also looked shocked. Magisa Likatabu, so you really know the dwarf language. Gao Dong smiled and said, ha, since you know the language of the dwarf race, it proves that you have no ill intentions toward dwarves. His right hand suddenly struck his chest with great force, creating a sound like thunder. Nice to meet you, I am Gao Dong. Yi Qingyun asked in surprise, you are Gao Dong, your surname is Gao. Gao Dong immediately replied, of course, I never expected you to know the language of our dwarf race and the Gao family. I am the only heir of the Gao family. Yi Qingyun's pupils suddenly shrank, shocked by Gao Dong's words, and thought inwardly, the only heir. Yi Qingyun also remembered more than 100 years ago when he accepted a disciple named Gao Tian. Gao Tian, today I will take you as my 7th disciple, but are you willing? Gao Tian at that time slapped his right hand against his chest and replied, from now on, whatever my master orders me to do, I, Gao Tian, will do it, without hesitation. Yi Qingyun then asked, what is Gao Tian to you? Hearing this, Gao Dong immediately took out the Heishan hammer, swung it toward Yi Qingyun, and questioned, who are you? Seeing the hammer before him, Yi Qingyun could not help but be shocked. Heishan hammer. Gao Dong pressed further, who are you? How do you know my grandfather and my Heishan hammer? Of course I know, but wasn't your grandfather in the lower divine realm? My grandfather, he is dead. Yi Qingyun was stunned after hearing this. What did you say? Before dying, grandfather used the last bit of his power to send me away to the lower divine realm. Why did he die? He was killed by a person wearing a blood-colored robe. His robe was covered with my grandfather's blood, the blood of the blood palace, the palace master, the blood heaven earth. However, he should not have been able to kill your grandfather. Grandfather could have defeated him, but he said that grandfather's master was not dead, and as long as grandfather gave him half of his cultivation, he would reveal this information. What grandfather received was only his mad laughter. He said, you will meet your master soon in hell. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun could no longer endure it. His teeth clenched tightly in fury. Gao Dong continued, after arriving in the 8th desolate realm, I could only hide everywhere. Luckily, I met Si Ling Qiu and stayed here. Heishan hammer, let me see it, you really know my master. That's right, your grandfather was the master's 7th disciple. The Heishan hammer and master's sword were both works of the weapon forging master. Yi Qingyun handed the Heishan hammer to Yi Qingyun and said, this is my grandfather's weapon. Yi Qingyun immediately reached out to take it. He said that his grandfather had died. As long as he was willing to sacrifice half of his cultivation, as long as he told him the location of his master, what he received was only the madman's crazy laughter. That person said he would soon meet his master in hell. At that moment, Yi Qingyun's eyes stared with killing intent. Blood heaven earth, you seek death. Suddenly, footsteps came down from the basement and a voice sounded, here, I was wondering why there was no one outside the shop. Jin Pan looked around casually and said leisurely, oh, a dwarf, there is also a little girl. Ha ha ha, this trip was not wasted. Dwarf, you are truly a rare item. Someone capture him for me. Jin Pan waved his hand toward the warriors behind him. What, you are here too? After seeing the white-clothed youth, Jin Pan's expression changed drastically. His body trembled and his legs instinctively stepped back several times. Kill him quickly. Jin Pan's 2 subordinates immediately rushed forward, while Yi Qingyun tightly gripped the merciless sword in his right hand. At this moment, his anger surged like thousands of horses charging, and his mind was completely filled with killing intent. Holding the merciless sword, he looked like a demon from hell, with overwhelming killing aura and a bloody scent around him, making people feel as if they could hear ghosts crying and wolves howling. Jin Pan stood frozen in place. You cannot kill me. I am the eldest young master of the Jin family. Jin young master's pupils shrank violently, his face turned pale as paper, and he shouted, if you kill me, the Jin family will never forgive you. Annoying. Yi Qingyun sneered coldly, then fiercely swung his sword forward. Jin Pan let out a miserable scream as his body was split in half by one sword, his life force completely disappearing, leaving only a bloody scene of flesh and blood before them. Yi Qingyun's expression changed greatly, and the martial soul behind him unconsciously revealed the 9 refining tower. A faint light spread from the tower, like 9 small lamps floating in the void. In the middle of the scene, Yi Qingyun's killing aura surged as he absorbed all the spiritual power from that person. In just a moment, his cultivation soared to the 7th level of creation realm. In only a few breaths, his cultivation directly jumped from the 7th level of creation realm to the 8th level. Truly unbelievable. Gao Dong and the girl stood there in shock, staring blankly at the scene before them. Yi Qingyun coldly glanced at the dead fat man, then turned to Gao Dong. You hid here and did not dare come out because of him. Gao Dong explained, yes, when I first came to Luoyang City, I met him and he captured me. Luckily, I was smart enough to escape. A cold light flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes. This fat man is dead, but a powerful family like his must have records of his movements and purpose, so this place must have been exposed. The little girl showed a helpless expression. What should we do? Yi Qingyun's gaze shifted slightly as he asked in a deep voice, who is she? Can she be trusted? Gao Dong happily replied. Right, I forgot to introduce her. Xiao Ling is the girl who took me in, and she is also my lover. Yi Qingyun scratched his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, don't worry, the most dangerous place is the safest place. You two stay here for now, leave outside matters to the servants, and I will handle everything else. Gao Dong nodded firmly. Yi Qingyun lowered his voice and said, Gao Dong, you know how to forge weapons, right? Gao Dong patted his chest and said, Of course. Yi Qingyun took out the merciless sword and handed it over. Can you help me repair this broken sword? Gao Dong did not hesitate because he had long considered Yi Qingyun his brother, so he would give it a try. Gao Dong received the merciless sword, and the moment he touched its surface, his eyes immediately lit up. This is a divine weapon. No wonder he left me so many materials before. Gao Dong suddenly remembered something. Oh, I forgot to ask what relationship he has with my grandfather. Xiao Ling smiled beside him and said, You can ask when he comes to pick up the weapon. That's true. Ha ha ha, do you think he could be my grandfather's master's master? How is that possible? But he could be the grandson of my grandfather's master's master. If so, we could still become brothers. The iron door slowly closed, and the last ray of light was completely swallowed by darkness. The figures of the two people also disappeared into the night. At the Alchemist Association, the three flames floating ahead represented the three strongest alchemists of the Alchemist Association, all having reached the third rank. Looking at the magnificent building before him, Yi Qingyun smiled faintly and thought, I never expected the main floor of the refining tower to awaken and absorb others' essence power. I have now reached the 8th level of creation realm, so I must refine the yin void pill first and prepare properly. Welcome here, how may I help you? A clear voice slowly sounded. The speaker wore green clothes, and although her appearance was ordinary, her figure was extremely outstanding, with perfect curves and no excess fat at all, truly worthy of being called a peerless beauty. I also need the yin transformation grass and that yin void demon core. She lightly nodded, okay. Nearby, an old man sat deep in thought, seemingly focused on observing something. Do you have a third-grade yin void stone? The girl raised her slender white hand. At that moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out, How dare you, you bastard! It was two old men wearing alchemist robes nearby. Their faces were flushed as they argued fiercely. One old man shouted, Where am I wrong? This red lotus is crystal clear, like a snake sticking out its tongue. It is obviously a python red lotus. The other old man with two flames on his alchemist robe stroked his beard and said, This is clearly a spirit red lotus. Although it looks similar to a python red lotus, the dense golden spots on its body were formed from spiritual energy evolution. Only a spirit red lotus can be like this. The two old men argued endlessly, almost about to fight. Yi Qingyun casually glanced at the red flower, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His gaze became firm as he stepped forward without hesitation and calmly said, This is neither a python red lotus nor a spirit red lotus, but a fire desire red lotus. His calm voice made the two old men Yuan Jin and Pang Yu freeze, then they both turned to look at the young man. The two elders looked at each other, anger appearing on their faces as they pointed at him and cursed, Where did this brat come from? Stop butting in and leave. What nonsense, fire desire red lotus, I have never heard of such a thing. Yi Qingyun only smiled faintly and said calmly, It can only mean you lack knowledge and didn't even check whether there is a flame beneath it. The old man, without any flame patterns on his robe, held back his laughter and said, Xian Tian, this kid is talking nonsense. Throw him out of the Alchemist Association. The girl still had a smile on her face. The two of you have argued for so long without meaning. Just check whether there is a flame mark underneath, as he said. That's right, whether this brat is talking nonsense can be seen by checking. The two looked at each other, but their faces were still full of doubt because they completely did not believe Yi Qingyun's words. The other old man sneered arrogantly. Oh please, Pang Yu, you really are an old fool. You actually believe such nonsense. Red Lotus has always been judged by its flower bud who would check underneath it. After being stunned for a long time, Pang Yu finally stammered, Oh, it really exists. The old man immediately became excited and shouted, What strange thing, even if you beat me to death, I still won't believe it. The old man picked up the red lotus, his eyes moved around several times, then he suddenly froze in place, his whole body becoming like stone, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Pang Yu shouted in shock, Can you tell me what difference this fire desire red lotus of mine has compared to an ordinary red lotus? I have never heard of this before. Yi Qingyun said, Why should I tell you? His meaning was very clear. If they wanted the answer, they needed to offer a sufficient reward. I can refine a second-grade pill for you, Pang Yu said anxiously. The sudden appearance of this red lotus today shocked him greatly, and he desperately wanted to know the answer. I don't need pills, Yi Qingyun calmly refused. He was already an alchemist himself, and his refining skills had long reached the perfect mastery level. The other old man also became anxious, eager to know the answer. Then what exactly do you want? Don't go too far. What can you give me? Yi Qingyun naturally could not directly ask for the fire desire red lotus because that would easily arouse suspicion. Pang Yu was stunned again and again. If the other party did not want pills, what else could he want? I can refine pills, but you don't need that, so what can I give you? Yi Qingyun casually turned around and left. Then forget it. Pang Yu's eyes moved slightly before he spoke. If your answer satisfies me, I will give you this red lotus. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun remained calm on the surface, but his heart was extremely excited. However, he only said lightly, just a red lotus. The other old man could no longer stay calm. I told you not to be too greedy, kid. Pang Yu frowned. Then what else do you want? Yi Qingyun slowly replied. A third-grade yin void stone. Pang Yu immediately agreed. Fine, I will give it to you. Although a third-grade yin void stone was slightly more expensive than a red lotus, it was not worth much, so he agreed immediately. Pang Yu reached toward the other old man and said, Yuanjin, give me the red lotus. Yuanjin immediately objected. Oh my, don't let that kid trick you. I feel this red lotus is not ordinary. Pang Yu said firmly, even the most precious red lotus is worth only a little money. Our alchemy research is more important. Yi Qingyun nodded in satisfaction and said seriously, the fire desire red lotus is actually a mutated red lotus, born from the fusion of a python red lotus and a fire red lotus. Pang Yu and Yuanjin were both shocked, feeling that his words made sense, and nodded slightly. So that's why it looks like both a python red lotus and a fire red lotus. Yi Qingyun continued his analysis calmly. That's right, but its effects are stronger than both python red lotus and fire red lotus. It combines the advantages of both, but also carries their disadvantages, so this flower is normally very difficult to survive. It can only grow in extremely hot environments, which is why there is a flame mark beneath its root. This is formed from the condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yuanjin turned annoyedly to Pang Yu and said, Pang Yu, move over a little so I can copy it. I wasn't listening seriously before. Yi Qingyun smiled lightly. I will take this fire red lotus and the third-grade yin void stone. You won't regret it, right? Pang Yu stroked his beard and waved his hand. Take them, take them. I am a dignified second-grade alchemist. How could I go back on my word? Star Rank Academy. Yi Qingyun was extremely excited. Walking while laughing happily, he said, ha ha ha, I never expected to find a fire desire red lotus. If they knew that devouring it would obtain the red lotus desire, they would probably chase after me and demand it back. A disciple was diligently cultivating. After seeing that person, Yi Qingyun was secretly shocked. It was him again. His name was Kang Jai. Those with lower talents had a good relationship with him, and he came here to cultivate every day. Although his talent was average, he was extremely diligent and persistent, and had now reached 9th level transformation realm. Seeing him, Kang Jai raised his hand to greet him. Brother Yi, Wang Tian has come out of seclusion. He knows you killed his younger brother Wang Bai, so you must be careful recently. He answered calmly, without the slightest fear on his face. It's fine, I'm not afraid. Kang Jai was stunned, feeling that Yi Qingyun was unbelievably calm. But Wang Tian is already at 4th level Yin Void realm. Yi Qingyun did not care about this matter, directly interrupted Kang Jai and asked, Don't talk about me, how is your cultivation today? Kang Jai sighed, I still can't break through Yin Void realm. I'm already 20 years old, no matter how hard I work, I can't make up for my lack of talent. Yi Qingyun calmly said, You have good determination and the belief to achieve an immortal breakthrough. He understood clearly that as long as the other person encountered a slight opportunity, their cultivation would surely rise greatly, but sometimes taking one step back in cultivation could allow you to advance even farther. Kang Jai was stunned, his entire body frozen like stone, muttering, taking one step back and advancing farther instead. Close your eyes and try to imagine it. At that moment, Kang Jai slowly closed his eyes. Yi Qingyun's words continuously echoed beside his ears. Your current situation is better than Bai Yang being trapped under the cliff. Kang Jai's eyes gradually became confused and doubtful, but soon a clear light appeared again. Accepting cultivation and diligently researching forward is your nature, but no matter how hard you work, you cannot break the limit because your talent is insufficient. After all, a person's life force is limited. Then, a flash of light suddenly burst out, only by taking one step back and abandoning the experiences accumulated from past efforts. Change to another perspective and seek a new breakthrough. Kang Jai suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ah, I think I understand now. Kang Jai repeated Yi Qingyun's words, take one step back. Kang Jai turned around, intending to properly thank Yi Qingyun, but discovered that he had already left at some point. Wait, brother, you went in that direction just now, isn't that the way to Wang Tian's residence? Kang Jai's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly chased after him. Damn it, Brother Yi is in danger. No, I must go help Brother Yi. Immediately afterward, a man in blue clothes stood ahead, both hands covered in fresh blood. Ha ha ha, as expected, you were only seeking your own death. When Kang Jai saw that person, he blurted out, Wang Tian. Kang Jai's expression changed repeatedly, the anger in his heart erupting like a volcano, and flames of fury gradually burned in his eyes. You bastard Wang Tian, did you kill him? Wang Tian had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a cold face and killing intent in his eyes like a wild beast. A fierce aura surrounded him like a violent storm. Wang Tian's expression slightly changed, his cold murderous gaze turning toward Kang Jai. So what if I killed him? If you dare anger me, I will kill you too. Kang Jai clenched both fists until they trembled and said, no matter what, Yi Qingyun was half like a master to him. Today his master was killed, how could he not be furious? He gathered all his courage, and his furious words fell like thunder. Kang Jai truly became enraged and shouted, I will fight you to the death. Seeing this, Wang Tian raised his palm and struck forward, heavily smashing it onto Kang Jai's face. Kang Jai's body drew an arc through the air and crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But what shocked everyone was that before he nearly hit the ground, he still trembled and called out, Brother Yi. Wang Tian shook his head, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. A transformation realm like you taking the initiative to fight someone in Yin Void realm like me, isn't that just seeking death? Wang Tian recalled Yi Qingyun's guidance. Your current situation is better than Bai Yang trapped at the bottom of the abyss. Even if I die, I must avenge Brother Yi. Kang Jai shouted, rushed forward with large steps, not knowing where the courage came from, and threw a punch toward Wang Tian's head. Wang Tian said mockingly, what a pity, it seems the person I killed was very important to you. He desperately charged forward, but the opponent's cultivation was too high, and in an instant he was held firmly in place like a little chick being toyed with. Even so, Yi Qingyun's words continued echoing in his mind. No matter how hard you work, you cannot break the wall because your talent is insufficient. Wang Tian once again punched Kang Jai heavily in the face. A young branch grew from the trunk of a tree that had once been cut down, like a symbol of life, always striving upward even while existing in the harshest conditions. That branch continued growing, becoming stronger and thicker, then spreading out more branches. Kang Jai lay on the ground, blood and sweat mixing together as they flowed down. Only by taking one step back. He suddenly sat up, and the aura around him not only did not weaken but instead continued rising. Change to another perspective and seek a new breakthrough. A towering green tree grew, standing proudly beneath the vast blue sky, its massive trunk sturdy and firm, its dark brown bark covered by dense green leaves. Its branches spread widely in every direction like arms reaching out to embrace the sunlight. Wang Tian exclaimed in shock, he actually broke through because of my attacks. If it were before, Kang Jai would have been extremely excited after breaking through, but now he stood up without any joy in his heart. Thinking of Yi Qingyun's tragic death at the enemy's hands, his eyes had long turned bloodshot, and a first-level Yin Void realm cultivation aura suddenly erupted from him. Wang Tian looked down on him and sneered, haha, it's only the first level of Yin Void realm, I am already bored playing with you, so I might as well send you to hell too. Kang Jai was suddenly shocked. A stream of spiritual power transformed into a clawed hand that rushed forward, carrying a powerful and majestic aura with the speed of a hunting leopard. Wang Tian was suddenly grabbed tightly by that hand and could not struggle even slightly. At this moment, Yi Qingyun suddenly appeared and smashed him down to the ground with a heavy strike. Kang Jai froze and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Brother Yi, you are still alive. Yi Qingyun smiled and replied, did you really think Wang Tian could kill me? Kang Jai asked in confusion. Then who was the person you killed just now? As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable cry came from the other side. Big Pillar, you died so tragically, Big Pillar. Wang Tian was still being held tightly and the flames began burning him, making him groan. What martial skill is this? Let me go. Wang Tian angrily shouted, you want to struggle for the last time? Who exactly are you? Stop immediately. Star Position Academy forbids killing. I am a second-grade disciple. Killing me means disrespecting the academy. Release me. Unfortunately, by saying these words, he had already sealed his own fate. The thing Yi Qingyun hated most in his life was being threatened. Yi Qingyun turned and looked at him. Are you threatening me? Didn't you kill others too? Isn't it enough as long as your strength is strong enough? Kang Jai, let's go. Kang Jai clasped his hands and gathered his courage to say, I beg you, Brother Yi, accept Kang Jai as your disciple. In this academy, only Brother Yi does not look down on me because of my talent and instead often guides me. Without your guidance, my cultivation would never have been able to break through. Yi Qingyun shook his head. No, I won't accept you. Kang Jai immediately shouted, "Why?" Yi Qingyun bluntly told the truth, "Because you are extremely stupid." Kang Jai remained determined. "You taught me and I learned from you, so you are my master." An angry voice rang out like thunder, and an old man rushed over at incredible speed, soon appearing and shouting, "Wang Tian, what happened to you?" Wang Tian desperately reached out for help. "Master, save me." Xing Hong froze in place, secretly shocked in his heart. "What are these black flames? Why do they make me afraid to approach?" Xing Hong angrily said, "I will avenge you, Wang Tian." A sharp aura suddenly erupted from Xing Hong. His face turned red and he glared at Yi Qingyun while shouting angrily, "Yi Qingyun, you are cruel and disregard academy rules, killing my disciple. Today I will kill you as a warning." Yi Qingyun remained calm, his expression unchanged. "If your disciple had not lacked the strength and been killed by me, but instead killed me, I am afraid you would have just ignored it." Elder Xing Hong roared furiously, killing intent surged in his eyes as he said, "Nonsense. I have always been fair, today I must punish you." His figure flashed repeatedly, leaving afterimages in the air, and he instantly approached Yi Qingyun before throwing out a powerful punch. Seeing this, Kang Jai panicked and shouted, "Master." Yi Qingyun only sneered coldly, "Old dog, your face is thicker than a beast's hide. I truly admire you." Xing Hong's heart surged like a raging sea. "A small creation realm brat took my full force attack and did not die? No, I cannot let him grow further." A cold light flashed in Xing Hong's eyes, and his killing intent toward Yi Qingyun became even stronger. He had to die. Yi Qingyun took out a token and immediately poured spiritual power into it. "Come out." An old man suddenly appeared before Yi Qingyun, holding a sword with both hands. "Who dares injure my disciple? How arrogant." At that moment, Yi Qingyun remembered the mysterious old man Xing Yi he met in the star position back mountain. He was slightly stunned and thought unhappily, "When did I become your disciple?" The shameless old man was annoying, but he did not bother arguing, thinking the other party was trying to protect him. Kang Jai beside him was completely confused. "Grandmaster," Xing Hong first greeted Elder Xing Yi, then hurriedly explained, "Elder Xing Yi, you misunderstood. I was discussing a matter. This kid has no respect for academy rules, killed my disciple Wang Tian, and is extremely arrogant." Xing Yi shouted angrily with a furious expression, "Listen carefully. Yi Qingyun is my disciple. If you dare touch him, you must step over me first. But if he killed someone, then that person was just trash. The person is already dead, understand?" Hearing this, Xing Hong froze in place and struggled to speak as if every word was forced out of his throat. "Elder Xing Yi, I know you usually like joking around, so you are joking with me, right? How could he be your disciple?" Xing Yi's face flushed red as he shouted angrily, "Get lost. Is this fun to you? Are you questioning me? Leave now." Xing Hong's expression became completely gloomy. He understood that he could no longer kill Yi Qingyun today, but he still felt extremely confused. "Yi Qingyun, I don't care what tricks you are playing. As long as you stay in the academy for one day, I will find a way to kill you." Yi Qingyun did not answer, only calmly glanced ahead and politely said, "Thank you for helping me, but when did I become your disciple?" Xing Yi's eyes flashed. Without Yi Qingyun, he would probably still be trapped by Sword Heart and unable to escape forever. He reminded him, "You killed his disciple. He will not let this go. With the title of my disciple, if he wants to touch you, it will not be so easy anymore." Yi Qingyun remained as calm as drifting clouds. "All right, consider it your gain." Xing Yi became furious and shouted, "Brat, don't be arrogant. If we compare anything besides swordsmanship, I am more than qualified to be your master." Xing Yi turned to Kang Jai and asked, "Young friend, who are you? Why did someone beat you until your face became swollen like this?" Kang Jai seriously replied, "Greetings, Elder. I am Yi Qingyun's disciple. My name is Kang Jai." Elder Xing Yi nodded. "Oh, so you are Yi Qingyun's disciple." Xing Yi stroked his beard and muttered, "Oh, so you are his disciple." Yi Qingyun looked at the disciple and said seriously, "Kang Jai, your talent is only average, but in the path of cultivation, talent is not the most important thing. The most important thing is choosing the right path." Kang Jai excitedly followed behind Yi Qingyun. "Disciple understands." Yi Qingyun looked at Kang Jai for a while, then thought before saying seriously, "Your mindset and perseverance are not bad, suitable for body refinement. Today I will teach you the great Earth Immortal Diamond technique. Your martial soul is the Earth Exploding Bear, which matches perfectly." Kang Jai was stunned, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Body refinement. Nowadays, martial artists focus on spiritual energy cultivation. Body refinement is only relying on brute strength with an empty body. Kang Jai stared at the book and honestly said, "It does not seem to have much of a future." Yi Qingyun sneered, "No future, then you don't want to cultivate it, right?" Seeing his master's changed expression, Kang Jai scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Disciple didn't mean that." Yi Qingyun's expression softened slightly as he calmly said, "In this era, your question is normal. If you already believe body refinement is useless from the beginning, no matter what I say, you won't change your thoughts. But I tell you, for you, body refinement is the most suitable path. Yi Qingyun treated his disciples very well and would never casually give them a martial technique. Master is right, my talent for spiritual energy cultivation is limited, so body refinement is the right path for me, Kang Jai said firmly, because he clearly knew that the path of spiritual energy cultivation would never be smooth for him. Kang Jai seriously said to Yi Qingyun, Master, rest assured, I will definitely work hard in cultivation. Yi Qingyun walked forward quickly and waved his hand lightly. Go back and don't call me master anymore, Kang Jai immediately replied. Yes, master. Yi Qingyun returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and a red flower floated in front of him. Looking at it, he could not help smiling. Using the fire desire red lotus before devouring a strange flame can suppress the strange flame. More importantly, when refining it, there is a chance to obtain the red lotus flame. After saying that, he thought silently. Red lotus flame. A dark red flower slowly bloomed, its petals seeming to burn in flames. Above it, light flowed like ripples on water, releasing a faint glow. Misty spiritual energy surrounded it, while red light lingered everywhere. After swallowing it, a wave of heat instantly erupted, surging through his limbs and bones like a storm, causing the 10-demon heart to tremble slightly. However, the next moment, with a whoosh, a dark red radiance slowly emerged from deep within his heart. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun became extremely excited. Haha, it seems my luck in this world is very good. Yi Qingyun's body became still for a moment, but soon trembled violently as a powerful aura burst from him. Clearly, he had broken through to the 9th level of the transformation realm. Outside, a low shout continued to echo, ah 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 ah. Opening the window, he saw a young man standing there, holding a huge stone above his head with both hands, large drops of sweat falling from his forehead. So noisy, can't you let people sleep in the middle of the night? Kang Jai hurriedly apologized repeatedly. Sorry, sorry. Inside the room, Yi Qingyun looked down at his hand and muttered, after the 10-demon flame devoured the fire desire red lotus, it became much stronger, but its aura is still slightly different from my 10-demon flame in my previous life. The 10-demon heart is the same. Yi Qingyun suddenly seemed to discover something. The ceiling above cracked with a loud sound and shattered, then a sword aura shot straight down, aiming directly at Yi Qingyun's head. Yi Qingyun immediately opened his eyes, a black flame appearing in his right hand. He threw it upward. You seek death. The black-clothed man looked down from the roof, unable to hide his shock. The black flame quickly burned on the black-clothed man's body, and in the blink of an eye, it burned him into ashes. Ah, the 10-demon flame, truly extraordinary. Yi Qingyun coldly looked forward and calmly said, Come out, why hide like a thief? Outside, Kang Jai heard the disturbance inside the room and his expression changed greatly. Master, are you all right? A man in a green robe with a cold face stood there with his arms crossed, and another young man stood beside him. The other man's face was filled with fear. Seeing Yi Qingyun, he immediately shouted, Brother Sanju, it's him, he killed my younger brother. Sanju snorted coldly and turned his angry gaze toward Yi Qingyun. Brat, you were the one who injured my little brother, right? Yi Qingyun looked at him teasingly. Guess, last time he had forcefully endured the opponent's punch. If not for his powerful physique, he would have been destroyed long ago. Li Lianrong pointed at Yi Qingyun while trembling and shouted, it's you. Sanju was stunned again and again. Your voice and figure. Are you the kid who rejected Ziyin last time? Last time Yi Qingyun wore a black mask, so Sanju did not recognize him. His eyes suddenly flashed with light as he shouted, Was it you last time? Yi Qingyun's eyes were filled with faint mockery. That's right, it was me. Li Lianrong gathered his courage and shouted at Yi Qingyun, Haha, you are really bold. I never thought you had offended Brother Sanju before. Everyone in the academy knows Brother Sanju is pursuing Miss Ziyin, yet you actually rejected Miss Ziyin. Li Lianrong was stunned and hurriedly turned to look at Sanju. What? He really rejected Miss Ziyin before? Then does this mean you no longer have a chance, Brother Sanju? Sanju angrily knocked Li Lianrong on the forehead. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. You deserve to be beat. I didn't expect you to understand reason as well. I won't. Before he finished speaking, a look of contempt quickly appeared at the corner of Sanju's mouth. Ha ha ha, your cultivation speed is quite fast, kid, but in front of me you are still just the same little transformation realm loach. You have no right to be arrogant. Sanju's eyes were filled with mockery. Not to mention that I am here, you must die. Yi Qingyun lightly shifted his body and avoided Sanju's attack. Sanju's expression instantly turned horrified, panic filling his heart as he thought, what is this? His expression suddenly changed and fear appeared in Sanju's eyes. He desperately shouted, Quick, save me, kill him for me. A stream of demonic energy shot into the sky, then violently swept forward, instantly covering the young man. Young master, we should leave quickly. However, through the black smoke, an old man in a black robe could still be seen supporting the young man up. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed, demon race. The black-robed elder quickly led the young man away. This black flame is too strange, but young master, don't worry, I am almost done. Sanju's face darkened. Boom. Sanju sat up, his cold voice sounding, come here. He lowered his head and replied, yes. Sanju directly swung a slap. Young master, Sanju angrily shouted, why didn't you kill him first? The black-robed elder's face turned red, but he still suppressed his anger and spoke in a heavy voice. This old man compared them, I am afraid. Sanju's voice was still filled with extreme fury. What are you afraid of? Aren't you at 5th level Yin Void Realm? The black-robed elder lowered his head and sighed. That kid is too strange, his strength and cultivation cannot be judged normally. Young master is 4th level Yin Void Realm and still fell into his trap, while this old man is only 5th level Yin Void Realm. If I lose the battle and die, that is fine, but young master, you. Before he could finish speaking, Sanju swung his hand and slapped him again, shouting, get lost, what can I do? His excessive pride made him absolutely unable to accept anyone looking down on him. The elder's face was swollen from the beating, looking no different from a pig's face. Suddenly, Sanju stood up, madness flashing in his eyes, almost completely losing his reason. Gather everyone here for me. The black-robed elder's eyelids twitched repeatedly, urgently advising, young master, reconsider, this is Star Position Academy. If we make even one careless move, all of us will die without a complete corpse. Think about what, are you the young master or am I the young master? Hurry and call them, I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Sanju had truly lost all reason. Whenever he remembered the arrogant appearance of that young man, the anger in his heart would erupt violently and could not be suppressed. You mean this place? Kangjai nodded beside him and replied, yes, master. Normally, alchemy in Star Position Academy does not require a pill furnace. This flame tower is the most mysterious place in the academy. While guiding the way to the flame tower, Kangjai excitedly introduced every detail to Yi Qingyun. This tower has 3 floors in total. The first floor has many pill furnaces provided for alchemists, and the second floor is a heat training ground, said to be able to temper the body. The third floor is the residence of the 5 law enforcement elders. Their status is higher than inner elders, and there are only 5 law enforcement elders in the academy. Looking in the direction Kangjai pointed, Yi Qingyun was slightly surprised. Kangjai walked up the stairs and turned back to say, Master, I will go to the 2nd floor first. If you need to refine pills, just stay on the 1st floor. Yi Qingyun waved his hand and replied, go ahead. There are many pill furnaces here, but not many people. Only a few are focused on refining pills. However, what surprised Yi Qingyun slightly was that among them was actually a 3rd-grade alchemist. He thought inwardly, there is actually a 3rd-grade alchemist here. Judging by his age, he is only around 15 or 16 years old. His alchemy talent is quite good. Yi Qingyun casually chose a pill furnace and began refining Yin Void Pill. Beside him, the young man saw the ingredients placed before Yi Qingyun and was stunned. Yin Transformation Grass, Yin Void Beast Core, Yin Void 3 Pattern Stone. These are ingredients for refining the 3rd-grade Yin Void Pill. This kid's age is about the same as mine. Could he also want to refine a 3rd-grade pill like me? Yi Qingyun placed all the medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace. Seeing the opponent's movements as smooth as flowing water and clouds, extremely skilled, the young man began doubting his original thoughts, so he silently stood there and watched Yi Qingyun refine the pill. Yi Qingyun ignited the flame and officially began refining the pill. The mockery on the young man's face gradually turned into surprise, and finally became completely filled with shock. He actually succeeded. He stared blankly, unable to help but admire inwardly. Moreover, his technique was faster than mine, and the pill quality was higher than what I refined. His name was Tang Xindan, nearly 15 years old, yet already a 3rd-grade alchemist. He was extremely passionate about alchemy, and had always immersed himself in the path of alchemy. A 3rd-grade pill fell into Yi Qingyun's hand, and the medicinal power of this pill was much denser than the one he refined. He happily exclaimed, success! Tang Xindan had always liked making friends, especially with alchemists who had special achievements in alchemy. At this moment, after personally seeing Yi Qingyun successfully refine a 3rd-grade pill, he did not feel jealous at all. Instead, he was full of joy. Seeing Yi Qingyun preparing to leave, he immediately became anxious and called out, wait a moment. What is it? Yi Qingyun turned to look at the young man. I am Tang Xindan, can we become friends? Yi Qingyun smiled lightly. Since the other party showed goodwill, he naturally responded with kindness. Sure, I am Yi Qingyun. Tang Xindan excitedly started talking. Brother Yi is truly amazing. You are already a 3rd-grade alchemist. Yi Qingyun lightly nodded. You are also 3rd grade, right? As soon as alchemy was mentioned, Tang Xindan's face immediately showed excitement. It is different. When I watched you refine the pill just now, both your technique and success rate surpassed mine, so I realized there are many people stronger than me. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed slightly. You are not bad either. Talent is important in alchemy, but many people only become third-grade alchemists at 50 or 60 years old. Tang Xindan smiled at Yi Qingyun. Brother Yi, don't laugh at me. Are you going to the second floor? Can I go with you? We can discuss alchemy along the way. Yi Qingyun naturally did not refuse. The others nearby all gasped in shock. Hey, did you see that? He is the leader of the Pill Alliance. Usually he is never seen, but today he actually took the initiative to make friends. Who is that person? What do you know? You only focus on alchemy all day. How would you know anyone else? Didn't you hear that person is a third-grade alchemist? Moreover, he seems even stronger than that alchemy fanatic. Our academy actually has 2 third-grade alchemists. On the way, Yi Qingyun and Tang Xindan continued discussing alchemy. Yi Qingyun was slightly surprised. Although the other person was young, his understanding of alchemy was quite good. Your introduction is good, but this alchemy method is called inner refinement. Normally, only high-grade alchemists can come into contact with it. You are impressive too, learning 1 thing and understanding 10. Tang Xindan happily asked, Brother Yi knows this alchemy method. Can you teach me? Yi Qingyun nodded. I can. The 2 of them simply walked forward while chatting happily. Soon after, they arrived at the 2nd floor of the Flame Tower, where Kang Jai was having a dispute with someone else and the atmosphere seemed ready to erupt. The young man in a blue robe looked at Kang Jai coldly and said rudely, Where did this idiot come from? Don't you understand any rules? Don't you know this is my territory? Kang Jai honestly replied with a righteous expression, but I clearly arrived first. The person beside him immediately said, Brother Liang, he is Kang Jai. As if remembering something, he could not help laughing loudly with a piercing laugh. You are Kang Jai. The idiot at Yin Void Realm actually took Yi Qingyun at Creation Realm as his master. Kang Jai became furious, his whole body seeming to burn. You are not allowed to insult my master. His face immediately turned red with anger. Even his nose seemed about to smoke, and although he could tolerate others insulting him, they dared to insult his master. Tang Xindan looked at Yi Qingyun and was secretly shocked. Yi Qingyun is Brother Yi's disciple. Yi Qingyun remained standing calmly without changing expression, only watching Kang Jai without any hurry. Mockery and ridicule echoed throughout the entire floor. So what if I insult him? What can an idiot like you do to me? The blue-haired young man looked full of disdain as his entire aura crazily erupted. Behind him slowly appeared a giant eagle, a golden rock eagle. His speed was extremely fast as his figure flashed repeatedly, instantly rushing into battle with Kang Jai. The blue-haired young man laughed arrogantly, completely ignoring Kang Jai. Ha ha ha, you are not even using spiritual power. Coming here to study is such a waste. Behind Kang Jai, his martial soul appeared as a giant bear, roaring and shaking the surroundings. The arrogant blue-haired young man said, Die. This time Kang Jai still stood firmly in place while the opponent was forced back 10 steps. The blue-haired young man's face showed disbelief. What is going on? Kang Jai's expression did not change, and faint golden light began flowing around his fist. He stepped forward, shouted loudly, and threw a heavy punch at the opponent. The blue-haired young man thought he was being provoked and became furious, causing the ground to shake as a violent aura erupted and tore the surrounding air apart. You die. Tang Xindan lightly nodded. Good, you have learned to take advantage of victory and advance. Kang Jai's eyes shone like stars, his confidence surged, and he happily thought, Master was right, I am indeed most suited for body refinement. Once his body was tempered to the limit, he could even challenge opponents above his level. The blue-haired man's fist roared forward like a violent storm. Impossible, I don't believe it. Kang Jai continued advancing, his aura growing stronger and his confidence exploding. The blue-haired man was sent flying backward by 1 punch, blood spraying from his mouth. The blue-haired young man's body drew an arc in the air and happened to land at Tang Xindan's feet. Looking up and seeing Tang Xindan, he hurriedly shouted. Guild leader, seeing Tang Xindan was like seeing his last hope. He immediately cried loudly, Guild leader, please help me. Someone provoked me and even wanted to kill me. Tang Xindan frowned and coldly said, Get lost. From today onward, you are no longer a member of the Pill Alliance. That painful voice immediately attracted Kang Jai's attention. He turned around, and after seeing the white-clothed youth ahead, his face instantly showed excitement. Master, the blue-haired young man's mind was spinning rapidly. Master, Yi Qingyun. The blue-haired young man unwillingly asked, Guild leader, is it because of him? Not knowing where he got the strength, he suddenly stood up from the ground and angrily shouted, This person killed my brothers in the Pill Alliance, and his disciple even wanted to kill me. Guild leader, you still help him. Do you not care about your brothers? Tang Xindan directly slapped him and said, Say one more word and I will kill you. Still unwilling to accept it, his blood-red eyes suddenly stared at Yi Qingyun, and without saying another word, he charged forward. Yi Qingyun, it is all because of you, I must kill you. He did not dare vent his anger on Tang Xindan, so he could only pour all his hatred onto Yi Qingyun. Seeing that Yi Qingyun was only at the 9th level of Creation Realm, the weakest among them, he was certain he could kill him instantly. Seeing this, Kang Jai hurriedly rushed over. "Master, be careful." Tang Xindan frowned deeply and shouted coldly, "Su Dongliang, what are you trying to do?" But right after that, Su Dongliang directly missed his attack. Yi Qingyun threw a punch forward, heavily striking the opponent's chest and breaking his ribs. "You are the real idiot." Su Dongliang immediately let out a miserable scream. The others were all shocked after witnessing this scene. "Yi Qingyun is at Creation Realm, isn't that obvious?" Someone replied. "Kang Jai worshipped him as his master, and he seems to have become much stronger afterward. This master and disciple pair is truly strange." Many people tried to memorize Yi Qingyun and Kang Jai's appearances, secretly reminding themselves, "We absolutely must not offend these two monsters." "Yi brother, I usually devote myself to alchemy, so the affairs of the Pill Alliance are handled by others. He is one of them. Normally I turned a blind eye to his selfishness, but I never expected him to offend you. I hope you can forgive him." Tang Xindan did not look like an ordinary young man at all. Although his tone still carried some youthfulness, every word he spoke had been carefully considered, like someone who had experienced many years in the world. Yi Qingyun sneered lightly and did not care much, as this matter was insignificant. The previous battle also allowed him to see Kang Jai's level. Yi Qingyun looked at Tang Xindan but spoke to Kang Jai. "Kang Jai, go cultivate first. Do you want to know about inner refinement? We should find another place to continue talking." Tang Xindan was both surprised and delighted. "Yi brother, are you serious?" Yi Qingyun nodded. "I am serious." The two continued chatting and laughing. Before they knew it, time slowly passed and the sky gradually became dark. Outside the flame tower, Tang Xindan said seriously, "Yi brother, are you interested in the underground dragon blood?" Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. "Underground dragon blood?" Tang Xindan nodded. "Yes, I heard there is a dragon skeleton there and the bones contain dragon blood. This is the token to enter the underground dragon blood area. If Yi brother is interested, we can go together when the time comes." Tang Xindan took out a black token from his sleeve, waved at him, and casually left. "All right, just inform me when the time comes." "Master, you're truly amazing." Tang Xindan was not only the leader of the Pill Alliance but also the president of the Luoyang City Alchemist Guild. "I never thought dragon blood truly existed in this world." "Master, are we going too?" Kang Jai looked deeply ahead, feeling that his master not only had profound strength but also extremely wide connections. "Go, of course we will go." A sharp light flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes. He wanted to reclaim what originally belonged to him. He thought, "The 3,000 drops of my blood from my previous life, I have only obtained 51 drops now. How could a dragon skeleton refine my blood? I want to see it for myself." Elsewhere, several figures in the darkness were secretly watching the two figures. One figure was about to rush out but was immediately pulled back by another. "Don't, young master, there are too many people here. Rushing out will definitely expose us." "What happened? You have already arrived, yet you are letting him go like this? I can't endure it." Hearing this, the black-robed old man helplessly advised, "Young master, a messenger pigeon from above arrived earlier. Your elder brother will come here in a few days. We can discuss it then." A sinister laugh suddenly echoed in the darkness. "Oh, elder brother is coming, then that's good, hehe." On the road connecting Mo Rai Town and Luoyang, a strong rotten smell filled the air. A coffin was being dragged along, and after hesitating for a long time, a voice finally spoke. "Do we really have to go to Luoyang to find the Grand Commander?" Another voice replied angrily, "Someone killed the fourth brother, yet we cannot even find the murderer. After so long, shouldn't the fourth brother already be buried? We can only bring the fourth brother's corpse to find the Grand Commander. With the corpse, he can immediately locate the murderer. Otherwise, we can only wait to be punished." At this point, the martial artist on the left quickly swallowed his saliva and dared not continue. He was the first vice commander of the Dark Hall. Another martial artist angrily spoke with bloodshot eyes. "Damn it, if I catch that murderer, I will tear him into pieces." This person was the third vice commander. Normally, the fourth brother and Grand Commander had such a good relationship. This time, the Grand Commander will probably be furious. Another person had an extremely gloomy expression, with no confidence in his heart, feeling that this journey would likely bring more danger than fortune. "Star Rank Academy Dormitory," the servant said coldly. "He is in seclusion. Wait outside." At that moment, laughter came from inside the room. "Ha ha ha, in just 2 months I have broken through from the first level of the Yin Void Realm to the second level. My talent is truly powerful. I wonder what this batch of newcomers is like. Go gather some information." The subordinate outside changed expression slightly, realizing that the Grand Commander was about to leave seclusion. A young man in gray robes walked out of the room. He had a strong build, a face wrapped in bandages like a mummy, and sharp lights constantly flashing in his eyes. Lin Ba Kai was slightly surprised and raised his head, discovering a coffin in front of him. "What do you three mean by carrying a coffin here? Where is Hai Ba Tian?" The third vice commander trembled all over, his legs almost giving out. Grand Commander, the person inside the coffin is the fourth brother, Lin Ba Kai shouted, his entire aura surging violently. What did you say? Hearing this, anger immediately erupted on Lin Ba Kai's face as he shouted, tell me what happened. His furious roar frightened the surrounding birds, causing them to cry out and scatter while colorful feathers fell everywhere. The third vice commander trembled violently. Why yes, Grand Commander, please calm down. This is what happened a few months ago. The first vice commander of the Dark Hall told Lin Ba Kai the entire story in detail. Lin Ba Kai's expression became increasingly gloomy, almost as if blood could drip from it. He never expected someone would dare to kill his closest brother inside the dark market. His eyes turned terrifyingly red, and like a roaring lion, he shouted, you dared to kill my brother, do you think you can escape? Open the coffin and activate the mark on the fourth brother's body. Lin Ba Kai personally opened the coffin lid. The rotten smell immediately became stronger, spreading everywhere. A strange mark rushed out from the coffin, spun once in the air, then shot forward like a sharp sword. Lin Ba Kai growled, the murderer is inside the academy, follow me. Hearing this, everyone immediately followed Lin Ba Kai. Third vice commander, the murderer who killed someone, come out here. He thought secretly, haha, if I cannot show my ability in front of the Grand Commander now and only show fear inside, the punishment later will not be easy. At Yi Qingyun's residence in the academy, the third vice commander aggressively rushed forward and shouted, come out and die. Wanting to perform well before his leader, killing intent appeared in his eyes. His right foot stepped forward and his body instantly charged ahead, creating a low tearing sound. When he was about to reach the door, a figure suddenly flew over and threw out a powerful punch without hesitation. He was struck back more than 10 steps by a huge force, the blood and energy in his chest continuously surging. Ah, a cold voice came from Kang Jai's mouth, who dares to intrude into my master's territory. Lin Ba Kai's expression slightly changed, thinking inwardly, third level Yin Void Realm, why have I never encountered him before? Could he be this year's new recruit? Impossible, how could this year's new recruits be this strong? The opponent's cultivation was higher than his, so he did not dare act recklessly. Thinking of this, Lin Ba Kai cupped his fists and said, your attitude is good. I accidentally entered your master's territory, but I am looking for the person who killed my brother. The mark led me here, so the murderer is likely hiding here. Kang Jai angrily shouted, nonsense, there is only my master inside the room. He frowned and said coldly, besides, I have always been here and have not seen any murderer. What exactly do you want? Yi Qingyun was still cultivating inside the room with full concentration. He thought inwardly, although it took more than a month to stabilize my cultivation, I have already refined this Yin Void pill. Today I can break through to Yin Void Realm. Lin Ba Kai showed a terrified expression. This is the aura of a breakthrough. Are you looking for me? At that moment, the wooden door slowly opened, and a young man in white clothes walked out from inside. After seeing this person, someone could not help but be shocked, pointing at Yi Qingyun and exclaiming, isn't this the famous useless Yi Qingyun of the Yi family in our Mo Rai town? Lin Ba Kai asked again, third brother, are you sure you are not mistaken? Yi Qingyun had a teasing expression and calmly said, dark market, wearing the clothes of a magic squad, you are looking for the person who killed Hai Ba Tian, right? He was killed by me. The fat man you are hunting is innocent, let him go. A strong fear appeared on Lin Ba Kai's face, thinking inwardly, only first level Yin Void Realm, but the person beside him was not afraid at all, instead killing intent filled his eyes. This useless brat dared to kill fourth brother, I must kill him. The second vice commander attacked again, his momentum crashing forward like a mountain being split. Then leave your life here. A hand moved at incredible speed and tightly grabbed the necks of the two men, making their entire bodies unable to move. Yi Qingyun did not move, nor did he need to, because Kang Jai was already beside him. Kang Jai would never allow an enemy to approach his master even a single step, and he threatened fiercely, dare to touch my master, are you seeking death? Lin Ba Kai was instantly stunned, looking at Kang Jai with confusion. Brother, you must be mistaken, he is only first level Yin Void Realm, how could he be your master? If my master admitted killing your brother, Kang Jai coldly looked at Lin Ba Kai and continued, then that proves you did not find the wrong person. You came from so far away to find my master for revenge, right? Lin Ba Kai's face instantly turned the color of liver. No, I just went the wrong way, I apologize as well. His old servant was shocked upon hearing this. Young master. When he came here, Lin Ba Kai was filled with fury, looking like he would kill gods who blocked him and kill Buddhas who blocked him. Yet after seeing the true appearance of the murderer, he became like a deflated ball, showing not anger but fear, as if the opponent was not a human but an unparalleled beast. Yi Qingyun calmly said, then why are you still not leaving? Lin Ba Kai forced out a smile uglier than crying. He turned around to leave. HMPH, however, the servant beside him was unwilling to accept this. He had personally seen his young master suffer a great loss, and with nowhere to release his anger, he became furious himself. Young master, leave first. My young master is still an outer disciple of the Dark Hall. The old servant's aura instantly erupted. In my Dark Hall's eyes, this academy is not even worth as much as an ant, yet you dare humiliate my young master, seeking death. A huge python appeared behind the old servant. With one step forward, he instantly rushed ahead. Die. The servant threw a punch, the fist carrying black smoke violently shooting forward. Brat, your strength is not bad, but unfortunately you are still not qualified for me to care about. Seeing this, Kangjai frowned slightly but still stepped forward without hesitation. Earth Diamond Technique. Suddenly, a strange and fierce energy surged into his body. Kangjai retreated several steps, holding his injury and shouting, Master, I can't defeat him. Yi Qingyun lightly nodded, raised his head to look at the servant ahead and sneered, 6th level Yin Void Realm cultivation but unfortunately accumulated through pills. You should know that in my eyes, someone like you is not even as good as an ant. His indifferent voice echoed in the servant's ears, causing his expression to change drastically. Ridiculous. The 3rd level Yin Void Realm expert beside you is defeated by me. Yet a trash like you at 1st level dares to be so arrogant. Accept reality. After saying that, he forcefully stomped on the ground, his figure strangely sliding 10 meters sideways as he instantly threw out a punch. The corner of Yi Qingyun's mouth slightly raised as he stepped forward, his movement technique even more strange than his opponent's and his speed much faster. Yi Qingyun said coldly, what are you looking at? I'm right here. The old man's face immediately darkened in shock, completely unable to believe Yi Qingyun's speed was so terrifying, let alone his immense strength. He turned around and fierce light shot from his eyes. The moment the old man turned his head, Yi Qingyun had already thrown a punch directly into his stomach. A black flame rushed forward, landed on the old man, and bloomed into a blood-red flower. Ah! The old servant let out a miserable scream, his face filled with extreme fear, and Lin Ba Kai's entire body trembled violently as his terror reached its peak. He angrily shouted, I am a servant of the Dark Hall, one of the 8 great dark forces. You cannot offend me. Stop immediately. Yi Qingyun calmly replied, you talk too much, just go in peace, servant. When Yi Qingyun turned around, he found that the opponent had disappeared, and his voice carried a hint of regret. He actually escaped. Lin Ba Kai had already panicked and fled into the Starguard forest. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyun spoke with disdain. An outer disciple of the Dark Hall, he runs quite fast. What a coward. His gaze moved to the ground and Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. Inside the dying flames was a map. Yi Qingyun looked at the map and his expression slightly changed. Strange fire map. According to the markings on it, it seems that beneath the flame tower of Starguard Academy, a strange fire is indeed being suppressed. However, I still don't know what rank this strange fire belongs to. Just as he was still surprised, a loud sound that shook heaven and earth suddenly echoed, and flames erupted into the sky. Looking up, he saw the entire flame tower burning with crimson flames. Kangjai was shocked by the sight. Master, is someone trying to blow up the academy? Yi Qingyun turned around, slightly frowning. What direction is that? Kangjai answered without hesitation. It seems to be the direction of the lower flame tower. In the sky, 5 old figures floated, each releasing terrifying spiritual power. Their faces were solemn, their hands continuously forming seals as powerful streams of spiritual energy were sent downward. Everyone, use all your strength. We absolutely cannot allow this flame to appear in the world again. Not good. Suddenly, a massive flame rushed from afar like a meteor, falling directly toward the flame tower. A law enforcement elder had a serious expression and shouted softly. It's over, the strange fire has launched a surprise attack. If the 2 strange fires merge, everything will be destroyed. After entering, the flames rose violently and fiercely. Pillars of fire shot straight up from the roof, and the bright orange-gold flames spread at an extremely fast speed. A law enforcement elder sensed the spiritual power in his body being rapidly drained, and his expression immediately changed in horror. It's bad, it is devouring my spiritual power. Another law enforcement elder clearly noticed it as well, his face turning pale. Not good, quickly withdraw your hand. He immediately released his palm and separated himself. A law enforcement elder helplessly sighed. It seems no one can suppress the void flame anymore. Beneath the flame tower, something seemed to be violently surging. A law enforcement elder said, this is too dangerous, it seems to have stopped. It's bad, help me quickly, form the formation. The red flames continued surging and gathered fiercely toward one direction. But before they could act, the law enforcement elders were blasted away by the flames. The tiny red flame collided violently with the air, scattering streaks of fiery light. After falling to the ground, everyone's faces were filled with anger. Not long after, it condensed into the form of a young man, but his entire body was wrapped in flames. A woman as beautiful as a fairy also appeared beside him, dressed extremely revealingly, with her slender legs almost fully exposed and a patch of snow-white skin on her chest visible before everyone's eyes. The flame-covered young man spoke with a powerful voice. The law enforcement elder of Star Guard Academy is nothing more than this. Once my strength recovers, it will be the day of your deaths. The woman beside him also giggled. Ha ha ha. Standing on the ground, Yi Qingyun looked at the two people, slightly frowning. Void flame. Suddenly, the beauty sensed an extremely familiar aura. Oh my, I didn't expect you to be here too. This time sister will make you feel comfortable and take back what belongs to me. The law enforcement elder's expression changed greatly. Quickly form seals and kill them. The nearby law enforcement elder did not hesitate and immediately nodded. Understood. The flame youth snorted coldly, thinking, do you think this lord will let you kill me? Go, we will return another day. Void flame immediately obeyed. Yes, master. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Void flame. As soon as the voice ended, a violent energy erupted. A terrifying impact wave like a tsunami surged forward, and in an instant, the flame youth was sent flying dozens of meters away. The person who appeared was C2QU, the dean of Yangxijiang Academy's 9th level. She had an extremely charming appearance, clear phoenix eyes like flowing spring water, long black hair falling like a waterfall, reaching her waist where a blue silk ribbon wrapped around it, further highlighting her perfect figure. C2QU released a bone-chilling cold aura like ice. You should stay here for me. The flame youth's expression changed greatly as he gritted his teeth. C2QU, don't force me. Yi Qingyun's eyes flickered continuously, secretly shocked, thinking, Void Flame ranks 11th on the strange flame ranking. C2QU coldly said with an emotionless face, really, so what if I force you? Her fair hand lightly waved, and a strange icy blue light appeared in her eyes. The flame youth angrily shouted, you forced me to do this. Forbidden art, flame moves through 9 heavens. After letting out a long roar, the flame youth spat out a mouthful of fire. Immediately, the flow of the entire world seemed to slow down for a brief moment. Void Flame dragged the beautiful woman away and quickly fled, unwilling to stay here even for another moment. C2QU, remember this, C2QU said coldly. HMPH, you sacrificed your cultivation and fell to the 9th level of creation realm, didn't you? You escaped today, but the next time we meet will be your death day. Dean, the surrounding law enforcement elders all lowered their heads, looking at the beautiful figure standing in the sky with reverence. Although Void Flame escaped, I severely weakened his realm. Search nearby, and if you find him, capture him alive. Her cold voice carried out, her lips like cherry blossoms and her words filled with unquestionable authority. C2QU no longer looked down and slowly moved forward to leave. Go. The law enforcement elder nodded slightly. Yi Qingyun watched the scene, his eyes flickering as he thought, what incredible talent. At such a young age, she is already at the 9th level of Yin Eclipse realm, which means she has half-stepped into the 5 elements realm. Such talent can definitely rank at the top throughout the 8 desolate continent. Yi Qingyun became suspicious. But why does she still stay in such a small academy? He thought again, interesting. C2QU glanced downward and saw a young man standing on the ground, slightly frowning. Everyone else showed fear and respect toward her, but that young man remained calm. This surprised her slightly as she thought, a first-level dream Void Realm cultivator can actually stay so composed. Nearby, Kangjai stared blankly ahead. Master, the dean is so beautiful. Yi Qingyun felt his 11th disciple was becoming obsessed, so he shook his head. Let's go back. Suddenly, someone walked over, his eyes lighting up slightly as he asked in a deep voice, are you Mr. Yi Qingyun? Yi Qingyun nodded slightly and looked at him suspiciously. Is something wrong? The man lowered his voice. Please wait a moment, I came here under Miss Xiao Ling's orders. She said the weapon has been forged and asked Mr. Yi to come collect it. Yi Qingyun nodded and immediately followed him away. All right, lead the way. He then turned and instructed, go back to the dormitory first. Kangjai nodded, yes, master. When they reached a dark narrow path, the man spoke. Young Master Yi, we are almost there. He glanced behind him, then suddenly laughed several times. Yi Qingyun sneered. Can't hold it in anymore, aren't you afraid of being exposed? The man's mind shook violently and he stood frozen in place like a stone statue. You knew. His expression immediately made Yi Qingyun widen his eyes. Yi Qingyun calmly said, "Along the way you were restless and nervous, your back was soaked with sweat, and only after arriving here did you calm down. Even an idiot would know." It took him a while to react, realizing that the opponent knew it was a trap yet still deliberately stepped in. Wasn't that a foolish act? Thinking of this, killing intent appeared on his face again as he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, knowing this was a trap yet still coming here, you are clearly seeking death. If you are not foolish, then what are you?" Many warriors behind him rushed out at once. "You are people from the Jin family." Yi Qingyun's expression remained calm without surprise, shock, or fear. "That's right, we are from the Jin family. You dared to kill our young master. Today we will cut off your limbs." All at once, as the order sounded, the surrounding Jin family warriors crazily charged forward. Yi Qingyun directly stepped forward. The eyes of each person revealed intense killing intent and endless greed. His surging spiritual power gathered at his right foot. Then a bolt of lightning struck straight down, causing the ground to tremble violently as countless lightning snakes stretched forward. Wherever they passed, they dragged along streaks of blood light. A Jin family warrior was grabbed by Yi Qingyun, his heart filled with terror. What was happening? He was clearly only at the first level of the Yin Void Realm, yet he could kill several experts instantly. Yi Qingyun coldly shouted, "Tell me where the dwarf is." He stammered, "He is at the Jin family. If anything happens to Gao Dong..." Yi Qingyun frowned slightly, looked into the distance, then coldly continued, "Leave, I will erase your Jin family from Luo Yang City." Just then, a mocking voice came from the rooftop. "Oh, what a big mouth. Unfortunately, killing Jin Depan is not enough even if you exchange your life for it." A large man in a green robe stood there, looking at Yi Qingyun with disdain, killing intent surging in his eyes as sharp as two swords. "Are you from the Yi family in Mo Rai Town?" "The Yi family's trash, the one who killed the martial competition champion. After arriving at Luo Yang City, you even gained the title of Rookie King. Truly not simple." Those final words caused Yi Qingyun's pupils to suddenly shrink. There was no doubt the opponent had investigated his identity thoroughly. "What do you mean?" He crossed his arms and stood there, laughing loudly, completely looking down on Yi Qingyun. "Ha ha, you still don't understand what I mean." But before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly rushed over and punched directly into his chest. He was immediately captured by Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun's cold voice sounded from his throat, "Did the Jin family send people to Mo Rai Town?" His body fell straight to the ground and a bruise immediately appeared on his forehead. Everything happened in an instant and he did not even realize how the opponent had approached. Huge waves surged in his heart. How could this happen? "I clearly reached the 6th level of the Yin Void Realm. Based on what?" Although he did not understand how the opponent achieved such strength, he was completely enraged. Yi Qingyun threw another punch straight at his face. His shout carried a hint of losing control. "I am asking you, just answer yes or no. Why are you saying so much? Did the Jin family send people to Mo Rai Town or not?" The assassin could never imagine that the opponent's strength was actually this terrifying, completely inconsistent with his cultivation. Was Yang Shijiang among them? His whole body trembled violently. "No, no," Yi Qingyun continued questioning, his voice growing louder like thunder striking down. "How long has it been since they left?" Sweat poured down the assassin's forehead. He swallowed repeatedly and looked at Yi Qingyun with eyes full of fear. "It has been." Yi Qingyun shouted domineeringly, "You are really bold, daring to pretend to be deaf and mute in front of me. You are truly unreasonable. You said I only needed to answer yes or no, but how can I answer when you ask like this? Although I lost to you, I still have my dignity, don't I?" Yi Qingyun raised his fist threateningly, and a wave of spiritual power immediately spread out. "Looks like I need to teach you how to behave." The assassin's sweat flowed even faster, looking at Yi Qingyun before him like a demon. He hurriedly said, "Yes, they left 1 day ago." The last bit of resistance in his heart completely vanished. Yi Qingyun coldly snorted, his voice ringing like a bell as his aura exploded. "Where did you imprison the dwarf?" The other side honestly replied, "In the underground room of the Jin family's auction house." Facing Yi Qingyun's aura, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. His head directly slammed into the wall, and Yi Qingyun's expression became slightly fierce as he said, 1 day by horse speed, they should be almost there. Damn it, I must save the Yi family members and Gao Dong." Yi Qingyun immediately formed hand seals for a martial skill, and used lightning clone. He poured 315 of the spiritual power in his body into the lightning clone. Is 3 parts of spiritual power enough? As time passed, the lightning clone gradually became much taller, like a skinny person suddenly transforming into a strong man. "Don't worry, it is enough." Immediately after, the two figures stood back to back, then vanished from their spots in an instant. Roars sounded from the two different bodies at the same time. If anything happens to the Yi family members in Gaodong, I will surely destroy the Jin family. At Star Guard Academy, Xiangjai was training hard without stopping. Haya master. Looking at the young man before him covered in lightning with silver light continuously flashing, Kang Jai was stunned. The lightning clone shouted with unquestionable authority, Kang Jai, this is my lightning clone, follow me to Mo Rai town. Master, yes master. Kang Jai nodded heavily, realizing something major must have happened, then hurriedly followed the thunder clone away. At another direction of Jin Mansion, Yi Qingyun was about to pass through the gate when a cold shout suddenly rang out, making him stop as he looked at the other party. Under the mask, Yi Qingyun only revealed a pair of deep black eyes filled with chilling intent. What, am I not allowed to come to the auction? The guard stared coldly at Yi Qingyun and sneered arrogantly. It is already night, the auction ended long ago. Many people quickly appeared around them, all of them guards of Jin Shangjin auction house. The leading guard ordered, wait, arrest him. I suspect this person has an unusual connection with Yi Qingyun. Under the mask, Yi Qingyun's expression did not change, but his cold eyes became even deeper. Is this how you treat your guests? Just then, a cold snort came from ahead. The person who arrived was the auctioneer of the Jin family. The man looked Yi Qingyun up and down, frowned, hesitated for a moment, then asked, stop, is this young master the person who bought the black iron core at an astronomical price last time? Last time, Yi Qingyun had shown the bearing of a great tycoon, buying the black iron core at a high price and becoming a legendary rich man in everyone's eyes, even among rich men, causing the leading guard to freeze. What? Yi Qingyun nodded slightly and spoke indifferently. Not bad, you can actually recognize my voice. The auctioneer was overjoyed inside, secretly thinking, indeed it is him. How could I forget someone who spent money so boldly with such an impressive presence? To rise in the Jin family, he must befriend someone like this. Although delighted that the other party admitted it, the auctioneer kept a calm expression, having long regarded him as a wealthy patron. He smiled warmly and said, young master, please come inside. My name is Jin Jai, an auctioneer of Jin Shangjin. Yi Qingyun slowly raised his head and said casually, my surname is Zhou, my name is Zhou Jin. Today he wanted to slaughter everyone in the Jin family. The guard was quick-witted and immediately thought of this, shouting, how dare you disrespect the Jin family? Jin Jai raised his hand and slapped him, cursing, damn you, a mere guard dares interrupt when an important person is speaking. Can you decide the young master's name? Young master, please don't be angry, don't bother with someone like him. The guard sneered inwardly, furious. Jin Jai, if you weren't surnamed Jin, the Jin family would never keep an idiot like you. The assassin reported that Yi Qingyun was still alive, and this person appeared at this exact moment, so he must be connected to Yi Qingyun. A trace of displeasure appeared in Yi Qingyun's voice. Jin Jai, it seems he is hostile toward me. Jin Jai smiled awkwardly and replied, young Master Zhou, you misunderstand. This kind of petty person is just a dog who looks down on others. Yi Qingyun crossed his arms and said, indeed, you were not fooled by a petty person. Such intelligence makes Zhou admire you. Jin Jai had always enjoyed being flattered, and Yi Qingyun's praise hit exactly where it pleased him, making his face brighten with pride. Haha, young Master Zhou praises me too much, but this old man has always had a sharp eye. Young Master Zhou has an extraordinary bearing, and at a glance, anyone can tell you are not ordinary. How could you possibly have anything to do with that Yi Qingyun? Yi Qingyun's eyes remained as calm as the sea as he asked without emotion, that is obvious, but who exactly is this Yi Qingyun? A trace of killing intent appeared on Jin Jai's face as he said deeply, just someone destined to die. I don't know who gave him the courage to kill Jin Depan. Moreover, this person colluded with outsiders, truly bringing shame upon us. His eyes were filled with disdain. By the way, has young Master Zhou heard about this matter? Yi Qingyun sneered inwardly, his eyes as deep as an endless abyss, but he only said lightly, to be honest, I came from a family in Wang City and heard about the dragon blood incident, so I came here to investigate. Jin Jai's heart immediately surged, and he could not help asking, Wang City? No wonder, may I ask which force in Wang City young Master Zhou comes from? Yi Qingyun thought of Gu Lao and casually replied, Gu family. Jin Jai froze, staring blankly at the masked man before him, his eyes almost popping out. The #1 alchemy family. The Gu family's reputation spread across the entire continent. Even though he only lived in the small city of Luoyang, how could he have never heard of them? Yi Qingyun nodded, that's right. At the same time, he secretly observed his surroundings. The security here is extremely tight. It seems Gaodong is indeed imprisoned here. Jin Jai suddenly thought of this and showed confusion. But aren't you surnamed Zhou? Yi Qingyun cursed inwardly that this man was truly an idiot, but kept a calm and proud expression on the outside. Does everyone in the Jin family have the surname Jin? Can't my Gu family also have a few stewards? Jin Jai's face immediately filled with a flattering smile, looking extremely annoying. Haha, I forgot, I didn't expect you Master Zhou to be so quick-minded. Both of us are unparalleled in wisdom. Being together is just like Kongming and Pang Tong. Ahahaha. If he had not needed to know the exact location of the dwarf Gaodong, Yi Qingyun would never have wasted so much time talking to him, secretly mocking how stupid he was. Brother Joe, how about we become sworn brothers? Jinzhai asked this because becoming sworn brothers with someone of such status would naturally let him rise with the tide, greatly increasing his position in the Jin family. Yi Qingyun said indifferently, let's talk about it after finishing this matter. Jinzhai repeatedly nodded, already imagining becoming brothers with him and greatly raising his status in the Jin family, causing a brilliant smile to appear on his face. Haha, good, it's settled then, brother. Yi Qingyun casually said, by the way, I heard you mention outsiders earlier, which makes me curious. Can you take me to see him? A trace of difficulty appeared on Jinzhai's face as he hesitated. This, Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, his voice extremely icy. Can't you? It seems I cannot consider you a brother anymore. I thought you were exceptionally intelligent and even planned to recommend you to the Gu family. Jinzhai regretted it deeply and hurriedly said, oh, really? Then I will take you there. Yi Qingyun and Jinzhai walked while chatting, looking no different from a pair of close brothers. In the Jin family's prison, Yi Qingyun's eyes behind the mask flashed with a strange light. He frowned slightly and said coldly, we have walked for half an hour and still haven't seen that outsider. Are you afraid I won't judge fairly? Jinzhai, walking ahead, hurriedly turned back. Almost there, brother. Actually, there are too many people imprisoned here. To be honest, that dwarf is nothing special. There is someone even more powerful imprisoned here. Jinzhai was too excited and accidentally revealed a secret of the Jin family, immediately covering his mouth with his right hand and showing an embarrassed expression. Yi Qingyun's voice turned cold like a freezing wind. It seems I shouldn't have agreed with you. You keep hiding things and speaking hesitantly. Actually, it is not a big deal. Telling Mr. Zhou is fine. He hurriedly continued. After all, Mr. Zhou will become my brother in the future. Haha. Jinzhai leaned close to Yi Qingyun's ear. Brother, I will tell you, but you must not reveal this outside. Yi Qingyun's expression remained unchanged, his voice as calm as water. Fine. Jinzhai honestly explained that there was another person imprisoned here with extraordinary talent. The Jin family had a martial artist whose martial soul was a pair of eyes that could see through people's talent. After entering the prison, he said this person's talent could rank 5th on the continent. As he spoke, even Jinzhai himself became excited. Jinzhai directly said, unfortunately, he killed the youngest son of the family head. Otherwise, even if he went mad on the night of the full moon, our Jin family would have nurtured him into an outstanding figure. Hearing this, a brilliant light flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes as he asked, when that person goes mad on the night of the full moon, do his eyes turn blood red? Jinzhai froze. That's right, how does Brother Zhou know? Yi Qingyun coldly snorted, where is he? I want to see him. Jinzhai looked troubled, but his family head had instructed him. Yi Qingyun's voice was extremely cold as he ordered, he is only the head of the Jin family, what is there to fear? In the future I will kill him and let you take his position. Jinzhai stood frozen. Why, you are lying to me. Yi Qingyun immediately became anxious. Damn it, no, perhaps he went too far. Jinzhai timidly said, Brother Zhou, don't joke with me, how could I have the ability to take charge? I feel I cannot manage such a huge Jin family. He would never even dare think about such a thing because he simply lacks that ability. Don't be afraid, with your intelligence you can completely handle it, and with my help, what future troubles are you worried about? Brother Zhou, you aren't lying to me, are you? You really want me to become the head of the Jin family? Yi Qingyun immediately replied firmly. Of course, bring him here, I will go meet the dwarf first. These words came from the masked man, and the masked man came from a powerful force within the imperial city, so the words of such a person naturally carried enough weight for Jinzhai to believe. He gritted his teeth and said, I will go now. Brother Zhou, this is the key to the dwarf's room. Yi Qingyun took the key and nodded slightly. All right, hurry and go. Jinzhai's mood immediately improved. He chuckled and happily left. Brother Zhou, with your help, I feel much more at ease. Haha, looking at the figure ahead, Yi Qingyun secretly muttered. Seeing you smile so happily, I also feel much more relieved. You damned dwarf, if my big brother hadn't told me before he died, I really would have let you escape. I'll beat you to death. Gaodong was tightly bound by chains, while the insane prison guard brutally tortured him, leaving his body covered in wounds and blood continuously flowing down. In another direction, the Yi family in Mo Rai town was covered by a cold aura. Throughout the Yi family, the heavy atmosphere had been suppressed to the extreme, and tonight was destined to be a blood-soaked night. Yi Wuhai led the way, the despair in his eyes growing deeper and deeper. He sighed, we are the weak and they are the strong. In their eyes, we are merely ants they can kill however they want. Ahead, Yi Sheng angrily roared, I'll fight you to the death. The people of the Yi family have never retreated. A Yi family disciple growled softly, a brilliant light appearing in his eyes. The people of the Yi family are fearless. Seeing the Yi family disciples charging forward, the Jin family warriors all laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. On the rooftop stood a middle-aged man. He wore a golden robe and held a long sword in his hand. His golden robe fluttered despite the lack of wind, his long golden hair also swayed, and his entire body released an extremely powerful aura. Several people attacked at the same time, instantly defeating all the Yi family disciples without showing any mercy. The scene was extremely bloody. Yi Sheng stepped forward with his right foot and charged straight ahead. The other person also rushed forward with his sword. The middle-aged man in the golden robe coldly glanced over, flicked his sleeve, and a sword strike directly swept across the opponent's body. Yi Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His old age made him unable to withstand such injuries. He spoke with a voice as powerful as thunder striking down. The people of the Yi family know no fear. Around him, determination appeared in the eyes of all Yi family disciples. Great Elder. Yi Wuhai and Yi Sheng looked at each other, then nodded together before charging forward at the same time. I'll fight you to the death. The middle-aged man in the golden robe spoke disdainfully, completely treating their words as nonsense. Get lost, a bunch of insects. He waved his sleeve again, and a violent gale immediately swept forward, striking them directly and forcing them back. The middle-aged man in the golden robe stepped on Yi Sheng and spoke coldly, without emotion. Haha, are you waiting for Yi Qingyun to appear? Don't dream, he was killed by Jin family assassins long ago. Hearing this, Yi Wuhai's eyes immediately turned bloodshot as he shouted, What did you say? Yi Qingyun was the hope of the Yi family, and if he died, it meant the Yi family's final hope had been crushed. The middle-aged man in the golden robe spoke with extreme coldness. Haha, I said Yi Qingyun is dead. He offended someone he should never have offended, that's all. A tiny Yi family dares to fight the Jin family. Do you think you deserve to? At this moment, Yi Kang suddenly stepped forward. Stop right now. Yi Kang roared in fury, a violent energy erupting from his chest. I'll fight you to the death. His figure suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Ahead, the golden robe still fluttered in the void. The middle-aged man was not injured at all. He finally became furious, his eyebrows rising sharply. Do you know how precious my golden treasure is? Are you seeking death? A golden great saber appeared in the hand of the middle-aged man in the golden robe. He roared, Die, all of you. He suddenly pointed forward forcefully, and a golden aura shot out while roaring ahead, quickly transforming in the void into a golden great saber. The saber tore across the sky, carrying a terrifying blade aura. Yi Wuhai's pupils suddenly shrank, his body trembled, and despair appeared on his face. Qingyun was dead. The Yi family had no hope left. Before this, he still stubbornly held on because he knew that as long as Yi Qingyun existed, the Yi family would not be destroyed. But now learning from the opponent that Yi Qingyun had died was no different from crushing his final hope. The cultivation gap between the two sides was too great and resistance was useless. The blade aura roared forward. At that moment, a bolt of lightning shot out from ahead like a giant serpent opening its mouth, swallowing the blade aura completely, leaving only a silver vortex on the ground before quickly disappearing without a trace. The yellow-robed man looked toward the lightning ahead and shouted, Who is it? A figure appeared ahead, his entire body covered in lightning, his silver eyes terrifying, and a fierce killing intent constantly radiating out. The yellow-robed man felt a trace of fear toward this young man. A clone? Whose clone are you? I advise you. When Yi Wuhai saw the young man, his eyes immediately lit up and the despair on his face vanished, replaced by excitement. Qingyun, Yi Qingyun calmly replied, his expression still cold as lightning crackled around him. It is me, why don't I see the second elder? Yi Wuhai answered. The second elder was forced to self-destruct. The yellow-robed man was constantly shocked. Ha, you are Yi Qingyun, I can't believe you are still alive. Beside the young man stood another youth. At this moment, the aura of the lightning clone suddenly surged and became extremely violent. Kang Jai, kill all Jin family members and leave none alive. Kang Jai cupped his fists and respectfully replied, Yes, master. Yi Wuhai could not help but ask, You are Yi Qingyun's disciple, but you have already reached the 3rd level of the Yin Void Realm. Kang Jai patted his chest and laughed. That's right, leave the rest to me. The yellow-robed man mocked, Ridiculous, I have reached the 6th level of the Yin Void Realm and still dare not accept a disciple. Aren't you afraid of losing face in front of your disciple? Ha, and you even brought a clone. Did you come here to perform a comedy? Yi Qingyun immediately punched toward the yellow-robed man, causing him to spit out blood before he could react. The man was horrified and thought, Too fast, how is this possible? The protective golden treasure has already shattered. The lightning clone looked coldly ahead, his body releasing a freezing aura as he stared indifferently at the middle-aged man in the yellow robe, his eyes filled with bone-chilling coldness. It turned out the golden treasure was a precious item that could block one fatal attack. The yellow-robed middle-aged man shouted, Impossible, how could one punch kill me? Yi Qingyun calmly said, "The protective golden treasure is already broken. How will you handle my next move?" With another loud explosion, countless sword shadows descended onto his body, and in an instant, sharp sword energy shot wildly in all directions, spreading hundreds of meters away. The yellow-robed middle-aged man shouted loudly, "You only know how to boast. No matter what, I don't believe one move from you can take my life." Yi Qingyun suddenly swung the lightning sword in his hand, causing the yellow-robed middle-aged man's body to spew blood instantly. The bloody scene made everyone around him feel terrified. Heavy rain poured down violently from the sky. The Jin family warriors let out screams one after another. "Please don't kill me, I am innocent too." The lightning clone spoke coldly. "Innocent? Then what about your blade?" The Jin family warrior froze. "Blade? What I used wasn't a blade, it was actually a sword, that one." Yi Qingyun looked in the direction his finger pointed and exclaimed, "Oh." Yi Qingyun suddenly swung the lightning sword in his hand. The Jin family warrior immediately let out a miserable scream. Ah. At the Jin family prison, Yi Qingyun thought secretly. HMPH, the matter on the clone's side was solved so quickly. I must hurry, otherwise when the Jin family receives the news, I will disappoint that idiot's kindness. The passage ahead was somewhat dark and a furious shout sounded, "Damn your mother." Yi Qingyun thought secretly, that is Gao Dong's voice, there is someone else beside him. Someone was violently swinging a whip. This person was a young man with a vicious expression, wearing luxurious clothing. He arrogantly shouted, "My hand already hurts from whipping you, yet you still refuse to give in? Are all dwarves this tough? You really deserve a beating." Yi Qingyun's gaze turned cold and his voice was icy as his anger slowly grew. "How many times have you whipped him?" The man turned around and saw a person wearing a black mask standing ahead. His eyes were cold as he snorted, "What does that have to do with you? Who are you? You actually dare to break into my Jin family's underground prison." A sharp cold light burst from Gao Dong's eyes. Approximately 108 lashes. He still looked extremely pleased, his aura rising greatly. "Ah, you damn dwarf want to remember this grudge, right? Your calculations are quite clear. Do you believe I will whip you until you can no longer count?" Jin Dao chuckled, looking proudly at Yi Qingyun with his hands behind his back. "And you, kid, so what if Jin Dao whipped him 108 times? Do you have any objections?" The killing intent in Yi Qingyun's eyes was already overflowing. "Nothing, just..." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qingyun suddenly attacked, moving as fast as lightning. "I just wanted you to suffer a little." Jin Dao remained arrogant and fierce, proudly raising his head as if he wanted to press it against the wall. "Ha ha, a mere first-level Yin Void Realm trash actually dares to attack me. My dark black whip!" Jin Dao's eyes almost popped out in shock because the opponent's movements were extraordinary and his speed was too fast, leaving him no time to react before the whip in his hand was taken away. Thinking his cultivation was 5 levels higher than the opponent's, Jin Dao still looked proud. "HMPH, so what if you took my dark black whip?" Yi Qingyun smiled meaningfully, killing intent flashing in his eyes, and suddenly swung his left hand. "It's nothing. I am only helping him repay his debt." Yi Qingyun's speed became even faster and Jin Dao had no time to dodge, forcibly taking the entire whip strike. Unlike the dwarf who was tough, he had been spoiled by the Jin family since childhood, so how could he endure such physical pain? Immediately, he let out a miserable scream. "Ow, it hurts so much." Yi Qingyun smiled meaningfully. "It seems I truly overestimated your endurance. You are already crying after only being hit here, and you even fainted after just over 10 lashes. I really made it too easy for you." "Big brother, you saved my life again." Gao Dong was extremely grateful. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun could not help rolling his eyes and whispered, "Lower your voice, I will untie you first." After saying that, he quickly removed the iron chains from the other party. "All right, big brother, what should we do with this guy?" Gao Dong had long regarded Yi Qingyun as his real elder brother. Yi Qingyun revealed a mysterious smile. "Hee, let him take your place." Gao Dong stared at Jin Dao. "Can I punch him a few times?" "Just a few punches." Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "This person is already unconscious. What is there to hit? Someone else will come in soon. Just hide by the door and knock him unconscious." Gao Dong nodded strongly. "Okay." Before long, Jin Dao was placed in Gao Dong's original position, his messy hair hanging down. Yi Qingyun dusted off his hands with a teasing expression. "This looks pretty good. Covered in dirt and full of injuries, it should be enough to confuse them." A laugh suddenly came from ahead. "Haha, brother, I brought the person to you. Have you seen that short and dark, gourd-looking guy?" Hearing this, Gao Dong's eyes immediately burned with anger. He still dares to mock. "Hee, brother Zhou, this is the Jin family head." Gao Dong shouted and threw a punch at him, directly knocking Jin Zhai down. "Damn you." Jin Zhai fell heavily to the ground and immediately passed out. Gao Dong roared, "Big brother, this guy insulted my dwarf race, I must kill him." Yi Qingyun shook his head with a playful tone. "Don't. With his intelligence, keeping him in the Jin family will be quite interesting." Yi Qingyun picked up the bundle of keys and spoke lightly. "Now let's go see the person he brought here." The person spoke with intense anger, his voice extremely cold, like a freezing wind sweeping over. "I, Zhao Ziao Yao, swear that if I can leave this place, I will definitely wipe out the entire Jin family." A flash of light appeared in Yi Qingyun's eyes, and without hesitation, he directly opened his shackles. His resentment is quite deep. Seeing this, Gao Dong snorted coldly, "A person from the Jin family." He stepped forward heavily and threw a punch, intending to kill. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyun's pupils slightly contracted. Oh, as expected, it is a mutated body. Behind the opponent appeared a tail covered in dragon scales, shining with cold light, while a dragon aura spread out, making people feel the urge to bow and submit. Yi Qingyun reached out and gently grabbed the tail. A dragon-type mutated body that has broken through the first stage of mutation. "Damn you, big brother, I kindly saved you, yet you repay kindness with hatred. I will beat this blind, dog-eyed bastard to death." Gao Dong hated ungrateful people the most, and since the other party even wanted to kill his big brother, how could he not be angry? A long roar sounded as he instantly shot forward, his small body erupting with fierce momentum like a sharp sword piercing the sky. Yi Qingyun's hands suddenly attacked, clashing directly with the opponent. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly and stepped forward, releasing his full aura, instantly turning the attacks of both sides into nothingness. Both figures trembled slightly and each retreated one step. Gao Dong's face turned red as he glared at Zhao Ziao Yao and shouted, "You blind, dog-eyed bastard, big brother kindly saved you, yet you want to kill him." Zhao Ziao Yao suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Wait, you are not people from the Jin family?" Gao Dong casually replied, so angry that his nose seemed ready to explode. "HMPH, you are the one from the Jin family. Your whole family belongs to the Jin family." Zhao Ziao Yao was someone who dared admit his mistakes. He cupped his hands and said, "All right, it was my fault. I offended you greatly just now. I am Zhao Ziao Yao, and he is a young man with a rather gentle temperament." Gao Dong patted his chest proudly and said, "My name is Gao Dong, I am from the famous dwarf race, and my big brother Yi Qingyun was the one who saved you, so he is your big brother too now." Zhao Ziao Yao was stunned. "Big brother," Gao Dong immediately forgot the unpleasant matter from before. "HMPH, you don't agree. Becoming my big brother's follower is already a blessing from heaven. You'll enjoy a comfortable life with us from now on." The dwarf race was truly simple-minded. As long as you did not offend them too much, they would not hold grudges for long. Yi Qingyun calmly spoke, his eyes as still as water. "I can help you suppress the mutated poison inside your body." Zhao Ziao Yao said excitedly, "The mutated poison is extremely unbearable. If you can suppress it, don't say big brother, you are practically my second parent." He suddenly rushed forward like a madman and hugged Yi Qingyun tightly, looking as if he had just seen an unparalleled beauty. Yi Qingyun rolled his eyes and pushed him away, honestly saying, "I must tell you first, I cannot completely remove it." Zhao Ziao Yao was so excited that tears almost flowed out. No, being able to suppress it is enough." Gao Dong nodded in satisfaction beside them. "A good child who can be taught. Let's go outside first and talk later." Zhao Ziao Yao hugged Yi Qingyun's leg and acted spoiled. "Big brother, my good big brother, quickly help me suppress it now." Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. "This cannot be rushed, let's go outside first." Gao Dong pulled him away from behind and angrily shouted, "Brat, you really have no shame, let go now. Just how unbearable is this mutated poison that you are in such a hurry? Brat, didn't you hear me? Let go." "Yes," black as ink. A sturdy middle-aged man with a square face and huge bell-like eyes appeared. Jinyi snorted coldly, his expression extremely ugly. He tightly gripped the communication paper in his hand, secretly furious. "Damn it, the team sent to Morai Town has been completely wiped out." He shouted, "Increase security immediately, do not let anyone enter." The people around him changed expressions when they saw the middle-aged man and immediately stood straight with serious faces. The leading guard shouted, his sharp eyes looking toward Jin Yi. "Family head, Jin Zhai previously brought in someone of unknown identity, I suspect." Jin Yi immediately ordered, "What? Go to the prison." In the Jin family prison, the moment the door opened, everyone was stunned. The leading guard shouted, "Jin Zhai, wake up now, the family head is here." Jin Zhai spoke dazedly. "Ha, what are you talking about? Isn't the family head me?" Looking at the foolish Jin Zhai standing there, Jin Yi frowned and directly slapped him. Jin Zhai's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. He shouted in disbelief, Who is it? Who dares to hit me?" The slap immediately woke Jin Zhai up. Yi Jin gritted his teeth and replied, "It's me." "Ah, big brother, it's you." Jin Yi frowned deeply. "Where is the dwarf?" he hurriedly said. "Here, brother, the dwarf is here, big brother. Look, is this him? So short, if he isn't a dwarf, then what is he?" He picked up the familiar black whip from the ground, stared ahead at the person whose head was covered by black cloth, and chuckled. "Oh, you were whipped until your whole body was covered in blood and you can still sleep and snore? Looks like you really deserve a beating. Take my 10 consecutive whips that will make you wish you were dead. I'll beat you awake. Ha ha ha." After saying that, he fiercely swung the whip and a miserable scream immediately echoed everywhere. Jinyi was stunned and hurriedly grabbed the whip from Jin Zhai's hand, his eyes moving around as confusion appeared on his face. "Wait, that voice is..." Jin Zhai happily said. "Big brother, you also want to hit him. It feels great." The person with his head covered angrily roared, his voice like a lion. "Jin Zhai, you idiot, you actually dare to hit this young master. Do you want to die?" Jin Zhai froze, standing there blankly. This voice sounds a little familiar." Jinyi immediately rushed over and looked at his son with messy hair and bloodshot eyes. "Sob, father, I was beaten so badly." Jinyi locked his gaze onto Jin Zhai and shouted, "Jin Zhai, answer me, did Yi Qingyun come here?" Jin Zhai trembled and replied, "Yi Qingyun, what Yi Qingyun? I don't know anything, only a masked man came here and he also said he wanted to meet Zhao Xiao Yao." Jin Zhai's intelligence was truly so low that it made people furious, and even now he still had no idea what had happened. Jinyi frowned deeply, his face turning red with rage. "Damn it, hurry and check Zhao Xiao Yao's prison." The nearby guard was stunned for a long time before reacting and quickly shouted, "Big brother, you misunderstood me. That masked man came from Royal City. If our Jin family can build a connection with him, we can rise to great heights." Jin Zhai repeatedly explained, afraid the other person would not understand, so he told the entire story from beginning to end. Jin Zhai could no longer suppress his anger and shouted, "Fine, Jinyi, I understand now. You are afraid I will rise higher and steal your position as family head, aren't you?" Soon the guard returned with an extremely troubled expression and hesitantly said, "Family head Zhao Xiao Yao is nowhere to be found." Hearing this, Jin Zhai immediately froze. "What? You stupid pig, I'll kill you." Jinyi's face turned as red as the sun, his eyes burning like two flames. He directly stepped on Jin Zhai's face while Jin Zhai stuttered, Big brother." Before he could finish speaking, a huge force violently crashed toward him from the opponent. Jinyi's hand was covered in blood and his expression became even more gloomy, almost as if blood would drip from his face. "Yi Qingyun, what a Yi Qingyun you are. Today, even if you hide in Star Guard Academy, I will still kill you." The dark night covered everything, and a silver radiance quickly tore through the endless darkness. Yi Qingyun looked at the 2-meter-tall silver giant and slowly asked, "Has everything been settled?" The lightning clone replied, "It has been handled, let's return." In an instant, the silver radiance merged into Yi Qingyun's body, like countless slender silver snakes continuously entering him. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered toward his body, causing a faint transparent silver glow to appear around him. In just a moment, his cultivation rose from the first level of the Yin Void Realm to the second level. Yi Qingyun secretly exclaimed, the clone can actually absorb spiritual energy too." Not long after, his cultivation continued rising and reached the third level of the Yin Void Realm. He secretly regretted, "Unfortunately, it is too weak and cannot store much spiritual energy, otherwise it would not have only increased by 2 levels. An angry voice came from the sky. "Yi Qingyun, you cowardly brat, get out here for this old man." The sound echoed far away like raging waves spreading throughout Star Guard Academy. The voice was like an enraged beast roaring at the heavens. An extremely domineering aura swept across the entire academy like a storm. After the voice faded, Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. HMP8. The students below Star Guard Academy trembled and discussed. "That is Jin Yi, the Jin family head. Why did he come here? Yi Qingyun is that rookie king." Jinyi's words shocked many people, including a Star Guard Academy elder. Elder Xing Hong, dressed in a red robe, gently flew over. Xing Hong smiled faintly and looked at Jin Yi. "Oh, isn't this the Jin family head? It is already late at night. May I ask why you have come to my Star Guard Academy?" Jin Yi glanced at the old man. "Are you Elder Xing Hong?" Jin Yi coldly replied, "Yi Qingyun is a student of your Star Guard Academy, right? He killed my eldest son, injured my youngest son, and even released my Jin family's slave." Xing Hong frowned slightly. "Yi Qingyun?" Jin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. "What, Elder Xing Hong, do you have a relationship with him? But if you do not hand him over today, do not blame me for ignoring our past friendship." Xing Hong's eyes moved slightly, then he quickly said to Jin Yi, "Jin family head, you misunderstand. Our academy would never protect this disaster. I will take you to his residence." Xing Hong was overjoyed inside. "Ha ha, heaven is truly helping me. I never thought this kid would offend Jin Yi. First level of the True Sun Realm." A calm voice suddenly came from behind. No need to go, I am right here. The students of Star Guard Academy were stunned, unable to understand why this person was so arrogant. The enemy was already right in front of him, yet he still did not know to retreat. If it were me, I would have hidden under my blanket long ago. Elder Xing Hong, is he Yi Qing Yun? Jin Yi immediately turned around, his gaze fixed on Yi Qing Yun, killing intent clearly visible in his eyes. Xing Hong beside him paused slightly. That's right, it is this kid. Jin Yi waved his sleeve fiercely, and a violent wind immediately roared out. Yi Qing Yun, die. At that moment, Yi Qing Yun took out a command token and smiled proudly. He he. A long sword was drawn from its sheath. An old man suddenly appeared, causing Jin Yi to freeze in place. Xing Yi, this old man was familiar to everyone, coldly replied, "It is me." Jin Yi's face flushed with anger as he roared furiously, "This kid killed my eldest son and injured my youngest son, and Xing Yi, you still want to protect him. I do not care who he killed, as long as I am here, don't even think about touching a single hair on him. Besides, the person is already dead, so why are you shouting so much?" There was no denying it, Elder Xing Yi was truly loyal. Elder Xing Yi, this Yi Qing Yun is going too far. Although Elder Xing Hong feared the opponent's strength, after hearing those words, he could no longer endure it and shouted fiercely, "Do you still want to protect him? He killed the Jin family head's son, and you." Xing Yi calmly spoke, his expression instantly turning cold as his words suddenly changed direction. "Elder Xing Hong, as an elder, are you a member of our academy or a member of the Jin family?" Xing Yi's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Xing Hong's head. I am, of course." Yi Qing Yun smiled playfully, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Of course you are Jin family's dog." Xing Hong immediately became furious, never expecting the other side to openly mock him in front of everyone, causing him to lose all dignity. "Yi Qing Yun, you are too arrogant." Yi Qing Yun crossed his arms and calmly replied, No, I just don't care about dogs." Jin Yi's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, and the flames of rage in his heart soared to the sky. "Today, I will definitely kill you, Yi Qing Yun." Elder Xing Yi immediately became furious and drew his sword to block decisively. "How dare you!" Elder Xing Yi also rushed forward to fight Elder Jin Yi. A powerful sword energy like a towering mountain erupted violently, and wherever it passed, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. A terrifying sword mark appeared beneath Jin Yi's feet, with white smoke rising endlessly. Xing Yi shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? Jin Yi, if you dare touch him today, you will die. Do you know the consequences of offending the Jin family?" Although he did not want to admit it, Jin Yi understood clearly that killing Yi Qing Yun with his own hands today was impossible. Yi Qing Yun spoke indifferently, showing no concern. "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Fury was suppressed to the extreme in Jin Yi's eyes. "Brat, you can escape for now, but you cannot hide forever." After saying that, Jin Yi leaped away, still roaring angrily. "Fine, let's wait and see." Xing Hong frowned. Elder Xing Yi, offending the Jin family just for Yi Qing Yun may not end well. Elder Xing Yi showed no politeness at all, looking at Elder Xing Hong with disgust. "If you are afraid, then leave Star Position Academy. Remember your identity. If you cannot protect your students' safety, how can you be qualified to teach others? If you cannot provide disciples with a safe cultivation environment, then how can Star Position Academy still stand on the continent?" Xing Yi turned to remind Yi Qing Yun, "Qing Yun, if you leave the academy, you must be more careful." Yi Qing Yun's expression remained indifferent and calm as usual. "It's fine, just a few clowns." Elder Xing Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, you have backbone." "Then I will leave first. Recently I have gained another insight." Ha ha ha. Deep within Xing Hong's eyes, killing intent was hidden and his anger reached its peak. "Yi Qing Yun, you better never leave the academy in this lifetime, just wait and see." The next morning, the mutated body Zhao Zio Yao hurriedly arrived, with his big brother beside him and disciple Kang Jai following behind, both looking excited. Master Yi Qing Yun frowned and asked, "Why don't I see Gao Dong?" Yi Qing Yun's brows slightly furrowed, as if he suddenly realized something, and immediately blurted out, "Zio Ling, that brat must have gone to save her alone." The three of them immediately rushed away at full speed. Suddenly, Zhao Zio Yao noticed a tall figure ahead, Gao Dong, covered in blood and suffering from extremely serious injuries. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing Yun angrily cursed, "Idiot." He hurriedly ran over. "Just like your grandfather, you keep everything hidden in your hearts." Gao Dong struggled painfully to speak. "Big brother, I was wrong. It is only your weapon, Zio Ling and the heaven-shattering hammer." A cold light flashed in Yi Qing Yun's eyes. "Kang Jai, Zhao Zio Yao, take care of Gao Dong. I will leave for a while and return soon." Kang Jai and Zhao Zio Yao immediately answered together, "Yes, master." "Okay, big brother." Yi Qing Yun quickly left the place and his figure disappeared in an instant. As soon as he left, a figure followed closely behind, secretly thinking, "Brat, since you have left the academy, don't blame me." Behind him, Xing Hong was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. HMPH, his speed is quite fast. Ahead, Yi Qingyun sensed a faint killing aura coming from behind, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. He thought, the sensing of the merciless sword is ahead. HMPH, this old man can no longer hold back. Unfortunately, I have no time to deal with you now, so I will let you live a little longer. Drunken Flower Pavilion, a place known as a paradise for men, was also a place of indulgence and corruption. In a luxurious private room, a broken sword was stuck into the table. On the bed inside the room sat a beautiful young woman with a flawless face, her expression full of grievance. The young man standing in front of her could not help but be stunned. "Am I some kind of hungry wolf? Are you afraid I will eat you? I spent spirit stones to buy you after all. I really don't understand what is so good about that dwarf. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy a happy life with this young master?" Just as he finished speaking, the broken sword on the table suddenly began shaking violently. A hand grabbed the sword formation, accompanied by an angry roar. "Was it you who beat Gao Dong until his whole body was covered in blood?" Seeing this, his expression changed slightly and he immediately shouted, "Who is it? Who dares ruin my good plans?" Beside him, an old figure snorted coldly, staring at the person ahead. "Young master, don't be angry, leave this to me. He probably chased us here because of that dwarf." Mu Ronghua laughed mockingly. "Then we didn't find the wrong person. Ha ha ha, I was the one who ordered the person beside me to stab him with swords in front of his woman until I got tired of it, then threw him out for the dogs to eat. I never expected he was still alive." Xiao Ling's eyes trembled violently, and tears fell like a flower soaked in rain. Yi Qingyun laughed in anger, the corner of his mouth curving coldly. "Very good, I want both of your lives." The old subordinate immediately rushed forward, circulating spiritual energy through both hands and shouting, "What an arrogant boast." Yi Qingyun coldly snorted, tightly gripping the merciless sword in his hand, and stepped forward with the second move of the merciless sword path. The sword in his hand violently collided with the opponent's fist. The old man was pushed back and only barely managed to steady himself. Yi Qingyun exclaimed in surprise, "Ninth level of Dream Void Realm." Yi Qingyun released a terrifying aura and spoke, another sword strike appearing. Sword shadows across the world. The old man sneered in disdain. HMPH, Heavenly Human Realm Sword Aura, this is your sword shadows across the world. You're making this old man laugh to death. Is this all you have? The old man struck down with his bare hand, instantly splitting the sword shadow in half, his voice full of contempt. It cannot even withstand one strike. Behind them, young Master Mu Rong frowned deeply when he saw this and shouted impatiently, "Hong Yi, stop wasting time and kill him quickly. You are ruining my mood." Hearing this, Hong Yi nodded. "Understood, young master." Yi Qingyun curled his lips mockingly. "Fool." Countless sword shadows suddenly appeared throughout the space, dazzling and brilliant enough to make people unable to look away. Feeling the terrifying sword energy from his opponent, he was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. "What?" Old man Hong Yi desperately defended himself, continuously cutting apart one sword shadow after another. However, every time he blocked one sword shadow, even more sword shadows appeared. Hong Yi's face gradually turned red and he shouted, "Are you done? Why are there more and more the longer we fight?" Oh, finally it stopped. Hong Yi let out a long sigh of relief. "Damn, even harvesting at my home isn't this exhausting. Let me rest first, I almost got heat stroke." "This is your sword shadows across the world." Hong Yi's whole body trembled slightly, and he no longer dared to be careless, because he clearly understood that powerful sword users could completely kill those above their own realm. Yi Qingyun's gaze was ice cold. "You said dwarves have extremely tough vitality, right? I want to see if your person can still stubbornly survive after being struck by several blades." After saying that, Yi Qingyun immediately clenched his fist. In an instant, the sword shadows all shot directly toward Hong Yi. Old man Hong Yi was frightened by the light to the point his heart almost jumped out of his chest. "Damn, I only stabbed him a few times." Hong Yi was pierced through by all the sword shadows. Yi Qingyun waved his hand disdainfully. "Looks like you're not doing well." The old man was covered in blood, his face twisted with anger as he roared, "Bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun walked straight toward young Master Mu Rong. Seeing this, his face turned pale, his body shrank back, and a stream of liquid appeared from his pants as he trembled and threatened. What do you want? I am the young master of the Mu Rong family in Royal City. If you dare kill me, you won't have a good ending." Yi Qingyun shook his head and said without hesitation, "The Mu Rong family in Royal City? Never heard of it." Mu Ronghua was terrified inside. What? Your knowledge is truly shallow. You didn't even bother asking around. This time if you let me go, I will forget what happened. Yi Qingyun shook his head and said coldly, idiot. He swung his sword down, and with a cracking sound, the head fell to the ground. Yi Qingyun hurriedly asked, are you all right? Xiao Ling looked at Yi Qingyun, equally anxious. How is Gao Dong? Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. Don't worry, he is fine. Xiao Ling hesitated slightly, but before she could finish what they had just said, Yi Qingyun directly interrupted her and gestured for silence. We'll talk later. After speaking, Yi Qingyun turned around, looked toward a dark place, and shouted, Old dog, have you finished watching the show? Come out now. Xiao Ling was stunned. Old dog. Hong Yi immediately turned around and ran away. Trying to run, Yi Qingyun shouted loudly. The unfeeling sword in his hand continuously swung without stopping. Xing Hong's pupils shook violently. Yi Qingyun, are you seeking death? I am an outer elder of the academy. Yi Qingyun coldly laughed. So now you finally remember your identity. But if I had lost just now, I am afraid you would not have remembered my identity as a student, right? The red-robed old man continuously retreated and turned to escape. Yi Qingyun, you are wrong here. Even though we had some misunderstandings before, you cannot always doubt my intentions like this. Xing Hong spoke without changing his expression, truly shameless to an extreme. I came here to protect you, fearing you would be seriously injured by others. It is also my fault. You have been at the academy for so long, yet I have never taught you anything, so today I will teach you a lesson, Dai, you beast. Xing Hong roared and suddenly attacked, a small black knife appearing in his hand as he rushed forward. The dagger spun through the air, aiming directly at Yi Qingyun's neck. Yi Qingyun's right hand rested on the hilt of the unfeeling sword, and he suddenly pulled it out. A cold light flashed and drew a perfect arc through the air. That slash directly struck down toward the opponent's head. Yi Qingyun calmly said, please teach me, elder. Half a month passed, and the large man beside the young man was extremely respectful, no different from a servant. President, do we really have to find him? The young man firmly nodded without hesitation. Yes. The young man stood before the room and spoke. Brother Yi, today is the day the Dragon Blood Land opens. Are you interested in going together? The door slowly opened and a figure appeared before them. Looking at the young man standing outside, Yi Qingyun called out, Tangzin Nan. Hearing this, the large man beside him twitched his face violently, secretly confused. Third level of the Mist Void Realm, this guy was just a useless weakling, so why did the president want to bring him along? Yi Qingyun lightly nodded. The full moon day is coming soon. Zhao Xiao Yao go with me? Zhao Xiao Yao answered without hesitation. All right, big brother. Then Yi Qingyun continued, Kang Jai, stay here and take care of Gao Dong. Kang Jai immediately nodded and accepted the order. Yes. A group of people quickly left Star Guard Academy. Many warriors in the academy who witnessed this scene stood stunned. Isn't that Tangzin Nan? Why is he going with Yi Qingyun? He must have gotten it by shamelessly flattering him. The person in the middle was Man Gu, a third-level Yang Shijiang expert, yet he was only Tangzin Nan's guard. Right, isn't today the day the Dragon Blood Land opens? With an expert like that here, Yi Qingyun will definitely obtain Dragon Blood. He really only knows how to rely on others. The surrounding people kept discussing, their eyes toward Yi Qingyun filled with envy. At the residence of Sanju, a figure quickly rushed into the pavilion and a young man's joyful voice sounded. Ha 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 ha, brother, you finally came. Sanju frowned when he saw the servant rushing in panic and shouted, Can't you see I am talking with my brother? If there is nothing important, get out. The servant hurriedly said, It is Yi Qingyun, he has left Star Guard Academy. Hearing this, a brilliant light flashed in Sanju's eyes. What? San Sheng looked at his younger brother and sensed the icy killing intent radiating from him, slightly frowning. Sanju, who is Yi Qingyun? Why are you so shocked? Sanju gradually calmed down and ordered, You leave first. The servant did not dare hesitate and quickly cupped his fists. Yes, who exactly is Yi Qingyun? Why must we be so careful? Sanju then clearly told his elder brother everything that happened. Brother, this is what happened. After hearing everything, San Sheng slightly frowned, his tone still calm like a gentle breeze. So that's how it is. If he is my younger brother's enemy, then he deserves to die. Sanju laughed happily. Ha ha, thank you so much, brother. With his elder brother here, he absolutely did not believe Yi Qingyun could continue living in this world. However, I came here with another mission this time, which is to take away the demon woman, but the demon heart inside her body has not awakened yet, so I fear she will not follow me. Sanju seemed to remember something and slowly said, Brother, it seems Zai Yin has feelings for Yi Qingyun. San Sheng's expression immediately darkened. Oh, really? Then it is perfect. Killing him may activate the demon woman's demon heart. At the entrance of the Dragon Bloodland, at this moment Yi Qing Yun, Xiao Xiao Yao, Tang Xin Nan, and Man Gu had arrived at the Dragon Blood Underground. Tang Xin Nan led everyone inside. Brother Yi, this is the entrance to the Dragon Bloodland. You need a token to enter from ahead, and one token can allow 2 people to enter. Yi Qing Yun looked at Tang Xin Nan and nodded. All right. Tang Xin Nan raised the token and explained clearly. Together with the token I gave Brother Yi before, we can enter with 4 people. How did you get that token? The other person shook his head and replied, I don't know, I heard it suddenly appeared. Then why did you call me here? What a waste of time. Seeing the black-clothed masked man appear, the other person hurriedly said, Big brother, I just wanted to try my luck. Even if we cannot enter, maybe we might get lucky and pick up some dropped dragon blood. The black-masked man fell into deep thought and muttered, Luck, I once believed in luck too, but now even if I die, I won't believe in it anymore. Picking up dragon blood or whatever. Seeing the black-masked man's emotion, the other person said, Although I have only known Big brother for a short time, you are the person who works hardest to survive that I have ever seen. So Big brother never relied on fate. The black-masked man nodded. When you are young, don't let the small benefits before you make you forget that you must work hard. Hearing this, the other person was moved and turned to leave. I really am a terrible person. I actually brought Big brother to do things like this. The black-masked man said, It's fine, there is still time to correct your mistakes. How could I be jealous of the Jin family just because they have a drop of dragon blood worth 10 million spirit stones? Today I must work hard in cultivation. Hearing this, the black-masked man was shocked. What? 10 million? Oh my god, this deal is impossible to miss. This is truly insane. Just 1 drop is enough to guarantee food and clothing for a lifetime. If you get 2 drops, you can build a mansion in the city center. 3 drops can buy an island overseas, so why bother working hard? As he spoke, he continued deeper into the Dragon Bloodland. At the lowest level of the Dragon Bloodland, the moment Yi Qing Yun stepped inside, he sensed an extremely familiar aura ahead and thought, This aura is clearly my blood from my previous life. He frowned and observed his surroundings, but there seemed to be other things mixed within it. A charming young woman suddenly approached, her beautiful face filled with joy. She ran in front of Yi Qing Yun and spoke with a sweet voice like a golden aureole. Noble one, why are you here? Xiao Xiao Yao could not help being shocked. Noble one, Yi Qing Yun slightly frowned. Just call me Yi Qing Yun. Zai Yin seemed to have long been used to this. Tang Dan Xin smiled at Zai Yin, his eyes showing no trace of ill intent. So it's Zai Yin. Are you traveling alone? Would you like to come with us? Zai Yin looked at Tang Dan Xin and smiled. Sure, I just heard that many people came here, but they all died inside. Yi Qing Yun slightly frowned but quickly relaxed, then immediately moved forward. Let's go. Ahead was a magnificent palace with brilliant light shining across the entire sky. Man Gu showed an unhappy expression. President, how can he go ahead of you? Tang Xin Dan only calmly said, I trust ye brother's ability, you only need to protect us well. Yi Qing Yun's obvious reaction fell into Zai Yin's phoenix eyes, making her secretly wonder, could he still be angry with me? Yi Qing Yun looked around and discovered many different characters above. His eyes slightly brightened as he thought, so these are the writings of the mutated race. Does that mean there are mutated bodies here? Tang Xin Dan was slightly stunned. Yi brother, can you read these characters? Yi Qing Yun looked at Tang Xin Dan and nodded. Yes, these are the writings of the mutated race. Tang Xin Dan could not help wondering, mutated race. That's right, although mutated bodies are humans, they were not accepted by humans 10,000 years ago. Their status was only slightly higher than dwarves and elves, so they later established their own race and created this writing. Just then, many screams suddenly came from deep inside the palace. Dragon blood, it really is dragon blood. Tang Xin Dan was startled. Are there so many people inside? A group of people quickly rushed over from somewhere. Look, there is a lot of dragon blood flying out of the palace. Seeing this scene, their eyes immediately lit up. Haha, it really is dragon blood. Hurry, seize it, seize it. Man Gu was equally excited. President, it's dragon blood, let me go. After saying that, his entire body shot forward like a sharp sword. However, Yi Qing Yun immediately shouted to stop him. Don't go. Man Gu angrily roared, do you think you can control me? I want to go even more, what can you do? Tang Xin Dan was slightly stunned, then calmly said, Man Gu, don't go, I also feel something is wrong. Man Gu sighed and obediently returned beside Tang Xin Dan. All right, I will listen to the president. Ahead, countless drops of dragon blood flew wildly around, and every drop contained extremely pure energy. Beside them, Zhao Ziaoyao's body suddenly trembled, and extremely complicated light appeared in his eyes. I feel a very familiar aura. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned and looked strangely at Zhao Ziaoyao. A familiar aura, he secretly wondered, could it be a member of the same race? Sanju's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this scene. Brother, there is so much dragon blood, do you see it? We should also steal it. San Sheng's expression did not change, and he calmly said, don't go. Sanju looked at his big brother in confusion. Why? San Sheng's pupils swept around once, and strangely his eyes gradually turned green, giving people the feeling of stepping through the gates of hell. Yi Qingyun's heart trembled slightly, becoming even more shocked. Oh, someone is using the underworld eyes. Tang Danzin noticed Yi Qingyun seemed distracted and called out, Yi brother. Seeing Yi Qingyun, Sanju excitedly said, big brother, it's him. He is Yi Qingyun. Look, Zai Yin is beside him. San Sheng was slightly surprised. I see, not bad, he can avoid my underworld eyes. Sanju frowned and immediately shouted, what? He can even avoid big brother's underworld eyes? Then is big brother sure? San Sheng calmly replied, don't worry, one move is enough. The moment Jin Yi saw Yi Qingyun, overwhelming killing intent shot from his eyes without any concealment. I didn't expect you to dare leave the academy. The subordinate beside him asked, family head, who are you talking about? Jin Yi calmly replied, Yi Qingyun. So he was this kind of person, killing him later will be enough. Yi Qingyun's lips slightly curled up, his expression still extremely calm. Oh, everyone is here. This is getting lively. Luo Sanban was at the side entrance of Dragon Blood Land. He sat sleeping on a large rock beside the entrance. Suddenly, he woke up startled. Wait, I'm being extremely stupid. This is clearly a waste of time. Although I have never seen dragon blood, how could I possibly obtain something like dragon blood? I need to return home and get a container. If I accidentally lose it, that would be a huge waste. Jinyi had a vicious expression, his eyes firmly locked onto Yi Qingyun. Without Xing Yi here, let me see how you can escape from me. Tang Xindan frowned slightly after seeing this scene and immediately ordered, Mangu. Although Mangu looked down on Yi Qingyun, he still did not dare disobey the president's order. Yes. Jin family head, come fight me. He shouted loudly and stepped forward, his entire cultivation power erupting violently, his long hair flying wildly like slender silver snakes twisting through the air. This powerful aura immediately caused Jin Yi to feel heavy pressure. Third level Yang Shijiang realm. Yi Qingyun smiled thoughtfully, completely unafraid of his opponent. What's wrong, Jin family head? Are you scared? Jin Yi's expression darkened, his sharp gaze swept around before finally stopping on the young man. Tang Xindan, you want to turn against me for this person? Tang Xindan stepped forward and coldly looked at Jin Yi. Brother Yi is my friend. Could Jin family head want to make an enemy of the Alchemist Association? These words made Jin Yi frown deeply, secretly thinking, the Alchemist Association. Jin Yi waved his sleeve, although extremely unhappy inside, he still turned around and left, angrily shouting, HMPH, you only know how to hide behind powerful people to pretend to be impressive. Coward. Yi Qingyun spoke loudly with a mocking tone. Oh, Jin family head is leaving already. I never expected young Master Yi to have so many enemies. Mangu looked at Yi Qingyun with a meaningful gaze, feeling slightly uncomfortable inside. Yi Qingyun remained calm and casually nodded. I don't want this either, but people are always jealous of me. Zai Yin frowned slightly, looked ahead, and exclaimed, look, that person. Following the direction Zai Yin pointed, everyone saw a martial artist excitedly jumping around in the air, constantly shouting, ah, dragon blood. Red bubbles rose from his body and he laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, this drop of dragon blood helped me break through several levels. I want more, I want more. He crazily absorbed the essence blood flying around him. It's all mine, ha ha ha. Zhao Ziaoyao looked up in shock. Yi Qingyun muttered softly, mutated body transformation art. At this moment, the martial artist's body suddenly underwent a terrifying change. He stared at his own stomach and said, my body. Ah, the martial artist's entire body immediately exploded. Tang Xindan frowned and looked at Yi Qingyun. Brother Yi, Yi Qingyun said in shock, mutated bodies are extremely powerful, but they must forever endure suffering inside their bodies. Therefore, the longer they live, the more they hope to become ordinary people, which is why this technique appeared. Looks like there is an extremely powerful mutated body inside here. At that moment, many martial artists lost control of themselves and exploded one after another. Ah, run. In the distance, Sanju's eyes twitched violently when he saw this scene, and cold sweat immediately covered his back. Brother, let's run too, this dragon blood is poisonous. At this moment, Sansheng raised his right hand before his left eye, and his right eye suddenly shot out a gloomy light. Underworld Eye, first level, Gate of the Underworld. Immediately after, a wave of underworld energy crashed down onto the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge demon beast immediately appeared on the battlefield. It was an enormous toad demon beast, about 5 meters tall, with green skin and huge eyes that looked like two suns. The martial artists who were trapped in the state of self-destruction all screamed together, then desperately fled. Leave this place quickly. Damn it, touching dragon blood means certain death, save me. The tongue of Gate of the Underworld instantly shot straight toward a martial artist. His entire body trembled violently and he foolishly said, I'm saved. Ah, a miserable scream rang out as Gate of the Underworld dragged him back. Sansheng laughed proudly, ha ha ha. Realizing Sansheng's cultivation had increased, Sanju's face showed joy. Great, Big Brother has broken through to the first level of Yang Shijiang realm. From afar, Yi Qingyun raised his eyebrows after seeing this scene. Oh, that toad. Sanju glared fiercely at Yi Qingyun and shouted angrily. Yi Qingyun, shut your mouth, you little toad. Big brother, I am the underworld king Mu Chan. There are countless martial artists here, plus my big brother, you are dead for sure. Yi Qingyun's expression did not change, he only sneered lightly. Idiot. Sansheng continuously devoured martial artists, turning those swallowed into the purest energy and transferring it to himself. He coldly shouted, Zai Yin. His cultivation continued rising to the second level of Yang Shijiang realm. He said coldly, you have demon race bloodline in your body, whether you admit it or not, it is the truth. Come with me. Zai Yin narrowed her eyes at Sanju. Demon race, you are from the demon race. Sanju coldly glanced at Zai Yin, then turned his gaze back to Yi Qingyun, his voice filled with undisguised killing intent. Ha ha ha, that's right, we are the demon race. Big brother, kill this Yi guy first. Hearing this, Zai Mo immediately rushed forward and stood in front of Yi Qingyun to protect him. She shouted loudly, how dare you? Sanju angrily shouted, you cannot stop me. Sansheng and his martial spirit immediately charged forward fiercely. Mangu frowned slightly and stepped forward to fight. I'll fight you, Zai Yin suddenly shouted. Mangu. The two sides collided fiercely, and Mangu was instantly knocked backward. A stream of blood sprayed from his mouth. Before his body could fall to the ground, Underworld King Mu Chan shot out his tongue and wrapped around Mangu, who was falling in midair. Then it violently slammed him onto the ground, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Sansheng laughed wildly, intense contempt flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, the strongest among you is only a mosquito in front of me, what can you do? Mangu lay flat on the ground, his face covered in blood as it flowed across the floor. Sorry everyone, I couldn't stop him. Tang Xin Dan and Zai Yin shouted Mangu's name at the same time. Yi Qingyun spoke loudly, this crazy toad can actually refine the blood of martial artists, even if they are poisoned, it doesn't matter. Yi Qingyun's expression darkened as he calmly said, but the thing inside the dragon blood is not poison, you cannot digest it. Sanju's pupils suddenly shrank violently. He turned to Sansheng and asked in shock, brother, is he telling the truth? Sansheng's expression changed slightly, then he coldly snorted. Nonsense, he is only trying to stall for time. Yi Qingyun showed no fear at all, his eyes were strangely calm as he tilted his head and silently counted. 1, 2. That indifferent tone made Sansheng extremely annoyed. Damn you, I'll kill you right now, he shouted loudly. His figure immediately charged straight toward Yi Qingyun. 3. When the third number was spoken, Underworld King Mu Chan's hand suddenly stopped. Sansheng was slightly stunned. Huh. Sanju cried out in grief, Big brother. A miserable scream came from above. Ah, what is happening? The remaining people fled in fear after seeing this scene. Damn, it's about to explode, run. Sansheng's face became distorted and he screamed. No way, damn it. Sansheng had completely lost his previous proud appearance. His body exploded and perished. Outside the dragon blood land, blood continuously shot out from the entrance, hitting the warriors and making them panic and shout. Dragon blood is exploding out, run. Drops of dragon blood scattered wildly through the air. The panicked warriors turned and fled. Run quickly, there is too much dragon blood. Luo Sanban frowned when he saw this scene. Is this dragon blood poisonous or something? Everyone is screaming and running out. They are truly a bunch of people who know nothing about the world. Why is it like this? Isn't dragon blood supposed to be just drops? Why does it look like a swarm of fire ants? Luo Sanban was so shocked that the glass bottle in his hand accidentally fell to the ground and rolled down the stairs. He secretly thought, no wonder they are risking their lives to escape. Can they not run? With this much, they need to go home and get more bottles. Seeing this, a warrior could not help but wonder, we are already this far from the cave, why are some people still running for their lives? The warrior beside him, covered in blood, answered, they must be too scared. If a giant toad like that was about to explode in front of an ordinary person, they would probably be traumatized for life. Sanju shouted loudly, brother. He looked at Yi Qingyun, hatred overflowing in his eyes. Yi Qingyun, I will never let you go. Come here. After a long roar, he began swallowing the drops of blood one by one. Yi Qingyun stared at Sanju, his entire body releasing icy killing intent. You are seeking your own death. If the blood essence of mutated creatures were this easy to absorb, Yi Qingyun continued calmly. Then throughout history, the number of people who successfully absorbed mutated creature transformation techniques would not be so low. Yi Qingyun walked toward Mangu, placed his hand on his back and asked, how are you? Are you all right? Mangu hesitated and replied, I won't die, it was my mistake before, I hope Mr. Yi. Yi Qingyun interrupted him and calmly said, don't worry, I will protect Tang Xinnan safely. Yi Qingyun, I want you dead. An angry roar sounded and Sanju held a long sword in his hand. Sword energy surged in all directions, condensing into a violent sword storm that carried waves of scorching heat. Yi Qingyun stood within the surging waves of heat, the fierce wind blowing his long black hair. A set of armor also appeared on his body. The armor contained the illusions of a dragon and a tiger. After activating the dragon-tiger-demon blood armor, he stood firmly like an immovable rock, his expression extremely calm. Sanju immediately showed a shocked expression. Why is it that after swallowing dragon blood, my cultivation has increased by several levels in a row? Yi Qingyun smiled without the slightest fear on his face. He stepped forward and unleashed the lightning sword intent. As his left foot touched the ground, countless lightning bolts immediately roared over and swept across the surroundings. The unfeeling sword in his hand also released streaks of lightning. He forcefully raised the unfeeling sword, and a giant silver serpent appeared on the ground. Sanju's expression changed greatly when he saw this. I must kill you, I must kill you. But right after that, he suddenly froze. A destructive energy quickly began growing inside his body. In an instant, his entire body directly exploded, his mouth wide open. Yi Qingyun was slightly angry. I didn't expect you to hold on for so long before suffering backlash, and you even wasted one of my swords. The calm that had just returned was immediately broken by an angry roar. Yi Qingyun was slightly surprised. A punch suddenly struck out, carrying a surging wave of energy that rushed straight toward him. Sansheng roared, his entire body becoming like a mad dog, his eyes flashing with eerie light. Yi Qingyun, you dare kill my younger brother, I will kill you. No, first I will kill the people beside you. He shifted his gaze to Tang Danzin and continued viciously, let you feel despair before death. Mangu shouted and immediately rushed forward to protect Tang Danzin. You cannot kill him, he is a third-grade alchemist. Sansheng sneered. Do you think in my current state I still need alchemy, die? Sansheng shouted loudly and charged forward to attack. With a loud boom, Mangu's body was directly smashed and sent flying by the opponent. Tang Xindan shouted Mangu. Yi Qingyun's eyes turned cold as he shouted, I killed your brother, your opponent is me. Sansheng glanced at Yi Qingyun and sneered. However, the opponent completely ignored his words, and his next target suddenly shifted to Zhao Zhaoyao. Your turn. Seeing this, Zhao Zhaoyao hurriedly activated his mutated body. In an instant, his entire body was covered in scales, each one golden in color. Come on. Sansheng stared blankly at the scene before him. A faint sound suddenly rang out. It was the golden dragon body. From deep inside the palace, a fierce light erupted. It quickly transformed into a barrier covering Zhao Zhaoyao. Sansheng roared furiously, who is hiding and sneaking around, come out now. So that's how it is, Yi Qingyun exclaimed in surprise, then frowned deeply and stared closely at his surroundings. He raised his head, his eyes flashing repeatedly. Fine, I will help you. With just a slight tap of his right foot, his body shot forward. All the blood energy around him immediately escaped and surged away. The 9-story refining tower shone brilliantly, illuminating the sky and crazily absorbing the escaping blood energy. Then, that blood energy flowed back from the 9-story refining tower behind Yi Qingyun into his body. Seeing this scene from behind, Sansheng's face instantly became ferocious. Stop, this blood is all mine. Yi Qingyun completely ignored him. A flash appeared in his eyes, but it was still not enough. It seemed some blood had exploded out earlier. Yi Qingyun immediately rushed toward the blood dragon land gate. A ghostly arm pierced through space and crazily devoured the blood crystals. As expected, there are plenty outside too. Suddenly, Luo Sanban appeared holding a large bag of blood crystals, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Thanks, Yi Qingyun continued absorbing all the blood crystals in Luo Sanban's bag, making him angrily curse. After absorbing everything, Yi Qingyun happily waved his hand. "See you later." Luo Sanban immediately cursed loudly, "See you my ass, I never want to see you again in this life." After cursing, he lowered his head and looked at his bag. Seeing it completely empty inside, Luo Sanban sighed disappointedly. "Big brother, at least leave me a few drops." He angrily threw the bag to the ground and cursed, "This is too much. I spent money to buy such a big bag. I worked hard all afternoon, yet he took everything away. You forced me to do this, ye guy." After saying that, Luo Sanban picked up the bag again, looked at the teleportation gate, and muttered, "This time I will show you Luo Sanban's methods." After speaking, he immediately placed the bag over the gate. He burst into loud laughter. "Haha, now everything inside will belong to Luo Sanban, isn't that terrifying, haha. If dragon blood flies out, I will grab the bag and run. If it's that ye guy, I will fill the bag and poison him." Inside the dragon blood land behind him, San Sheng's face turned red with anger. "You dare absorb my power, die." In the palace, a voice that seemed endless and vast slowly echoed. "Bloodthirsty dragon body, teleport." San Sheng frowned tightly and discovered Yi Qingyun had disappeared, his face immediately showing a sinister expression. "Disappeared. Come out now, do you think you can hide forever?" Yi Qingyun opened his eyes wide and was shocked to find himself in another space. Yi Qingyun saw a gigantic skeleton frame and immediately exclaimed, "These are a dragon's bones." The massive dragon skull suddenly opened its mouth wide and charged straight toward Yi Qingyun. Soon after, its entire body gradually merged into the 10-demon heart. Yi Qingyun cried out in pain. "Ah." A moment later, San Sheng was absorbing all the remaining blood and crazily laughed toward the sky. "Haha, it's all mine, all mine." Far away, Jin Yi and his subordinates secretly watched. "Master, should we attack?" Jin Yi smiled cunningly. "Not yet, wait until they both suffer losses, then we can benefit as the third party." "Haha, everything is mine. I feel like I have started adapting to this body." San Sheng's face instantly turned fierce and powerful. "Die, all of you." His eyes locked onto Zhao Xiaoyao. "You damn bastard, go die." But at that very moment, with a booming sound, his entire body suddenly crashed heavily to the ground, sending smoke and dust everywhere. It turned out to be the 10th mutated body, the Hidden Blood Dragon body, and it was unknown whether it could evolve into the Hidden Blood King Dragon body. At this moment, Yi Qingyun's entire body was covered in golden dragon scales. His long black hair fluttered without wind, making his aura even more domineering. Seeing that figure, Zai Mo, Zhao Xiaoyao, and Tang Xindan were all extremely excited. "Yi brother, benefactor, big brother. It's you." San Sheng's face instantly twisted. His speed was as fast as lightning as he charged directly in front of his opponent. "Yi Qingyun, you bastard." The moment he saw Yi Qingyun, his entire mind almost stopped working, leaving him stunned and dumbfounded. "Why, after your mutation, why do you still look so handsome? Well, I became as ugly as a monster." After recovering from his shock, a vicious look appeared on San Sheng's face as he shouted, "It's all because of you. You stole what should have belonged to me. Give it back." Yi Qingyun swung his hand to counterattack. In an instant, his hand transformed into a giant dragon claw. A moment later, he grabbed San Sheng, leaving him terrified. Yi Qingyun directly threw San Sheng heavily onto the ground, causing the hall to crack violently. Lying on the ground, San Sheng burst into tears, his whole body trembling as he said, "I must kill you. Return my dragon blood to me." Yi Qingyun coldly replied, "Can you even handle it?" San Sheng struggled to stand up. "Ah, I want you dead." Yi Qingyun reached out and grabbed his sword. He let out a soft sigh, then slowly drew the sword. San Sheng became even more frantic and charged forward again. "Heartless, you are the most heartless person. You killed my brother and stole my dragon blood. Die." With a flash, a streak of bloodlight appeared. Immediately after, fresh blood began pouring from San Sheng's massive body, and all the blood essence inside him broke free. Yi Qingyun quickly raised his hand and absorbed it, condensing it. He thought to himself, "This place contains 49 drops of my blood essence from my previous life, and together with what I obtained before, it makes exactly 100 drops." Jinyi was furious when he saw this scene. "Damn it, why did it turn out like this?" The subordinate beside him was completely stunned. Patriarch, what should we do? Jin Yi frowned slightly. Let's leave this place. Yi Qingyun suddenly appeared right in front of Jin Yi, revealing a thoughtful smile and snow-white teeth. Where does Patriarch Jin want to go? Jin Yi desperately begged for mercy, knowing clearly that he was absolutely not his opponent. Yi, young Master Yi, I was wrong. Yi Qingyun's eyes were icy cold, and his voice was deep and powerful like a bell. Previously, I said I would destroy the Jin family within 3 months, but it seems 3 months won't be needed. Despair immediately appeared in Jin Yi's eyes. He desperately pleaded, please spare me, spare the Jin family. If I wasn't this strong now, Yi Qingyun said coldly before charging forward fiercely, would you have spared me? Jin Yi and his subordinates were directly sent flying, smashing into the stone wall and causing the hard rock layers to shatter instantly. Thick dust rose everywhere. Jin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and breathed heavily. He hurriedly turned around to escape. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, a voice as cold as winter wind sounded beside his ear. Why are you trying to run? Jin Yi's face turned pale as he shouted in fear. Yi Qingyun, my cultivation is damaged now and I am no longer a threat to you. Can't you leave me a way to live? When you sent people to the Yi family, Yi Qingyun said indifferently, but his voice was filled with hatred. Why didn't you think about leaving my family a way to live? Jin Yi rushed through the door and hurriedly said, when did I ever go to the Yi family? Sob. The moment he stepped outside, he was blocked at the door by Luo Sanban's bag. Luo Sanban was stunned. Yi family. Heaven had a path, but you refused to take it. Hell had no gate, yet you forced your way in. After saying that, Luo Sanban rushed forward and kicked repeatedly while cursing, you bastard Yi, you deserve to be chopped 1,000 times. If I don't kill you, I'm not a man. Who told you to steal my dragon blood? Trapped inside the bag, Jin Yi screamed in pain. At this moment, Yi Qingyun stuck his head out of the door, and seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel confused and speechless. Then he pretended not to know anything and went back inside. Luo Sanban fought until he was exhausted, wiped his sweat, and said, wait, the dragon blood is still in his hands, we can't just let this go. He immediately decided to carry the bag away, running proudly as he said, let's go home first, then find a way to get the dragon blood from him. Haha, my Luo Sanban's happiness for the rest of my life is all in this bag. Inside the dragon bloodland, Yi Qingyun stood before the palace as the scales on his body slowly vanished, his eyes glowing with a strange light. Senior, can you show yourself now? Suddenly, a dry coughing sound echoed through the vast palace. Cough, cough, cough. Ziyin Zhao Zio Yao exclaimed in surprise. There really is someone here. The sound of wheels scraping against the ground slowly approached, and a person appeared sitting in a wheelchair with 2 sharp swords stuck into both shoulders. Cough, cough, I never thought this old man could truly move after becoming a mutated body. The old man said gratefully, kid, thank you for freeing me from my suffering. Yi Qingyun smiled meaningfully, thank you for pushing all your suffering onto me. The old man laughed proudly. Haha, you did that willingly. Yi Qingyun glanced at the old man and said without politeness, if you hadn't done that, everyone here except one person would have died, right? Besides, your pain was because you absorbed blood you shouldn't have. Am I right? Hearing this, the old man suddenly raised his head and asked in shock, how did you know? Yi Qingyun smiled confidently. You don't need to know that. Since you passed the dragon blood body to me before the old man could speak, Yi Qingyun continued, then shouldn't you also give me the cultivation formula for the mutated body? The old man thought for a moment before slowly replying, that's right, I'm no longer a mutated body now, so this formula is useless to me. A powerful wave of mental energy immediately entered Yi Qingyun's mind. The old man's gaze then turned to Zhao Zio Yao. Hey kid, what is your name? Zhao Zio Yao poked his head out from behind Ziyin, pointed at himself, and asked, Senior, are you asking me? I am Zhao Zio Yao. The old man's voice became excited. I never thought that while still alive, I would have the chance to meet my descendant. Come here, this old man has something to tell you. Zhao Zio Yao was surprised. Oh. Yi Qingyun looked at Tang Xindan and suppressed his sorrow. Tang Xindan held Mangu's corpse and hesitated before saying, Mangu was always like this. Whenever his friends were in danger, no matter how strong the enemy was, he would always be the first to step forward. That personality of his was truly too foolish. Tang Xindan stood up holding Mangu's corpse and left, calling out sadly, Mangu. Yi Qingyun turned around and loudly reminded him, Zhao Zio Yao, I'll leave first. After you finish talking, you can come find me. Zhao Zio Yao's voice came from inside the palace. All right, big brother. Ziyin looked at Yi Qingyun and softly said, thank you for earlier. Yi Qingyun did not look at Zai Yin, only frowned slightly and calmly replied, "No need to thank me." She frowned, looking awkward as she stopped. Why do you hate me so much? What exactly did I do wrong?" "You did nothing wrong." Yi Qingyun frowned and continued without turning back to look at Zai Yin. "I just don't like you being like this, that's all." Zai Yin's voice trembled slightly. Why? The streets of Luoyang City were filled with a lively atmosphere. In the middle of the main road, Jin Xiaoming, the cousin of Jin Dipeng, sat on horseback and led a group of aggressive people forward to welcome the bride. Inside the wedding carriage, the girl wearing a red veil cried desperately, "Sob, sob." The people on both sides of the street whispered among themselves. "I heard this is the 99th time Jin Xiaoming has forced a common woman to marry him. Keep your voice down, do you want to die?" Jin Xiaoming is the younger brother of the Jin family head, the son of Jin Luo, besides Star Position Academy, who in Luoyang City dares to touch him. "She is my 99th concubine." Jin Xiaoming lifted the carriage curtain and shouted angrily, "Cheer up. Stop crying so much. Why are there so many tears? What bad luck." Suddenly, the horse in front stopped without warning. Jin Xiaoming became furious. "Do you want to die? Why did you suddenly stop?" A subordinate hurriedly knelt beside the coffin. "Young master, this coffin is." Jin Xiaoming angrily kicked open the coffin lid and cursed, "Damn it, everyone in Luoyang City knows today is Jin Xiaoming's happy day. I don't care whose coffin this is, believe me, I'll burn your entire family." Inside the coffin was the corpse of Jin Yi. The moment he saw it, Jin Xiaoming's face darkened as he cried out, "Father." He hurriedly closed the coffin lid and questioned them. "What exactly happened? Who did this?" The subordinate pointed at Luo Sanban and reported, "Before dying, the master sent a message back. When we arrived, we found this man stuffing the master into a sack. The master was poisoned." Jin Xiaoming immediately rushed over, grabbed the subordinate by the collar and questioned him. "Nonsense, his cultivation is pathetically weak. Could he have killed the master?" Luo Sanban hurriedly explained, "That's right, I also feel completely innocent." The subordinate stared at Luo Sanban and interrupted, "Shut up, you were caught red-handed and still dare to argue." Then he turned to Jin Xiaoming and continued, "This matter must wait for Jin Luo's decision." Jin Xiaoming revealed a vicious expression and gritted his teeth. "Kill him. Ruining my good plan means death." Hearing the order, the subordinate immediately raised his sword, preparing to cut off Luo Sanban's head, making him tremble and mutter, "It's over. I'm definitely dead, definitely dead." At that moment, Yi Qingyun suddenly appeared and struck, sending Jin Xiaoming's people flying and saving Luo Sanban from death. "Stop." Luo Sanban pointed at Yi Qingyun, still refusing to admit defeat. "Yi Gai, don't think I'll thank you just because you saved me." Yi Qingyun crossed his arms and calmly replied without emotion, "No need to thank me, I only passed by to help clear out the Jin family." Hearing that, Luo Sanban asked in surprise, "Clear out the Jin family?" The Jin family subordinates widened their eyes and shouted, "How dare you? You dare hit Jin family members? Are you tired of living?" Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. It really is the Jin family, even a small guard dares to act so arrogantly. He stepped forward with his right foot, then his left foot followed, and his whole body shot forward. Yi Qingyun punched the subordinate heavily in the face, making him cry out in pain. Ah! Seeing this scene, Jin Xiaoming's eyes widened. "What are you trying to do? Today is my wedding day. Can't you show the Jin family some respect and not cause trouble? I'll reserve a seat for you at the feast later." Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "Oh, I'm afraid your 3-day feast won't have anyone to eat it." Hearing this, Jin Xiaoming was so angry his eyes nearly rolled back. "What do you mean? What 3-day feast? The wedding procession already encountered a coffin today, which is unlucky enough. I advise you not to cause trouble. If you continue, I'll call for help." Yi Qingyun looked at him with disdain. "HMPH," he coldly provoked him, "go ahead and call them." Jin Xiaoming immediately took out a signal flare and raised it high. "A cloud-piercing arrow summons 1,000 troops." Yi Qingyun calmly asked, "Have you fired it?" He immediately answered, "Yes, you're dead for sure." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun slapped him hard, twisting his face. "Then your business is finished." The flare in Jin Xiaoming's hand fell out and spun several times in the air. Then it accurately landed right on his butt. Seeing him unconscious on the ground, several guards held their heads and stammered, young master." A few seconds later, the lit signal flare finally shot into the sky. It exploded into the shape of a gold coin. Yi Qingyun looked at the flare and muttered, "This saves me the trouble of finding them." As the flare disappeared in the sky, a group of people appeared with a shout from above, "Release him." The surrounding civilians immediately panicked and fled. Let's leave quickly. Yi Qingyun, who was holding Jin Xiaoming by the head, looked up and calmly said, "Oh, an important figure of the Jin family has arrived." Jin Xiaoming cried out, "Father, today is my happy day, and he dared to humiliate me." Jin Luo frowned deeply. "Let him go. I can pretend what happened before never happened." He showed compromise, wanting to protect his son. "The Jin family will never trouble you again." A guard immediately rushed over and said, "You cannot let him go, Lord Jin Luo. They killed our family head." Jin Dao roared, "Bastard, how could my father have died?" But after seeing the person lying inside the coffin, Jin Dao screamed in pain, "Father." An old man coldly said, "He must die." Jin Luo immediately objected, "No, the three elders, my son is still in his hands." An elder coldly replied, "Just have another child." Another elder added, "The dignity of the Jin family cannot be humiliated." Yi Qingyun calmly said, "As expected of the Jin family, compared to honor and benefits, human lives are worthless." Jin Xiaoming begged painfully, "No, don't kill me." A hand grabbed a tomato and crushed it. Yi Qingyun swung the long sword in his hand and slashed across Jin Xiaoming's neck, causing fresh blood to spray out. Yi Qingyun looked at Luo Sanban, licked the crushed tomato from his hand, and said, "Hey fatty, get into the bridal sedan." Luo Sanban was stunned. "What?" He pointed at himself, both angry and confused. "I'm a grown man, how can I get into a bridal sedan?" Yi Qingyun did not bother saying more, "Then just stand here." Jin Luo roared like an angry lion, almost going insane. "Crazy, absolutely crazy, you dared to kill my son, you are doomed." Luo Sanban shouted in panic, "What?" Immediately after, he quickly climbed into the bridal sedan to hide. At this moment, the bride inside the sedan also lifted her veil and faced him. The girl cried and said gratefully, "Thank you, hero, for saving this common woman." Luo Sanban stammered, "Hero, without your help, I would probably have had to marry that thug today." Luo Sanban blushed shyly, rubbing his hands and scratching his head. "I just happened to save someone." "Haha, why does the hero have to cover his face?" Luo Sanban pulled down the veil. "Haha, because my mouth is injured, I look like a vicious tyrant which causes trouble, so I can only cover my face. Actually, when I was young, I was playful, climbed a wall and fell." "Yi Qingyun, within 3 days, I will definitely wipe out your entire Yi family." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun only smiled faintly. "What a pity. I'm afraid you won't have that chance." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent dragon aura suddenly erupted. Jin Luo's expression changed. "What kind of monster is he?" A Jin family elder shouted, "Forget it, just kill him. A family hiding in this godforsaken place has no right to exist." On Yi Qingyun's body, his skin was gradually covered by blood scales, each scale shining like metal and emitting a cold light that made people feel afraid. Die. The Jin family warriors also crazily rushed forward to attack. "Kill, kill." Inside the sedan, the bride worriedly asked, "Hero, but Jin Xiaoming's family is very powerful." Luo Sanban crossed his arms and said seriously, "To be honest, we came here this time to wipe out the entire Jin family. My little brother is outside teaching them a lesson." Yi Qingyun swung his sword horizontally, and the Jin family members were instantly cut flying, blood spraying everywhere. "Ah!" Even the Jin family elder was struck by that sword slash. He cried out in shock, "What is happening?" The remaining Jin family warriors immediately fell into chaos and fled. "Retreat, retreat, the elders are all dead, we're doomed." Jin Luo shouted desperately, "Demon, you have killed more than 100 people of my Jin family." "Kill," Jin Luo fearfully begged. "Please, please spare the Jin family a way to survive." Without hesitation, Yi Qingyun slashed with his sword, and blood violently sprayed from Jin Luo's body again. "Ah!" The surrounding citizens immediately cheered loudly. "Good kill. The people of Luoyang City have been oppressed by the Jin family for too long. Today we finally got revenge." Great, he truly removed a threat for the people. After calming down, Yi Qingyun was secretly shocked, his heart filled with fear as he thought, "The bloodthirsty body's killing aura is too strong, I almost lost my reason." In the distance, a monk wearing a red robe with Buddhist beads around his body became furious after seeing this scene. Removing a threat for the people, slaughtering everywhere like this is no different from an evil cult demon race. Despicable. "Good, excellent." Amid the cheers, Luo Sanban stood proudly on the wedding sedan and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, it was only right, it was only right." Just then, a monk descended from the sky. "Demon race, die." He threw a punch toward Yi Qingyun, and Yi Qingyun quickly raised his fist to block it. "You all leave him to me." "Demon race, you slaughter innocent people and commit countless evils, your crimes cannot be forgiven." The middle-aged monk spoke righteously, and a Buddhist symbol appeared behind him. Today I will deal with you right here. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun was shocked. Buddha I. Luo Sanban pulled the bride away and ran. Yi Gai, from now on we owe each other nothing, see you again. A kind-hearted person stepped forward and reminded him, Master, you have mistaken the person. The Jin family is the one who committed the crimes. HMPH, anyone who associates with the demon sect is definitely not a good person. The monk coldly snorted, waved his sleeve, and directly killed that warrior. Yi Qingyun looked at the strange-looking monk before him with icy eyes and a cold voice. Your methods are cruel, leaving corpses everywhere, and you call yourself a monk? Hearing this, the monk immediately cursed angrily, Demon race, how dare you slander me? The monk's expression stiffened slightly, then he coldly snorted. Today I will subdue you here and remove this threat for the people. Beside him appeared a blood-red tower surrounded by surging demonic aura. Yi Qingyun widened his eyes when he saw it. This is the soul-absorbing demon tower. You are not a monk but a demon cultivator. Looking at the demon tower, Yi Qingyun's heart moved slightly. A refining tower that wants to pull me into the demon tower. The monk shouted loudly with a righteous expression as if carrying out justice for heaven. Slay demons and eliminate evil, mad demon of the demon race, do you have anything left to say? Yi Qingyun only smiled faintly. I have nothing to say. The monk was briefly stunned, seemingly surprised by the answer, but quickly cleared his throat and shouted, Good Miao Sha Tang Lao, today I will help the people of Luo Yang City subdue this demon. He secretly felt pleased inside. This guy's killing aura is extremely strong. Perhaps my cultivation can increase greatly this time. Haha. Miao Sha Tang Lao coldly snorted. HMPH, what are you looking at? Do you believe I will absorb all of you too? Nearby, Luo Sanban sensed this cultivation fluctuation and showed a strange expression. What is going on? Clearly this monk's cultivation is no weaker than those Jin family elders. Why isn't he resisting? Sai, looks like today I really have to use this blade. At Star Position Academy inside a luxurious room, an angry voice sounded. What? Big brother, I was captured by a strange monk, I don't believe it. Who said that? Zhao Xiao Yao pointed toward Luo Sanban. It was him. Luo Sanban stammered, I saw it with my own eyes. Gao Dong coldly snorted, his sneaky manner resembling a thief and his sly expression making his words unreliable. Luo Sanban immediately turned around to leave. All right, then I'll go. Do you believe me or not? Whether you save him or not is up to you. Seeing this reaction, Gao Dong was stunned and thought, he didn't even argue against my doubts. Could I have suspected him wrongly? Gao Dong raised his hand and pointed at him, shouting, Stop! Luo Sanban was startled, turned around and stammered, What are you doing? Seeing Luo Sanban's face again, Gao Dong thought, It's over, why does he look exactly like a thief no matter how I see him? Fine, blaming Hin Dong was my mistake. Gao Dong calmed down and spoke more politely. Please tell us everything clearly. Luo Sanban picked up the teacup and calmly said, That's how everything happened. I'll leave after finishing this cup of tea. Zhao Xiao Yao thought for a moment and said, But there are still some suspicious points in your story. Hearing this, Xiao Yao continued, Gao Dong, this matter is strange. With Big Brother's strength, he may not have lost, so why didn't he resist? Sanban, holding the teacup, also said, Actually, even I don't believe what I saw. Could I have mistaken it? Gao Dong heard them and said, Because no one would lie and admit they killed the Jin family patriarch, and no one would shamelessly admit they were afraid of dying and hid inside the bride's sedan. Sanban felt slightly guilty and said, Those things are not important. Kang Jai eagerly stepped forward and told everyone, The demon temple is in Xinghai City. If we want to save Master, we must set out immediately. Moreover, the city is filled with countless experts, even many Sun Essence Realm cultivators. Hearing this, Xiao Yao crossed his arms and said to Kang Jai, The important thing is that we must quickly become stronger and go to Xinghai City to save Big Brother. I am currently at the first level of Sun Essence Realm. Hearing this, he quickly nodded. Gao Dong also spoke up, Xiao Ling has no cultivation while I am at the 9th level of Yin Void Realm. After hearing this, Xiao Yao nodded. Kang Jai clasped his hands and seriously said, Although I have only reached the 6th level of Yin Void Realm, my tough body can fight against 1st level Sun Essence Realm experts. Hearing this, Xiao Yao praised him. Very good. Sanban's face turned pale as he tilted his empty teacup and said, I am only at the 8th level of Spirit Movement Realm. I can't fight anyone. After finishing the tea, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yao thought for a while before saying to everyone, All right, let's set off. While traveling and cultivating, Kang Jai agreed and said, "When we reach Xinghai City, everyone can temporarily stay at my house." Sanban also spoke up, "I have to admit, your teamwork is very well coordinated." Before he could finish speaking, Sanban was dragged away by Xiao Yao and Kang Jai. He struggled and shouted, "Why are you taking me with you? I already said I won't go, I won't go." Seeing his resistance, Xiao Yao said, "I'm truly sorry, the Demon Temple faction in Xinghai City is extremely powerful. The 3,000 miles around here are all the territory of the Demon Palace, and among us only you have met that person before, so we must bring you along." Xiao Yao then used a moral pressure tone to persuade Sanban. "Besides, Big Brother saved your life, so you cannot refuse." Sanban sweated and tried to find an excuse, saying, "I understand all that, but my cultivation is too embarrassing. If I go, I'll only hold you back, so I'm sorry." Before he finished, Xiao Yao interrupted. "Miss Xiao Ling has no cultivation, yet she dares to go. What are you afraid of?" Hearing this, Xiao Ling excitedly raised her hand and said, "No, starting today I will begin cultivating." Seeing her enthusiasm, Xiao Yao said to Sanban, "Look at that girl, do you still have the face to refuse?" Hearing this, Sanban could only remain silent. The scene changed to Zai Yin's residence in the academy, where she was walking out of her room. Suddenly, a masked person appeared inside the room and said, "Have you thought it through?" Hearing the voice, Zai Yin turned around and looked over with a sharp gaze. The masked man continued, "Your body contains the purest bloodline of our demon race. Join the demon race and you will not regret it. I also won't hold what happened to Brother Sanju against you." Zai Yin frowned and asked the masked man, "You said Yi Qingyun was taken away. Was this done by the demon race?" The masked man replied, "That person's name is Sha Tanglao, a member of the Demon Temple. He is not very strong, but he has powerful backing, so I do not dare offend him." Hearing this, Zai Yin immediately stated her condition, "Save him, and I will agree to join." The masked man loudly replied, "No, you have no right to make conditions with me now, but if you join us, we can provide you with all cultivation resources. Once you become stronger, you can deal with the Demon Temple." The scene changed. 3 months had passed, and this was the eastern mountain range of Xinghai City. Inside a room, a monk wearing a hat and a large string of prayer beads sat there. He said, "It has already been 3 months. Why haven't I finished refining you yet?" The tower in front of him suddenly spoke from inside. "This stupid tower actually thinks it can refine me." Hearing this, the monk became furious and immediately sent flames into the tower, shouting, "Demon race, how dare you speak arrogantly? I will burn you to death, then refine you and absorb the blood inside your body." Inside the demon tower was Qing Yun, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as flames raged around him. He thought, "The 9-layer refining tower seems able to devour the martial souls of similar towers. No wonder they wanted me to enter this demon tower." Qing Yun opened his eyes and behind him appeared a golden light tower. He thought, "The martial soul of Sun Essence Realm has already been digested. Looking at this refining tower, today should be the day I break through." The monk outside did not know what happened. He looked at the tower with shining eyes and laughed proudly. "Not talking anymore, you were finally burned to death. I will devour all your blood." The monk suddenly felt something wrong, with sweat appearing on his face. He muttered, "Strange, why can't I absorb his blood, and why is my martial soul becoming weaker and weaker?" The flames around the tower gradually disappeared and cracks appeared on its surface. Seeing this, the monk said, "Even my spiritual power is disappearing." Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred. The monk coughed out blood and raised his hand to protect himself. The monk glared and shouted, "What did you do? Why do I no longer have any cultivation?" After escaping, Qing Yun said, "Thank you for helping me break through to Sun Essence Realm." Hearing this, the monk broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "What?" Immediately after, he became furious. While rushing toward Qing Yun, he shouted, "I will kill you." Before he could reach him, Qing Yun raised one finger in front of him. The monk was stunned by this action. Qing Yun immediately used his technique, Eastern Emperor's one finger. The monk was surrounded by true energy that seemed to devour him, and he screamed loudly. Right after that, his entire body was sent flying by Qing Yun's technique, while the ground shattered and rocks scattered everywhere. A loud explosion suddenly occurred. The monks below the mountain heard the noise and turned around, saying, "What happened? Who dares cause trouble here? It seems to be Sha Tanglao's cave residence." The monks quickly used their movement technique to rush there, and when they arrived, they saw Qing Yun walking out. The leading monk asked, "Who are you?" Qing Yun only replied with 3 words, "Your grandfather." Hearing that, the monk became furious and charged forward, shouting, "I'll kill you." Seeing this, Qing Yun frowned slightly and raised his hand, instantly covering his arm with a stream of true energy. The monk was grabbed tightly by Qing Yun's invisible hand and held in the air. making him scream loudly. Right after that, the man's head was crushed and blood splattered everywhere. Another person watching from outside said to his companion, "Such a powerful killing intent, let's join forces to refine him." Immediately, the two monks turned purple with rage and rushed forward, shouting, "Demon race, surrender your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Yun punched him in the face, knocking a tooth out of his mouth. The monk had not even reacted yet. Then he was sent flying away and cried out in pain. The monk was caught by the other one, blood still at the corner of his mouth, not knowing what to do, when a hand suddenly appeared from behind and rested on his shoulder. The monk who had just arrived was Sha Tang Dai, a 5th-level True Sun Realm expert. He shouted, "Are you the one who killed my younger brother?" Hearing this, Qing Yun answered directly without hesitation, "It was me." The monk who had his tooth knocked out by Qing Yun frowned and said, "That's Sha Tang Dai, the elder brother of Sha Tang Lao. If he takes action, this demon race won't be ours to deal with anymore." Sha Tang Dai suddenly flew into the air, took out a blade, and killing intent appeared around him as he said, "Die." Seeing this, the monk exclaimed, "As expected of Sha Tang Dai, he hasn't even attacked yet, but his killing intent alone can already suppress this demon race." Qing Yun stood below and circulated his power, his body surrounded by true energy as he shouted, "Come on." Seeing this, Sha Tang Dai broke out in cold sweat. He could not believe his ears, as if struck by thunder, thinking that the killing intent was several times stronger than his own and that he could not win. Immediately, he used his movement technique to escape, not forgetting to say before leaving, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." The two monks watched him leave in shock, then turned around and shouted, "What? Running away so shamelessly?" After turning back to look at Qing Yun, both of them were too shocked to say a word. Qing Yun was floating above the two monks. One of his arms was covered with hard red scales and long sharp claws. Seeing this, the monk's face turned pale, his whole body trembling as he said, "Evil, evil demon." Before he could finish, Qing Yun used his movement technique to send both monks flying and soared into the sky. Seeing this, the monk whose tooth was broken quickly said, "We must report this situation above immediately. We must eliminate the demon race." Changing scenes, Qing Yun quickly caught up and blocked Sha Tang Dai's path, saying, "Trying to run, didn't you want to kill me?" Seeing him, Sha Tang Dai was startled and stammered, I don't." Behind them, the group of monks was also hurriedly running away, with someone shouting, "Everyone run, the demon race wants to kill people. Wait until the higher-ups arrive before dealing with this." As soon as he finished speaking, Sha Tang Dai was thrown in front of them, and seeing him, a monk said, "It's over." They looked up and saw Qing Yun floating in the air, their faces turning pale. A monk clasped his hands and begged, "Please spare us. From today onward, we will eat vegetarian food and chant prayers, become true monks, and never steal others' cultivation again." Before he could finish, all the monks were knocked down by Qing Yun, their bodies scattered on the ground with blood staining everywhere. Meanwhile, in another part of Exing High City, Xiao Yao's group had arrived there. Kang Jai said tiredly to Xiao Yao, "We've searched everywhere, but there is still no news of our master." Xiao Yao replied disappointedly, "It has already been exactly 3 months." The two then looked toward Sanban Gaodong and Xiao Ling. Seeing them, Xiao Yao muttered, "We couldn't find him, but the 3 of them have adapted to life here." Sanban held Gaodong's hammer while standing high up and laughed, teasing him. Gaodong tried reaching up to take it back and shouted, "Give it back to me." Xiao Ling only stood there laughing at the scene, and Kang Jai said, "No, more accurately, they have already gotten used to staying at my home." Changing scenes, while the sky was still bright inside a restaurant in Exing High City, someone was loudly cursing, "Get lost, I told you, without a genius token you cannot enter. Country bumpkin." It was Qing Yun. He immediately used his strength to knock the person inside the restaurant to the ground and said coldly, "What if I insist on entering?" The person sitting on the ground was frightened but still threatened him. "Do you know who is here today? How dare you cause trouble?" The people inside the tavern saw Qing Yun like this and began whispering, "He just arrived. How is he so bold? That's right, he even dares to touch people of Mu Rong Yuan." When Qing Yun grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, the man fearfully turned back and shouted, "Young master, save me." A man rushed over. He was Mu Rong Yuan, the young master of the Mu Rong family at the 6th level of Yin Eclipse Realm. He threw a punch and shouted, "You dare touch my people, die." Qing Yun showed no fear and used his fist to block Mu Rong Yuan's attack. Immediately, Mu Rong Yuan staggered and retreated, unable to stand steadily. Seeing that Qing Yun's strength was not simple, Mu Rong Yuan loudly asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, Kang Jai came down from upstairs, and when he saw Qing Yun, he immediately called out, "Master." Then Kang Jai walked in front of Qing Yun and continued, "Master, I'm glad you're fine." Seeing him, Qing Yun was slightly surprised and frowned. Why are you here? Where are the others? The people nearby widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. This person is only at the first level of Yin Eclipse Realm, while young Master Mu Rong has reached the 6th level. How could he lose? I don't care about that. What I want to know is why the second young master of the Kang family became his disciple. Mu Rong Yuan spoke arrogantly and aggressively, shouting angrily, Kang Jai, I don't care if he is your master or not. He hurt my people. Tell me, what should we do? Kang Jai remained proud and fearless, staring directly at him. This is my master. He hit your people because they offended my master. They deserved it. Mu Rong Yuan coldly snorted and shouted arrogant words, I will kill both of you. Kang Jai's aura suddenly rose, his voice rang out powerfully, his attitude clearly showing, if you want to fight, then fight. At that moment, a clear voice slowly sounded with a soft and gentle tone. Mu Rong Yuan. Mu Rong Yuan looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Princess. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared with a breathtaking appearance and an elegant aura like a secluded orchid. She slightly glared and said, Stop. Kang Jai leaned toward Yi Qingyun and quietly introduced, Master, this is the princess of Xinghai, Xinghai Luo Jiao. Xinghai Luo Jiao looked over Yi Qingyun and said, Since you are Kang Jai's master, come upstairs to the 2nd floor. A storm immediately rose in Mu Rong Yuan's heart and he hurriedly said, Princess? Xinghai Luo Jiao calmly asked, Do you have an objection? Yi Qingyun only shook his head and turned to Kang Jai. No need, it seems places like this tavern are not suitable for eating. Kang Jai, let's go. Kang Jai immediately nodded. Yes, master. Xinghai Luo Jiao widened her eyes and hurriedly called out, Wait, I think you want to participate in the martial competition, but you don't have a genius token, right? How about I exchange one for you? Yi Qingyun looked directly at her with a calm tone. Sorry, I have no interest in children's toys. After saying that, Yi Qingyun turned and walked outside while Kang Jai immediately followed behind. Mu Rong Yuan's face instantly turned red, staring at Yi Qingyun as his anger reached its limit. You want to die? How dare you disrespect the princess? Sharp killing intent erupted from Mu Rong Yuan's entire body. His right hand reached out, his 5 fingers surging with spiritual power like 5 giant mountains pressing toward Yi Qingyun. A cold voice came from his mouth. Die. The surrounding youth's expressions changed when they saw this scene, and they exclaimed in fear, It's one of the 3 martial techniques of the Mu Rong family. He wants to kill him. Kill this ignorant bastard here. The Mu Rong family does not allow anyone to look down on or insult them. This young man is too arrogant and doesn't respect anyone. He deserves to die. Yi Qingyun immediately drew his long sword. In an instant, an arm fell from the air, fresh blood spraying out like a pillar. Immediately after, a miserable scream echoed throughout the tavern. Ah! Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open. Shameless, despicable, he used such an unfair martial technique. Countless talented youths pointed at Yi Qingyun and cursed. Mu Rong Yuan was already injured. Otherwise, one of the 3 great martial techniques of the Mu Rong family. 5 heavenly spirit fingers would not have lost like this. Think carefully, did you clearly see his movement just now? Xinghai Luo Jiao's calm voice sounded, but it was like a huge stone falling into a calm lake, creating waves of shock. Mu Rong Yuan lost, and he lost miserably. Everyone looked at her strangely, their faces full of disbelief. The princess said young master Mu Rong lost, then it must definitely be true. Mu Rong Yuan roared in anger, rage filling his chest as his left hand fiercely struck toward his opponent. I will kill you. Immediately, a wave of sword energy swept out. A loud explosion suddenly rang out. Yi Qingyun glanced indifferently at Mu Rong Yuan with a hint of amusement in his eyes. If you keep wasting time, this will be your ending. Xinghai Luo Jiao frowned slightly and casually said, Tang Jai used to be a useless person, but now he can fight Sun Essence Realm experts without even using a martial soul. Perhaps it is related to his master. Within 1 day, I want all information about this person. After she finished speaking, the 2 youths behind her immediately nodded. Yes. On the way, Kang Jai kept talking beside Yi Qingyun. Master, do you know Gao Dong has broken through to the 3rd level of Sun Essence Realm? Even Brother Luo has broken through to Yin Void Realm. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun asked, Brother Luo. Kang Jai nodded and confirmed, That's right, this time Brother Luo told us that Master was captured and brought to Xinghai City. Yi Qingyun showed a hint of surprise. Oh, Kang Jai continued, Don't worry, Master, he said he is your old friend. Kang Jai naturally did not dare delay, so he treated him with great hospitality at his home. Yi Qingyun became slightly impatient and immediately said, Take me to Gao Dong's cultivation place first. Later I will ask about this Brother Luo. Hearing this, Kang Jai was stunned. Don't the two of you have a deep friendship? After a while, Kang Jai smiled and said, Master, Gao Dong is here. He is very strong and has defeated many young members of the Kang family. Gao Dong was blasted away, blood spraying from his mouth. The person looked extremely proud, his face full of delight with a contemptuous and arrogant tone. Haha, an inferior race is still an inferior race. He sneered, still not dead. Golden Python Sword. After saying that, he pulled out a golden snake-shaped sword, its curved blade resembling a golden python. Kang Jai stood beside Yi Qing-yun and frowned slightly when he saw that figure, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Why has my cousin come here today? The golden python opened its mouth wide and fiercely charged forward. A huge hammer instantly smashed down on the golden python's head, flattening it. Gao Dong's face turned red as his anger completely erupted, his rage soaring to the sky. Once unleashed, it was difficult to suppress. Yi Qing-yun frowned slightly and calmly said, Berserk, the dwarf race's innate skill. I must kill you! Gao Dong tightly gripped the Hayashin hammer in his hand like a crazed beast. He charged forward madly. On the opposite side, Kang Jai's cousin felt that violent aura. His expression changed repeatedly and he hurriedly retreated several steps. What? An angry shout suddenly came from above. Stop! A middle-aged man stood in the air and looked down, his expression immediately changing greatly. However, before he could do anything, Gao Dong had already smashed him to death with a single hammer. Stop! The middle-aged man above immediately reacted and fiercely rushed forward. A terrifying wave of energy quickly arrived, tearing through space and carrying scorching heat as it struck Gao Dong. The middle-aged man clenched his fist and shouted, Die! He threw a powerful punch into the air, causing surging force to erupt. Kang Jai immediately shouted, Second uncle, stop. Without hesitation, Yi Qing-yun rushed forward and used Eastern Emperor's one finger. A force shot from his thumb pierced through space and struck directly into Kang Jai's second uncle's abdomen. Kang Jai's second uncle was pushed back several steps and growled, Who are you? Seeing Yi Qing-yun, Gao Dong exclaimed in surprise, Big brother. Yi Qing-yun nodded slightly and replied, Yes. Yi Qing-yun looked at Gao Dong and said, If Gao Tian had seen your performance just now, he would definitely have been comforted. Ahead, the middle-aged man quickly helped Kang Jai's cousin up. He immediately shouted, Father, kill that dwarf for me. Kang Jai's second uncle looked at his son painfully. Hua Wu, my son, father was wrong. I arrived too late and caused you to suffer such serious injuries. Wait until I deal with this dwarf, then I will take you home. Hua Wu impatiently shouted in anger, If you say kill him, then just kill him. Why talk so much? You are so annoying. Don't you see I have already lost enough face? Hua Wu's father quickly softened his voice. Father was wrong. Don't be angry. It won't be good if your body is damaged from anger. Let father handle them. The old man's face turned as red as blood. He suddenly turned around and locked his eyes on Gao Dong ahead. You damn dwarf, how dare you hurt my son? My son has never suffered such serious injuries from childhood until now. Kang Jai sensed the killing intent from the old man and his expression changed slightly. Second uncle, don't do this, this is. The old man waved his wide sleeve and a stream of force instantly appeared, striking Kang Jai and sending him flying aside. Kang Jai spat out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries were not too serious. The old man roared angrily, the killing intent in his eyes becoming stronger, and his figure instantly appeared above Gao Dong. Give me your life. Yi Qing-yun frowned slightly and quickly struck out with a palm. The old man froze for a moment. Huh, a martial treasure. So what if you have a martial treasure? The old man did not hesitate at all, immediately turning around and charging forward again. The old man roared furiously and attacked again, his huge body blocking the scorching sunlight. You are nothing but a first-level Yang reality realm ant. Yi Qing-yun raised his eyebrows and said, Half-step 5 elements realm. The fighting spirit in Yi Qing-yun's heart burned fiercely. Come on. The old man's hands surged with endless spiritual power as he charged straight toward Yi Qing-yun. I will kill you. The two rushed at each other with overwhelming killing intent. Just as they were about to clash, an angry voice suddenly rang out between them. Stop, all of you. The person who appeared had a tall and powerful body with messy hair. Yi Qing-yun's eyebrows moved slightly, a trace of surprise appearing in his eyes. A 5 elements realm martial artist, Kang Jai's father. Hua Wu's father was still furious, his anger not reduced at all. Big brother, he hit my son. Kang Hua spoke deeply, glanced at him, and questioned, Don't rush to teach someone else's child just because Hua was injured. Tell me who injured Kang Jai. Hua Wu's father hesitated slightly. Earlier I was a little. Kang Hua turned away and said calmly, All right, let this matter end here. I'll take Hua Wu to treat his injuries. Seeing Kang Hua, Kang Jai immediately happily called out, "Father." Kang Hua looked at Yi Qingyun, curiosity clearly visible in his eyes. "Are you Kang Jai's master? I didn't expect you to be this young." Yi Qingyun's expression remained unchanged, calm and fearless. "You flatter me." Then Kang Hua's eyes shifted slightly as if remembering something, and he slowly said, "Young Master Yi, please come with me." Yi Qingyun looked at the father and son Hua Wu and calmly replied, "All right." Hua Wu's father helped him leave and said, "Son, let's go home." Hua Wu was still furious. Useless, having such a father is truly embarrassing. "I wonder if young Master Yi is interested in participating in the competition in Xinghai City." Yi Qingyun shook his head. "Not interested. If young Master Yi performs well, you can enter the elite circle of Xinghai City." Yi Qingyun only shrugged. "Not interested." Kang Hua was slightly stunned, and his gaze toward Yi Qingyun became strange. "Why? The reward of the competition is information about a rare flame, and you can also join Xinghai Academy." Yi Qingyun spoke directly. "Clan leader Kang, do you want me to participate, or should you just state your real purpose?" Kang Hua laughed out loud. "Haha, my son said his master had deep thoughts, and it seems he was right, ha. Kang Hua asked again, "Young Master Yi, do you know the Ba Huang Fortress?" Yi Qingyun nodded. "I know, clan leader Kang, just speak directly." Kang Hua no longer hid anything and explained that the spiritual power inside the Ba Huang Fortress was many times stronger than outside. To protect that power and prevent outsiders from stealing it, the Ba Huang Lord required a token to enter. In this competition, the top 20 participants can enter the academy and also have a chance to obtain a Ba Huang token. Kang Hua stared at Yi Qingyun and emphasized every word. "What I need is a token." Yi Qingyun thought for a moment. The Ba Huang Fortress, could the mad sword be there? Besides, my 10 demon flames also need more rare flames. At that moment, Kang Jai beside him suddenly trembled, his eyes turning red. "Father, does this have something to do with mother's death?" Kang Hua nodded heavily. "That's right." Kang Jai immediately turned to look at Yi Qingyun. "Master." Before he could say more, Yi Qingyun immediately nodded. "I agree to this." Seeing this scene, Kang Hua became extremely excited. Young Master Yi agreed. Then, "Young Master Yi, just tell me how I should repay you." Yi Qingyun turned and walked away. "No need for repayment, just prepare a room." Kang Hua looked at his back in confusion. Gao Dong approached from ahead and smiled. "Big brother is here. The Kang family's martial training ground has a place I want to show you. Our cultivation increased greatly thanks to the gravity field." Yi Qingyun calmly asked, "Gravity field? Do all of you cultivate inside this gravity field?" Leading the way, Gao Dong was like an excited child, laughing and talking nonstop. "That's right, the Kang family has nothing special except this gravity field, which has a total of 9 levels. Soon, the two arrived there. Many Kang family disciples gathered around, and in front of them was a huge pit like a well with a massive stone floating above it. Gao Dong pointed at the suspended stone. "This is the gravity field. Look at that stone tablet. The first place is the Kang family patriarch, who can withstand level 9 gravity. However, I think Kang Hua is only that capable. Big brother can crush him anytime." Hearing this, several Kang family disciples immediately became dissatisfied. What kind of person says things like this? Seriously? Now bragging doesn't even require thinking anymore. Yi Qingyun only said calmly, "Gao Dong, let's go in." Gao Dong nodded hard. "All right." Watching Yi Qingyun and Gao Dong leave, Shang Yun secretly thought, "After interacting with Gao Dong these days, I can tell that although he is simple-minded, he doesn't know how to lie. If his big brother can enter the 9th level, could he enter that legendary 10th level?" Yi Qingyun and Gao Dong jumped into the pit, and a word "open" appeared above the entrance. Looking at the floating character, Yi Qingyun was secretly surprised. Is this a character left behind by a word master, or does the Kang family have a word master, or did they have one before? The two continued falling downward one after another. Finally, they landed in a vast desert area. After emerging, Gao Dong looked around and said, "Big brother, this is the first level of the gravity field." Yi Qingyun also observed the surroundings and thought, "The gravity is stronger now. The further down you go, the stronger the gravity becomes. When you can no longer continue, that is where you stop. The place you reach will prove your ability. My limit before was the 6th level. Didn't you say your cultivation improved greatly before? Was it all because of this gravity field? There should be many people here, so why is there no one?" Gao Dong immediately became serious. "You don't know this, big brother. This is only the 1st level. The gravity effect is too weak, so no one stops here. They aren't children, and even if someone came, they wouldn't be foolish enough to cultivate here because it would be too embarrassing." "What about Luo Sanban? How many levels could he reach here?" Hearing that name, Gao Dong froze. He came once, but after entering for a short time, he said he needed to use the bathroom. After returning, I never saw him come here again. Big brother really knows him. Looks like I blamed him wrongly these past few days. When I first saw him, I already felt something strange. Later, it became more and more suspicious. It felt like he came to Kang Jai's house just to freeload food and drinks. I even planned to confront him face to face after Big Brother returned. Yi Qingyun snorted lightly. HMPH, forget that fat guy. How much longer do we need to go? Gao Dong immediately sped up while leading the way. Very soon, it's right ahead. This is the 5th level, the place where the most people come to cultivate. Although the stone tablet only recorded information about 9 levels, Gao Dong carefully explained everything to Yi Qingyun while walking. But I heard that at the deepest part of the 9th level, there is also a 10th level. A fierce beast is sealed there, though I don't know if it's true or not. At the entrance of the gravity field, a Kang family disciple exclaimed in surprise. Look quickly, those two have already reached the 6th level. How can they be so fast? They should be slowing down the further they go. Not long after, they reached the 7th level. That speed was truly astonishing, making Shang Yun mutter, as expected, he is not simple. At this moment, Gao Dong was already panting heavily, unable to keep up. Big brother. He spoke while gasping, sweat continuously dripping down. I really can't continue anymore. You go ahead, I'll stay here. Yi Qingyun did not hesitate. All right. After saying that, he continued walking forward, leaving only a lonely back figure behind. Gao Dong watched in admiration. Big brother is amazing. He hasn't even breathed heavily once, and his footprints are so shallow. At the entrance of the gravity field, the Kang family disciples continuously exclaimed in amazement. He's reached the 8th level. Incredible. At the boundary of the 8th level, Yi Qingyun reached out his hand, intending to touch the dividing gate in front of him. He passed through it, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, then continued deeper inside while silently thinking. Although the spiritual energy here is not abundant, it is still a decent place to temper the body. The moment he crossed the boundary, Yi Qingyun immediately felt a huge pressure, like a raging ocean wave crashing toward him. Yi Qingyun's expression slightly changed, and sweat began forming on his forehead. He silently sighed. The gravity of the 9th level is many times stronger than the 8th. Even the mountains here seem low. Although sweat covered his forehead, Yi Qingyun's eyes shone brightly. Good, very good. Today I will cultivate my sword path here until reaching Sword Heart. At the entrance of the gravity field, his name slowly appeared on the huge stone tablet. When the surrounding Kang family disciples saw the tablet, their expressions instantly changed. What? He really reached the 9th level, standing equal to the family head. Shang Yun stood frozen in place, unable to stop sighing in his heart. Too strong, he is clearly only at the 1st level of Yin Essence Realm. A short sword appeared in Yi Qingyun's hand. At the 9th level of the gravity field, violent winds began to rise. Yi Qingyun held the sword and softly muttered, "A heart without impurities, a sword without impurities. Kill when facing enemies." The sword began to swing as he continued, "Kill when facing gods." The blade in his hand roared as it slashed down, releasing a powerful lightning glow. Sword Heart, a single slash fell straight toward the ground, instantly causing a violent explosion. Yi Qingyun's long hair danced wildly, his eyes shone like lightning, and his aura reached its peak. Yi Qingyun withdrew his hand and returned the sword into the Heartless Sword, continuing to sink into cultivation. Suddenly, a floating crystal appeared before Yi Qingyun's eyes, and he asked in surprise, what is that?" He stepped closer and carefully observed it. Yi Qingyun pondered, could this be the teleportation gate to the 10th level? Yi Qingyun immediately reached out to touch it. The moment he made contact, he quickly pulled his hand back and exclaimed, "The attraction force is too strong." Yi Qingyun immediately released dragon-scale armor around his body and rushed forward. Outside, the stone tablet suddenly changed and emitted dazzling light. The surrounding Kang family disciples were shocked upon seeing this. Look, his name disappeared. On the top row, the 3 words Yi Qingyun, which were originally level with Kang Hua, slowly vanished. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the well and fell to the ground. After seeing the person's appearance clearly, Kang Jai hurriedly ran over with a worried expression. Gao Dong. Several old figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The 3rd elder's face darkened. What happened? A Kang family disciple hurried over and anxiously said, "First elder, Yi Qingyun's name was originally displayed on the 9th level, but then it suddenly disappeared." Under the dazzling light, the huge stone tablet suddenly shattered with a loud bang and fragments flew everywhere. The surrounding Kang family disciples cried out in panic, "What is happening?" Kang Jai anxiously asked, "Gao Dong, master is inside." Gao Dong nodded heavily, worry clearly showing on his face. That's right, let's go in together. Earlier, a strange force pushed me back out. Kang Jai frowned slightly. Big brother won't be in danger, right? Gao Dong looked down into the well and said in a deep voice, I don't know either. Kang Hua walked in front of Gao Dong and slowly said, perhaps your big brother has entered the 10th level of the gravity field. Although that place is the most secret area of the Kang family, even I cannot enter it. I don't know how he did it. Hearing this, Gao Dong looked proud and laughed loudly. Haha, I told you, big brother, I knew he could definitely pass. Suddenly, the third elder walked over with an angry expression and shouted, how dare you? Kang Haoran also spoke unhappily. An outsider actually dares to interfere with the secrets of my Kang family? The second elder spoke with killing intent hidden in his voice. Wait until he comes out, then capture him. Kang Hua panicked and hurriedly stopped them. First elder, you cannot do this, we originally. The third elder angrily shouted and directly interrupted Kang Hua, shut up. Kang Hua, have you forgotten your own status? On the 10th floor of the gravity field, a massive ice mountain stood towering there. Inside the ice mountain, a gigantic corpse was sealed. Yi Qingyun looked forward, his eyes slightly lighting up. Giant race. Carefully observing the huge corpse, Yi Qingyun frowned slightly, then shook his head. No, a giant's body is much smaller than this one. This is a mutated martial soul. Suddenly, a sky-shaking sword energy descended from above. A black long sword appeared and slashed downward. The long sword looked like a brush and began carving words onto the ice mountain. In just a moment, the entire ice mountain cracked and shattered. The headless giant slowly moved, froze for a moment, then looked at Yi Qingyun and said, oh, so an outsider has come to my place. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. You are very strong, but only a fragment of your soul remains. The headless giant immediately angrily interrupted, shut up. The sword above the giant's head quickly transformed into a huge flame. The giant's admiring voice continued, carrying an evil aura. You have the wicked scent of the bloodthirsty dragon clan on you. As time passed, the flame quickly condensed into a human head, shining brightly like burning fire. Suddenly, the giant asked, what is your name? Yi Qingyun remained calm and answered in a deep voice. Hearing the name, the giant was instantly stunned, bent down to look directly at Yi Qingyun and angrily shouted, what, shameless bastard, how can you share the same name as the war god? In my previous life, I received guidance from the war god and broke my limits, becoming the ancient headless sword giant. The ancient headless sword giant seemed to remember something, and his voice became low. Back then, I was still a nobody, while he was already someone who could command the wind and rain, killing the golden giant dragon for his disciple, forging the Luo Ling sword for his lover, and risking everything for his brothers. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun felt confused. You know me, I truly have no impression. He was a hero and also my idol. If I were a woman, how wonderful would that be? I would definitely rush into the flames like a moth. Yi Qingyun secretly sighed in his heart. Oh, so he is my crazy fan. You don't know, back then when women heard the name Yi Qingyun, their eyes lit up and their hearts bloomed. Countless women envied Luo Ling, yet Luo Ling used the sword personally forged by the war god to stab him. Yi Qingyun coughed lightly. All right, wait a moment, what is your name? I really don't remember. The headless sword giant instinctively opened his mouth and answered, Kang Tianma. Suddenly, anger appeared on his face and the flame above his head burned higher and higher. Shameless bastard, don't pretend. What do you mean you don't remember my name? Back then, I dominated the world while you were still in your mother's womb. The headless sword giant spoke in a deep voice with gratitude flashing in his eyes. Of course, all of this was given to me by the war god Yi Qingyun. Sharing the same name as the war god is truly insulting his image. How about this? I see you have some talent, so change your name to Kang Qingyun. Then I won't bother about the bloodthirsty dragon clan sent on you anymore. Saying this, he seemed to go mad and threw his head back, laughing loudly. I do not take the name Kang Qingyun. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Kang Tianma curiously asked, then what name do you want? Yi Qingyun calmly replied, I am myself, I am Yi Qingyun. What did you say? Kang Tianma's aura suddenly changed. The previous smiling expression vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely cold, killing intent. He shouted like a madman, say that again if you dare, let me hear it. Yi Qingyun still remained as calm as before, showing no emotion. Immediately after, his right hand drew out a broken sword and charged straight forward. One sword, Yi Qingyun swung out a strike, a cold flash appeared in the air and a terrifying sword energy erupted. Kang Tianma's body trembled slightly and he stood frozen in shock. Feeling that familiar sword energy, his heart shook. This is, he shouted in disbelief, the aura of the war god Yi Qingyun. How can you know the merciless sword strike? Impossible. Kang Tianma shouted again, why do you know how to use the merciless sword strike? Hearing this, Yi Qingyun raised his hand and a black flame immediately ignited as he coldly asked, You still don't understand yet. At that moment, Kang Tianma's eyes widened in shock, his body slightly stepped back, and he stammered, "The 10-demon flame, the bloodless realm, could it be that you are the reincarnated war god?" Yi Qingyun floated in midair, bringing the 10-demon flame right before Kang Tianma's face, smiling meaningfully. "Guess." Kang Tianma stared at the flame before him with a trembling voice. "It really is you." Yi Qingyun indifferently nodded. "It is me." Kang Tianma became extremely excited, looking at Yi Qingyun as if he were staring at a priceless treasure. "Idol, this is great, I can meet you again." "I am Kang Tianma." Yi Qingyun was speechless. "I know, tell me what happened. If I can help, I definitely will." Kang Tianma smiled awkwardly. "Haha, that would be too embarrassing." Yi Qingyun suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, I also accepted a descendant of the Kang family as my disciple. You don't mind, do you?" Kang Tianma immediately replied, "No, I don't mind." Kang Tianma screamed in his heart, "Damn it, who is so lucky?" Back then I begged and struggled but still couldn't. Kang Tianma knelt on the ground and asked, "May I know which member of the Kang family was lucky enough to become the war god's disciple?" Yi Qingyun calmly said, "Kang Jai." Kang Tianma's eyes widened. "Is it a man or woman?" Yi Qingyun looked at him strangely. "A man, why are you asking that?" Kang Tianma seriously replied, I was thinking if it was a woman, I would marry her to you." Yi Qingyun was stunned, and cold sweat appeared on his face. He adjusted his expression and said, "All right, stop talking nonsense, tell me why you are here." "Back then my brother and I founded the Kang family, but later he betrayed me and changed his surname to Ju." Kang Tianma sighed helplessly. "I brought some members of my clan here." Yi Qingyun slightly frowned. "The Ju family, one of the 8 great clans of the Bahuang continent." "That's right, it is them. Back then, we refined the blood essence from the corpse of a giant together, and my martial soul mutated, becoming the headless giant sword." As he spoke, the flame on Kang Tianma's head suddenly burned fiercely. He continued, "His bloodline mutated, becoming the Golden King giant bloodline. Since then, all his descendants have carried the giant bloodline." Kang Tianma's eyes showed deep thought, as if his mind had been pulled back by the wind to the distant past, recalling unbearable memories. Then he continued, "My descendants had extremely strong bodies, yet he still wanted to wipe them out completely. We fought for 10 days, I did not lose, but now I am only a fragment of a soul about to disappear." Kang Tianma's eyes remained fixed on Yi Qingyun. Being stared at like this, Yi Qingyun felt uncomfortable. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qingyun firmly interrupted him. All right, tell me, I will help you." "What are these tokens? Surely my idol knows clearly." In an instant, 2 tokens appeared in Kang Tianma's hands, and he hurriedly said, "Actually, I never truly died. My main soul is now in the Ju family, being suppressed by him every day, making my life worse than death. My body was thrown by Ju Xing Yuan into the weak camp of the dark forest. If my idol can help me find it, I can be revived." The 2 tokens flew into Yi Qingyun's hand. Yi Qingyun slightly frowned and said angrily, "All right, I will help you." Yi Qingyun calmly said, "To avoid unnecessary trouble." "Oh right, remember to keep my identity a secret." Kang Tianma immediately agreed. Outside, the 3rd elder was anxious. "Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he have escaped?" Kang Hua then said, "Grand Elder, actually we don't need." After only a few flashes, Yi Qingyun appeared outside. The 3rd elder blurted out in surprise. Yi Qingyun raised his eyebrows. "HMPA." The 3rd elder angrily shouted, "What did you obtain? Hand everything over. The Kang family's belongings cannot be taken by an outsider like you." Yi Qingyun frowned and looked at the old man. "Who are you?" The 3rd elder's entire body burned with anger. "Who am I? That is not important." His brows raised as his crazed voice rang out. "What matters is that you hand over all Kang family items, otherwise I will kill you right now." Kang Jai's expression changed and he immediately rushed over. "Don't, elder, he is my master." The 3rd elder froze. "Your master?" As if remembering something, his eyes turned and he said coldly, "Then even better, search your master and see if he has anything from the Kang family." Kang Jai exclaimed in shock. "What?" The 3rd elder immediately cursed, "Useless trash." At that moment, he noticed the sword hilt at Yi Qingyun's waist. His expression changed, and he threatened, "This sword might belong to the Kang family, hand it over." Yi Qingyun raised his eyebrows. "This belongs to me." The 3rd elder's gaze darkened. "Do you have proof that it is yours?" Kang Jai immediately raised his hand. "Elder, I can prove it." Gao Dong also raised his hand. "I can too." The 3rd elder's gaze suddenly became sharp. HMPH. He waved his hand horizontally, and a powerful attack instantly rushed toward Kang Jai. Kang Jai quickly crossed both arms in front of him to block it. He was then knocked backward and almost fell, but Kang Hua suddenly appeared behind him, supporting Kang Jai with one hand and pulling Gao Dong back with the other. The third elder's face was filled with rage as he roared, "You are all his people, of course you will speak for him. This is clearly a weapon of the Kang family. If you don't hand it over, I will take it myself." Kang Jai stubbornly argued, "Elder, this sword truly belongs to my master." Yi Qingyun's brows were deeply furrowed at this moment, and he suddenly laughed. "Ha." The third elder looked at Yi Qingyun in annoyance. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Qingyun's voice turned cold, his eyes even colder as he asked, "What am I laughing at? Let me ask you, can you enter the 10th floor? The third elder instinctively answered, "No." Yi Qingyun stared directly at the third elder and said, "It is not just you who cannot, everyone here cannot either. You know nothing about your own family's history while I entered and learned your history. So you feel ashamed, and this action is only to hide your shame, isn't that right?" Hearing this, the third elder frowned. "You." A cold intent flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "You dare insult me, die." He angrily clenched his fist and punched toward Yi Qingyun. But right after that, the attack was stopped. At this moment, Kang Hua suddenly stood up, his face dark as he said, "First elder, don't you want to know the history of the Kang family?" The third elder paused briefly, then roared, "Kang Hua, how dare you? Do you no longer want to be the family head for stopping me?" The third elder's face turned red with fury. "Hand it over now." He poured all his strength into an attack, sending Kang Hua flying into the air, shouting, "Get out of my way." Kang Hua looked deeply at the third elder and said word by word, "First elder, if you think your personal pride is more important than the history of the Kang family, then I no longer need this position of family head." The third elder looked at Kang Hua and said heavily, Fine, I announce the removal of your position as the Kang family head." He pointed at Yi Qingyun and cursed, "For this person you are even willing to give up the family head position. Foolish." Yi Qingyun's lips curled slightly, his eyes full of contempt. "You are truly beyond saving." The third elder's face immediately turned bright red, his anger exploding like thunder, even his neck becoming flushed. "Do you want to die?" A spiritual energy filled with overwhelming killing intent enveloped him, and his body was instantly frozen in the void as if he had been sealed. "What is happening?" He was shocked inside. "Why can't I move?" His face had turned red countless times. Who is this person's accomplice? Appearing and disappearing without a trace, he could not see any figure. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over, and right after that, it felt like a hand fiercely slapped his face. He shouted loudly, "Bastard, if you have the guts, come out, I refuse to accept this." A voice suddenly sounded in Yi Qingyun's mind. "Idol, do whatever you want, but keep him alive." Yi Qingyun replied through voice transmission, "No problem." Seeing Yi Qingyun walk in front of him, the old man roared, "What do you want to do? If you have the guts, release me." Yi Qingyun remained calm and said casually, "Stop shouting. If our cultivation levels were the same, I would have crushed you already." The third elder shouted mockingly, "This old man has cultivated for over 80 years. Even if our cultivation levels were equal, I could still beat your teeth all over the ground." Yi Qingyun brushed off his hand and ordered, "Kang Tianma, release him and suppress his cultivation to the second level of the Yin reality realm. I will give him a chance." Kang Tianma immediately agreed, "Okay." The surrounding Kang family disciples were stunned when they heard this. At first they could not react, but after realizing it, everyone's eyes widened as they exclaimed together, "Kang Tianma, isn't that the ancestor's name?" Kang Hua was also stunned on the spot. "Ancestor." When the third elder heard this, his face showed both shock and anger as he shouted, "How dare you? You dare call the ancestor by his name directly. Today I will teach you a lesson." The old man's entire cultivation suddenly erupted violently. His figure flashed and rushed toward his opponent like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Yi Qingyun directly grabbed the opponent's fist with one hand, a thoughtful light appearing in his eyes. "Is this all your strength? You cannot even withstand one strike." More precisely, the third elder's face was completely twisted, terrifyingly fierce, as he angrily roared, "I will kill you." Drash! Yi Qingyun's fist moved like lightning, striking directly onto his face with a loud bang. Kang Jai was shocked inside and exclaimed, "Master, you are too strong." A Kang family disciple called Jai. He turned his head back and asked blankly, "What?" She looked at Kang Jai with admiration. "Master, you are amazing. Can you introduce me to him?" Beside them, Gao Dong waved his hand and casually said, Forget it. If you want to become my big brother's disciple, you are still far from qualified. Besides, my big brother is not interested in women. Zhao Xiao Yao personally saw it in the dragon realm, so don't flirt with him." Kang Jai was stunned again. Master is not interested in women. Yi Qingyun looked at the old man teasingly. "Do you still dare say you are very strong?" His calm voice was like thunder striking down, and the third elder's entire face had been beaten out of shape by Yi Qingyun as he roared viciously, "I will kill you." The old man still refused to submit. "I must kill you, I must kill you, kill you, kill you." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed down from the clear blue sky. Kang Hao Ran shouted, "Who is it?" A mysterious spiritual energy gathered in the sky, slowly forming a face full of vicissitudes. "It is me." All the Kang family disciples present were instantly stunned. Why does this person look exactly like the ancestor? My God, it really is the ancestor, just like in the portrait. Yi Qingyun looked at the remnant soul of Kang Tianma and said firmly, "Ignore me, deal with him." Kang Tianma immediately replied, "Yes." Seeing that face, Kang Hao Ran's entire body froze, his mind exploded, and he could not react for a moment. Kang Hao Ran trembled and said, "Ancestor." Kang Tianma immediately looked at Kang Hao Ran and said coldly, "Kang Hao Ran, from today onward I strip you of your position as Grand Elder." Kang Hao Ran looked unwilling. "Impossible, if you are the ancestor, how could you?" A furious voice came from above, "Shut up." The next moment, Kang Tianma appeared and charged straight at Kang Hao Ran. The old man exclaimed in horror, "This is..." Kang Hua was shocked. "This is the ancestor's martial spirit, the giant headless sword." Everyone witnessing this was shaken and exclaimed, "The ancestor's martial spirit, it really is the ancestor." Kang Tianma grabbed Kang Hao Ran tightly and shouted angrily, "Kang Hao Ran, from today you are no longer the Grand Elder. You are punished to reflect in seclusion and cannot leave without reason." Kang Hua is still the family head, and who is Kang Jai? Kang Jai hurriedly raised his hand and pointed at himself, shouting, "Ah!" After seeing Kang Jai, Kang Tianma thought, is this kid really stronger than me? Why did my idol choose him instead of me? Kang Tianma continued announcing, "Then the next family head will be Kang Jai." An old man shouted in panic, "What, ancestor?" The old man beside him stammered, "No." Before he could say more, Kang Tianma interrupted with a threatening tone, "What, are my words worthless?" The two old men trembled all over and answered together, "No, we wouldn't dare. We will obey the ancestor's order. Think carefully about what my Kang family needs and what it does not need. Remember this well." After saying that, he returned to the gravity field pit. Kang Hua's attitude toward Yi Qingyun completely changed. Mr. Yi, please come this way." Yi Qingyun replied, "All right, Kang family head, no need to be so polite." Behind the Kang family mountain stood a huge statue of the Kang family founder, Kang Tianma. After hearing everything, Kang Hua's face was filled with shock and he sighed repeatedly, "So this was the past of my Kang family." Kang Jai looked at his father and asked, "Father, was that person from the Jew family?" Yi Qingyun frowned. "What happened?" Kang Jai's face immediately showed pain. "Master, 10 years ago, my mother was taken away by someone from the Weakhold. I think his name was Ju." Kang Hua immediately continued, his face filled with sorrow. "Ju Wan Bing, back then my cultivation was too weak and I could do nothing even if I resisted. After that, my wife begged him painfully, and only then was the Kang family spared from destruction." Yi Qingyun's expression froze and he looked at Kang Hua, saying, "I understand, for now focus on cultivating well." Yi Qingyun reached into his sleeve and calmly continued, "Leave the rest to me." He took out 2 command tokens. Yi Qingyun handed them over and said, "These are the 2 Weakhold tokens left by your ancestor." Kang Hua hesitated for a moment before stubbornly saying, "Mr. Yi, don't you need them?" Yi Qingyun smiled and said in a deep voice, "Kang family head, don't worry, I have my own way. Remember, do not let hatred blind you and make you lose your reason." The father and son were slightly stunned as they watched his departing back. Kang Hua walked ahead while Kang Jai followed closely behind. He slowly said, "Kang Jai, from today onward you are the head of the Kang family. Mr. Yi is not simple. Follow his words and cultivate your body. The Kang family will rely on you in the future." Behind him, Kang Jai asked with a trembling voice, "Father, are you planning to go to the Ba Huang Weakhold?" Kang Hua nodded firmly. "Yes, I cannot wait another moment now." Kang Jai anxiously said, "Then I will go too." "Nonsense, going now is just throwing your life away." Kang Hua placed a command token into Kang Jai's hand and turned away, saying, "Listen to me, follow Mr. Yi and do not act recklessly. I leave this token to you. When you become stronger, come find me." After saying that, Kang Hua flew straight forward. Behind him, Kang Jai softly called, "Father." Gao Dong stood beside Yi Qingyun and shouted angrily, "Ju Wan Bing is truly a bastard. No decent person would do something so shameless, stealing someone's wife and then trying to destroy their family. If I meet him in the future." Yi Qingyun turned to look at the two of them. "Prepare yourselves." Kang Jai asked blankly, "Prepare for what?" Yi Qingyun looked ahead with a firm tone. Join Xing Hai weak hold and seize more command tokens. Half a month later, Kang Jai and Gao Dong devoted themselves to cultivation. The huge stone crashed heavily onto the ground. Kang Jai, drenched in sweat, took a deep breath. Zhao Xiao, Yao, and Luo have been gone for half a month. Where did they go? They did not even say goodbye. Yi Qingyun slowly walked over. Kang Jai, sometimes burying yourself in cultivation is not the best way. Kang Jai turned around in surprise, and Master Gao Dong added, training until exhaustion like this, look how many trees you have already broken. Yi Qingyun looked at Kang Jai and sighed softly. You will represent the Kang family in the Xing Hai competition. This will benefit you. Kang Jai was stunned. What, Master, you don't plan to participate? Yi Qingyun smiled and said, of course I will. Gao Dong and I will enter the weak camp to obtain the qualification to compete, but right now you need experience. Come together, I will teach you fighting methods. Gao Dong was stunned, then laughed loudly. The two of us fighting one person, big brother, isn't that unfair if I use the Hayashin hammer? Kang Jai also scratched his head hesitantly. Master, that won't do. Suddenly, Gao Dong raised the Hayashin hammer and charged at Yi Qingyun, shouting, all right, take my hammer. Yi Qingyun quickly dodged and said approvingly, not bad, Gao Dong, you know how to attack from one side while distracting from another. After that, Yi Qingyun struck with his palm and sent Gao Dong flying. Kang Jai also seized the chance, clenched his fist, and rushed forward. Master, my turn. Yi Qingyun released the merciless sword. The sword shot straight toward Kang Jai's left chest, right where his heart was. Yi Qingyun raised one hand and caught the Hayashin hammer. His other hand grabbed the merciless sword. Immediately after, Gao Dong and Kang Jai charged toward Yi Qingyun at the same time. Kang Jai shouted, continue. Kang Jai crossed both arms in front of his chest to block the hammer strike. On the other side, Gao Dong sat on the ground with a face as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? In front of him, Yi Qingyun held a short sword against Gao Dong's neck and smiled faintly. All right, that's enough. Yi Qingyun became serious and said, do you know why I defeated you so easily? Gao Dong and Kang Jai answered together, we don't know. There is no one perfect in this world, so everyone has weaknesses. Find them and attack them. Gao Dong and Kang Jai asked together, how do we find them? Yi Qingyun turned and walked away, his voice echoing behind him. Think for yourselves. If you can't figure it out, then keep fighting. The two stood frozen, staring at each other. I looked at you, you looked at me. Their minds buzzed for a while, then Gao Dong lifted the Hayashin hammer and flew up, shouting, take my hammer. Kang Jai tensed his body, forming armor that covered him completely, and also shouted, look at my golden body. In the territory of Mu Rong Mansion, Xing Hai City, an empty guest room high above echoed with the voice of the Void Flame. Mu Rong Sheng looked at the young man before him with fear and trembled. What exactly do you want? The Void Flame coldly snorted. HMPH, Mu Rong family head, don't rush. The Void Flame placed a hand on Mu Rong Sheng's chest. A circle of fire appeared, burning brightly and shining. Mu Rongsheng stammered in shock, this is. The Void Flame spoke, do you believe now that I can turn your Mu Rong family into the greatest force in Xing Hai City? Mu Rongsheng happily laughed out loud, great lord, I believe now, haha. Hearing this, the strange white pupils lit up for a moment. All right, tell me about the strange flame in Xing Hai City. Mu Rongsheng said seriously, there is a strange flame. The Void Flame became impatient. Oh, speak quickly. At the arena of the Xing Hai Martial Tournament's supplementary competition, the vast plaza was packed with people, crowded everywhere. A voice exclaimed, Big brother, there are too many people. Why do we have to participate in this supplementary competition? Yi Qingyun and Gao Dong stood in line quietly waiting. He said, the Xing Hai Martial Tournament is the annual competition of Xing Hai Academy, used to select top talents. Only those with a Heaven's Chosen token can participate, but people restricted by status cannot obtain the token, so they can only join this supplementary competition. It can be said that tens of thousands of people from Xing Hai City are competing for 50 supplementary tokens. Someone nearby shouted, haha, those who obtain a supplementary token are like carp transforming into dragons, rising to the heavens in one step. Those with a supplementary token are no different from chosen geniuses. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. To enter the Ba Huang Week camp, this is the only path. Moreover, this supplementary competition has 3 rounds, and the first round will eliminate most participants. The old man in front announced the results, his voice showing impatience. Next person, Yun Tian. The young man standing beside Yi Qingyun was named Yun Tian. He laughed loudly and stepped forward. Ha ha ha, finally my turn has come. Yun Tian walked without hesitation to a huge stone tablet and struck it with all his strength. The old man nodded slightly and announced, punching force, 900 pounds, failed. Next person, Yi Qingyun. Just as Yi Qingyun was about to step forward, two young men arrived, and one of them raised his hand and shouted, "Wait a moment." After the old man saw that young man, his expression immediately became surprised, showing some respect. "Young Master Tiancheng, what is the matter?" Exinghai Tiancheng casually said, "It's just a small matter. This is Yang Shan, just let him pass the qualification round." The old man showed a troubled expression. "This is not appropriate." Exinghai Tiancheng immediately became annoyed. "They are just ordinary people. What is wrong with that?" The old man slowly stroked his beard and said, "Everyone knows that in Exinghai City anything can be unfair, but this additional competition must remain absolutely fair by the Emperor's order, because this is the only chance for ordinary people." A brave person shouted, "That's right, the Emperor gave the order." Several others immediately agreed, "That's right, this is our only chance." Exinghai Tiancheng's anger rose after hearing this, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn old man, he dares use my uncle to threaten me. If I had known, I would have gone to find my uncle first." He coldly said, "Fine, since you insist, go up Yang Shan and let these commoners see your strength." Yang Shan nodded slightly, "Thank you, young master." He then transmitted to Yang Shan, "Don't worry, Yang Shan, after your sister marries me, I will give you a chance to become noble." Just as Yang Shan took a step forward, another person suddenly appeared beside him. He looked at the people behind him and kept cursing inwardly, "What a nuisance, a bunch of lowly insects at the bottom of society. Even if I, Yang Shan, fail this additional competition today, I still won't stand on the same level as you." The person beside him raised a hand in front of his chest, blocking his path. Yang Shan immediately became furious and shouted, "Where did this damn dog come from? How dare you block my way?" Yi Qingyun frowned and coldly spat out one word, "Scram." He placed his hand on his waist, looking arrogant as if his height matched the heavens themselves. "You told me to scram. Do you know who my sister is? Do you know who my sister's husband is?" Yi Qingyun glanced at him with contempt and said, "I don't care who you are, get in line." Hearing this, Yang Shan became even more arrogant, acting proudly and looking down on everyone. "Do you want to die? Watch how I teach you a lesson." Yi Qingyun could not be bothered to say more, raising his hand and slapping him hard, sending him flying away. He screamed miserably, "Ah!" Everyone widened their eyes and stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene before them. "Impressive, this guy has courage." Yang Shan stood behind Exinghai Tiancheng, rubbing his burning face as he stammered, "Young master." Exinghai Tiancheng immediately cut him off and shouted, "Shut up." He then drew his sword and rushed forward, his anger blazing, staring at Yi Qingyun as if he wanted to devour him alive, roaring, "Blind commoner." At this moment, his mind was completely overwhelmed by rage, and after a long shout, he was about to charge straight at Yi Qingyun. At that exact moment, another hand reached out and stopped him from drawing his sword. Exinghai Tiancheng raised his eyebrows, barely suppressing his anger. "What does General Cao mean by this?" General Cao remained calm, showing no trace of a subordinate's attitude. "Young prince, I am only enforcing the rules." He looked around at everyone and loudly announced, "His Majesty has ordered that nobles are not allowed to attack commoners here." Everyone in Exinghai City knows that this has always been the rule for generations. After speaking, he looked directly into Exinghai Tiancheng's eyes and asked, "Could it be that the young prince does not know?" Being pressured by these words, Exinghai Tiancheng's voice could barely hide his fury as he became increasingly enraged. "Are you planning to oppose me for the sake of a mere commoner?" General Cao smiled lightly, his voice turning slightly colder as he looked at Exinghai Tiancheng without fear and said, "Young prince, you are joking. I was also born a commoner, but I am only acting according to orders." Yi Qingyun stepped forward and coldly glanced at Exinghai Tiancheng, his voice filled with mockery. "Commoner, do you think being born into the royal family makes you nobler than others?" Exinghai Tiancheng immediately replied, his voice full of rage and his eyes turning red. "That's right, without the royal family's protection, you commoners are not even worth as much as pigs or dogs." "Am I wrong?" Yang Shan laughed proudly after hearing this. "Hee hee." Exinghai Tiancheng's eyebrows twitched violently as he shouted, "What qualifications do you have to stand and speak to me as an equal? Kneel down." Yi Qingyun paused slightly and looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. "Kneel down." Yi Qingyun calmly said, "I am not intimidated just because you are the young master of the Exinghai Empire. My spine is too stiff to kneel. But do you know what an emperor is and what nobles are? The collapse of an empire is often accompanied by the rise of another empire. But do you know why an empire falls? Do you know that the people who make an empire rise are the very commoners you speak of?" Exinghai Tiancheng angrily roared, "How dare you!" A hand once again reached out and blocked in front of Exinghai Tiancheng, stopping him. young prince. General Cao stepped forward and glanced at Xinghai Tiancheng. Are you planning to violate the rules of the Xinghai Emperor? Xinghai Tiancheng said nothing and directly threw a heavy punch at General Cao's face. General Cao's face turned pale from anger, and he immediately turned around to look back at him. Xinghai Tiancheng showed a provocative expression. What, you want to fight me? General Cao calmly replied. I wouldn't dare. Filled with anger, he glared fiercely. Don't forget your status, you are just a commoner. General Cao remained calm. Yes. Xinghai Tiancheng turned and left, not forgetting to curse, HMPH, a slave. Xinghai Tiancheng walked up to Yi Qingyun and said, Yi Qingyun, right? I remember you now, pray that you can get the command token today. Yi Qingyun rolled his eyes, waved his sleeve, and said disdainfully, buzzing endlessly, hurry up and leave. Xinghai Tiancheng gritted his teeth in anger, his entire body trembling from fury. Very well, I don't know what I will do if I don't meet you in the Xinghai competition. After saying that, he swung his sleeve and left in extreme anger. Yi Qingyun walked up to General Cao, feeling slightly grateful. Thank you, you have quite some courage. General Cao nodded and replied, you are not bad either. Yi Qingyun looked at the old man and asked, is it my turn? The old man slowly replied, yes, it's your turn. You only need to attack this stone, and if your punch reaches 8,000 pounds of force, you pass. Soon after, Yi Qingyun walked before the huge stone tablet, raised his right hand forward, and threw a powerful punch. The old man was instantly stunned. What, 30,000 pounds? Yi Qingyun thought to himself, using half my strength was a little too much. A loud boom rang out, and everyone trembled as they cried out in shock. It's about to explode. The old man's face turned red from tension. The stone tablet's maximum limit was 30,000 pounds, and his strength might have exceeded that. Activate the protective barrier. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. This scene had truly shocked them greatly. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. So I passed the first round, right? The old man coughed amid the thick smoke and hurriedly said, you can participate in the next round. 3 days later, early in the morning, Yi Qingyun appeared inside the martial arena. When he arrived, many eyes immediately turned toward him, and none of them were friendly, even carrying killing intent. He is here, is that him? I heard he ranked first in the previous 2 tests. The first test was strength, the second was speed, and he topped both, but the third test will not be the same. Everything will follow the little prince's instructions. Yi Qingyun looked around and smiled faintly, without the slightest fear. Such intense killing intent, it seems your master has raised many loyal dogs. That sentence immediately angered the people around him. What did you say? At that moment, an old man silently appeared in the sky. Yi Qingyun looked up at the old man, slightly frowning, and thought to himself, 5 elements realm. The old man, wearing a galaxy-colored robe, looked around in the air and said in a deep voice, today is the final day of the supplementary competition, and the rules are simple. 50 command tokens will fly in the air for 10 minutes. The old man threw the 50 golden shining round tokens into the sky and continued, among the 500 of you, whoever obtains a token will be the winner. Begin. As soon as his words fell, the people below became restless, each one rushing toward the sky with red eyes. Gao Dong looked at Yi Qingyun excitedly. Big brother, let's go too. Yi Qingyun remained completely calm. Don't we have 10 minutes, why rush? Gao Dong impatiently rushed forward. No, I can't wait any longer. He grabbed the Hao Tian hammer and slammed it onto the ground, causing rocks and soil to scatter. Hey, 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 get out of my way. The people around immediately shouted in fear. Hey, hey, what the hell is that? What do you want to do? The martial artist beside him shook his head. Our target is that Yi Gai, ignore this stinky dwarf. Those words reached Gao Dong's ears, instantly making him furious. Stinky dwarf? As long as the 2 of us are here, don't even dream of getting the command token. Hee hee. Yi Qingyun warned, you are playing with fire, daring to call Gao Dong a stinky dwarf. As soon as he finished speaking, one person was smashed hard in the face by the Hao Tian hammer. Gao Dong shouted loudly, you dare insult me, die. The others, seeing this, immediately became furious and fiercely charged at Gao Dong. Everyone, go teach that dwarf a lesson. Damn dwarf, damn dwarf. Gao Dong was so angry that his whole body seemed to burst into flames. Did I eat your entire family's shortness? Yi Qingyun also drew his sword and dealt with those people. Get lost, the group cried out in fear. Gao Dong ran over and called out, big brother. Yi Qingyun seriously looked at him. Unless it is a matter of life and death, don't go berserk. Gao Dong immediately nodded. All right. The little prince really underestimates me. The corner of Yi Qingyun's mouth lifted slightly, his voice full of mockery. He turned around and continued. he sent so much trash. Immediately, the warriors became furious, each one charging straight toward Yi Qingyun. Die, these are all 8th level true Sun Realm experts, you really don't know your limits. Damn it, I was almost knocked unconscious by that dwarf's hammer. What happened? How is this possible? Before him were corpses piled up like mountains. A gust of wind blew away the dust, revealing Yi Qingyun standing proudly in place. Do you still want to continue? A warrior felt this shockwave, his expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly jumped into the pile of corpses and lay there. Gao Dong ran over happily, raising 2 tokens. Big brother, I got the tokens. Suddenly, someone walked over, his body extremely strong, as if it had been forged from steel. The tower-like young man walked behind Yi Qingyun. You are Yi Qingyun? Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. What is it? The tower-like young man was named Tao Liu. He smiled and said, hee, not bad. I heard you angered the little prince, and I finally get to meet the real person. Good, very good. The Xinghai tournament is the day after tomorrow. Tao Liu forcefully patted Yi Qingyun's shoulder. Yi Qingyun was secretly shocked inside. Such great strength. Tao Liu spoke, his eyes slightly tense as he looked at Yi Qingyun. How about we team up? Having another friend is a good thing. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. We can team up. Tao Liu looked at Yi Qingyun in surprise. You don't know, are you from the countryside? Yi Qingyun nodded. That's right. It is like this. The Xinghai martial tournament is divided into 2 stages, the first being a battle royale. Tao Liu calmly explained, you can form groups, and the final 20 people standing on the stage can enter the second round. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly but still said, all right, add my disciple and this friend of mine too. Tao Liu hesitated slightly. The friend you mentioned isn't him, is it? Gao Dong stared directly at him, his voice somewhat heavy. Why can't I? Tao Liu nodded and smiled at the 2 of them. All right, let's decide it this way. I am Tao Liu. Then the 3 of them placed their hands together at the same time. I am Yi Qingyun, Gao Dong. At this moment, inside a magnificent royal mansion of the Xinghai Empire, an angry shout rang out. Trash. The cup flew through the air without hesitation and smashed into the head of the warrior kneeling at the front. Behind him, several others were also kneeling. Another furious voice echoed, a bunch of trash. Xinghai Tiancheng was so furious that hot air seemed to burst from his nose, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. He pointed at the kneeling people and shouted, how much effort did I spend raising you? I never thought you couldn't even defeat a basic stage Yang Solid Realm warrior. He turned around, his brows furrowed. Go, receive your punishment. Below, the servants looked tense, their bodies trembling nonstop, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Yes. Several subordinates had their clothes stripped off and were dragged outside. A soldier holding a blade shouted, first strike. A painful scream immediately rang out. Ah, the punishment had not stopped. Second strike. Xinghai Tiancheng revealed a sinister smile, cold light flashing in his eyes, his appearance extremely cruel. Good, since you obtained the token, we will meet again at the Xinghai martial tournament. After returning to the Kang family, Yi Qingyun went to the Kang family's gravity field, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. As soon as he saw Yi Qingyun, Kang Tianma became so excited he almost went mad. My idol came to visit me. I am so excited. I can't believe my idol came here just to see me. Why isn't my idol saying anything? Is my idol cultivating? What technique are you practicing? Coming here to cultivate is the right choice. This place is the Kang family's sacred cultivation ground. Although Yi Qingyun remained silent, his heart was so annoyed that his forehead was covered in sweat. In the end, he simply flew away, causing Kang Tianma to ask in shock, what's wrong with my idol? Why are you leaving? Why not stay longer? A figure shot out from inside the Kang family's gravity field. As he flew, he secretly thought, he is an ancestor, so why is he so talkative? Yi Qingyun flew directly onto the roof of a building. Seeing this, the Kang family disciples below were immediately stunned in place, all showing curiosity. What is he doing? Could he be practicing some kind of technique? Yi Qingyun ignored the people below, focusing all his mind on cultivation as he thought, Heavenly Eye art is the innate martial skill of the Heavenly Eye clan. Yi Qingyun sat cross-legged again and continued thinking. In my previous life, I killed the Heavenly Eye clan's king and obtained. The Heavenly Eye art has 9 levels in total, and reaching the 3rd level allows one to absorb other people's special eyes. But to cultivate this 3rd level I need, he looked at the sun. He raised his head and let out a long roar. Heavenly Eye art activate. Yi Qingyun opened his eyes as wide as possible. At this moment, blood slowly flowed down from his eyes in long streaks. He gritted his teeth and endured, silently telling himself, I'm about to succeed, but the people of the Heavenly Eye clan are also coming soon. At that exact moment, a door suddenly appeared in the void, brilliant light radiating from it as a terrifying aura spread out, extremely frightening. The voice was filled with undisguised fury. Who dares cultivate the forbidden art? From the door appeared a left hand holding a golden long sword, and an eye was also on the sword. The person who appeared looked human, except for an extra eye on his forehead. He roared again, his face filled with killing intent. Who dares cultivate the forbidden art? Kang Jai was shocked and quickly looked toward Yi Qingyun, master. Gao Dong behind them immediately shouted, "Big brother." Gao Dong angrily roared, "Damn it, you dare threaten my big brother? Eat dirts." The golden-haired man slightly frowned, "Two bastards." The long sword in his hand swung, leaving waves of tearing sounds through the air. He rushed forward furiously. "One dwarf, one idiot, get away." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched an attack, leaving Kang Jai and Gao Dong stunned in place. The golden-haired man said with a look of contempt, "Such a boring low-level race, one move is enough." After seeing Yi Qingyun's eyes constantly bleed bright red, the golden-haired man laughed crazily several times. "Haha, my clan's forbidden art, do you really think you can cultivate it? You truly overestimate yourself." Gao Dong froze slightly. Seeing Kang Jai's entire body covered in blood and his eyes turning red, Gao Dong exclaimed in panic, "Kang Jai." In an instant, Gao Dong entered a berserk state, holding the Haoshan hammer and smashing directly toward his opponent. "Damn it, I will crush you with my hammer." The golden-haired man turned his head to look at the hammer, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "This hammer looks familiar." Only after a while did he react, Isn't this the divine weapon of the Haoshan dwarf clan, the Haoshan hammer?" Thinking of this, the young man was not afraid but instead laughed loudly. "Haha, excellent, it really is the Haoshan hammer. The #1 heavenly eye sword." As soon as he finished speaking, the eye on the long sword in his hand suddenly opened and released a strange black gas. The gas floated in the air, causing Gao Dong's expression to change slightly and his face to turn pale. Gao Dong was terrified. "I'm finished." Kang Jai looked worried and shouted, "Gao Dong, be careful." Countless shadows of darkness covered Gao Dong's body, and the Haoshan hammer fell from his hand. The golden-haired man laughed proudly. "Hee, too late now." He reached out and grabbed the Haoshan hammer. Then he gathered strength in his leg and kicked fiercely. Scram! The black sphere surrounding Gao Dong was kicked far away, flying past the building before crashing down. Gao Dong's body was covered in injuries as he angrily shouted, "Return my Haoshan hammer." The golden-haired man sneered, "Why should I return it to you?" The young man was extremely pleased, laughing several times. "Only I can unleash its power to the limit, haha." At that moment, a cold voice slowly came from behind. "Is that so?" The golden-haired young man froze on the spot. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." Yi Qingyun was still keeping his eyes closed. The golden-haired youth could not help but be horrified. His spiritual power was actually this strong. "You even dared to cultivate the Heavenly Eye clan's own technique and reached the 3rd level. You truly do not fear death." Yi Qingyun's voice was as cold as ice. This hammer is very important to him. Xiao Ling helped Gao Dong stand up, her face full of worry. "Gao Dong." The golden-haired youth remained indifferent, holding the Hao Tian hammer high before returning it to him. "No need, after all, any outsider who cultivates the Heavenly Eye technique will have their entire clan destroyed." Before he could finish speaking, a cold flash appeared and his right arm was cut off. Yi Qingyun stood up, holding the unfeeling sword in his hand, his voice icy cold. "I already gave you a chance." From afar, Xiao Ling witnessed this scene and hurried over to catch the Hao Tian hammer, a bright smile appearing on her face. The youth let out a strange howl, the smug expression on his face disappearing and being replaced by viciousness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Return it to me." Seeing him charge over, Xiao Ling was extremely frightened. Yi Qingyun immediately flew over and blocked the golden-haired youth, his killing intent reaching its peak. "Don't you understand human speech?" Hearing this, his face twisted viciously and his rage erupted violently. "You dare cut off my arm? Die!" he roared furiously, gripping the golden longsword in his left hand. "Second opening, one-eyed beast." As his voice fell, a huge formation circle appeared in the void. A giant skull slowly emerged. At that moment, Yi Qingyun's expression changed slightly in the air. "One-eyed beast, 2nd level of the Heavenly Eye, Death Eye." The golden-haired youth pointed his sword at Yi Qingyun and shouted, "You all must die." He laughed crazily, his voice filled with excitement. "Ha ha ha." Yi Qingyun shouted angrily, "What the hell are you laughing at?" With no other choice, Yi Qingyun decided to open one eye. Immediately after, his right eye suddenly opened and a beam of white light shot straight outward. He angrily roared at the one-eyed beast, "Get lost." After seeing that eye, the one-eyed beast froze as if its mind had stopped working. Yue. From afar, the strange-looking youth sensed the fear in the one-eyed beast's heart and immediately flew over with a tense expression. Hey, what's going on? Why did you suddenly become so depressed? Why did you come back? I summoned you, so you must obey me. He screamed, come out for me, come out for me. The one-eyed beast let out a miserable scream. In an instant, the one-eyed beast and the spatial gate both disappeared without a trace. Bastard! A sharp shout rang out and he stepped forward fiercely. Several terrifying streams of light surrounded his body as he swung his longsword and charged straight ahead. Yi Qingyun coldly glanced at him, his pale white eye emitting a chilling light. Third-level heavenly eye technique. The golden-haired youth felt his entire body turn cold, goosebumps rising all over him, as if his body had fallen into the 18th layer of hell. Pure white destruction eye. But after only a moment, the fear and pressure disappeared and he charged forward fiercely again. I must kill you. Yi Qingyun calmly glanced at him and slowly said one word, freeze. In an instant, he lost all fighting spirit and his mind was filled only with terror. The destruction eye's mind control. Why can you understand my clan's heavenly eye technique so clearly? Who exactly are you? Yi Qingyun raised his sword and slowly drew it out. Since you can recognize this hammer, you should have already guessed my identity. The youth's pupils suddenly shrank violently, his voice filled with fear. Martial God. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Yi Qingyun. The merciless sword flashed through the air like lightning, cutting straight toward his neck, fresh blood splashing down and staining the area red. His entire body fell straight from the sky to the ground. Kang Jai hurried over and shouted, Master. Yi Qingyun landed on the ground. I'm fine. Gao Dong looked at Yi Qingyun with concern. Big brother. Yi Qingyun and the others were now in the Exing High City arena. Yi Qingyun looked ahead coldly, and under the view of his spiritual power, this world was completely different. At that moment, a gentle voice came from nearby. Oh my, are you blind? Can't you see anything anymore? Gao Dong looked at Yi Qingyun extremely worriedly, but his big brother could not see now and the Exing High Martial Tournament was about to begin. Yi Qingyun tied a red cloth over his eyes. Don't worry, I can still see. A young man dressed in luxurious and expensive clothes slowly walked over. This is truly karma, what a pity, I was even preparing to personally. Yang Shan stood behind Exing Hai Tiancheng looking at Yi Qingyun with a mocking expression. Hee. The Exing High Martial Arena had gathered over 200 people, and someone could not help but exclaim, there are so many people. Yi Qingyun covered his eyes and walked forward while shouting loudly, make way. A dog-like servant following Exing Hai Tiancheng immediately shouted angrily, how dare you? Seeing the little prince, you not only refuse to kneel, but even want him to make way for you. He released his martial soul and aimed straight at Yi Qingyun. Die. Kang Jai stepped forward from behind, his powerful aura exploding as he charged forward. You dare touch my master. A fist and a claw collided violently, like two fierce tigers fighting each other. The servant was pushed back one step. The vicious servant said, not bad, but with my next move you will definitely die. The earth-shaking bear behind Kang Jai raised its head and roared. Yi Qingyun calmly said, Kang Jai, don't hold back, killing him is even better. Kang Jai nodded slightly. Yes. Tao Liu looked at Kang Jai and said happily, haha, not bad, that's your disciple? I was worried you brought a useless pretty boy with you. Yi Qingyun calmly replied, he is no weaker than you. Kang Jai clapped his hands lightly, walked to Yi Qingyun and bowed with both hands together. Master, it is done. Yi Qingyun calmly said, well done. The dog-like servant kept retreating. Wait, little prince, save me. Behind him, an old man saw the servant lying unconscious on the ground, blood constantly coming from his mouth, and became furious, his teeth trembling. You dare kill the little prince's man? Let's see how I deal with you. Gao Dong gripped the Hayashin hammer and charged forward angrily. Kang Jai, don't act, leave this guy to me. Seeing Gao Dong swing down his hammer with an aura that seemed capable of smashing the sky, Tao Liu could not help but become excited. Looks like our side is very strong. Since everyone is quiet, I will begin. Today is the first day of the Exing High Martial Tournament, and 20 people will be chosen to enter the second round. General Cao stood on the high platform, glanced around, and continued seriously, these two will also become students of Exing High Academy. General Cao pointed into the distance. The first round is the same as always, a battle royale, but the battlefield is not here, it is over there. In the distant void, an old man was floating. He slowly spoke, inside is an illusion world, but for you it is reality. Every 10 minutes, I will announce the remaining number of people. If you want to withdraw, you still have a chance now." The old man's cloudy eyes flashed with a trace of light, and he secretly laughed in his heart. Hee, I wonder if there will be a suitable illusion eye this time. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyun's gaze stopped on the old man ahead. Waves surged in his heart, and he was secretly shocked. Illusion eye, an illusion eye formation master. Why would an illusion formation master appear in the lower realm? Gao Dong impatiently said, "Big brother, let's go in." Tao Liu nodded. "That's right, seize the advantage." Yi Qingyun also nodded. Yi Qingyun led the way, thinking to himself, "I wonder if I have a chance to obtain the illusion eye." Xing Hai Tian Cheng also stepped forward. "Let's go too." He was secretly furious. They are just a bunch of lowly commoners, yet they dare kill my people. Behind him, a figure walked over and placed his right hand wrapped in white cloth on Xing Hai Tian Cheng's shoulder, asking, "Why is the little prince so angry?" Xing Hai Tian Cheng trembled with anger, his face flushed red, and his sharp gaze stared at the person before him. "Are you seeking death? How dare you pat my shoulder? What happened to your hand? Are you afraid of dying?" A beautiful woman like a fairy with snow-white legs exposed gently walked over. "Mu Rong Yuan, how is it?" Xing Hai Tian Cheng was stunned, looking at the girl before him and sighing inwardly. "So white." The other party smiled sweetly at him. Xing Hai Tian Cheng was instantly dazed. It turns out she is the daughter of the Mu Rong family, Mu Rong Yuan. Mu Rong Yuan looked at Mo Rai Flame and smiled. "My lord, this is the little prince of the Xing Hai Empire. His name is Xing Hai Tian Cheng." Mo Rai Flame brushed back her hair, slightly surprised. "Oh." Xing Hai Tian Cheng smiled and said, "Young Master Mu Rong is truly amazing. Although his hand was broken, he still managed to cultivate a special ability." Mu Rong Yuan waved his fan. You flatter me, you flatter me." Mu Rong Yuan remembered his father, gratefully bowing before the void flame. "Thank you, my lord, for helping my son reconnect his arm." Xing Hai Tian Cheng put his arm around Mu Rong Yuan's shoulder and said directly, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me the truth. Are you offering this beauty to me?" Mu Rong Yuan froze on the spot. Xing Hai Tian Cheng stepped forward and smiled warmly at the red-clothed woman. "May I know your surname, beauty? I am the little prince of the Xing Hai Empire." Mo Rai Flame smiled. "Haha, little prince, your skin is really quite fair." Mu Rong Yuan's expression immediately darkened, and he turned around to say, "Little prince, wait, it is not what you think." The strange young man beside him slowly walked over and slightly frowned at Xing Hai Tian Cheng. "Who was the person speaking to you just now?" Xing Hai Tian Cheng shouted strangely. "Who the hell cares? What does it have to do with Xing Hai Heavenly God?" He suddenly froze in place, his whole body trembling, and weakly replied, "It was Yi Qingyun." The strange young man calmly said, "Oh, so do you want to kill him? I can give you the power." Xing Hai Tian Cheng answered viciously, "Yes, of course I do." Mu Rong Yuan beside them became slightly worried seeing this scene. Master, he is still the young prince doing this?" The demonic-looking young man coldly glanced at Mu Rong Yuan. "What is a young prince? Besides, who knows that I did it?" Feeling an unprecedentedly powerful energy, Xing Hai Tian Cheng could not help but roar, "Yi Qingyun, I am coming for you." After saying that, he waved his hand and led his subordinates forward. In the void, the old man created an illusion formation, closed his eyes, and silently sensed everything inside it. Many martial artists had already begun fighting one after another, causing the scene to become chaotic. The people outside watched the situation inside through the water's surface, and the battle inside seemed extremely fierce, perhaps even more terrifying than a real battle. Inside the illusion formation, Yi Qingyun held two swords and fought against a black-clothed martial artist. He swung his sword down powerfully, causing fresh blood to spray everywhere. Outside, the old man opened his eyes and calmly said, "There are still 100 people left." At that moment, a cold small blade flashed and shot straight toward Yi Qingyun's head. Gao Dong saw this and angrily shouted, "Die, you dare ambush my big brother." His right hand swung the Hayashin hammer and fiercely smashed toward the opponent. The person screamed and was crushed into pieces by the hammer, while several more people rushed forward. Yi Qingyun calmly said while turning to look behind him, "Come out, I know it is you." Xing Hai Tian Cheng appeared, with many people standing beside him. "Still want to enter Xing Hai Academy? Tell me, what happens to those who offend me?" All the dog-like servants beside him immediately charged forward fiercely. "Damn it, kill!" Gao Dong swung the Hayashin hammer again and let out a long roar. Kang Jai released his martial soul and quickly rushed forward. His martial soul was like a fierce tiger, and one punch killed the enemy's martial soul. Gao Dong leaped high into the air and smashed one person to death with his hammer. A silver chain stretched out and intertwined across the void. Liu Dao's entire body transformed into steel metal, shining brightly, while his hands controlled the chain like a mad silver snake wildly dancing in the air before rushing out. Many martial artists around them died miserably one after another. Ah, Yi Qingyun looked surprised. So it is a mutated body of the Steel Snake King. A flame suddenly appeared in Xing Haitiancheng's hand. The flames erupted everywhere, burning the bodies of his own servants. They cried out in panic, "What is happening?" Liu Tao was shocked. Xing Haitiancheng roared, "A bunch of useless trash." The servants below cried out, "What kind of fire is this?" Young Prince Yang Shan suddenly rushed out from behind Tao Liu and launched an attack. But right after that, Yi Qingyun managed to kick him away. Tao Liu turned around and said, "Thank you." Yi Qingyun slightly nodded. "No problem." Someone cried out miserably, "Ah." He also went berserk and fled desperately. While running, he shouted, "Young Prince, save me." Seeing this, Gao Dong angrily cursed, "Damn it, he is even killing his own people." Xing Haitiancheng did not care at all. "My own people? No, those people are nothing but lowly trash like weeds. Their deaths mean nothing. As long as I give the order, there will be people willing to throw away their lives for me." As he spoke, he pressed his hands together and condensed a fireball. As long as Yi Qingyun coldly snorted. Xing Haitiancheng roared and fiercely threw the fireball forward. "This can kill you, Yi Qingyun." Yi Qingyun raised his hand, and a black flame appeared in his palm. "Destroy." Kang Jai and Gao Dong were horrified by this scene, looking at the white-clothed youth ahead in shock. "What? Morai flame?" Xing Haitiancheng also widened his eyes when he saw this scene. "Impossible." The 10 demonic flames slowly spread out, covering the giant fireball. Xing Haitiancheng felt his breathing become difficult and his legs directly fell to the ground. Huff huff, how is this possible? Yi Qingyun snorted coldly as the 10 demonic flames continued spreading. Not long after, it completely swallowed the fireball. At this moment, a violent energy suddenly surged from within Xing Haitiancheng's body. In an instant, his entire body was covered in black flames. Yi Qingyun pointed at Xing Haitiancheng, and a loud explosion rang out. Xing Haitiancheng's entire body directly exploded. Seeing this scene, everyone around was instantly terrified. The little prince is dead. Yi Qingyun killed him. It seems the Xing Hai Empire is about to be thrown into chaos. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly and slowly removed his blindfold, sensing the aura of the strange flame. The floating flame in the void then quickly flew in another direction. Yi Qingyun immediately revealed his eyes and looked toward the direction of the flame. Freeze. The flame was instantly held still in the void, and Yi Qingyun's speed was like lightning as he rushed forward like a hunting leopard and grabbed the flame. A cold voice full of killing intent came from below. "You dare." Yi Qingyun ignored everyone and then opened his mouth to swallow it completely. A vicious, strange-looking youth charged toward Yi Qingyun, followed by a group of people and the Mo Rai flame. He shouted, "Idiot, that violent energy cannot be refined by humans. Wait for your death." Yi Qingyun sneered. "Oh, is that so? I don't think so." He laughed sinisterly and the flames on his body burned fiercely. "You dare take my possession, I will force you to spit it out." Yi Qingyun seemed to be enjoying himself, calmly looking at the strange-looking youth in front of him. An excited and agitated voice echoed in the void. "There are still 24 people left." The void flame looked at the 4 people of Yi Qingyun and said calmly, 24 people, then these 4 must die. What do you all think?" Many martial artists immediately shouted, "Agreed." However, right after that, a strange force came from the void, startling the martial artists. What is happening? A martial artist lying in a huge hand-shaped pit died just like that. Seeing this, the remaining people immediately showed fear on their faces, looking around anxiously. Another strange invisible hand-shaped force slammed down on a martial artist, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Kang Jai and Gao Dong nervously looked around. Who did this? Yi Qingyun was constantly shocked in his heart. He saw my eyes. In the illusory sky, a strange old man stood floating in the air. Another martial artist was smashed to death, with blood flowing out like a stream. Mu Rongyuan fearfully hid behind the void flame and trembled. Master, protect me." The void flame frowned and replied coldly, "Be quiet." His heart was full of confusion. What exactly did this old man want to do? In the deep blue sky, an aged figure slowly appeared. The old man smiled at the people below. All right, 20 people, congratulations on your success. 3 months later, the second round of the Xing Hai competition will begin. From today onward, you have become students of Xing Hai Academy. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Huan, a teacher at Xing Hai Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you. Now leave. After saying that, a vortex appeared in the sky, sending the two people from the illusion back to the real world. Seeing them appear, the crowd immediately shouted, "Oh, look, they are out." Someone spoke in confusion. "Why do I feel like someone cheated in this battle?" The person beside him quickly whispered, "Shh, be quiet, do you want to die?" Yi Qingyun landed on the ground. He looked at Huan, his brows slightly furrowed, and his heart was filled with shock. "You want to steal my eyes? Then don't blame me for targeting your illusion eyes." The void flame stared at Huan for a long time, his face still cold. HMPH. He secretly thought, "Wait until I absorb the cultivation of some people, then I will kill you." General Cao stepped forward and looked at Xing Hai Tiancheng's corpse. He slightly frowned. "Dead." At that moment, Mu Rongyuan hurried over. "General Cao, I know who killed Xing Hai Tiancheng." Mu Rongyuan pointed directly at Yi Qingyun, his face dark and vicious. "The murderer is him." Yi Qingyun crossed his arms, showing no fear. "Looks like you have forgotten the pain from that day." Mu Rongyuan's expression stiffened slightly, his eyes burning with rage. "You are too arrogant. More than 20 people here saw you kill him. Don't even dream of escaping." Many warriors around immediately echoed, "That's right, we all saw it." Gao Dong, with his fiery temper, shouted, "Escape your head, he clearly killed himself." Mu Rongyuan looked at General Cao and, knowing he was wise, continued firmly, "Self-destruction is just an excuse, don't believe him." Yi Qingyun sent a voice transmission to Gao Dong. "Gao Dong, don't act." Gao Dong looked at Yi Qingyun unhappily, full of confusion. "Big brother." Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed as he looked straight ahead. Huan glanced at Yi Qingyun, secretly shocked. "Why does this guy keep staring at me like I'm prey?" Yi Qingyun calmly said, "That's right, I killed him." The void flame was stunned, secretly thinking, what exactly is he planning? Mu Rongyuan immediately laughed proudly, his words full of threat. "Haha, he admitted it. General Cao, what are you waiting for? Capture him." General Cao frowned and looked coldly at Mu Rongyuan. "Are you telling me what to do?" Yi Qingyun calmly extended both hands. "General Cao, please." Kang Jai froze on the spot, his face showing a strange expression. "Master." General Cao helplessly sighed. "You, forgive me." Yi Qingyun sent a voice transmission to Kang Jai and Gao Dong. "Return to the Kang family first, I will be fine." Gao Dong looked at Yi Qingyun, still unable to understand. "Big brother." 3 days passed and the news spread through Xing Hai City like the wind, causing the entire city to shake. "Hey, I heard the little prince of the empire died." "I knew already, I heard he was killed horribly." He was just an idiot. The little prince is the son of the emperor's most beloved younger brother. That's right, perhaps everyone connected to him will be killed. Haha, isn't that General Cao he is holding? Haha, there will be a good show now. General Cao is heading toward the prison. General Cao's expression was heavy as he quickly walked forward. In the prison, a person held a yellow bag in his hand, his face fierce as he muttered, 3 days have passed, but there is still no message from above. Perhaps they want him to disappear on his own. You are truly lucky. You killed the entire little prince's family and were not executed with them, but you cannot keep your life. He revealed a sinister smile, his body extremely strong. It would be a waste to kill you. It would be better to use you to help my old insect level up. As the bag opened, countless insects crawled out, each with sharp fangs. Yi Qingyun sensed the insects appearing around him, slightly frowned, looked ahead, and revealed a cold smile. "Was it you who released them?" That person laughed wildly, his eyes cold. "Haha, so you are awake. That's right, I released them. Don't worry, I will let them tear apart every part of your body. You still have to go to the execution ground, so I cannot let you die immediately." Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, just relying on these insects. Witnessing this scene, that person immediately sucked in a cold breath and stared blankly at his opponent. Yi Qingyun coldly glanced at him, slowly raised his hand, and all the surrounding fang insects were burned by black flames. "Do you think that because I am locked with black iron chains, I can do nothing?" The flames even burned away the black iron shackles. Looking at the young man before him, that person was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? All my old insects are dead." Suddenly, a command came from outside. "Open the door." The man was slightly startled and turned his head. "General Cao." Yi Qingyun laughed. "Oh, you finally came." He laughed proudly. "Haha, that's right, I came. Your death has arrived, it has arrived." You really do have some ability. General Cao personally came to escort you to the execution ground. The Xinghai Empire's magnificent and grand royal palace. The palace halls and towers inside rose and fell in a majestic arrangement. In a huge palace on the dragon throne, a middle-aged man with a vicious expression stared fiercely downward. Huan, are you truly stopping me from killing that lowly commoner? Huan showed no fear, calmly saying, Xinghai Emperor, are you afraid of death? Xinghai Emperor's expression changed. What? Immediately after, a boundless giant skull appeared before Xinghai Emperor, causing his body to tremble violently. Ah! A strange light flashed in Huan's eyes as he deeply stared at the emperor before him. Xinghai Emperor's expression slightly changed. Are you threatening me? Xinghai Emperor's expression changed as he shouted, You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of Wen Xiangtian? Huan calmly replied, glanced at Xinghai Emperor, then his tone suddenly turned cold. Wen Xiangtian, the one from Wenqing sect, your majesty contacted him because you wanted to drive me away? Xinghai Emperor raised another black command token with a golden question character and shouted, Is that not allowed? A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Xinghai Emperor, and a fierce killing intent surged forward, targeting Huan directly. But in the next moment, that overwhelming killing intent vanished like smoke. It seems you have sat on the throne for too long and forgotten your own identity. Or do you think you are already strong enough to ignore my words and step above Xinghai Academy? Sorry, but I already killed him. Hearing this, Xinghai Emperor's expression changed drastically. Ha, spare me. Huan shook his head, glanced at him, then turned around and calmly said, Don't worry, as long as you obey, you won't die. But if there is a next time, it will not be so simple. Let me tell you this, your body contains not only the poison of Xinghai Academy, but also the poison of Wenqing sect. Slowly, Huan left the imperial palace. Xinghai Emperor hurriedly stopped him, afraid the other person could still hear, and whispered, Quiet, ninth brother, he may not have gone far yet. He spoke heavily, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. I don't care, I must take revenge. If you won't help me, I will go to the demon temple for assistance. After saying that, he quickly left, the killing intent around him still dense. After all, the demons only need women and money, and as long as they are satisfied, they will do anything. Xinghai Emperor watched his ninth brother leave and sighed. Alas, behind him, cold sweat continuously poured out as he said deeply, Elite guard, you heard it, didn't you? I am only a puppet they control. Big brother cannot do anything. Behind him, a middle-aged man slowly walked out, his face gloomy and his sharp eyes burning with intense anger. How could this happen? Xinghai Emperor helplessly said, Someone, release that commoner. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. General Tao looked at the decree and read aloud. The Xinghai competition is the fairest and most just competition, and casualties are unavoidable during the contest. When General Tao read this part, the prison guard froze like stone, waves rising in his heart, his face showing disbelief. Oh, innocent, what is his background? Xinghai Emperor is extremely ruthless, yet he did not kill him. General Tao continued reading. Not only is Yi Qingyun not guilty, he has also become a student of Xinghai Academy. Yi Qingyun raised his hand and gently patted the prison guard's shoulder. He immediately panicked, his whole body trembling. Ancestor. Yi Qingyun smiled calmly and said, I am in a good mood today, consider yourself lucky. General Tao looked at Yi Qingyun and could not help but sigh. You really surprise me. He smiled and replied, You surprise me too. General Tao continued, You can go directly to Xinghai Academy, your friends are all there. He nodded, I will go now. Xinghai Academy had a campus covered with greenery with dense bamboo forests, and the sunlight made the scenery even more beautiful. In the bamboo forest stood a huge rectangular blue stone with 3 blood-red words carved on the front, Xinghai Academy. Xinghai Luo Jiao slightly frowned and looked directly at Yi Qingyun. It's you, I didn't expect Father Emperor would release you. Yi Qingyun also looked directly at Xinghai Luo Jiao without hesitation, his expression full of teasing. Do you want revenge? The handsome young man behind her became furious, stepped forward and shouted, What is your status? How dare you speak to the princess like this? Kneel down. His shout carried an astonishing aura, but Yi Qingyun did not even bother looking at him. If not, then I will leave. Xinghai Luo Jiao slightly frowned and waved her hand. Immediately after, a group of people with surging killing intent rushed out from behind Yi Qingyun like hunting leopards and shouted, Die. Yi Qingyun slightly frowned ahead, then turned around to look back. The 3 people simultaneously struck toward Yi Qingyun, but after realizing it was only a lightning clone, they were all shocked and exclaimed, What? Two huge hands suddenly struck down from above, and Yi Qingyun casually grabbed the group of people. Then he used a clone to attack, making the injured man cry out, "Ah!" The giant hand tightly squeezed the remaining two people, causing them to spit out blood. Xinghai Luo Jiao glared at Yi Qingyun, her expression serious. "Yi Qingyun, right? I want to make a deal with you." Yi Qingyun sneered, showing no interest. "The seed of the strange flame has no trace. It is the strongest among the top 10 strange flames." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun frowned. Xinghai Luo Jiao looked at him and said sweetly, "I know the exact location of the third flame sacred fire, ranked 10th. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. "If you know, why don't you get it yourself?" Xinghai Luo Jiao slowly said, "There is a restriction there. Only those above the Yang Essence realm can enter. The people beside you are recognized geniuses of the Yang Essence realm, so they can definitely do it." Yi Qingyun asked curiously, "What do you want in exchange?" Xinghai Luo Jiao looked at Yi Qingyun and said seriously, "Help me obtain a flame heart crystal fragment, and I will tell you the location of the strange flame." Yi Qingyun raised his eyebrows. "Flame heart crystal fragment, you are a profound yin body." Xinghai Luo Jiao looked as if she had seen a ghost and froze. How do you know?" Xinghai Luo Jiao nodded, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale. "That's right, I am a profound yin body. The Xinghai Empire looks powerful, but in reality it is only a servant of Xinghai Academy. I don't want to be oppressed by the people of Xinghai Academy. I need the Flame 3-star fragment to advance." Yi Qingyun frowned slightly and calmly said, "Stop pretending to cry. I know what kind of person you are. Tell me, when do we leave?" Xinghai Luo Jiao's face turned red with anger as she watched Yi Qingyun's back slowly disappear. HMPH. In the dormitory, an exclamation suddenly sounded. "Big Brother is amazing. Now the entire Xinghai Empire knows about you." Another voice immediately agreed. "Of course, Master killed the little prince and is still fine." Yi Qingyun looked toward Tao Liu and said deeply, "This is the poison removal pill for you." Tao Liu looked at Yi Qingyun gratefully, completely stunned. "You are a 4th-grade alchemist." Gao Dong said excitedly, "Haha, you only know now. Big Brother is a 4th-grade alchemist. Following him means you definitely won't go hungry." Tao Liu's eyes immediately lit up. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. "Cultivate well. 5 days later we will enter the Xinghai mountain range." Tao Liu asked in confusion, Why are we going there?" Gao Dong immediately raised his voice. "What are you saying? This is Big Brother. Whatever Big Brother says, we do it, understand?" Tao Liu hurriedly nodded repeatedly. I understand. Yi Qingyun smiled, then left the place alone. He casually chose a rooftop and began cultivating the destruction eye. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly emitted a brilliant light like the sun. A sun appeared in the blue sky. Within that sun, a tower seemed to faintly appear. A shocked expression flashed across Yi Qingyun's face. "This is..." He carefully counted. The tower had a total of 9 floors. He looked more closely at the tower. When his gaze pierced inside, in the dim darkness, he saw a woman with messy hair hanging in midair, bound by countless chains. Yi Qingyun's pupils suddenly shrank. Who is she? This feeling is so familiar, I can't see clearly closer. Under her feet, a huge eye slowly opened. Suddenly, a sound rang out. HMPH. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot out from that eye. In an instant, above the deep blue sky of the Ba Huang continent, a purple lightning bolt flashed like a giant dragon roaring. The terrifying impact tore apart the surrounding space. In just a moment, the purple lightning struck the tower directly, causing a shocking explosion. Everyone who sensed this terrifying energy immediately felt fear, as if their souls were about to be destroyed. A voice as cold as ice suddenly rang beside Yi Qingyun's ear. "If you dare peek again next time, die." Gao Dong and Kang Jai hurriedly ran outside in panic. "Big Brother." Yi Qingyun frowned deeply. "I'm fine." Huan also walked out, looking up at the deep blue sky and slightly frowning. Then his gaze fell on the white-clothed youth sitting below. He thought secretly, could this be the phenomenon after the destruction eye awakened? It truly is extraordinary. I heard that humans who want to obtain the destruction eye must face the entire Heavenly Eye clan. I never expected to meet someone with this eye while I am still alive. A cold voice like a freezing wind passed by. "It has been 100 years, stop hopping. He died long ago. Your elder sister personally pierced his body with the Luo Ling sword." The woman's body immediately trembled and she struggled violently, letting out a sharp cry that tore at the heart. "Impossible." That cold voice continued from the void. Believe it or not, he can never return. I will slowly take everything from you. Just stay here. Reincarnated Empress. The woman slowly opened her eyes, a cold smile appearing on her lips as she thought, Ye brother, I don't believe you are dead. I have reincarnated. I wonder if I can meet you again. Her heart suddenly ached, and every heartbeat became more violent. Yi Qingyun held his chest and cried out in pain. Why does it feel so uncomfortable? 5 days later, someone heard that this time the Academy announced the appearance of the third flame sacred fire in the Xing High Mountain range, but they seem to have no intention of taking it themselves. That's right, so who obtains the third flame sacred fire is still unknown. After all, the Xing High Mountain range is huge. It depends on luck. From afar, a beautiful figure slowly appeared with a sweet smile on her face. Are you welcoming me? Yi Qingyun's face instantly darkened, his heart filled with anger. Your information is quite expensive. Xing Hai Luo Jiao did not care. I know the exact location. Perhaps brother Yi doesn't understand the importance of knowing the opportunity first. At this moment, a cold-faced young man walked out from the crowd, his brows furrowed and his voice unable to hide his anger. Luo Jiao, you won't go with me but instead go with trash. Xing Hai Luo Jiao's face turned cold. Who I go with is my choice, can you control that? A shout echoed, Xiao Jiang. Huan said in a deep voice, his eyes sweeping across everyone. Today I will bring you to the Xing High Mountain range. As for the third flame sacred fire, you must rely on yourselves. After speaking, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Gu Ming. Gu Ming, help me keep an eye on Hai Luo Jiao and Yi Qingyun, he is useful. Gu Ming turned his head and looked at Huan. Yi Qingyun slightly frowned and thought to himself, there is no point in staying here. After obtaining the 3 flame sacred fire and the weak cold token, I will leave immediately. Immediately after, a sharp bird cry sounded from the horizon. In an instant, a giant demonic beast flew to Xing High Academy. Huan stood on the ground, looked at it and said, everyone can ride my bird. Yi Qingyun was secretly amazed when he saw the illusion split rock standing in the courtyard. The illusion split rock was the favorite demonic beast of illusion formation masters, possessing illusion abilities. Huan glanced around and calmly said, what are you standing there for? We depart now. Gao Dong excitedly ran forward. Big brother, hurry, let's go see that bird. Kang Jai also followed behind, laughing. Master, I want to see it too. Gao Dong looked at the demonic beast with great interest and asked, how long would it take to finish eating such a huge leg? Gu Ming stood behind and sneered mockingly. What a country bumpkin. Kang Jai reached out to touch the illusion split rock's leg but could not touch it. What is happening? Gu Ming jumped forward, looking down on them in his heart. Idiots. Yi Qingyun walked closer and said, its meat does not taste good. Gao Dong scratched his head awkwardly. Really? Haha, I was just saying. Yi Qingyun continued explaining, the illusion split rock has illusion talent, so sometimes what you see is not real. Kang Jai exclaimed in surprise. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Qingyun lightly jumped onto the back of the illusion split rock, looked down and urged, get on. Seeing Yi Qingyun's action, Gu Ming secretly thought, this guy is not ordinary. In the Xing High Mountain range, Huan sat on the head of the illusion split rock and smiled while pointing downward. The 3 flame sacred fire is inside. Go, the group continued forward, passing through desolate cliffs. After he finished speaking, the others immediately rushed into the cave without hesitation. Some flew, some ran. All right. Huan left while sitting on the head of the illusion split rock, secretly thinking, I should return and study how to move that eye. Once I obtain the destruction eye and return to the Ba Huang Week camp, I will definitely rise again. Inside the cave, dark red rocks like blood were everywhere. A warrior seeing this scene excitedly stepped forward. Ha ha ha, blood red iron rock. I'm rich, this trip made me rich. After saying that, he reached out and touched the blood red iron rock. Immediately after, flames erupted and quickly engulfed him. He screamed in pain. Ah, help! Gu Ming looked at him and shook his head. What an idiot. In the end, that person's body was burned into bones. Gu Ming led 3 others away and coldly snorted. Remember, without my order, do not act on your own. A foot slowly stepped closer to the charred corpse. Yi Qingyun looked at the blackened bones on the ground and said, the rock contains the aura of the 3 flame sacred fire. Be careful, don't touch it carelessly. Behind him, Gao Dong broke out in cold sweat. Understood. Xing Hai Luo Jiao looked at Yi Qingyun and said, follow me. After speaking, Xing Hai Luo Jiao immediately leaped upward. Gao Dong turned to Yi Qingyun and asked quietly, big brother, can we trust her? Yi Qingyun looked at Xing Hai Luo Jiao's departing back and slowly replied, we will see. After that, Yi Qingyun and Gao Dong jumped upward at the same time, following Xing Hai Luo Jiao. Yi Qingyun asked curiously. You have been here before. Xinghai Luo Jiao did not hide it and answered honestly. Of course, moreover, the people of Xinghai Academy have known about this place for a long time. Yi Qingyun slightly frowned. Then why bring us inside? Couldn't you bring your own people? As if realizing something, Yi Qingyun's expression suddenly changed greatly. Unless need sacrifices. Xinghai Luo Jiao gently nodded. That's right, young Master Yi is truly intelligent. She slowly explained. You probably sensed a strange power around here when you entered, right? This is the forbidden power of the three evolutions sacred flame. If more than 5 people enter, the person with the highest cultivation will be killed by the forbidden technique. Xinghai Luo Jiao's expression became indifferent. Actually, the Academy's target is not the three flame sacred fire, but the mysterious person imprisoned here. Xinghai Luo Jiao slowly spoke, completely unaware of Yi Qingyun's unusual gaze. The last time I came here was to save that person. But I discovered that saving him required sacrifices to unlock it. Yi Qingyun's expression changed again and he suddenly asked, so this is why the Academy kept spreading information outside, right? It seems the Academy is truly vicious. They protect their own people. I wonder if your father entered himself. Xinghai Luo Jiao immediately interrupted him, her face full of contempt. We are already here and many people have already died, haven't they? The Xinghai Emperor looks powerful, but in reality he is just a puppet, nothing more than the Academy's servant. Xinghai Luo Jiao glanced deeply at Yi Qingyun, then slowly walked forward. Actually, you should thank me, otherwise you would die here. Hurry, before rescuing that person, take the 3 flames sacred fire first. Wait until she leaves. Yi Qingyun frowned and quietly told Gao Dong and Kang Jai, be careful of her. The two nodded slightly. All right. Void Flame looked ahead and slightly frowned. I can sense the 3 flame sacred fire in front. Murong Yuan beside him was shocked upon hearing this, finding it unbelievable, and secretly wondered what this person's identity was to be so strange that he could sense the aura of the strange flame. Ahead, Void Flame frowned and shouted, why are you still not following? Murong Yuan immediately hurried after him. At that time, deep inside the cave, Gu Ming's entire body trembled in fear, his expression extremely respectful, hands clasped together. Senior Gui Gui. In front of him was a lake, but the water inside was as red as blood, with a rectangular stone platform floating on the surface. On the platform was a person with messy hair, completely naked, with all 4 limbs tightly wrapped in chains that extended endlessly into the depths of darkness. In front of that person, Gu Ming was kneeling on the ground, and the 3 martial artists behind him also knelt. An old voice slowly echoed, 236. Not enough, still not enough. Suddenly, the mysterious person raised his head and a large scar covered his face, making him terrifying to look at. Who are these 3? Gu Ming did not dare delay and immediately answered, they are my 3 most loyal and strongest subordinates. A cold, killing intent suddenly flashed in the mysterious person's eyes. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, a giant monster rose from the lake. It opened its bloody mouth and charged straight toward the 3 people. Then become sacrifices. The 3 trembled in fear and shouted, be big, brother. Gu Ming glared fiercely at them and shouted, shut up. In an instant, the monster swallowed the 3 martial artists whole. The 3 slowly turned into skeletons, screaming in pain. Senior. Gu Ming's entire body trembled, his heart filled with fear, cold sweat pouring from his forehead like rain and his back soaked through. Guinai calmly said in a deep and terrifying voice, don't worry, I have recovered 40% already and the day of my release has arrived. After saying that, his right hand suddenly moved slightly, causing the iron chain to instantly shatter. His left hand also clenched tightly, and the iron chain broke apart along with it. Soon, the mysterious person removed all the chains binding his body. Guinai looked at Gu Ming meaningfully. You are very smart. He stood up, gave a dark laugh, and continued, I won't kill you because I am in a good mood. After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Ming was shocked as if he suddenly realized something, swallowed, and hurriedly said, I don't need the 3 flame sacred fire. Senior, please don't misunderstand, I was only afraid it would be taken by someone else. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, haha, back then the owner of the 3 flame sacred fire imprisoned me here and he paid the price. Now I have killed him, the 3 flame sacred fire has no owner and I must obtain it. Ghost Sword Beast! As soon as he finished speaking, the blood lake above immediately rippled with countless bubbles slowly rising. Guinai gave a gloomy laugh. Come out, you get to eat delicious food again. Immediately after, a giant python emerged from the water, with a pair of wings growing on its head. At the same time, in another direction of the cave mansion, on a wide area of land, there was an extremely large rectangular table. In front of it was a white skeleton, and in the middle of its skull was a crystal fragment flashing with light, looking extremely bizarre. A voice slowly sounded. "Do you see it? The stone on the skull is a flame heart crystal fragment." A burning desire flashed in Xinghai Luo Jiao's eyes. "Help me obtain that, and I will tell you the exact location of the three flames sacred fire." Yi Qingyun stared at the skeleton in front and said word by word, "Tell me the location of the three flames sacred fire first." Xinghai Luo Jiao slightly frowned, her voice carrying a hint of displeasure. "You don't trust me?" Yi Qingyun nodded. "Correct, I don't trust you." Xinghai Luo Jiao's eyebrows moved slightly. She raised her slender hand and pointed at the platform ahead, speaking softly. "See that platform? That is a restriction. The three flames sacred fire is sealed inside. Once you obtain the crystal fragment, the restriction will open. Why would I lie to you?" At this moment, Tao Liu walked over, smiled, and said, "Qingyun, she probably isn't lying. Let me." Xinghai Luo Jiao stood beside them and watched the scene, her eyes slightly brightening as a strange curve appeared on her lips. Yi Qingyun noticed it in time and rushed over, shouting, "Stop." However, Liu Dao's hand had already touched the flame heart crystal fragment. He looked at Yi Qingyun and smiled. "Don't worry, I haven't." Before he could finish speaking, the next moment, a flame suddenly burst out from the flame heart crystal fragment. "Ah!" Tao Liu screamed miserably as his entire body was instantly burned away by flames as hot as molten lava. Yi Qingyun's eyes turned bloodshot. Xinghai Luo Jiao. Xinghai Luo Jiao slowly walked to the skeleton, smiling brightly. "What the ancient book said was true. Last time I felt something was wrong, so I did not touch it." The flame heart crystal fragment fell to the ground. She slowly squatted down and picked up the flame heart crystal fragment with her delicate jade-like hand. So the flame heart crystal fragment truly requires sacrifices. Yi Qingyun immediately rushed forward and struck Xinghai Luo Jiao with a palm strike. Seeing this, Xinghai Luo Jiao quickly dodged the fatal attack. At this moment, anger was clearly shown on her face. Yi Qingyun's eyes became even colder, his gaze locking tightly onto Xinghai Luo Jiao as his hand gripped her neck. "You deserve to die," she smiled. "Do you really want to kill me?" Xinghai Luo Jiao placed her hand on Yi Qingyun and released an extremely powerful aura into him. Yi Qingyun was forcefully pushed back and said in shock, "What is this?" Behind Xinghai Luo Jiao, three flames appeared. The third flame, sacred fire. Kang Jai saw this scene and his eyebrows twitched violently. The third flame, sacred fire, was inside the crystal fragment. Gao Dong's expression became even colder. "Damn it, she tricked us from the very beginning." Xinghai Luo Jiao calmly looked at him. "You are very strong, but you are not my opponent, at least not now." Yi Qingyun placed his hand on the unfeeling sword. "Then let's find out." After saying that, he fiercely swung his sword, and terrifying sword energy instantly rushed forward. But Xinghai Luo Jiao only casually raised her hand and quickly caught the sword tip. Xinghai Luo Jiao frowned slightly and looked at the youth before her with displeasure. "I already told you, you are not my opponent. I won't kill you, so why don't you leave?" Yi Qingyun completely ignored her words, his eyes still cold as ice. He turned around, releasing waves of lightning. Thunder, sword stance, death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun created many clones that surrounded Xinghai Luo Jiao and charged forward crazily. Xinghai Luo Jiao raised her hand and a flame appeared in her palm. In an instant, the flame expanded like a storm, causing the surroundings to burst into flames. Xinghai Luo Jiao suddenly rushed in front of Yi Qingyun. She struck him with a palm, sending him flying backward. Kang Jai and Gao Dong saw this scene and shouted together, "Master, big brother." Xinghai Luo Jiao looked ahead, her black eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Don't worry, I won't let him die." A roar came from deep inside the dark cave ahead. Xinghai Luo Jiao showed no fear on her face, her red lips slightly opening as a crazy battle intent appeared in her eyes. "Finally, you have come." Xinghai Luo Jiao shouted furiously. "Xinghai Academy was created to find you. I want to see what kind of person you are that made my father kill my mother because of you." A shocked voice came from the back of the ghost sword beast. "Xinghai Luo Jiao, you refine the third flame sacred fire." From afar, Gu Ming saw this scene and shouted loudly, "Doing this will cause the entire empire to fall into eternal ruin." Xinghai Luo Jiao shouted, "Do you think the Xinghai Empire can remain peaceful? How naive." Below, Xinghai Luo Jiao looked ahead with hatred in her heart. "You are that Gui Nai, aren't you?" A flame of anger burned in Gui Nai's dark eyes. You are Gui Kui Lei's daughter. Gui Nai's expression changed slightly and he said coldly, You dare steal my third flame sacred fire? Xing Hai Luo Jiao, you have quite some courage. After speaking, he immediately flew from the head of the ghost sword beast toward Xing Hai Luo Jiao. Xing Hai Luo Jiao stared at Gui Nai, flames blazing brightly in both hands. HMPH. With a loud boom, she retreated more than 10 steps. Gui Nai threatened without hesitation. Are you not afraid that I will destroy your Xing Hai empire? Xing Hai Luo Jiao looked at him disdainfully. Destroy it. Gui Nai said viciously, then I will kill your father. Xing Hai Luo Jiao replied indifferently without caring. Go ahead, if you can kill him, I will even thank you. Gui Nai's expression changed slightly and he said coldly, What a demonic woman. Since you stole my third flame sacred fire, I will kill you and take it back. Gui Nai ranked 12th on the Ba Huang continent's wind and cloud ranking with the title Twin Martial Ghost King. His strength was extremely profound, and he had now recovered to the 5 elements, 5 lords realm. After saying that, his right hand stretched out, and a huge black blade appeared with a golden dragon engraved on its body. He raised his hand and swung the blade wildly. Then Gui Nai shot forward like a cannonball. Go die. His powerful body tore through space, and the blade energy condensed into a black dragon that opened its huge mouth, as if wanting to swallow Xing Hai Luo Jiao whole. Her body was struck heavily and slammed directly into the cliff behind her. She frowned slightly and thought, I have not fully mastered the power of the 3 flame sacred fire yet. I am still not his opponent. I should escape. As the thought appeared, she immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. Gui Nai saw this and immediately chased after her, trying to run. One fled while the other chased, and the distance between them barely changed. The void flame looked at the strange-looking girl ahead, his expression slightly changing, then spoke in a sharp voice. The 3 flame sacred fire was actually devoured by a weak human, truly shameful. The void flame angrily chased after them. Chasing, Mu Rong Yuan immediately nodded. Yes, master. Gui Nai was filled with killing intent, secretly thinking, so it is a human transformed from a strange flame. Wait, the girl beside her is also a strange flame transformation. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. At this moment, the ghost sword beast suddenly let out a roar that shook the heavens, and a trembling voice sounded. Gu Ming trembled while looking at the ghost sword beast. I am your master's subordinate. You cannot eat me. If you want to eat them instead. The ghost sword beast let out a long roar and opened its bloody mouth wide. Save me. Gao Dong walked beside Yi Qing Yun and helped him up. Big brother, he said seriously, you go first, I will follow later. Behind them, the ghost sword beast had already swallowed the others. Gao Dong said worriedly, No, if we leave together. Yi Qing Yun raised his eyebrows. Kang Jai. Kang Jai stepped forward. Master. Yi Qing Yun raised his hand and pushed Gao Dong forward, sending him away. Don't worry, I will be fine. If you stay here, you will only distract me. After saying that, Yi Qing Yun released a terrifying surge of killing intent. Gao Dong raised the Haitian hammer and shouted loudly, Big brother, I will help you. Yi Qing Yun struck with his palm and knocked Gao Dong unconscious. Then Yi Qing Yun stood in front of the ghost sword beast to block it. He turned his head and anxiously shouted, Run quickly. Hearing this, Kang Jai hurriedly replied, Master. Holding the merciless sword, he fought the ghost sword beast with all his strength, secretly shocked in his heart. What? Yi Qing Yun looked directly at the ghost sword beast with sharp eyes. The ghost sword beast's eyes turned blood red, opening its huge mouth to swallow its opponent alive. Yi Qing Yun let out a long roar. Beast, go die. His hands tightly gripped the merciless sword. His hands tightly gripped the heartless sword. The demon sword beast thrashed violently in pain, throwing Yi Qing Yun off its head. Blood splattered everywhere and accidentally struck Yi Qing Yun's face, making him suddenly smell its pungent stench. Blood, blood. Yi Qing Yun began turning dark and roared, I must drink your blood. The demon sword beast shrieked violently. Yi Qing Yun gave a sinister smile. You dare resist. Seeing the demon sword beast flee in panic, Yi Qing Yun immediately chased it and shouted, Don't run, I'll drain all your blood. Behind him appeared a glowing 9-story refining tower. Greed filled Yi Qing Yun's eyes as he seemed to lose his reason and descend into madness. Blood. Sensing that violent aura, the demon sword beast cried out in fear and charged forward without hesitation. The demon sword beast fled madly while Yi Qing Yun crazily chased behind it. HMPH. Yi Qing Yun's eyes glowed blood red, 2 sharp fangs grew from his mouth, and his killing aura erupted like a raging flood. Blood. Kang Jai and Gao Dong stood frozen and exchanged glances as Gao Dong rubbed his neck and asked, Kang Jai, why did you knock me out? Is Big Brother all right? Kang Jai firmly replied, Master will be fine. Just then, Kang Jai sensed several fierce auras approaching from behind, his pupils shrinking as he shouted, Let's go, powerful experts are coming. After traveling outside for a while, Xing Hai Luo Jiao decided to stop. A sword-sharp aura radiated from her, and outside the cave the restrictive power no longer suppressed her. Your cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Do you still think you're my match now? Xing Hai Luo Jiao stared ahead confidently. Gui Nai. Gui Nai immediately frowned, his voice filled with envy, fury, jealousy, and intense hatred. Flame Heart Crystal Shard, so this is the benefit it gave you, but it was originally mine. Just then, a new faction appeared, and Gui Nai smiled upon seeing them. They're here. Void Flame looked over and said, Illusion Art, Boundless for Direction Mirage. Seal. Huan descended from the sky, followed by an extraordinarily handsome young man in a purple robe. The enchanting young man knelt on one knee before Gui Nai and respectfully said, Disciple greets the Ghost King. He slowly stood and looked at Xing Hai Luo Jiao, his expression changing drastically. You don't have the mystic yin body. Xing Hai Luo Jiao coldly replied, It's not gone, it evolved into the flame mystic body. His expression changed again as overwhelming rage filled his voice. Fine, you ungrateful traitor, damn you. Xing Hai Luo Jiao swung both hands, causing raging flames to erupt and surge forward in attack. Xing Hai Luo Jiao raised her brow, looked toward Void Flame's group, and shouted, Why are you still standing there? Everyone with a unique flame, fight them together. Don't hate me, because without joining forces, you all know how this ends. Void Flame frowned and told Doomsday Flame, You deal with the Illusion Master. The key is breaking his illusion art. Doomsday Flame nodded, Yes, Master. Elsewhere, a blood-soaked figure stood there with two razor-sharp fangs extending 50 centimeters from his mouth. So refreshing, a strange voice suddenly rang out and echoed throughout the cave. The pitch-black scales covering his body gradually turned blood-red, then a pair of wings suddenly grew from his back. A deep, hoarse voice slowly emerged from his mouth. I want blood, blood, blood. Layers of crimson scales glowed dark red, while every flap of his wings stirred a terrifying aura and unleashed waves of scorching heat. Blood, blood, his whole body was drenched in blood, and his eyes glowed an even more terrifying red. Yi Qing Yun's pupils suddenly contracted, and only at this moment did he finally regain his senses. A heart-rending scream erupted from Yi Qing Yun as tidal waves of pain surged through him and pierced clearly into his mind. Yi Qing Yun instinctively tried to resist but was completely powerless because the silver skeleton had already flown directly before him. It continuously shrank until matching the size of his own skeleton, then slowly fused into his body. Yi Qing Yun clearly felt his power rising, yet even more clearly felt tidal waves of agony violently invading his body. Unable to endure any longer, he crashed heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Just then, the cave suddenly collapsed, huge boulders piling atop one another. Xing Hai Luo Jiao truly is a ruthless and despicable woman, the old man beside him nodded. Who could deny that? Huan stood on the high platform and shouted. She watched her own father die horribly yet remained unmoved. The old man added, If Xing Hai Luo Jiao doesn't return to Star Sea Academy, the Star Sea Emperor must die. The man beside him added, Exactly, if I had such an unfilial daughter, I'd have slapped her long ago. Gui Nai grabbed the Star Sea Emperor by the collar and shouted, Stop clinging to hope, your daughter said you're not her father, so kill you if we want. Hearing this, the Star Sea Emperor cried out in agony, You wicked beast. The old man sighed. Then again, everyone in the Imperial Palace is cold-blooded and heartless, so this damned emperor deserves to die. I heard he killed his own elder brother to seize the throne back then and even spared no mercy for his wife. Look, he was an emperor, yet in the end, the Star Sea Emperor was beheaded. His corpse was hung high before the city gate, fresh blood streaming down. Xing Hai Luo Jiao stood atop a distant tower. Her gaze silently drifted toward the rear mountains of the Star Sea Mountain range. It seemed something there still held her heart and kept her from forgetting. She painfully clenched the bell cord beside her. In her heart she thought, I hope you don't die, and I hope I can meet you again in the near future. By then I will be the Empress and you will be my master. This is how I'll repay you. With that thought, Xing Hai Luo Jiao turned and left freely. Within the territory of the Supreme Sorrow Temple, amid endless mountains, a devout voice rang out, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Another voice immediately replied from behind a tattered curtain that completely hid his face, Jiang Ming, weren't all the people of Star Sea Academy imprisoned? Why aren't you enjoying wealth in your imperial city instead of coming to my remote place? Jiang Ming knelt at the entrance with his head pressed to the ground and pleaded earnestly, Brother, don't mock me. The Star Sea Empire no longer exists and I alone escaped alive. Brother, don't grieve. Who would dare mock you when you once saved me? Jiang Ming's expression shifted as joy rose in his heart. Brother, has your cultivation improved again? The bald old man glanced indifferently at Jiang Ming and suddenly asked, Brother, would you be interested in becoming emperor of the Star Sea Empire? Jiang Ming stared at the monk in shock. Brother, what are you saying? A brilliant light flashed in the old monk's eyes as if he were plotting something. Jiang Ming froze briefly, then sprang up and stared firmly into his eyes. Do I want it? The old monk studied him and casually said, I heard your son was killed by a young man, right? Jiang Ming's face twisted viciously. Yes, but that bastard is already dead, otherwise I'd truly tear him into 100 pieces. The monk walked away with a sinister laugh, hey hey hey, passing another monk who had just killed someone. Then, as if remembering something, he raised his face toward the deep blue sky and burst into laughter, ha ha ha. The two walked along a road soaked in fresh blood while another man lay by the roadside screaming miserably. The Star Sea Empire is still the Star Sea Empire. Jiang Ming and Qi Xian stood inside the imperial chambers as he spread his arms, swept his gaze around, and declared, But the Emperor of Star Sea is now me, Jiang Ming. Which power still dares defy me? With blood everywhere, Jiang Ming loudly proclaimed, If none, surrender and be spared. From today onward, Yang Qi Xian of the Supreme Sorrow Temple is the imperial advisor. Yang Qi Xian frowned and gave a sinister chuckle, heh. In the rear mountains of Star Sea within the Star Sea Empire, Kang Jai searched and asked, Gao Dong, master should be fine, right? Gao Dong planted his hands on his hips and confidently replied, Of course, Big Brother's bones are tougher than anyone's. Kang Jai asked, Then why haven't we found him after a whole month? Just then, a subordinate rushed over in panic. Patriarch, Patriarch. He knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and urgently reported, Patriarch, the Star Sea Empire has been restored. Jiang Ming is now its emperor, and the Supreme Sorrow Temple supports him. Gao Dong and Kang Jai exclaimed together, What? Kang Jai ignored everything and turned back to search. This has nothing to do with us. We should quickly find Master. Gao Dong looked around and shouted, Big brother, are you here? The subordinate kept his fists clasped and firmly said, But Patriarch, doesn't the Supreme Sorrow Temple have a grudge against your master? And wasn't Jiang Ming's son also killed by? Hearing this, Kang Jai suddenly remembered, That's right. He then laughed, You're right, so we should find Master first. Beside him, Gao Dong slapped a boulder impatiently and said, Big brother, stop hiding, I see you. Holding a fan, he kept waving it until a hesitant voice suddenly called, Wang De Jian. Wang De Jian lowered his eyes to Jiang Ming lying in his arms and smiled, Your servant is here. Jiang Ming frowned, I have become emperor and should be delighted, yet I hold no power and everything I do must. Hearing this, Wang De Jian immediately raised his fan to cover Jiang Ming's mouth, making him blush. Your Majesty, don't say such things, be careful the imperial advisor hears. At those words, Jiang Ming became furious, sprang up, sat straight, and complained, Imperial advisor, always the imperial advisor, I know, I just hate. Just then, a soldier approached and called, Your Majesty. Jiang Ming stood, pointed his fan at the soldier's face, and shouted, Since when does a lowly soldier dare barge into my chambers? The soldier solemnly replied, The imperial advisor wishes to see your Majesty regarding how to deal with Cao Yizio. The feather in his hand slowly lowered, and the air suddenly fell silent. Wang De Jian spoke calmly and waved his hand. If Cao Yizio wants to kill, let him kill. He deserved to die, now leave. The soldier immediately obeyed, then I shall report back to the imperial advisor. Jiang Ming chuckled, You still understand me best, I cannot say those words myself. Suddenly, a noise came from behind, and Jiang Ming and Wang De Jian's expressions shifted slightly. The soldier from earlier was sent flying backward into the room. With a boom, the attacker smashed through the stone wall with one punch. Wang De Jian forced himself to stay calm and boldly pointed ahead, while Jiang Ming glanced at him and said, Go take a look. Wang De Jian immediately rushed forward as a black marsh python martial spirit appeared behind him. A hand tightly seized Wang De Jian by the throat. His martial spirit was also strangled at the same time. Wang De Jian's eyelids twitched repeatedly as he stammered, Who are you? Yi Qingyun turned toward him and calmly said, Yi Qingyun. Those words struck Jiang Ming like thunder from a clear sky, violently shaking his mind for an instant. After clearly seeing that face, Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched as he roared furiously, It's you, it really is you, Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun crushed Wang De Jian's throat, instantly killing him with his eyes still open. He coldly tossed the corpse aside and mocked, "So what if it's me?" Jiang Ming screamed with murderous rage. "Yi Qingyun, you killed my son, you killed my son. Tian Cheng was my only son, yet you dared kill him. Guards, seize him. Where is Xinghai Luo Jiao?" Jiang Ming's face twisted viciously. "Why should I tell you where that wretched woman is?" Jiang Ming suddenly froze. Yi Qingyun threatened coldly and asked again, "Where is Xinghai Luo Jiao?" Jiang Ming trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear. "I'll talk." A drop of sweat hit the ground, and after listening, Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. Xinghai Luo Jiao already left this place. The people of Star Sea Academy also left. Yi Qingyun let out a long breath. "I never expected to have been unconscious for so long." Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Whose shoes are these?" Seeing Yang Qi-xian arrive, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "Imperial Advisor, Imperial Advisor. Imperial Advisor, this is Yi Qingyun. Please help me kill him. This bastard said you're worthless." Yang Qi-xian shouted, "What?" He then clasped his hands together. "Do not get angry, endure it. Keep the heart still and the body calm. Without agitation there is no harm, but once the heart stirs, reason is lost." It harms the body, yet the more he spoke, the harder his body trembled. Finally, Yang Qi-xian completely lost control. "Brat, I can't take it anymore. You're the worthless one. Your whole family is worthless." Yi Qingyun fearlessly looked at him and said, "What a shameless bastard." Yi Qingyun shouted, "Heartless sword strike." Gripping the heartless sword tightly, he gathered his strength and slashed fiercely forward. Sensing that terrifying power, Yang Qi-xian's expression changed drastically. "Damn it, block it for me." Cracks gradually spread across the prayer beads before they shattered into pieces. Yang Qi-xian screamed, his expression turning extremely ugly. Yang Qi-xian roared furiously, "Guards, guards, kill this demon for me." Several demon lords suddenly appeared in the void, all glaring at Yi Qingyun with surging killing intent. "Monster! Monster, die!" Yi Qingyun shouted again, "Thunder sword force." In an instant, thunder dragons that shook heaven and earth appeared in midair. The dragons' tails seemed wrapped in raging tornadoes that swept wildly around. Terrifying energy spread in every direction, making even space tremble slightly. Purple dragon. The warrior screamed and fell from the void, his charred body struck dead by lightning, while 9 enormous silver dragons roared around Yi Qingyun, opened their silver jaws, and each swallowed a demon lord as Yang Qi-xian cried in panic, "What do you want?" He then clasped his hands together and spoke in a deep voice, "Gather the spirits of heaven and earth, manifest." Behind him appeared a gigantic demon tower, shimmering with silver light. Yi Qingyun was slightly startled. "Demon tower?" Yang Qi-xian spoke with righteous dignity. "Ha ha, bold demon, you've committed countless crimes and now want to kill a saint like me. Aren't you afraid of being struck dead by heavenly lightning?" Yi Qingyun gripped the heartless sword and decisively slashed down. The heartless sword slammed hard into the demon tower. Seeing the demon tower remain intact, Yang Qi-xian laughed smugly. "Hey he." He continued righteously, "Bold demon, surrender now and you may still save your miserable life." Yi Qingyun attacked again. His huge hand directly grabbed Yang Qi-xian by the face. "You." Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Ming trying to escape. Yang Qi-xian was engulfed in flames. Countless corpses lay scattered across the ground with their eyes wide open. The entire Kang family had been razed to the ground, leaving only ruins with smoke and flames still rising in several places. Yi Qingyun stood frozen, brows tightly furrowed and expression cold as ice. Soon he arrived above the Kang family's gravity field. "Kang Tianma. Kang Tianma, come out here." Suddenly, a Kang family disciple behind him regained consciousness. He stared blankly at the young man before him, Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly, barely containing his anger. "It's me. What happened to the Kang family and where are Kang Jai and Gao Dong?" He struggled to speak. "They were captured by the Mu Rong family, and a group claiming to be from the Crimson Gates Hanba also came here." Yi Qingyun calmly said, "Rest. The pill I gave you will quickly heal your injuries and even increase your cultivation. These are all pills. The Kang family and the remaining survivors are counting on you. I hope you can truly save them." A man standing outside the room roared furiously, "If not for you, how could I have lost my right arm?" He gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. "If not for you, how could my blood demon have been stolen by that bastard Guinai? You deserved to die, and even if you hadn't, I would have beaten you to death myself." Mu Rong Yuan burned with rage. "If you appear, I'll immediately break your arms and turn you into a cripple." Suddenly he sensed a powerful aura. "Who's there?" The next moment a brutal slap struck him. Mu Rong Yuan was instantly sent flying, crashing straight through and shattering the door. Yi Qingyun strode rapidly toward him. Yi Qingyun raised his hand. Mu Rong Yuan's eyelids twitched violently as overwhelming terror filled his eyes. It's you. Yi Qingyun brutally slammed his body into the floor. Mu Rong Yuan's voice trembled violently in disbelief. Why you weren't dead? Are you human or a ghost? Yi Qingyun said nothing and punched him directly in the face. His icy expression sent chills through anyone who saw it as Yi Qingyun coldly asked, "Where are Gao Dong and Kang Jai?" Suddenly, Mu Rong Yuan laughed madly as if he had found his opponent's weakness, wearing a sinister smile. Hey heh, you want news about your friends? Dream on. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly, his mercilessly cold voice striking Mu Rong Yuan like a bucket of freezing water. Is that so? Yi Qingyun had nearly lost all patience. Talk, where is Gao Dong? Mu Rong Yuan trembled violently as cold sweat soaked his body. He hurriedly confessed they were taken by the young master of the Eight Wastelands Gate stronghold, and I don't know their exact situation now. But you can ask the young master's junior disciple. That guy is a genius of Star Sea. Seeing this, Mu Rong Yuan's eyes nearly popped out. What do you want with my soul? His eyes widened. Hey, wait. Mu Rong Yuan breathed his last. Yi Qingyun looked up at the sky and murmured, Star Sea's finest. The Mu Rong residence was utterly lifeless, and from above the entire estate was covered in dense white mist. A young man had been severely beat, while an armored man stood before him. A mocking, contemptuous voice rang out, Star Sea geniuses, is this all you've got? He sneered with intense ridicule. Forget it. In 5 days everyone here will become commoners of our Zhao kingdom, but shouldn't you change that title of genius first, otherwise? The armored young man pointed at an old man and continued, there's also him. Then he pointed at the little girl beside him, and that brat. The girl clung to her father's arm and innocently asked, Father, what's wrong? He coldly said, You too, go die. The old man trembled and sweated profusely as he urged his daughter, Niu, hurry, run. The child still innocently asked, What's wrong, father? Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, You think you're strong? His brow twitched. Who? Yi Qingyun's voice was icy cold. You're merely showing off before people with lower cultivation than you. Someone may have lower cultivation yet be stronger than you. I guess you've never met one. How pitiful. I think you're even more miserable than that father and daughter. You're merely an ant. The armored young man spoke darkly with a slight frown. What arrogant words. He leaped onto the rooftop and arrogantly said, I hope you can withstand a few more of my moves. At the lesser purple sun true realm, flames emerged around his body, making Yi Qingyun secretly marvel. A flame martial spirit. His right hand formed a palm strike. A massive blaze thundered from his palm, rolling heat waves surging at astonishing speed. It struck straight toward Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun raised his hand and absorbed the flames. Ha! He screamed miserably, my martial spirit. Yi Qingyun sighed and thought, you want to play with fire before me. The armored youth roared madly, give it back to me. He cried in terror as if seeing a ghost. What are you doing? Yi Qingyun calmly replied, returning it, of course. Yi Qingyun let out a long shout and moved with extreme speed. Here you go. The flames erupted violently. The flames gradually died away as he trembled. I am the crown prince of Zhao Kingdom. Yi Qingyun coldly said, Is Zhao Kingdom's crown prince so noble? Tell me where Kang Jai and Gao Dong are. The flames gradually died away as he trembled. I am the crown prince of Zhao Kingdom. Yi Qingyun coldly said, Is Zhao Kingdom's crown prince so noble? Tell me where Kang Jai and Gao Dong are. He pleaded, They were taken by my senior disciple. Can you spare me now? No, the crown prince of Zhao Kingdom immediately panicked. Why you? Just then a voice came from the void. Stop. The crown prince of Zhao Kingdom trembled with joy. Senior disciple, my senior disciple is here. 3 people ahead were galloping rapidly toward them. The crown prince of Zhao Kingdom looked at Yi Qingyun and smiled smugly. One of them spoke coldly, You have 3 seconds, release him now, otherwise. Yi Qingyun tapped the crown prince of Zhao Kingdom's body. Yi Qingyun looked at him mockingly, otherwise what? The crown prince of Zhao Kingdom lost all support and crashed straight to the ground with a scream, making the man's gaze instantly sharpen. You. His face turned icy as he charged forward at extreme speed, a ball of lightning appearing in his hand. You're courting death. Yi Qingyun moved like lightning and shattered the energy sphere in his hand with a single sword strike. The heartless sword swept across his neck, leaving a fatal wound as he panicked. How is this possible? The soldier's commander pointed his sword at Yi Qingyun and shouted, You killed the crown prince of Zhao Kingdom and our deputy captain. You deserve death." At once, the soldiers charged Yi Qingyun with swords raised and soaring killing intent as Yi Qingyun quickly summoned his thunder clone. He swung his sword fiercely, its energy shaking space apart layer by layer and spreading outward, severing every arrow screaming toward him. In an instant, 9 warriors screamed as bones shattered one after another, and soon all collapsed lifeless to the ground. Yi Qingyun stared at Zhao Gang with contempt and said, "Attack now, or you won't get another chance." The man beside him dismounted and sneered, "Why should the young master personally deal with such trash? Leave him to me." He drew his longsword, charged forward on his mighty eagle horse, and glared coldly at the white-robed youth. Supreme Thunder Sword. Yi Qingyun laughed, a basic sword move, leaving him instantly stunned. Impossible. Yi Qingyun said indifferently and swung his sword again. Blades and swords are heartless. Yi Qingyun roared myriad sword shadows. Sword shadows filled the void and flew toward his opponent together at astonishing speed. He swung his sword and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, myriad sword shadows." He mocked, "Just a petty trick." Countless sword shadows once again appeared before him. Moments later, an explosion rang out and another man died, finally making Zhao Gang unleash his boundless rage as he glared venomously at the white-robed youth. "For every talent of Zhao Kingdom you killed, the same number of your companions will die." Yi Qingyun ignored him, walked forward, and said, "I'll give you 2 choices." Yi Qingyun's voice was icy. 1. Release Kangjai and Gaodong, then get lost. 2. Die. At the final word, his killing intent erupted like a raging flood, shaking heaven and earth and terrifying ghosts and gods. Zhao Gang froze briefly, then seemed to realize something and laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha ha, so you're friends with those 2. Unfortunately, our men already forced them into the 8 wastelands, so you'll probably never see them again." And as he spoke, waves of bloody bones appeared around him with a chilling skull inside, emitting eerie screams. Yi Qingyun's gaze turned completely icy. "Unfortunately, since you rejected the first choice, only death remains." Zhao Gang narrowed his eyes as a freezing aura rose from his bleeding eye. "Hey, do you still not understand your situation?" As he spoke, Yi Qingyun's eyes directly turned milky white. Zhao Gang instantly froze, his entire body stiffening in place as terror filled his heart. "What?" Yi Qingyun leaped into the air. Yi Qingyun shouted, "Eastern Emperor's finger." As his voice fell, violent energy shot from the Thunder Clone's middle fingertip and condensed into a fierce force in the void, terrifying like a sharp claw tearing space apart before instantly blowing Zhao Gang's head apart. The remaining warriors frowned deeply at the sight, staring at the white-robed youth in disbelief. "No. They were all killed, so strong." Yi Qingyun turned and asked, "Which way to Zhao Kingdom?" The terrified man stammered, "That way." Yi Qingyun walked along the deserted road as leaves filled the sky and fierce winds howled. The imperial palace of Zhao Kingdom appeared ahead, a vast, towering, and magnificent complex. In the garden, a woman knelt before a man and woman, sobbing, "Your Majesty, are you really going to do this? Zhao Xiao Yao is your own son, yet you're sending him to the mutation pavilion. Isn't that forcing him to his death?" But the man before her immediately slapped her across the face. "The Emperor of Zhao Kingdom said coldly, 'Don't think the title I granted you allows you to disrespect me. You have no right to lecture this emperor about my decisions.'" Just then, an urgent voice called out, "Report." The Emperor of Zhao Kingdom looked impatient. "Speak quickly." The old eunuch stammered, "The Sea Crown Prince." The Emperor frowned with a bad feeling. "What happened to the Crown Prince?" The old eunuch trembled and hurriedly blurted out, "The Crown Prince is dead." The Emperor of Zhao Kingdom stared in disbelief. "What did you say?" The Empress of Zhao Kingdom screamed, "My son." She then grabbed Zhao Xiao Yao's mother's hair, making her cry out in pain. "Ah!" The Empress of Zhao Kingdom glared viciously at Zhao Xiao Yao's mother as her killing intent instantly surged into the sky. "Were those people sent by a wretched woman like you?" With that, she swung her hand and slapped the woman hard across the face. "Wretch, wretch, you're nothing but a lowly servant. You must be jealous of my son's talent and want your own son on the throne, so you acted so viciously." Once again, she raised her hand to strike, but at that moment her arm suddenly froze in midair, unable to move, and she frowned back. "Who?" One hand firmly grabbed the Zhao Kingdom Empress's wrist while the other swung the heartless sword horizontally. "Get lost." Yi Qingyun's icy shout instantly echoed through the garden like thunder. The Zhao Kingdom Emperor's expression shifted repeatedly as he stared at the white-robed youth with overwhelming killing intent. "Who are you?" Yi Qingyun glanced at him indifferently. "I'm the one who killed your son." Hearing this, the Zhao Kingdom Emperor's face twisted as icy killing intent erupted like a flood. "You killed my son, you dared kill my son." Yi Qingyun gently helped Zhao Ziyou's mother up and asked, "Are you Zhao Ziyou's birth mother?" She looked up at Yi Qingyun and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Qingyun replied, "I'm Zhao Ziyou's friend, don't worry, I'm here to save him." "Hide to the side first," Zhao Ziyou's mother nodded. A massive saber slowly appeared behind him, his martial spirit, Mad Emperor's saber, you deserve death. Blood-red scales quickly covered Yi Qingyun, resembling dragon scales with a cold metallic gleam under the sun. Then cracking sounds came from his back as enormous steel-like wings appeared before the Zhao Kingdom Emperor. Your crown prince brought this upon himself. Sword and saber collided violently, dazzling sparks scattering through the air. Yi Qingyun showed no fear and stared directly at the Zhao Kingdom Emperor. You slaughter innocents and treat lives like weeds. Someone like you deserves death. As he finished, his aura soared and his voice boomed like a bell and thunderbolt, shocking the Zhao Kingdom Emperor, who still roared arrogantly, "Bastard. My son was the crown prince of a kingdom with a noble status. Even if he wanted to slaughter an entire city, it wouldn't matter." Yi Qingyun raised his head. "It wouldn't matter." The Zhao Kingdom Emperor roared like a furious beast. "Enough nonsense. Our royal family is born noble, and without my Zhao Kingdom's protection, how could lowly commoners like you live peacefully? So my son killing them was our rightful privilege, while a low-born wretch like you dared kill the Zhao Kingdom crown prince and deserves death." A domineering saber cry echoed around as the massive saber left its sheath, unleashing a violent aura that surged toward Yi Qingyun like a tidal wave. Yi Qingyun sneered, "Ha!" His brows furrowed again, like father, like son, royal family. Yi Qingyun's voice gradually turned icy. The royal family is not God. Yi Qingyun wielded his sword for justice, protecting his family and friends, acting humbly yet unconsciously revealing an overwhelmingly dominant spirit. Yi Qingyun swung his long sword, shining brilliantly like a bright moon as it struck straight ahead. Yi Qingyun coldly glanced at his opponent and spoke without mercy. "A ruler is someone trusted by the people and entrusted by those lowly commoners you despise." The Zhao Kingdom Emperor collapsed to the ground with disheveled hair and a miserable appearance. "Ah, my martial spirit." With a low shout, Yi Qingyun raised the heartless sword again. "Without them, you're nothing." Just as the sword was about to fall, Zhao Ziyou's mother immediately shouted, "Don't." Yi Qingyun paused and looked at her in confusion. "He treated you like this, yet you still want to help him." The woman sighed and slowly said, "Once husband and wife, always husband and wife. After all, I am his wife." Hearing this from afar, the Zhao Kingdom Emperor trembled violently and looked at the woman gratefully, only now finally realizing his mistakes. Yi Qingyun coldly looked at the Zhao Kingdom Emperor. "Where is Zhao Ziyou?" The emperor exhaled and replied solemnly, "He was taken by people from the Mutant Kingdom. They came from the Tyrant Wasteland sect, and we didn't dare offend them." Yi Qingyun raised a brow. "And now?" The Zhao Kingdom Emperor pointed in one direction and said, "They left not long ago and headed that way." Zhao Ziyou's mother gently walked over and said, "Your Majesty, Yi Qingyun has left." A horse suddenly came to an abrupt stop. A faint, deep voice drifted over like an ethereal wind, making the crouching man outside tremble violently as cold sweat poured from his forehead. "Who killed my disciple and where are they?" The Zhao Kingdom Empress angrily blurted out, "It was Yi Qingyun." He said his name was Yi Qingyun. Zhao Hufa remained silent. The Zhao Kingdom Empress could no longer conceal her rage. "He also killed my son. It was him, it was him." She continued accusing him. As his father and emperor, he actually let his son's killer escape. Suddenly, she was slashed from behind. Zhao Hufa's voice sank. "Did I ask you?" In just a few steps, Zhao Hufa reached Zhao Emperor, looked up at the Zhao Kingdom Emperor and snorted, "Your martial spirit has been destroyed." The Zhao Kingdom Emperor stared deeply at the old man but said nothing more, only pleading, "Can you spare him?" A black shadow shot forward at incredible speed. It directly pierced the Zhao Kingdom Emperor to death. "You're starting to speak nonsense." Zhao Hufa snorted coldly, anger gradually appearing on his face. "My disciple was killed, yet you let the killer go without asking me. You deserve death." Zhao Ziyou's mother cried desperately with tearful eyes, "Your Majesty." The Zhao Kingdom Emperor looked helplessly at her, "My beloved consort." She then pulled a hairpin from her sleeve. "Your Majesty, I will follow you." Hearing this, the Zhao Kingdom Emperor's eyes widened. "Don't." HMPH, with a cold snort, Zhao Hufa swung his sleeve and turned to leave. The Zhao Kingdom Emperor rested Zhao Ziyou's mother on his lap, tightly holding her hand. A prison wagon slowly moved forward, carrying a young man whose hands and feet were tightly shackled. Zhao Ziyou glanced over and whispered, "Be careful too." Luo Sanban secretly tossed him the key while no one was watching. Luo Sanban winked reassuringly. Suddenly, an unknown hand landed on Luo Sanban's shoulder, startling him into a cold sweat as a soldier eagerly said, "Fatty, relax, escorting this guy back with us will earn great merit, and your life in the mutation pavilion will completely change." Hearing this, Luo Sanban secretly sighed in relief. "Damn, you scared me to death." He then cheerfully said, "I'll need you to put in a few good words for me before the master. I've been poor since birth." The brown-robed man's eyes lit up as he happily replied, "Fine, fine." Suddenly, the prison wagon stopped. The brown-robed man angrily roared, "Stop, who are you? Get out of the way." "Who is this brat? Move aside, are you tired of living?" Luo Sanban frowned when he saw Yi Qingyun. Enemies really do meet on narrow roads. In the distance, Zhao Xiaoyao, imprisoned in the wagon, could no longer contain his excitement and shouted, "Big brother." Another soldier arrogantly rushed forward, drew his sword, and shouted, "Brat, you've got guts attacking our mutation pavilion. Do you know what my sword is made of?" A teasing expression appeared on Yi Qingyun's face. "No idea." Suddenly, he turned toward Luo Sanban and asked, "Hey, fatty, what are you doing?" Luo Sanban replied, "Kill Tian Dao, I'll leave the rest to you." The brown-robed man lay unconscious at his feet as he quickly turned and fled. "Nothing good ever happens when I meet you. I'm leaving first. Xiao Yao has the key." Yi Qingyun smiled, "You look miserable." Zhao Xiaoyao burst into tears of emotion. "Big brother." Yi Qingyun raised an eyebrow. "So that's it, you're really the son of the Zhao emperor?" Zhao Xiaoyao sadly nodded, "Yes." He continued, "But I inherited my grandfather's mutated body, and the person who appeared at the dragon blood site last time was my grandfather, so the imperial family treats me this way." Suddenly Yi Qingyun jolted, spun around, and shouted in alarm, "This is bad." Zhao Xiaoyao blankly asked, "What's wrong?" In the distance, a flying beast appeared, circling in midair. Blazing red fire energy surged across its entire body. It continuously unleashed streams of flames with all its might. Those flames shot straight toward the ground. The fire erupted violently. The entire Zhao kingdom was swallowed by a sea of flames. Yi Qingyun stared at the scene and exclaimed, "How did they die?" Zhao Xiaoyao's expression changed drastically. "Mother." He collapsed onto both knees, his eyes instantly turning red and swollen. The flying beast let out another deafening shriek. Zhao Xiaoyao raised his face to the sky as murderous intent erupted from his body like a volcano, and 3 words burst from his mouth, "Zhao Kai Fa." Yi Qingyun frowned slightly and asked, "Who is Zhao Kai Fa?" Zhao Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, his face trembling. "Zhao Gang's master, and that beast flying in the sky is his mount." The moment Yi Qingyun heard this, he shot straight into the sky. His eyes flashed as all his killing intent locked onto the flying beast. "Then it deserves to die." The flying beast's enormous pupils suddenly locked onto him. It opened its mouth and condensed a fireball filled with surging killing intent. Yi Qingyun charged straight toward the fireball before its mouth. Raging flames erupted outward. Zhao Xiaoyao shouted in panic, "Big brother." Amid the sea of flames, Yi Qingyun remained strangely calm. He used black flames to resist the fire, and the black flames gradually transformed. Then they shot through the air. The flying beast breathed fire even more fiercely. Yi Qingyun used the phantom breeze steps, leaped high, and unleashed a fatal sword strike. Gripping the heartless sword tightly, he charged straight at it and shouted, "Beast, surrender your life." He flipped through the air and swept his sword around its neck. Seeing Yi Qingyun land, Zhao Xiaoyao blurted out, "Big brother." Yi Qingyun did not look at Zhao Xiaoyao and said apologetically, "I killed Zhao Gang." Zhao Xiaoyao frowned and hesitated. No wonder Zhao Kai Fa wanted the entire royal family to die with his disciple. "I caused your parents' deaths and—" Zhao Xiaoyao immediately interrupted. "No, Zhao Kai Fa already wanted to kill my father, and even without this, he probably would have done the same." Just then, an old man's phantom appeared, his brows twitching and face flushed red as Zhao Hu Fa nearly foamed with rage. "Who was it? Who did this?" The old man's appearance made Zhao Xiaoyao stare with bloodshot eyes. "That is Zhao Kai Fa." His gaze swept around before fixing on the white-robed youth covered in blood-red scales. "It was you." Zhao Kai Fa raged as his face twitched repeatedly. "You killed my pet." Yi Qingyun's gaze turned icy as he raised the heartless sword again. "You're merely a clone condensed from spiritual consciousness, yet you dare shout before me." Terrifying sword energy held past and directly cleaved the clone before him. "Ah, I'm dead." Zhao Hu Fa's martial spirit phantom instead grew interested and spoke with admiration. "I didn't expect you could see this old man's clone." He asked, "Who are you?" Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "Aren't you searching for the one who killed your disciple? I killed your disciple." Zhao Hu Fa shrieked, "It really was you." HMPH. Zhao Hu Fa was shocked and thought, "How is that possible? How can you see through it?" Yi Qingyun gently turned the sword in his hand. Zhao Kai Fa's clone saw the white-robed youth rushing toward him at extreme speed and frowned. "This old man belongs to the 8 Wastelands sect. You dare kill me." Yi Qingyun's voice and eyes were freezing cold. Why can't I kill you? Besides, you're merely a clone right now. Zhao Hufa's clone turned and fled. Damn it. Yi Qingyun's icy voice rang out, still trying to run. Zhao Hufa threatened, young man, I advise you to always leave yourself a way out. Yi Qingyun sneered, a way out? I killed your disciple and you'd still spare me. Hearing this, Zhao Hufa lowered his head and sought escape. Fine, fine, spare this clone and I naturally won't pursue the past, this old man can. Before he finished, Yi Qingyun thrust his sword forward with towering rage. The next instant, an enraged shout rang out, you. Yi Qingyun looked coldly at him. I also have some advice for you. Yi Qingyun calmly continued, before killing someone, first be prepared to be killed yourself. An old man meditating in cultivation suddenly flushed red and spat out a mouthful of blood. His left hand clutched his chest as his aura weakened greatly. His eyes sharpened like a hawk's and his face darkened as Zhao Hufa cursed. Damn it, I lost 2 cultivation levels because of him. This isn't over, and if I don't avenge this, I cannot call myself a man. His expression changed again as he thought, such powerful sword energy, carrying an unbelievably godlike and domineering aura. That brat must be eliminated, or my 8 Wasteland sect will surely face disaster. After a long while, he reached a room in a pavilion and knocked on the door. A hoarse voice came from behind the door. Who is it? Zhao Hufa immediately smiled ingratiatingly. Old brother, it's me. An old man carrying a huge brown sack on his shoulder asked, what is it? Zhao Hufa lowered his voice. Old brother, I want you to release the demon beasts in your sack throughout the cities of Zhao Kingdom. The old man replied deeply, release them all. There are hundreds of demon beasts inside, and if they're killed, I'll suffer a huge loss. They're all precious treasures I raised myself. But I owe you a favor, so how about I release 10 demon beasts? The old man opened the sack marked with the word demon, and beams of light instantly shot out. Zhao Hufa nodded repeatedly, good, good, then I'll trouble Elder Hai. The next moment, Zhao Hufa's eyes lit up as a vast imperial palace appeared before him. Elder Hai glanced at Zhao Hufa and asked indifferently, is it here? Zhao Hufa stared ahead with raging fury, nodded heavily, and revealed icy killing intent. Yes, this is the place. Elder Hai calmly said, go, my children. As his words fell, the demon beasts immediately charged into the space-time vortex. Above Zhao City in Zhao Kingdom, a gigantic black vortex suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky, releasing overwhelming killing intent. The moment the citizens sensed the intense killing intent, their brows twitched. Strange, why did the sky suddenly darken? Look up there. The next moment, a gigantic firebird poked its head out of the void vortex. Terror covered the faces of everyone in the city. What is that? The firebird shrieked sharply and spewed scorching flames, terrifying everyone. Run, hurry. Demon beasts emerged one after another from the void vortex as their roars filled Zhao City, and a sea of fire engulfed the vast ground. Zhao Xiaoyao looked up at the demon beasts. This is bad. Zhao City is going to be destroyed. Big brother, although I'm no longer Zhao Kingdom's crown prince, I'm still part of its royal family and can't watch innocent people die, so I'll go first. With that, Zhao Xiaoyao turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. Yi Qingyun said solemnly, I'll help you. Zhao Xiaoyao looked at him with a bright smile. Big brother. Yi Qingyun drew the heartless sword and said, they may have come to attack me, so I'll deal with them. Yi Qingyun approached 2 demon beasts, drew his sword without another word, and snorted, heartless sword strike. A sharp arc flashed through the air and violently slashed both beasts. Yi Qingyun shouted a warning, careful. A flying beast beside Yi Qingyun opened its mouth fiercely and unleashed a curtain of flames at Zhao Xiaoyao. His heart sank, I'm finished. While falling freely through the air, Zhao Xiaoyao looked down at the panicked citizens fleeing through the city. Hide over here, hurry. Hu Zai, don't be afraid. Father, will great General Zhao Yang come save us? Zhao Xiaoyao roared, ah. Then he poured all his energy into holding it back. When he landed, he exclaimed in confusion, I'm all right. A little boy pointed at the sky and shouted to Yi Qingyun, big brother, careful. A fireball fell like a gigantic mass of molten rock. Zhao Xiaoyao suddenly turned his head. An immensely powerful spiritual force blocked directly in front of Zhao Xiaoyao. Yi Qingyun flew beside Zhao Xiaoyao and smiled. Are you all right? Zhao Xiaoyao nodded, I'm fine. The little boy happily ran to Yi Qingyun and eagerly asked, big brother, were you sent by great General Zhao Yang? When will the great general arrive? Yi Qingyun looked confused. We aren't. Suddenly, a hand rested on Yi Qingyun's shoulder and a gentle voice said, that's right, we were sent by the great general. Zhao Xiaoyao crouched down and smiled affectionately. Listen to your father and evacuate somewhere safe first. The child happily walked beside his father. Father, they were sent by the great general. He'll come save us. His father nodded. Let's hurry or we'll only get in the great general's way. Zhao Xiaoyao slowly explained, Big brother, Zhao Yang was once Zhao Kingdom's great general, its hero, and also my uncle. But 3 years ago he vanished without a trace and no one knows if he is alive or dead, so I have been searching for him ever since. Zhao Xiaoyao sighed softly. Uncle Zhao Yang has always been the spiritual pillar of the Zhao Kingdom's people. As long as that pillar still stands. Zhao Xiaoyao recalled Zhao Yang wielding a golden spear and fighting 2 demonic beasts at once. The people of the Zhao Kingdom still had hope, so their final ray of hope could not be allowed to fade. An imposing armored man approached on a black horse, holding a spear in one hand and the reins in the other. Zhao Xiaoyao excitedly flew toward him. Uncle, Zhao Yang exclaimed emotionally, Xiaoyao. The boy pointed at Zhao Yang and cheered, Father, the great general, it's the great general. His father smiled and nodded, yes. In midair, a demonic beast suddenly charged straight at the father and son. Yi Qingyun instantly rushed in front of them and smiled smugly, perfect timing. At that moment an angry roar echoed through the air. That was my demonic beast, you dare kill it, I'll fight you to the death. Ahead, Zhao Yang gripped his spear with both hands and shouted, I'm coming, young man, I'm not afraid of this monster. Yi Qingyun raised his hand and unleashed black flames straight at the demonic beast. He replied deeply, I never said I was afraid either. The voice echoed again, good, very good. Zhao Yang laughed loudly, waved his hand and praised freely, heroes truly emerge from the young. A spear shot from his hand, flying straight into another demonic beast above Zhao Yang. All the demonic beasts were destroyed. Zhao Xiaoyao ran over obediently, Uncle, do you remember me? I'm Xiaoyao. Zhao Yang smiled, yes, Xiaoyao, I see you, not bad. Zhao Yang looked at Yi Qingyun and asked, who is this young man? Zhao Xiaoyao replied, Uncle, he is my friend Yi Qingyun. Zhao Yang's eyes flickered, he's quite impressive, learn diligently from him in the future. Zhao Xiaoyao nodded, yes, uncle. Suddenly, an arrogant and furious voice thundered down from the sky. The next moment, Elder Hai and Zhao Kaifa appeared floating in the sky. Elder Hai carried a huge bag-marked beast on his shoulder, his face dark and his icy gaze fixed on Yi Qingyun's group below as he roared uncontrollably. You dared kill my pets, you're courting death. Yi Qingyun raised an eyebrow, a child. Zhao Yang secretly warned him, be careful, he is Elder Hai of the 8 Wastelands Gate. His body remained that of a child after being poisoned when young. Yi Qingyun said indifferently, HMPH, when you released demonic beasts to devour innocent people, you should have expected them to be killed, so why complain? Elder Hai's expression repeatedly changed, insolent. His face grew even colder as he angrily shouted, those are my demonic beasts and those lowly commoners can die for all I care. Elder Hai's expression changed again, his voice turning ice cold as endless murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Becoming food for my demonic beasts is their honor. You dared kill my demonic beasts, so today I'll kill you all. He swung his sleeve and every gigantic demonic beast immediately charged downward. Beside him, Zhao Kaifa watched with an icy gaze and sneered, hee hee, I told you I'd kill you myself. Yi Qingyun fearlessly replied, old man, you came at the perfect time. He threw his head back and roared, since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Countless phantom clones instantly appeared and charged toward Yi Qingyun, each wielding a different weapon. A spear-wielding phantom fiercely thrust downward. The 2 spears violently collided in midair. Zhao Yang's entire body radiated a sharp and majestic aura. The spear-wielding phantom quickly dissipated. Zhao Kaifa's expression shifted slightly as he shouted, Zhao Yang, you coward, I recommended you to the 8 Wastelands Gate, yet you fled, and now you still dare face me. A cold light flashed in Zhao Yang's eyes. I fled back then because I was too ashamed to face the people in the city. Battle intent erupted in Zhao Yang's eyes as his long hair whipped wildly. I, Zhao Yang, was born in the Zhao Kingdom, joined the army at 10, learned the spear at 12, became the Zhao Kingdom's great general at 21, and fought my whole life for the people without seeking personal gain. Yet while I remained loyal to my homeland and protected its people, you nobles destroyed countless families and plunged the Zhao Kingdom into war simply because your blue bird loved human flesh. Feeding its citizens every day, the people suffered without a single peaceful day, so how could I keep risking my life for you? Zhao Kaifa sneered contemptuously. Good, good, very good. Zhao Yang suddenly looked at Zhao Xiaoyao and calmly said, you 2 run later, I alone am enough to fight them. Zhao Xiaoyao's expression changed. No, I'm not leaving. Yi Qingyun immediately added, if we leave together. Elder Hai spoke darkly with a cold glint in his eyes. Stop whispering among yourselves, you'll all die here and become food for my demonic beasts. Zhao Kaifa's fury grew even fiercer. Brat, you die too. As soon as he finished, a blade-wielding phantom clone charged out as Zhao Yang gripped his spear with both hands and pierced a demon beast to death. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun was fighting Zhao Kaifa's phantom clone. Yi Qingyun was knocked backward some distance. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoyao hurriedly rushed forward and shouted, "Big brother, I'll help you." Zhao Yang cried out in alarm, "Xiaoyao." He immediately grabbed Zhao Xiaoyao's hand and tried to pull him back. Then he turned and dragged Zhao Xiaoyao along. He forcefully pushed him away, stared into Zhao Xiaoyao's eyes, and shouted, "Xiaoyao, go." Zhao Yang fiercely swung his spear and shouted, "Open." Zhao Xiaoyao was instantly swept into the spatial vortex in the sky and cried, "Uncle, big brother." As time passed, his figure gradually vanished completely. Zhao Yang looked at Yi Qingyun and firmly said, "You should leave too." Yi Qingyun replied gravely, "Stop wasting your strength opening spatial passages and use that power to fight those enemies instead." He looked at Yi Qingyun and smiled. "I never thought I, Zhao Yang, would meet such an outstanding and heroic youth in this life." Yi Qingyun widened his eyes, "Then let's compete to see who kills more demon beasts." Zhao Yang laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, a competition it is." A hand rested on Yi Qingyun's head, and immense spiritual power surged into him like a tide as his expression changed slightly. "What are you doing?" In the void, Zhao Kaifa anxiously looked at Elder Hai. "Elder Hai, something seems wrong, let's attack now." Elder Hai raised a hand to stop him and calmly said, "Heh, wait. Zhao Yang is about to lower his own cultivation and beg us." Zhao Yang said frailly, "Little brother, your cultivation is still weak, so killing these demon beasts won't be easy." Yi Qingyun grew anxious. "No, do you know the consequences of doing this?" Zhao Yang smiled lightly, "Don't resist or waste my goodwill, and once you advance to the 5 elements realm, you can help me more, so don't feel guilty and absorb it." Yi Qingyun shouted, "Wait." Yi Qingyun frowned deeply as a terrifying aura surged around his body. Yi Qingyun said gravely, "Enough, that's enough, it really is enough." Zhao Yang casually replied, "Don't rush, I liked you the moment we met, so consider this my greeting gift." Vast spiritual power continuously poured into Yi Qingyun's body, making him throw back his head and roar. Yi Qingyun's body trembled repeatedly. Zhao Yang smiled and withdrew his hand. "All right." Yi Qingyun exhaled and tried to steady his mind. He looked at Zhao Yang with reddened eyes. "You." Zhao Yang widened his eyes with satisfaction. "Don't thank me yet, didn't you want to compete? We can start now." As soon as he finished, Yi Qingyun confidently agreed while secretly thinking, "Once I, Yi Qingyun, make a promise, I will never let you die." Elsewhere, Elder Hai loudly ordered, "Zhao Hufa, kill that brat. Zhao Yang is mine. His cultivation has fallen to the 8th level of the 5 elements realm, so he can't accomplish anything." Zhao Hufa immediately obeyed. Yi Qingyun then used the Heaven Eye Focus technique to observe Zhao Hufa's every movement, making Zhao Hufa exclaim in shock, "What?" Yi Qingyun unleashed the Heartless Sword Strike and charged straight at Zhao Hufa. Zhao Hufa quickly dodged the attack and smugly said, "You nearly scared this old man to death." Zhao Hufa glanced at Yi Qingyun and laughed, "I fooled you. You're merely a brat at the 3rd level of the 5 elements realm. What can you possibly use to compete with this old man?" Seeing Yi Qingyun's sharp hand clawing toward him, Zhao Hufa frowned. "Do you think you can trap me with those claws? Are you joking?" Yi Qingyun replied, "Of course not. I'll kill you with this sword of mine." Yi Qingyun immediately revealed the Heartless Sword before him, making Zhao Hufa recoil in fear. "I never expected you to have merged with the sword heart." Yi Qingyun's gaze sharpened as he stared at Zhao Hufa, HMPH. At this moment, Yi Qingyun and the Heartless Sword had completely become one. Seeing this, Zhao Hufa froze in shock and stared with his mouth wide open. The Heartless Sword released an extremely terrifying power, making Zhao Hufa panic and stammer, "What are you doing?" Yi Qingyun's entire body blazed with light, illuminating the sky as his fierce gaze locked straight ahead. On the other side, Elder Hai smugly laughed, "I can't believe you killed my 12th demon beast." Hearing this, Zhao Yang angrily replied, "Don't worry, I'll kill them all." Hearing those words, Elder Hai closed his eyes and smiled smugly. Zhao Yang urgently said, "Enough talk, hurry and attack." The moment he finished, Elder Hai immediately replied, "I will kill you." Suddenly 2 gates appeared and 2 chains shot out, tightly wrapping around Zhao Yang's legs. Zhao Yang looked over and, after brief thought, slashed the chains with his sword, but they remained completely undamaged. Zhao Yang exclaimed in shock, "This is..." Suddenly, the chains wrapped around Zhao Yang's arms, catching him completely off guard. In an instant, Zhao Yang was suspended in midair by Elder Hai. "Pull!" Elder Hai watched and laughed smugly. "Today I'll tear your corpse apart." Elder Hai roared, "Pull!" Hearing Elder Hai's command, the demon beasts went berserk and pulled the chains tight, each beast dragging one chain in a different direction. Hearing the loud commotion, Yi Qingyun hurriedly turned to look. Realizing something was wrong, Yi Qingyun rushed toward Zhao Yang in panic and shouted, "No!" Seeing Yi Qingyun trying to help and unwilling to implicate his younger brother, Zhao Yang immediately formed a barrier around him. Yi Qingyun anxiously shouted, "Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao." Zhao Yang calmly replied, "Forget it." Yi Qingyun hurriedly said, "Brother Zhao, what are you doing? Let me out." Zhao Yang seemed to have given up and helplessly said, "Kid, forget it. Every chain bears my master's sealing rune. There's no escape." Zhao Yang continued, "I'm glad I met you. Although our time together was short, I was truly happy. You're talented and deeply loyal. It's a pity we couldn't meet sooner. I once obtained an ancient ring in battle that can turn into a grain of sand. I'll send you inside now. Remember, don't rush to avenge me. Staying alive matters most." After saying this, Zhao Yang smiled calmly. Then a wave of power spread out from Zhao Yang. At this moment, Yi Qingyun's expression turned grim. Secretly calculating something, Yi Qingyun clenched his fists tightly. His voice trembled, "I said I won't let you die." On the other side, Elder Hai angrily cursed Zhao Hufa. "Do you really need this much trouble to kill a brat at the 3rd level of the 5 Elements realm?" Zhao Hufa bitterly replied, "That brat has disappeared. He probably escaped. I almost killed him." After speaking, Zhao Hufa fiercely slapped Zhao Yang across the face. Zhao Hufa said, "You fool, laugh all you want. You rejected the chance to soar like a phoenix just to help those lowly commoners." Seeing this, Elder Hai laughed, "Why waste words on him? He killed my demon beasts, so today I'll sacrifice his blood to them." Hearing this, Zhao Hufa viciously ordered, "Pull." The demon beasts immediately exerted all their strength and pulled the chains tight. Seeing this, Zhao Hufa stepped closer and said, "Hee, scared now?" The moment he finished, Zhao Yang laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha." Zhao Hufa asked, "Have you gone stupid from fear? Why are you still laughing?" Hearing this, Zhao Yang declared loudly, "I, Zhao Yang, was born in Zhao Kingdom, joined the army at 10, learned the spear at 12, and became great general at 20, fighting my whole life without caring for fame or wealth. My only shame is failing the people of Zhao Kingdom, and even in death I can only watch helplessly as you slaughter them." Afraid, Zhao Yang revealed a strange smile. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yang burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha." He shouted, "I, Zhao Yang, may die, but my conscience is clear," as Zhao Yang's arm was torn into pieces. Hearing the loud noise, the father and son turned back and cried out, "General." Zhao Yang continued, "I die without regret," while Yi Qingyun silently watched everything from inside the barrier. Unable to accept the truth before him, Yi Qingyun wept in agony and shouted, "Brother Zhao." 3 months after the demonic beasts descended and wreaked havoc, Zhao City of the Zhao Kingdom lay in ruins with corpses scattered across the streets. The leader ordered his subordinates, "Get to work," and they immediately obeyed. As they ran, they excitedly competed. "I've claimed that. It's yours just because you say so. Let's see who's faster. Let's check ahead." One subordinate hesitantly called, "Boss, over here," making the leader turn and frown. "HMPH, what did you call me?" Realizing his mistake, the man slapped his mouth and replied, Ba, young master," satisfying the leader before he reminded him, "Young master, this is the Zhao Kingdom's magnificent palace." The leader curled his lips disdainfully. "Magnificent? This counts as a palace. No wonder our bandit alliance never dared step into the Zhao Kingdom." His subordinate pouted and thought, "We're clearly bandits, so calling him boss is right, yet he insists on young master." Just then, his elder brother approached and said, "Kai Lang, you seem to have forgotten the man who kept us from causing trouble in northern Zhao Kingdom." But Kai Lang looked disgusted and said, "Brother, stay away, I hate your smell." His brother stomped hard on a piece of armor and said, "HMPH, unfortunately, that man is gone now. Weren't you so powerful? Where is your mighty and imposing appearance now, Zhao Yang?" After venting his anger, he smiled sinisterly and ordered, "Search, even if only a fragment of his corpse remains, find it. I will hang his body at the Alliance Gate and humiliate him every day." Just then Yi Qingyun's sneer suddenly rang out, "Ha, trash." Hearing that voice, Kai Lang's brother immediately turned and shouted, "Who? What did you just say? Say it again if you dare." Yi Qingyun placed General Zhao Yang's body down and gritted his teeth. I said you're all trash. When General Zhao was alive, you didn't dare come within a single step and could only insult him behind his back. 3 months earlier, after Zhao Yang was killed by the demonic beasts, Elder Hai laughed smugly, ha ha ha, play with me and I'll play you to death, while Zhao Hufa spat contemptuously. That brat seems to have fled after claiming he'd fight beside Zhao Yang. Elder Hai turned and entered the teleportation gate, mocking, "This is humanity, every man for himself," while Zhao Hufa snorted and swore, "HMPH, next time I meet Yi Qingyun, I'll be the first to kill him." Inside the barrier, Yi Qingyun watched General Zhao Yang die, shed tears, and swore, "I, Yi Qingyun, swear I will avenge you." Just then, spiritual energy began swirling. HMPH, the barrier has broken. Yi Qingyun also sensed a change, looked around, and wondered, how do I get out? When he raised his head, he snorted, HMPH. Before him stood a door bearing a skull locked by 2 chains. This door actually sends chills down my spine. This must be the exit. With that thought, Yi Qingyun immediately leaped up, and at that moment, the skull's eyes suddenly lit up. He was startled, something's wrong. Streams of spiritual energy shot from the 2 eye sockets like chains. They flew straight toward Yi Qingyun, shocking him. This is. While Yi Qingyun was caught off guard, the spiritual chains tightly bound both his arms. Damn it. He struggled desperately but could not escape as his blood was slowly drained. Yi Qingyun's face gradually turned pale. His eyes slowly closed, yet he gritted his teeth to stay conscious. It's draining my blood. Damn it. Yi Qingyun gradually closed his eyes. At that moment, the blue energy from the skull turned red. Yet only seconds later, his eyes suddenly snapped open. Yi Qingyun panted heavily with sweat covering his face and thought, what exactly is happening? This is. The surrounding space changed, no longer showing the skull-covered stone door, as Yi Qingyun found himself in a vast room with a statue of a spear-wielding rider and wondered, where am I? Why am I here? Did I enter through that stone door just now? Thinking this, he recalled the blood-draining skull hanging outside. Could it belong to the owner of this stone ring? The moment this thought appeared, the stone statue behind him suddenly lit up. Yi Qingyun immediately turned around. The statue suddenly moved and rushed toward the stunned Yi Qingyun. Before he could react, the statue aimed its spear at him first. Then the spear pierced straight through his body. Strike. Strangely, he was unharmed, while a powerful force erupted from the spear tip. The force was so fierce that Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth and frowned. A moment later, the power faded, and the figure and horse from before also vanished. Yi Qingyun was secretly shocked, strong, even stronger than I was in my previous life. A few seconds later, he raised his head. The statue still stood motionless, but a 7-colored halo had appeared above it. The halo slowly floated above the statue's head, and a voice rang out from within. Zhao Yang is dead, you will be the next master of this ring. Yi Qingyun curiously reached toward the light above the spear and asked, what is this? The instant he touched it, a dazzling light flashed. A vast library appeared before his eyes. Yi Qingyun walked inside and examined it while thinking. 3 sword art, mid-grade earth-tier martial skill, destructive palm, high-grade earth-tier martial skill. 9 shadow transformation art, movement skill. Each technique has a different mark, shadowless killing. They're all high-grade martial skills, and there are even alchemy techniques. Wait, this is. Spatial power in this space even contains time power, with time flowing 10 times slower than outside. Who exactly owns this palace, and what are these 2 vortexes? Returning to the present 3 months later, the bandit frowned and gritted his teeth. If you have the guts, say that again. Yi Qingyun fearlessly repeated, I said you're all trash. When General Zhao was alive, you didn't dare step into Zhao Kingdom, but after his death, you only dared slander him behind his back. The bandit questioned him hatefully, what does it have to do with you? Who are you? This is our bandit alliance's territory, yet you dare trespass. Yi Qingyun sneered mockingly, your territory? This is Zhao Kingdom, the home of great General Zhao. Kai Lang smiled viciously and said, brother, don't waste words on him, I'll just kill him. With that, he summoned his martial spirit and charged at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun watched disdainfully and asked, is this all your royal authority amounts to? Suddenly the space around Kai Lang darkened, startling him. He raised his head and looked up. A gigantic hand descended from above and forced him to his knees, making him stammer. What is this? Yi Qingyun snorted coldly. HMPH. Palm. The hand condensed from spiritual power pressed closer to Kai Lang, making him panic. W8. Yi Qingyun gathered his strength and slammed a palm onto Kai Lang, causing a violent shockwave as cracks spread across the ground. After the dust gradually cleared, though drenched in cold sweat, Kai Lang stubbornly said, brat, I advise you to release me now." Yi Qingyun sneered, "Didn't you want to kill me? What's wrong?" Kai Lang's elder brother stepped forward and threatened, "A mere second-level 5-element realm cultivation dares to act so arrogant. I advise you to release my brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun acted and killed Kai Lang. He stood up, glanced at him, and asked, "Otherwise what?" Kai Lang's elder brother darkened his face and roared, "You dare!" Then he drew his sword and charged at him, declaring, "This matter cannot end unless you die." Yi Qingyun immediately drew the merciless sword to block, causing the two weapons to clash. The bandit leader said, "I do not merely want to chop you into pieces. Our bandit alliance has also investigated your family, and everyone related to you must die." Yi Qingyun replied disdainfully, "You are only a group of bandits. I wonder where you got such confidence." The bandit withdrew his sword, stepped back to gain momentum, and said, "Unfortunately, you will never see it again because you are about to die." The moment the word "die" was spoken, Yi Qingyun's merciless sword pierced through his body from behind. The bandit froze and tried to say something else. Yi Qingyun pulled the sword out of his body. The bandit immediately lost his life and collapsed. Yi Qingyun walked past his corpse, leaving only 2 words, "Trash." Behind Zhao country was a mountain range. Yi Qingyun knelt before the grave and spoke, "General Zhao, Yi Qingyun respectfully calls you brother. I wonder if you have any descendants. Why not accept me as your disciple? No matter what my talent is, I agree. What do you think? Since you said nothing, I will take it as your agreement. Yi Qingyun swears I will definitely avenge you, using my life and my identity as the war god as my oath." Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind. Yi Qingyun turned around to look back. At that moment, a group of people arrived, quickly dismounted, and shouted, "General, General." Everyone knelt before the grave and spoke with regret, "Great General, your subordinates arrived too late. As the sunset fell, the sun gradually disappeared behind the mountains. In a certain study room, Yi Qingyun stood outside silently, listening to the conversation coming from inside. "If I cannot have both life and righteousness, I choose righteousness. One cannot have both in this world." After reading this part, the child asked, "Teacher, what does this mean?" The teacher smiled and explained, "It means valuing righteousness and sacrificing for it. Zhao Lai, if you were an emperor, how would you rule the country?" Zhao Lai asked back, "How to rule the country?" The teacher nodded and confirmed, "That's right." At that moment, the child closed the book. Then he stood up facing his teacher and boldly expressed his thoughts. "Teacher, I feel the hardest part of ruling a country is having wise officials without becoming weak. One must value national laws, take the people as the foundation, and put the people and the nation above everything else." After hearing this, the teacher sighed softly and said, "Taking the people as the foundation and putting them first is not wrong, but ask yourself, in this world, which emperor would be willing to lower his own dignity?" "All right, Zhao Lai, it is late now. Go to sleep. Be good." Zhao Lai opened his eyes wide and replied, "Teacher, I still haven't finished today's homework." Sitting on the roof and listening to the teacher and student talk, Yi Qingyun muttered, "Although this kid has not a trace of cultivation, he is not bad. He will become an honest official in the future, and with the 5-element realm expert beside him guiding him, his future is promising." Below, Zhao Lai insisted, "I must finish reading these books before sleeping." His teacher immediately scolded him, "Go to sleep now, be obedient, and listen to your teacher." Seeing this, the child obediently agreed, "Teacher, don't be angry, I will go." When the study door closed, the teacher suddenly said, "Since you have already arrived, come down and have a chat with this old man." Yi Qingyun, who was repairing a loose brick, was startled upon hearing this. After stepping down and sitting on a stone chair, he introduced himself, "Hello, I am the teacher here." The teacher spoke first. "Yi Qingyun, right?" He asked in surprise, "Old man, how do you know that I am Yi Qingyun?" The teacher smiled and answered, "Your name has already spread throughout the world." He handed him a cup of tea and continued, 3 months ago, over 100 magical beasts attacked the imperial city. A young man and a general, one holding a spear and one holding a sword, fought side by side and destroyed the beasts. The young man and the rumors escaped, but I know that is definitely not true. "Please accept my bow." Yi Qingyun hurriedly stood up to help him and said, "Teacher, please rise. I do not deserve such respect." He knelt down, looked directly at Yi Qingyun and said, "Young master, please do not stop me. In this world, how many people can fight side by side with their master? You are the general's brother who shared life and death with him, so from my perspective, you are also my master." After speaking, he lowered his head and said with a heavy, sorrowful voice, "Greetings, young master Yi. It feels as if I am meeting my master again." My master lived a pure life, served Zhao country with his might, but heaven showed no mercy, and in the end he died without a complete body. I failed to protect my master. Yi Qingyun comforted him gently and said, you hid yourself because of brother Zhao's bloodline, so there is no need to blame yourself. Besides, I have collected brother Zhao's remains and armor and buried them behind the mountain range of Zhao country's imperial city. Hearing this, the teacher asked joyfully, young master Yi, is this true? Yi Qingyun confirmed, of course it is true. The teacher stood up and said, after 3 months, I finally heard some good news. Young master Yi, did you come here to take Zhao Lai away? Yi Qingyun took a sip of tea and replied, that was my original plan, but now I have changed my mind. The teacher agreed and said, yes, I can see that this child likes reading and does not like martial training, unlike the general. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, his literary talent is not bad. With you taking care of Zhao Lai, I am very relieved. Suddenly sensing something unusual, the scholar immediately became alert and said, someone is breaking my soundproof barrier. Yi Qingyun quickly stood up to check. At that moment, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out. It turned out to be a bandit from the Thieves' Alliance. He grabbed Zhao Lai by the collar and lifted him up, laughing loudly. Yi Qingyun, I never expected chasing you would lead me to find Zhao Yang's son. What an unexpected harvest. Zhao Lai panicked and cried out, let me go, let me go. Yi Qingyun broke through the door and rushed in, shouting, let the kid go. The bandit laughed proudly and said, let him go. No, both of you brats will die. Today I will kill Zhao Yang's son, then I will kill you too. Zhao Lai burst into tears and struggled desperately. In a sudden moment, he raised his hand and slapped the old man. This instantly made Yi Qingyun's expression darken. Damn it, I can only take a gamble now. On the other side, the bandit became furious after being hit and shouted, brat, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Zhao Lai bravely replied, I'm not afraid of you. At this moment, Yi Qingyun's body erupted with spiritual power, preparing to use the 9 shadow transformation technique. But something suddenly happened, making him stop. At the bandit's side, a flash of light passed through the arm he was using to hold Zhao Lai. Yi Qingyun was overjoyed. It's him. Zhao Min appeared, and after rescuing Zhao Lai, he hugged the boy and comforted him. Lai, don't be afraid. Zhao Lai loudly replied, Uncle, I'm not afraid. Zhao Min laughed and praised him. Good, haha, Lai is such a good boy. The bandit's arm was cut off and he angrily shouted, Zhao Min, you still dare to come back? Weren't you sent to guard the border? Zhao Min handed Zhao Lai to Yi Qingyun and said, young man, you are right. Death cannot solve the root of the problem, and my elder brother's grudge has yet to be avenged. After saying that, he gripped his sword tightly and faced the bandit. The man exclaimed in horror, wait, wait. Zhao Min swung down his sword and cursed at the same time, wait for your head. The sword accurately split down the bandit's back, causing fresh blood to spray everywhere. Without stopping, Zhao Min rushed forward and roared, you dare insult my elder brother, I'll kill you. That afternoon, after learning his identity, Zhao Min immediately shouted in shock, what did you say? You are Yi Qingyun, didn't he already run away? The scholar reminded him, don't talk nonsense, didn't you see the general's stone ring was given to him? This is someone the general values, how could he run away? Hearing this, Zhao Min understood, that's true. Yi Qingyun walked to the bed where Zhao Lai was sleeping soundly and gently pulled the blanket over him. Then he raised his hand and sent several streams of divine power into the boy's body, saying, the path of studying is not smooth, this divine sense can protect you. I have done everything I can. I hope you live a peaceful life and enjoy happiness forever. After speaking, he placed a bottle of medicine at Zhao Lai's bedside. At this moment, Zhao Min stood up and introduced himself. Brother Yi, my name is Zhao Min. I was once a subordinate of the general. The scholar looked at Yi Qingyun and smiled, saying, young Master Yi. Looking at the two people before him, Yi Qingyun felt relieved and said, with Zhao Lai having you two by his side, I can rest assured. I should leave now. The two of them escorted Yi Qingyun to the door, and Zhao Min waved goodbye while loudly saying, Brother Yi, take care. Yi Qingyun also waved back, silently thinking in his heart, no need to thank me. I couldn't help you with anything. Luoyang Tower, Flame Hall of Star Position Academy. Someone said, hey, have you heard? Everyone from Xinghai Academy in Xinghai has fled. In the mountains behind the academy, the two people walked while chatting. I heard, I just don't know what connection our Star Position Academy has with that Xinghai Academy. There must be some connection, otherwise why would this place be so deserted? Yi Qingyun happened to hear their conversation when he returned. While they were talking, the academy gate suddenly opened and someone inside shouted, get lost, get lost, get lost, we have nothing to do with Xinghai Academy. Seeing this, the two people who were gossiping panicked and ran away, shouting, "Run, Star Position Academy is beating people." The disciple of Star Position Academy immediately argued, "When did I hit you?" He turned to look at Yi Qingyun, but he was already gone, and he muttered suspiciously, "Hey, where did that strange guy go?" He looked somewhat familiar. At this moment, Yi Qingyun had already entered the academy. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I wonder how that old man is doing." Just then, Elder Xingyi suddenly appeared, raised his sword, and shouted, "Who dares to break into my residence without permission?" Yi Qingyun frowned immediately, drew his sword, and muttered, "Has he gone insane from cultivation again?" He swung his sword to block Elder Xingyi's strike. He turned around and shouted, "Thief, you still dare to resist? Quickly surrender with your hands tied." Hey. Elder Xingyi turned his sword and charged straight at Yi Qingyun. He reacted quickly, raising his sword to block, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. At that moment, Yi Qingyun gathered energy in his other hand and said, "Elder Xingyi, forgive me." After speaking, he waved his hand and transferred that stream of energy into Elder Xingyi's body. At that moment, he seemed to have just woken up and said, "HMPH." After seeing clearly the person in front of him, Elder Xingyi asked in shock, "Yi Qingyun, is it really you?" He smiled and replied, "It's me, Elder Xingyi." Hearing this, he excitedly patted his shoulder and said, "Haha, it really is you. I knew you would definitely return safely." Then he pinched his cheeks and rubbed his ears, emotionally saying, "Where have you been these past 6 months? Do you know how worried I was? I couldn't eat or sleep peacefully for a moment." Yi Qingyun hurriedly said, "Let go of me first." A moment later, a pillar of smoke rose at the foot of the mountain. The two sat together and grilled meat. Yi Qingyun began recounting everything that happened, first this, then that, and after leaving Zhao Lai's place I came here. After hearing the story, Elder Xingyi sighed. He never expected that you had experienced so many things in the past 6 months. Yi Qingyun continued, "I came today to say goodbye to you." Elder Xingyi expressed his thoughts. "I knew long ago that this sky city of Luo Yang could not hold you back. Even Xinghai is the same. Sooner or later you will leave." Yi Qingyun happily picked up the roasted chicken and said, "Don't make it sound so serious, Elder. I'll leave after eating." Just as he was about to take a bite, Elder Xingyi suddenly stopped him. "Wait." Yi Qingyun looked at him in confusion. He seriously asked, "Are you going to Ba Huang?" While biting the chicken, Yi Qingyun answered, "Yes, but I can't leave yet. I need to go to other countries to get the tokens first." Elder Xingyi took out a token and handed it to him. "Stop eating for a moment. I have a competition entry token here." Yi Qingyun received the token and stared at the person before him in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have this thing too. Thank you." Elder Xingyi stroked his beard and nodded, saying, "What's so surprising? I'm the supreme elder of an academy, but I have a small favor to ask of you." Yi Qingyun frowned and asked, "What is it?" He looked at Yi Qingyun with some nervousness. "You have probably met our academy's Dean Chen Yu, right? She will also go to Ba Huang to participate in the competition. If you meet her, please help me deliver a message to her." Yi Qingyun put the token into his bag and spoke in a low voice. "She is also going to participate in the Ba Huang competition? Fine, I agree." Elder Xingyi was slightly stunned, not expecting Yi Qingyun to agree so decisively. "Aren't you going to ask why?" Yi Qingyun waved his hand and smiled. "If you don't tell me, I naturally won't ask, then let's say goodbye here." Elder Xingyi kindly reminded him, "Participating in the Ba Huang competition makes it very difficult to return. You can visit your family before leaving." Yi Qingyun nodded and smiled. "I understand." At the Yi family residence, a servant was standing at the gate sweeping. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the distance and looked over in surprise. The servant quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Stop here. This is the Yi family residence. If you want to enter, let me inform the family head first." Yi Qingyun looked at the servant and smiled. "Oh, is the Yi family this strict now? But having rules is a good thing." "What's your name?" the servant unconsciously replied. "My name is Wang Bao." Yi Qingyun chuckled and said while observing him, "Wang Bao, what a strange name. I'll wait here, go report and tell my grandfather that I have returned." Wang Bao said "Oh" and walked inside, then suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "Oh right, who is your grandfather? Also, you said you have returned. Who exactly are you?" As soon as Wang Bao entered, he immediately received a slap, was sent flying, and fell heavily to the ground. Wang Bao trembled on the ground with an aggrieved expression and asked, "Yi Dai, what did I do to you?" Yi Dai didn't even look carefully and angrily shouted, "Oh, how bold! As a servant you dare question this young master. It seems I haven't been strict enough with you." Wait, hearing that voice, Yi Dai's gaze immediately shifted toward Yi Qingyun standing beside him. He arrogantly provoked, "What? I am disciplining my family's useless servants. Do you want to interfere too?" Yi Qingyun said coldly. Don't even look where you are. Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble upon yourself? Yi Dai completely ignored him and said, of course I know where this is, I just don't know what trouble I will encounter. Wang Bao struggled to sit up and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingyun. Brother, ignore me, you should come back tomorrow. This guy is always arrogant like this, and when he's in a bad mood he beats people. Today I'm just unlucky, leave quickly, don't provoke him. Yi Qingyun remained calm and asked, you're not bad, but who is he? Wang Bao's face turned pale with fear as he continued transmitting. Why did you say that out loud? Don't you know how to use voice transmission? Wang Bao anxiously continued. He is the strongest grandson of the Yi family. Before turning 16, he already reached the first level of the Void Yin realm. Although he is an outsider grandson, none of the direct grandsons of the Yi family can compare with him. That's why he acts so arrogantly now. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Outsider grandson and outsider grandson? Wang Bao rushed forward to block Yi Qingyun and said toward Yi Dai, he is a guest, you can beat me, but… Wang Bao looked at Yi Qingyun in surprise and sent another voice transmission. Why don't you use voice transmission? You don't even know how to use it. You don't even know about an outsider grandson. Where are you actually from? Yi Qingyun pushed Wang Bao aside and said, I'm from another province and my cultivation is higher than his. Are you sure you want to go over there? Yi Dai stood frozen, looking at Yi Qingyun with slight fear, unable to speak for a moment. Yi Qingyun walked past Yi Dai and turned to Wang Bao, saying, follow behind me, no one can hit you. Wang Bao hurriedly followed in fear. Brother, he is a vengeful enemy and the Yi family has someone even stronger than him. Yi Dai stared at Yi Qingyun and snorted angrily, HMPH. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of resentment, brat. He is my family's servant and now you want to take my dog away without even asking its owner me? This doesn't seem right. Yi Qingyun glanced at Yi Dai and said coldly, no need. From now on, he is my person. Use whatever tricks you have, whether you want to rely on your grandfather or complain to your grandmother, go ahead. Wang Bao looked at Yi Qingyun worriedly. Brother, maybe we should leave, at worst just leave the Yi family. Yi Qingyun confidently said, don't worry, first tell me about becoming an adopted grandson. Right, don't use voice transmission. Wang Bao explained, yes, it's like this. The Yi family recruits talented youths, and as long as they agree to work hard for the Yi family, they will be given the status of adopted grandson, changing their surname to Yi and gaining the same status and benefits as the family's descendants. Yi Dai was such a case. His original name was Hua Dai. Yi Dai looked at Yi Qingyun and thought he was almost overwhelmed by the other side. This was the Yi family, and the reason he had not attacked might not be because he feared him. No matter what his cultivation was, since he dared to offend him, his only fate was death. Yi Dai swung his hand and threw a punch toward Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun only glanced over. Killing intent burst from his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Ha! Seeing that gaze, Yi Dai's entire body froze as he stared wide-eyed. Yi Qingyun waved his hand, and a violent force instantly struck toward Yi Dai. Yi Qingyun's palm slammed heavily into his chest. A sharp pain spread through him, and fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. His legs collapsed and he knelt on the ground. He held his chest and coughed, so furious he could not speak. You. Yi Qingyun looked at him with contempt and said, I only crippled your meridians, so take care of yourself. Using a destructive technique against me is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken for someone like you, but it still preserves some dignity for your status as an adopted grandson. Yi Dai's eyes were filled with blood vessels and he gasped desperately, my meridians, you are truly ruthless. At that moment, many people from the Yi family walked out and questioned Yi Qingyun, asking who had dared to attack inside their Yi family. Just then, a voice came from behind the door. Is this because our Yi family failed to properly receive our guest? The person who came out was Yi Wuhai. Seeing the person in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise, HMPH. Seeing him arrive, Yi Dai's eyes lit up. He pointed at Yi Qingyun and complained, grandfather, you must stand up for me. This bastard has crippled my meridians. Yi Wuhai said nothing and slowly walked toward the two. Yi Dai raised his head and called out aggrievedly, grandfather. Yi Wuhai looked at Qingyun and smiled, brat, you finally decided to come back. Qingyun quickly replied, yes, I have made grandfather worry all this time. Hearing this, Yi Wuhai laughed and placed his hand on his shoulder. It's nothing, coming back is already the best thing. But the only response he received was Yi Wuhai's icy gaze. Go back and reflect on yourself. From now on, you are not allowed to take half a step into the Yi family. Also, you are no longer a descendant of our Yi family. Yi Dai was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. Huh. Wang Bao jumped beside Yi Qingyun and asked doubtfully, "You are Yi Qingyun, the Yi Qingyun who ranked first in the previous competition?" Before Yi Qingyun could answer, Yi Wuhai proudly confirmed, "That's right, if not him, then who else?" Everyone present exclaimed in shock, never expecting him to return. Wang Bao stammered, Then what is your current cultivation level?" Yi Qingyun calmly answered, "Third stage of the 5 elements realm." Yi Wuhai exclaimed in shock, "What?" Everyone around them took a cold breath, and someone asked curiously, "Hey, is the 3rd stage of the 5 elements realm above or below the Yang reality realm?" The person beside him immediately scolded, "Idiot, below the Yang reality realm is the Yin Void 5 elements realm, so of course it is above." Yi Wuhai looked at Wang Bao and asked, "Wang Bao, why are you here?" Yi Qingyun stepped forward and explained, "Grandfather, I brought him here. Although he is only from an ordinary family, his character is not bad." Hearing this, Yi Wuhai nodded in relief. "If you say he is good, then he must be good. I will slowly nurture him. Let's go inside and talk." Yi Qingyun obediently followed Yi Wuhai inside. "Coincidentally, I also have something important to tell you, grandfather." Meanwhile, Wang Bao kept staring at Yi Qingyun's back, unable to recover. He is actually Yi Qingyun, a 3rd stage 5 elements realm cultivator above the Yang reality realm. Wang Bao muttered in confusion, "Then why don't you even know how to deceive people through voice transmission?" But right after that, Wang Bao heard laughter through voice transmission. Ha, making him jump in shock. Wang Bao hurriedly chased after Yi Qingyun and shouted angrily, You actually dared to trick me." Inside the room, Yi Wuhai's eyes shone like stars, and his entire body felt light and excited. Yi Wuhai asked in disbelief, "Are all of these low-grade Earth rank martial skills?" Yi Qingyun happily confirmed, "That's right, grandfather, give these books to the disciples of our Yi family." Yi Wuhai rushed toward the pile of weapons again, his eyes shining even brighter as he examined them. "These weapons are not ordinary either." Yi Qingyun nodded, I still have many more, grandfather. Is there anything else you want?" Yi Wuhai finally calmed down and raised a finger to his mouth, signaling, "SHH." Yi Qingyun also fell silent, not understanding what he meant. Yi Wuhai analyzed, "This is already enough. Being too greedy will make other forces hold a grudge against us." After hearing this, Yi Qingyun laughed, "All right, I will listen to you, grandfather. Their strength is nothing compared to our Yi family." As if remembering something, Yi Wuhai turned to Yi Qingyun and asked, "By the way, Qingyun, do you remember what I told you half a year ago?" Yi Qingyun replied solemnly, "I remember. The Yi family was one of the 8 great clans on the continent, but the Shangguan family wiped out the important figures of the Yi family, and those who survived barely escaped." Yi Qingyun stood up and firmly declared, "Grandpa, rest assured, this time I am going to Ba Huang to participate in the exam, and I will definitely seek justice for us." Yi Wuhai smiled and explained, "That is not what I mean." Yi Qingyun widened his eyes in surprise. Yi Wuhai expressed his thoughts, "What I mean is revenge can be taken anytime. There is no rush. Your safety is what matters most." Yi Qingyun obediently replied, "Grandpa, I will be careful." Yi Wuhai smiled, "That's good." Night had fallen. Yi Qingyun lay on the bed with an unpleasant expression. "Shangguan, if the heavens cannot punish you." Yi Qingyun sat up and said, "Then let me punish you in place of the heavens." Just then, a knock came from outside. Yi Qingyun looked outside and said, "Come in." Wang Bao entered from outside, chuckling. He looked at Yi Qingyun and asked, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Yi Qingyun nodded and replied, "That's right." Wang Bao suggested, "Can you take me with you? I promise I will listen obediently, not cause trouble, and I am not afraid of death." Yi Qingyun shook his head and refused, "No." Wang Bao lowered his head in hesitation, looking disappointed. "I understand." Yi Qingyun placed his hand on Wang Bao's shoulder and said, "Stay at the Yi family. I have already arranged things. Tomorrow someone will find a suitable cultivation technique for you." After hearing this, Wang Bao's mood immediately improved. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Ha!" Yi Qingyun pushed him out of the door and said, "It's late, go to sleep." Wang Bao responded and turned to leave. Before he completely left, Yi Qingyun reminded him, "Also, starting tomorrow, you will take the surname Yi." Wang Bao's eyes immediately lit up, and he said with anticipation, "Yi Bao." Early the next morning, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. On the main road, a carriage was speeding forward. The wheels crushed against the ground, and sparks echoed everywhere. Suddenly, the carriage came to a stop. Yi Qingyun jumped down and casually threw some spirit stones to the driver. "Thank you, take this money." Yi Qingyun arrived before a city and stretched his back. "Finally, I have arrived." Denghuang City was built because of a teleportation formation that appeared unexpectedly. After saying that, Yi Qing-yun stepped into the city. As soon as he entered, Yi Qing-yun's attention was drawn to an old man sitting there, with saliva constantly dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yi Qing-yun walked to the teleportation formation, where a blue vortex was spinning above it. Yi Qing-yun stepped forward and prepared to take out his token and place it inside to activate the formation, but the old man suddenly shouted, "HMPH, wait." Yi Qing-yun turned around in confusion. "What's wrong?" The old man leaned back and slowly said, "Come back tomorrow. Today the formation has already teleported 50 people." Yi Qing-yun asked again, "Is that so?" He still did not care and directly placed the token inside, calmly saying, "I don't believe it." With a bang, the teleportation formation immediately released a wave of energy. Yi Qing-yun froze slightly, his eyes widening in shock. The old man behind him burst into laughter and mocked, "Brat, are you new here? Without my formation power, this token is just a useless piece of trash. It has no effect." Yi Qing-yun's face darkened and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Immediately after, he changed his attitude, put on a flattering smile, and walked over. "What do you mean, senior?" The old man coldly said, "Stand still." The old man glanced at Yi Qing-yun and calmly said, "Can you politely call me Grandmaster?" Yi Qing-yun was stunned and asked, "Am I not being polite enough?" The old man lectured, "With a status and position as special as mine, do you think I need to deceive you? Do you believe me now?" Yi Qing-yun had no choice but to comply and asked, "I believe you, I believe you." "Then may I ask, Grandmaster, why was the number of people filled so quickly today?" The old man looked toward the city gate and said, "I had already arranged it." At that moment, a group of people rushed over aggressively, releasing a bone-chilling aura. The leader looked at Yi Qing-yun and shouted, "Where did this beggar come from?" The old man exclaimed, "The real person has arrived." He walked toward the old man and casually pushed Yi Qing-yun aside. "Get out of the way." How could Yi Qing-yun allow himself to be bullied? His aura erupted, directly sending him flying backward. He fell to the ground, trembling in rage, while the people behind him looked at Yi Qing-yun in shock. "Ha ha ha, Hooksheng, you actually have this day, getting kicked away by a brat. Hey Hooksheng, you really know how to make a joke out of yourself for us brothers." The others laughed and mocked Hooksheng as if watching a comedy show. Hearing their ridicule, Hooksheng's face immediately turned red. "Damn it." At that moment, a handsome young man sitting on horseback calmly spoke, "Don't cause trouble, we still have important things to do." Hooksheng reluctantly nodded. Understood, understood. He looked at Yi Qing-yun and shouted, "Kid, I'm in a bad mood today. I don't have time to argue with you. I'll spare you this time." After saying that, he turned to the old man, took out a bag of tokens, and respectfully said, "Master, these are our tokens. Please help us." The old man nodded, "All right." The teleportation gate opened accordingly. Hooksheng immediately turned and shouted at the group behind him, "Go." Soon, the 50-person team entered the teleportation gate one after another. The old man looked at Yi Qing-yun and said coldly, "Come back tomorrow." Yi Qing-yun had no choice but to turn around and leave. There was nothing else he could do. Yi Qing-yun entered an inn, casually chose a seat, and ordered a bowl of noodles. Soon after, the waiter brought it over. "Your beef noodles are here." The people around were constantly discussing. That Feng San Feng's eyesight is terrifying. Just by discovering a child, he was able to sit in the position of elder. Hearing this name, Yi Qing-yun thought to himself, "Feng San Feng, this name sounds familiar." Then he heard the other person continue, "Who says otherwise? His strength is only average, but his status is not low. However, I heard that girl can no longer control the Phoenix killing curse. It's troublesome. The Feng family is only a branch of the Phoenix clan. Where could they find the resources to suppress that girl's killing aura? I heard the Feng family head has already informed the leader of the clan. Otherwise, it would be a pity for that girl." Hearing this, Yi Qing-yun raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Zoe." Yi Qing-yun immediately asked, "Is the girl you are talking about named Yi Zoe?" The man was grabbed by Yi Qing-yun and cried out in fear, "Hero, calm down, let's talk slowly. Don't get excited. Are you also someone who admires Yi Zoe?" Yi Qing-yun was confused. "Someone who admires her." The man smiled and explained, "Haha, that's right, don't worry. I heard Feng San Feng found Master Shan. Master Shan is the best alchemist in Denghuang City, and the Phoenix Thorn pill he refined can suppress Yi Zoe's killing aura." Yi Qing-yun released his hand and threw the man down, scaring him pale, but soon the people beside him pulled him away. "Let's go." Yi Qing-yun rushed forward, his face filled with anger, thinking to himself, "Phoenix Thorn pill. Idiot." At this moment in a mansion, Yi Zoe was lying on the bed and softly groaned. Yi Zoe's eyes were blurry and weak as she asked, Who? Brother Qingyun? San Feng said angrily. Qingyun is Yi Qingyun again. You have become this sick, yet he still hasn't kept his promise to visit you while you continue remembering him wholeheartedly. Yi Zouyi lay on the bed and firmly said with pursed lips, because he doesn't know, if Brother Qingyun knew I was sick, he would definitely come. He definitely would. To hurt Yi Zouyi, San Feng lied. He already knows. Hearing this, Yi Zouyi struggled to sit up and asked, you said Brother Qingyun already knows. San Feng avoided Yi Zouyi's gaze and said, yes, I sent someone to Sun Town long ago to tell him about your illness, yet he still hasn't come, and do you know why? Because he never cared about you, never cared at all. Yi Zouyi refused to believe him and angrily said, don't lie to me, Brother Qingyun isn't the kind of person you say he is. San Feng confidently said, father has contacted the Mu family, they'll come today, so don't worry, you'll recover. While inwardly sneering, Yi Qingyun, you don't even have the courage to face Yi Zouyi, so what right do you have to be loved by her? If I meet you, I'll definitely beat you up. Just then, a guard rushed over in panic, shouting, bad news, and San Feng angrily snapped, why are you panicking? The guard hurriedly reported, young master, a young man outside attacked many of our men without a word and beat them terribly. San Feng glared fiercely and roared, which idiot is it? I'm already in a bad mood, so take me to him. And the guard quickly nodded. Outside the main hall, a Feng family guard was sent flying far away. Yi Qingyun pointed at another man's forehead and said, don't move. The man froze completely, his face pale with fear as he stammered, what exactly do you want? Yi Qingyun's eyes suddenly sharpened as he turned toward the distance. San Feng charged over and struck straight at Yi Qingyun while his subordinates immediately shouted, young master. San Feng yelled, who are you to dare cause trouble in our Feng family? Yi Qingyun replied coldly but still politely, I want to see Yi Zouyi. San Feng blurted out, oh, another suitor. Yi Qingyun shook his head and slowly replied, I'm her brother and I came today to take my sister home. San Feng was stunned. Brother. Yi Qingyun said apologetically, I thought Zouyi would be able to suppress her phoenix death aura while staying with you, but it seems I was wrong. And San Feng finally realized, so you're Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun firmly confirmed, that's me. San Feng did not answer immediately and suddenly laughed wildly. Haha, so it really is you. He punched straight at Yi Qingyun's face, clearly courting death, but Yi Qingyun lightly leaned aside to dodge, utterly puzzled. San Feng leaped up and launched another strike, shouting, I've been curious about you for a long time. I wanted to see what kind of person Brother Qingyun, whom Yi Zouyi always talks about, really was and how capable you were, but you're just an immature brat. San Feng angrily roared, a brat at the third level of the Five Elements realm, then mocked, you want to take her away, but with your strength can you even keep her safe? Didn't you promise to visit her, yet half a year has already passed and you... Before he could finish, Yi Qingyun coldly interrupted, if you won't lead me there, I'll find her myself. San Feng furiously drew his sword and shouted, bastard, how dare you ignore everything I'm saying? Take this! As soon as he spoke, he slashed at Yi Qingyun, who calmly drew his sword and blocked with an icy expression. Yi Qingyun glanced at San Feng, his voice already impatient. I'm in a very bad mood right now, so don't make me even more irritated. The door slowly opened. Yi Zouyi stepped out with a deathly pale face, her trembling body barely steady as she said, Brother Qingyun. Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up as he called, Zouyi, while San Feng behind him turned livid with rage, wondering why Yi Zouyi had come out. Yi Qingyun hurriedly asked with concern, Zouyi, how are you? While Yi Zouyi stood weakly at the door, tears nearly spilling as she said, Brother Qingyun, Zouyi. Missed you so much, and after saying this, Yi Zouyi could no longer endure and directly fainted. Seeing this, both men cried out in panic, Yi Zouyi, Zouyi, while San Feng anxiously said, your body is already this weak, why didn't you stay in bed and rest? And Yi Qingyun caught Yi Zouyi, saying painfully, Zouyi, I'm here. Yi Zouyi raised her head, her glistening eyes staring at the face she had not seen for so long as she said, Brother Qingyun, Zouyi is very strong now and can protect herself. Yi Qingyun took out a pill, brought it to Yi Zouyi's lips and gently urged, forget all that and take this. So Yi Zouyi nodded and swallowed it without hesitation. San Feng anxiously shouted, what are you doing? Don't make her take random things. After Yi Zouyi swallowed the pill, her deathly pale face gradually regained color. San Feng stared in shock, thinking, it worked, the phoenix killing energy inside Yi Zouyi has actually been suppressed. Yi Qingyun carried Yi Zouyi on his back and gently said, I'll take you away, while Yi Zouyi smiled. I knew Brother Qingyun would never break his promise. They all said you abandoned me, but I knew they were lying because how could you abandon me, right? Yi Qingyun dotingly said, Zouyi, stop talking and rest, leave everything else to me. so Yi Zhou murmured in agreement and fell asleep against his back. San Feng angrily shouted from behind, "Stop, the Mu family will come today, and although your pill temporarily suppressed Zoe's killing energy, staying here is still best for her," making Yi Qingyun's eyes blaze with fury. Yi Qingyun gently placed Yi Zhou aside and said grimly, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I nearly forgot what San Feng promised me, so today I'll settle the score with your Feng family." Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. His rage erupted as he roared toward the entire Feng family. San Feng, get your ass out here." The instant the roar rang out, San Feng was utterly terrified and froze in place. Just then, an old man appeared in midair and shouted, "You dare cause trouble in my Feng family." Seeing the man before him, San Feng's expression changed instantly. "It's you." And Yi Qingyun coldly looked up and replied, "It's me." Boundless killing intent erupted from Yi Qingyun as he ordered, "Kneel," and the terrifying force immediately drove San Feng backward. The old man was horrified, thinking, such powerful pressure, how could he rise from the transformation realm to the five elements realm in just half a year? The terrifying pressure directly crushed San Feng to his knees, even cracking the ground beneath him. He struggled to raise his head and roared, "I refuse to submit." Yi Qingyun unleashed terrifying spiritual power and struck with his palm, instantly turning San Feng's face deathly pale. A huge lump swelled on the old man's forehead and tears streamed from the pain as he stammered, "Why you?" But Yi Qingyun snapped, "You what? My sister is bedridden and unconscious. Have you forgotten what you promised her back then?" San Feng slowly said, "Yi Zhou is the future of our Phoenix clan. We would never let anything happen to her, and she has been taking Master Shen's Phoenix Thorn pill for half a month." But before he finished, Yi Qingyun struck him like a thunderbolt. Yi Qingyun's eyes darkened as he coldly asked, "You told that useless fool to refine the Phoenix Thorn pill?" And San Feng tearfully replied, "Yes, I did. That pill suppresses Yi Zhou's killing energy, so why did you hit me?" Seeing he still did not understand, Yi Qingyun punched him again, making San Feng scream in agony, "HMPH." Yi Qingyun pointed at Yi Zhou and demanded, "If the Phoenix Thorn pill worked, would Zoe be in this state? And you even made her take it continuously for half a month. You know nothing yet keep pretending you understand, so how capable do you think you are?" And San Feng was left speechless, stammering, "I." Just then, a voice came from outside. "What do you mean, know nothing?" An elderly man slowly approached and said gravely, "I have refined pills for nearly 20 years, and the Phoenix Thorn killing pill can indeed suppress the Phoenix killing energy inside this girl," making Yi Qingyun stop and ask, "Are you that fourth-grade alchemist?" Master Shen stroked his beard and replied, "Exactly. I believe her current condition is caused by an insufficient dose, and if she continues taking it for a month, the killing energy will certainly be eliminated, which is fighting poison with poison." Yi Qingyun's eyes turned icy as he stared at the old man and repeated, "Fighting poison with poison," while the old man confidently affirmed, "Correct, fighting poison with poison." Yet the next moment, Yi Qingyun punched Master Shen's face crooked and cursed furiously, "Damn you, it's because of stupid fourth-grade alchemists like you." Master Shen clutched his aching face and angrily pointed at him, "Why you dare disrespect me and the Alchemist Guild?" Before he could finish, Yi Qingyun kicked him flying into the distance. Yi Qingyun coldly said, "I look down on you because you're trash, but that doesn't mean I look down on the entire Alchemist Guild, understand? Did you create the guild? And let me tell you, even if the Alchemist Guild's chief came here today, he would still have to bow before me." Master Shen's face flushed red with rage as he stammered, "Why you actually dare disrespect the chief of the Alchemist Guild headquarters?" He took out a token and raised it arrogantly, saying, "Know what this is? I'm a core member of the Alchemist Guild, and I'll report everything you said today, so just wait to be thrown into the guild's prison." Afraid Yi Qingyun would lose control, San Feng hurriedly rushed over to stop him and said, "Yi Qingyun, stop. If you offend Master Shen, even Yi Zhou may be implicated because of you." Yi Qingyun's expression darkened as he merely murmured, "Oh," yet his spiritual projection had already beaten Master Shen into a miserable state. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, "Idiot." At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky as a phoenix manifested in midair and angrily roared, "Brat, you dare cause trouble in the Feng family. Stop right there." An old man rode a phoenix straight at Yi Qingyun and roared, "Die." Yi Qingyun gently bit his finger. A drop of crimson blood flew from his hand as he unleashed the Blood Emperor Seal killing art. Countless dinosaurs charged at the phoenix together. The old man snorted coldly, HMPH, you're truly throwing an egg against a rock. Yet the phoenix was instantly swarmed and torn apart by the dinosaurs. The old man widened his eyes in shock. What? Another old man behind him shouted a warning, Old Joe, watch out. But in the end, the old man was still defeated. Seeing this, Feng San Feng inwardly sighed. So strong, just half a year ago he was still an immature brat I never took seriously. While Yi Qingyun said grimly, the phoenix branch truly lives on reputation alone, its strength is nothing special. He picked up Yi Zoe, swept his cold gaze over everyone present, and declared, Today I am taking Yi Zoe away, and whoever stops me dies. Two old men appeared in midair and said Yi Zoe belonged to the Feng family and could not be taken at will. Then the white-haired elder calmly told Yi Qingyun to stay as Feng San Feng stared in shock and cried, Patriarch. San Feng stepped forward and pleaded, Second uncle, father, for Zoe's sake, please let him go. Yi Qingyun looked at San Feng and said gratefully, You saved our lives and your own. While San Feng looked at Yi Zoe and warned, You'd better cure Yi Zoe. Otherwise you won't need to teach me, and one more thing, Feng family, come find me whenever you want, Yi Qingyun said before carrying Yi Zoe away like lightning. The white-haired elder asked in confusion, Feng, why did you lower yourself like that? San Feng replied, Father, as long as Yi Zoe can recover, that's enough. The Feng family members began to worry. Sai, get ready, how are we supposed to explain this to the patriarch next? Yi Qingyun carried Yi Zoe back to the inn and ordered the attendant, Prepare your best room. And the attendant eagerly led the way. Right away, honored guest, this way please. Yi Qingyun generously tossed the attendant 2 medium-grade spirit stones and instructed, One is for the room and the other is yours. Don't let anyone enter my room, understood? The attendant's eyes shone like stars as he hurriedly replied, Understood, understood. Rest assured, honored guest, absolutely no one will disturb your private affair. After entering the room, Yi Qingyun laid Yi Zoe on the bed, brushed her hair aside and thought, Those Feng family fools and that idiot alchemist actually made Zoe drink Phoenix Essence pills for half a month. If I'd arrived any later, at that moment, many strange red patterns resembling whip marks appeared across Yi Zoe's pale back. Yi Qingyun's eyes widened in shock. This is. Yi Zoe hazily opened her eyes, her face flushed red as she softly moaned. Then she fell asleep again. Yi Qingyun left a clone to watch over Yi Zoe and said, Zoe, rest well, I'll refine medicine for you. Yi Qingyun then entered a medicine shop and asked, Do you have phoenix tail grass? But the shopkeeper shook his head, no. Yi Qingyun continued, Do you have spirit bloodstone or phoenix 3 immortals grass? The seller's eyes darted around before he shook his head and replied, No. Walking down the street, Yi Qingyun wondered, Strange, phoenix tail grass is rare, so lacking it makes sense, but how can they have neither spirit bloodstone nor phoenix 3 immortals grass? He entered another shop and again asked for the same herbs. Yet the result remained unchanged as the shopkeeper trembled and shook his head, and no, they're all sold out. Yi Qingyun could only nod and leave, unaware that a portrait of him hung behind the medicine counter. At another shop, the shopkeeper angrily shouted, I've sold out of all those medicines, hurry up and leave. What, didn't you hear me telling you to get lost? Yi Qingyun snatched the colored paper from the shopkeeper's hand like lightning and asked, You have them now, don't you? Seeing the colored paper, the shopkeeper trembled and turned pale, then regained his senses and waved Yi Qingyun away. No, no, leave now, you're not welcome here. But Yi Qingyun curled his lips into a sinister smile and coldly asked, That old man ordered you all to do this, didn't he? The shopkeeper gave a mocking smile. He brazenly pointed at Yi Qingyun and said, Old man, you dare insult the master. Who are you compared to Master Shen? Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, so it really was him. The shopkeeper angrily threatened, I'll report this to Master Shen, unless, then looked at the paper in Yi Qingyun's hand and said, Unless you give me that. Yi Qingyun generously handed him the paper and smiled, Fine, it's yours, and the shopkeeper nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it, now hurry up and leave. Before he could react, Yi Qingyun slapped him hard across the face. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, Want more? While the shopkeeper coughed painfully, cough, cough. Yi Qingyun angrily asked, Where is that old man now? But the frightened shopkeeper still refused to speak. I don't dare say. Yi Qingyun drew the merciless sword and threatened, Quick. And the shopkeeper, terrified by the sharp blade, hurriedly confessed, I'll tell you. After learning the information, Yi Qingyun turned and left without sparing him another glance. The shopkeeper covered his eye and stared venomously at his back, muttering, HMPH, looks like someone else is about to die. Denghuang City Alchemists Guild. Inside the Alchemists Guild, Master Shen cupped his hands and thanked Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, you've worked hard this time. Consider me owing you a favor. Elder Zhang nodded, it's nothing. Then both noticed Yi Qingyun approaching and Elder Zhang said, he's here. While Master Shen sneered, hee hee, perfect timing. Now you'll learn the consequences of offending a fourth-rank alchemist like me. A guard was sent flying far away, and the remaining guards exchanged terrified looks, hesitating to charge forward. Yi Qingyun looked at them and calmly warned, I don't want to kill anyone, so leave now if you know what's good for you. Yi Qingyun's gaze quickly settled on the spirit bloodstone, and the 3 immortal phoenix herb placed on the shelf. He stepped forward, picked them up and said, take in. Suddenly, an intensely powerful light erupted throughout the alchemist's guild. Yi Qingyun glanced around with icy eyes and said, a formation. Master Shen and Elder Zhang appeared before Yi Qingyun and Master Shen pointed at him. That's him, Elder Zhang, kill him. While Elder Zhang nodded, relax, once inside my 6-fold absolute killing formation, even a mosquito can't escape. Standing outside, Elder Zhang praised, not bad, the younger generation is truly impressive. I didn't expect you to recognize a formation. Elder Zhang boasted proudly, I've used the 6-fold absolute killing formation over 10 times in Danghuang City, always against experts far above your level, claiming 13 lives. While Master Shen added, Elder Zhang is truly formidable. Even the weakest first-rank formation can kill a 5-elements realm warrior within 5 seconds. And although formation masters lack direct combat power, powerful ones can defeat stronger warriors through formations. With illusion masters also being a branch of formation masters. Yi Qingyun smiled and walked through the formation, asking, oh, if it was used 10 times, why are there 13 victims? And Elder Zhang chuckled, hee hee, because 4 5th-level 5-elements realm warriors in Danghuang City once refused to submit to me. Yi Qingyun walked to a corner of the formation, knelt on one knee and examined it closely. Oh, so it's here. Seeing this, Elder Zhang immediately grew furious, formed a spell with his hands and shouted, HMPH, stop messing around, do you have a death wish? Yi Qingyun glanced at him and sneered coldly. Yi Qingyun drove the merciless sword hard into the formation floor, making Elder Zhang cry out in horror. Why you? How did you know? The swords aimed at Yi Qingyun suddenly froze and Yi Qingyun stood, pulled out his sword and asked, were you trying to control these swords just now? He instantly dashed before Elder Zhang and laughed. Haha, it's merely a tiny first-rank sword formation, yet you dare call it the 6-fold absolute killing formation, making Elder Zhang panic. What do you want? Yi Qingyun raised 2 fingers and instantly seized control of the sword formation as the swords rose behind him. Nothing, but now it's my turn to attack. Yi Qingyun stretched his hand forward and the swords shot straight at Elder Zhang, who fell backward in terror and shouted, stop. I am. Before he could finish, dozens of swords pierced through his body. Yi Qingyun sheathed his sword and said, unfortunately, it's just a trash first-rank formation. If it were second-rank, you might have had a slight chance. Yi Qingyun turned to Master Shen and said, your turn, making Master Shen wave his hands frantically in fear. No, don't kill me, I'll give you anything. Master Shen suddenly regained his composure. He pointed at Yi Qingyun and warned, I'm a 4th-rank alchemist, offend me and you won't end well. But Yi Qingyun merely glanced at him. Offend you? Yi Qingyun frowned and summoned a strange flame into his palm, saying, you think far too highly of yourself. Seeing the strange flame, Master Shen cried out, a strange flame, your spiritual power. You're also a 4th-rank alchemist. Then turned and fled in terror. No, don't kill me. Yi Qingyun flicked his finger and the strange flame flew toward him, saying, when I learned you used the Phoenix secondary pill to suppress the Phoenix death aura, I wanted to kill you immediately, but considering how difficult alchemy is and that you belong to the Alchemist's Guild, I held back, before the strange flame struck Master Shen and made his eyes roll back. Yi Qingyun calmly watched the strange flame burn Master Shen to death and said, I gave you one last chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Yi Qingyun climbed the stairs, thinking there should be an alchemy furnace here. Sure enough, a fiercely burning alchemy furnace stood upstairs, making Yi Qingyun think, just as expected. He cast a spell to open the furnace lid, then threw all the medicinal ingredients inside to refine them. In Yi Zoe's room, Yi Qingyun's spirit clone sat beside her, keeping watch. Yi Zoe lay on the bed and struggled to sit up. Brother Qingyun. Yi Qingyun's spirit clone motioned for silence. Zoe, don't say anything, the person outside isn't me. Yi Qingyun's spirit clone slowly approached the door to listen for movement. At the Alchemist Guild's main gate, Yi Qingyun emerged with the newly refined item and instantly sensed danger. Zoe is in danger. Yi Qingyun used a lightness skill to fly away, furious as he thought, they're courting death. Outside Yi Zoe's room, 2 black-clad men threatened the waiter with blades. Are you sure it's that girl and she's alone? and the waiter hurriedly replied, yes, she's weak and filled with killing energy, exactly who you're looking for, and the young man with her isn't here. One black-clad man asked, brother, I heard the Feng family already released them, so why? And the other growled, what the hell do you know, isn't it merely a minor phoenix branch now? What can they decide? But he suddenly froze when Yi Qing-yun's spirit clone released its aura behind him. Yi Qing-yun entered the inn room and said, Zoe, I'm back, while his spirit clone had already knocked down the black-clad men. Before merging back into Yi Qing-yun's body, the spirit clone warned, we can't stay here long, the Feng family head's men have entered the city. And Yi Qing-yun nodded, understood. Yi Qing-yun walked over and handed Yi Zoe the newly refined pill. Come, Zoe, take this and you'll feel better, because we're about to travel somewhere very far away. So Yi Zoe accepted it and obediently replied. Since Yi Qing-yun had killed Deng Huang City's formation master, he and Yi Zoe could only hurry toward Sheng Huang City's camp, and as Yi Qing-yun drove the carriage, he thought, the three-flame phoenix transformation pill can suppress Zoe's phoenix-killing energy, but only briefly, and if it erupts, the consequences. Yi Qing-yun called out, Zoe, rest for a while, we're almost at Shenghuang City, while Yi Zoe happily thought, brother Qing-yun treats me so well. Yi Zoe lifted the carriage curtain and smiled brightly. I'll take good care of brother Qing-yun from now on, cooking and washing clothes for you, making Yi Qing-yun laugh. Don't talk nonsense, I cook better than you. Yi Zoe covered her mouth and giggled, hee hee, brother Qing-yun really cooks well, then I'll wash your clothes. And Yi Qing-yun laughed heartily. Fine. Yi Qing-yun secretly thought, I hope I can find the medicinal ingredients for that pill in the 8 wastelands, otherwise I'll have to go to the divine realm. At Shenghuang City's teleportation formation, Yi Qing-yun got off the carriage and negotiated with an old man who immediately agreed. No problem. The old man asked, is it you or the person in the carriage who wants to enter the competition? And Yi Qing-yun asked, sir, how many tokens do you have? I'll buy them at any price. The old man continued, what about the person in the carriage? And Yi Qing-yun explained, she's my younger sister and she's ill, so I want to enter the 8 wastelands to find medicine that might cure her. Moved, the old man patted Yi Qing-yun's shoulder and said, you're a good brother, but countless experts are inside that stronghold and you're still young, so don't enter, because this continent has many skilled alchemists and there's no need to risk your life. But Yi Qing-yun lowered his gaze. No, I've already searched for every alchemist and none can cure my sister's illness. The old man looked up and said, oh, it seems your sister's illness is extraordinary, and there is one way to obtain a token, but... The old man hesitated and waved his hand. Forget it, you'd better not go, there are no tokens here. But Yi Qing-yun hurriedly cupped his hands. Sir, please tell me. The old man asked for confirmation. You would sacrifice your life to save your sister, correct? And Yi Qing-yun firmly replied, of course, she's my sister. So the old man nodded, good, come with me. After a while, the old man told Yi Qing-yun, don't worry, I have some influence in Shenghuang City, so nothing will happen to your sister. And Yi Qing-yun bowed with cupped hands, thank you for your trouble, senior. Yi Zoe poked her head out of the carriage, brother. And Yi Qing-yun instructed, Zoe, stay here obediently, I'll return soon. Watching Yi Qing-yun disappear into the distance, the old man told Yi Zoe, your brother is quite remarkable, he reminds me of my youth. While Yi Zoe gazed after Yi Qing-yun and reluctantly called, brother. In the arena, a monster pinned a man to the ground with its claws, making him scream miserably. Ah. The spectators above repeatedly roared, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. In the arena, the monster quickly crushed the man to death beneath its claws. The spectators began whispering, what a useless piece of trash. Wang Yizhu of the Wang family rested his chin on his hand and said, how boring, he couldn't even last the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Zheng Guankenya sat leisurely, calmly waving his fan. Zhu Enning and of the Gu family crossed his arms and said irritably, truly boring. In the waiting area outside, Yi Qing-yun stood before a giant screen when an attendant approached and greeted him. Young master, are you here to watch or challenge? The attendant explained, spectators must pay 100 banknotes for a 1-year pass allowing entry to any match. But Yi Qing-yun interrupted, I want to become a contestant. The attendant smiled and bowed, very well, please pay 100 banknotes. Then suddenly looked up in shock, thinking, a contestant? This young master doesn't even look 16, I thought he was some noble family's young heir. Seeing the attendant's expression, Yi Qing-yun asked, what is it not allowed? Xiao Yao forced a smile. Of course not, challengers pay no fee, but who does the young master wish to challenge? Xiao Yao pointed at the lowest category and asked, do you want to challenge this one? But Yi Qing-yun pointed higher, no, I want the top category. Xiao Yao covered her mouth and cried out in shock, "Ah!" Xiao Yao's cry instantly drew everyone's attention and they began chattering. What's wrong? Why did Xiao Yao suddenly scream so loudly? Yo, can't you see for yourself? Yi Qingyun had chosen to kill 10 demonic beasts consecutively for a token to enter the 8 wastelands, with the first beast 2 realms below the challenger and every following beast 1 realm stronger than the last. Everyone stared blankly as Xiao Yao trembled, "Young master," while the surrounding crowd burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, hilarious. Exactly, a brat dares challenge 10 demonic beasts, isn't he an idiot? Now there's a good show to watch. Yi Qingyun immediately circulated his energy, releasing a violent aura that forced everyone back. What a terrifying aura. Yi Qingyun coldly asked, "Can I challenge it now?" And Xiao Yao turned deathly pale. "Why, you really want to challenge this category?" Yi Qingyun growled, "Obviously," then seeing her reaction asked again, "What, is it not allowed?" Wang Yizhu immediately looked around excitedly. Where? Zhu Enningen said dismissively, "He's just an immature brat, what's there to expect?" While Wang Yizhu sneered, "He'll probably quit within 5 minutes. Shang Guan Kenya, why don't we spice things up?" And Shang Guan Kenya nodded, "Haha, sure." Shang Guan Kenya secretly sent Xiao Yao a message, "Spice things up." Xiao Yao accepted the order, understood, while Yi Qingyun watched her suspiciously, wondering what was wrong. Xiao Yao quickly replied, "Nothing, preparing 10 demonic beasts at once is troublesome and takes some time." Xiao Yao pretended to be arrogant and said, "Of course, you must also show enough strength to prove yourself." Xiao Yao walked outside and closed the door. Suddenly, a strange gas blew in through the ventilation hole. Yi Qingyun lightly inhaled to identify it. He thought soul-devouring violet poison pill smoke. The soul-devouring violet poison pill was a 4th-grade pill that doubled one's strength after consumption, but its side effect was the loss of reason. Yi Qingyun immediately used spiritual power to force the strange gas outside. Then he calmly walked out. Xiao Yao looked at Yi Qingyun and thought in surprise, "Strange, how can it still be this color?" Wang Yizhu said, "Why don't we send out stronger demonic beasts? This brat has already received a little boost anyway, so let's bet on how many he can kill." Zhu Enningen happily replied, "Fine, I bet he kills 3, what about you?" Wang Yizhu said, "I bet 5, making Zhu Enningen laugh contemptuously. 5, haha, you think far too highly of him. Wang Yizhu curiously asked, "What about Shang Guan?" And Shang Guan Kenya stared at Yi Qingyun. "I bet 8, while thinking, his energy is black, but after taking the soul-devouring violet pill, shouldn't it be purple?" Wang Yizhu and Zhu Enningen were both stunned. "How many did you say?" 8. Zhu Enningen laughed smugly, "Haha, no backing out. Shang Guan, I'll wager my giant spirit pearl. What about you?" Shang Guan Kenya frowned. "No regrets, I'll wager a top-grade Earth-rank martial skill manual." Wang Yizhu joined in, "Then I'll wager my Wang family's royal spear." The demonic beasts began to be released, and the first to appear was a gigantic bear. It ferociously charged straight at Yi Qingyun. As it drew near, it suddenly leaped forward, opening its bloodthirsty jaws with a piercing roar. Yi Qingyun remained calm, completely unfazed by the beast. He raised his hand and unleashed the destruction palm. Yi Qingyun aimed directly at the beast's throat. Everyone in the stands was dumbfounded by the sight. What am I seeing?" A horrified voice rang out. "Did he even shatter the dark clouds? Is this real?" Shang Guan Kenya shot to his feet and secretly ordered, "Continue, what are you standing there for?" Xiao Yao trembled in fear and hurriedly accepted the order. "Why yes." Shang Guan Kenya turned to Zhu Enningen and said, "Right, if I win, this 7-soul body belongs to me too," making Zhu Enningen hesitate. Well, Yi Qingyun defeated the 2nd beast. The 4th beast was also defeated by Yi Qingyun. Even the 8th beast continued to fall before Yi Qingyun. Shang Guan Kenya carefully observed Yi Qingyun and said, "He's unlocked the 2nd stage of his variant body." Shang Guan Kenya sighed, "I didn't expect his body to reach the 2nd mutation stage, what a pity." While Wang Yizhu said, "Brother Shang Guan, someone like him is extremely rare in the 8 wastelands, and if he were slightly stronger, he could kill all 10 monsters." Shang Guan Kenya nodded. Indeed, who would have thought such an outstanding figure would appear in a tiny city? While Zhu Enningen agreed, "Without the soul-devouring pill, the beasts might have defeated him, but Shang Guan, don't be upset, at least there's still a real body left." Shang Guan Kenya frowned deeply and said, "Even salvaging something still counts as a defeat." In the middle of the arena, Yi Qingyun had broken through to the 5th level of the 5 elements realm. Before him now stood the 10th-ranked monster, the Scarlet Serpent King at the first level of the heavenly realm. Yi Qingyun gripped the merciless sword, its radiating power still pitch black. Yi Qingyun immediately charged forward and unleashed the merciless strike. But the moment he touched its body, Yi Qingyun was blasted backward. Yi Qingyun thought inwardly, too strong. The Scarlet Serpent King charged first, opening its enormous mouth to reveal sharp teeth and terrifying fangs. It violently swung its tail straight at Yi Qingyun. One tail strike shattered the ground, sending dust and smoke everywhere until no one could see what was happening inside. A streak of light suddenly shot upward from within the dust at incredible speed. Yi Qingyun's afterimages instantly surrounded the Scarlet Serpent King. It lunged at one clone, trying to swallow him whole. Yi Qingyun immediately controlled the remaining spirit images to charge forward and attack together. Explosions repeatedly erupted across the Scarlet Serpent King's body. It raised its head toward the deep blue sky and roared in agony. Yi Qingyun sprang upward and appeared directly before the Scarlet Serpent King. Yi Qingyun unleashed his technique and opened the devouring eye. Yi Qingyun shouted, "Lightning God, merciless sword art." Third form myriad sword shadows, as countless sword shadows erupted. They then rained densely toward the Scarlet Serpent King, blood rain of countless swords. One sword shadow pierced the Scarlet Serpent King. Immediately afterward, thousands of sword shadows continuously tore through its body. Yi Qingyun circulated his power and detonated the sword shadows, shaking the entire arena. Zhu Enningen cried out in shock, "Impossible," while Wang Yizhu exclaimed in panic, "How has he not lost his mind?" Shang Guan Kangya laughed with satisfaction, "Haha, not bad, not bad." Shang Guan Kangya called loudly to Yi Qingyun, "Young man, interested in becoming my subordinate, I can train you into the #1 fighter," making Wang Yizhu and Zhu Enningen turn toward him in frustration, realizing he'd beaten them to it. The spectators in the stands erupted into discussion. What, the #1 fighter? This kid has struck it rich. Wang Yizhu also stood and said, "I'm a descendant of the Wang family. Are you interested in joining us and becoming my subordinate?" While Zhu Enningen immediately competed, "Come to my Gu family, we can definitely make you stronger and stronger." Yi Qingyun raised his head and asked, "Where is my 8 Wastelands token?" Shang Guan Kangya tossed down a token and said, "Here, catch." Yi Qingyun caught the token with an indifferent expression and said nothing more. The token contained a sealed imprint spell, and when Yi Qingyun grasped it, a strange pulling force surged out, causing an unusual change in his hand. Yi Qingyun stared at it intently for a moment. Shang Guan Kangya laughed happily, "Not bad, not bad." Wang Yizhu congratulated him, "Shang Guan, you won big this round," and Shang Guan Kangya replied, "Not bad, but I still want to see how capable he is." While Zhu Enningen nodded, "If you're unwilling to concede, keep competing with me since my powerful subordinates haven't had a chance to prove themselves for ages." Shang Guan Kangya asked Yi Qingyun, "Have you decided who exactly do you want to follow?" Yi Qingyun said nothing and simply turned around to leave. The spectators were instantly shocked. He flew away. Did he reject all 3 families? While another said, "Someone young and powerful like him would never submit to anyone, so his arrogance is understandable." One person looked up and hesitantly said, "But..." Wang Yizhu, Shang Guan Kangya, and Zhu Enningen became furious at once, their eyes flashing red as they thought, "He's courting death." The 3 immediately flew up and chased closely after him. At that moment, Yi Qingyun was happily flying back. Everyone below raised their heads and watched him. Yi Qingyun had already spotted the teleportation gate. He quickly descended to the ground. Suddenly drawn by something, he turned his head to look back. Yi Zoe poked her head out and happily called, "Brother Qingyun." Yi Qingyun immediately used the shadowy clear wind steps and rushed toward her. "Zoe." Yi Qingyun anxiously said, "You haven't recovered yet, so don't run around like this." Yi Zoe tightly hugged Yi Qingyun and said, "Brother Qingyun, I thought you didn't want me anymore." Yi Qingyun became flustered. Zoe, don't do this." But Yi Zoe pouted, "No, I want to follow you and stay by Brother Qingyun's side forever." Yi Qingyun gently comforted her, "Silly girl, aren't you already traveling with me?" And Yi Zoe leaned against him and softly said, "I mean for my whole life." The senior beside them sighed, "Oh my eyes hurt. Are you 2 done yet? Stop tormenting a lonely old man like me." Yi Zoe pouted and replied, "Senior, could you stop eavesdropping on other people's conversations?" The senior looked bewildered. "Eavesdropping?" The old man sighed and said, "Then I'll leave." But Yi Qingyun hurriedly called, "Wait, senior, please stop." Yi Zoe giggled mischievously, "Hee, I was only teasing senior a little. Brother Qingyun is so silly." Yi Qingyun presented 2 tokens and said, "Thank you for your trouble, senior," and the old man kindly replied, "It's nothing, your story reminded me of my wild youth." After speaking, he nodded, "All right, you may go." and Yi Qing-yun and Yi Zoe bid him farewell together. Thank you. The senior secretly thought, I never expected him to earn tokens through challenges. Such a loyal and righteous person is rare, and if this boy returns alive, he'll surely become a dominant figure. Just then, a sword suddenly pierced through the senior's abdomen. Standing inside the teleportation gate, Yi Qing-yun cried out in shock, Senior, but the senior waved and shouted, Don't come over. The old man collapsed to his knees and thought, I have no regrets, young man. I hope you continue walking the path you've chosen. Thinking this, the old man said, My youth is long gone, I'm coming now. While Yi Qing-yun roared again, Senior. At the same time, Wang Yizhu, Shang Guankangya, and Zhu Enningen arrived, and Shang Guankangya furiously cursed, Damn it, we're one step late, the 8 Wastelands camp, you won't escape. Shang Guankangya raised his hand and signaled to the 2 subordinates behind him, making one of them respond. As the subordinate stepped forward, Shang Guankangya ordered, Take some men into the Wasteland City camp and drag those 2 back to the family. And the subordinate immediately cupped his fists and replied, Understood. Yi Zoe called out with reddened eyes, Senior. She remembered the senior's words, Girl, entering the camp requires risking your life, so let's see if this stubborn old man can help you. While watching the match from the stands, the senior had also praised, Your brother is good, loyal, righteous, and powerful, truly good. While Yi Zoe anxiously called, Brother. Before closing his eyes, the old man left his final words. I have no regrets, young man. I hope you continue walking the path you chose. Yi Zoe looked at Yi Qing-yun with a trembling voice, Brother, Senior. But Yi Qing-yun did not turn back and firmly said, First, I must find medicine for you. Only then will Senior's sacrifice not be meaningless. Yi Qing-yun took Yi Zoe directly into another realm. Cloud Sea Trading Camp was one of the 8 Wastelands camps, which, as the name implied, consisted of 8 camps. Cloud Sea Trading Camp was the smallest of the 8, yet countless martial artists gathered there because a century ago a man named Yun Hai, leader of one of the camp's 8 great families, had emerged there. Thus Cloud Sea was added to the trading camp's name, while the road cut off from the outside world also originated a century ago when countless people died trying to enter the divine realm, causing the path there to be named the Road of Death. Yet Yun Hai broke that century-old curse, walked the road of life and death alone, and entered the divine realm, but after he vanished, Cloud Sea Trading Camp gradually declined and the Yun family faded into obscurity. Old Wang worriedly asked young Master Yu Tian, Young Master, do you really want to attend the Pai family's grand banquet? And Yu Tian firmly replied, Yes, I'll restore our Yun family's reputation. Old Wang desperately advised, But young master, if you go like this, I'm afraid you'll only be mocked and beaten again. Yu Tian refused to change his mind. No, I must go. Others may look down on us, but if we also look down on ourselves, then we're truly worthless. At that moment, Yi Qing-yun's knock sounded outside. Both Old Wang and Yu Tian were puzzled. Old Wang opened the door and saw Yi Qing-yun carrying Yi Zoe on his back. May I rent a room here? Old Wang was about to shake his head and refuse. Sorry, you'd better find somewhere else. But Yu Tian excitedly called from behind, Of course, please come in, ha ha ha, making Old Wang's face instantly darken as he growled, Young master. Yi Zoe rested in the room, her complexion clearly much worse. Yu Tian looked at Yi Zoe and inwardly sighed, So beautiful, then blushed and asked, Is she seriously injured? Yu Tian immediately took out the Phoenix Pearl, making Old Wang panic. Young master, what are you doing? That's our clan's sacred treasure. The boy firmly replied, She's injured, I can't watch her die without helping. While Yi Qing-yun stared at the pearl in Yu Tian's hand in shock, the Phoenix Pearl. The moment the pearl was placed in Yi Zoe's hand, it glowed and a phoenix appeared within, making Yi Qing-yun confirm it truly was the extraordinary Phoenix Pearl, refined by Yun Hai over a century ago and left to the Yun family as their sacred treasure before he entered the divine realm with the power to heal all illnesses. Yi Qing-yun suddenly recalled something and wondered, didn't Senior Feng Mei Feng take this pearl into the divine realm, so how did it end up in the 8 Wastelands camps? As Feng Mei Feng was a legendary figure from before Yi Yun's era who, like Yi Zoe, bore the Phoenix mark and needed the Phoenix Pearl to suppress the killing energy within her. A while later, Yi Zoe slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she sat up and called, Brother. But Yi Qing-yun anxiously said, Zoe, don't speak, rest quickly. Seeing Yi Zoe awake, Yu Tian happily cried, She's awake. While Yi Qing-yun gratefully said, Thank you, my name is Yi Qing-yun. And Yu Tian smiled, It's nothing, I merely helped. I'm Yu Tian, nice to meet you. What's wrong with her? Yi Qing-yun replied, Her condition is severe, but your pearl has temporarily improved it greatly. Hearing this, Old Wang stepped forward and scolded, A miraculous pearl? Do you know how precious this pearl is? then urged Yu Tian, young master, her injuries have mostly recovered, quickly take our pearl back. Yu Tian raised his hand to stop him. Old Wang, what's wrong with you? They are guests of our Yun family, even if we're poor. But Old Wang impatiently interrupted. Young master, you're still young and haven't seen through many things. Never trust outsiders because human hearts are treacherous and must be guarded against. This man definitely came to steal our phoenix pearl, and I bet he'll later find a way to claim it for himself. Yi Qingyun immediately became displeased. Don't judge a gentleman with a petty man's heart, while Yu Tian hurriedly explained, Old Wang, you're overthinking it. Yi Qingyun isn't that kind of person. Old Wang still argued, HMPH, young master, human hearts are sinister, you can't judge people by appearances. Yu Tian remained friendly and told Yi Qingyun, Old Wang, the phoenix pearl bears my soul mark, so no one can steal it, don't be so suspicious, let her keep the pearl for now and return it after she recovers. Yi Qingyun cupped his hands, many thanks, while Old Wang coldly snorted, HMPH, shameless. Yu Tian turned toward him, Old Wang, what's wrong with you today? Stop saying such things, and Old Wang helplessly sighed, young master. Yu Tian then turned and urged, all right, it's getting late, let's set off. Yi Qingyun asked, where are you going? And Old Wang irritably replied, what does it have to do with you? Must my young master tell you everywhere he goes, you'd better stay here and don't try running away with our pearl. Yu Tian reminded him again, Old Wang, didn't you say people can't be judged by appearances? Stop constantly targeting Yi Qingyun. Yu Tian then looked at Yi Qingyun and replied, I'm going to the Pai family's grand banquet, making Yi Qingyun ask curiously, the Pai family's grand banquet. Yi Qingyun then offered, I'll go with you, otherwise you can't use the pearl while it's temporarily with me. And Yu Tian happily nodded, sure. Old Wang angrily shouted and glared at Yi Qingyun, I knew it, so that's why. But Yu Tian immediately interrupted, Old Wang, prepare another carriage, we're leaving. On the road, Yu Tian started a conversation. Qingyun, you're not from Cloud Sea Trading Camp, are you? Yi Qingyun nodded, yes, I come from a very special place called Sunset Town, and hearing the name for the first time, Yu Tian curiously asked, Sunset Town? Is there such a town in the 8 Wastelands camps? While Old Wang snorted irritably, HMPH. Yu Tian guessed, are you from the poorest region? But Yi Qingyun changed the subject, tell me about the Pai family's banquet. Old Wang secretly sneered in contempt, what a poor region. Hee. Yu Tian began explaining, the Pai family banquet is held at the camp we're staying in, called Sea of Clouds Trading Camp, where the Yun family was once the largest clan, and they led the Pai family in the 8 Wastelands camp to host this banquet. Just then the carriage suddenly stopped, startling him. Yu Tian anxiously asked, Old Wang, what happened? And Old Wang replied sarcastically, HMPH, the wheel broke, who knows who brought such bad luck with them. Yu Tian immediately said, it's fine, Old Wang, we can walk, but Old Wang complained, if we walk, we'll be late for the Pai family banquet, so we might as well not go. Yi Zoe lifted the carriage curtain and asked, brother, what happened? And Yi Qingyun replied, nothing, the wheel broke, so Yi Zoe said, then I'll walk, I'm much better now and can walk with everyone. Yu Tian shook his head, we've already come this far, how can we not go? And Old Wang sighed, fine, but even walking as fast as possible will take half an hour, so Yu Tian nodded, all right. As they walked, Yu Tian encouraged him, Qingyun will arrive soon, and Yi Qingyun softly replied. While they were walking, a golden-tipped arrow suddenly shot toward them. The arrow flew straight at Yu Tian's head, startling him, but he still dodged it easily, HMPA. Yi Qingyun immediately stood before Yu Tian and warned loudly, careful, there are more. He reached out and caught an arrow firmly in his hand. Immediately afterward, he hurled the arrow back at the enemy. An assassin hidden high in a tree was struck and fell, HMPH. Old Wang hurried over to support Yu Tian and shouted, young master, be careful. But Yi Qingyun suddenly smelled something strange and stared sharply at the old man, thinking, this guy. Sweating after narrowly escaping danger, Yu Tian said, I'm fine, Old Wang, luckily Qingyun was here, I told you he is. Before he could finish, Old Wang suddenly lunged forward, trying to kill Yu Tian in one move, die. Yi Qingyun charged forward in time and neutralized the attack, leaving Old Wang stunned. He stammered in disbelief, impossible, you're merely a warrior from some unknown small town and only at the 5th level of the 5 elements realm. Unable to understand, Yu Tian asked, Old Wang, what are you doing, why do you want to kill me? And Wang finally revealed his true face, coldly replying, why kill you, haha, I'll tell you after you're dead, attack. The assassins hidden around them rushed out together, all at the 8th or 9th level of the 5 elements realm. Yi Qingyun showed no fear, tightly gripped his sword hilt and shouted, you're courting death. He killed one assassin with a single sword slash and said, I wondered why you disliked me from the start. It was because my appearance ruined your plan, wasn't it? Yi Qing-yun's movement technique terrified Wang, who shouted, "Impossible, who exactly are you?" And Yi Qing-yun calmly replied, "I'm just an ordinary young man like anyone else." He then placed his sword against Wang's neck, terrifying him as he cried, "Wait, you can't kill me. Do you know who I serve?" Wang stared at the blade with a deathly pale face, making Yi Qing-yun curious. "Oh, then tell me, who do you serve?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hidden arrow suddenly shot over. The arrow flew straight toward Wang's head, making his eyes widen. Yi Qing-yun leaned aside and the arrow instantly shattered Wang's head, clearly silencing him, which enraged Yi Qing-yun, courting death. Yi Qing-yun stared directly at the archer who had fired, but the man remained still instead of fleeing. HMPH. Yi Qing-yun was about to charge over and settle the score when a strange light suddenly erupted from the archer's body, making him wonder, self-destruction? The archer instantly exploded, his body shattering into thousands of pieces and leaving no clues behind. Seeing this horrifying scene, Yi Qing-yun could not help sighing, too extreme. Yu Tian stood frozen in place after witnessing everything, while Wang's former words echoed in his mind. "Young master, you can't judge people by appearances." People are sinister, yet the very Wang who said those words was ultimately the one secretly plotting against Yu Tian. Seeing Yu Tian troubled, Yi Qing-yun stepped forward and advised, "Don't think too much, someone like him isn't worth your grief." And Yu Tian softly nodded, "Thank you." The three left together and Yi Zoe whispered, "Brother, they're so evil." While Yi Qing-yun replied, "Don't worry, we'll soon learn who the mastermind is." In the end, they finally reached the Pai family palace. Walking ahead of them was Wangla, a junior of the Wang family around Yi Qing-yun's age. Seeing Yu Tian still alive and walking in energetically, he froze and thought, "It failed, and this brat is completely unharmed." The moment Yu Tian entered, everyone recognized him. "Hey, isn't that Yu Tian? He isn't even from the Pai family yet still came. How shameless. I heard the Yun family is now too poor to eat. Did he come begging for food? Ha ha ha, that's right, come beg for some." Though Yi Qing-yun heard those harsh insults, he calmly told Yu Tian, "Ignore those idiots and believe in yourself." And Yu Tian nodded. Hearing this, the man angrily shouted, "Who are you calling an idiot?" Yi Qing-yun casually replied, "Whoever is talking to me is the idiot," leaving him confused until a subordinate stammered, "Why, young master, he's calling you an idiot." After hearing this, the man froze and thought, "Damn it." Unable to swallow his anger, he immediately ordered his men, "He dared call me an idiot. Beat him to death." The lackeys instantly charged like a pack of hyenas, shouting, "Brat, are you tired of living? How dare you call our young master an idiot?" Before they could gloat, Yi Qing-yun charged forward and smashed one man's abdomen with a punch. HMPH. The man flew away like a violently thrown ball, leaving the other subordinate frozen in terror. What? Yi Qing-yun did not spare him either and instantly grabbed his neck, making the subordinate's face darken as he thought, "I'm finished." He turned and pleaded, young master, save me." Before he could finish, Yi Qing-yun slammed him into the ground, cracking it as the man spat blood and died. The young master could only stare, veins bulging with rage. "Why you dare kill my men?" And Yi Qing-yun retorted, "So what if I killed them?" He waved his hand and said, "Want revenge for them, then come at me." The young master was speechless and could not say another word. He turned and stormed away with a snort, while Yi Qing-yun directly cursed, "Idiot." Yi Qing-yun then walked forward, using himself as an example to help Yu Tian believe in himself, making Yu Tian emotionally call, "Qing-yun." While Yi Zoe smiled, "Yu Tian, don't worry, my brother is here." The passing crowd began whispering, "My God, when did the Yun family gain such a talent? This Pai family banquet is about to become chaotic." Upon reaching the Pai family's main gate, fear once again rose in Yu Tian's heart. He stood frozen in place, making Yi Qing-yun feel puzzled. It turned out Yu Tian still could not escape the shadow of the past, when as a child he followed his father here and was kicked outside by the lackeys the moment he entered. Covered in mud, father and son sat there facing contemptuous laughter. "Ha ha ha, people like you dare come here?" While Yu Tian anxiously called, "Father." Zhou Tiandao's voice remained engraved in Yu Tian's memory. "Does the Yun family still think it's the mighty Yun family of the past? Get lost." Yi Qing-yun slowly pushed open the door and walked inside. Yu Tian was slightly startled by the scene inside. Two subordinates were talking there. HMPH, someone's still arriving now. Is it the Yun family? Didn't he just leave? Yi Qing-yun casually walked inside without announcing himself, leaving the subordinates utterly confused. "Damn, who are these people?" They immediately rushed to report to Zhou Tiandao, "Boss, some strangers are here," and Zhou Tiandao Dao recognized Yu Tian at once. Ha ha ha, isn't this the brat from back then? I never thought the Yun family would still dare come here. He mocked, do you also want to be beaten and humiliated before everyone like your father? Does the Yun family still think it's the mighty Yun family of the past? Zhou Tiandao swept his gaze around until his eyes landed on the beautiful Yi Zoe, dazzling him. What a lovely girl, Yu Tian, why don't you introduce her to me? Making Yi Zoe coldly snort. HMPH. Yu Tian could no longer endure it, and today he was determined to settle the old grudge as he shouted, Zhou Tiandao. Zhou Tiandao replied in surprise, HMPH, what? And Yu Tian firmly said, I challenge you. The group entered the arena and Yi Zoe watched with heartache. Brother Qing Yun, he's so pitiful, you must help him. While Yi Qing Yun nodded, Zoe, don't worry, nothing will happen to him. The Pai family's lackeys began mocking. If nothing will happen, how ridiculous, Zhou Tiandao will beat him to pieces. Lord Huang Wensha really came. Has Huang Wensha finally revealed his true intentions? With two people threatening his position, how could he not appear? Ha ha ha, now there's a good show to watch. Young Master Huang Wensha spoke, I want to see which blind fool dares compete for my position. He must be tired of living. Yi Qing Yun turned toward Huang Wensha and said, I heard this seat is yours, should I give it back to you? And Huang Wensha trembled in shock. No need. Huang Wensha scratched his head and acted humbly like a junior before his senior. Big brother, sit. Please sit, I'll stand. Everyone's attention returned to the arena as Zhou Tiandao and Yu Tian began their challenge, both at the 6th level of the 5 Elements realm, and Yu Tian provocatively said, come on. Zhou Tiandao flew into a rage and immediately charged forward. You're courting death. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending Yu Tian's small body flying backward. Zhou Tiandao smugly mocked, you're just like that old father of yours, completely useless. Yu Tian struggled to his feet and replied with murderous fury, I won't allow you to speak about my father like that. The boy instantly sprang forward. He struck back and shouted, don't insult my father. But the attack was too weak, and Zhou Tiandao easily blocked it with one hand. Ha ha ha, you're all useless. Yu Tian gathered his strength and kicked again, repeatedly shouting, don't insult my father. Yet Zhou Tiandao remained completely unmoved, and when Yu Tian gathered all his strength for a crushing blow and yelled, die, Zhou Tiandao grabbed his leg and asked, what, is this a move that old father of yours taught you? He then brutally slammed Yu Tian into the ground and mocked, that father of yours is truly useless. I could hang him from a tree when we were kids, yet he still survived, so I wonder if you'll end up like him back then. Yi Zoe could no longer sit still and protested, Qing Yun, brother, why aren't you reacting? Hurry and save him. But Yi Qing Yun calmly replied, it's not time yet, he must stand up himself because some things can only be done by his own hands. As he spoke, Yi Qing Yun watched Yu Tian lying miserably in a pool of blood and silently waited. Zhou Tiandao continued provoking him, I thought you'd be as stubborn as your father, but I never expected you to be this easy to beat. Yu Tian clenched his fists and ground his teeth in fury at Zhou Tiandao's words. Every word poured more fuel onto the hatred burning inside him, and Yu Tian slowly rose with a bloodthirsty voice, if you dare, say that again. Before Zhou Tiandao could reply, the beast hidden deep within Yu Tian awakened, making him look terrifying as he growled, I told you to say it again. Yu Tian charged and punched at him, forcing Zhou Tiandao to create a defensive barrier. Ignoring everything, Yu Tian frantically hammered the barrier with punch after punch while roaring wildly. Yi Qing Yun thought, his bloodline power is about to awaken. When the defensive shield finally shattered, the backlash sent both Zhou Tiandao and Yu Tian flying away. Only then did Zhou Tiandao truly show surprise. Oh. He had never seen Yu Tian erupt so violently, and his anger surged as he drew his sword and roared, you worm, this is as far as you go. Zhou Tiandao slashed directly at Yu Tian, who instinctively raised his hand to block, while Zhou Tiandao shouted, a worthless cripple like you doesn't deserve to be in the Bai family. He continued in the same contemptuous tone, do you still think your family is what it was 100 years ago? With a roar, he blasted Yu Tian far away in a thunderous explosion. Yu Tian went numb as the heavy blow made him cough up blood. Zhou Tiandao stepped forward and kicked Yu Tian away like a ball. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Yu Tian was now in grave danger, yet his unyielding will remained. Just as he was kicked away, a hand caught him, Yi Qing Yun's arm, and only then did Yi Qing Yun ask, need help? Yu Tian replied, I've embarrassed myself, while Zhou Tiandao froze, help, 5th level of the 5 Elements realm. Immediately afterward he burst into laughter, ha ha ha, help him, you, a mere 5th level 5 Elements realm cultivator. He had never seen anything so amusing and laughed uncontrollably until Yi Qing Yun coldly said, Who gave you permission to interrupt while I'm speaking? Zhou Tiandao cleared his throat and cursed, "Who the hell are you to threaten me?" But Yi Qingyun wasted no more words and immediately struck him with a palm. Zhou Tiandao tried to draw his sword to defend himself. The palm strike arrived with unpredictable changes and overwhelming force, smashing Zhou Tiandao's jaw and sending him flipping backward. The two Pai family members were terrified, never expecting such a heaven-defying scene to happen here. What? Huang Wensha already knew Yi Qingyun's abilities, so he merely folded his arms and watched. HMPH, a bunch of trash. Zhou Tiandao was nearly critically injured, yet he forced himself up to face Yi Qingyun. Damn it. Yi Qingyun helped Yu Tian up and asked, "Want my help?" But Yu Tian firmly replied, "No need, brother Yi, let me deal with him myself." Yi Qingyun asked, "By yourself?" Then sympathized with him and instructed, "Fine, use your own fists to defend your dignity. You know how to punch, right?" And Yu Tian nodded, "I do." Yi Qingyun placed a hand on his forehead and circulated his power, transferring a mysterious spiritual energy into him. Good. Fist wind sharp as blades and fast as lightning, the undefeated king's fist had only one move, yet Yu Tian seemed to awaken his hidden power and charged forward with the bearing of a king. He aimed straight at Zhou Tiandao, his fist as hard as steel. Yi Qingyun watched with satisfaction and said, "Not bad comprehension." Yi Zoi cheered, "I knew brother Qingyun wouldn't just stand by," and Yi Qingyun replied, "Silly girl, just watch, he's about to cause quite a shock." A faint fragrance drifted past Yi Qingyun's nose, slightly startling him. Pill fragrance. Yi Qingyun noticed Zhou Tiandao taking something out with a sinister expression and sneered. "Ha, he took it out." The surrounding guests immediately erupted. "That fragrance belongs to the divine descent pill, a fourth-rank pill. How could the Zhou family possess one? Could that person have given it to them? That person. Could it be?" Before everyone's eyes, Zhou Tiandao swallowed the pill whole. Now brimming with vitality, Zhou Tiandao stepped forward and said, "You're merely a descendant of a fallen clan. What can you possibly use to fight me?" He condensed spiritual energy into a sword shadow and said, "I'll kill you first, then that brat." Before he could use his blade art, Yu Tian charged like a ferocious beast and shouted, "Fist wind like blades." Zhou Tiandao quickly raised his weapon and sneered, "It's merely a puppy's fist." Yu Tian charged straight at Zhou Tiandao, fast as lightning. That punch instantly cracked his blade. The blade snapped in half, yet the violent force continued forward and blasted Zhou Tiandao far away, leaving even him stunned. For the first time, Zhou Tiandao truly fell into a disadvantage against Yu Tian. Yu Tian coldly said, "One strike to kill," but Zhou Tiandao did not understand his meaning and muttered, "You." He suddenly froze and spat out blood. I couldn't even react. His body nearly lost control as Yu Tian swept forward with strange spiritual power and clearly said, 10 years ago, my father was humiliated by you right here, suffering unbearable disgrace. Back then, I swore I would defeat you in this lifetime," while the spirit beast within Yu Tian's body became clearly visible. Yi Qingyun was undoubtedly the happiest to see this result and smiled. The bloodline power of the demon-eyed azure wolf, ha. Yu Tian broke through to the 9th level of the 5 elements realm before Zhou Tiandao and declared, "Today, everyone here will witness me restore my father's dignity." While Zhou Tiandao panicked, and 9th level of the 5 elements realm, the dignity of. Yu Tian's powerful voice rang out, every word clear, "Our Yun family." A fist weighing like 1,000 pounds crashed down and smashed Zhou Tiandao's face as he desperately begged, "No, it wasn't me." But it was already too late, as Yu Tian's punch broke Zhou Tiandao's neck and drove his head into the ground, killing him in bitter despair. The guests began whispering again, "I thought the Yun ancestors' bloodline power was just a lie. But it seems Yu Tian truly is a heaven-defying genius of the Yun family and may become a second Yun Hai, since awakened bloodline power can be inherited by future descendants, granting unimaginable strength once awakened." An old man whispered, he must survive first, have you forgotten that person?" And the other replied, "True." Back in the arena, although Zhou Tiandao was already dead, Yu Tian still refused to stop. The young man repeatedly punched Zhou Tiandao's body until every tendon and bone was shattered. Just then, a third person suddenly interfered and struck at Yu Tian, shouting, "Die." Yu Tian turned and saw an old man from the Pai family already right before him. Yi Qingyun immediately grew furious. Unable to remain seated, he flashed forward and blocked the old man's vicious attack, and when the old man roared, "Move aside," Yi Qingyun calmly replied, Old man, he's merely taking back what belongs to him, yet you sneakily attacked from behind. The old man cursed, what the hell does it have to do with you, bastard? Are you going to get lost or not? Before he could finish, a hidden arrow tore through the air. The surrounding people only saw blood spray as a hole appeared between the old man's brows and pierced straight through his skull, his mouth still frozen mid-sentence but never able to close again. Yi Qingyun utterly despised loud-mouthed people who constantly insulted others, so he coldly declared to everyone present, even that old man's corpse will eventually be insulted by others. The Pai family members instantly erupted. He actually killed Elder Yin of the Wang family, how daring. Huang Wensha cautiously said, HMPH, they're all trash. If that man weren't powerful, would I ever give up my seat to him? Yi Qingyun stepped forward and signaled to Yu Tian, I'll clear the path for you, no one will stop you anymore, and Yu Tian nodded, thank you. Zhou Tiandao was still alive and struggled to his feet, so Yu Tian warned, when you humiliated my father in this very arena, did you never imagine this ending? And Zhou Tiandao groaned, back then, I wasn't myself. Just then Wang Le's furious shout rang out, stop. Only then did the young man finally appear, but Yi Qingyun stepped forward to shield Yu Tian. Ignore him, Yu Tian, kill him if you want, making Zhou Tiandao scream in fear, don't. Yu Tian firmly replied, of course, and Yi Qingyun nodded approvingly, not bad, as Zhou Tiandao screamed in agony, ah. Wang Le spoke but no one cared, so he repeated, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? And Yu Tian pretended to shake his head. Sorry, I truly didn't hear you. Wang Le instantly flew into a rage. He furiously leaped forward and appeared above Yu Tian in an instant, his palm technique already charged. You didn't hear me. Yu Tian had no time to react, and even Yi Qingyun underestimated Wang Le, allowing him to seize the chance and slam a palm into Yu Tian's back. Wang Le coldly declared, then you won't need to hear anything ever again, this palm will send you to the afterlife. Yu Tian fell face first to the ground. Wang Le prepared to finish him, but Yu Tian unexpectedly gained enough time to crawl up and see what had happened. Yi Qingyun had already jumped in to block Wang Le, who gritted his teeth and asked, who are you? Why stop me from killing this useless trash? And Yi Qingyun casually replied, he's my friend. Wang Le grew even angrier and immediately struck at Yi Qingyun with his palm. Your friend, then both of you can die together. But Yi Qingyun casually swept aside his feeble palm technique, sending Wang Le flying far away. Wang Le drew his spear and said, no wonder you meddled, you have some strength and deserve to die beneath my spear. While the Wang family, one of the 8 great families and famed as the Spear Kings, primarily used spear martial spirits and short spears in combat. Yi Qingyun replied, I'm not the loser, you are, and if you want the pearl in Yu Tian's hand, take it yourself instead of barking like a stray dog because your subordinate was killed. Wang Le stepped forward threateningly, should I praise your courage or your stupidity for daring to offend my family? And Yi Qingyun calmly replied, is the Wang family really that powerful? The Pai family members were terrified and muttered in disbelief. Did he really just ask if the Wang family is powerful? The 3 Bai family members and their servants fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Wang Le gripped his spear and charged forward roaring, you really are tired of living. Their sword and spear collided, sending sparks flying. Wang Le never expected Yi Qingyun's swordsmanship to be so powerful and was knocked backward, staggering off balance. Yi Qingyun seized the chance, gathering his strength to unleash a special move. But the Wang family's spear arts truly deserved their reputation, as Wang Le instantly unleashed Divine Spear Tail Sweep, his spear transforming into a raging dragon that surged forward like a storm. Die. The onlookers exclaimed, Divine Spear Tail Sweep, only direct descendants of the Wang family may learn this move. While another added, exactly, I never expected Wang Le to use it, that young man must pose a serious threat. Hearing this, Yi Zoe could not help feeling anxious. Brother Qingyun. Wang Le's spear technique shattered the arena floor. Yet at the height of the battle, Wang Le looked up and discovered Yi Qingyun standing atop his spearhead like an acrobat. What? Before Wang Le recovered from his shock, Yi Qingyun used his ultimate technique to slash apart the divine dragon's body, shattering it into hundreds of pieces. Yi Qingyun leaned close to Wang Le's face and smirked, to the Wang family. He drove force into his foot and snapped Wang Le's ancestral spear in half. Yi Qingyun landed on the ground and sighed, so that's all. The battle's outcome was already decided, and Wang Le had been beaten until he spat out fluids. Still unwilling to concede, Wang Le stubbornly provoked him. So what if your technique is better? The Wang family is one of the 8 great families. Fight me again if you dare, and if you upset me today, my family will break both your legs. If you know what's good for you, kneel and let me use your head as a footstool. Yi Qingyun said nothing and directly stomped on Wang Le's filthy leg. Wang Le screamed in pain, "You!" Yi Qingyun then repeatedly pummeled Wang Le's face. The surrounding crowd whispered with differing opinions. He even dares hit the Wang young master's face, while another said, "Oh, I think he's teaching him a lesson he'll never forget." Wang Le clutched his face and angrily shouted, "You dared slap me." But Yi Qingyun calmly denied it. "Not at all." Wang Le immediately presented the evidence. "Don't try to deny it, my face is still burning." The crowd below had seen everything clearly. "My God, there's even a clear handprint on his face. This brat actually dared slap Wang Le. Does he not respect the Wang family at all?" Wang Le gritted his teeth furiously. "You bastard, you actually dared slap me. That's the same as disrespecting the Wang family. Die." Yi Qingyun merely watched without saying a word. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Le's other cheek. Wang Le's subordinates were horrified. "Young master, how could this happen?" While someone outside urged them, "If you keep hesitating, our young master will be beaten to death." Hearing this, the subordinates immediately charged forward. "Quick, that brat looks like he's about to attack again." Yu Tian strode forward fiercely and warned, "Anyone who takes another step will die." Wang Le's subordinates stubbornly shouted, "Brat, get out of the way." In an instant, Yu Tian's spirit beast mauled them until blood sprayed everywhere. Yu Tian also repeatedly beat them down. Yi Qingyun grabbed Wang Le by the collar and asked, "Why can't you listen? Now both sides of your face match, don't they?" Leaving Wang Le trembling speechlessly. Yi Qingyun flung him far away and shouted, "Get lost," as his terrified subordinates cried, "Young master." Yu Tian walked over to Yi Qingyun and said, "Sorry, brother Yi, I couldn't stop them." But Yi Qingyun placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him, "It's fine, there were too many of them." The subordinates hurriedly supported Wang Le. "Young master was actually beaten into this state and can't even speak. We must return to the residence for treatment." While Wang Le sobbed, "MMM," until another subordinate stopped them. "Wait." He turned and threatened Yi Qingyun, "Brat, you probably don't know who you hit today. This man is a direct descendant of the Wang family," making Wang Le panic. "MMM. But the subordinate continued, "Should I call you brave or stupid? You actually dared provoke the Wang family." 2 bystanders whispered, "Why does that sound so familiar?" And the other replied, "Didn't Wang Le say the same thing before getting beaten? Why does the next guy still want to repeat the same mistake?" Wang Le collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, as the confused subordinate called, "Young master." Wang Le cried and trembled while desperately crawling away, MMM. But the subordinate said, "Young master, don't be afraid, our Wang family is one of the 8 great families," making Wang Le turn back at him in fear and fury. The reckless subordinate continued shouting, "Brat, our Wang family is one of the 8 great families. Hurry and kneel to apologize to our young master." While Wang Le broke into a cold sweat, MMM. The subordinate still refused to stop. "Otherwise, our Wang family will wipe out your entire clan," as Wang Le desperately tried to stop him. With only a few basic sword strikes, the talkative subordinate's body was cut into several pieces, too noisy. After dealing with them, Yi Qingyun gently comforted Yi Zoe. "Look at you, cheer up." Yi Zoe burst into tears. "Brother, you're awful. Do you know how worried I was?" Yi Qingyun helplessly asked, "What's there to worry about?" Then turned to Yu Tian. "Yu Tian, is there anyone else here who humiliated your father back then?" Yu Tian replied, "That's all," and only then did Yi Qingyun let it go. "All right, let's leave." Only Wang Le and 2 motionless subordinates remained on the arena. Someone stepped forward and touched Wang Le's shoulder. "Young Master Wang, they've left you." Before he could finish, Wang Le collapsed onto the ground. The old man immediately shouted, "He's dead." The crowd below erupted into even greater chaos. "It's over, Wang Le is dead. If the Wang family hears about this, SHH, and Wang Le simply lay there dead and motionless. On the streets of Cloud Sea Trading Camp, Yi Zoe was happily playing around. The shop owner looked angry upon seeing her, yet the girl kept laughing joyfully. "Haha, so beautiful." The owner angrily shouted, "Hey, you brat." Yi Zoe quickly turned and ran away. Yi Qingyun brought a large bag of spirit stones to the owner and said, "Sorry, she's my younger sister. Is this enough to compensate your losses?" and the owner's eyes instantly lit up. HMPH, enough, more than enough. Yi Qingyun turned to Yu Tian and asked, "What are your plans next?" And Yu Tian blankly asked, "Plans?" Yi Qingyun explained, "News of Wangla's death will soon reach the Wang family, and as one of the 8 great families, they'll come after you themselves." While Yu Tian calmly said, "I plan to join the Azure Cloud Sacred Land, Brother Yi, wanna come?" Yi Qingyun turned away, "Not really." And Yu Tian said, "Brother Yi isn't coming, then we'll have to part for now, but since you're from elsewhere, you may not know that besides some hidden forces in the 8 Wastelands camp, there are also 3 major forces of equal standing. Alongside the 8 great families, the 3 major forces are the Heart-Seeking Sect, the 8 Wastelands Gate, and the Azure Cloud Sacred Land. The Azure Cloud Sacred Land is also the strongest force in this Sea of Clouds trading camp." And Yi Qingyun silently thought that although it could not rival the Wang family, it could still protect Yu Tian for some time after offending them for his sake. Yi Qingyun began, moreover. Before he finished, Yi Zoe beside him excitedly called out, "Boss, what's this, and this?" And Yi Qingyun looked at her helplessly before deciding, "Fine, I'll go, but I want to stay with you." Yu Tian asked in confusion, "Brother Yi, are you worried about your sister's health? Then take the Phoenix Pearl, it's useless to me anyway and you've helped me so much." But Yi Qingyun immediately refused. "How could the Phoenix Pearl be useless to you? Besides, I'll follow you for now and decide what to do after finding a cure for my sister." Yu Tian still insisted, "It's fine, and you even taught me the undefeated King's Fist, so consider this my gift to you." But Yi Qingyun firmly replied, "No, we'll put this matter aside for now." Yi Zoe called, "Brother, why aren't we moving?" And Yi Qingyun replied, We're going to the Azure Cloud Sacred Land with Yu Tian." Yi Zoe exclaimed, "Together?" And Yu Tian scratched his head, "Ah, yes, yes." Yi Zoe cheered happily, "Haha, that's great." Yu Tian also happily continued walking and said, "Brother Yi, we're almost there. Once we climb this mountain path, we'll reach the Azure Cloud Sacred Land." And Yi Zoe complained, "It's so high." Yu Tian encouraged her, "Keep going, Sister Yi Zoe," and Yi Zoe replied. The scenery of clouds and sky was truly breathtaking. Inside the Wang family hall, a violent table slam suddenly echoed through the room. "Say that again, let me hear it clearly." The subordinate hurriedly reported, "Wangla was killed by Yu Tian's group." The man was stunned. "Yu Tian, that brat from Sea of Clouds trading camp?" And the subordinate nodded tremblingly, "Yes." The legendary Azure Cloud Mountain was originally a towering range reaching into the clouds. Yet one day 100 years ago, the heavens suddenly changed as layers of dark clouds gathered and remained day and night. Then across the pitch-black sky, a blazing red light suddenly streaked past. From that moment onward, Azure Cloud Mountain no longer retained its original summit. Clouds and mist swirled around the mountain throughout the year. What followed that phenomenon was endless murderous energy surrounding the mountain, gradually turning it into an unparalleled cultivation land. Among those present that year, some went mad while the rest gradually became high-ranking members of today's Azure Cloud Sacred Land. And hearing Yu Tian's story, Yi Qingyun was surprised. 100 years ago. Just then, a sword suddenly shot straight toward them. Yi Qingyun quickly pulled the other 2 aside. Yin Nuo appeared and shouted, "This is the forbidden ground of the Azure Cloud Sacred Land. Do you have a death wish coming up without permission?" Yu Tian politely replied, "Hello, we came to register for the Azure Cloud Sacred Land disciple selection." But Yin Nuo sneered, "HMPH, you think the Azure Cloud Sacred Land is somewhere you can enter whenever you want, you immature brat." He secretly fumed, "Damn it, he's already at the 9th level of the 5 Elements realm despite being so young," then shouted, "Get lost and come back when I'm not cultivating." Yu Tian asked, "Then when will you stop cultivating and when can we return?" But Yin Nuo turned away and said, "Cultivators must be diligent, so naturally I can't stop training for even a single day," making Yi Qingyun angrily ask, "Is this the character of an Azure Cloud Sacred Land disciple?" Hearing this, Yin Nuo immediately attacked, "You're courting death, 3-foot thunder art." Yi Zoe screamed in fear, "Ah!" Yi Zoe cried, "Brother Qingyun," and Yi Qingyun immediately stepped forward to block the attack, saying, "How despicable." He gently reassured Yi Zoe, "Zoe, don't be afraid," and Yi Zoe replied, "Yu Tian intended to leave, Brother Yi, let's go, you were right, it doesn't matter if I don't join the Kangyun Sacred Land." But Yin Nuo still refused to let them go. "Leave? Do you think the Kangyun Sacred Land is somewhere you can enter and leave whenever you want?" Yu Tian was shocked. Yi Qingyun once again blocked the 3-foot thunder art. Yin Nuo's sword was knocked aside as he angrily exclaimed, "How can you?" and Yi Qingyun coldly said, "Do you even understand the thunder art? A mere earth-grade martial skill dares show off before me. You're shocked because after years of training, you've still achieved nothing," and Yin Nuo angrily asked, "How do you know?" "Damn it, I've only trained for a few days." Yi Qingyun charged straight at him. "Really?" Making Yin Nuo panic. "Why you?" Yi Qingyun immediately taught him a lesson. Useless means useless, poor talent, poor strength, and even poor morals. Your personality is even worse. Terrible. Yu Tian secretly admired him from behind. Brother Yi is so strong. The man was sent crashing into the cliff by Yi Qingyun and screamed in agony. Ah! Furious and unwilling to accept it, he shouted, "Impossible, you must have learned it before, that must be it." Yan Yifei appeared and ordered, "Yin Nuo, stop." Seeing him, Yin Nuo immediately complained, "Master, you came just in time. These people disturbed my cultivation. They must be killed." Yan Yifei slowly said, "Young man, I assume you want to join the Kang Yun sacred land so you can skip the test and directly become an elite disciple." But Yi Qingyun flatly refused. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yin Nuo froze. "Master, he disrupted my cultivation and even insulted our Kang Yun sacred land." Yan Yifei glanced at him. "Shut up." Yan Yifei continued, "You, with your cultivation you still want to enter our Kang Yun sacred land. Don't you find that ridiculous?" Leaving Yu Tian confused. Yan Yifei replied, "I mean the person beside you." So Yu Tian looked at Brother Yi while Yi Qingyun remained indifferent. "Who cares?" Yu Tian could only say, "Sorry, I won't join," and Yan Yifei asked, "Why?" "Because of the man beside you. His martial arts comprehension is decent, but his talent is terrible. Already this old, yet only at the 5th level of the 5 elements realm, merely useless trash." Yi Qingyun softly said, "Trash? It's been a long time since anyone called me trash." Yi Zoe immediately grew angry. "My brother isn't trash." But Yan Yifei continued, "Young man, the Kang Yun sacred land has endless resources, and as an elite disciple, your family will gain our protection." Yunjin appeared and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Elder Yan Yifei, since he doesn't want to join you, why not come to our Cloud Sea sacred land?" And as Yi Qingyun wondered about it, Yu Tian immediately explained. "Brother Yi, the Kang Yun sacred land is divided into 3 great factions: the Cloud Branch sacred land, Cloud Sea sacred land, and Cloud Departure sacred land. And although all belong to the Kang Yun sacred land, none submits to another because the 3 strongest leaders have yet to determine who's superior." Yi Qingyun understood. "So that's how it is. Then join the Cloud Sea Sacred Hall," making Yu Tian exclaim, "Brother Yi, didn't you?" Yi Qingyun firmly said, "Enough, it's decided." So Yu Tian could only obey. All right. Yunjin introduced himself. "My name is Yunjin, a guardian of the Cloud Sea Sacred Land. So kid, are you willing to join us?" And Yu Tian replied, "Yes, but I have one condition." Yunjin boldly replied, "Speak, I can agree to any condition." And Yu Tian said, "Let my big brother come with me." So Yunjin immediately agreed, "No problem." Yu Tian continued, but before he finished, Yunjin asked, "This young lady too, right? No problem, anything else?" Yu Tian replied, "That's all," and Yunjin happily said, "Good, then it's settled." Yin Nuo was unconvinced. HMPH, a stupid, useless fool and a sickly girl actually get to enter our Kang Yun sacred land. Yan Yifei left, leaving Yin Nuo bewildered. "Master, what's wrong with you today? What's wrong with the Kang Yun sacred land, master?" He was already gone. Yin Nuo revealed a vicious expression. HMPH, strength rules in the Kang Yun sacred land, so you two just wait. While Yi Zoe hurriedly comforted Yi Qingyun, "Brother Qingyun, don't listen to him. I know you're very strong." A stone suddenly flew over. It grazed the side of Yin Nuo's face. He angrily shouted, "Who?" While Yunjin pretended not to know, didn't see anyone. Yin Nuo turned away with a snort, while Yunjin glanced behind him and thought, "This kid really holds grudges." Yin Nuo was hit by another stone. He roared furiously, "Guardian Yunjin, I respected you as a guardian, so I endured it, but you keep bullying me again and again." While Yunjin was baffled. "What the hell does this have to do with me? If you keep falsely accusing me, I'll teach you what rules mean. Even if your master were here, there would be no exception." Yin Nuo fearfully asked, "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" But Yunjin casually ignored him. "What the hell does that have to do with me?" Yin Nuo turned toward Yu Tian. Then was it you?" Another stone flew over. This time Yin Nuo blocked it with his sword. Yet the impact still forced him several steps backward. He angrily shouted, "It was you." Yi Qingyun smiled. "That's right, it was me." While Yunjin secretly thought in shock, He is only at the 5th level of the 5 elements realm, yet a single stone forced Yin Nuo at the 3rd level of the king realm back. Could Yun Yifei have misjudged him? He said, "Enough, Yin Nuo, you may leave, and remember, Yu Tian is now an elite disciple of our sacred land, so treat him respectfully from now on and remember your status, understood?" Yin Nuo trembled and muttered, "Ah." Yun Jin sternly asked, "Still don't understand?" Yin Nuo fearfully replied, "This disciple understands." The sword at Yi Qing Yun's waist suddenly trembled. He lowered his eyes toward it and whispered, "Don't rush." Yu Tian asked in confusion, "Right, brother Yi, why did you suddenly change your mind and decide to enter the Azure Cloud Sacred Temple?" Yi Qing Yun smiled, "Because I discovered something interesting here." Guardian Yunjin instructed, "First follow me to the Cloud Sea Pavilion, I'll register you, and from now on you'll be an elite disciple of the Azure Cloud Sacred Land." While Yi Qing Yun urged, "Let's go," and Yu Tian nodded. Yu Tian said, "Guardian Yun, please arrange a room for my elder brother," and Guardian Yun Jin waved his hand. "Of course, someone come." Yi Zoe cheerfully waved and said, "Little Yun, see you tomorrow," and Yu Tian replied, All right." Just then someone approached Yi Qing Yun and said, "You too, please come this way." The man led them to a place that looked no different from a stable. Yi Qing Yun frowned and asked, "So this is where we're staying?" While the guide picked his nose and sneered, "That's right, for a servant like you, this is already good enough, or do you expect to stay inside the sacred land? Still, the girl beside you is quite pretty. If you let me play with her for a few days, I might give you a bedroom." And Yi Zoe instantly burned with rage. Yi Qing Yun said nothing more and directly punched the man hard in the face. The man was at the 9th level of the 5 elements realm and furiously summoned his black wolf martial soul, roaring, "You dare hit me." Yi Qing Yun charged forward and split his martial soul in half, then grabbed his head with the other hand and smashed it into the ground, saying, "So what if I hit you?" While the man thought in terror, how can someone at the 5th level of the 5 elements realm be this strong? Yi Qing Yun curled his lips into a cold smile and asked, "You're one of Yin Nuo's men, aren't you?" Leaving the man stunned and stammering, "How did you know?" Minutes earlier, after Yin Nuo angrily left, he found the man and ordered, "That guy is only at the 5th level of the 5 elements realm and merely knows a few martial skills. Ruin his future but don't kill him." And the man smiled sinisterly. Easy." Yi Qing Yun coldly ordered, "You have 3 seconds to take me to my room." While the guide still lay on the ground clutching his face and thought resentfully, "Yin Nuo actually tricked me." Yi Qing Yun's expression darkened as he emphasized, 2 seconds have passed, making the guide finally regret it and hurriedly reply, All right, I'll lead the way." After taking them to the correct room, the man said, "Honored guests, this is your room." But Yi Qing Yun frowned and coldly said, "Now get lost." Yi Zoe entered first and Yi Qing Yun followed, but just as he closed the door, a surge of blood energy suddenly erupted. HMPH. Turning around, he saw Yi Zoe floating in midair with the phoenix pearl shining brilliantly before her, making Yi Qing Yun exclaim in shock, "What exactly is happening?" Streams of black energy poured from Yi Zoe's body, while golden threads emerged from the phoenix pearl and began wrapping around her. Yi Qing Yun murmured, "Interesting, is the phoenix pearl choosing its own master?" Once Yi Zoe's entire body was completely enveloped, the phoenix-killing energy inside her was forcibly extracted. Immediately afterward, it shot upward, smashed through the roof, and flew outside. A long streak of red light shot from the room straight toward the mountain peak. Somewhere else, 3 mysterious figures also sensed the disturbance. HMPH, the phoenix-killing energy is heading toward our Cloud Sea sacred land. After a long while, Yi Zoe finally landed on the ground. Her appearance had changed. Her black hair turned white while her eyes and clothes became red. Yi Qing Yun hurriedly supported her and called, "Zoe." The moment she saw him, Yi Zoe threw herself into his arms and trembled. "Cold, so cold. Brother, I'm cold." An ice phoenix was following behind her, and Yi Qing Yun gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I have a way." As the ice phoenix drew closer to Yi Zoe, Yi Qing Yun's face darkened and he shouted, "Get lost." Something seemed to stir behind Yi Qing Yun. A pair of white wings suddenly burst out, the second transformation of the sleeping blood dragon body. He looked up at the ice phoenix and said, "She's my sister, I won't hurt her and I can protect her, so leave." Hearing this, the ice phoenix turned around, spread its wings and flew away. Yi Zoe stared blankly behind him where the wings had emerged, now drenched in blood, and anxiously cried, "Brother, are you okay? You're bleeding so much, stop, I'm not cold anymore." Yi Qing Yun smiled reassuringly, "Silly girl, don't talk nonsense, I'm your brother, protecting you is what I must do." Deeply moved by his words, Yi Zoe blushed, leaned against him and softly called brother. Outside, the ice phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. The three elders of the Sea of Clouds' sacred land were also following the phoenix's trail, wondering, what exactly is this phoenix aura? Suddenly a voice rang out, wait, and the three instantly stopped. The voice continued, this is an internal matter of my phoenix clan, you need not interfere. Hearing this, one of them recognized Senior Feng while another said, since Senior wishes it so, I won't interfere, then left, and the other two cupped their hands and said, we shall also take our leave. Inside the room, Yi Qingyun draped a black cloth over Yi Zoe and she turned to him, saying, my cultivation unexpectedly reached the first level of the Heavenly King realm. While Yi Qingyun smiled, yes, Zoe is becoming more and more powerful. Yi Zoe seriously said, the phoenix death aura in my body has weakened greatly, so from now on I'll take care of and protect you, making him laugh. All right. But Zoe, you're not young anymore, it's time to marry, and Yi Zoe immediately panicked. HMPH, I'm still young, I don't want to marry, I want to stay with brother Qingyun, okay. Yi Qingyun pinched her nose and refused. No, in a few days I'll take you back to the Yi family, you haven't seen grandfather for a long time, right? Unable to change his mind, Yi Zoe angrily slapped his hand away. She turned around and sulked, I don't want to. Yi Qingyun did not force her and opened the door, saying, then we'll wait another month, be good and get some rest. After he left, Yi Zoe watched his back and sadly thought, brother Qingyun, do you think I don't know what you're thinking, what danger could scare me, I only want to stay by your side. After leaving, Yi Qingyun went to another place. So it's here. The black-clothed gatekeeper saw him and raised a hand to stop him, saying, stop, outsiders aren't received here, please leave. Just then a voice came from inside, let him in, leaving the gatekeeper surprised, huh. But she soon gestured for Yi Qingyun to enter and said, please. Before Yi Qingyun stretched a vast forest of green bamboo. A woman asked, do you like it here? And Yi Qingyun replied, it's all right, and it wasn't too hard to find. The woman laughed, haha, you're the second man to step into this place. Do you know why I sent you a voice message to come here? And Yi Qingyun shook his head, I don't know. The woman turned and explained, earlier, I sensed the aura of my Phoenix clan on you and thought it was yours, but now it seems to belong to someone else. While Yi Qingyun frowned slightly and pretended not to understand, aura. Junior doesn't understand what senior means, he said while secretly thinking, the Phoenix aura on Zoe. The woman laughed, haha, you truly don't understand, but it doesn't matter since you've come here, it proves we're destined to meet, and the spiritual energy here is 10 times denser than outside, so stay and cultivate, but remember, only for one day. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun respectfully cupped his hands and said, thank you, senior, may I ask your name? And the woman replied, my surname is Feng, but you needn't guess my identity. Focus on cultivating and cherish this day. After saying this, she disappeared. Yi Qingyun looked up and secretly wondered, Feng, could it be? Outside the Kangyun mountain range, Feng Bingqing looked toward the mountain and said, the clan legends say the Phoenix Maiden will lead the Phoenix clan to its peak, so move faster. We must reach the Kangyun sacred land within 10 days. The people behind her immediately shouted in unison, understood. Inside the bamboo forest, Yi Qingyun sat cross-legged cultivating as spiritual power continuously surged into his body. After a while, he happily said, I can't believe I've reached the 7th level of the 5 elements realm, and Senior Feng said, it seems your state of mind has improved. Seeing her, Yi Qingyun said, Senior, I still have to thank you for your help. But the Phoenix Maiden replied, no need, you comprehended all this yourself. She then turned slightly and looked behind her, asking, the scenery here is beautiful, isn't it? Before Yi Qingyun was a waterfall cascading from the mountaintop and the lush green bamboo forest. The water was crystal clear. It was so clear that even the goldfish swimming happily below could be seen. Senior Feng asked again, isn't it beautiful? And Yi Qingyun replied, not beautiful enough. She curiously asked, oh, why? And he immediately pointed upward, because there's a formation in the sky. Hearing this, the Phoenix Maiden frowned slightly and thought, HMPH. Yi Qingyun pointed at the formation above and explained, that formation's aura is too dark. It's extremely evil. The Phoenix Maiden exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect you could see it. And Yi Qingyun smiled and shook his head. No, I can't see it, I can only sense it. Senior Feng sighed, that's already impressive, you're still young, and perhaps no other genius on this continent has talent like yours. While Yi Qingyun politely smiled, you flatter me. Senior Feng explained, that formation leads to the divine demon spirit, making Yi Qingyun freeze and instantly stand up. The divine demon spirit. The Phoenix Maiden grew suspicious, you know about it, who exactly are you? And Yi Qingyun calmly replied, I'm merely an ordinary young man. Am I right, Senior Feng Mei Yan? She asked in shock, you know my name. Yi Qingyun secretly smiled, thinking, it really is you. But why are you here? Phoenix Empress Feng Mei Yan. She repeatedly pressed him, who exactly are you? Yi Qingyun cupped his hands and introduced himself. I am Yi Qingyun. I've heard of Senior before, so please forgive me if I've offended you. Hearing this, Feng Mei Yan stopped questioning him and said, is that so? You've only heard of me, but I have no impression of the name Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun remained silent and thought, she became famous before I was born, and by the time I rose to fame, she had already entered the divine realm. Feng Mei Yan suddenly turned and ordered, leave, and when he tried to say, Senior, but she repeated, go. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to comply. Then this junior will take his leave. After speaking, he turned and left. Feng Mei Yan suddenly murmured, Yun Hai, I think I sensed our daughter's aura just now. Did you sense it too? Still nothing. If you won't come out, I'll have no choice but to go in and find you myself. Yi Qingyun walked outside while still thinking. Feng Mei Yan feels similar to someone. When Li Jian arrived and coldly snorted upon seeing him emerge from there. Li Jian angrily asked, hey, why did that brat come out from there? And the guard stammered, the Venerable allowed him inside. Hearing this, Li Jian grew even more jealous, the Venerable, and after the guard nodded, he exclaimed, how is that possible? I refuse to accept it. Li Jian deliberately raised his voice. In terms of cultivation, you're merely at the 10th level of the 5 elements realm. And in terms of talent, no one in Kangyun can surpass me. The moment he finished speaking, he drew his sword and charged straight at Yi Qingyun. The blade pierced Yi Qingyun's figure as Li Jian shouted, I'm no worse than you, so why did you catch the Venerable's eye? His sword had only struck Yi Qingyun's clone, while the real Yi Qingyun leaped up, flipped through the air, and questioned, attacking from behind. Coward, state your name. Li Jian snorted coldly and asked, HMPH, did the Venerable teach you all these martial skills? Li Jian, I'll see if you're worthy, he said while recalling his sword back into his hand. He slashed again, but Yi Qingyun drew the heartless sword to meet him, and the two weapons collided with a piercing clang. Li Jian leaped up, forcefully knocked Yi Qingyun's sword aside and demanded, why you? Why? Just then, a beam of light shot over and pierced Li Jian's body, making him scream in terror, who? The moment he spoke, countless beams of light appeared and repeatedly pierced his body. Only then did he realize who had attacked. His body went limp as he knelt trembling and stammered, Venerable. While Feng Mei Yan's voice rang out, you use your strength to bully the weak and disgrace our Azure Cloud's sacred land. Yi Qingyun is already my disciple, so reflect on yourself. Hearing this, Li Jian was utterly shocked and thought, disciple. Even the gatekeeping girl was secretly stunned. The Venerable actually agreed to accept a disciple in the 8 Wastelands camp. Didn't she say no genius had ever satisfied her? Could it be? Li Jian refused to accept it and repeatedly demanded, why? My talent is clearly greater, his cultivation is below mine, and his strength is weaker. I'm clearly the #1 disciple of the Azure Cloud sacred land, so why him and not me? Feng Mei Yan scolded, too noisy, and something suddenly flew out from the forbidden grounds. After Yi Qingyun caught the object, Feng Mei Yan said, this is my token, and it can protect your life while you're here. Yi Qingyun said, thank you, Senior, I shall take my leave. But she instructed, go, though from now on you must call me Master. And Yi Qingyun glanced at Li Jian before turning away. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and thought, HMPH, right, Zoe. Zoe looked somewhat similar to the Phoenix Empress. After returning to his room, Yi Qingyun sat cross-legged and cultivated again until Yu Tian's voice suddenly came, Big brother, are you here? The boy pushed open the door and asked, Big brother, have you become the Imperial Venerable's disciple? And Yi Qingyun smiled, the Venerable, you could say that. Yu Tian immediately sighed. As expected of Big Brother, do you know how many people want to become the Venerable's disciple? Even the sacred land's #1 disciple was rejected. And when Yi Qingyun asked, the #1 disciple, Yu Tian explained, Li Jian, he's extremely jealous and never spares anyone better than him. But it's nothing, even his father is merely a mosquito before the Venerable. But Big Brother, did you know the Venerable before? I heard she never planned to accept a disciple down here, Yu Tian asked. Stop gossiping and return to your room, Yi Qingyun said, though he still wondered, a connection? Could it be because of Zoe? Yu Tian laughed, haha, maybe I'm overthinking it. The Venerable has always been eccentric, and now you're her disciple, so where in this sacred land can't you go? Yi Qingyun frowned and asked, I can go anywhere. And Yu Tian replied, HMPH, of course, the Venerable in this sacred land is. The next day at HEAVEN Chinese Letter Valley, a cultivation ground of the Azure Cloud sacred land, Yi Qingyun and Yu Tian arrived as Yu Tian explained. Big Brother, this is Heaven Chinese letter Valley, where killing energy is used to temper the disciples' minds. This place perfectly suits your cultivation conditions, Yu Tian said, while Yi Qingyun looked ahead and secretly smiled, old fellow. Yi Qingyun then frowned and said, I'm entering the valley, wait here, and Yu Tian hurriedly asked, Brother Yi, take me with you, I want to enter too. But he immediately refused, no. Suddenly, Yin Yu appeared and mocked, Hey, idiot, you think you're impressive just because you became the Imperial Venerable's disciple? You're courting death, making Yu Tian curse back. You're the idiot my big brother dares enter, do you? What right does a cowardly rat like you have to talk nonsense here? Yin Yu was left speechless, while Yi Qingyun ignored him and jumped straight inside, and Yu Tian shouted, Big brother, be careful. In a hidden corner, 3 people watched him jump inside. He really entered, how daring. Yi Qingyun passed through the layer of killing energy and ventured deeper inside. As he descended, he thought, Old fellow, I'm coming. Inside the rift of Heaven Chinese letter Valley. Guided by the heartless sword, Yi Qingyun found where old fellow was imprisoned. On the cliff wall, the azure sword's soul still had its limbs pinned down by nails. The moment Yi Qingyun saw this, he shouted, I'm here. He grabbed the sword fragment and anxiously asked, Are you still there? The sword soul slowly opened its eyes. Sensing the familiar aura, it immediately cried out, This aura, is it master? Yi Qingyun asked, Who reduced you to this state? And upon seeing him, Lao Huojai suddenly laughed, Haha, master, it's you. Although you've become a little uglier, it really is you. I never thought I'd meet master again in this life. Yi Qingyun patiently asked, Who did this? Lao Huojai finally replied, It was the demon general demonized heaven. Back then the merciless sword body split into 9 fragments, and I was imprisoned in this blood-refining demon cave until my cultivation rose enough to be released. Otherwise, how could a mere demon general defeat me? Though I truly wasn't his match then, and he wanted me to submit so he could use me to find the remaining sword fragments. But I was born master's sword, and even in death I'll remain master's soul. Yi Qingyun patiently asked, Who did this? Lao Huojai finally replied, It was the demon general demonized heaven. Back then the merciless sword body split into 9 fragments, and I was imprisoned in this blood-refining demon cave until my cultivation rose enough to be released. Otherwise, how could a mere demon general defeat me? Though I truly wasn't his match then, and he wanted me to submit so he could use me to find the remaining sword fragments. But I was born master's sword, and even in death I'll remain master's soul. How could I let him succeed? So in his rage he cast the demon sword formation on me. And just then, a demon dragon emerged from the sword spirit's forehead. It immediately cried out, HMPH, it's here again. The demon dragon bit down on Lao Huojai's head, yet the sword spirit still warned, Master, hurry and leave, there's a very dangerous formation here. Yi Qingyun circulated his inner power throughout his body and said, You've suffered enough, I'm here to help you. He immediately poured in spiritual power to break the nails pinning the sword spirit, but Lao Huojai repeatedly stopped him. No, master, it's enough for me to suffer alone, I'm already used to it. While channeling his power, Yi Qingyun explained, This demon sword formation restrains spiritual bodies, which is why it acts so precisely. The nails suddenly emitted dazzling light and connected together, but their power could do nothing against a warrior's blood energy. Yi Qingyun removed the formation nails from the sword spirit, but they instantly reversed and shot at him, severing his right arm as the sword spirit screamed in horror, Master. Then his left arm and even his legs were severed, yet he still reassured, Little sword, don't worry. I'll get you out of here. A miserable scream echoed from inside to outside, No. Yin Yu said contemptuously, HMPH, another fool who doesn't know his limits, only realizing it after losing both life and wealth. While several disciples agreed, Right, didn't another disciple enter before and never come back out? Yin Yu mocked Yu Tian again, Hey brat, looks like your friend isn't coming out, hurry and find him a coffin, ha ha ha. But Yu Tian glared and replied, Nonsense, my big brother won't die that easily. As soon as he finished, Yi Qingyun's voice rang out, Yu Tian, making Yu Tian turn around in surprise, Yi Qingyun walked out perfectly unharmed as if nothing had happened, and Yu Tian joyfully ran over, calling, Big brother. Yin Yu stared with his mouth wide open and muttered, Impossible, while Yi Qingyun patted Yu Tian's shoulder and said, Yu Tian, let's go. And the boy immediately replied, All right, big brother. Yin Yu suddenly smiled schemingly, got it, then deliberately shouted, Hey, don't tell me you obtained some divine artifact. And Yi Qingyun glanced at him, None of your business. Just then, a group rushed over to block his path and threatened, Wait, brat, hand over the divine artifact, it doesn't belong to you. And Yi Qingyun frowned, Who told you that? While the man blocking him replied, That's right, I said it. Yu Tian anxiously called, Big brother, but Yi Qingyun reassured him, It's fine. The man blocking the way frowned and examined Yi Qingyun before judging. HMPH, how can you have such cultivation when you're clearly only at the 10th level of the 5 elements realm? Ha, I know now, you sacrificed part of your spiritual power in exchange for a divine weapon. Ha, how stupid. And seeing him laugh, Yi Qingyun asked, is it that funny? The man blocking the way laughed sinisterly and ordered, let's see how someone without cultivation can rely on a divine weapon to survive. Attack. Yi Qingyun leaped up and punched the man, and although he raised his spear to block in time, he was still forced back several steps, yet confidently laughed, ha, you really won't learn until you suffer. I'll count to 3, hand over the divine weapon in your hand or die. Yi Qingyun smiled, then I'll also count to 3, and if you don't get lost, you'll die, making the man roar furiously, you're courting death. Seeing his technique, Yi Qingyun instantly recognized the spear martial spirit and realized he was from the Wang family, then began counting. 1. The Wang man thrust his spear and summoned his martial spirit, a giant python opening its jaws and charging at Yi Qingyun as he cursed, you dare count 1, go die. Yi Qingyun instantly jumped up and dodged the martial spirit attack while shouting, 2, 3. The moment he finished counting, he rushed forward and kicked the Wang man directly in the face. The man's neck bones cracked from the blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground while Yi Qingyun landed steadily. The man struggled to sit up and said, why you dare use a killing blow? While Yi Qingyun controlled his sword and replied, I told you if you didn't leave after I counted to 3, then summoned the merciless sword. He continued, you die, then sent the sword straight through the man's body, instantly killing him. Seeing this, Yin Nuo laughed loudly, ha, you killed him, you really killed him, he's from the Wang family, you're dead this time. But Yi Qingyun calmly pulled out his sword and said, you're all just cowards who don't dare act because you fear the Wang family. Hearing this, Yin Nuo angrily demanded, what did you say, I'm a coward? And Yi Qingyun smiled, then do you dare kill him? After speaking, he called, Yu Tian, let's go, and the boy immediately ran over, coming boss. Yin Nuo still angrily cursed, HMPH, ridiculous, he wasn't my enemy, so why would I kill him? But Yi Qingyun ignored him and said, say whatever you want, coward, while Yu Tian added, boss, I understand, he's too timid and definitely wouldn't dare. Unable to contain his anger, Yin Nuo immediately reached out to stop them. Wait, making Yi Qingyun slightly surprised. Today I'll prove who the real coward is. I challenge you to a duel and I'll cripple a useless fool like you. Yu Tian anxiously tried to speak, big brother, but Yi Qingyun reassured him, it's fine, watch how I teach a cowardly rat who loves using numbers to bully the weak a lesson. Lead the way, choose the duel location and I'll arrive at the agreed time. While Yin Nuo angrily growled, you. The two later arrived at the deathmatch arena where a huge crowd gathered and discussed. A human with no cultivation dares act so arrogantly. See those 2 words up there? They mean a fight to the death, and once one dies, their divine weapon belongs to the winner. The carved words on the stone shone even brighter. Yin Nuo mocked again, you have no cultivation yet dare act arrogantly. But Yi Qingyun replied, if I had cultivation, would you still dare fight me to the death? Yin Nuo drew his sword and said, so what, aren't your martial skills impressive? Even without cultivation, you can still use martial skills, then drew his blade. 3-foot thunder art. The sword then stabbed into the ground right beneath Yi Qingyun's feet. He sneered coldly, you think that little strength can defeat me? Be careful, you may never leave this arena alive. The disciples below immediately clamored, that brat sure has a sharp tongue. True, but Yin Nuo is too useless. How can he not crush a kid with no cultivation? Hearing this, Yin Nuo went mad with rage, bastards. While mocking laughter rang out below, haha look, Yin Nuo has gone crazy. Yin Nuo stood on the arena and immediately attacked Yi Qingyun, roaring, brat, I'll kill you, thunder demon palm. Yi Qingyun looked up without moving as Yin Nuo's attack crashed straight down onto where he stood. A violent shock erupted across the arena, leaving a deep crater as dust filled the air, and the crowd wondered, is he dead? Probably that brat was stupid, why didn't he use his divine weapon? While Yin Nuo landed and laughed smugly. Haha, without cultivation, you're just a mosquito before me. Just then Yi Qingyun climbed up and asked, are you ready? Yin Nuo was startled, you're still alive, ready for what? Yi Qingyun leaped out of the crater and asked his sword, are you ready? An old fellow replied, master, I'm ready. Yi Qingyun sprang from the crater and asked his sword, ready? Lao Huojai replied, master, I'm ready. The crowd below was puzzled, wondering where this brat got such confidence when he clearly had no cultivation yet still acted so arrogant. He's truly gone mad. Yi Qingyun raised his sword and slashed out a razor-sharp sword aura straight at Yin Niu. At that very moment, someone shouted loudly, "Stop right there." Yi Qingyun completely ignored the command and continued charging forward to kill. With a single sword strike, he killed Yin Niu on the spot. Yan Yifei immediately rushed over and tightly grabbed his neck. He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip more and more. "You killed my disciple." Yi Qingyun curled his lips into a mocking smile. Ridiculous. His arm was suddenly struck by Yi Qingyun's sword. Yan Yifei hurriedly retreated and treated his wound while Yi Qingyun coldly repeated, "Since it's called a life-and-death arena, naturally one must live and one must die, so isn't it perfectly normal that I killed him?" Hearing this, Yan Yifei immediately challenged him. "Then I'll fight you to the death." Yi Qingyun suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Yan Yifei frowned in confusion and asked, "What's so funny?" He mocked, "Ridiculous, you're a respected senior yet want a life-and-death duel with a junior. Aren't you ashamed?" Yan Yifei lowered his body, ready to leap forward, and angrily demanded, "Yi Qingyun, you dare humiliate me before everyone. You disregard my status as an elder and look down on our sacred Cloud Haven, so today I must kill you." Just as his hand was about to touch Yi Qingyun, he suddenly agreed, "I can fight you to the death." Yan Yifei froze. "What did you say?" He calmly repeated, "I said I accept your life and death challenge and the fight ends only when one of us dies." The disciples below were stunned and cried in horror, "He's finished." A life-and-death duel with an elder? Even elite disciples wouldn't dare be so arrogant. What do you know? Yin Niu was Elder Yun's disciple. Would Elder Yun spare him after he killed Yin Niu? Hidden in the crowd, Yun Tian nervously pressed his lips together and thought, "Brother, you must have a way to suppress Yan Yifei." On the life-and-death arena, Yan Yifei laughed loudly after seeing him accept. "Ha ha ha, good, since you don't want to live, I'll grant your wish." "One move? Do you believe I can take your life with just one move?" Yi Qingyun slowly echoed him. "One move is also enough for me to kill you. Do you believe it?" Yan Yifei was stunned after hearing this. What an arrogant and conceited brat. As soon as he finished speaking, blood suddenly gushed from his entire body like a fountain. A horizontal slash suddenly appeared across Yan Yifei's neck. Just before collapsing, he seemed to see something, a sentient sword. It turned out Yi Qingyun had secretly controlled Lao Huojai to launch a sneak attack, and after Yan Yifei fell dead on the spot, he smiled faintly. "Believe me now." The disciples below stared wide-eyed and shouted in horror, "A sentient sword? He actually has a sentient sword. It must be the divine artifact he just obtained from Heaven Rift Valley." Li Jian stood among the crowd and snorted contemptuously. "HMPH, relying on the sentient sword's power to win by luck, don't you feel utterly incompetent and useless, so what is there to be proud of? Without cultivation to sustain the sentient sword, what will you do once your spiritual energy is exhausted?" Yi Qingyun immediately interrupted him and asked, "What? If you think it's unfair, come up here." Li Jian was instantly speechless and gritted his teeth furiously. "Ah." The subordinate beside him hurriedly placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Young master, don't be impulsive." He replied, I know." Yi Qingyun continued provoking him, "What are you mumbling about? Are you coming up or not?" Li Jian's face instantly darkened and he turned to leave with a snort, secretly thinking, "Brat, I'll spare you today. But once that sentient sword is worn out, your death day will come." The surrounding people watched him leave and began whispering, "Didn't Li Jian just say a sentient sword would exhaust its spiritual energy?" "Right, it weakens with every use, and the more it is used, the faster its strength collapses." Yi Qingyun stepped down from the arena, walked through the crowd with his head held high, and coldly ordered, "Move aside." After returning to his residence, Yi Qingyun called out, "Little Zoe." The moment she saw him, she happily exclaimed, "Brother Qingyun." Yi Qingyun approached and asked, "Little Zoe, what are you doing?" Yi Zoe wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, "The clothes you wore before were too dirty, so I'm washing them for you." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun was so surprised that he froze in place, prompting Yi Zoe to ask in confusion, "Brother Qingyun, why are you staring blankly?" He smiled and replied, "I'm looking at our Yi Zoe." She softly confessed, "Brother Qingyun, if you like, little Zoe can stay by your side forever as long as you." Yi Qingyun laughed and reached out to pat her head, saying, "Little Zoe, you're talking nonsense again." Yi Zoe immediately slapped his hand away and said seriously, "I'm not." Yi Qingyun then turned and entered the room while she stood behind, watching his departing figure. She secretly thought Qingyun, Zoe was not talking nonsense. Inside the room, Yi Qingyun frowned at the stone ring, puzzled. "Why Luo Ling?" A voice came from the vortex within the ancient ring. 5-element demonic sword formation. Yi Qingyun replied, that's right, but he recalled what happened beneath the fierce rift when all his limbs were completely broken and Lao Huo Jai cried in panic, Master. Yi Qingyun calmly reassured him, little sword, don't worry. The 5-element demonic sword formation seals spiritual power, martial souls, and mutant bodies, but it cannot seal my physical strength. As soon as he finished, divine power seemed to emerge, and Yi Qingyun's 4 limbs fully regenerated. Back in the present, he said solemnly, today's martial world seems to have forgotten this art exists. And the Vortex voice agreed as Yi Qingyun reached inside. Entering the technique library, he said, they forgot that before spiritual power cultivation existed, ancient mighty beings from the void fragments relied solely on physical strength. Immortal demon art, he said, picking up the book. Yet he could not open it and snorted, it won't open. After dripping a drop of his blood onto the book, the entire book instantly glowed as its seemingly sentient pages rapidly turned by themselves. Yi Qingyun watched the characters fly from the book and exclaimed in shock, could this be the immortal demon art? The characters immediately transformed into streams of light and flew straight into his head. Before him appeared the reflected image of an immortal figure. The figure suddenly grew larger and repeatedly uttered mysterious immortal words. Immortals are not immortals. Demons are not immortals. The figure constantly changed shape, growing and shrinking as its appearance became increasingly crazed. Then the image charged straight at Yi Qingyun and roared, ah. Startled, he instinctively leaned aside to dodge. Suddenly everything vanished, leaving Yi Qingyun stunned as he thought, so powerful, this is it. Outside, someone suddenly stormed over and shouted, Yi Qingyun, get your ass out here. Yi Zoe looked up from washing clothes and asked, why are you looking for Qingyun? And the man snapped, none of your business, is that useless Yi Qingyun home. Enraged by his arrogance, Yi Zoe cursed, you're not allowed to insult my brother. Powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from her body and instantly blasted the man backward. Realizing what had happened, Yi Zoe widened her eyes and wondered, how can a weak girl like me be this strong? She angrily demanded, why are you looking for Qingyun? While the man she had knocked down stammered in terror, WW, who are you? DD, don't come closer. Yi Qingyun walked out, gently patted Yi Zoe's shoulder and said, Zoe, no need to ask, I know why he's here, making her happily say, Qingyun, you're out. Yi Qingyun coldly asked the trembling servant, Li Jian sent you, right? And after he stammered yes, Yi Qingyun shouted, get lost and never let me see you again. Li Jian's servant instantly scrambled up and fled in terror, still shouting, thank you for sparing my life. Yi Qingyun turned to Yi Zoe and said, Zoe, I need to go out, making her frown sadly, you just came back. Seeing his sister worried, Yi Qingyun smiled and reassured her, haha, I'll be back soon. And Yi Zoe put her hands on her hips and replied unhappily, fine, I'll wait for you to eat. Cloudy Azure Mountain Range. Standing beneath a tree, Yi Qingyun thought deeply. So besides spiritual power, this world has such terrifying strength. And the immortal demon art can absorb the power of demonic beasts and martial artists faster than cultivating myself. So should I find a demonic beast and try it? Suddenly, loud noises came from afar and Yi Qingyun looked surprised. Following the sound, he saw Li Jian and 3 underlings joining forces against an enormous, terrifyingly muscular giant gorilla. Li Jian frowned and smirked, kill it. The blue-haired man instantly leaped up, wielding 2 hammers as he charged at the gorilla's head and roared, I'm coming. While the gorilla bared its fangs and glared at him with fiery red eyes. It quickly raised its powerful arm to block the green-haired man's twin maces, roaring fiercely without pause. Then it strode forward, roaring so loudly the ground shook with every step, sending the 3 green-robed men fleeing in panic as one cried, this gorilla can even play dead, help. Seeing the situation turn dangerous, Li Jian acted, raising his hand to channel power as blue-purple light spread out and he smirked. Let's. He drove that energy straight into the gorilla's arm, instantly freezing its body and silencing its snarls, making it docile as a puppy as a green-robed youth approached Li Jian and said, thank you, senior brother Li Jian. But at that moment, the gorilla suddenly went berserk again, opening its huge mouth as if to devour everyone alive. Li Jian instantly sent his sword flying into its mouth and shouted, die. The sword and water energy pierced the gorilla's nose, making it roar in agony as blood sprayed everywhere before its strength vanished. Its knees buckled, arms drooped, and face turned skyward. A round golden core emerged from its eye and floated in midair. All 4 looked up as the man to Li Jian's right shouted in shock, brother Li, a golden core, while the one on his left laughed cunningly, ha ha ha, we're rich. and the man behind exclaimed, I never expected this ape king to have a golden core inside it. Li Jian swiftly grabbed the golden core into his palm, his face filled with pride and delight. Heh. Yet before he could hold it long, the golden core was suddenly snatched away as if pulled by an invisible force and shot into the sky. The three green-robed men asked in shock, what's going on? Then stared after it in confusion. Yi Qingyun easily caught the core in his hand, and a green-robed man turned around and angrily shouted, Brat, who are you? Yi Qingyun needed the golden core, so he examined it briefly and smiled. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Li Jian angrily pointed at Yi Qingyun and ordered the three green-robed men, why are you standing there? Seize that bastard and take back the golden core. He's already stealing others' rewards at such a young age. Can you brothers tolerate this? The three green-robed men immediately surrounded Yi Qingyun, gripping their weapons and threatening grimly. Of course not, sir. This golden core belongs to us. Return it or don't blame us if you lose your life. Li Jian arrogantly declared, little thief, surrender yourself at once. Yi Qingyun lightly flicked his finger and laughed. Haha, forget it, I'm taking this golden core. With the golden core still floating before him, Yi Qingyun opened his mouth and gulped it straight into his stomach. Before 8 staring eyes, the group turned purple with rage and screamed in panic. He ate the golden core. Damn, is this real? Isn't he afraid his body will explode? Li Jian frowned and secretly thought, he's finished, he'll explode, while everyone's faces turned pale and sweat poured down their bodies. Li Jian instantly flew into the sky and warned the three below to retreat. If he explodes, the Ape King's power could reduce us to ashes. So they nodded and shouted, right, run, before fleeing wildly, while Yi Qingyun remained calm, focused only on savoring the golden core. Li Jian's face flushed with anxiety as he thought, damn it, I never expected this fool to waste my golden core from a beast at the lesser achievement realm. About 5 seconds later, the golden core took effect and a heaven-shaking explosion thundered across the mountains, making the earth tremble, dust fill the air, and high-pitched shockwaves shatter everything nearby as even Li Jian wondered, is the explosion really this powerful? Yet Yi Qingyun was completely unharmed, and his internal energy instead rose several levels as he relaxed and let the fiery energy circulate, saying, so this is primal force, it's incredibly powerful. Once the explosion ended, Li Jian and the three green-robed men finally dared emerge as Li Jian angrily said, and you claim you didn't steal the golden core? While the others gasped, he didn't explode. And Yi Qingyun smiled, did I ever say I didn't steal your golden core? Now I've already eaten the golden core and can't take it back out, so if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. While walking away, he turned and added, right, thank you, that golden core tasted delicious, making Li Jian grind his teeth and curse, bastard. Furious but helpless, Li Jian called the other three to gang up on Yi Qingyun and roared, brothers, we can't endure this humiliation, follow me and kill him. As one agreed, brother Li is right, we must kill him. Before all four drew their swords and charged Yi Qingyun with murderous expressions. Only the miserable screams of the brave young man who had charged forward echoed through the air. The sky was beautiful today, gentle sunlight fell, the wind whistled softly, and birds filled the heavens. Everything happened so quickly that the other three stood frozen as their brother was beaten senseless by Yi Qingyun and hurled into a tall treetop, bruised, scratched, and injured all over as he dazedly asked, what just happened? Yi Qingyun lightly dusted off his clothes and said coldly, don't cause trouble for me, I have no time to play with you. Li Jian furiously berated his three underlings, trash, you're all useless, you can't even defeat someone with no cultivation. Yi Qingyun had planned to leave, but Li Jian's irritating words made him stop and ask loudly, you call others useless, but are you any better, standing there doing nothing but talking? Li Jian snapped, if you're so capable, stop relying on your spirit sword, and Yi Qingyun smirked, so you're afraid of my sword, don't worry, I don't need it against you. Li Jian immediately grinned with delight and confidently laughed, haha, you said it yourself, then clasped his hands together and prepared to fight Yi Qingyun. Blue energy radiated from Li Jian's entire body as Yi Qingyun smirked and praised, not bad, you even comprehended sword heart, surely you didn't awaken it from jealousy of me? And Li Jian confidently replied, you're about to die and still talking big. He suddenly leaped up and shouted, sword art, as the sword in his hand abruptly expanded several times in size. Li Jian spread his legs wide and shouted loudly, his face filled with determination. In an instant, the sword flew straight at Yi Qingyun, who opened his palm toward it and shouted, immortal demon art, immortal release, demonic power. In an instant, Li Jian's sword was destroyed, shattering into hundreds of pieces. The three brothers behind him were horrified. What? Senior brother Li Jian was defeated. This power is terrifying. Yi Qingyun coldly said, I never intended to take your life, but you repeatedly used despicable tricks against me. So today you won't escape death. Yi Qingyun forced Li Jian step by step against the foot of the mountain, then tightly gripped his neck. Covered in bruises, Li Jian still threatened him. You can't kill me. I'm the great elder son. I'm Li Jianghong's son. You can't kill me. Li Jian thought revealing his identity would make Yi Qingyun spare him, but he was wrong, for our hero feared nothing, much less an insignificant Li Jianghong, and he indifferently replied, Li Jianghong, is he powerful? Too bad I don't know him, making Li Jian turn pale and break into a cold sweat. Yi Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately struck the boastful Li Jian squarely in the chest with his palm, leaving only one thought in Li Jian's mind, the protective jade talisman. A deep voice suddenly thundered from above, Who dares attack my beloved son? Yi Qingyun frowned and turned around. He looked into the sky and saw two strangers flying toward him as one growled again, Who dares attack my son? Trembling so badly he could barely stand, Li Jian pointed at Yi Qingyun and said, Father, it's him, Yi Qingyun. Li Jianghong, Li Jian's father, frowned sternly with his hands behind his back and said, Even a cultivationless bastard like him can trigger the protective jade talisman? Zhao Hufa, who accompanied Li Jianghong, darkened upon seeing Yi Qingyun and said irritably, HMPH, I didn't expect it to be you. Yi Qingyun was also surprised to see Zhao Hufa, and hatred instantly surged in his eyes. Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Hufa. Zhao Hufa laughed gleefully, Ha 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 ha, I never thought I'd meet you here again. Seeing they had met before, Li Jianghong asked Zhao Hufa, Brother Zhao, you know this brat? Zhao Hufa replied, Indeed, he once killed one of my demonic beasts and severed my arm, so I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. But karma has finally caught up with you, and after only a few months, your cultivation hasn't improved and you've even become a cripple. Yi Qingyun snorted and threatened, Even if my cultivation is exhausted today, I'll still kill you. Zhao Hufa gave an ugly smile and mocked him. Ha ha, you almost scared me, but how can a cripple like you defeat someone at the 8th level of the 5 elements realm? Yi Qingyun confidently replied, With this sword. Zhao Hufa pointed at the sword in Yi Qingyun's hand and said disdainfully, A sword. Then he burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, just this sword. Yi Qingyun replied, That's right. Yi Qingyun then pointed the heartless sword toward the sky and shouted imposingly, One sword is enough. The sword's aura shot straight into the heavens. Yi Qingyun gripped the sword with both hands and charged at Zhao Hufa with extreme speed. Seeing this, Li Jianghong hurriedly unleashed a technique to stop him and shouted, Wait, but how could the crystal barrier Li Jianghong created stop Yi Qingyun? The heartless sword's violent water aura pierced straight through the barrier, sending countless crystal shards flying everywhere. It also pierced Zhao Hufa's body, and though he intended to flee, Yi Qingyun was too fast, leaving him frozen with his mouth agape as he died bitterly, blood erupting like a volcano. Yi Qingyun's heartless sword also grazed Li Jianghong's hand, and as he stared at the blood flowing from it, he wondered, A sentient sword. Li Jian smiled smugly and shouted, Ha ha, you're definitely dead this time. Seeing Zhao Hufa's gruesome death, Li Jian trembled and said, You killed someone you shouldn't have. Yi Qingyun coldly approached him and said, That's you, not me, because in my eyes no one can stop me, then pointed his sword at Li Jian and added sharply, including you. Li Jian's father, Li Jianghong, immediately charged forward and shouted, Insolent brat, the sword in your hand came from Heaven Rift mountain range in the sacred land, didn't it? Return it to me before it falls into someone else's hands. Li Jian gritted his teeth and trembled violently as Yi Qingyun ordered his clone, Kill him. His clone immediately charged at Li Jian with a sword and answered loudly, Yes, master. Li Jian shrank back, his face deathly pale as sweat continuously poured from him. Li Jianghong also rushed forward to stop Yi Qingyun's clone and roared angrily, Beast, stop. But it was too late, as Yi Qingyun's clone pierced Li Jian's body with a sword and sent him collapsing to the ground. Li Jianghong watched the son he had raised for years die before his eyes and was overwhelmed with grief, clutching Li Jian in his arms as tears fell, and he choked out, Little Jian. Consumed by rage, Li Jianghong soared into the air to avenge his son, gathered power in his hand as fierce fire aura erupted from his body, and gritted his teeth, "Little bastard, you're courting death." Just then, City Lord Huang Qiang at the second level of the Radiant Realm suddenly flew over and asked Li Jianghong what had happened, making Li Jianghong turn in surprise and say, "City Lord, he injured my son and turned him into a cripple, so this beast deserves death 1,000 times over." City Lord Yun Ryuan Li wore a stern expression and appeared highly authoritative. He glanced at Yi Qing Yun and asked condescendingly, "Do you know your crime?" At that moment, Yun Chi Xiu also appeared and sternly asked Yun Ryuan Li, "How do you explain this?" Young Yun Tian rushed to Yi Qing Yun in panic, tearfully calling, "Brother Yi, are you all right?" While Yun Chi Xiu, the holy lord of the Cloud Sea sacred land, stood nearby and Yi Qing Yun smiled, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Yi Qing Yun cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, while holy lord Yun Chi Xiu stroked his beard and said, "No need for formalities." Yun Zhou Tian was also there and greeted them. "He, both holy lords are here. Today is truly lively." Yun Chi Xiu sternly questioned Yun Ryuan Li. "Yun Ryuan Li, what crime did you say he committed? Tell me what his crime is." Li Jianghong shouted from behind, "Holy Lord, this man injured my son and cost our sacred land a peerless genius. How could he?" Yi Zoe also appeared and hurried over in panic, loudly calling Yi Qing Yun, who asked in surprise, "Zoe, why are you here?" The moment Li Jianghong saw Yi Zoe, he froze, captivated by her beauty as his face reddened and he thought, "This girl is truly beautiful." Yun Chi Xiu angrily shouted, "Li Jianghong, are you saying Yi Qing Yun deserves death because he crippled your son Li Jian's cultivation?" Li Jianghong hurriedly bowed and explained, "Holy Lord, I acted rashly and should not speak of life or death, but my son's outstanding cultivation being crippled is a great loss to our sacred land." And Yun Chi Xiu sneered, "So what?" Li Jianghong immediately formed wicked intentions upon seeing Yi Zoe and pointed at her, demanding, "Marry that girl beside the brat to me as a concubine, and with my strength I can produce more peerless geniuses for the sacred land within years," making Yi Qing Yun roar, "Are you tired of living?" Li Jianghong grinned obscenely and continued, "Let her be my concubine, and if we work hard, within 20 years we'll surely produce a peerless genius, letting this brat redeem himself and even earn a reward from the sacred land. Isn't that perfect?" Li Jianghong's words were unbearable even to the three holy lords, as Yun Ryuan Li looked at him with contempt and Yun Chi Xiu coldly said, "How disgraceful." At that moment, a beam of light appeared in the sky and shone directly upon Li Jianghong. The newcomer was Feng Mei Yan, the Venerable, who pressed her power onto Li Jianghong and warned through gritted teeth, "Watch your mouth and stop spouting nonsense, or you may lose your life." Li Jianghong grimaced in pain and asked, "Who are you, pretending to be mysterious and daring to cause trouble in the Cloud Sea sacred land?" Yun Ryuan Li turned pale with fright and hurriedly warned, "Li Jianghong, shut your mouth." "She is the Venerable," while Yun Chi Xiu laughed gleefully nearby. Too late, as Feng Mei Yan's fiery pressure grew increasingly violent. The ground below cracked and rocks scattered everywhere, forcing Yun Ryuan Li to fly away to avoid being caught in it. The ground collapsed dozens of meters deep, and the Venerable's overwhelming might was truly terrifying. Yun Ryuan Li rushed into the deep pit and pulled Li Jianghong's body upward, struggling as falling rubble constantly obstructed his rescue. Yun Ryuan Li could not help marveling inwardly, "What terrifying strength, I cannot see through her at all." Yun Ryuan Li raised his head and pleaded loudly, "Venerable, Li Jianghong has already received proper punishment, perhaps." Li Jianghong pondered, "This is the Venerable, but why?" While the Venerable angrily gritted her teeth and said, "I already said, those who cannot control their mouths must die." Yun Ryuan Li anxiously thought, "I can't stop her run." As soon as she finished speaking, the Venerable struck with one palm and burned all three of them to death. Yun Zhou Tian stroked his beard in midair and said, "Chi Xiu, look," and Yun Chi Xiu replied, "Indeed, the Venerable's strength has far surpassed anything I knew." Only 3 charred corpses remained on the ground, their faces completely unrecognizable. The Venerable said, "Yi Qing Yun, come with me," and Yi Qing Yun firmly replied, "All right." Yi Zoe looked at him anxiously, so Yi Qing Yun turned and said, "Zoe, go home first, I'll return shortly." But Yi Zoe panicked and stopped him, "Brother, don't go." Yi Qing Yun smiled, "Don't worry, this senior won't harm me." While Yun Zhou Tian descended with his hands behind his back and said gently, "Brother Yi, rest assured, this old man will personally escort the young lady home safely." And Yi Qing Yun politely replied, Then I'll trouble you, holy lord. Yi Qingyun walked through a green bamboo forest rustling in the wind. He arrived at a house built entirely of bamboo. Venerable Feng Meiyan called out, "Come in." Yi Qingyun entered calmly and saw 3 steaming cups of tea already placed on the table as she said, "Mr. Yi, please." Feng Meiyan began, "I suppose you've already guessed my relationship with the girl beside you, haven't you?" And Yi Qingyun bluntly replied, "Yi Zoe is probably your daughter." Feng Meiyan sipped her tea and said, "Yi Zoe, so the girl's name is Yi Zoe, though her surname should be Yun, but let it remain so. Mr. Yi, can you help me with something? And if you succeed, I can give you anything you want." Yi Qingyun took a sip of tea and said, "I suppose Senior wants me to take care of Yi Zoe, right?" Feng Meiyan smiled approvingly. "Mr. Yi truly is intelligent and perceptive, so what do you want in exchange?" And Yi Qingyun set down his cup and chuckled. "It's very simple." He recalled the days when he and Yi Zoe lived together as children. The two stood on a bridge, watching the water drift slowly by. Yi Zoe asked sadly, "Qingyun, brother, was I actually adopted by father?" Yi Qingyun comforted her. "So what if you were adopted? You're still my little sister." Yi Zoe's eyes reddened with tears as Yi Qingyun said, "From now on, you have me, father and grandfather, to protect you, okay?" Yi Zoe sighed heavily. "But Qingyun, brother, did my birth parents abandon me?" Yi Qingyun stroked her head and comforted her. "Zoe is so good, how could they abandon you? When you grow up, they'll surely come for you." Only then did Yi Qingyun state his condition to Feng Meiyan. "I want you to meet Zoe once. That request isn't excessive, right?" Feng Meiyan hesitated and stammered, "This. You don't want pills, martial skills, or divine weapons." Yi Qingyun said coldly, "I'm not interested in those things, and even without your request I'll protect Zoe because she's my sister, unlike some people who can even abandon their own flesh and blood." Yi Qingyun's sarcasm made Feng Meiyan spring up furiously and slam the table and chair as fiery energy erupted from her body. "Insolent. Say that again if you dare." Yi Qingyun laughed. "Am I wrong? If not for my father, Zoe might have already been eaten by beasts in the forest." Hearing this, Feng Meiyan nodded slightly and sighed. "You're right, I owe Zoe." "You just said Zoe was brought home by your father. What is his name?" Yi Qingyun immediately answered, "Yi Zhan." Hearing this, Feng Meiyan silently pondered for a moment before replying, "Yi Zhan, I don't know him. However, my daughter couldn't have appeared in an ordinary forest. If she was found anywhere, it could only have been within the demon god abyss." The demon god abyss connects the human world to the demon spirit realm, where countless races live, including humans, though your race is among the weakest in cultivation. So if my guess is correct, your father. Yi Qingyun was shaken and asked, "He went to the demon god abyss?" Feng Meiyan explained, "Very likely. Back then Yun Hai and I went there and fell into the abyss, where the pressure of demonic spirits overwhelmed us while I held the newborn Zoe and was at my weakest, so unable to defeat them. We could only leave Zoe outside the inner abyss. I placed a formation on her that would instantly kill anyone approaching with evil intent, so your father must have visited that place. I'm deeply grateful to him and wonder how he is now." Yi Qingyun quickly replied, "He's dead." Feng Meiyan exclaimed in shock, "Dead? Impossible. Anyone capable of entering the abyss, even its outskirts, would be considered a powerhouse in the lesser 8 wastelands. Did you see your father's corpse to be so certain?" Yi Qingyun hurriedly replied, "I've never seen it, you mean." Feng Meiyan understood and continued, "Correct, your father may still be alive, but I can't agree to your earlier condition for now. Choose another." Yi Qingyun frowned. "I already said Yi Zoe is my sister and caring for her is my duty, so I never needed any condition. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Yi Qingyun turned to leave, but Feng Meiyan called out loudly, "Aren't you curious why I refuse to meet Zoe?" Yi Qingyun glanced back and replied, "If you want to tell me, you'll tell me yourself, and if not, asking is pointless, isn't it?" Suddenly, Yi Qingyun sensed Feng Meiyan secretly attacking from behind. He instantly turned around and shouted, "Trying to silence me, immortal demon art." Yi Qingyun then struck out with a palm directly at Feng Meiyan. Feng Meiyan calmly tapped Yi Qingyun on the head with one hand and said, "Silence you, my foot. I can help remove the demon sword formation inside your body so you can recover your former cultivation. How about that condition?" Yi Qingyun rubbed his aching head and replied, "No need, I can break it myself." Feng Meiyan became serious and continued, "Break it yourself? If you personally shatter the demonic sword seal, your cultivation will not only rise, you'll also gain more chances to obtain a demon sword within the demon sword residence." Yi Qingyun exclaimed, a demon sword. Feng Meiyan explained, correct, legend says the demon race has 9 sacred swords, and obtaining any one of them allows you to easily channel spiritual power into demonic spirits. But do you know where the demon sword residence lies within the demon god abyss? What you just used was the immortal demon art, right? The abyss outskirts contain many powerful beasts whose energy you can absorb. I can take you there, and you may also find news of your father. Yi Qingyun firmly replied, I'll go. Feng Meiyan channeled divine power and said, good, the demon god abyss has 6 rings, and with your current strength crossing them is difficult, so my formation can protect you. Yi Qingyun hurriedly said, wait, I'll return and prepare first. Yi Qingyun immediately turned and left as Feng Meiyan watched him and secretly thought, that girl talks about Qingyun, brother, all day, so she clearly treasures him. This young man truly isn't bad, and if Zoe likes him, that's good, so I'll find a chance to bring them together. Outside, a group of martial artists watched curiously. They whispered, HMPH, I personally saw the Holy Lord escort her back. I heard the Holy Lord brought her back because of some servant of Yunhai. A servant? I don't believe it. Suddenly Yi Qingyun appeared behind them and shouted, make way. Stop making noise here and return to your places. Yi Qingyun immediately left and they resumed their heated discussion. That's him. What's going on? He clearly has no cultivation, yet his pressure is so powerful. Don't you understand? He's the disciple chosen by the Holy Land Venerable. Elsewhere, Yi Zoe was focused on cooking while softly humming to herself. Suddenly Yi Qingyun walked in and said, Zoe can cook too. It must be delicious. Yi Zoe turned and replied, Qingyun, brother, you're back. Wait a little, it's almost ready. At the dining table, Yi Qingyun looked over the dishes and said, I never expected Zoe's cooking to be so good. Yi Zoe smiled. Of course, this is Zoe's first time cooking. While eating, Yi Qingyun said, Zoe, I'll be leaving for a while soon. Yi Zoe asked in surprise, Qingyun, brother, where are you going? Yi Qingyun continued, father may still be alive and I'm leaving this time to investigate. Yi Zoe exclaimed in shock, father. Hearing this, Yi Zoe suddenly burst into tears and cried, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. On this side, Feng Meiyan began casting a spell and said, I will now place the infinite teleportation formation on you. Are you ready? Hearing this, Yi Qingyun immediately replied, I'm ready. Feng Meiyan continued, this formation is on your chest. Just strike your chest once to instantly leave wherever you are after entering, so be careful, and these 3 phoenix feathers contain some of my spiritual power. So pluck one in an emergency and I can help you once. Yi Qingyun accepted them and said, thank you. Feng Meiyan replied, no need, I should be thanking you for taking care of my daughter all these years. This gate leads outside the 6th level of the abyss, so I wish you a safe journey. Yi Qingyun stood up, looked toward the gate, and replied, all right, I'm leaving. Feng Meiyan pondered silently for a moment before saying, although that place is brutal, it's also very interesting. Outside the 6th ring of the divine demon abyss, Yi Qingyun landed on the ground and looked around. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind him. The wall behind him began cracking before shattering apart. From behind emerged the 5th heaven azure wind beast, Wang Tianjiang, with an extremely vicious gaze. Wang Tianjiang immediately charged forward and attacked Yi Qingyun. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun released the Heartless Sword. Under Yi Qingyun's control, the Heartless Sword stabbed straight into Wang Tianjiang's mouth, but it failed to injure the beast at all. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun inwardly exclaimed, HMPH, it's indeed not simple. Master, keep going. Meanwhile, outside the sacred cloud haven, Yin Yu shouted, who are you? This is the forbidden ground of the sacred cloud haven, and no one except sect disciples may enter. Hearing this, the newcomer calmly replied, Feng Lengqing of the Phoenix clan. Yin Yu hurriedly replied, you're the renowned senior Feng Lengqing. I'll report your arrival, please wait a moment. Feng Lengqing answered, go, don't keep me waiting too long. After hearing Yin Yu's report, the elders spoke one after another. Why has the Phoenix clan sent someone to our sacred land? Our sacred land and the Phoenix clan have always minded our own affairs and bear no grudges. We'll know by asking. Quickly bring him in. Feng Lengqing then entered, and the elders of the sacred cloud haven laughed. Ha ha ha, we've long heard the Phoenix clan has a genius ranked 14th on the Heavenly King ranking, and meeting you today proves your reputation is deserved. Young Master Feng Lengqing, a pleasure to meet you. Feng Lengqing quickly replied, Sacred Lord, you flatter me. The Sacred Lord of the Sacred Cloud Hall continued, may I ask why you came to our Sacred Cloud Haven? Feng Lengqing immediately replied, I'm searching for a Phoenix Maiden of the Feng family. The Sacred Lord asked, a Phoenix Maiden, is she within the Sacred Hall? Feng Langqing quickly replied, correct. Feng Langqing took out the phoenix fan and declared, the Feng family's divine artifact, the phoenix fan, sensed the phoenix maiden's aura days ago, so I rushed here at all costs, and this divine artifact belongs to the Feng family head and represents his authority. The sacred lord replied, in that case, please follow me. At that moment, Feng Meiyan sensed what was about to happen and softly sighed, phew. Feng Meiyan then soared into the sky. She descended where Yi Zoe was washing clothes. Feng Meiyan approached, tears welling in her eyes as she silently thought, little Zoe. Hearing movement, Yi Zoe turned around and curiously asked, miss you. Feng Meiyan hurriedly explained, sorry, some sand flew into my eye on my way here. It'll be fine after wiping it. I hope I'm not disturbing you, but you seem so happy washing clothes. Are they the clothes of someone you like? Yi Zoe replied, that's right, these are brother Qingyun's clothes. Hearing this, Feng Meiyan exclaimed in surprise, brother Qingyun. Noticing Feng Meiyan's strange expression, Yi Zoe asked, yes, what's wrong, miss? Feng Meiyan smiled and replied, don't call me miss, just call me auntie. Yi Zoe smiled, all right. Feng Meiyan then asked, let me ask you something. Do you want to stay by brother Qingyun's side forever? Yi Zoe hurriedly replied, of course, but brother Qingyun wants to send me away and make me return to the Yi family. Feng Meiyan continued, then do you want to cultivate? Hearing this, Yi Zoe widened her eyes and stared at Feng Meiyan in surprise, so Feng Meiyan repeated, I'm asking if you want to cultivate. Yi Zoe immediately replied, of course, then eagerly added, I don't want to stay weak forever, I must protect Qingyun. Feng Meiyan quickly warned, think carefully, you can only choose one, then vanished without a trace, leaving Yi Zoe confused. Where did she go? Suddenly a voice called, hello, and Yi Zoe immediately turned toward it. Feng Langqing walked over with a smile and said, you're Yi Zoe, right? Making Yi Zoe curiously ask, who are you? Yi Zoe approached Feng Langqing and began talking with him. After discussing for a while, Feng Langqing said, then let's leave, and Yi Zoe hurriedly replied, wait for me a moment. Yi Zoe then gazed reluctantly toward Yi Qingyun's room and thought, Qingyun, once I become stronger, I will find you, and next time I will protect you. Elsewhere, Feng Meiyan looked up at the sky and said, Zoe, is this your choice? With your great talent, you will gain the Feng family's recognition and trust. It is also time to head toward the divine demon spirit. Within the demon god's abyss, after a grueling battle, Yi Qingyun finally defeated a heavenly king realm beast. Yi Qingyun sat in meditation, absorbing the essence of this place. Suddenly Lao Huojai appeared and said, Master, was that the 19th demonic beast? Your absorption of physical power is getting faster. This demonic art is truly powerful, so will you soon recover your former strength? Yi Qingyun said disdainfully, you talk too much, making Lao Huojai sadly reply, fine, I won't talk anymore. He then asked curiously, Master, how strong is your body now? Can you soon break the demonic sword formation, and don't you have a young disciple? What was his name? Something like, wasn't he? But before he finished, Yi Qingyun found him too noisy and raised his hand, saying, transform. Lao Huojai gradually faded away, still pleading before disappearing completely. Master, don't. It was so hard for me to finally come out. Don't, but Yi Qingyun ignored him and coldly said, shut your mouth. Yi Qingyun then walked forward and carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly he noticed something ahead and murmured, hem. It was an extremely strange ancient tree, making Yi Qingyun curiously ask, could this be the world tree? Lao Huojai exclaimed in shock, wow, it's really the world tree. They say all martial souls are born from it. Its world flowers bear soul fruits every 1,000 years, and consuming one can grant a new martial soul either temporarily or permanently. So let's test the legend, Master. Quickly find a soul fruit. Hearing the endless chatter, Yi Qingyun immediately cast a spell to silence him and coldly said, don't speak again. Yi Qingyun then immediately continued straight ahead. He approached the world tree. Yi Qingyun used the heavenly eye technique to examine it. Suddenly, the world tree began to glow. Inside the world tree, Yi Qingyun spotted a golden fruit and exclaimed, I see it. A soul fruit, and Yi Qingyun immediately approached it. At that moment, Yi Qingyun sensed something was wrong. A gigantic python suddenly appeared before Yi Qingyun. Seeing it, Yi Qingyun calmly stared and said, three-eyed serpent. Yi Qingyun continued, ancient records state that whenever a soul fruit forms, a beast will guard it, and it seems they were right. Yi Qingyun then drew the heartless sword, making Lao Huojai laugh, ha ha ha, master, you truly couldn't bear to abandon me. But Yi Qingyun coldly replied, enough, focus on the task, I need the power within you. Lao Huojai hurriedly replied, understood, and the heartless sword instantly shot toward the three-eyed serpent. It left the serpent dizzy but did not stop as the heartless sword shouted, "Second heartless sword move, sword shadows across the world die." Yi Qing-yun clasped his hands together and quietly chanted an incantation. The heartless sword then charged at the serpent a second time. The heartless sword pierced straight through the three-eyed serpent's body. It had no time to react and could only stare blankly. The three-eyed serpent then shrieked fiercely while writhing in agony. Before long, its head was severed in two. After finishing it, the heartless sword returned beside Yi Qing-yun and said, "It couldn't withstand a single strike, master. Quickly pick the soul fruit." Hearing this, Yi Qing-yun immediately stepped forward and plucked the soul fruit. Suddenly noticing something strange, Yi Qing-yun exclaimed, "Illusion formation." A wolf-headed man held the soul fruit and said, "The soul fruit is a treasure of heaven and earth. How could I let you touch it casually? You have no cultivation and are merely a body cultivator relying on a magical treasure, yet you think you're worthy of the soul fruit." The heartless sword said, "Master, let me." But Yi Qing-yun immediately replied, "No need." The wolf-headed man continued, "You'd better get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life." Yi Qing-yun angrily replied, "HMPH, you were afraid of that three-eyed serpent, so you waited until I killed it before shamelessly stealing my spoils, weren't you?" Feeling insulted, the wolf-headed man snapped, "Shameless." He continued, "I was originally in a good mood, but since you're tired of living, do you believe I can destroy your soul?" Yi Qing-yun finally understood. HMPH, so you're one of the formation spirits. Hearing this, the wolf-headed man smiled smugly and said, "Heh, scared now?" Yi Qing-yun's face reddened with anger as he replied, "Scared my ass." Yi Qing-yun immediately charged and attacked the wolf-headed man, who exclaimed, "Oh, not bad. Then I'll play with you to the end," he said before striking Yi Qing-yun with his palm, but Yi Qing-yun calmly dodged it. A tremendous explosion echoed throughout the abyss. Seeing this, the wolf-headed man said contemptuously, "Boring." Yi Qing-yun gently landed beneath a pitch-black tree and spoke, "Immortal wind." The wolf-headed man's eyes widened in shock as he blurted, "What?" Without another word, Yi Qing-yun charged at him again, making the man hurriedly shout, "Wait." Before he could finish, Yi Qing-yun had already seized his head with one hand, and he struggled to say, "Wait." By then, the wolf-headed man had completely lost. Yi Qing-yun smiled smugly and said, "Someone like you wants to kill me." Yi Qing-yun continued, "With your pitiful strength, you still think you can kill me." Holding the soul fruit, Yi Qing-yun stared coldly at the wolf-headed man, who trembled and collapsed to the ground, begging, "Spare me." Hearing his plea, Yi Qing-yun asked, "Tell me, is there anywhere nearby where human martial artists gather?" The wolf-headed man secretly thought, "Heh, a chance." Seeing him remain silent, Yi Qing-yun glared fiercely, frightening him into hurriedly answering, "Yes, yes, yes, not far from here, I'll lead you there." He immediately led Yi Qing-yun away, and as Yi Qing-yun observed the surroundings, he said, "I never expected martial artists to live here." The man quickly replied, "Oh, this is where the formation spirit people live." Yi Qing-yun asked in surprise, "Formation spirit people?" The man hurriedly answered, "Yes, yes, yes, we're almost there." Before long, they arrived, and Yi Qing-yun exclaimed, "This is..." While the man immediately explained, "This city is where the formation spirit people live." Ling Miaohui approached and asked, "Ling Feng is back. Is this brat a newly captured laborer?" Ling Feng stammered speechlessly, "Ah." Seeing this, Yi Qing-yun coldly ordered, "Keep moving." Ling Feng hurried to Ling Miaohui's side and burst into tears, "Captain, you must seek justice for me. He stole my soul fruit and forced me to bring him here, though I intended to offer it to you." Ling Miaohui curiously asked, "Oh, a soul fruit." Ling Miaohui then turned, frowned at Yi Qing-yun and said, "Little thief, hand it over." Yi Qing-yun merely smiled, "Ha, you're truly shameless and won't shed tears until you see your coffin." Ling Feng angrily said, "Captain, look, he still dares threaten me." Ling Miaohui spoke up, "Brat, didn't you hear me, or are you deaf?" Hearing the commotion, the surrounding spirit formation masters nervously discussed. Ling Miaohui is furious. Some newcomer seems to have angered him. "That brat is quite bold. Isn't he afraid of death?" Ling Miaohui was a captain at the 5th level of the 5th heaven realm, while Ling Feng added fuel to the fire. "Captain, I struggled so hard to obtain that soul fruit, but this little thief robbed me on the road and I wanted to offer it to you. Yet this happened. Your subordinate truly deserves death." Ling Miaohui furiously shouted, "Brat, you still dare act tough before me?" Yi Qing-yun coldly smiled and replied, "HMPH, you brought this upon yourself." After speaking, Yi Qing-yun instantly charged forward and attacked Ling Feng directly. Sensing danger, Ling Miaohui hurriedly shouted, "This is bad, Ling Feng, dodge." Yi Qingyun coldly continued, "You cannot live." The attack was so sudden that Ling Feng could not react before Yi Qingyun severed his head with one slash. Damn it. Witnessing this, Ling Miao Hui roared madly, "You dare kill one of our people inside Spirit Formation City, brat, you're courting death." Yi Qingyun replied, "What, you want to avenge him?" As soon as he finished, Ling Miao Hui immediately formed a formation and said, "Good, good." Ling Miao Hui shouted, "8 dragons face the heavens." Ice seal, dozens of dragons instantly appeared in the sky. The ice gradually took shape and condensed into a wall. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun said disdainfully, "Little sword, didn't you want to know how strong my body is now? Then watch carefully." Yi Qingyun immediately charged straight into the formation. He shouted, "Immortal Vanguard." The instant his voice rang out, an immensely terrifying power erupted from Yi Qingyun's body. In the blink of an eye, Ling Miaohui's formation was shattered. Seeing this, Ling Miaohui watched in shock. He exclaimed, "What level of power is this?" Yi Qingyun pointed at Ling Miaohui and shouted, "Go." A palm strike slammed directly into Ling Miaohui's body. The heartless sword then pierced straight through Ling Miaohui. In an instant, Captain Ling Miaohui of Spirit Formation City was killed. The heartless sword stabbed into the ground and looked flatteringly at its master, saying, "Master is amazing, that scared me to death." Yi Qingyun glared at it and threatened, "Do you want to be silenced again?" The heartless sword fearfully retreated into its sheath and chuckled, "Hee hee, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Everyone nearby was stunned and stared at Yi Qingyun in disbelief. He actually killed Captain Ling. 50 years, it's been 50 years since another reckless fool dared provoke us Spirit Formation Masters. Damn bastard. Seeing this, everyone hurried off to report. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly gather and report this." Right, send an urgent report." Yi Qingyun frowned slightly and flew forward as the surrounding scenery entered his mind, thinking, "Spirit Formation City, everyone here truly is a Spirit Formation Master. Could this city have existed since ancient times?" After wandering around, Yi Qingyun suddenly spotted a magnificent and dazzling structure resembling an arena. Above the entrance were large words reading Spirit Formation Master Training Hall, and a strange gleam flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes before he quickly entered. Upon entering, an enormous arena appeared before him. Loud cheers echoed inside, "Ha ha ha, kill him. Come on, I want to see his face when he loses. Don't finish so quickly, play with him longer." Ha ha ha! A young man stood in the center of the arena with light glowing from his right hand, forming a small spirit formation, and laughed. "Ha ha ha, today you'll taste my fire spirit bird formation." Below him lay a miserable man bound so tightly he could not move, while brilliant light suddenly flashed inside the small spirit formation and a sharp force tore through space, summoning a giant bird from the void with violent flames blazing across its body. Seeing the giant bird before him, the bound warrior lying on the ground turned deathly pale with fear and cried, "No, no." The giant bird charged forward and breathed flames at the martial artist, who was powerless to resist and could only scream miserably, "No." Yi Qingyun watched the cruel scene and snorted angrily, "Bastards," when a voice suddenly said, "The Spirit Formation Masters here see themselves as lofty gods, not humans but divine beings. Since they are gods, sacrificing martial artists captured from outside is perfectly normal." And Yi Qingyun turned to see a masked man dressed entirely in blue with even blue eyes, then frowned. "Who are you?" The masked youth slowly said, "I'm an outsider like you, and they capture martial artists instead of demonic beasts because they believe human lives are cheaper than beasts," making Yi Qingyun ask, "Why do they discriminate against outsiders?" The masked youth chuckled and explained, "This is Spirit Formation City. Anyone without formation power is obviously an outsider, while you and I possess formation power, so they ignore us." Then looked up angrily. Look, they caught another one. A carriage descended from the sky, and with a loud crash, an iron cage slammed onto the ground. The man slowly walked toward the iron cage. He arrogantly kicked the cage and shouted, "Get out." The iron cage opened, revealing a disheveled martial artist whose fierce eyes scanned the surroundings. The moment Yi Qingyun saw him, his expression changed drastically and he exclaimed, "Isn't he the deputy general under General Zhao?" Yi Qingyun recalled Zhao Min kneeling respectfully beside him and saying, "Great General, your subordinate arrived late." Then he said, "Young Master Yi, Brother Yi, my name is Zhao Min and I once served General Zhao." While Yi Qingyun nodded, "Good, with you two beside Zhao Lai, I can leave without worry." Now Zhao Min seemed like a completely different person, radiating terrifying killing intent like a murderous beast. Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Zhao Min, Deputy General Zhao." Yi Qingyun suddenly soared forward, making the masked man ask in surprise, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Yi Qingyun gave no answer and instead charged straight toward the center of the arena. Yi Qingyun approached Zhao Min and called, "Brother Zhao." Everyone sensed Yi Qingyun's aura and immediately began murmuring. A newcomer, does he not know the rules? Is he tired of living? Who is he? Doesn't he know the rules? This will be interesting. At that moment, Zhao Min suddenly let out a ferocious roar from behind. Yi Qingyun frowned and stared in confusion. "Brother Zhao, what are you?" Before he could finish, Zhao Min charged forward with bloodshot eyes and smashed his head directly against Yi Qingyun's. Yi Qingyun stepped back with a deep frown, wondering, what's wrong with Zhao Min? When the accidental sword at his waist said, "Master, he may have fallen under a spirit formation. Master's blood-ensnaring demonic formation." Blood-ensnaring demonic formation. Yi Qingyun was shocked and suddenly remembered something, his face turning horrified as he thought, "Forgive me." With no other choice, he punched the back of Zhao Min's neck and knocked him unconscious. Zhao Min fell unconscious with a flushed face, while the youth glared angrily at Yi Qingyun and shouted, "Who are you, and how dare an ignorant wretch like you barge into the Spirit Formation Master's training ground?" Yi Qingyun's icy voice rang out, "An ignorant wretch," and he furiously asked, "You beastly bastard." The man looked at Yi Qingyun disdainfully, seemingly believing he had done nothing wrong. "What am I wrong?" Yi Qingyun flew into a rage, clenched his fist and punched forward, while the man fearlessly shouted, "I'm your grandfather." He spread his hands and a blue spiritual sphere instantly enveloped his body, lifting him into the air as he snorted, "Such arrogance, guardian, appear." In the stands, the spectators above had already noticed what was happening in the arena below. One man exclaimed in surprise, "It's the serpent shield." The man beside him nodded. "Correct, this is my younger brother's strongest defensive spirit formation, and even an attack from a King Heaven Realm beast would struggle to break it." The masked young man's eyes flickered as he murmured, "So it's because of this bloodline, no wonder he looks somewhat familiar." Yi Qingyun's entire body was enveloped in tribulation energy as he charged straight at the man, while the one standing inside the green circle stared in shock. "You're actually a body cultivator, so you aren't from Spirit Formation City but an outside martial artist." Yet in an instant, Yi Qingyun's fist shattered the shield, making the man scream in panic. "What?" In the stands, Ling Wudong saw this and cried out in alarm, "This is bad." He immediately leaped forward and rushed down toward the arena. Before he could land, a figure appeared before him, the masked young man who asked, "Hey brat, what are you trying to do?" Ling Wudong glared at the man blocking him and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Get out of my way." The masked man laughed mockingly. "Heh, you can't even handle this." Ling Wudong roared, "You must be tired of living," and released his pressure, but the masked man remained fearless and unaffected, calmly replying, "Is that so?" The masked man coldly threw a punch carrying overwhelming force, striking his opponent as swiftly as lightning. Ling Wudong struggled to stand, his eyes filled with terror. "Ah, I know now, green hair and green clothes, you're Lin, so that man is your disciple, but why are you here?" Lin smiled faintly. "You know me." Lin turned and stared directly at him, threatening coldly, "Since you know me, stop causing trouble, because he isn't someone you can provoke." Ling Wudong pointed toward Yi Qingyun and asked defiantly, "Why, even though my younger brother is about to be killed by him?" Lin descended from the air and looked toward Yi Qingyun, who coldly lifted the man high as he trembled and coughed, begging, "Cough, let me go." Yi Qingyun mercilessly snapped the man's neck, leaving Lin speechless and helpless at the sight. Lin turned back, pretended to cough twice, and said, I hate troublesome explanations, so just remember that if he dies, this entire city will vanish with him." Ling Wudong's pupils trembled as he exclaimed, "Vanish with him? Although he's that person's disciple, does he truly possess such power?" Lin pointed toward the sky with an intrigued expression and said, "I can't do it, but someone else can." Ling Wudong's eyes widened as he stammered in fear, "The Abyss Domain Lord, that's impossible." On the other side, Yi Qingyun angrily shouted, "Who cast the blood-devouring demonic formation?" Lin looked at Ling Wudong and gently urged, "Hey, quickly remove the poison from that unconscious big fellow, did you hear me?" Ling Wudong frowned and cursed, "Damn it," feeling deeply resentful but having no choice except to obey. He flicked his finger, causing a ray of light to fly from Zhao Min's body as the bloodthirsty demonic formation was dispelled. After it was removed, Zhao Min slowly opened his eyes and groaned weakly. Yi Qingyun asked worriedly, "Zhao Min, are you all right?" Zhao Min finally regained consciousness, stared blankly at Yi Qingyun and asked, "I'm fine. Hey, you're Yi Qingyun, why are you here?" Yi Qingyun's expression remained cold as he looked at Ling Wudong and asked, "Were you the one who poisoned him with the bloodthirsty demonic formation?" Ling Wudong retorted. We're even, didn't you already kill my younger brother? Yi Qingyun roared furiously. I'll ask again, were you the one who poisoned him with the bloodthirsty demonic formation? Ling Wudong confidently stepped forward. I did it, so what? I haven't even settled your crime yet. A lowly commoner like you dared kill my younger brother, yet you still shout at me. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his face filled with fury as he shouted, but those who walk at night eventually meet a ghost. Seeing this, Lin stepped forward and placed a hand on Ling Wudong's shoulder, warning, I advise you not to gamble with your life. Ling Wudong choked with rage. Lin Yu. Yi Qingyun looked at Lin with gratitude and said, Friend Lin, thank you for stopping him, but I can handle this man myself. Lin could only nod. Fine, deal with him yourself, and Ling Wudong also nodded. Good. With no one left to stop him, Ling Wudong laughed crazily. Ha, bastard, don't worry, I'll grant you a painless death. Yi Qingyun immediately prepared to attack and said, Make your move, stop talking. Ling Wudong shouted, Spirit Formation, Earth Pool Shield. Soil and rocks instantly rose around him, and Yi Qingyun's punch struck only the earthen barrier. Ling Wudong laughed contemptuously. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me with only this, are you joking? Yi Qingyun called inwardly, Little sword, and the Heartless Sword answered, Here. Yi Qingyun drew the Heartless Sword and unleashed the third move of the Heartless Sword art, holding it before him and shouting, Heartless Sword art. An immense aura erupted from his body, but Ling Wudong remained fearless and instead mocked him. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous bluff. Yet he quickly sensed something was wrong. Impossible, he's clearly a body cultivator without cultivation. So how does he possess spiritual energy? It's the spirit of a divine weapon. I'm finished. Ling Wudong shouted, Spirit Formation, Earthflame Shield. On Yi Qingyun's side, the third move. Sunset Sword Strike. From the sky, two forces plunged down and collided. A thunderous explosion rang out as towering flames surged upward. Lin's eyes flashed at the sight and he inwardly cried, This is bad, we're done for. A voice descended from the sky. Who dares act so insolently? Sensing that powerful aura, Lin raised his head and murmured, Ling Tao. In the sky, two hands condensed from spiritual power slowly appeared. They gradually descended, as if trying to seize Yi Qingyun. Seeing this, Lin hurriedly rushed forward and cried, This is bad. Lin flew ahead and used his body to withstand the attack. With a boom, Lin was blasted away and slammed hard into the wall behind him. A middle-aged man emerged from the void. He was Ling Tao, Lord of Spirit Dust Array City and a 5th-stage Imperial Realm expert, who stared gravely at Lin and demanded, Why are you stopping me? We'll talk later. Lin did not answer and merely laughed, ha ha. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun asked Zhao Min, Are you all right? Zhao Min looked at him gratefully and smiled, I'm fine, I'm fine. How could anything happen to me if not for you? A beam suddenly pierced Zhao Min's abdomen, making him scream in agony. Blood sprayed out as Yi Qingyun cried in horror and pain. No. Frenzied killing intent erupted from Yi Qingyun's body as he roared at Ling Tao, You bastard. Yi Qingyun charged forward and punched Ling Tao, only to be blocked by a magic array. Ling Tao stared coldly at Yi Qingyun and said, You killed my descendant for him, so he won't live either. As soon as he finished, Zhao Min lost consciousness, his eyes rolled back and he fainted, while Ling Tao turned his murderous gaze toward Yi Qingyun and asked, As for you? Despite his injuries, Lin stepped forward and stopped him. Array King, you cannot attack him. Ling Tao nodded. Fine, out of respect for your status, if he severs one arm and one leg before me, he may leave. Yi Qingyun could never endure such humiliation and released furious killing intent. In your dreams. Just then, two blood-red spikes flew over and pierced directly into Yi Qingyun's hands. Ignoring them, Yi Qingyun gripped the merciless sword and charged, You bastard, take my sword. Ling Tao frowned and glanced warily at Lin. Lin, is he challenging me? Lin replied coldly, Even if he attacks you, you are not allowed to fight back. Yi Qingyun roared and charged forward. Sunset Sword Strike. Enraged, Ling Tao cursed, You truly have a death wish. Lin still tried to stop him. Ling Tao, have you considered the consequences if you attack? Ling Tao paid no attention and stretched out his right hand, instantly forming a small spiritual array as he snorted. No need to think, just one word. Die! The moment he spoke, the spiritual array surged forth and its power engulfed Yi Qingyun completely. Yi Qingyun refused to yield and thrust the merciless sword forward, its tip stabbing straight ahead. But it was quickly blocked by a purple shield. The two spikes in Yi Qingyun's hands dug even deeper, making him frown tightly in pain. Ling Tao raised his hand, the corner of his mouth curling into a contemptuous smile as he snorted. He released another small spiritual array, and a blue circle enveloped Yi Qingyun's entire body. leaving him completely unable to move. With a boom, a violent explosion erupted in midair. Yi Qingyun spun around and unleashed the shocking demonic sword array. He then used the revering demonic sword array, but the two spikes still pinned him down, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in pain. Yi Qingyun fell to the ground and knelt on one knee with his sword for support as Ling Tao sneered, "Boy, I must admit your courage is admirable, knowing you cannot defeat me yet still daring to fight, but your strength is far inferior and you only make yourself a joke." Just then, a purple light suddenly enveloped him, making Ling Tao exclaim in shock, "Bloodline." Yi Qingyun's body. Yi Qingyun looked at Lin in surprise and asked doubtfully, "Lin, we have known each other for less than 2 hours, so why do you keep saving me?" Lin's whole body was wrapped in blue spiritual energy as Lin reached forward and struggled to say, "Maybe helping others is my joy." On the other side, Ling Tao looked at Lin and said, "Lin's blood eye is an innate bloodline power usable only 3 times, yet Lin, you wasted 1 use on this brat. Could it be because of him?" Lin ignored him and coldly replied, "You realized it a little late," making Ling Tao laugh loudly. "So it really is true." He clenched both fists as immense energy erupted from his body and said, "It's not too late, though you've opened your blood eye, your cultivation is still limited, so today not only will he die, but you won't survive either." Lin showed no fear and provocatively replied, "Then try it. If the Lord of Gods and Demons finds out, your old life won't be safe either." Ling Tao's face turned vicious. "Ha, rumor says the Lord of Gods and Demons was gravely wounded long ago, so even if he knows, he can do nothing to me." The spectators looked down at the arena and murmured, "It's the destruction formation." Lord Ling Tao is furious and actually used his strongest destructive formation. While Ling Tao stood amid countless arrays and laughed fiercely, "I kept holding back just to see whether he would appear, hee. Now it seems the rumors are true." Seeing countless spiritual formations surround him, a beam of purple light suddenly shot from one array straight at him. Yi Qingyun raised his hand to block it, but it was completely useless. Lin panicked and rushed forward, forcing Ling Tao to stop. But the next moment, Lin's eyes widened as intense pain struck. A beam pierced Lin's body and Ling Tao coldly said, "I told you, both of you must die, so why the rush?" Yi Qingyun forced himself upright and burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha." He ignored the beams piercing through his body. Even so, Yi Qingyun looked at Ling Tao with a mocking smile. "Ha ha ha," making Ling Tao's gaze darken. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Qingyun glanced at him contemptuously and said, "You're just an old man with some status, otherwise before me you're nothing but trash." Ling Tao's face darkened as he roared angrily, "You're tired of living." Even more icy beams shot out, all piercing Yi Qingyun's body. He looked at Yi Qingyun gleefully and said, "From now on, every word you say earns you another cut, but if you beg for mercy, perhaps I will let you die with less pain." Yet Yi Qingyun, drenched in blood, still chuckled. He slowly straightened up, looked directly into Ling Tao's eyes and said, "Fine." Yi Qingyun raised his index finger and deliberately taunted, "You piece of trash." Ling Tao's face twisted with rage, his smile instantly freezing as he gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard, I'll take your life." Yi Qingyun hid his hand behind his back and crushed the phoenix feather Mother Yi Zoe had given him. Countless tendrils pierced Yi Qingyun's body, making him let out a faint breath. "Ha." The spectators looked up at the sky in shock and pointed while murmuring, "Huh, why has the sky become so dark?" What is that?" Lin cried, "Master," and Ling Tao immediately looked up in shock at the master. Ling Tao instantly leaped backward and withdrew the tendrils piercing Lin and Yi Qingyun. "This is bad." In the sky, the dark clouds gradually parted, revealing a sphere of lightning. The sphere grew larger and larger before plunging straight toward the arena. The lightning sphere struck Yi Qingyun, making him scream repeatedly, "Ah!" After being struck by lightning, Yi Qingyun smiled smugly, "I never expected to return. 10 years? I haven't appeared for 10 whole years." As Lin looked anxiously at Yi Qingyun, Master was always beside him, while Ling Tao hurriedly knelt. "Why, your excellency is the Lord of Gods and Demons." Everyone around them murmured again, "The Lord of Gods and Demons, Lin's master." Someone in the crowd said, "This young man must be the host secretly chosen by the Domain Lord, otherwise how could he possess such powerful martial arts?" At that moment, the divine demon Domain Lord possessed Yi Qingyun's body, making him laugh sinisterly. "Heh," before asking Ling Tao, "What did you just say about me?" Ling Tao panicked slightly. "Ah well." Yi Qingyun's expression darkened. HMPH. Seeing his expression, Ling Tao hurriedly bowed. "My lord, I said 2 sentences about you." Yi Qingyun pressed. "How many words?" Ling Tao stammered. 25 words in total." Yi Qingyun smiled wickedly and ordered, 1 slap for every word." With no other choice, Ling Tao remained silent briefly before obeying. Understood. Ling Tao raised his hand and slapped himself. Yi Qingyun looked dissatisfied and asked, "Is that all the strength you have? Haven't you eaten yet?" Lin stood nearby and wondered suspiciously. Given Master's personality, he would have killed Ling Tao immediately after being humiliated, so could this person not be Master? Ling Tao immediately used more strength and repeatedly slapped himself. Yi Qingyun watched with immense delight and chuckled. Heh. Ling Tao stopped and panted. "Senior, is this enough strength?" Yi Qingyun immediately shouted, "Don't ask me, keep going." The spectators above calmly watched the spectacle, saying, "Is the spirit formation king slapping himself? He, before the divine demon domain lord, neither he nor his younger brother amounts to anything." Yi Qingyun suddenly turned and called, "Lin, get over here." Lin froze briefly before replying, "Fine." Yi Qingyun continued, "Support me." Lin immediately stepped beside him and held Yi Qingyun's shoulder while Ling Tao slapped himself until his lips bled and said, "Senior, I've finished. Do you still have?" Yi Qingyun interrupted, "Ling Tao, tell me, how did those 25 slaps feel?" Ling Tao replied, "Senior's punishment naturally felt pleasant." Yi Qingyun sneered, "Oh, if it felt pleasant, keep slapping yourself." Ling Tao hesitated this. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun laughed loudly, raised his middle finger at Ling Tao, and vanished with Lin, shouting, "Ha ha ha, trash, next time I'll come take your worthless head." Only then did Ling Tao realize Yi Qingyun had deceived him and roared furiously, "You're not the divine demon domain lord." Enraged, Ling Tao channeled his power and attacked. "You dared fool me and still think you can escape." Yi Qingyun laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, just try to stop me." Ling Tao launched an energy sphere toward Yi Qingyun's teleportation gate. Before the gate fully closed, a hand caught the sphere just as it was about to pass through the remaining gap. Ling Tao asked, "Who are you?" The masked man held Ling Tao's sphere in one hand and calmly replied, "The father of that boy from earlier." Ling Tao exclaimed in shock, "His father?" The masked man raised the sphere and transformed it into a blazing fireball. The stranger opened his palm, sending the fireball back toward Ling Tao, and said, "A mere spirit formation master dares call himself a king. Who do you think you are?" Unable to react, Ling Tao stammered, "Why you are." The sphere struck Ling Tao and caused a violent explosion as the masked man said, "Since my son promised to return and take your life, I'll spare it for now." The masked man lightly pushed off the ground and flew into the sky, warning before leaving, "But remember, don't even think about escaping." Lying inside the crater, Ling Tao weakly replied, "You understood." 1 year later, a voice rang out, "Another 3 months have passed, and the 8 Wastelands Grand Assembly is about to begin." Ao Shijai and his servants were walking up the mountain, with Ao Shijai leading excitedly. "The rankings of the geniuses will finally be decided again." Zhao Cheng agreed from behind, "Right, brother Yun Tian will surely participate since he's one of the young experts of the Azure Cloud Sea." Ao Shijai turned around and scoffed, "What is Yun Tian worth? What talent could someone from such a tiny place possess?" Images of the demon race experts appeared in Ao Shijai's mind, including Saintess Zai Yin, the swift prodigy of the Light family, the giant general of the ancient family, and many others. All of them are far stronger than Yun Tian, yet he still wants his name on the genius ranking. Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous daydream. Zhao Cheng argued, "I still think highly of Yun Tian because aside from the demon race saintess, everyone you mentioned is already older, while Yun Tian is only 17 and has enormous potential." "You can't deny that," Ao Shijai sneered, "Ha ha ha, being young proves nothing about one's strength." Suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky and half of Yi Qingyun's body emerged above Ao Shijai's head, making Ao Shijai turn around in surprise and ask, "What was that sound?" Seeing Yi Qingyun about to fall onto Ao Shijai, Zhao Cheng shouted, "Cousin, watch out." Ao Shijai looked up and saw Yi Qingyun, immediately panicking. Where did this guy come from? A thunderous crash erupted, sending dust billowing everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the ground as Zhao Cheng cried anxiously, "Ah, how did he get so badly hurt?" While Yi Qingyun lay face down on Ao Shijai's leg, making him scream, "This guy is crushing my leg." Ao Shijai grabbed his leg and kicked Yi Qingyun aside, shouting, "Get away from me." Zhao Cheng supported the unconscious Yi Qingyun and said worriedly, "Old Zhang, come quickly, he seems badly injured," while Ao Shijai complained, "Cousin, shouldn't you treat me first? I'm the one he crushed." Zhang Huang hurried over and said, "Fine, let this old man take a look," but Ao Shijai quickly stopped him. No, we don't even know who he is, and saving him might bring us new enemies. Zhang Huang circulated his power to heal Yi Qingyun. Ao Shijai shouted, Old Zhang, don't, you mustn't defy fate or you'll suffer bad luck, and Zhao Cheng scolded him, do you have to be so harsh? After receiving treatment, Yi Qingyun slowly opened his eyes and Zhang Huang asked, Boy, what's your name, and why are you so badly injured? Yi Qingyun recalled entering the spatial passage with Lin, where he had smugly laughed. Ha ha, Lin, your master's reputation really came in handy, making Lin complain. You dared impersonate my master. Yi Qingyun put an arm around Lin's shoulder and defended himself. Of course I had to impersonate him, otherwise how could we have escaped? The passage had not fully closed, allowing part of Ling Tao's power to enter, so their escape was far from certain. Tentacles suddenly shot from the passage entrance and pierced Yi Qingyun and Lin before they could react, separating the two. Now awake, Yi Qingyun sat up and answered, My name is Yi Qingyun, while thinking that after over a year trapped in the spatial passage and separated from Lin, he still had many questions left unanswered. Zhang Huang stroked his beard and asked, How did you get so badly injured? But Yi Qingyun merely cupped his hands and bowed, Thank you. Zhang Huang smiled kindly, Don't thank me, thank our young lady instead, while Ao Shijai muttered unhappily, HMPH, this guy seems fine, so let's just leave him. Ignoring him, Zhao Cheng introduced herself. My name is Qiu Cheng. Meeting here is fate, and there are many magical beasts around, so why not travel with us? Qiu Cheng then took out a pill and handed it to Yi Qingyun, saying, Right, I have a healing pill that can help your injuries. Take it first. Ao Shijai immediately snatched the pill and protested, Cousin, this pill is extremely precious. How can you give it to him? While Qiu Cheng reached for it and said, It's mine, so I decide who gets it, give it back. Ao Shijai refused and argued, I can't stop you, but a cultivationless man like him would only waste it, making Qiu Cheng grab his hand and shout, Let go and give it back, or I'll bite you. In an instant, Ao Shijai's screams echoed across the entire mountain. Qiu Cheng placed the pill in Yi Qingyun's palm and he accepted it with thanks, while Ao Shijai bandaged his bitten hand and complained, You shameless bastard, you think one thank you is enough to swallow a third-grade pill? Yi Qingyun looked apologetically at the pill and said, Thank you, I truly need this right now, while thinking, Sigh, if that spatial explosion hadn't destroyed all my pills. Qiu Cheng waved cheerfully, It's fine, just focus on healing. But Yi Qingyun took out a movement technique manual and said, Then take this in exchange for the pill. Only for Qiu Cheng to refuse, Ignore my cousin and take it back. Holding the book Yi Qingyun gave her, Qiu Cheng exclaimed in shock, Earth-grade martial technique. Qiu Cheng curiously asked, Grandpa Zhang, who exactly is he? He casually gave away an Earth-grade martial technique. Qiu Cheng exclaimed, No, this is incredibly generous, should I ask him? While Grandpa Zhang forced a smile and Ao Shijai rode ahead disdainfully, muttering, He probably stole it. Sitting inside the carriage, Yi Qingyun silently thought, I never expected to be trapped in that spatial explosion for a whole year. I must return to the Cloud Azure Sacred Land quickly. And since I've used all my pills, I need to find time to refine more. Qiu Cheng acted on her thought, lifted the carriage curtain and asked, Brother Qingyun, are you a descendant of the 8 great families? Yi Qingyun replied, No, why do you ask? Qiu Cheng explained, If not, why do you casually give an Earth-rank martial skill away like a bunch of vegetables? Yi Qingyun was speechless. Seeing Yi Qingyun silent, Qiu Cheng smiled, Fine, it's okay, I like eating vegetables too, leaving Yi Qingyun helpless. Qiu Cheng changed the subject, Brother Qingyun, are you joining the 8 Wastes tournament, and why can't I sense any spiritual energy from you? Is your cultivation too high for me to detect? Yi Qingyun repeated in confusion, 8 Wastes Tournament. Qiu Cheng explained, You don't know. The 8 Wastes Tournament is the largest event in the 8 Wastes region and determines the rankings on the genius list. Brother Qingyun, did you come down from the mountains? Ao Shijai heard from outside and frowned, shouting in, Isn't he obviously someone who came down from the mountains? Qiu Cheng excitedly asked, Brother Qingyun, do you know the reward for ranking first on the genius list? Yi Qingyun casually replied, Not interested. Even so, Qiu Cheng continued, You can absorb the spiritual energy left by an ancient figure. But Yi Qingyun showed little interest. Fine, I understand, but I'm truly not interested. Qiu Cheng still refused to give up. Brother Qingyun, listen, this ancient figure fell onto the 8 Wastes continent 100 years ago. He had 6 arms, 4 of them beast-like and extremely strange. Though dead, spiritual energy still remained in his body, and Shangguan Tianqiu, head of the Shangguan family, broke through by absorbing it. Hearing no reply, Qiu Cheng asked, Brother Qingyun, why aren't you saying anything? Yi Qingyun fell into thought over her words 100 years ago. 6 arms, 2 human arms, and 4 beast-like arms. Luo Kang Ling Ming, Luo Kang, one of war god Qingyun's guardians. Yi Qingyun anxiously grabbed Qiu Chang's shoulders and asked, "Who discovered that body?" Qiu Chang jumped in fright. "Brother Qingyun, you scared me." And Yi Qingyun lowered his head. "Sorry, I just remembered something painful." Qiu Chang explained, "It seems the Shang Guan family, the Wang family, and the Gu family found it together," making Yi Qingyun frown and think, "Those 3 families again." Qiu Chang cautiously asked, "Brother Qingyun, did you know that ancient figure?" Then suddenly realized, "Wait, you fell from the sky too, Brother Qingyun, could you also be?" While Yi Qingyun silently decided he could only join the 8 Wastes tournament before returning to Cloud Vast Sacred Land. He then asked Qiu Chang, "Where is the 8 Wastes tournament? I'll join too." And Qiu Chang immediately replied, "Okay, Brother Qingyun, let's go together." The 8 Wastes region, 8 Wastes territory, Cloud Sea Trade City. The 8 Wastes region was one of the lands closest to the Divine Realm, where martial power had reached an extremely high level. The 8 Wastes territory was the central area of the 8 Wastes region, and its 8 Wastes tournament was also held there. The 4 got out of the carriage and walked along the street as Qiu Chang looked around and exclaimed, "It's so huge." Not paying attention, she accidentally bumped into Shang Guan Yajai and cried, "Yo." His subordinate immediately said, "Boss, this girl isn't bad, look at her legs," and Yajai instantly showed a lustful expression, "Not bad, not bad." "Little sister, stop right there," and Qiu Chang asked, "What is it?" Yajai lecherously laughed, "Of course something's wrong, you bumped into us, so you must sleep with this young master, hee." While his subordinate chimed in, "Girl, why hesitate? Hurry and answer our young master." Qiu Chang sternly replied, "Is your young master mentally impaired?" The subordinate angrily cursed at her, while Yajai laughed wildly, "Hee, that's right, I didn't expect you to know my nickname. I am a descendant of the Shang Guan family, Shang Guan Yajai." Qiu Chang looked disgusted, No, you impaired young master, my mother said I can't casually sleep with others," while secretly mocking, "Hee, the Shang Guan family of the 8 great families actually has an idiot." Nearby people immediately began murmuring, "That's Shang Guan Yajai, the Shang Guan family's lustful fool. Keep your voice down, though he's weak and stupid. He's still a descendant of the Shang Guan family. Isn't he the impaired one? I heard every woman who sleeps with him is a great beauty, haha, that makes me wish I were a woman. After all, there's nothing to lose and he'd even give me a luxurious life." Yajai completely ignored those words. "I don't care, I want to sleep with you, come on, don't hurt her." Qiu Chang shouted, "Get away," and her 2 guards hurried over, "Miss." Yi Qingyun also heard Qiu Chang's cry, HMP8. Qiu Chang's 2 guards immediately charged forward. "Insolent, how dare you bully our young lady?" Yajai's subordinate gave a sinister smile. Where did these 2 idiots come from? He kicked one guard so hard that the man spat blood and flew away, then laughed smugly, haha. Against the other, he slashed with his fan, making guard Gu spray blood and scream in pain. Qiu Chang hurriedly stepped forward to stop him and shouted, "Stop." The subordinate sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Seeing this, the foolish Yajai angrily said, "Didn't I tell you not to hurt her?" The subordinate hurriedly explained, "Young master, don't worry, I won't hurt her. I'm only dealing with those ruining your fun." Hearing this, Yajai became happy again and said, "Oh, then fine, continue." Qiu Chang angrily shouted, "You villains." The subordinate shamelessly laughed, "Haha, we really aren't good people. But we have something good, want to try it?" At that exact moment, Yi Qingyun appeared and dealt him a devastating blow. Qiu Chang anxiously called, "Brother Qingyun." The subordinate clutched his injured spot and angrily asked, "Brat W, who are you?" Yi Qingyun replied fiercely, "I'm her big brother." Qiu Chang hurriedly warned, "Brother Qingyun, run there from the Shang Guan family." The subordinate arrogantly warned, "As her big brother, you'd better listen to your sister and get lost, because today she belongs to young master Yajai of our Shang Guan family, hee. Little girl, staying beside our young master is her good fortune and even raises your status, don't you understand?" Yajai foolishly laughed, Right, sleeping with me is her good fortune." Yi Qingyun cursed without restraint, "The damn Shang Guan family actually treats a retard like a treasure." Qiu Chang froze in fear, "Brother Qingyun," while the subordinate roared, "You dare call our young master a retard? You're tired of living." He charged at Yi Qingyun as Yajai excitedly cheered, "Ha, good, beat him to death, he won't let me sleep with her." Yi Qingyun immediately met his attack. He swung his hand and slapped the subordinate hard across the face, spraying blood as the man thought in terror, too fast. Yi Qingyun slammed him into the ground, cracking the stone floor. Yi Qingyun angrily cursed, "Retard." Yizhai still laughed foolishly. "What's wrong? Hee, this is the first time someone has dared insult me. I just want to sleep with her." Yi Qingyun gripped his sword and coldly asked, "You must have violated many girls, right?" Yizhai calmly replied, "You mean sleeping with them? Yes, I've slept with many girls, hee." The moment he finished, Yi Qingyun swung his sword and severed his manhood. Yizhai froze in terror, His miserable scream echoed into the heavens. After dealing with him, Yi Qingyun turned and said, "Let's go, Qiu Chang." Qiu Chang nodded, "Okay." Just then, a Shangguan family member approached and asked, "What's all this noise?" Everyone nearby trembled upon seeing him. Shangguan Kangya. Seeing Yizhai sitting in a pool of blood, Kangya asked in shock, "Yizhai, what happened?" Yizhai grimaced in pain and said, "Brother, my precious thing is gone." Kangya angrily growled, "Who did it?" Seeing Yi Qingyun still there, Kangya immediately understood and shouted, "Stop right there." Yi Qingyun turned toward Kangya, "It's you." Shangguan Kangya also recognized him. "You." The sight made Yi Qingyun recall the past, when an old senior had been pierced through the chest by a sword and blood sprayed out. Yi Qingyun had shouted, "Senior," but the old senior raised a hand to stop him and said, "Don't come out." "I have no regrets, young man. I hope you can stride down the path you wish to follow. My youth, here I come." The old senior then died, while Yi Qingyun obeyed him and escaped. The people from the Eight Wastelands camp angrily cursed, "We're one step too late. HMPH, none of you from the Eight Wastelands camp will escape." Seeing Yi Qingyun now, Kangya said contemptuously, "I once admired your talent and wanted you to become my strongest expert, but now I'll strip you of that privilege. Cut off your own manhood and leave this girl here, then I'll spare your life." Yi Qingyun replied, "I hadn't even gone looking for you, yet you appeared yourself, saving me the trouble." Kangya tightened his grip on his fan and said, "You're truly ridiculous." Yi Qingyun laughed gleefully, "Ha, lunatic." Unable to endure the humiliation, Kangya immediately attacked and shouted, "You must be tired of living." Zhang Huang suddenly appeared and blocked him, making Kangya shout, "Stinking old man, get lost." Zhang Huang released his power and blasted him far away, HMPH. Kangya recognized his strength in shock and exclaimed, "Imperial Realm." Qiu Chang happily laughed from the side, "Hee, Grandpa Zhang is amazing." Yi Qingyun calmly said, "Not bad." Qiu Chang explained, "Actually, Grandpa Zhang could have entered the imperial ranking back then if that person hadn't harmed him. Grandpa Zhang is at the second level of the imperial realm." Kangya threatened, "Old man, do you know who I am? If the Shangguan family learns of this, you won't end well." The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Huang taught him a lesson. Zhang Huang scolded, "Is that how a young man treats others? Think before you speak, because even your father Shangguan Zhu Hai wouldn't dare speak so rudely before me. Now get lost, I don't want to see you." Kangya still showed no fear and snorted, "HMPH, how long-winded. If you want me to leave, fine, but hand over that brat, he used to be my subordinate." Yi Qingyun said nothing while Qiu Chang froze in shock. "Brother Qingyun, were you really his lackey before?" Yi Qingyun glanced at her and asked, "You believe him?" Qiu Chang immediately understood and sighed, "You scared me. I knew you could never be his lackey." However, Ao Shijai already disliked Yi Qingyun and interrupted, "Brother Kangya, you just said he was once your lackey, is that true?" Kangya replied, "So what does it have to do with you?" The nearby people whispered, "I wondered who that brat was, but he's just Shangguan Kangya's lackey. Nothing but a dog that even dared bite its master, truly an ungrateful traitor, and who knew a noble heir once chose such a brat as his lackey." Ao Shijai continued, No, I only wanted to ask whether you lost an Earth-grade martial technique." Kangya looked surprised, HMPH. Ao Shijai glanced at Yi Qingyun and curled his lips into a cold sneer, HMPH. Kangya immediately changed his tone cunningly, "That's right, I really lost an Earth-grade martial technique. Does this brother know where it is?" Ao Shijai added, "Then that settles it. If you really lost a martial technique, he most likely stole it." Zhang Huang called his name directly, Shijai, but Ao Shijai stubbornly continued, "Old Zhang, let me finish. Brother Kangya, your martial technique was most likely stolen." Yi Qingyun replied contemptuously, "How shameless." Zhang Huang immediately slapped Shijai, making him cry out, Old Zhang. "You actually hit me for that brat." Zhang Huang sternly warned, "Shijai, Yi Qingyun just saved your younger sister. A decent man should not behave this way." Hearing Shijai's words, Kangya immediately shouted, "Hey, if you stole it, quickly return the Earth-grade martial technique to our Shangguan family." Yi Qingyun remained calm. Is that so? Then tell me the name of that Earth-grade martial technique, and if you're wrong, it proves your 8 great families are all shameless. Kang Ye still argued stubbornly. Our Shangguan family has countless martial techniques. How would I know which one you stole? Hand it over or else. Zhang Huang interrupted. Stop acting. Whatever happened ends here, and I won't let you take him away. Kang Ye was left speechless with rage. Zhang Huang turned and said, let's go, Yi Qingyun. But Yi Qingyun did not leave immediately and said, wait, old Zhang. Yi Qingyun closed his eyes, making Zhang Huang instantly sense something and think, this boy's mental power is incredibly strong. Yi Qingyun began exposing Kang Ye. HMPH, you stole 50 gold leaves from my spatial ring, didn't you? Kang Ye froze. What? While inwardly panicking, how does he know there are 50 gold leaves in my spatial ring? Yet he stubbornly denied it. Stop falsely accusing me, Yi Qingyun continued. Whether I'm accusing you or not, take everything from your spatial ring and let everyone see if there are 50 gold leaves inside. Why aren't you speaking, guilty conscience? Oh, is this the dignity of the Shangguan family, or are you so poor that you must steal even 50 gold leaves? The surrounding people whispered again, you can't exactly say that. 50 gold leaves are still valuable, but is the Shangguan family really that poor? Where did their usual arrogance go? Shangguan Kang Ye stealing gold leaves truly sets quite an example. Kang Ye angrily shouted, you. Qiu Chang happily praised him. Wow, brother Qingyun, you're really rich, even I don't have 50 gold leaves. Zhang Huang glanced over and thought, I never expected this boy to be so good at putting on an act. Someone then said, what now, you were caught stealing and still refused to return it. Kang Ye ground his teeth furiously. He reluctantly cursed under his breath, HMPH, take it. Yi Qingyun reached out and caught the bag of gold. Old Zhang, my business is done, so we can leave now. Zhang Huang agreed, fine. Yi Qingyun casually tossed out a gold leaf and said, for the sake of your Shangguan family's dignity, take this as your meal money, and remember, poverty is no excuse for losing integrity. Kang Ye could only grit his teeth as the crowd continued. Wow, he throws away a gold leaf like paper. That boy is truly generous and righteous, while Shangguan Kang Ye stealing gold leaves has really set us an example. Kang Ye hated Qingyun to the bone. Yi Qingyun. On the road, Yi Qingyun said, here, these 10 gold leaves are yours. Qiu Chang asked joyfully, for me? While Ao Shijai glared over, fuming with rage. Ao Shijai kept hearing the cheerful laughter of the two ahead. Ha ha, brother Qingyun, you're so kind, thank you. Zhang Huang called him Shijai. Suddenly Yi Qingyun seemed to notice something and snorted, HMPH. He then asked, are you heading to an inn? Qiu Chang replied, which one? Oh, the inn in the southern region. Why, brother Qingyun? Yi Qingyun said, go there first, I'll join you later. Qiu Chang followed Yi Qingyun's gaze and asked, oh, brother Qingyun, you're an alchemist? Yi Qingyun replied, yes, go ahead, I'll catch up later. Ao Shijai looked disdainful. HMPH, judging by him, he's only a first-rank alchemist, and Qiu Chang immediately scolded him. Brother, why are you badmouthing brother Qingyun? Zhang Huang put a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, Shijai, don't envy others, making Shijai glance at his hand, Elder Zhang. From the reception desk, the girl had already spotted Yi Qingyun from afar, HMPH. So handsome, and he has an alchemist badge on his chest. Could he be here to register for the alchemist exam? Sir, are you here to take the alchemist exam? Yi Qingyun replied, no, I'm here to buy materials. The girl happily said, oh, then please follow me, sir, while Yi Qingyun looked upward in surprise. After entering, he overheard two strangers talking. Again, Gu Xin has suffered cultivation deviation again, and since devouring the earth fiend demon flame, his alchemy hasn't improved at all. While the other said, right, even a Gu family elder is powerless to suppress the fiendish energy of the earth fiend demon flame within him. And that elder is the only one in the Gu family to repeatedly receive spiritual soul. What a pity. Gu Xin was the Gu family's peerless genius, and I heard they offered a reward where anyone who removes the earth fiend demon flame can become an inner elder of the Gu family. While the other added, not only that, the Gu family will also grant entry into the exotic flame pavilion selection for the 3 exotic flame groups as payment, immediately catching Yi Qingyun's interest. Oh. He stopped and said, wait, making the girl ask, what's wrong? Yi Qingyun replied, I want to meet Gu Xin, perhaps I can cure him, and the girl exclaimed, ah, really? Yi Qingyun seriously asked, do I look like I'm lying? Hearing this, the girl immediately ran off. I'll tell the master at once, please wait a moment, sir. And Yi Qingyun watched her leave, saying, she's so anxious, it seems she cares quite a lot about Gu Xin. This Gu Xin must be well loved. After hearing the girl's report, Gu Kang asked, where is he, which gentleman? and she replied, Master Gu Kang, he's over there. Gu Kang looked toward Yi Qingyan. The next moment he slapped the receptionist so hard she fell and cried out in pain. Ah. He angrily cursed, you believe some brat can cure Gu Zin? Do you think a master like me has nothing better to do? And the girl hurriedly knelt. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The old man kept berating her. Is your head filled with chicken dung? Yi Qingyan walked up to the girl and said, why cry, why shed tears over this worthless man? And she looked at him tearfully. Handsome brother. Gu Kang raged, what did you say? And Yi Qingyan bluntly repeated, I said you have dog eyes. The old man laughed, ha ha ha, I can't judge people, then tell me exactly where did I misjudge you? The girl looked at Yi Qingyan with tearful eyes and said, sir, you don't need to do this for me. But Yi Qingyan interrupted, I'm serious, don't worry, I'll protect you. Gu Kang laughed and asked Yi Qingyan, ha ha ha, seriously, you claim you can cure Gu Zin? And Yi Qingyan looked straight at him and confidently replied, obviously. Gu Kang gave a mocking round of applause. Then he said contemptuously, fine, 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 if that's so, treat him and prove me wrong, but if you can't. Before he could finish, Yi Qingyan interrupted while dusting off his sleeve. Who said I wanted to treat him? Gu Kang was speechless with rage. Why, you're playing me? While Yi Qingyan smugly continued, sorry, I suddenly changed my mind. Gu Kang was so enraged that he immediately shouted, guards, seize him. Yi Qingyan instantly took a defensive stance and said, so this is how you beg others for help, truly. Eye-opening, then Gu Kang shouted, wait, and smugly asked, what, scared now? Yi Qingyan calmly replied, not really, I just remembered that attacking a guest of the Gu family guild is rather rude, isn't it? Gu Kang looked briefly stunned, a guest of the Gu family, while Yi Qingyan searched all over himself. HMPH, where is it? Where did I put that thing? Meanwhile, Gu Kang smugly said, HMPH, I don't remember the Gu family having someone like you. But the nearby guard suddenly exclaimed in shock, a Gu family token. Yi Qingyan raised the token and confidently asked, is this enough? While secretly sighing in relief that he still had it, I never thought this thing would be useful. Luckily, I didn't throw it away. Gu Kang was too stunned to speak, and the nearby guard confirmed, it really is an elder's token. Embarrassment turned into rage as Gu Kang shouted, what are you afraid of? Since when did an elder of my Gu family give you this token? He isn't a guest of the Gu family at all. Beat him. Insolent. A voice came from outside, instantly silencing Gu Kang. Let's see who dares touch him today. The speaker was the Gu family's first elder, a 6th-rank alchemist who ordered, why haven't you dismissed the guards? The guards immediately withdrew, leaving Gu Kang staring blankly. First elder. Elder Gu ignored him, turned to Yi Qingyan and laughed, ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, it really is you. Yi Qingyan was also surprised. Elder Gu, why are you here? Elder Gu replied warmly, of course I should be here. Gu Kang asked in shock, Gu Dan, you know him, did you give him that token? Elder Gu coldly replied, if I didn't give it to him, did you? Gu Kang sneered, first elder, your judgment is truly poor, giving this cripple a Gu family token and even calling him sir as a noble Gu family alchemist. How disgraceful. Elder Gu immediately retorted, you're merely the second elder, what right do you have to lecture me or call him a cripple? He then turned to Yi Qingyan and said, Mr. Yi, ignore him, show these people your current spiritual power level. Yi Qingyan rubbed his chin and replied, wouldn't that seem rather inappropriate? Elder Gu said, it isn't boasting, only opening their eyes. Yi Qingyan nodded, very well. Yi Qingyan immediately released his spiritual power. A massive pillar of light descended from above and enveloped the entire building, shocking everyone present. Yi Qingyan slowly closed his eyes. Gu Kang stared blankly and exclaimed, level 50. Nearly unable to believe his eyes while Elder Gu blurted out, I'm finished. Everyone nearby erupted in discussion. A 5th-rank alchemist? What 5th rank? Level 50 spiritual power easily reaches the 6th rank, and there are only 2 6th-rank alchemists in the entire Gu family across the 8 Wastelands continent, both reaching it only in old age. Elder Gu was speechless with shock. Tell me, what did you do these past 2 years to reach level 50? How am I supposed to keep living? Yi Qingyan modestly replied, I'm still far from enough. Elder Gu immediately turned and shouted at the others, look at how humble Mr. Yi is. Elder Gu then directly questioned Gu Kang, Mr. Yi is an honored guest of the Gu family, do you still object? Gu Kang could only stammer, I have no objection. Elder Gu turned to Yi Qingyan and asked, Mr. Yi, I heard you can suppress the earthbane demonic flame inside Gu Zin. Yi Qingyan replied, of course, but... Elder Gu hurriedly said, sir, what can't you say to me considering our relationship? I understand your style very well. he secretly thought. He never acts without sufficient profit. Yi Qingyun explained, I heard your Gu family possesses 3 clusters of exotic flames, so after I succeed. Before he finished, Elder Gu said, don't worry, leave it to me, and after succeeding you may choose whichever flame suits you. Gu Kang immediately objected. Gu Dan, are you saying you'll let him participate in the selection? Elder Gu retorted, why not? Yi Qingyun then said, Elder Gu, you misunderstood me. If I cure Gu Zin, I want all 3 clusters of exotic flames. His words stunned both Gu family elders. What? Elder Gu's expression immediately darkened. Mr. Yi, after 2 years, your ambition has grown even greater. While Gu Kang's face sank at the thought of all 3 exotic flames. Gu Kang immediately shouted furiously, you want to monopolize all 3 by yourself. Yi Qingyun turned to leave and said, whether I monopolize them is my business, while whether Gu Zin gets saved is yours. Elder Gu hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Yi, don't be angry. Yi Qingyun turned back and asked, what is it, Elder Gu, have you changed your mind? Elder Gu finally accepted, as long as you cure Gu Zin, I guarantee as a Gu family elder that all 3 exotic flames will be yours. Satisfied? Yi Qingyun nodded, satisfied. Gu Kang remained unwilling. First Elder, isn't this improper without consulting the clan leader? Elder Gu silenced him with one reply. Gu Zin is the clan leader's son, the Gu family's most talented junior and its future head, so do you think the clan leader would hesitate if someone could cure him? Gu Kang was left speechless. This. Yi Qingyun then asked, right, Elder Gu, how will you deal with that girl? Elder Gu laughed, ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, how could you ask that? She did nothing wrong, so why would I punish her? Yi Qingyun smiled in satisfaction, ha ha, Elder Gu hasn't changed at all, now take me to the patient. Elder Gu nodded and led the way. Very well, follow me. The moment he entered the room, Yi Qingyun noticed something unusual, the scent of a dark flower. No wonder he survived so long despite the earthbane demonic flame invading his body. Elder Gu asked, what's wrong, Mr. Yi? Yi Qingyun replied, although the dark flower is helping, without suppressing the flame his chances of survival remain slim. Seeing Gu Zin coughing violently, Elder Gu anxiously asked, young master, how do you feel? Gu Zin weakly replied, still manageable, teacher, who is this? Elder Gu introduced Yi Qingyun, this is Mr. Yi, who can cure the earthbane demonic energy inside you. Gu Zin struggled upright and bowed with a pale face. So you are Mr. Yi, I am Gu Zin. My weakened body prevents me from leaving bed to welcome you, so please forgive me. Yi Qingyun was slightly surprised. Oh. Yi Qingyun frankly said, you lack the arrogance common among wealthy heirs, and despite my youth you don't doubt my ability. Gu Zin smiled, Mr. Yi, you flatter me. Right after that, Yi Qingyun said, I need silence. Old Gu understood and nodded, understood. Gu Kang walked outside but still doubted Yi Qingyun's ability. Gu Dan, do you really believe he can do it? Old Gu sighed, enough, if anything happens, I'll bear the responsibility alone, so stop nagging here. Inside the room, Yi Qingyun looked at Gu Zin and confirmed once more, Gu Zin, do you trust me? Gu Zin nodded, I do. Close your eyes, Gu Zin asked, Mr. Yi, do I need to do anything else? Yi Qingyun smiled, you don't need to do anything, just lie down and relax and later don't resist, simply act as if nothing is happening. Gu Zin replied somewhat shyly, all right. Right after that, Gu Zin suddenly cried out, this feels amazing. The 2 black pearls began emitting a sparkling light. Yi Qingyun has gone too far, he not only crippled Yezhai but also humiliated me before everyone. Brother Tang, you must seek justice for me. Brother Tang asked. Yi Qingyun. Brother Tang continued, who the hell is he? I've never even heard his name, whose descendant is he? Brother Tang, won't you help me? Brother Tang asked instead, what's his cultivation level? The man hurriedly replied, he has no cultivation. None, and you couldn't even deal with a piece of trash. The man turned deathly pale with fear and begged, Brother Tang, please help me. Do you remember our Shangguan family rules? Wang Xiang replied, I remember. Where are heaven, earth, and man? Although you've been crippled, you're still a loyal dog of the Shangguan family, so outsiders cannot bully you. At the pavilion where Yi Qingyun was treating Gu Zin. After finishing the treatment, Yi Qingyun thought, I never expected the earth fiend energy to be so powerful. It seems I can soon break through the demonic sword array. Old Gu finished so soon. The moment he stepped outside, everyone surrounded him with questions. Mr. Yi, how is it? Did you find a cure? HMPH, he stayed inside all night, what solution could he possibly have? Yi Qingyun calmly announced, I've already cured him. Old Gu exclaimed in shock, what? Yi Qingyun continued, he'll fully recover after resting for a few days. Hearing the good news, Gu Tianhe trembled with excitement. is that really true? Old Gu and Gu Kang simultaneously cupped their hands and greeted, clan leader. Was everything you just said true? Seeing his father, Gu Zin immediately shared the good news. Father, the earth fiend demonic flame energy is truly gone. Gu Zin's voice sounded clear for the first time in ages as he said, Mr. Yi saved me, pointing at Yi Qingyun beside him, while Gu Tian he looked over and Yi Qingyun said, you endured the earth fiend's corrosion until meeting me, which is already impressive, so rest more. They happily walked outside chatting as Gu Tian he said excitedly, Mr. Yi, you saved my son, so from today onward you are the benefactor of the Gu family. Yi Qingyun replied, benefactor is too grand a word, I merely accepted old Gu's request, but does old Gu still remember what he promised me? Gu Tian he said without hesitation, of course, I'll agree to anything, but with Mr. Yi's mental power being so strong, why don't you join our alchemist guild? Yi Qingyun pretended to shake his head repeatedly, join the alchemist guild? That's merely an empty title, and besides, I dislike restraints. Gu Tian he quickly replied, of course it's not merely a title, with Mr. Yi's strength, your status in the guild could equal Gu Dan's, and guild resources can be obtained without spending spirit stones. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun immediately interrupted, say no more, I'm joining. Their conversation erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi is truly straightforward, we can discuss everything slowly. Among them, Gu Kang alone still held a grudge against Yi Qingyun and thought, this brat actually has a higher position than me. Yet he said aloud, clan leader, this seems inappropriate. What ability or virtue does this boy have to stand equal with Gu Dan? Gu Tian he immediately replied, why not? The alchemist guild naturally judges by an alchemist's ability, then quickly asked, Gu Dan, any objections? Gu Dan smiled and nodded, I have none. The old patriarch immediately made the final decision. Since Gu Dan has no objections, it's settled. From now on Mr. Yi is a vice president of the alchemist guild like Gu Dan, leaving Gu Kang nearly insane with rage but helpless. What? Yi Qingyun even took the chance to mock him. What? Who's that? Little brother Gu Kang, though I'm now vice president of the alchemist guild and outrank you, you're still older than me. Making Gu Kang spray blood from his nose. You. Yi Qingyun and Gu Dan clicked their tongues as Gu Kang was carried away on a stretcher. No need to get so worked up, then added, Gu Kang's brain is too poor, that's why he never reached 6th rank, making Gu Kang cry bitterly. They're bullying this old man. At the Southern Region Inn, Yi Qingyun casually walked in, ignoring the 3 heaven, earth, and man assassins waiting below. They immediately took out Yi Qingyun's portrait and compared it, confirming, it must be him. As Yi Qingyun stepped onto the 2nd floor, he was slightly surprised. HMPH. Qiu Chang kept winking at him, but Yi Qingyun completely failed to understand. If something's wrong, just say it, why keep winking? Yi Qingyun calmly walked in, shocking the elder and the brother waiting inside. You still dare return? Yi Qingyun replied, why wouldn't I, because of those 3 downstairs? Qiu Chang hurriedly said, exactly, those 3 are assassins Shang Guanyi man sent to kill you, yet you still came back. The other 2 added, that's right, the heaven, earth, and man trio came to kill you. Since you saved my sister, I advise you to leave quickly. While the elder also urged, young Master Yi, you should leave. If trouble can be avoided, it's best to avoid it. Seeing Yi Qingyun pretend not to hear anything, Qiu Chang grew furious. At a time like this, you're still sitting here drinking tea. Yi Qingyun merely laughed loudly without answering, ha ha ha, making Qiu Chang shout, brother Yi Qingyun, I'm being serious, how can you still laugh? Just then the 3 assassins smashed through the door, shattering it with a loud crash. Qiu Chang immediately took a defensive stance and said, brother Qingyun, run. The heaven, earth, and man trio strode in aggressively and coldly said, run, you think you can escape before us? Yi Qingyun calmly replied, when did I say I was running? Yet he still reminded the 3 brutes, right, remember to compensate for the broken door later. The 3 behind him were burning with anger because Yi Qingyun showed no fear of death. Brother Qingyun, why are you still joking at a time like this, idiot? The assassins laughed mockingly, ha ha ha, you're about to die yet still spouting nonsense. Did we scare you, stupid brat? You're truly an idiot. Yi Qingyun crossed his arms and calmly replied, of course I'm not like you two, you're merely cowardly rats who hide their heads but expose their tails. The 3 assassins instantly charged at Qingyun, determined to fight to the death while shouting, insolent, you're courting death. Yi Qingyun suddenly raised a hand in a strange gesture, wait, confusing the heaven, earth, and man trio. Brat, scared now, too late. But Yi Qingyun said, no, I just want to ask if you're sure you want to attack the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. The moment they heard vice president of the Alchemist Guild, The three instantly froze as if immobilized. The leader hurriedly signaled the other two, second brother, third brother, calm down, brat, what did you just say? While the other two exclaimed, big brother. Yi Qingyun sternly said, are you deaf? The heaven, earth, and man trio whispered among themselves, big brother, don't believe him, how could he be vice president of the Alchemist Guild? And another added, right, he's clearly too young, and there isn't even a flame emblem on his robe. Yi Qingyun could not be bothered to explain and simply took out a token, saying, then what's this? The leader stared suspiciously, that's the Alchemist Guild Vice President's token, why is it in your hands? Yi Qingyun laughed, haha, maybe I stole it. Ao Shijai looked slightly awkward, that's impossible. Qiu Chang stepped forward and asked for confirmation, brother Qingyun, is this really true? The heaven, earth, and man trio still recklessly charged forward, big brother, this is impossible, he must have stolen it. While another said, right, someone so young could never become vice president of the Alchemist Guild, HMPH, he dares scare us brothers, attack together, after killing him we'll report to the Alchemist Guild. Ao Shijai also agreed with them, I knew it, how could this be possible? While Yi Qingyun remained silent and offered no explanation. He merely took a sip of tea and calmly waited for the heaven, earth, and man trio to rush at him with their swords. Yi Qingyun looked amused, oh, finally attacking, when a hand suddenly reached out and stopped the sword tip. The warrior merely flicked his hand and sent the leader of the heaven, earth, and man trio flying away. The three tangled together and rolled to the far end of the room without any chance to resist. Pang Long knelt before Yi Qingyun and respectfully said, this subordinate greets the vice president. The heaven, earth, and human members panicked at his appearance. Why is the Alchemist Guild's third squad captain here? Their leader angrily shouted, shut up. Pang Long was the 3rd Imperial Guard Squad Captain of the Alchemist Guild at the first level of the Imperial Realm, and when Yi Qingyun asked, Pang Long, he nodded, yes. Yi Qingyun coldly ordered Pang Long, handle them. Pang Long looked at the three men and replied, understood, making them panic, Captain Pang? Ah. Pang Long glared at them and coldly commanded, kneel. The moment he spoke, a violent force erupted and pressed all three men flat against the ground. Their leader hurriedly explained, Captain Pang, wait, I didn't know he was your vice president. Pang Long coldly asked, didn't you see the token, so why are you still making excuses? The fool replied, we thought it was fake. Pang Long reached out with a cold expression, grabbed the leader's head and crushed it, spraying blood everywhere. Like a wrathful demon, Pang Long enunciated every word, fake your damn head. The other two cowered in a corner and pleaded, Captain Pang, we truly didn't know. Pang Long slowly replied, that's your problem. Yi Man entered at that moment and asked, what's happening here, why were you beat? A subordinate hurriedly cried out, while Pang Long said, so it's young Master Yi Man of the Shang Guan family. Your 3 dogs offended our vice president, so I punished them. Yi Man asked, how did they offend your vice president? Yi Qingyun then pretended to notice him and said, oh, isn't this young Master Kangya? Are you broke again and here to cling to my leg for money? Young Master Kang flew into a rage and shouted, Yi Qingyun, you bastard, damn you, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Man still tried to remain calm and said, wait. Yi Qingyun signaled Pang Long and said, Captain Pang, this man publicly humiliated me before everyone and challenged the Alchemist Guild. How should this be handled? Pang Long replied, then. Young Master Kang immediately cursed, bullshit, this is between you and me and has nothing to do with the Alchemist Guild. Yi Man tried to reason with him, Captain Pang, don't. Before he could finish, Pang Long flashed forward like an icy wind that sent chills down everyone's spine. Before Yi Man's shocked eyes, Pang Long drove an uppercut straight into young Master Kang's throat. Captain Pang's methods had never changed, and once the cause was clear, there was only one outcome, a knockout, as young Master Kang was blasted into the sky and vanished from everyone's sight. Yi Qingyun leaned back in his chair, delighted by the sight. Oh, you flew pretty high. Yi Man froze, not daring to utter a word. After a long while, young Master King finally fell back down and slammed onto the floor. Yi Qingyun waited until he struggled up before saying, young Master Kangya, look at this. The moment Yi Qingyun showed the token, Kang immediately fainted. You. Oh, perfect timing to faint. Only then did Yi Man speak more politely. So you are Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun growled, is the vice president of the Alchemist Guild's name yours to casually call? How disgraceful! Yi Qingyun wasted no words and ordered, Pang Long, beat him. Pang Long could only obey. Seeing Pang Long approach, Yi Man threatened him. HMPH, I warn you, I am a descendant of the Shangguan clan and the clan chief is my father, so don't invite trouble. Yi Qingyun ordered again. Pang Long beat him. I don't care who he is. As vice president I will take full responsibility and this has nothing to do with your guards. Shangguan Yiman glared furiously at Yi Qingyun. You. Pang Long was thrilled. Then thank you, vice president. Yiman froze as Pang Long's massive body approached. You dare. But his fate was sealed as Pang Long punched him straight in the face, starting with his right cheek. Yiman refused to yield and kept threatening. The Shangguan clan is not someone you can offend and you will pay the price. Yi Qingyun found it even more amusing. Oh really? Pang Long, keep beating him until he kneels and apologizes. Pang Long grew even more excited. Hee. Yiman groaned and begged, no, don't come closer. The room echoed with heavy blows and the cracking of bones and teeth, ending the fate of a man who always bullied others. Pang Long looked like a bloodthirsty beast finally satisfied. Ha, that felt great. Yiman's face was now distorted beyond recognition, yet he still cursed. HMPH, just you wait. Pang Long replied, don't look at me, you only have yourself to blame for offending our vice president. Yi Qingyun had sat long enough and felt restless, so he walked over and kicked Kangya hard enough to make him fart. The pain left him sprawled on the floor, able only to stare at Yi Qingyun in humiliation as he paid the price. When he turned, he was horrified by Yi Man's current appearance. Brother Tang, they actually dared treat you like this. Yi Qingyun immediately gripped his sword hilt and said, Shangguan Kangya, I gave you a chance but you refused it. Pang Long guessed what Yi Qingyun intended and hurriedly tried to stop him. Vice President, you can't. But no one had ever stopped Yi Qingyun from doing what he wanted and he drew his sword. Too late, he deserves to die. At that moment, another person appeared and struck with a palm just before Yi Qingyun's sword tip, catching him by surprise. Pang Long staggered and watched helplessly, not daring to act. Vice President. A furious voice filled with killing intent rang out as spiritual power engulfed the entire room. Pang Long. The old man coldly ordered, explain this to me. He was Shangguan Qian, chief of the Shangguan clan and a peak 9th level Imperial Realm expert. Seeing their backer arrive, Kangya and Yi Man immediately shed crocodile tears. Clan chief. Qian looked at Yi Man and asked, they injured your face, didn't they? Good, very good. The old man could no longer contain his anger and shouted, Pang Long, speak. Pang Long struggled to stand and tried to answer. Shangguan Kangya and Shangguan Yi Man intended to kill the vice president of our alchemist guild, so Qian did not let Pang Long finish and struck him with a palm. You've got some nerve. The brutal palm strike sent Pang Long's massive guardian body flying away. The crowd below erupted into discussion. Quick, go to the second floor. The Shangguan clan and the Alchemist Guild are fighting. Isn't the Alchemist Guild also challenging the Gu clan? They quietly gathered outside the door to watch the conflict while Yi Qingyun mocked. Shangguan Qian, ha, using numbers to bully others. Who was bullying whom just now? Has your Shangguan clan completely lost all shame? Qian looked at Yi Qingyun and asked, who is he? Pang Long struggled to stand and tried to answer, he is. Yi Qingyun immediately interrupted, if he wants my name, he isn't qualified to know it. The people outside were stunned by Yi Qingyun's imposing manner. So domineering, who is he? Qian burst into laughter. Ha, not qualified. If I, Shangguan Qian, am not qualified, then who on the 8 Wastelands continent is? One spectator also chimed in, I really want to know that too. Hearing the crowd whisper, Yi Qingyun eagerly called out, HMPH fatty. You there, fatty, you want to know who I am, right? Come here. The man excitedly replied, ah. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure among the crowd quietly slipped away. He secretly thought, no, I don't want to know who you are. The spectators exclaimed that is. Yi Qingyun took out a supreme grade pill and said, I'll make you believe me. Pang Long was stunned. Another one. The siblings were also stunned, a 5th grade pill. The fat man could no longer resist such a tempting reward and flashed past old Qian. Are you kidding me? Yi Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Good, fatso, my name is Yihan, got it. Without listening further, the fat man snatched the pill and said, got it, I'll take it. But before he left, Yi Qingyun hurriedly asked, hey, fatso, wait, Xiao Yao and the others. The fat man replied, Xiao Yao, Ling Nhi, what? I don't know what you're talking about, then slipped away gleefully thinking, heh, that cursed bastard finally suffered a loss. Old Qian went mad with rage and instantly charged at Yi Qingyun to punish him. You dare toy with me. Pang Long sensed the dire situation, burst forward and tried to stop him. Shangguan Qian, don't. Pang Long instantly reached Yi Qingyun and grabbed his shoulder, for his mission was to protect his client. Thunderous explosions echoed from the tavern into the street as bricks and tiles crashed down. The walls cracked apart under the shockwave. The crowd below panicked. What's happening? What happened? Run, the building is collapsing. Boom, a huge section of wall collapsed, dragging down a group of people above. Dust filled the sky, making it impossible for anyone to see each other's faces. Fortunately, everyone below had scattered in time and no one was hurt, but the innkeeper cried in agony, "My inn, my inn." Pang Long had taken a palm strike for Yi Qingyun and suffered severe internal injuries, coughing blood as Yi Qingyun anxiously cried, "Captain Pang." Yet Pang Long refused to retreat because of his mission, while Qian Qiu warned, "Pang Long, I spare you because you're a captain of the Alchemist Guild, but don't push your luck," and Pang Long replied, "He is our Alchemist Guild's vice-chairman, you cannot kill him." But Pang Long's words carried no weight against the old man's fury as Qian Qiu roared, "Pang Long, you must be tired of living." Yi Man stood up gleefully and mocked, "Ha ha, Vice Chairman Yi Qingyun, with my father here, let's see how long you can stay arrogant." Just then, the Gu family patriarch appeared and declared for all to hear, "Oh, does Patriarch Shang Guan Qian Qiu intend to kill the captain of our Alchemist Guild's guards?" The Gu family's Alchemist Guild elders had also arrived in full force, and the patriarch continued, "Does the Shang Guan family wish to challenge the Alchemist Guild?" Gu Tianhe appeared alongside Hu Dudao, the Alchemist Guild's Imperial Ninefold Realm Imperial Guard commander, who roared, "Has that old Qian Qiu eaten too much and lost his mind? Don't say what shouldn't be said." The surrounding crowd panicked. "We're doomed. Hu Dudao and Shang Guan Qian Qiu are two of the three greatest warriors on the 8 Wastelands continent, and both are here." Gu Tianhe also wore the Alchemist Guild badge, making this an opportunity too precious to miss, but someone warned, "No, I must go flatter them." "Are you stupid? Can't you see they're furious?" Shang Guan Qian Qiu also greeted him, "Hu Dudao, you're here." Hu Dudao replied plainly, "Nonsense, can't I come?" Shang Guan Qian Qiu argued, "Gu Tianhe, is your Gu family bullying others with numbers?" And old Gu Tianhe chuckled, "Haha, Shang Guan Qian Qiu, how can you say that?" Yi Qingyun spoke up, "Ha ha, bullying others with numbers. Who exactly was bullying whom just now? Has your Shang Guan family completely lost its shame?" Old Qian Qiu was left speechless as Yi Qingyun pointed at the two plague-ridden men and repeated, "Has your Shang Guan family completely lost its shame?" Gu Tianhe immediately explained everything. "Yi Qingyun is the vice-chairman of our Alchemist Guild. Shang Guan Qian Qiu, you cannot simply kill a member of the Alchemist Guild whenever you please." Yi Man still failed to understand and arrogantly shouted, "You got lucky today. Without the Gu family's help you'd already be dead." But Yi Qingyun mocked, "Without your father here, you'd already be dead too," making Yi Man roar, "If you have the guts, fight me to the death." Yi Qingyun laughed, "Fight me to the death? You're not qualified." And when Yi Man taunted, "Scared?" he replied, "Scared? Believe it or not, I only need to raise one finger and someone will come take your life, even if you're a descendant of the Shang Guan family." The foolish Yi Man immediately replied, "I don't believe you." Yi Qingyun raised one finger as a signal and brilliant light engulfed him, dazzling the whole room into chaos. "Whoa, what's shining so brightly?" Yi Qingyun smiled smugly, and in mere moments, a round object spun rapidly above Yi Qingyun's fingertip. Pang Long froze once again, another pill. The fat man peeking from outside could hardly believe his eyes. That guy actually has another one. But he immediately decided to leave the tavern. Forget it, go, go, go. That cursed bastard's dark omen is enough. Don't dream about anything else. It was Yi Qingyun's famous 5th grade pill, which he raised high and announced, "I now declare that whoever fights this man, whether they win or lose, will receive this 5th grade pill." The onlookers were stunned. "Really? Of course I can even smell the pills. So one fight really earns a 5th grade pill." In the end, no more discussion was needed as countless hands shot up. "Let me go, I'll definitely defeat him." Aoshi Jai froze and thought back. I never expected to offend him." Qiu Cheng came forward and pouted, "Brother Qingyun, you're unfair, giving others one but not me." Her old master hurriedly warned, "Qiu Cheng, don't be rude." Yi Qingyun walked over and rubbed Qiu Cheng's head. "Don't worry, little sister Qiu Cheng, this one is yours." Qiu Cheng instantly beamed. Hee, that's more like it." The jealous men immediately shouted, "What about me? Give me one. You gave everyone else one, brat." Yi Qingyun smiled and channeled his power. Surging spiritual power erupted around his hand, revealing 3 or 4 5th grade pills. Yi Qingyun called out, "Heroes, I never toy with anyone." The crowd instantly stared slack-jawed. Pang Long refused to miss this rare chance and stepped forward. Vice Chairman, I'll fight him. Kyan Q immediately waved him off. Pang Long, have you no shame? My son is only at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm while you're already in the Supreme Emperor realm, yet you want to challenge him? Pang Long retorted. The Vice Chairman showed no spiritual power, yet your son forced him into a death duel. Your son is the shameless one. Perhaps sympathizing with Pang Long, Yi Qingyun stepped forward. Captain Pang, you're injured, go rest. Pang Long hesitated. Ah. Yi Qingyun then tossed him a pill. Captain Pang, this pill is what you deserve. Pang Long was stunned by Yi Qingyun's generosity. Yi Qingyun stepped forward and said, I've changed my mind, I'll fight him myself. Yi Man shouted, you said it yourself, so don't blame me when you die. Yi Qingyun declared loudly for everyone to hear, I accept your death duel. Gu Dan was somewhat worried. Mr. Yi, Gu Tian, he quietly reminded him, Gu Dan, don't bother persuading him, his eyes already tell us everything. Gu Tian, he seemed to place complete trust in Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun replied, rest assured, 1 incense stick's time is enough. Kyan Q laughed as though victory was assured. Haha, Chairman Gu, death is normal in a death duel, so I hope this won't affect our family's relationship. Gu Tian, he laughed back, I was about to say the same, just don't turn into a mad dog afterward. Kyan Q glared back, HMPH fine. Yi Qingyun walked before Yi Man and said, you proposed a death duel with me, but it feels a little unfair. Yi Man provoked him, want to go back on your word? Yi Qingyun shook his head. Not at all, how about adding a reward? Yi Qingyun proposed, if I win, his life belongs to me. Yi Qingyun pointed at the struggling Kangya. Kangya was about to cry and beg clan chief Shang Guan Kyan Q. The old man immediately ordered, shut up, Yi Man, accept his terms. Shang Guan Yi Man obeyed, fine, I accept, but if you lose, you must hand over a 5th grade pill. Kyan Q was delighted. Yi Qingyun asked, a 5th grade pill, you think his life is worth that much? Yi Man replied, of course, members of the Shang Guan family are born superior to others. Yi Qingyun bargained, only 1 3rd grade pill, otherwise forget it. Kangya heard this from outside and wailed, Yi Qingyun, what do you mean? I'm worth less than that damn fatty? Yi Qingyun nodded. Correct, you're worth less than that fatty. The fatty had already left the tavern, yet Yi Qingyun mentioning him still made him sneeze. Taking out the pill, he muttered, which damn bastard dares badmouth me? Back at the duel, Shang Guan Yi Man circulated his power. At the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm and ranked 2nd on the Heavenly King ranking, he sneered, HMPH, you can't defeat me. With that, he charged and leaped before Yi Qingyun, intending to overwhelm him. Die. Yi Qingyun watched the pathetic display and sneered. Ha. Yi Man struck with his palm, but Yi Qingyun leaped away. Huh, you dare dodge. Yi Man's shrill voice rang nonstop. You can dodge today, but can you keep dodging forever? Yi Man's palm techniques relentlessly bombarded Yi Qingyun's position. The surrounding crowd thought the outcome was settled. He hit him, that was too fast. Kyan Q gloated over his son. Haha, Chairman Gu, it seems not even scraps of him remain, so who should I ask for the 5th grade pill now? Gu Tian, he calmly replied, what's the rush? Yi Qingyun suddenly emerged as if from beneath the ground, startling Kyan Q. HMPH. A mere breeze, Yi Qingyun mocked, is your Shang Guan family really that poor? After Yi Man's attack, Kyan Q was surprised that Yi Qingyun was completely unharmed. So he's a body cultivator, no wonder I sensed no cultivation from him. Shang Guan Yi Man frowned, what are you talking about? Yi Qingyun stuck out his tongue mockingly. I'm saying, is your Shang Guan family so poor you can't afford food? Your attacks feel like you're hitting me in a dream. Yi Qingyun then hurled a blazing, kiln-red fist straight at Yi Man's face. Demonic art, Shang Guan Yi Man was secretly horrified. What? He froze like stone, staring at Yi Qingyun's fist in terror and thinking, that punch was too fast. But a life-and-death duel gave him no time to wait, and Yi Qingyun's punch sent Shang Guan Yi Man flying through the room like a sack of meat. Yi Qingyun had no intention of stopping and instantly shot after him, pressing forward with another attack. HMPH. Shang Guan Yi Man floated in midair, still staring at Yi Qingyun without time to react as Yi Qingyun punched and asked, well, feeling resentful. Unable to watch his son be killed, Kyan Q roared stop. He immediately broke his promise and rushed to pull Yi Man away from Yi Qingyun's 1,000-pound punch. Yi Qingyun was surprised by the move while Shang Guan Yi Man cried joyfully, Father. The old man charged like the mad dog Gu Tian he had described and shouted, Brat, you seek death. Hu Du Dao naturally could not stand by and drew his saber to block the crazed old man. Brother Kyan Q, you're truly shameless. Yi Qingyun ignored the 2 old men handling their own matter and ordered, Little sword go. Heartless sword replied, yes. Little sword shot forward as if tearing through space while Kyan Q could only roar, this is bad. The sword pierced straight through Yi Man's body before he could react. Arg. Kyan Q roared furiously, bastard, Hu Du Dao, get out of my way. Hu Du Dao retorted, get lost, who said earlier that regardless of victory or defeat, old grudges would not be pursued. Old Hu reminded him this is a life and death duel, so blame only your useless son. Vice President, let's go downstairs. Kyan Q watched them leave while consumed by hatred over his son's death. I'm furious. Kyan Q immediately ordered Kang Ya, why are you still standing there? Hurry back. But Yi Qingyun had already noticed him and stepped forward. Wait, the old man shouted, what do you want? Yi Qingyun said, Clan Chief Shang Guan seems to have forgotten something. The old man knew he could no longer hide it from Yi Qingyun and looked at Shang Guan Kang Ya, outwardly calm but inwardly heartbroken, while Kang Ya trembled and stammered, see Clan Chief. Shang Guan Kyan Q finally concluded coldly, trouble-making trash. Shang Guan Kang Ya trembled, Clan Chief I. Without hesitation, Kyan Q immediately struck Kang Ya with a palm and shattered him before Yi Qingyun. Once everything ended, the old man suppressed his resentment and turned away. HMPH, little thief, watch yourself. Yi Qingyun called after him. Clan Chief Shang Guan's way of handling matters truly changes one's opinion of you. Yi Qingyun watched the old man's departing figure, his thoughts drifting far away. Senior, your son's revenge has been avenged. Qiu Cheng suddenly called out while Yi Qingyun was lost in thought. Brother Qingyun, Brother Qingyun, Brother Qingyun, you're incredible. Yi Qingyun replied, I'm not incredible. Without Senior Hu Du Dao and the others here, Shang Guan Kyan Q would probably have dared attack me. Hu Du Dao and Gu Dan spoke together. President Yi is joking. Shang Guan Yi Man wasn't someone just anyone could easily defeat. Haha, of course, President Yi has never allowed himself to suffer a loss. Gu Tian, he said, young Master Yi, Gu Xin has fully recovered, so why not visit the Gu clan? Yi Qingyun gladly agreed. All right. Qiu Cheng awkwardly called, Brother Qingyun. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, you can all come too. The old master hesitated slightly. Well, Ao Shijai also murmured uncertainly. Elder Gu Dan then told everyone, since you are young Master Yi's friends, come together. Hearing this, the old master finally agreed. All right, all right. Qiu Cheng was overjoyed. Great, great, let's go to the Gu clan. At the Gu clan on the Eight Wastelands continent, Qiu Cheng stood outside the balcony and complained, Grandpa Zhang, why did you drag us outside? After seeing Yi Qingyun again, Gu Xin hurriedly bowed in gratitude and Yi Qingyun was sincerely happy for him. All right, get up. Gu Xin respectfully replied, thank you, Mr. Yi. At that moment, Gu Yitian, ranked second among the Gu clan's younger generation, watched them with obvious dissatisfaction. Gu Yitian cupped his hands and said, Mr. Yi is truly remarkable. The earth fiend demon flame inside Brother Gu Xin was extremely difficult to eradicate, yet you expelled it all in one day. Seeing a stranger, Yi Qingyun asked, you are? Gu Yitian immediately replied, I am Gu Yitian. He bowed and introduced himself while Yi Qingyun sized him up and thought, oh, not bad. Yi Qingyun turned to the elder and asked, right, does Clan Chief Gu still remember his previous promise? Gu Tian, he replied, Mr. Yi, you want to devour all three strange flames. Yi Qingyun nodded. Correct. Gu Tian, he advised, young Master Yi, please reconsider. Strange flames are terrifying energies nurtured by heaven and earth, and even the greatest alchemists dare not devour two in succession. Yi Qingyun replied, Patriarch Gu, do I seem that reckless? Then calmly added, just take me there. Gu Tian, he never begrudged Yi Qingyun anything and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, indeed, young Master Yi is not reckless, I was overthinking it, please follow me. As Yi Qingyun left with the elder, he asked, Patriarch Gu, could you explain those three exotic flames in detail? While Gu Yitian seemed to be plotting something. Gu Xin approached without noticing and said, Yitian, let's go watch too. And Yitian pretended to answer cheerfully, ah, sure. Gu Tian, he explained, these three exotic flames were left behind by deceased seniors. Our Gu family calls them the Lightning Full Flame, ranked 60th on the exotic flame ranking, and the Earth Flame Heartfire, ranked 40th. The third is the 3000 Fallen Flame, ranked 6th. As Yi Qingyun and the others arrived at the exotic flame grounds. Old Gu Tian, he continued, young Master Yi, this is our Gu family's exotic flame pavilion. Gu Yitian stepped forward and asked, Patriarch, didn't you promise to let me devour one of these three flames? And old Gu Tian he replied, Yi Tian, don't rush, you will be first when we obtain another. Gu Yitian remained silent, but beneath his innocent expression lay vicious thoughts. HMPH, next time, when will that be? Old Gu Tian he began the opening ritual. The exotic flame pavilion requires 3 exotic flames to open. Gu Dan and Gu Kang, help me. Elders Gu Dan and Gu Kang immediately stepped forward together. Understood. The 3 elders placed their exotic flames into the 3 symbols on the door. The exotic flame pavilion opened, and Gu Tian he left the rest to Yi Qingyun. Young Master Yi, go inside and prioritize your safety. And Yi Qingyun cupped his hands toward the elders. Understood. Gu Yitian watched from behind before quietly retreating as though planning something. As he turned away, he thought, the exotic flame pavilion is finally open. I can inform that lord now. Gu Tian he asked, Gu Dan, what are young Master Yi's chances of success? And Gu Dan replied, I cannot be certain, but they are not low, since he once devoured half of the doomsday flame unharmed. Making Gu Tian he exclaim, what is that, truly not an exaggeration? Gu Kang also exclaimed, the doomsday flame is so violent that ordinary warriors would be crippled or killed trying to seize it, and even taking half would mean certain death. Gu Dan mocked him, do you think everyone is like you? At your age, your spiritual power barely matches young Master Yi's talent, so how could you compare? Making Gu Kang rage, Gu Dan, don't push me too far. Old Gu Tian he hurried between them, enough, stop arguing and wait quietly, while Gu Dan and Gu Kang turned away from each other with a snort. Yi Qingyun entered and saw the 3 renowned exotic flames, the lightning full flame, 3,000 fallen flame, and earth flame heartfire. The lightning full flame spoke first, Kekek brat, you aren't from the Gu family, so why are you here? Yi Qingyun calmly replied, naturally, I came to devour you. Making the lightning full flame stare wide-eyed, devour me. Yi Qingyun looked them over and thought, these 3 exotic flames were left by deceased Gu family members, so they still retain traces of their former owner's consciousness. The lightning full flame finally lost its temper and charged, brat, I am not something you can easily devour. Hee, since you are not a Gu family descendant and have already devoured another exotic flame, I won't hold back. Sensing the abundant life force within Yi Qingyun, the lightning full flame shouted, I'll take the exotic flame power inside you. The earth flame heartfire suddenly moved, leaving the lightning full flame confused. Unable to understand its intentions, the lightning full flame cursed, what are you doing? And the earth flame heartfire laughed, ha ha ha, this brat wants to devour you, yet you still refuse to admit you're the weakest. Yi Qingyun stepped forward and declared, stop arguing, I will devour all 3 of you, shocking both the lightning full flame and earth flame heartfire. What? The earth flame heartfire drifted closer and mocked, brat, what arrogance, aren't you afraid we'll devour you instead? And Yi Qingyun replied, you think you can devour me? You truly overestimate yourselves. Unable to endure anymore, the lightning full flame charged while cursing, damn it, earth flame heartfire, move aside and let me devour him. Yi Qingyun seized the chance, lunged forward, bit into the lightning flame, and swallowed it whole before the stunned earth flame heartfire. HMPH. The earth flame heartfire staggered in disbelief and asked, you truly dared to devour him? While Yi Qingyun sneered, why wouldn't I? He tasted quite good. Yi Qingyun opened his mouth wide and said, come here, you're next, terrifying the earth flame heartfire. Why you, stay away. Suddenly someone rushed in from outside amid chaotic shouts, enemy attack, quickly summon Hu Du Dao to kill that thief. The intruder flashed past Yi Qingyun and snatched the earth flame heartfire from his grasp. Realizing something was wrong, Yi Qingyun shouted, who are you? Show yourself. But just as he thought he had grabbed the intruder's leg, Yi Qingyun discovered, HMPH, this is a gaseous body that cannot be captured at all. Yi Qingyun immediately recognized him. It's you. Void Flame gave a sinister grin. Hee, that's right, it's me. Hu Du Dao and the elders rushed in to protect them. Hu Du Dao is here, surrender at once. The moment Void Flame saw Hu Du Dao, he became far more cautious. Hu Du Dao, HMPH. I'll gladly take these 2 strange flames. With that, Void Flame swiftly absorbed the remaining 2 flames before Yi Qingyun, leaving him no time to stop it. Stop. Yi Qingyun tried to act, but the strange flame he had just swallowed made his body lose control, secretly shocking him. Yi Qingyun collapsed helplessly as Void Flame sneered, hee, you swallowed a strange flame without refining it yet dared use true energy, suffering now? Yi Qingyun frowned. Damn it. Hu Du Dao suddenly shot forward from behind, intending to settle everything. He reached out to seize the arrogant void flame by the neck. The void flame suddenly dissolved into fire and shot away. Even at the doorway, he was still grinning. Elder Gu Dan helped Yi Qingyun up while Hu Du Dao stopped and abandoned his pursuit of void flame. Gu Tian he thought briefly before roaring angrily, "How outrageous! He dared steal my Gu family's strange flames. Investigate this immediately." Young Master Gu Xin sensed something strange and stepped forward. "Father, this is truly suspicious." Gu Tian he asked, "Tell me." Gu Xin analyzed. How could he come and go without a trace? No, the strange flame pavilion was here, and even no, we opened it today. Yi Qingyun, silent until now, suddenly shocked everyone. That wasn't a human, but a strange flame that took form. Gu Tian he and his son were stunned. A strange flame in human form. Yi Qingyun continued, "Correct, it is void flame, and as for how it knew the strange flame pavilion opened today." Yi Qingyun revealed, "It's simple, there is a traitor inside the Gu family." Gu Tian he gently warned young Master Yi, saying that without solid evidence is inappropriate. "Mr. Yi, the Gu family's success comes from unity, so what proof do you have of a traitor?" Gu Kang unhappily retorted, "HMPH, everyone in my Gu family is loyal, this brat is just spouting nonsense." Yi Qingyun glanced at him. "Could you use your brain before getting angry?" Gu Kang choked. "Brat, what do you mean?" "Isn't that right, Gu Yitian?" Gu Yitian instantly froze. "Mr. Yi, I don't understand what you're saying." Yi Qingyun spoke meaningfully. "Really? Then why do you carry Void Flame's aura? It's faint, but you can't fool me." Gu Yitian stammered, "Why you're falsely accusing me?" Gu Xin defended him. "Mr. Yi, Yitian has always been loyal to the Gu family. Could there be some misunderstanding?" Gu Tian he interrupted Gu Xin, "Step aside, he truly carries Void Flame's aura." Gu Xin was stunned. "Father," Gu Yitian panicked. "Clan chief, how can you suspect me? I was born and raised in the Gu family, how could I betray it?" The moment he became agitated, the strange flame flowing through his bloodline violently erupted, making him spit blood. Yi Qingyun sneered, "HMPH, I see now, you're merely Flame's puppet, so he transferred the internal injuries Hu Du Dao inflicted onto you, how pitiful." Gu Yitian groaned in agony. How can this be?" At this point, Gu Tian he had no doubts left. "Gu Yitian, I never mistreated you, how dare you betray the Gu family?" Gu Yitian glared. "I spit on that." He pointed straight at Gu Xin and snarled, "Never mistreated me, then tell me why Gu Xin could obtain the Earth Fiend flame while I couldn't." Gu Xin felt a sharp pain in his heart. "Yitian." Gu Yitian glared furiously and continued resentfully, "Why could Gu Xin become the Gu family's gifted disciple instead of me? Why was the strange flame meant for me given to an outsider, yet you still claim you never mistreated me? Haha, what a joke." Gu Yitian now raved like a madman while Gu Tian he quietly ordered, "Hu Du Dao, release him." A single blade descended, cleaving Gu Yitian's body in two and ending his life. Inside the strange flame pavilion, Hu Du Dao personally executed the traitor. HMPH, offending the clan chief, deserves death. Looking at Gu Yitian's limp corpse, Yi Qingyun felt only weary. "You blamed others for your own failures without seeing the blood and sweat behind their success. Sadly, you'll never understand now." Gu Tian he prepared to leave and waved everyone away. "Disperse, this matter ends here." Elder Gu Dan supported Yi Qingyun as they left. "Mr. Yi, I have something to ask. Would you mind sitting with me for a while?" Yi Qingyun agreed without hesitation. "Sure." The two arrived at a pavilion atop the mountain. "I wonder what Elder Gu wishes to ask." Gu Dan went straight to the point. "Mr. Yi, are you planning to attend the Eight Wastelands Grand Gathering?" Although Yi Qingyun had never mentioned it, he was surprised Gu Dan guessed correctly and saw no reason to hide it. "That's right, I came for that corpse." Gu Dan cautiously continued, "As expected, but the true focus this time isn't that corpse, it's the Heavenly Martial Palace coming to select disciples." Yi Qingyun looked surprised. Heavenly Martial Palace. Seeing Yi Qingyun suddenly fall silent in deep thought, Gu Dan found it strange and called several times. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi." The Heavenly Martial Palace of the Lower Divine Realm. The young master of the Heavenly Martial Palace chuckled. "Hee, trying to escape my soul enchantment art? Come here," he said with a smug laugh. Luo Ling's soul was already under his control, so she obediently walked over. "Yes, master." Yi Qingyun's thunderous shout rang out. "Luo Ling, wake up." The Heavenly Martial Palace young master was startled. HMPH, Yi Qingyun again. Elder Gu Dan asked, "Mr. Yi, have you heard of the Heavenly Martial Palace? It is a hidden power on the Eight Wastelands continent and rarely appears, yet it is stronger than our 8 great clans." Yi Qingyun did not want to discuss it and simply replied, "Never heard of it." He thought, so it isn't the heavenly martial palace from the divine realm, they merely share a name, but I wonder if they are connected. Gu Dan returned to the main matter. My grandson Gu Zai went there and never returned, so I want to ask for your help. If you go there, please investigate. Yi Qingyun immediately replied, "Elder Gu, there's no need to be so formal, we're friends, so I'll help you." Gu Dan said, "The Eight Wastelands Black Fair is organized by the Eight Wastelands Black Market, but the Dark Hall also operates behind it, and the fair has many things even the Alchemist Guild lacks, so let's leave early." Qiu Chang and Grandpa Zhang hurried over. "I'm going too, I want to go." The old master got a headache from the girl. Qiu Chang, stop fooling around. Yi Qingyun instead said eagerly, "If little Qiu Chang wants to go, then come along." Qiu Chang disliked that form of address. "What do you mean little? What's small about me?" Qiu Chang continued irritably, "I only want to see Brother Yun Tian at the Eight Wastelands Black Fair." Yi Qingyun was slightly startled. Yun Tian from the Cloud Firmament Holy Land." Qiu Chang nodded. "Yes, Brother Qingyun, you know him too." Gu Dan pressed, "Mr. Yi, do you know Yun Tian?" Yi Qingyun nodded. "Of course I do." Gu Dan smiled and said, "If you ask who has gained the greatest fame over the past year, it is none other than Yun Tian. The Cloud Firmament Holy Land has 3 holy sons, all heirs to the Holy Lord, yet Yun Tian, once completely unknown, suddenly defeated one of them a year ago and became the Cloud Holy Son. They say he possesses the extremely rare Wandering Ghost Eye bloodline and is also a descendant of Yun Hai." Gu Dan secretly thought Mr. Yi truly has vast connections. Yi Qingyun asked Elder Zhang, "Are you coming too?" The old master smiled kindly. "I'm old, so I won't go." The Eight Wastelands Black Fair lay west of the Eight Wastelands territory, an entire region controlled by the Dark Hall, which inevitably recalled Yi Qingyun's connection with them. Back in Doomsday Town, Yi Qingyun had killed a member of the Dark Hall, and that person's status within the organization was reportedly far from ordinary. "Stop, anyone entering the city must pay 10 high-grade spirit stones." Qiu Chang immediately scolded the guard, "Are you robbing us? 10 high-grade spirit stones could buy 30 acres of spiritual farmland back home." The guard replied, "Little girl, this is the Black Fair where everything inside costs far more than the entry fee, so if you have no money." Before he could finish, a money pouch suddenly appeared in his hand. Yi Qingyun said, "There are 30 high-grade spirit stones in your hand, so we're going in." Qiu Chang immediately mocked the guard. "Bleh, bleh, bleh." The guard froze at Yi Qingyun's generosity and thought, "Damn, I charged too little. What an idiot, next time I'll." The 3 entered the city as Gu Dan explained. The Eastern District sells medicinal ingredients and remedies, the South sells equipment and weapons, the West sells slaves, and the Center. Yi Qingyun asked doubtfully, "Slaves?" Gu Dan nodded. "Correct, the Black Fair values darkness, so anything can be found here. With enough spirit stones, you can even buy women of other races." Qiu Chang immediately looked displeased. "HMPH." Gu Dan hurriedly corrected himself. "I was only explaining." Qiu Chang pouted, "As if I'd believe you." Gu Dan then stated his own plans. "Mr. Yi, I'll go examine the medicinal ingredients first, so feel free to look around." Yi Qingyun nodded. "All right." Qiu Chang was already captivated by the colorful clothes. "Wow, those clothes are beautiful." Yi Qingyun thought, if this girl becomes Yun Tian's wife, he'll probably spend all his time coaxing her. Qiu Chang approached a stall and asked, "How much is this outfit?" The vendor replied, "Hee, little girl, you have a good eye. This outfit would look beautiful on you, and it's only 20 high-grade spirit stones." Qiu Chang frowned and muttered, 60 acres of spiritual farmland." The vendor did not understand, and Qiu Chang turned to leave, making him hurriedly call out, "Don't go. If you want it, we can negotiate." Yi Qingyun asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Qiu Chang replied, "Brother Qingyun, it's too expensive, 20 high-grade spirit stones." Yi Qingyun smiled. "I'll give it to you." Qiu Chang looked awkward, but Yi Qingyun nodded reassuringly. "It's fine, as long as you like it." Yi Qingyun handed over the spirit stones. "Here are 20 high-grade spirit stones, wrap the outfit." The vendor repeatedly nodded. "Certainly." Just then, a stone flew from nowhere and knocked the money pouch from their hands. Yi Qingyun turned to see who wanted trouble and found Hai Wang, son of the Eight Wastelands Black Fair president, embracing a woman as he arrogantly said, "Buddy, my woman likes that outfit, so leave it to me and I'll compensate you." Yi Qingyun remained expressionless and told the vendor, "I'll pay 100 high-grade spirit stones for that outfit. Give it to me." The vendor was caught in a dilemma. young master, you see. The passers-by began whispering, that's the young master of the 8 Wastelands Merchant Guild, the playboy Prince Xiao Zhu Lang. They say he treats women like his own siblings and is kind to every one of them. Stop talking nonsense, will you? Just looking at him makes me furious. Yi Qingyun called the vendor again, and the old man immediately replied, young master, rest assured. My shop may be small, but I know the rules of trade and you bought it first, so I'll wrap it for you. The woman beside Xiao Zhu Lang immediately showed clear displeasure. Naturally, she instantly turned and acted coquettishly toward him. Brother, Xiao Zhu Lang nodded and indulged her completely. All right, don't be impatient. Xiao Zhu Lang stepped forward and directly outbid Yi Qingyun, shopkeeper, 200 high-grade spirit stones, how about that? The woman sweetly whispered in his ear, hee, you spent 200 high-grade spirit stones on this outfit just for me? And the playboy replied, as long as you like it, I will buy it no matter the price, because to me, you are priceless. The woman pretended to worry, hee, won't the other sisters be angry? And Xiao Zhu Lang laughed, how could they? They are all good, understanding girls. Hee, you are so good to me, how should I repay you? And Xiao Zhu Lang smiled, just make me happy. The shameless couple embraced and flirted in the street, making passers-by feel sick. Yi Qingyun asked, shopkeeper, do your trading rules still matter? And the shopkeeper awkwardly replied, of course, but he truly offered far more. He continued, young master, how about selling this outfit to young master Xiao first, then giving you a discount when new stock arrives? And Qiu Chang advised, brother Qingyun, forget it, I don't want it anymore, thank you. Yi Qingyun pressed the shopkeeper, do you think I have no money? And he hurriedly replied, no, absolutely not, I only think this is unnecessary, while secretly thinking that Yi Qingyun truly looked poor. Yi Qingyun looked at Xiao Zhu Lang and deliberately raised the bid, I offer 300 high-grade spirit stones, and Xiao Zhu Lang responded in surprise, oh, you want to compete with me? 400. The shopkeeper was caught in a difficult position and advised them, gentlemen, there is no need for this, I still have cheaper outfits here. Why not look at those instead? He appeared friendly, but inwardly the old fox hoped the bidding would continue. Hee, keep raising it, keep going. Yi Qingyun and Xiao Zhu Lang began fiercely competing, 600 high-grade spirit stones, 800. Fearing things would escalate, Qiu Chang hurriedly said, brother Qingyun, I already said I don't want it, that price could buy 300 acres of spirit farmland. And Yi Qingyun reassured her, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The shameless couple laughed contemptuously upon hearing spirit farmland, saying, spirit farmland, are you farmers? The woman told Qiu Chang, little sister, this outfit is too large for you, so give it to me. And Qiu Chang angrily replied, HMPH, mind your own business. Yi Qingyun continued bidding, 900 high-grade spirit stones, while Xiao Zhu Lang loudly raised it to 1,000. The vile woman gazed at Xiao Zhu Lang like a divine idol. You would spend 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for me? And he nodded, of course, my feelings for you cannot be measured with filthy spirit stones. Xiao Zhu Lang's arrogance also disgusted the passers-by. Hee, how generous, disgusting pig. Yi Qingyun suddenly remembered something and asked, you are the young master of the 8 Wastelands Trading Guild, right? And Xiao Zhu Lang nodded. Correct, now that you know, do you still want to compete with me? Yi Qingyun shook his head no, then said, Qiu Chang, look, isn't there an identical outfit here with only a different color? And she nodded happily. Wow, I see it, this color is beautiful. Yi Qingyun immediately changed course. Shopkeeper, this outfit is also 20 high-grade spirit stones, right? I'll take it, here are the stones, leaving the shopkeeper stunned. Only then did Xiao Zhu Lang realize he had fallen into Yi Qingyun's trap, while Yi Qingyun turned back before leaving and said, spending 1,000 high-grade spirit stones on one outfit, young Master Xiao is truly wealthy, leaving Xiao Zhu Lang speechless with rage. Yi Qingyun and Qiu Chang happily left as she said, brother Qingyun, thank you, this outfit is prettier than the last one, leaving the furious fool behind with the woman who had dragged him into this humiliation. He squeezed her shoulder hard, making her struggle in pain. Ah, you're hurting me. Xiao Zhu Lang laughed angrily. Hurting? My anger is immense, so what will you do? And she soothed him, do not be angry, find somewhere private and I will help you vent. Qiu Chang and Yi Qingyun continued deeper into another street. As they walked and looked around, Qiu Chang found it strange. Isn't this the Western District? Did that old man's words tempt brother Qingyun? Yi Qingyun scratched his head awkwardly. Would you believe me if I said my instincts pulled me here? A merchant approached and asked, looking to buy slaves, what rank would you like? and Yi Qingyun was surprised because this was his first time hearing of ranks. The merchant explained, yes, I have slaves at the Five Elements realm, King Heaven realm, and Imperial Extreme realm, with the cheapest Five Elements realm slaves costing only a few high-grade spirit stones, and unusual preferences can also be accommodated. Qiu Chang immediately cursed at him, get lost, we are not buying, how are you different from human traffickers? And the merchant instantly looked displeased. HMPH. Little girl, did you come here to cause trouble? And Yi Qingyun calmly replied, we did not come for trouble, prompting the merchant to ask, then why are you here? Yi Qingyun placed spirit stones into his hand and said, we want to look around, here are 10 high-grade spirit stones. The merchant instantly became cheerful, fine, go ahead and look. And the two entered while Qiu Chang still snorted angrily. The merchant called after them, little girl, strength rules this world and some people are born lowly, so finding a good master lets them live comfortably. But without merchants like us they would never get that chance and would remain slaves forever. Qiu Chang became doubtful and asked, brother Qingyun, was what he said true? And Yi Qingyun replied, true, they are also stealing those people's chance to become powerful. Qiu Chang, do not act rashly later, several powerful presences are nearby. Hearing people nearby talking while walking, hurry, a golden cage has appeared, I wonder what kind of slave is inside this time. Yi Qingyun immediately signaled Qiu Chang, let's go look too. I heard a golden cage is arriving soon. What? 2 golden cages? Haha, this will be interesting, I wonder who will survive. During the slave convoy, a carriage suddenly raced toward them as the driver shouted, move aside, move aside. Yi Qingyun immediately noticed and pulled Qiu Chang aside, letting the carriage rush past. Careful, Qiu Chang screamed in fright, ah. The coachman turned and cursed loudly, watch where you're going, consider yourself lucky this time. Yi Qingyun quickly asked, are you okay? Qiu Chang replied, I'm fine, but are we going in? Yi Qingyun nodded at Qiu Chang, of course we're going in, why wouldn't we? The slave auction officially began. Everyone, the weather is wonderful today, so I trust your mood is just as good. The merchant called out to the audience. Everyone here knows what 2 golden cages mean, right? An excited man interrupted, it means. The merchant immediately signaled his subordinate to act. Yes. He then warned, a friendly reminder when I'm speaking, don't interrupt. The talkative man was immediately dragged away and screamed in terror, spare me, please spare me, I won't do it again. The merchant continued, let's continue. 2 golden cages appearing together means the price rises from 10 million premium spirit stones to 30 million spirit stones because. The slave trader continued in an icy, chilling voice, one of these 2 must die. Both possess extraordinary strength and immense potential, one at the 9th level and the other at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm, so now enjoy seeing who lives and who dies. The 2 cages opened one after another, and 2 slaves slowly emerged from the darkness. It had been a long time since the audience had witnessed such thrilling entertainment. The 6th level Heavenly King realm slave had a huge scar across his face and cracked his joints as he stepped out. The other seemed much more cautious and only entered the arena after the henchman shoved him forward. Move. Seeing this, Qiu Chang angrily said, this is completely unfair. Yi Qingyun replied, they believe people are born noble or lowly, so what fairness could there be? Elder Gu Dan happened to encounter them. Mr. Yi, so you're both here, what are you watching? Yi Qingyun and Qiu Chang turned and greeted him together. Elder Gu. Gu Dan looked ahead and immediately became serious. Seemingly noticing something unusual, Gu Dan used his spiritual power to examine someone ahead. The slave noticed and became somewhat wary of the spiritual power. The slave trader saw this and complained, Gu Dan, what are you doing? Why cause trouble? Gu Dan pointed at the young slave. I want to take him away. The merchant could hardly believe Gu Dan's words. Dream on, they're slaves and are still fighting, what right do you have? Gu Dan calmly stepped forward, because he's my biological nephew. His words instantly shook the entire arena and even the merchant was stunned. Your nephew. Wu Hao, go report this. The subordinate immediately cupped his hands. Understood. The audience began murmuring. Who knew that blonde youth was Master Gu's nephew? How could Master Gu's nephew become a slave? Yi Qingyun thought, so he really is Elder Gu's nephew, Guzai. Gu Dan painfully approached the nephew missing for a year. Child, it's only been a year, how did you end up like this? Guzai was too emotional to speak. Uncle I. Yi Qingyun suddenly noticed something. HMPH. Qiu Chang asked, Brother Qingyun, what's wrong? Yi Qingyun replied, let's watch for now. Elder Gu represents the alchemist guild here, they should show him respect. Wu Hao pushed through the crowd. Move, move, move. Yi Qingyun secretly watched their every movement. The master and servant whispered secretly for a moment before saying Wu Qinyan asked, "He really said that?" Wu Hao nodded. Yes. Yi Qingyun only needed to overhear a little to guess the truth. Looks like someone is secretly manipulating things. Qiu Chang curiously waited to see what happened next. Sang Wu Qinyan proposed, "Elder Gu, even as vice chairman of the Alchemist Guild, I'm afraid you still can't simply take someone away." Elder Gu placed a hand on Gu Zai's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry." Gu Zai looked at his uncle, hoping to be rescued. Gu Dan asked directly, "What do you want?" Sang Wu Qinyan replied, "The fight continues, and if he wins, you may buy him, naturally at a discounted price out of respect." Gu Dan saw that these men only wanted to haggle over price and had no sincerity, making his expression darken. Ha! He instantly charged forward, grabbed the man's collar, and growled, "You treat my nephew like an object, release him immediately." Sang Wu Qinyan panicked. "No, the rules cannot be broken." Gu Dan violently threw him aside and roared, "I don't care about your rules, will you release him or not?" Sang Wu Qinyan immediately cried for help. "You want to cause trouble." Men, Gu Dan never expected these people to truly dare resist his fury. The slave trader's subordinates immediately swarmed forward. Now fearless, he stroked his beard and spoke to Gu Dan like an ordinary customer. "Gu Dan, this isn't the Alchemist Guild, so mind your attitude." Just then, a voice interrupted, "Isn't this clearly using numbers to bully the few?" Shang Wu Qinyan asked in surprise. "Who?" Yi Qingyun replied, "I am the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Yi Qingyun." The spectators immediately whispered, "He's the newly appointed vice president of the Alchemist Guild. He's so young, and I heard he's extremely generous." Shang Wu Qinyan replied, "What does President Yi intend to stand up for your colleague?" Yi Qingyun walked forward cheerfully. Wait, let me take something out." Yi Qingyun then said, "But you still haven't answered my question. Are you using numbers to bully the few?" Shang Wu Qinyan hurriedly explained, "President Yi misunderstands. In business, powerful people sometimes refuse to follow the rules, so hearing a few guards is perfectly normal." Yi Qingyun nodded in agreement. "Perfectly normal, so you won't object if the Alchemist Guild hires a few guards too, right?" Shang Wu Qinyan was instantly speechless. Yi Qingyun opened the bag and loudly announced, "Everyone, look carefully. This bag contains 124th grade pills for cultivation and healing, 1 pill per person, so fight alongside me today." Hearing Yi Qingyun's call for everyone to join the fight, Shang Wu Qinyan broke into a cold sweat. "What, brat, you really?" One of his subordinates was instantly kicked away and crashed backward. Before Shang Wu Qinyan could react, he looked over in panic to see who had attacked. He never imagined their merchant guild would one day be thrown into such chaos, and several more subordinates were brutally beaten and sent tumbling backward. A martial artist landed beside Yi Qingyun with an extraordinary aura, though his appearance was somewhat peculiar. One subordinate stepped forward and cursed, "Brat, do you know the consequences of offending us on our own territory?" This martial artist was Yao Jai, ranked 10th on the Imperial Realm ranking, an unfathomably powerful expert known as the Desert King. Shang Wu Qinyan sensed trouble and immediately shouted at his subordinate, "Wu Hao, shut up." Wu Hao froze. "Master." He then warned Yi Qingyun, "Young man, matters can be discussed, so why resort to violence? Though you are vice president of the Alchemist Guild, your arrogance is excessive." Yi Qingyun snorted coldly. HMPH. He continued threatening, "You challenged the Alchemist Guild and tried to kill its vice president, so this won't end easily. Bring out someone in charge. I'm too lazy to waste words on a dead man." Shang Wu Qinyan choked. "You, what do you mean?" Yi Qingyun immediately showed his sincerity. "Whoever kills that man will receive this 5th grade 3 life water spirit pill." Yao Jai seemed to have been waiting for that exact opportunity and immediately seized it. "Leave it to me." The instant he finished speaking, he shot towards Shang Wu Qinyan, giving the man no time for final words before he could only cry, "Wait." The death scythe in Yao Jai's hand swept across his neck, and Shang Wu Qinyan's eyes widened in unwilling disbelief at dying this way. Yao Jai's movement technique was truly unfathomable and could never be underestimated, while he did not even care about the identity or status of those he killed. Shang Wu Qinyan's corpse crashed to the ground with a thud. Yao Jai remained calm as if nothing had happened, like he had merely done something ordinary, and Yi Qingyun kept his promise by immediately tossing him the pill. Yi Qingyun had not expected to find such a decisive, trustworthy, and efficient martial artist here, so he looked at Yao Jai appreciatively while still holding a large bag full of high-grade pills. There were still many matters to settle, so Yi Qingyun swept his gaze around to decide the order. He announced, "Everyone, don't rush, all of you will have a chance to prove yourselves." Wu Hao looked thunderstruck and trembled. "Yi Qingyun, you dared kill Senior Shang Wu Qi Nian, can you bear the consequences?" Yi Qingyun replied wearily, "You still don't understand the situation, do you?" Yi Qingyun took out another pill and offered it to the crowd. "Kill this man and receive a 5th-grade spirit flame pill." Wu Hao's mouth fell open in terror. "What? How can you?" Yao Jai's scythe slashed again, as cold as the scythe of death itself. The arrogant Wu Hao was cut in half, leaving both master and servant dead, and the scum who had acted so smugly finally paid the price. Yi Qingyun was somewhat speechless at Yao Jai's style, swift, clean, and never giving his victims a chance to leave final words. Yi Qingyun tossed him the pill and began praising him. "You really are." Before he finished, Yao Jai calmly replied, "Just fast, nothing worth praising." The surrounding martial artists could no longer wait and surged forward together. "Wait for what? The pills are almost gone. First come, first served." Yi Qingyun watched the lively spectacle with great delight. Shang Wu Qi Nian's subordinates were now like a snake without a head and fled in panic. "What do we do? Run." At that moment, a stranger suddenly appeared, struck with a palm and roared, "All of you get lost." With just one palm strike, the manager swept away all the chaotic remnants of Shang Wu Qi Nian's faction. After dealing with them, the manager stepped forward and greeted him. "You must be President Yi, correct?" Yi Qingyun replied. "Oh, you finally decided to appear, manager." The manager immediately smiled warmly. President Yi must be joking. Yet inwardly he complained, "Shang Guan Kaian Qiu, why did I ever trust you?" Yi Qingyun did not want to waste time arguing and pointed at Gu Zai. "Enough, I want to take him away." And the manager immediately replied, "You may." Yi Qingyun nodded and stopped pursuing the matter. "HMPH, at least you know your place." Then patted Gu Zai's shoulder and said, "Let's go, it is over." Gu Zai said gratefully, "Thank you," and Yi Qingyun laughed, "No need to be polite." While the manager hurriedly waved the crowd away, "Disperse, are you still here to watch?" Thus Yi Qingyun successfully resolved old Gu Dan's problem. He stepped forward and thanked the warriors. "Everyone may leave now, thank you, I will seek your help again someday." And the men replied, "It was nothing, Chairman Yi, just call us whenever needed." Exactly, thanking us sounds too distant. While Yao Jai eagerly stepped forward, "Chairman Yi, remember to call me, I am Yao Jai," and Yi Qingyun nodded happily, "No problem." Hearing the name Yao Jai, the crowd was shocked, for he ranked 10th on the Imperial Extreme ranking and was rumored to have never revealed his full strength. Gu Dan led Yi Qingyun and the others back and said, "I never expected him to be Yao Jai." Making Yi Qingyun ask in surprise, "Elder Gu, do you know him?" Gu Dan shook his head. "No, but I have heard of Yao Jai, the Desert King and master of the Desert Martial Soul," then added, "Although he ranks 10th, even Shang Guan Kaian Qiu in 3rd place does not dare underestimate him." Some people do not bother entering the Imperial Extreme ranking, and Shang Guan Kaian Qiu being 3rd does not mean he is the 3rd strongest under heaven. Yi Qingyun asked, "His title is the Desert King, is there a desert nearby?" And Gu Dan replied, "Yes, west of the 8 Wastelands lies the 8 Wastelands Divine Desert, and beyond it is the entrance to the lower Divine Realm. However, the entrance is now sealed, and a century ago Yun Hai opened the path, drawing countless experts from the 8 Wastelands, but only Yun Hai escaped. The others either died inside and became cold bones or returned as fools, and no one knows what is hidden there or why so many died." While Yi Qingyun thought, "A century ago again when I died." Inside the cultivation chamber, Lao Huo Jai reluctantly asked, "Master, are you going to refine this fierce lightning flame and use it to break the demonic sword formation, which seals spiritual power but grants a demonic sword to anyone who breaks it without spiritual power?" Legend says there are 7 demonic swords that can combine into the ancient demonic sword, and every owner must kill the others to seize their swords. But Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "When soldiers come, send a general. When floods come, build a dam." Yi Qingyun circulated his power and controlled the exotic flame in his palm. The fierce lightning flame instantly erupted and spread throughout the room. After the 10 demonic flames absorbed it, they could nearly burn 80% of everything under heaven. Yi Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately began cultivating. The sky suddenly darkened strangely under the influence of the lightning exotic flame. Yi Qingyun entered deep cultivation, compressed an enormous force, and roared, "Ha!" The lightning flame shot out of the pavilion. Brilliant golden spiritual energy suddenly appeared, making everyone exclaim, "Who caused this phenomenon? That is amazing. Ah, the light is blinding me." Yi Qingyan stomped on the floor. He exhaled a long, refreshing breath. Then he stood, turned around, and cracked his joints. Yi Qingyan smiled happily. "I finally broke through successfully." At that moment, a surge of golden light suddenly appeared. Yi Qingyan immediately recognized a teleportation formation, and Lao Huojai said, "Master, the legend is true. This must lead to the demonic sword, so the 7 demonic swords truly exist." Lao Huojai was delighted for his master and asked, "Master, will you go?" And Yi Qingyun replied briefly, "No." He directly shattered the teleportation formation, stunning Lao Huojai. "Master, that is a legendary divine artifact." But Yi Qingyun remained unmoved. "So what? Going without enough strength only means death." Yi Qingyun thought the teleportation formation had been destroyed, but something still seemed unusual. As he carefully observed it, the formation suddenly shot toward him, making Lao Huojai shout, "Master, watch out." The teleportation formation was instantly absorbed into the mark on Yi Qingyun's forehead, leaving even Lao Huojai unable to understand what had happened. Yi Qingyun remarked, "Such abundant spiritual power, this formation can even become a mark." And Lao Huojai replied, "Master, does that mean you can go whenever you wish?" To which Yi Qingyun nodded. "You could say that." A voice suddenly called from outside, "Mr. Yi." Gu Dan opened the door and immediately thought, "Why are there spiritual power fluctuations?" before calling again, "Mr. Yi." Suddenly, the bottle in his hand fell and shattered on the floor. Elder Gu froze like a statue and stared at Yi Qingyun as though seeing a ghost, stammering, "Why you?" Gu Tianhe, who came along, also had no idea what happened. "Gu Dan, what's wrong?" Elder Gu panicked. "Mr. Yi, his cultivation." Gu Tianhe still knew nothing and walked in. "What's wrong with his cultivation? Why are you making such a fuss?" Elder Gu still looked soulless, staring wide-eyed at Yi Qingyun. "My God, the Heavenly King realm." Gu Tianhe pressed, "Mr. Yi, how did your cultivation suddenly jump straight to the first level of the Heavenly King realm?" Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "It's only the first level of the Heavenly King realm, no need to be so shocked." The 2 old men were instantly speechless. Yi Qingyun calmly looked at them. "You too?" Elder Gu Tianhe hurriedly waved his hand. "It's nothing, young Master Yi is truly humble." Yi Qingyun replied, "You flatter me. Did you two come for something?" The old man suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Gu Zin, come in." Elder Gu Dan also called Gu Zai. "You come in too." Gu Zin and Gu Zai entered together, both carrying an impressive air. Yi Qingyun found it strange. "Gu Zin, Gu Zai, what's going on?" Clearly unable to guess the 4 men's intentions, Yi Qingyun watched Gu Zin and Gu Zai walk straight before him and kneel in respect, making him jump to his feet in confusion. Yi Qingyun asked, "What are you doing?" Gu Zin and Gu Zai pleaded together, "We, Gu Zin and Gu Zai, wish to take Mr. Yi as our master today. Please accept us." Yi Qingyun was truly stunned, so Gu Tianhe spoke for them. "Mr. Yi, seeing their sincerity, please accept them as disciples." Gu Zin and Gu Zai stubbornly waited for Yi Qingyun to nod, clearly sincerely hoping for his approval. "Mr. Yi." Yi Qingyun smiled. "There's no need. If you don't understand something, I can guide you, but forget about becoming my disciples." Yi Qingyun stepped forward, helped the brothers up, and said, "Just treat me as a friend." Gu Zin and Gu Zai did not know whether to obey or persist. Gu Tianhe saw it was inappropriate to pressure Yi Qingyun further and said, "Gu Zin, Gu Zai, since Mr. Yi refuses, let it go." Only then did the 2 youths stand. Yes. Soon after, another incident occurred as Qiu Chang rushed over in panic, shouting, "Bad news, bad news." Yi Qingyun asked doubtfully, "Qiu Chang, what happened?" Qiu Chang hurriedly replied, "Brother Qingyun, something happened to my cousin. Someone is beating him right now." Qingyun asked, "Ao Shijai?" Qiu Chang anxiously said, "Brother Qingyun, please save him. Although he's hot-tempered, narrow-minded, and offended you, he's always treated me well. Please save him." Yi Qingyun reassured Qiu Chang, "Don't panic, I promise to help you, all right." Qiu Chang immediately brightened. "Really? Thank you, Brother Qingyun." Qiu Chang hurriedly urged Yi Qingyun away. Quick, quick, Brother Qingyun, this way." The 2 elders also exchanged words. "Clan chief, everyone knows Ao Shijai's group are guests of the Gu family, yet someone dares attack our guests." Gu Tianhe agreed. Let's go see. At the scene of the conflict, the troublemaker's provocative voice rang out. Ao Shijai, hand Qiu Cheng over or I'll make you die in agony. Though Ao Shijai had been brutally beaten and had little strength left, he stubbornly resisted. Ao Shihao, dream on. Ao Shihao, with disheveled hair like a bandit, immediately thrust his weapon forward. HMPH, let's see how long you can stay stubborn. The vicious and treacherous palm technique left Ao Shijai no time to react, so he could only sit frozen and await death. Despite having almost no strength left, he used everything remaining to stand and defend himself. HMPH, I won't give up. But the attack's impact was too powerful, instantly shattering his defensive palm technique and sending Ao Shijai crashing down with a painful scream. Ah! Ao Shihao's sword flew back toward him like a boomerang. Ao Shijai was blasted to the ground and rolled several times, cracking the earth beneath him into countless fragments, clearly no match for Ao Shihao. Ao Shihao grabbed his weapon and called out, Ao Shijai, I know you have feelings for my little sister, but what's the point of doing this? Just then Qiu Cheng and Yi Qingyun arrived. Qiu Cheng cried anxiously, Cousin. Ao Shijai looked over in surprise. Qiu Cheng. Even Ao Shihao froze. Qiu Cheng. Ao Shijai panted, don't come over. Ao Shihao immediately ordered coldly, Qiu Cheng, come back with me now. Qiu Cheng ignored him and hurried over to help her cousin up. Cousin, how badly are you hurt? Yi Qingyun put aside his grudge with Ao Shijai, took out a pill and said, this is a 4th grade healing pill, take it quickly. Ao Shijai could only accept Yi Qingyun's kindness, his hand trembling as he took the pill. Thank you. He then gathered his courage and continued, young Master Yi, I was wrong before. Yi Qingyun dismissed the past. Forget what's already happened, leave the rest to me. Ao Shihao's sword suddenly shot toward Yi Qingyun in a sneak attack, but he reacted extremely quickly and dodged aside in time. Ao Shihao arrogantly said, leave it to you, what the hell are you? Yi Qingyun curled his lips into a cold smile. I don't know, but judging by you, you must be nothing at all. Unable to outargue Yi Qingyun, Ao Shihao merely snorted. What a sharp tongue. He immediately activated his sword art and shouted, today, I'll teach you a lesson in place of your elders. Just as he finished, an elderly voice asked, is that so? Ao Shihao was startled. HMPH. Turning around, he saw the elders and Hu Dudao already standing in a row watching. Ao Shihao blurted, Hu Dudao. Ao Shihao could only withdraw his sword formation and retreat, no longer daring to act recklessly. HMPH, I'll remember what happened today. With that, he quietly departed, knowing he could not fight against overwhelming strength. Everyone, farewell. After several steps, he turned and added, oh, right, the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering is in a few days, isn't it? I'll kill every brat like him I meet, and I've already reserved first place. Gu Xin and Gu Zai were furious enough to charge forward, but neither was a match for Ao Shihao. Gu Xin could not help asking, Senior Hu Dudao, why didn't you stop him? Hu Dudao calmly replied, an expert is protecting him. He added mysteriously, a hidden expert follows him and that person's strength is formidable, so a battle would only give us a 50% chance. Yi Qingyun stepped forward and asked, could it be the person ranked first on the Imperial Realm ranking? Hu Dudao answered, impossible. Doubting Yi Qingyun's words, Hu Dudao asked, do you know who ranks first? He recalled fighting that man, the supreme sword god, whose name alone weighed on everyone's hearts like a crushing boulder. Back then, even Hu Dudao, revered as second on the Imperial Realm ranking, could not withstand half a move from the mad sword. Even recalling it sent chills down Hu Dudao's spine. Even some hidden experts unwilling to join the Imperial Realm ranking probably lacked the confidence to receive a single strike from him. Yi Qingyun appeared to hear everything Hu Dudao said, yet his expression remained completely calm. Puzzled, Hu Dudao asked, young Master Yi, could you know the mad sword? Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun nodded. The 3 elders were instantly stunned. What, you know the mad sword? Yi Qingyun replied, that was long ago, where is he now? Hu Dudao answered, no one knows, he vanished a year ago. Some say he went to the 8 Wastelands divine desert to forge a path, while others say he found no worthy opponent and retired under a hidden identity. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Living anonymously is impossible. He thought, that brat obsessively pursues the sword path, so how could he retire? Gu Tianhe added, calling the mad sword the strongest person on the 8 Wastelands continent would not be an exaggeration, so someone like him could never retire. let's return first. Back in the Gu clan's reception hall, everyone sat down to discuss the matter. Yi Qingyun asked, Elder Zhang, you're hiding something from me, aren't you? Elder Zhang silently pondered before replying, Young Master Yi, this old man's name is Zhang Sanfeng. Hu Du Dao froze in shock, sprang to his feet, and asked in disbelief, You are Zhang Sanfeng. Gu Dan explained, Mr. Yi, Zhang Sanfeng ranked second in the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering 2 tournaments ago and once fought the Mad Sword. Yi Qingyun immediately became interested. Oh, what was the result? Gu Dan replied, Perhaps Elder Zhang is the only person in the world who has endured one of his sword strikes. Yi Qingyun asked, I see, then what happened afterward? Gu Dan said Zhang Sanfeng did not appear at the previous 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering, so his name is no longer on the Imperial Realm ranking. Old madman, why has your cultivation fallen to the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm? Elder Zhang sighed, The story is long. Years ago, I visited the Heaven-Earth lineage, an extremely strange place containing the World-Defying Clan. The World-Defying Clan is peculiar, and Ao Shijai and Ao Shihao both belong to it, while Ao Shihao is its eldest legitimate heir. He has come for Qiu Chang, probably to obtain the world-defying berserk spirit inside her. The old fellow within Little Sword could not help exclaiming, The world-defying berserk spirit. The old fellow communicated mentally, Master, the world-defying berserk spirit can awaken a weapon spirit in any weapon and transform it into a divine weapon. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. That should be correct, but it can only be used 3 times in a lifetime, so will Qiu Chang die after using all 3? Yi Qingyun turned to Zhang Sanfeng and asked, Elder Zhang, how many times has Qiu Chang used the world-defying berserk spirit? Elder Zhang replied, Not once. Yi Qingyun sighed in relief. That's good. Elder Zhang added, Qiu Chang's father bears the surname Qiu, but her mother belongs to the World-Defying Clan. Something must have happened within the World-Defying Clan involving Qiu Chang's mother, otherwise they would not dare treat her this way. Gu Dan and Hu Du Dao gradually understood, as the expert beside Ao Shihao came from the Heaven-Earth lineage, where the Dark Hall and Bloodslaughter sect reportedly had their headquarters. Zhang Sanfeng said, Ao Shihao is the 2nd strongest youth of the World-Defying Clan and possesses a mutated world-defying berserk flood dragon constitution that has reached its 2nd form, making him extremely arrogant. Gu Xin remained doubtful. Is he really that strong? He looked toward Yi Qingyun with complete faith, believing perhaps only Mr. Yi could defeat someone like that. Zhang Sanfeng sternly warned everyone, Ao Shihao is ruthless, so if he joins the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering, he will turn it into a bloody slaughter. Gu Tian he considered it and said, Before the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering, there is a banquet tonight traditionally hosted by our Gu clan. Mr. Yi, why not preside over it and test that man's strength? Finding the suggestion reasonable, Yi Qingyun nodded. All right. Gu Kang immediately objected, Patriarch, I disagree, not because I deny Chairman Yi's strength, but if he hosts the event, the people below may not accept him. And Gu Dan retorted, Then tell me who would object. Gu Kang was instantly speechless. Well, someone surely will, making Gu Dan laugh, ha ha. Gu Tian he turned to ask Yi Qingyun, Mr. Yi, what do you think? And Yi Qingyun calmly replied, I am not interested in hosting, but trying it poses no problem. As for anyone who refuses to accept me, they can come directly to me. Then Qingyun excused himself. I will wait in my room until the banquet begins. Gu Xin watched the senior leave with admiration in her eyes. Mr. Yi is truly imposing. Soon afterward, lively noise filled the Gu family palace. The banquet was arranged grandly, and all the guests had arrived. Ao Shihao also took his seat, swept his contemptuous gaze around, and sneered, I thought they would be powerful, but they are all trash. Li Guikai walked over and arrogantly shouted at Shihao, Hey, get lost, you are sitting in my seat. Those opposite began watching excitedly. Look, that is Li Guikai, the Li family's genius who ranked 10th at the previous 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering. Who is that seated man? Does he want to die? Ao Shihao remained indifferent and said nothing, merely flicking his finger. His sword suddenly shot forward, leaving Li Guikai shocked by the young man's arrogance. HMPH, you dare attack here. A childish trick dares show off before an expert, let me handle it. And Li Guikai threw a punch in retaliation. However, Ao Shihao's sword was overwhelmingly powerful, and the collision directly forced Li backward until he lost his balance and defensive stance. Li Guikai staggered and crashed into the nearby tables, silencing the entire hall as the stranger's terrifying attack defeated him in barely half a move. Another warrior found it unjust and jumped out, shouting, Who dares cause trouble at the Eight Wastelands banquet? Ao Shihao immediately summoned a shadowy figure and sighed impatiently. HMPH, how troublesome, it is like disturbing a nest of snakes. Fighting is forbidden at the Eight Wastelands banquet, and anyone who disobeys. This old man is in a good mood today and does not wish to see blood, so get lost. Hearing this, the warrior immediately became submissive with fear. Yes, yes. Ao Shihao laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, interesting, when a voice suddenly rang out, silence, the host is about to arrive. Several people behind them immediately whispered, hey, I heard the host this time is not the Gu family patriarch. Then who else is qualified? Yi Qingyun entered the banquet and someone thought he had gone the wrong way and warned, young man, why are you going up there? That is not somewhere you can stand, come down quickly. Yi Qingyun did not rebuke him and politely replied, to be honest, I am the host of this banquet. Ao Shihao immediately recognized him as the person who had ruined his confrontation with Ao Shijai and found it somewhat interesting. When Yi Qingyun stepped onto the platform, the hall erupted in laughter. A brat who has barely grown hair can host the Eight Wastelands banquet. How absurd, guards quickly throw him down. Your barking is irritating, a pack of useless fools who know nothing. Yi Qingyun coldly swept his gaze across them and declared, I am Yi Qingyun. The crowd finally lowered their voices. Oh, he is Yi Qingyun, the new vice chairman of the Alchemist Guild, rumored to treat 5th grade pills like trash, while Yi Qingyun continued. As for me hosting, anyone who objects may stand up. Several self-important men immediately rose to provoke him. Do you think we are afraid of you? How could we accept this? Yi Qingyun immediately ordered, leave the Eight Wastelands banquet yourselves. You are no longer welcome here. Hearing this, their imposing manner instantly vanished and their legs weakened. How can this ye fellow speak so domineeringly? A fashionably styled man stepped forward and tested him. Chairman Yi is truly imposing. I heard your alchemy talent is exceptional, but few know your martial strength, so why not spar with me? Yi Qingyun immediately recognized the familiar face and showed interest in the proposal. It is you. He recalled the last time Yi Qingyun had met that elderly senior. When the old man was murdered, Zhu Enningen had been one of the 3 people who killed him. Yi Qingyun replied, unfortunately, fighting is forbidden at the Eight Wastelands banquet, and Zhu Enningen asked mockingly, unfortunately, does young master Yi not dare, or are you afraid? Yi Qingyun let him finish, then circulated his spiritual power and flashed forward like the wind, leaving Zhu Enningen frozen by his movement technique. He reached out and seized the arrogant man's shoulder before he could react. A current flowed from Yi Qingyun's palm straight into Zhu Enningen's energy core, instantly stiffening his entire body as he stammered fearfully. Why you dare, how could you? Yi Qingyun explained, you killed an innocent old man without hesitation. And if this were not the Eight Wastelands banquet, I would have done far more than merely cripple your inner core. Get lost! Yi Qingyun hurled him straight toward the gates, barring him from the Eight Wastelands grand feast. But Zhu Enningen was far too weak and could not even withstand Yi Qingyun's throw, instantly passing out. Yi Qingyun returned to the platform and continued, challenging the host at the Eight Wastelands feast means a lifetime ban from the feast. Before Yi Qingyun finished, a huge figure slowly appeared behind him. Chairman Yi is quite imposing, huh? You tell someone to leave and they must leave? Yi Qingyun asked, who are you? The man introduced himself as Zhu Xiang of the Zhu family, 9th level of the Heavenly King realm and 3rd on the Heavenly King ranking, making Yi Qingyun immediately focus on the words Zhu family. The head of Kang family's ancestor Kang Tian Ma had once been thrown into the deep forest by Zhu family's Zhu Hengyuan. Then were Kang Jai, Gao Dong, and Zhao Zio Yao Nao. Yi Qingyun replied to Zhu Xiang, these are the rules and anyone who disregards them must be punished. What do you want to try too? Zhu Xiang leaped over and sat heavily on a nearby pillar looking down on Yi Qingyun. HMPH, enough nonsense, begin. Just then Wang Yizhu of the Wang family arrived and immediately shouted, Yi brat, aren't you afraid of punishment for acting so arrogantly? Yi Qingyun saw a chance to settle their grudge. Sai, are you even qualified to mention punishment before me? I was looking for you, you helped that spiky-haired bastard commit evil that day, so today your reckoning has come. After speaking, Yi Qingyun fired a bolt of lightning at Wang Yizhu, leaving him frozen and completely unable to react. The attack did not kill him, but destroyed his energy core and left him crippled for life. In Yi Qingyun's eyes, such petty villains were no different from straw. HMPH, know your limits, men, drag him out and throw him away. Only then did Yi Qingyun have time to continue addressing everyone. Now I believe everyone knows to follow the rules, right? Yi Qingyun thought, old man, everyone who caused your death has now been crippled by me, so rest in peace. The guests lowered their voices and whispered, that newcomer crippled 2 disciples from 2 great families in moments. Is he insane? I thought he was killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, but he simply wanted to kill chickens. One unwilling man stepped forward, pointed his spear straight at Qingyun, and loudly called his name. Wang Kui, at the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm and ranked 2nd on the Heavenly King ranking, shouted, "Who do you think you are, daring to cripple a disciple of my Wang family before me?" Before he finished speaking, Wang Kui's spear was knocked aside by an incoming blade. The old man beside Ao Shihao signaled, "Young master, it's that brat again." Ao Shihao quickly recognized the attacker as Hu Dudao. Wang Kui froze in confusion and asked Hu Dudao, "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Hu Dudao angrily knocked Wang Kui's spear into the air, while Wang Kui remained helpless and dared not resist. Hu Dudao declared, "Any grudge can be settled on the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering Arena, but today is the 8 Wastelands Feast, so fighting is forbidden." Wang Kui immediately protested, but he attacked too. Hu Dudao's blade swung again with overwhelming force. "Don't argue, Chairman Yi merely crippled those 2, which was already merciful. Besides, the 8 Wastelands Feast is hosted by my Gu family and the Alchemist Guild, so challenging the host and our vice-chairman is enough to warrant death under the rules." Wang Kui stared at the blade slashing toward him and cried in panic, "Wait, wait, wait." Hu Dudao pressed the icy blade against Wang Kui's neck and asked, "So Wang Kui, do you want to die?" Wang Kui stammered, "And no, I don't." Yi Qingyun clapped, praising Hu Dudao for taking the initiative. He then gestured and continued, "All right, I trust no one has any more questions, so let the feast begin." The guests were still bitter over what happened, and some mocked, "How is this killing a chicken anymore? He even kills the monkeys," with Hu Dudao holding them down for him. Ao Shihao ordered his elderly subordinate to leave, and the old man immediately obeyed and vanished. Yi Qingyun noticed them and asked, "What's wrong? Why is he leaving already?" Ao Shihao replied, "Wait until the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering begins, then you'll understand the gap between us." Yi Qingyun frankly replied, "Then we'll see when we meet again." Zhu Xiang and Wang Kui also saluted Hu Dudao. "Senior Hu Du, will take our leave." Hu Dudao had no intention of stopping them. "Go." Wang Kui deliberately spoke loudly for Yi Qingyun to hear. "The 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering is in a few days. I hope Chairman Yi attends and manages to reach the top 50. His provocation did not shake Yi Qingyun, who politely replied, "No need to worry." Zhu Xiang passed by and left a challenge. "I also hope to experience Chairman Yi's skills then." Yi Qingyun nodded, "Sure, I won't see you out." The 2 then left. Farewell. Their hearts remained filled with resentment, eagerly awaiting their next meeting. Only then did Yi Qingyun address Hu Dudao. "Senior Hu Du, now that the irrelevant people are gone, could you spare some time to guide me?" Hu Dudao asked curiously. "Chairman Yi wants to spar with me." Yi Qingyun replied, "Senior, I know the gap between our strength. I only want to exchange insights into combat intent with you today." Hu Dudao answered with interest, "If we're only comparing combat intent, then I can practice with you." The 2 went to a secluded place where Senior Hu Du asked, "Mr. Yi, what level has your sword intent reached now? I can suppress my blade intent to the same level." Yi Qingyun replied, "Sword Heart Realm," leaving Hu Dudao stunned. "What? How is that possible? Mr. Yi needn't deceive me. Sword intent advances far slower than cultivation." Before Hu Dudao could keep doubting, Yi Qingyun instantly unleashed a fierce sword intent. Senior Hu Dudao could hardly believe his eyes. It truly was the Sword Heart Realm. Yi Qingyun shocked him once again, and Hu Dudao said, "A Sword Heart swordsman before 20. Since Yi Qingyun had shattered his understanding many times, Senior Hu Dudao gestured, "Then I'll lower my blade intent to the Blade Heart Realm." Yi Qingyun replied, "No need, Senior, just lower it to the Blade Force Realm above Blade Heart." Yi Qingyun's steely certainty excited the elder even more. "So confident, then I shall grant your wish." With that, both released spiritual power and began the duel. Yi Qingyun drew his sword and calmly awaited Hu Dudao, having not sought guidance from a senior like this in ages. Hu Dudao charged with his blade and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, good." Yi Qingyun was the only young man to earn his special respect, and as the blade descended, he watched intently without the slightest fear. He caught the blade's trajectory and even smiled provocatively with delight. The slash was so powerful that Yi Qingyun had to exert his strength, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Hu Dudao praised, "Fine sword, what is its name?" Yi Qingyun frankly replied, "Heartless sword." Hu Du Dao proudly said, "What a fine heartless sword. My blade is the golden dragon, passed down by my ancestors, and today it has finally met a worthy rival." Yi Qingyun exclaimed, "Golden dragon, you're a descendant of Du Gu Xing Tian." Hu Du Dao was also surprised. "Mr. Yi knows my ancestor." After thinking briefly, Yi Qingyun finally understood, just as expected. Du Gu Xing Tian and Hu Du Dao truly shared some similarities, reminding him of friends from his previous life and making him wonder how those fellows were doing now. Yi Qingyun carefully said, "Senior Xing Tian's fame shook the three realms, and as a child I read his deeds in a legendary chronicle which said his blade was called Golden Dragon," making Hu Du Dao understand. Yi Qingyun wanted to say more but instead leaped forward. "Come, senior, let's continue." Hu Du Dao immediately prepared to receive him, and the two eagerly exchanged many moves without either yielding. Their exhilarating spar continued for a long while. Yi Qingyun still seemed unwilling to stop as the wind rose, as though even the weather supported them. Without showing any fatigue, Yi Qingyun slashed forward again. Hu Du Dao swung his blade and deflected the attack, slightly surprising Qingyun because he had used his full strength. The elder was drenched in sweat and had clearly begun to tire. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, I must admit I underestimated you. Among those at your same energy and martial realm, you are unquestionably number one." Feeling utterly exhilarated, Yi Qingyun replied, "Refreshing, senior truly deserves the title of Blade Master." Hu Du Dao thought to himself, "It seems Mr. Yi has improved again. The younger generation is truly formidable." Having gained much from the duel, Yi Qingyun returned to his room to rest when news suddenly arrived. "Chairman Yi, we have news," the subordinate reported. "Yi Zoe, whom you asked us to investigate, was reportedly taken to the Phoenix clan by someone named Feng Lengqing a year ago," startling Yi Qingyun. He thought that with the Phoenix Empress's strength, no one could take her daughter from under her nose unless she had silently permitted it. Yi Qingyun turned and asked, "Then where is the Phoenix clan's ancestral home?" The subordinate replied, "We don't know." The clues remained vague, and even now Yi Qingyun still carried endless longing in his heart. Zoe. At Cloud Sea Holy Land, Holy Lord Yun Qiziu and Guardian Yun Jin were seeing Holy Son Yun Tian off, and Yun Qiziu said, "Yun Tian, we're counting on you this time," while Yun Tian bowed farewell. "Yes." At the Shangguan family, clan head Shangguan Qianqiu and their strongest expert Shangguan Jianhao had also arrived. Shangguan Qianqiu snorted unhappily, HMPH. The young master of the Eight Wastelands Merchant Guild, Hai Wang Xiao Zhu Lang, said to the four girls beside him, "Ladies, let me tell you about this Eight Wastelands grand gathering." Before he could continue, Hai Wang Xiao Zhu Lang suddenly froze in surprise. Looking toward the chairman of the Eight Wastelands grand gathering, he instantly recognized Yi Qingyun, the young man who had confronted him days earlier. "It's that brat." Gu Zai said, "Brother Yi, the Eight Wastelands Grand Gathering is held once every 5 years and has 3 tiers, Top 100, Top 50, and Top 20. Every Eight Wastelands Grand Gathering has over 3,000 participants, and the first round is to compete for the top 100 spots." Gu Zai added, "Killing isn't forbidden here, but Brother Yi, if you meet anyone from the Immortal Martial Palace, you'd better avoid provoking that powerful faction." While the two were still talking, Hai Wang Xiao Zhu Lang appeared from nowhere and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, it really is you." Gu Zai asked in surprise, "Brother Yi, who is this?" Yi Qingyun replied, "Just a fool, let's go." "Ignore him." Hai Wang Xiao Zhu Lang still looked confused. "A fool, what's that?" The idiot's words instantly drew laughter from everyone. "A fool seems to mean a very stupid animal. Hurry and beat him to death. He's insulting you." Hai Wang Xiao Zhu Lang nearly choked with rage. "Brat, you dare insult me? I didn't want trouble, but you keep pushing me. Last time you escaped quickly, but this time won't be so easy. Guards, beat him to death." Xiao Zhu Lang called 2 guards forward. The girls became excited the moment they saw the 2 tall, dark-skinned, muscular men. "Wow, they're so strong. I really like them." Xiao Zhu Lang burned with jealousy, thinking these shameless women went weak whenever they saw strong men, and shouted, "Get lost." They hurriedly apologized. "We were only admiring them." Gu Zin arrived inside at the scene. "Xiao Zhu Lang, after months apart you're still so childish." Xiao Zhu Lang recognized him immediately. "Gu Zin." He gritted his teeth and said, "You want to defend that brat? He's angered me several times, so for the Eight Wastelands Commerce Guild's sake, stay out of this, and I'll personally visit to thank you another day." Gu Zin explained, don't you know he's the newly appointed vice president of the Alchemist Guild? Yi Qingyun didn't want Gu Zin wasting time on this trash and signaled him, enough, let that fool come. Xiao Zulang finally lost patience, still calling me a fool, beat him. Gu Zai immediately rang a bell loudly. Everyone, attention please. Gu Zai gestured to the crowd, whoever beats up this fool can receive a 4th grade pill from my brother. Yi Qingyun nodded, that's right. The passers-by immediately whispered, why does this seem so familiar? Isn't he the newly appointed vice president of the Alchemist Guild who generously gives away pills in that story storytellers kept telling recently? Exactly, no wonder it sounded familiar, but what does it have to do with you? Aren't you afraid Xiao Zulang will take revenge? One martial artist found the reward too tempting and instantly charged forward, appearing above Xiao Zulang in a flash. With a straight Muay Thai knee strike to the fool's back, he made him squeal like a rat. The mysterious martial artist turned to ask, President Yi, is this enough? Yi Qingyun nodded with satisfaction and tossed him a pill. Take it. The martial artist gratefully said, thank you, President Yi. Remember me if another good opportunity comes up. I'm the blue-headed hero who punishes evil and especially loves beating fools. Only then did Xiao Zulang freeze. He is the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. Yi Qingyun. Gu Zin nodded. You only realize now. The shameless women crowded over to comfort Xiao Zulang. Are you all right? My heart aches for you. Gu Zin ignored him and asked Yi Qingyun, Mr. Yi, what's your number? Yi Qingyun replied, number 1. Gu Zin became excited. Number 1, Mr. Yi is amazing. He grinned brightly and Yi Qingyun curiously asked, what about you? What's your number? Gu Zin replied, what a coincidence. I have 4 threes, number 3333. Gu Zai joined in, your number is impressive. I'm 5182. Suddenly the organizer announced, next, number 5182 versus number 4887. Please enter the arena. Yi Qingyun looked up at the arrogant martial artist, 4887, who's here seeking death. Yi Qingyun encouraged Gu Zai, it's your turn. Gu Zin also cheered for his brother, good luck. Gu Zai nodded, all right. Gu Zai's opponent was a monk who said, as a monk who practices compassion, I don't wish to fight, so surrender. Gu Zai replied, the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering is a martial contest to decide victory, so if you don't want to fight, why not go home? What a hypocrite. The monk instantly became furious and attacked first. Hypocrite, it seems you have no affinity with the Buddha wisdom palm. Yi Qingyun watched closely. Gu Zai's cultivation may not seem high, but his combat strength is impressive. This should end quickly. Gu Zin agreed, Mr. Yi is right. Before they could clearly follow the fight, Gu Zai had already knocked the monk down. Ha ha, Mr. Yi, how was my performance? Gu Zin cheered, not bad Gu Zai, looks like you didn't waste the past 6 months. Yi Qingyun was slightly startled when the organizer announced, next, number 1 versus number 1991. Gu Zin immediately looked at him, Mr. Yi, it's your turn. Yi Qingyun nodded and walked out. I'll be back shortly. With that, Yi Qingyun leaped onto the martial arena. He approached his opponent, who stared uncertainly and asked, HMPH, you are? It's you? His expression instantly brightened as if meeting family. President Yi, haha. Yi Qingyun asked strangely, why are you laughing? Shouldn't you cry after meeting me? The man replied, haha, President Yi, people say when fate opens one door for you, it closes another. Since your alchemy talent is so great, your martial arts must be average. My luck is truly incredible. Yi Qingyun dashed forward and said that personal feelings should not affect a match. Unfortunately, what you said doesn't apply to me. The opponent eagerly accepted the challenge. I don't believe it. He unleashed a blazing palm strike forward, thinking he had burned Yi Qingyun to ashes. Yet Yi Qingyun slowly emerged from the raging sea of flames, terrifying him as if he had seen a ghost. What? Yi Qingyun looked at him without mercy, as this tournament allowed none, then unleashed the destruction palm. It struck him squarely in the face. Realizing the vast gap in strength, the opponent hurriedly shouted, I surrender. Hey, I already surrendered. Yi Qingyun had deliberately spared his life, merely leaving him battered and naked. Good thing you know your place, or it wouldn't be just a simple hairstyle change. Yi Qingyun reminded the others, remember, fate is often very unfair, as the organizers continued calling numbers 3521 and 5555. A gigantic phoenix flew over, carrying the next contestant on its back. The stranger leaped down under countless curious gazes. HMPH. Lai Yan of the Li family, one of the 8 great families, asked, where is my opponent, too afraid to appear? It was Lai Yan, ranked 5th on the Heavenly King ranking, and the crowd openly disliked his arrogance. Another show-off. quiet, do you want to die? Yi Qingyun had already guessed the outcome and chuckled, heh, that brat is doomed. Ao Shihao finally appeared. I never expected the 8 wastelands to have so much trash. If someone like you ranks 5th on the Heavenly King ranking, that ranking is hardly reliable. He walked forward, come, I'm your opponent, while Lai Yan crossed his arms and asked, brat, do you know who I am? Ao Shihao replied, aren't you just 5th on some useless ranking? Why are you so arrogant? Lai Yan said no more, attacked first and cursed, Shihao, you arrogant bastard. Great Rock Iron Claw, his unique killing move, was unleashed. Yet Ao Shihao did not even move his body, merely tilting his head to dodge before mocking, too slow. Lai Yan finally realized his opponent was not as simple as he thought and immediately grew wary. Great Rockwing Slash. He charged again but still could not touch his opponent, while Ao Shihao instantly glided beside him and mocked, still too slow. Lai Yan was speechless with terror as Ao Shihao sighed, I'm done playing with you, and somehow his sword had already sliced across Lai Yan's throat. Yi Qingyun easily noticed it, yet even he was astonished by Ao Shihao's fighting style and movement technique. Incredible. Lai Yan dropped to his knees, the life fatting from his face as blood poured endlessly. Lai Yan collapsed and died on the spot without even leaving any final words. Ao Shihao's hand was covered in the Li man's blood as he turned and coldly said, the 8 great families. Frogs trapped in a well, and just as he had declared, he intended to turn the 8 Wastelands Grand Tournament into a massacre. A Li family subordinate rushed over and cried in panic, young master. The crowd gasped, Imperial Apex Realm, while Ao Shihao glanced at the man who was enraged by young master Lai Yan's death and charged forward roaring, you little bastard, die. Suddenly, an aged hand firmly grabbed the old subordinate's arm. The old man appeared and warned, youngster, no need for such rage, making the man ask in shock, who are you? Let go, you. What are you trying to do? But the mysterious elder said nothing and dragged him straight into the ground. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking heaven and earth. In the middle of the 8 Wastelands arena, the subordinate begged, Senior, show mercy, while only shattered rocks and dense dust filled the stage. Ao Shihao said contemptuously, ha, a trash guard and a trash young master truly make a perfect pair. A Li family member roared furiously, you killed a Li family elder. Ao Shihao stepped forward and threatened, shut up or I'll kill you too, leaving the man too terrified to say another word. Hu Du Dao appeared and asked, Mr. Yi, you're here too, was that commotion just now? Yi Qingyun replied, not me, it was the old man beside Ao Shihao, he's extremely powerful. An uproar instantly swept through the arena, an Imperial Apex Realm elder of the Li family died. Who killed him? I only saw a shadow. Why ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Another man hovered in midair and shouted, lawless, who dares kill here? The crowd below murmured that the 8 Wastelands gathering organizers had finally stepped in for justice, but the old man sneered, ridiculous, I recall no rule forbidding killing in combat. The old man's voice rang out, besides, this man barged into the arena and attacked my young master, so should I simply stand by and watch? Gu Tian he warned his son that the man who had just acted was extremely powerful and ordered him to investigate his background, and Gu Xin nodded. Understood. The old man continued arguing, who knew he was so weak that one move killed him, his death is hardly regrettable. Gu Tian he was displeased by such arrogance, as the old man clearly regarded everyone else as beneath him. The Li family men rushed forward to demand repayment. I don't care what your relationship is, killing a member of my Li family demands a price. And this was Li family head Li Shitang, one of the 8 great families at the 8th level of the Imperial Apex Realm, while Ao Shihao calmly watched him and muttered, idiot. Li Shitang felt slightly uneasy and wondered why this brat still dared speak so insolently when death was already upon him. From the crater created by the old man, a strange aura surged upward as his booming voice echoed, you want to touch my young master. A gigantic demonic serpent appeared and opened its hideous maw. Have you asked this old man first? Li Shitang shouted at Ao Shihao, have you lost your mind? Do you want your young master killed too? Yet Shihao merely stood still and sneered, ha ha. The demonic serpent passed straight through Ao Shihao's body, and Li Shitang had never witnessed such a formation in his life. What? He tensed his body and tightly grabbed the demonic serpent's enormous fangs with both hands to resist it. But the demonic serpent was far from easy to handle, and it suddenly spat a powerful force from its mouth straight at his face. The man staggered, released his grip, and was blasted backward. The serpent's impact hurled him toward the arena, leaving him completely unable to control his body. Fortunately, Hu Du's blade stabbed firmly into the ground, allowing him to finally stop. Li Shitang's entire body ached as he struggled to rise, yet he still could not stand. Hu Du Dao immediately leaped onto the arena, and Li Shitang gratefully said, "Brother Hu Du, thank you," while Hu Du Dao replied, "Family head Li, no need for courtesy." The old man was about to charge forward and continue fighting, but Hu Du Dao raised a hand. "Old man, wait," and the elder immediately recognized Hu Du Dao. "Oh, it's you." Hu Du Dao ordered solemnly, "Let the previous matter end here and everyone take a step back." "Family head Li, what do you think?" Li Shitang could only swallow his anger and stop, since even if he wished to continue, he was no longer capable. The old man dusted off his hands and turned away. "Hu Du Dao, right? This old man will give you face this time." Fortunately for the Li family, young Master Li Yan was safely taken away by Li Shitang. "Brother Hu Du, farewell," and Hu Du Dao bid the father and son goodbye, "Farewell." The organizers issued another order, "All right, continue the matches and try not to kill, but anyone deliberately killing will be disqualified once discovered," and the crowd immediately protested. "How can this be? What?" Doubt rose in Yi Qingyun's heart as he wondered whether this meant killing was still allowed, and what ambition the organizers were truly hiding. Ao Shihao had been watching Yi Qingyun and quietly reminded him, "Hey, Chairman Yi, you must reach the very end," and Yi Qingyun nodded, "Likewise, likewise." The first round of the 8 Wastelands gathering lasted 5 full days before ending, almost like a massive war, and 10 days later Yi Qingyun's group emerged victorious and prepared to leave today. Yi Qingyun, Gu Xin, and Gu Zai chatted as they walked. "Let's go, haha, Gu Xin did pretty well, right? You're strong too," when noise suddenly erupted ahead. "Hurry, this seems to be Holy Sun Chu Fei of the Cloud Vast Sacred Land. What's so rare about a Holy Sun?" "A Holy Sun isn't rare, but his opponent is also Yun Tian, a Holy Sun of the Cloud Vast Sacred Land." "Oh, then we must watch," and Yi Qingyun walked over upon hearing this, thinking, "Yun Tian. Fight, fight, exactly what are you waiting for?" Chu Fei provoked. "Yun Tian, your luck is bad, meeting your senior brother as soon as you entered the arena, so be careful because I won't show mercy." Yun Tian, Holy Son of the Cloud Vast Sacred Land and at the 3rd level of the Heavenly King Realm, calmly replied, "Senior brother, please instruct me." Chu Fei, at the 5th level of the Heavenly King Realm, immediately charged forward and mocked, "Stop pretending," while thinking that this country brat had only been lucky and today he would expose his true weakness. The 2 fellow disciples immediately collided fiercely, and their palm force sent waves of tremors across the entire arena. Chu Fei said coldly, "Yun Tian, when I sever all your meridians later, don't blame me," and Yun Tian boldly replied, "You can never do that." Chu Fei circulated his power and condensed his martial soul into the form of a divine green frog beast. Yun Tian asked his senior brother if he wanted to compete with martial spirits. Yun Tian had always been nearly invincible in this regard, so he instantly summoned the demon-eyed azure wolf, whose divine wolf phantom surged forth with a terrifying aura. Chu Fei panicked and released him, exclaiming, "What?" Chu Fei had always feared this power of Yun Tian, so he quickly retreated and kept his distance, saying, "I didn't expect you were still hiding your strength." Yun Tian felt Chu Fei was wrong and seriously corrected him. "I've never hidden my strength, senior brother simply never bothered to understand me." With that, Yun Tian unleashed Razor Gale Fist and charged at his opponent like lightning. Chu Fei was already prepared to counter, "So what if you hid your strength? Senior brother can still teach you a lesson." Yun Tian continued using Invincible Sovereign Fist and punched straight at Chu Fei, who immediately commanded his green frog martial spirit, "Swallow it." The green frog eagerly opened its huge mouth, intending to swallow the entire surge of spiritual power. But in an instant, Yun Tian's spiritual power proved too overwhelming, causing the green frog to explode on the spot. Chu Fei staggered, unable to defend himself for a moment. "How can this be?" He cried out in disbelief, "Impossible, you can't be this strong." Qiu Cheng had also arrived and watched Yun Tian's battle from below, excitedly cheering, "Brother Yun Tian, you're amazing." Yun Tian glanced back, puzzled why Qiu Cheng was so enthusiastic toward him, while she waved and shouted, "Brother Yun Tian, look here, look here." Yun Tian remained indifferent, turned back to the arena and told Chu Fei, "Senior brother, admit defeat, you're no match for me," leaving the ignored Qiu Cheng awkward. "Brother Yun Tian." Chu Fei immediately cupped his hands apologetically. "Junior brother, I offended you greatly today, please forgive me." making Yun Tian wonder why his senior brother was acting so strangely. It turned out his courtesy was fake, and he was merely waiting for a chance to ambush Yun Tian, shouting, "Die!" Hidden weapons shot from Chu Fei's body, catching Yun Tian off guard, but fortunately someone appeared in time to block them. Chu Fei exclaimed in shock, Who are you?" Yi Qingyun stood there and replied, "Yun Tian spared you, yet you still don't know your place." Disgusted by someone who would harm his own fellow disciple, Yi Qingyun directly sent the hidden weapons back at him. HMPH. Seeing Yi Qingyun launch the hidden weapons, Chu Fei panicked. What are you doing?" But he could not escape Yi Qingyun's finishing blow, and Yi Qingyun coldly concluded, "You brought this upon yourself." Yun Tian was overjoyed to see Yi Qingyun again after so long. "Brother Yi, you're also participating in the Eight Wastelands Grand Gathering." Yi Qingyun nodded. "Yeah, long time no see." Qiu Chang leaped onto the arena and ran over beaming. "Brother Qingyun, brother Yun Tian, so you two know each other?" Yi Qingyun nodded. "Yes, 2 years ago Yun Tian and I traveled together to Azure Cloud Holy Land." But Qiu Chang suddenly cleared her throat and interrupted. "Brother Yun Tian, why did you ignore me just now? Am I a demon or a monster that will eat you?" Yun Tian scratched his head and apologized. "Of course not." But Qiu Chang loudly demanded, "Then why did you still?" Just then someone suddenly realized something. HMPH, that's Chu Fei's life talisman. The old master flew off in a rage, shouting, "Whoever dared kill my Azure Cloud disciple, I'll cut you into 100 pieces." While the 2 disciples beside him stared blankly. Master said he'd cut you into 100 pieces." Yun Tian immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, he's my martial uncle, let me explain to him." But Yi Qingyun replied, "HMPH, it's fine, leave it to me." The master jumped onto the arena, cradled his disciple Chu Fei's corpse, and cried out painfully, "Chu Fei." He then turned and cursed Yi Qingyun. "Yi Qingyun, it's you again. You killed my disciple because you think I'm insignificant." Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "Who the hell are you? Why should I care about you?" Knowing he could not reason with Yi Qingyun, the master roared threateningly, "How dare you speak to me like that? The venerable has left, aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Yi Qingyun sneered, "Afraid of you? Don't make me laugh." While the two were arguing, a familiar voice suddenly called out Yi Qingyun's name, Chairman Yi. It was the assassin Yao Jai who approached and greeted him. "It's been a few days, have you been well?" Yi Qingyun recognized him and exclaimed excitedly, "It's you." Yao Jai whispered, "Do you have any more pills I can get?" Yi Qingyun chuckled, "Not for now, but if I do, I'll definitely tell you." Yao Jai laughed loudly, "Haha, Chairman Yi is truly straightforward, so I'll stand right beside you and follow any orders whenever needed." Aoshi's master suddenly felt a chill down his spine. That aura and attire. Is he Yao Jai, the king of the desert? He immediately shouted, "Wait, Chairman Yi, chairman." He stammered in disbelief. "Yi Qingyun, when did you become a chairman?" Yi Qingyun smiled smugly. Hearing his question, the audience below burst into laughter. "Azure Cloud Holy Land, what's wrong with him? Chairman Yi has become incredibly famous lately, yet he doesn't know the second most prominent figure in the Alchemist Guild." Cold sweat poured down his face as the situation grew increasingly awkward. "What? The Alchemist Guild? Impossible! How could the Alchemist Guild let you become chairman? Are they all blind?" Yi Qingyun sneered, "Weren't you threatening to kill me just now? Why have you become a coward after learning my identity?" Yun Tian was just as shocked. "Brother Yi, have you become president of the Alchemist Guild?" Yi Qingyun replied, "The guild president has always been the Gu family head, so how could I be their president?" Yi Qingyun turned and mocked the young man. "Am I right, Holy Lord Yun Sheng?" He instantly flew into a rage. "Bastard, you dare mock me." The young man was about to charge in for a decisive battle when Yao Jai stepped out to stop him. "Wait." Yi Qingyun was also surprised. "Huh?" Yao Jai asked. "President Yi, leave him to me. His strength is decent, so how about 3 4th-grade pills?" Yi Qingyun hesitated, while the young man raged. "Yao Jai, are you provoking me? You rank 9th on the Imperial Realm ranking, but I'm not far behind you." Yao Jai looked at him and asked, "What even is the Imperial Realm ranking?" He had never cared about rankings, and Yao Jai scoffed, "Isn't it just something weaklings in the Imperial Realm used to brag?" 9th stage Imperial Realm, damn, Yao Jai had hidden himself well. Now things were interesting. Another 9th stage Imperial Realm powerhouse had appeared in the 8 Wastelands. The young man went limp with shock and stammered, "Why, you are already at the 9th stage Imperial Realm." Yao Jai provoked him, "Can I stop you now?" Yi Qingyun said, "No need to trouble Senior Yao, let me speak with him." Yao Jai laughed. Right. President Yi told me to stop calling you senior, so just call me Yao Jai, and my breakthrough was all thanks to your previous pill. Yao Jai continued, but if President Yi wishes to deal with him personally, please go ahead. Yi Qingyun replied, no need to be so polite. The young man still stubbornly refused to believe it. You're really not the president of the Alchemist Guild. Yi Qingyun replied, I told you, the guild president has always been the Gu family head, so of course I'm not. The young man glanced at Yao Jai, who immediately shouted, what are you looking at? President Yi told me not to interfere, so I won't. Seeing this, the young man smugly unleashed his spiritual power. HMPH, Yi Qingyun, you brought this upon yourself. Yi Qingyun cut him off, but... he snapped, but what? Yi Qingyun continued, but the Alchemist Guild's vice president doesn't have to be from the Gu family. He stared wide-eyed. What do you mean? Don't tell me you're the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. Yi Qingyun leaned close and calmly said, I never said that. Guess for yourself. Come on, didn't you want to kill me? Draw your blade and strike right here. By now, the young man no longer dared act recklessly. Hu Du Dao appeared and intervened. Friend from the Azure Cloud Holy Land, I advise you to think carefully before acting. The man turned, saw Hu Du Dao, and exclaimed in shock, Poison Master Hu Du Dao. Yao Jai taunted from outside, Hee, don't be scared, just attack. The young man was now too terrified to fight. Forget it, I'll leave, all right. Yi Qingyun asked, did I say you could leave? Facing death, the man nearly lost his nerve. I was wrong, Lord President Yi. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. That's more like it. Now get lost. The man hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. Many thanks, President Yi. He fled like a dog with its tail between its legs, utterly humiliated and secretly hating Yi Qingyun. I will repay today's humiliation twofold someday. The surrounding crowd erupted in discussion. Even if your limbs are broken, never offend a high-grade alchemist, especially one who is vice president of the Alchemist Guild and the Holy Lord of the Azure Cloud Holy Land. How miserable. Yao Jai laughed and struck up a conversation. Hee, I heard President Yi was incredibly domineering, and seeing you today proves your reputation is deserved and truly unmatched. Yi Qingyun calmly replied, it's only empty fame, but brother Yao reaching the 9th stage Imperial Realm is truly remarkable. Yao Jai was surprised. Oh, did you already see through my cultivation realm back then and deliberately choose that pill for me? Yi Qingyun said meaningfully, brother Yao was mainly fortunate, but you were poisoned by snake venom, weren't you? When Yi Qingyun revealed that secret, Yao Jai stood stunned for a long while. He replied, President Yi, I truly judged you correctly. You indeed deserve to be the man capable of suppressing earth fiend demonic energy. How about drinking with me? My treat. Yi Qingyun nodded, sure. The two went to a tavern and talked. I won't hide it, this snake venom has been inside my body for 10 years, and although I can cultivate normally and fight at full strength, I only have. Yi Qingyun continued for him, but you can only fight for half an incense stick, and if you exceed that, you need a full day to recover, right? And judging from how long you've been poisoned, you have less than 2 years left to live. Hearing Yi Qingyun fully describe his condition, Yao Jai fell silent before saying, exactly as Brother Yi said, my lifespan is nearly exhausted, so. He raised his wine bowl and sincerely said, I want to ask President Yi to cure this snake venom, and I, Yao Jai, will surely. Before he could swear an oath, Yi Qingyun raised a hand to stop him and sighed softly. Yi Qingyun gently said, Brother Yao, we're only drinking together. Is there any need to be so formal? Yao Jai looked slightly awkward. Realizing Qingyun's sincerity, Yao Jai immediately dropped his restraint and the two cheerfully raised their bowls. Come, drink. Watching Yi Qingyun drink freely as if untouched by worldly worries, Yao Jai suddenly felt ashamed. President Yi. He drained his bowl in one gulp. Yi Qingyun let out a satisfied cry as though he had not felt this way in ages. Brother Yao, you're older than me, so stop calling me President Yi, forget the formalities, and after this bowl just call me Little Brother Yi, how about it? Yao Jai joyfully replied, good, then I, Yao Jai, will shamelessly call you my brother from now on. With that, Yao Jai tilted his head back and drained the strong wine filled with brotherly affection. Yi Qingyun continued, Brother Yao, this snake venom is extremely rare, and I'm sure you've consulted many alchemists, but none could cure it, right? Yao Jai nodded. Yes, can little brother Yi cure it? Yi Qingyun continued, I'm afraid no one in this world can cure this snake venom, and I can only suppress it and extend your life by a few years unless. Yao Jai hurriedly asked, a few years is enough for me to accomplish many things, but you said unless what? Yi Qingyun stated the only condition. Unless they found the desert demon flower, his snake venom could not be cured, but this flower existed only in a desert lake. A desert lake was already nearly impossible to find among countless deserts, while the desert flower was even rarer within them, and these words struck Yao Jai like thunder. He replied, I once found a desert lake and even saw a desert flower there, making Yi Qingyun blurt in shock, what, brother Yao, was that lucky? Yao Jai punched his own head several times with regret. I thought that flower looked too ordinary and ignored it. I regret it. While the two were still talking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Sir, this room is already occupied. Outside, Ao Shi Hao had already knocked the waiter to the ground and arrogantly ordered, enough nonsense, I said I want this room, understand? The frightened waiter trembled and replied, understood, understood. Ao Shi Hao entered and coldly shouted, good, now get lost. And the terrified waiter repeatedly answered, yes, yes, I'll leave right now. Yi Qingyun was slightly surprised. You followed me? Ao Shi Hao replied, HMPH, that saber wielder isn't here, so let's see what you can do against the Ao Shi family. After speaking, he immediately ordered, Soul Elder, come out, and the old man appeared in an extremely eerie manner. From a stream of energy, the old man's body gradually condensed beside Ao Shi Hao with a thud. The elder glanced over Yi Qingyun and said, brat, I must kill you today. While Yi Qingyun and Yao Jai remained calmly silent. Yi Qingyun smiled, you must kill me, aren't you afraid a poisonous wind will twist your mouth? Soul Elder coldly said, when we first met, you dared disrespect my young master and now you still speak recklessly. That saber wielder isn't beside you today, so let's see how you survive. Before he finished, a scythe rather than a saber suddenly swept toward him, shocking the elder. Yao Jai warned, old man, take another step and I'll attack, making Soul Elder instantly cautious as he asked, Who are you? Ao Shi Hao ignored the man's identity and shouted, Soul Elder, why waste words with him? Attack. But the elder sensed something wrong and replied, we cannot, young master. The elder lowered his voice mysteriously. This man is no weaker than that saber wielder. Ao Shi Hao froze and cried, what? Soul Elder sighed, I never expected to meet two such experts in a small 8 wastelands region, while Yao Jai stepped forward and asked, so, are you two fighting or not? If not, then leave, I have something to announce and you two can serve as witnesses. Yao Jai walked out of the pavilion and loudly addressed the crowd below, everyone. The crowd instantly recognized him. Look, that's Yao Jai, ranked 10th on the Sovereign Realm ranking. They say his strength is unknown. Unknown, his strike at today's 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering proved he's a peak 9th level Sovereign Realm expert. Yao Jai continued, I am Yao Jai, and today I must announce something related to all your lives. From today onward, Yi Qingyun, Vice President of the Alchemist Guild, is my brother. Anyone who opposes Brother Yi is showing no respect to me, Yao Jai. As he said, no respect to me, Yao Jai, his hand tightly gripped the death scythe. He swung once, splitting the curtain before him, then coldly declared, you will end up like this mountain. On that very day, Yao Jai's battle formation was revealed to the world for the first time. A gigantic battle formation appeared before the restaurant entrance. The scythe descended, unleashing a slash that tore through space itself. The terrifying power of the slash violently shook the entire 8 Wastelands town before racing toward the tallest mountain in the distance. The witnesses had never seen anything so terrifying. Boom, what was that sound? Quick, go outside and see. My heavens, what happened? Heavenly Mountain outside the city broke. Someone trembled upon seeing the mountain split in two. Heavenly Mountain was cut in half. It split in half. The old man watched speechlessly, clearly understanding that provoking Yi Qingyun now would bring him no benefit. Suddenly, the elder realized something terrifying and muttered, half-step Emperor Realm. Unable to stay, Soul Elder immediately signaled Ao Shi Hao, young master, we must leave. But as they rushed out, the elder encountered another person who seemed to have been waiting there, and Lone Saber snorted impatiently, HMPH, you again. Taking this chance, Lone Saber clearly announced to everyone, I, Lone Saber, am here. Yi Qingyun is the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, and anyone who disrespects him should not blame my saber for showing no mercy. Soul Elder hurriedly dragged Ao Shi Hao away, while the surrounding crowd immediately erupted into discussion about Lone Saber. That's Hu Dudao, the Alchemist Guild's chief guardian. What the hell, 2 peak experts are both siding with Yi Qingyun. What do you know, with Chairman Yi's status as vice chairman of the Alchemist Guild alone, no one would dare touch him. Elder Hun advised, young master, let's retreat today and settle this with him later. and though Ao Shihao was furious, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Just you wait, Yi Qingyun. Seeing Hu Dudao enter the room, Yi Qingyun asked, Senior Hu Dudao, why are you here? Hu Dudao explained, someone suddenly split Heavenly Mountain in half, so I came to investigate, but unexpectedly. I had just arrived when I heard everyone say Yao Jai supports our chairman Yi, so you've probably reached the half-step Imperial Fist Realm, right? Yao Jai nodded, yeah, more or less. Yao Jai then said, Brother Yi, I want to return first and see whether the desert demon flower is still there. Yi Qingyun agreed and reminded him, I have 9 pills here, take one each day to temporarily suppress the snake venom in your body. And Yao Jai gratefully replied, thank you. Yi Qingyun smiled, you regard me as a brother, so I regard you as one too, don't thank me again. To Yao Jai, this meeting was a fortunate encounter that gave him true brothers, so he emotionally bid them farewell, Brother Yi, Brother Dudao, farewell. Elder Dudao cautiously asked, Mr. Yi, what did you promise him? Yao Jai was extremely arrogant and rarely so polite, but Yi Qingyun calmly replied, arrogant, isn't that normal? Yi Qingyun changed the subject, Senior Dudao, let's return to the guild first, I want to visit the strange flame pavilion again, is that possible? Elder Dudao replied, of course. Yi Qingyun returned to the strange flame pavilion and thought, if the void flame hadn't stolen those 2 strange flames last time, then my 10 demon flames. Lao Huojai agreed, exactly master, if you had absorbed those 2 strange flames, your 10 demon flames would definitely be even cooler. But aren't there no strange flames left here, so why come back? Could there be another treasure inside? But if so, wouldn't the Gu family know? Yi Qingyun leaped forward and headed deeper inside. I don't know whether there's treasure, but there is definitely something abnormal. While Lao Huojai hurried after him, Master, wait for me. Yi Qingyun and Little Sword entered to investigate the anomaly. What anomaly? Where is it? Yi Qingyun carefully advanced deeper step by step, already condensing Raging Thunder Flame in his hand. When the Raging Thunder Flame encountered the aura inside the strange flame pavilion, it instantly transformed into a teleportation gate. Lao Huojai exclaimed in shock, a teleportation gate. Yi Qingyun immediately gestured forward, let's go in and see. Lao Huojai hesitated and warned, Master, wait, we don't even know what's inside. But Yi Qingyun teased, what, are you scared? Lao Huojai replied, scared, what would I be scared of? Yi Qingyun said, good, then entered with Lao Huojai. The moment they stepped inside, a gigantic head with rows of jagged teeth charged straight at them with a roar. Yi Qingyun instantly recognized it, but before he could react, it had already pounced onto him. Yet it was not a gigantic monster from ancient legends, but an adorable puppy licking Yi Qingyun's face, and Yi Qingyun found it amusing because it was the Supreme Flame Beast, overjoyed after recognizing an old friend. Yi Qingyun picked it up and gently stroked the Supreme Flame Beast. It still looked exactly the same as before, with the strange flame mark on its forehead completely intact. Woof woof. Lao Huojai asked doubtfully, isn't the Supreme Flame Beast a legendary monster that can transform into any monster and devour any strange flame? Yi Qingyun replied, yes, but this species usually lives only 3 years, and judging by its appearance, it's at least 5 years old. Lao Huojai burst into loud laughter, ha ha ha. Master, can this silly-looking thing really be the Supreme Flame Beast? Ha ha ha. Lao Huojai's teasing went too far, and Yi Qingyun silently placed the puppy on the ground. HMPH. The Supreme Flame Beast immediately leaped up and bit Lao Huojai's head. Ow, 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 let me go, master, save me. Just then Yi Qingyun seemed to notice something and was stunned. A dragon corpse? Why is there a dragon corpse here? A fossilized dragon skeleton appeared before them, and Yi Qingyun silently observed it for a long time while the Supreme Flame Beast kept barking. Woof, woof, woof. Yi Qingyun curiously asked, are you saying you ate this fire dragon? Lao Huojai exclaimed in disbelief, how is that possible? That's a dragon and you're just a tiny dog. Understanding his meaning, the Supreme Flame Beast unleashed a terrifying shockwave to show the 2 humans with their own eyes. Its strange flames soared so high that Lao Huojai had to crane his neck upward, my god, while Yi Qingyun stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. The divine dragon martial spirit was now the Supreme Flame Beast's incarnation, surging with overwhelming might before the 2 of them. Even in dragon form, the Supreme Flame Beast still barked, woof woof. Lao Huojai no longer doubted it. This little dog really ate that dragon, it truly is the Supreme Flame Beast, and Yi Qingyun added, no wonder it survived beyond 3 years. Yi Qingyun sensed inwardly, after devouring the fire dragon, the Supreme Flame Beast can transform into one, though without its strength or skills, but why is it so affectionate toward me? Then Yi Qingyun suddenly remembered something, and his heart began pounding harder than ever. Yi Qingyun instantly understood 10 demon flame. The 10 demon flame is also a strange flame, so it naturally feels close to me. Yi Qingyun told the supreme flame, since you want to follow me, I'll give you a name. The supreme flame happily yelped, woof. Yi Qingyun continued, you look pretty dumb, so I'll call you Dummy. The supreme flame immediately sensed something was wrong, and the little puppy clearly hated the name, woof. Lao Huijai laughed heartily, ha, that name really suits you. The supreme flame flew into a rage and nearly swallowed Lao Huijai, making him scream in pain and beg for mercy. I was wrong, let me go, dummy, spare me. Yi Qingyun pondered silently. After a dragon dies, it produces vast amounts of dragon energy that remains for 10 years, and warriors who absorb and refine it can increase their cultivation speed 100-fold. That's right, this is dragon energy. A strange vortex suddenly locked onto him as he approached the dragon energy. Yi Qingyun did not resist and merely stood still, quietly observing its movements. His heart suddenly swelled, exactly like during his previous explosive breakthroughs. Yi Qingyun sat down voluntarily and used spiritual power to suppress the violent force. The dragon energy gradually came under control and slowly seeped into Yi Qingyun's flesh. After a while, Yi Qingyun woke and heard the supreme flame's sharp barking beside him. Woof. He smiled at it. What, you want to go outside? He told the little puppy, let's go, I've finished refining the dragon energy anyway. Yi Qingyun used the strange flame to open a teleportation gate, and this journey had added the supreme flame and its group to his forces. Yi Qingyun was extremely satisfied, as it was clever enough to enter the ancient ring on his hand by itself, while the supreme flame did not need to appear before everyone yet. Elder Gu rushed over worried about Yi Qingyun and complained irritably, Mr. Yi, why are you here? We've searched everywhere for you. Yi Qingyun curiously asked, what's wrong? Gu Dan replied, don't you know you have to attend the martial tournament? Yi Qingyun answered, didn't dawn just break, what's the rush? Elder Gu nearly went mad at that answer, what's the rush? You've been missing for 10 days. Yi Qingyun truly had no idea and pondered briefly, 10 days? Haven't I already lost my qualification to participate? Elder Gu said, not quite, the family head and Hu Du Dao strongly recommended you and placed you directly into the final round. So there are 21 fighters instead of 20, and today's duel happens to be today, so you arrived just in time. Yi Qingyun realized there was no time to waste and immediately flew off, saying, then I'll go ahead. Gu Dan hurriedly shouted, hey, wait for me. Do you even know where the duel is? The flags of the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering fluttered beneath the blue sky. Why aren't contestants like Qing Weiying of the Qing family and Zai Yin of the Demon Clan here? Could they all have been eliminated? How could that be? I heard brilliant demonic light appeared at the heaven and earth ley line, so they all went there to fight for an opportunity. I see, then won't this 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering be boring? Impossible, you still don't know. Ao Shi Hao and the others were nearly mad with impatience. Wait, how much longer must we wait? Yun Tian calmly replied, you don't have to wait. Shang Guan Kaian Qiu said, Hu Du Dao, the sun is about to set and that brat still hasn't come. Could he be afraid? Why did you insist on putting him into the final round when he's just a coward hiding in his shell? Hu Du Dao replied, you mean Vice President Yi? He isn't that kind of person, but could family head Shang Guan be afraid instead? Shang Guan Kaian Qiu laughed loudly. What am I afraid of? Hu Du Dao replied, afraid your Shang Guan Zhan Hao will lose to Yi Qingyun. Shang Guan Kaian Qiu immediately retorted, ha, someone who just entered the Heavenly King realm defeating Zhan Hao? Your joke is hilarious. Hu Du Dao calmly replied, is that so? Ao Shi Hao finally lost his patience and shouted, I can't wait any longer. He stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said, are we still not competing? Did he run away because he feared losing face, or are all you people of the 8 Wastelands this slow? Just declare me first place, since none of you can withstand 10 moves from me anyway. Gu Xin and Gu Zai were both furious. HMPH, this man is ridiculous. Yun Tian replied, ignore him. Shang Guan Zhan Hao watched Ao Shi Hao's smug appearance and mocked him disdainfully. Childish. The entire spectator stand suddenly erupted as everyone shouted, look, it's Yi Qingyun, Vice President of the Alchemist Guild, Brother Yi, Mr. Yi. Elder Hu Du Dao breathed a sigh of relief that brat finally arrived. Yi Qingyun had truly made everyone worry and said, sorry, I'm late. The organizers immediately announced, since President Yi has arrived, the competition officially begins now. Those people began mocking Yi Qingyun for using connections to enter the final round. You really want to stand in first place? Yi Qingyun replied amusedly, I'm standing here, so if you're dissatisfied, come fight me first. Today is the final day of the Heavenly King ranking competition. The final order will be recorded on the Heavenly King ranking, and 10 days later the contestants can enter the ancient trial grounds to cultivate. Wang family head Wang Buquan stepped forward to explain the rules. These tokens bear your numbers. Take 1. Number 1 fights number 20, number 2 fights number 19, and so on. Whoever gets number 21, I congratulate you in advance. At this point, Yi Qingyun found it rather interesting. The organizer continued, whoever draws number 21 skips the first match and advances directly to the second round. Gu Xin found this amusing and asked, well, Gu Zai, are you number 21? Gu Zai replied, no, I'm number 4, what about you? Gu Xin answered, I'm number 13. Yun Tian said, I'm number 18. Then the 3 brothers approached Yi Qingyun and asked, Brother Yi, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, what number are you? Yi Qingyun excitedly raised his token and grinned, I'm number 21. Shangguan Zhanhao secretly watched Yi Qingyun with jealousy and anger. It's him again. Shangguan Zhanhao said meaningfully, nice trick, I truly overestimated you. But Yi Qingyun casually replied, think whatever you want. The audience erupted over the draw. It's him again, that guy is insanely lucky. Lucky, are you that naive? Keep your voice down, he has connections, and if he hears you, you'll suffer. HMPH were not even allowed to talk. Fine, then don't, while Yi Qingyun simply ignored the useless crowd's gossip. As the host of the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering duels, Wang Buquan stepped forward and raised his hand for silence. He then continued explaining, the first match of the duel round begins, contestant number 1 against contestant number 20. An 8th level King Realm fighter was Ao Shihao's opponent. The winner of the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering should belong to our 8 Wastelands region. Shouldn't an outsider like you know your place? The crowd cheered excitedly. Li Gang of the Li family. He's a true leading figure among the Li family's younger generation. Exactly, he brings pride to our 8 Wastelands region. Anyone can be absent except him. Ao Shihao curled his lips and gave an arrogant snort. The excited crowd suddenly shouted strange things. Li Gang is blowing his hair, now there's a good show to watch. Just what kind of technique was Li Gang's hair blowing that made everyone so excited and attentive? Even Ao Shihao found it strange and could not help watching. What kind of ridiculous trick is this? Li Gang spread both arms, leaned slightly forward, then shot ahead. You don't know what the heritage of a great family means, do you? Do you know how laughable self-drained people like you are before a great family? Li Gang's fist tore through the air, but the gloomy Ao Shihao suddenly raised his head with a sinister expression. I do know. What a strange sight indeed, and Li Gang's entire body suddenly went limp like a soulless corpse. He could no longer feel any vitality and collapsed before Ao Shihao, who had reduced the Li youth to such a miserable state without even visibly attacking. Ao Shihao merely reminded him, you simply never understood the whole truth. Li Gang was stunned and deathly pale as he groaned, you destroyed my energy core. Ao Shihao utterly despised cripples who showed off before him, and his eyes turned cold with murderous intent. Trash. He looked toward Wang Buquan and asked, hey, I didn't kill him, I only crippled his cultivation, so that doesn't count as breaking the rules, right? Lone Saber saw how vicious Shihao's fighting method was and muttered, this man's temperament. Wang Buquan naturally had no grounds to declare a violation and ordered the tournament to continue. The next match was Gu Zai against Zhu Xiong, and naturally Zhu Xiong defeated him with ease. Gu Xin also lost to another martial artist who politely cupped his hands and said, Brother Gu, forgive my offense. When Yun Tian's turn came, victory still belonged to him, as Yun Tian had become far more mature than before. Shangguan Zhanhao also displayed his strength, defeating his opponent and earning the right to advance. Wang Buquan announced the first stage of the duel round is over. The winners are Shangguan Zhanhao, Yun Tian, Ao Shihao, Zhu Xiong, and Yi Qingyun, and these 5 advanced to the second round. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Wang Buquan, wait, my Zhu family withdraws. This was the first time Wang Buquan had seen the Zhu family act this way, so he asked, Brother Zhu, you? The Zhu family head replied, something has happened in the family, so my Zhu family will not participate in the remaining matches. After speaking, he immediately ordered, Zhu Xiong, return with me, leaving Zhu Xiong no choice but to obey. Ah, yes. Shangguan Qianqiu was puzzled. Strange, we must investigate this clearly. Wang Buquan replied, if they intend to hide it from us, they naturally won't let others learn easily. Lone Saber reminded them, then continue the tournament. Wang Buquan could only adapt to the situation. Since the Zhu family has withdrawn, 4 contestants remain in the second round. Ao Shihao will fight Yun Tian, while Yi Qingyun faces Shang Guan Zhanhao. The man surnamed Shang Guan seemed extremely pleased with this arrangement. Ha! Shang Guan Qianqiu turned to Hu Dudao and asked, "How many moves do you think that brat can withstand against Zhanhao?" Hu Dudao tersely replied, "Hard to say." Shang Guan Qianqiu smugly said, "Heh, I guess around 10 moves." Elder Dudao immediately retorted, "No, I don't think he'll last 10 moves before your brat falls." Shang Guan Qianqiu was speechless and merely snorted, thinking, "Fine, old ghost Dudao, it seems you have no idea how terrifying Zhanhao is at the Heavenly King realm. Let them witness Zhanhao's strength after his training." And at that moment, Shang Guan Zhanhao and Yi Qingyun stepped onto the arena. Half a month earlier, that scene had stunned everyone. This is a fully grown lion roarer. My God, the clansmen were shocked. Who is that? It's Shang Guan Zhanhao. Shang Guan Zhanhao has returned. Shang Guan Zhanhao of the Shang Guan family. Shang Guan Zhanhao heavily dragged the lion roarer's corpse inside, each thudding step echoing endlessly. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy as streams of smoke poured from his mouth. Shang Guan Zhanhao ripped off his shirt and said, "Yi Qingyun, fighting me means your luck ends here." Yi Qingyun froze briefly before replying impatiently, "I've been bored to death, stop wasting time and come at me." Shang Guan Zhanhao shouted arrogantly, "Then experience strength that will plunge you into despair." Shang Guan Zhanhao's martial spirit erupted, revealing the form of an extremely ferocious wild battle wolf. In his wolf form, Shang Guan Zhanhao immediately shot forward and lunged at Yi Qingyun. This time Yi Qingyun was no longer as relaxed as in his previous matches, and strange flames burned in his eyes. Another wolf. Yi Qingyun was utterly sick of anything related to wolves, while Lao Huojai also felt irritated and eagerly said, "Master, let me handle him for you." Yi Qingyun slowly advanced without answering, leaving Lao Huojai puzzled. "Master? What, master?" Something seemed wrong with Yi Qingyun, as the flames surrounding him were no longer black but had turned crimson. Blood-melting power surged violently from his body and shook a vast area of the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering, while Yi Qingyun's shockwave blasted away Shang Guan Zhanhao's wild wolf martial spirit, terrifying him. What's happening? In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingyun reached out and tightly gripped Zhanhao's face. He could not struggle at all and refused to die so quickly, groaning, "Quick, let me go." To him, Yi Qingyun looked like a bloodthirsty demon, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Sure. Yi Qingyun now truly resembled a demon incarnate as he brutally smashed Zhanhao's head into the arena. The flames around him spread violently and shattered the arena, creating a scene as fierce as a raging storm beneath the blue sky. Yi Qingyun raised his fist while still gripping Shang Guan Zhanhao's face, and Zhanhao cried out in panic, "I sir." He had never experienced such terrifying fear and could not believe Yi Qingyun, whom he had always despised, had reduced him to this state. Yi Qingyun's eyes glowed crimson as he said nothing and merely let out a bizarre, sinister chuckle. Naturally, until Shang Guan Zhanhao finished saying, "I surrender," Yi Qingyun would keep beating him until he was satisfied. Shang Guan Qianqiu panicked. How did this happen? Extremely worried about Shang Guan Zhanhao and unable to watch his son suffer, he ignored the rules, jumped down and shouted, "Stop right now." Hu Dudao was right there and naturally could not let him act recklessly, so he grabbed his shoulder and asked, "Shang Guan Qianqiu, what are you doing?" Shang Guan Qianqiu stared at him in shock. Hu Dudao. Shang Guan Qianqiu charged down and shouted fiercely, "Stop right now, this time I'll show him how vast heaven and earth truly are." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun became even more delighted, the vastness of heaven and earth. Then what does this so-called number 1 Shang Guan amount to? Yi Qingyun mocked, "It seems the geniuses of the Shang Guan family aren't worth much. That's what happens to those who look down on others," leaving Elder Qianqiu speechless. "You little thief, just wait." While Ao Shihao was also surprised, his strength increased again. HMPH, stronger or not, he's still trash, as Ao Shihao looked down on everyone, including Yi Qingyun. The second match was Yun Tian against Ao Shihao. Yun Tian gathered his strength and punched, but Ao Shihao's swordsmanship instantly blocked him. Yun Tian still could not find a way to approach the spiky-haired man, who remained standing in place with a contemptuous smirk. Yun Tian still fought with all his strength, his heart burning with rage. He dashed forward and vanished from his opponent's sight, using a technique similar to an afterimage fist. In an instant, Yun Tian appeared behind him and shouted, "Take my punch." Yet the man did not even bother moving, as Ao Shihao's sword easily blocked the punch. Despite striking with full force, Yun Tian was countered and sent flying, rolling across the ground. Ao Shihao coldly said, "You are no match for me." Yun Tian struggled up and replied, "How would I know without trying?" Ao Shihao added, "Right, you seem quite close to that guy. Are you ready to be crippled?" Yun Tian gritted his teeth and replied, "He is my big brother." His eyes changed color as his power prepared to erupt. Yun Tian leaped forward and roared again as Ao Shihao's sword shot toward him, while Ao Shihao sneered, "Oh, you've activated your bloodline power." Yun Tian dodged the sword tip, found the blade irritating and punched it aside. "Get lost." Just as he charged forward, Ao Shihao sprang into the air, since Yun Tian was no longer easy to handle and he could not remain still forever. Ao Shihao spread his fingers and prepared a palm technique, saying, "You overestimate yourself." His sword became gigantic and slammed into the arena floor. Yun Tian charged straight ahead and rained punches upon the solid sword, shouting, "Move aside." Ao Shihao laughed loudly, "Ha, you even know how to target the weak point." He suddenly unleashed a technique, sending a rain of swords down upon Yun Tian and disrupting his focus. Ao Shihao trapped Yun Tian tightly within a sword formation, the strong towering above while the weak remained trapped below. He thought Yun Tian had been easily imprisoned, but unexpectedly. He suddenly froze as Yun Tian shattered a sword with brute force and charged furiously, shouting in his face, "You think you can trap me?" Ao Shihao finally became angry and decided to fight seriously, replying, "Brat, you've angered me." Ao Shihao activated the mutated proud dragon body, transforming into a terrifying half-human, half-demon form that even shocked Yun Tian. Ao Shihao launched a palm strike straight at Yun Tian. He then slammed a powerful punch into Yun Tian's stomach before he could react. Yun Tian's entire body was sent flying far away. Without stopping, Ao Shihao kicked Yun Tian hard. Yun Tian plummeted straight down and crashed directly into the ground. Immediately afterward, Ao Shihao drew his sword, and thousands of swords appeared at once. Those swords slowly rose from the ground. Then Ao Shihao controlled them all with one hand. Sunlight reflected from the blades, making them radiate terrifying power. Ao Shihao looked down at Yun Tian smugly and said, "Brat, no matter how strong you are, someone will always be stronger. Now die." As soon as he finished speaking, the swords controlled by Ao Shihao shot straight toward Yun Tian. They merged into one and stabbed fiercely down at where Yun Tian sat. At that moment, Ao Shihao suddenly noticed something was wrong. Yun Tian was using all his strength to hold back Ao Shihao's gigantic sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. He unleashed a long, thunderous roar, "Ah!" In an instant, countless cracks spread across Ao Shihao's sword. Then it shattered into countless fragments. The sword fragments scattered down across the ground. Seeing this, Ao Shihao became utterly furious and roared, "You want to die." Below, Yun Tian gritted his teeth and said, "I Yun." Tian gasped heavily, his whole body trembling as he said, "I surrender." Hearing Yun Tian, Ao Shihao burst into mocking laughter, "Tusk." He then replied contemptuously, "Too quiet, I couldn't hear you." As soon as he spoke, he charged at Yun Tian, who clenched his teeth, shut his eyes, and accepted his fate. Suddenly, a force appeared to protect Yun Tian as someone shouted, "He already surrendered, why are you still trying to kill him?" Yi Qingyun turned toward Yun Tian and smiled, "Yun Tian, you fought well just now and improved greatly." Yun Tian stared emotionally at Yi Qingyun and called, "Brother Yi," 3 times, while Yun Qizu hurried over and asked, "Han Yun Tian, are you all right?" Yi Qingyun then said, "Sect leader Yun, please take him away." Yun Qizu immediately led Yun Tian away and said, "Young Master Yi, take care." While Yi Qingyun stared coldly at Ao Shihao and said, "As for you." Ao Shihao smugly approached and replied, just a piece of trash who surrendered, and trash doesn't deserve to live in this world." After speaking, Ao Shihao swung one hand fiercely at Yi Qingyun. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun immediately raised one hand to block the attack. In an instant, Ao Shihao was sent flying far away by Yi Qingyun. Faced with this, Ao Shihao exclaimed in shock, "HMPHU." The spectators outside the arena began discussing, "Too arrogant, too domineering, but isn't this the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering duel? They're just fighting already." Seeing the situation worsen, Hu Dudao said, "Brother Wang, stop hiding there and directly announce the final match." And Brother Wang glanced over before replying, "Ah, right." The elder stepped forward and said, "It seems our 2 contestants cannot wait to fight for the championship, so this is now the final duel of the 8 Wastelands Grand Gathering. making the martial artists below laugh. Haha, good, hurry and fight, this is exciting. Yi Qingyun laughed loudly. Haha, you're not the only one who can transform, but don't you think what you said earlier was complete trash? Ao Shihao angrily replied, words are useless, we'll know once we fight. After speaking, Ao Shihao immediately charged forward to attack Yi Qingyun. The two fought evenly, and neither could gain the upper hand for a while. Yi Qingyun and Ao Shihao immediately struck palms with one hand, while two powerful forces erupted from their bodies. A deafening explosion instantly echoed in every direction. Yi Qingyun sighed, seriously, Yun Tian's cultivation is several levels below yours, yet he still exchanged several moves with you. If he's trash, you're even worse. Humiliated before everyone, Ao Shihao furiously shouted, shut up. As soon as he spoke, Ao Shihao raised his leg and kicked fiercely at Yi Qingyun. Yet unexpectedly, Ao Shihao was blasted backward by Yi Qingyun's power. He dropped to one knee, braced one hand against the ground, and gritted his teeth furiously. Yi Qingyun. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun merely glanced at him coldly and snorted. Suddenly, Ao Shihao unleashed the Ao Shi Berserk transformation. Realizing the situation was bad, Yi Qingyun immediately called, Little Sword, and Little Sword quickly replied, yes, master. On the other side, Ao Shihao seemed to have gone berserk and roared, die. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun tightly gripped the Heartless Sword, ready to face the attack. He raised the Heartless Sword high and shouted, Radiance of the 10 Directions. Seeing this, Ao Shihao was deeply shocked by the strength Yi Qingyun displayed. His body was pierced straight through by the Heartless Sword, making the bald elder cry out in horror, no. The elder hurried to Ao Shihao's side and shouted, young master, while Ao Shihao still could not believe what was happening and weakly said, how is this possible? Hu Du Dao was also utterly shocked, immediately springing to his feet and starring as he exclaimed, what? With just one sword strike he had. Hearing this, Shang Guan Kaian Qiu said, wasn't it just one sword strike? Is there any need to be so shocked? Hu Du Dao immediately roared, what the hell do you know? Someone at your realm who doesn't cultivate the path of energy could never see it. His path of energy comprehension has already reached the sword force stage. Even at my age, I only recently broke through to sword force. Yet he's only 17 years old. On the other side, the bald old man glared furiously at Yi Qingyun and cursed, brat, you dared kill my young master. Do you know how the word death is written? With that, the bald old man immediately charged at Yi Qingyun. Seeing this, Hu Du Dao anxiously called out to the old ghost, but Shang Guan Kaian Qiu unexpectedly stopped him and said, easy. Let your chairman Yi experience the power of an imperial apex realm warrior, it'll benefit his future greatly. And Hu Du Dao snapped at him, stop talking nonsense and move aside. With that, Hu Du Dao immediately swung his hand. Seeing this, Shangguan Kaian Qiu's gaze turned sharp. He then firmly grabbed Hu Du Dao's hand with one hand. Hu Du Dao angrily shouted, Shangguan Kaian Qiu, don't force me to act. Shangguan Kaian Qiu hurriedly explained, Brother Du Dao, why so anxious? Not everyone gets to experience the power of the 9th level Imperial Apex Realm, so why not quietly watch? Hu Du Dao coldly replied, HMPH, old man, if anything happens to Chairman Yi, I'll make sure your entire Shangguan family never knows peace. On Yi Qingyun's side, the bald old man roared furiously, little thief, surrender your life. Facing him, Yi Qingyun calmly watched and channeled a trace of divine power to form a barrier before himself. Seeing this from outside, Hu Du Dao looked surprised and sighed, HMPH, seems you're still one move behind. While Shangguan Kaian Qiu beside him exclaimed, that's. As the bald old man looked around in confusion, Yao Jai suddenly appeared before him and declared, I remember you were there when I said Yi Qingyun was my brother. Seeing Yao Jai appear, Yi Qingyun smiled and called out, Brother Yao. Yao Jai's eyes reddened with fury as he continued, Old man, did you treat my words like garbage? The warriors above immediately began murmuring, that's Yao Jai, the king of the desert. Chairman Yi is incredibly lucky. The bald old man panicked and resentfully said, damn it, Yi Qingyun, you're lucky this time, but we'll meet again. With that, the bald old man immediately carried Ao Shihao's corpse away. Yao Jai then turned and said, Brother Yi, let's leave too. And Yi Qingyun solemnly gestured toward the exit, please. Hu Du Dao also said, Shangguan Kaian Qiu, the Alchemist Guild will remember what happened today until we meet again. But Shangguan Kaian Qiu merely replied, HMPH, whatever. Seeing Yi Qingyun and Yao Jai leave, the warriors continued discussing, everyone left, is the competition over? Nonsense, one lived and one died, how could it not be over? The host loudly announced, heroes, the final winner of this 8 Wastelands Grand Feast is Yi Qingyun, vice chairman of the Alchemist Guild. While the guild disciples excitedly discussed, "Hey, heard Vice Chairman Yi won the championship. Of course, he's now a major figure in our guild." Meanwhile, Yao Jai kept coughing violently and even coughed up blood. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun anxiously asked, "Brother Yao, what's wrong?" Yao Jai hurriedly replied, "Just a minor internal injury, nothing serious." And Yi Qingyun took out a pill. "Perfect, I have a 5th grade recovery pill specifically for internal injuries," making Yao Jai exclaim, "5th grade." Yi Qingyun added, "Brother Yao, if you regard me as a brother, don't be polite, quickly take it and heal your injuries." Hearing this, Yao Jai accepted it. He took the 5th grade recovery pill and replied, "All right then." Yi Qingyun instructed, "Brother Yao, stay here and focus on healing. We can discuss everything tomorrow." With that, Yi Qingyun immediately left, while the disciples outside heard the unusual sounds and looked over. HMPH. In the council hall, Yi Qingyun said loudly, "Brother Yao, just say whatever you need, there are no outsiders here." Yao Jai replied, "Fine, I went to the desert lake to gather the desert demon flower I found last time, but unexpectedly Gui Nai ambushed me." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun exclaimed in surprise, "Gui Nai," and Gui Nai's face instantly appeared in his mind. At the same time, he remembered that he had once battling the demon sword beast. Then he hurriedly asked, "Gui Nai of the Star Sea Empire?" Yao Jai immediately replied, "Yes, that's him, and there were also people from the Star Sea sect." Hu Du Dao continued, "The Star Sea sect is only a second-rate force and not worth mentioning, but Gui Nai's name sounds familiar. Didn't he once appear on the Heavenly King ranking?" Yao Jai quickly replied, "Yes, that's him, but somehow his strength has greatly increased, and even at full power I could hardly defeat him, so he stole the desert demon flower." As soon as he finished, Yi Qingyun stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and smiled, "Then we'll steal it back." Yao Jai exclaimed in shock, "Steal it?" Yi Qingyun replied, "That's right, steal it. With Senior Hu Du Dao and your strength, I'll offer 5th grade pills as payment and announce the recruitment of Imperial Realm experts. That should work." Hu Du Dao calmly replied, "True, 5th grade pills are fatally tempting to warriors, and even 9th stage Imperial Realm experts are no exception." Hearing this, Yao Jai glanced at Yi Qingyun and secretly thought, "So this is the bold extravagance of an alchemist." Gu Tian, he added, "Brother Du Dao, that's not entirely right. Ordinary alchemists could never be this generous, and young friend Yi's pill refinement success rate cannot be underestimated." Hu Du Dao laughed, "Haha, true." Yi Qingyun then looked at Gu Tianhe and politely said, "Elder Gu, I have 2 personal matters I need the guild's help with." Gu Tianhe hurriedly replied, "Young friend Yi, you're the Alchemist Guild's vice president. Why be so polite? Just tell me." Yi Qingyun continued, "First, could the guild bring my family into the guild at 3? Gu Tianhe immediately replied, "Your family is my family, so of course that's no problem, but young friend Yi, are you planning to establish a new great family in the 8 Wastelands, and is your second matter related to this?" As soon as he finished, Yi Qingyun replied, No, establishing a new great family is only an idea for now, we'll discuss it later. As for the second matter, I want to enter the 8 Wastelands Nether Forest. Does the guild have detailed information about it?" Gu Tianhe exclaimed, "The 8 Wastelands Nether Forest. Little brother Yi, don't joke, it's an isolated secret realm and terrifyingly sinister." Yi Qingyun asked, "How terrifying?" while secretly thinking that after finding Kang Tianma's head, he might be able to revive him and gain another powerful ally, so he had to go. Gu Tianhe pondered briefly and continued, "Of course it's terrifying. I heard a floating head wanders inside, clinging to anyone it meets and chanting strange curses, and some people were even cursed to death." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression briefly changed as he hurriedly asked, "Cursed to death? No matter what, I still have to go see." He secretly thought that if it really was that man's mouth, it was indeed rather terrifying. Elder Gu continued, "Mr. Yi, don't laugh. The president isn't exaggerating at all, but why do you suddenly want to go there?" Yi Qingyun replied, "I need to handle something." Elder Gu then took out a map and handed it to Yi Qingyun, saying, "This is a map of the 8 Wastelands Nether Forest, Mr. Yi, just follow it. But the forest is considered Ju family territory, so be careful." Yi Qingyun replied, "Understood, right, one more thing, when can I see that corpse?" He then put away the map. Elder Gu was puzzled and asked, "Mr. Yi, are you connected to the deceased?" Yi Qingyun immediately replied, "Yes, we were very close." Elder Gu exclaimed in shock, "What? How is that possible?" He secretly thought the corpse had fallen 115 years ago, yet Mr. Yi claimed to know him despite looking only 17 or 18. Suddenly, a hand landed on Elder Gu's shoulder, making him turn around. He exclaimed, "Family head." The Gu family head continued, According to the rules, you could normally meet him after the tournament, but problems arose during this grand gathering, so you must wait 6 months. Yi Qingyun said in surprise, 6 months? At that moment, thoughts of the Wang family, Shangguan family, and Zhu family flashed through his mind. After thinking, he hurriedly saluted and said, "Then I'll trouble family head Gu to spread the news I mentioned, while I make a trip to the 8 wastelands nether forest first." Outside on a bustling street, a man loudly shouted, big news, the Alchemist Guild has issued a bounty. The Alchemist Guild is recruiting 9th stage Imperial Realm warriors and offering 1 5th grade pill as a reward." The crowd immediately erupted. 9th stage Imperial Realm. A man among them said, "Do you think a 5th grade pill is that easy to earn? Do you know how few 9th stage Imperial Realm experts exist on this continent?" The other man laughed. "Just because you can't reach it doesn't mean others can't, and it's not merely 1 5th grade pill, but 1 pill every day." As soon as he finished, the entire crowd exclaimed in shock, "What?" A loud shout suddenly echoed through the dense forest. "This is not a place you can enter, get lost." At the entrance to the 8 wastelands nether forest, Yi Qingyun stood before the gate and said, "Trying to intimidate me first." He merely snorted coldly, HMPH. As soon as the sound faded, wild growls immediately echoed from the thick bushes. Suddenly, movement came from the undergrowth, and a bald old man with icy, piercing eyes appeared. The old man angrily shouted, "You dare provoke my Zhu family, you must have a death wish." The bald old man stared at Yi Qingyun, then lowered his body and prepared to leap high. With terrifying strength, the bald old man instantly shattered the rock beneath his feet. As he charged forward, the old man shouted, "I want to see who dares cause trouble in my territory." Suddenly, Kang Tianma appeared and bit through a nearby tree trunk with his sharp teeth. Then Kang Tianma glanced toward Yi Qingyun. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun crossed his arms and said, "Hey, old Kang, do the leaves taste good?" Hearing this, Kang Tianma burst into tears and said, "War God, you finally came." Finding him too noisy, Yi Qingyun covered his nose with one hand, and only then did Kang Tianma gradually calm down. The old man smiled and said, "War God, you're so good to me, you really came to find me." Yi Qingyun immediately replied, "Ahums, don't get too excited." But Kang Tianma laughed happily, "Ha ha ha, War God, you're so good to me." Yi Qingyun looked helpless and quickly said, "Call me Yi Qingyun and never reveal my identity." Hearing this, Kang Tianma was shocked and fell into thought for a moment. Just then, Yi Qingyun seemed to remember something and turned to Kang Tianma, "Right, where is my disciple Kang Jai?" Hearing this, Kang Tianma immediately shouted, "The Zhu family." The Zhu family sent people to destroy the Kang family, and Kang Jai was captured and imprisoned in this 8 wastelands divine desert prison. "I will definitely take revenge." Yi Qingyun replied, "Let's get out first." As soon as he finished, Kang Tianma hesitantly said, "Wait, Yi Qingyun turned back and asked, "What is it?" Kang Tianma hurriedly replied, "I can't leave," and Yi Qingyun immediately asked, "Why?" Kang Tianma thought briefly and answered, "A restrictive formation here suppresses me, so I can't leave unless it is destroyed." At that moment, a bell in the sky kept shaking and ringing continuously. At the center of the dark forest, Yi Qingyun asked suspiciously, "Spirit gathering restrictive formation." The Zhu family actually has a second-rank formation master. No wonder the spiritual energy grew thinner after entering the dark forest. It was all drawn here by this bell. It seems destroying this spirit-gathering restrictive formation will cost the Zhu family greatly. And Kang Tianma sighed, "Yes, and this soul-returning bell prevents me from approaching or leaving this place. Back then, my best brother possessed this soul-returning bell, yet now it's being used against me. How ironic." Yi Qingyun replied, "Stay here and don't move," making Kang Tianma watch him in surprise before agreeing, "Ah, all right." Yi Qingyun then quickly approached the bell. Suddenly, a strange face emerged from beneath the water and snarled, "Brat, who are you?" Seeing this, Kang Tianma hurriedly shouted, "Zhu Xing Yuan, he is my good brother," and Zhu Xing Yuan laughed, "Ha, so that's how it is." Zhu Xing Yuan moved his face close to Yi Qingyun and said, "So you came to stand up for him. I don't care who you are, get lost." Yi Qingyun completely ignored those words, proudly gripping his sword while staring coldly at Zhu Xing Yuan. Zhu Xing Yuan laughed in surprise, "Oh, you want to break my Zhu family's formation. Do you know who created it?" Yi Qingyun said nothing and directly swung his sword fiercely at Zhu Xing Yuan's face. Immediately, Zhu Xing Yuan's face shattered apart as he weakly said, "You." After finishing him, Yi Qingyun coldly said, "Just a fragment of divine consciousness, yet so talkative." Yi Qingyun immediately approached the bell, making Kang Tianma shout, "My idol is so imposing." Yi Qingyun swept his gaze around the surroundings. Hearing movement, he glanced over and shouted, "Who is it?" only to discover that Huan had arrived. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun looked displeased and called out, while Huan hurriedly replied, "It's you." Yi Qingyun continued, "Looks like you had quite a fortunate encounter this past year to reach second rank formation master." And Huan laughed, "Ha ha ha, what an effortless gain, I'll take your devouring eye." Suddenly the bell rang violently. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun immediately looked toward it. Huan burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha, you want to break my formation. Ridiculous," and as soon as he finished, Yi Qingyun immediately drew the heartless sword. He then stepped forward, pointed the sword tip straight at the lake, and calmly observed the situation. Yi Qingyun lightly glided across the water toward the bell. Witnessing this, Huan could not hide his shock. Huan stared at Yi Qingyun and exclaimed, "He is." Suddenly, the water began surging violently. Realizing something was wrong, Huan immediately rushed forward and shouted, "Not good." The bell suddenly fell and shattered into countless pieces. It then quickly vanished like smoke. Huan roared, "Do you know what you're doing?" Hearing this, Yi Qingyun frowned and cursed, "Damn it. Of course I'm breaking the formation," and as soon as Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he immediately cast a spell to destroy it. Huan had already closed in, so Yi Qingyun instantly shouted, "Freeze." The old man thought in despair, "The devouring eye, it's over." Yi Qingyun pointed the merciless sword straight ahead. He slashed directly at Huan, catching the old man completely off guard. Huan was severely wounded and thought in disbelief, How is this possible? The attack violently shook the surrounding lake. At the Zhu family estate, Zhu Yuan sat in his chair and roared furiously, "What outrageous nerve! He destroyed my Xiao Yuan spirit and even ruined my Zhu family's spiritual ground. Does he have a death wish?" Just then, the bald old man arrived and viciously shouted, "You killed our family's formation master, die." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun turned and glanced at him. Yi Qingyun then blocked the bald old man's attack with just one hand. The bald old man exclaimed in shock, "Who exactly are you? You took my punch without losing a hair, so you can't be some nameless nobody." Yi Qingyun replied contemptuously, "Too much nonsense. I'm the one who came to destroy your Zhu family today." The Zhu family's bald old man punched down from above and roared, "Such arrogance! The Zhu family is one of the 8 great families, and you alone want to destroy us." Yi Qingyun raised his hand to block the punch and said, "Not just the Zhu family, the Wang and Shangguan families will also be erased from this world." The bald old man mocked, "Disappear, with only your 5th level Heavenly King realm cultivation," then warned, "Then watch out." Yi Qingyun raised his other hand and condensed a sphere of black energy. He then fired the sphere straight through the bald old man's head. The old man died instantly on the spot. After finishing him, Yi Qingyun turned around and discovered Kang Tian Ma's head had vanished, asking in confusion, Where did your head go? Did it leave to find your body?" Suddenly, Yi Qingyun's face tightened as a crushing pressure descended upon him. The pressure forced him to strain himself to avoid kneeling as he thought, "This is," he said with a trembling voice, 9th level Imperial Apex Realm. Looking ahead, Yi Qingyun saw Zhu family head Zhu Yuan standing tall and staring at him contemptuously. "I thought whoever destroyed my Zhu family's spiritual ground would be extraordinary, but you're merely average. Brat, in hundreds of years, you're the first person who dared destroy my primordial spirit, so I want you to die without an intact corpse." And Zhu Yuan immediately swung his fist downward. Yi Qingyun was about to leap up and counterattack, shameless. But at that moment, another huge hand suddenly reached out and stopped Zhu Yuan's fist. The newcomer was none other than Kang Tian Ma, who said, "God of War, leave him to me." Yi Qingyun saw him and asked, "You found a body?" Kang Tian Ma laughed, "Haha, yes, although I'm still not used to fighting with this body, dealing with this brat shouldn't be a problem." Zhu Yuan heard this and said, "Is that so? My dear big brother, your arrogant personality truly hasn't changed at all." Kang Tian Ma snorted coldly and firmly denied their bond. Zhu Yuan, I have no brother like you." Hearing this, Zhu Yuan confidently said, "Sai, if you hadn't come, perhaps you could have lived a little longer. But now I want both your lives." Kang Tian Ma's expression darkened as he said, "You want my life? Although my cultivation is weaker than before, I'm afraid you still can't take it." He spread his arms, released his martial soul, and roared, "You sealed me for hundreds of years, and today I'll settle this debt with you." Zhu Yuan merely sneered, "HMPH." He leaped high and punched Kang Tian Ma's martial soul, mocking, "You overestimate yourself." That punch contained immense spiritual power, which instantly spread throughout the martial soul upon impact. Immediately afterward, the martial soul was shattered. Seeing this, Kang Tian Ma was utterly shocked and nearly questioned reality. How is this possible? After destroying Kang Tian Ma's martial soul, Zhu Yuan landed. Facing him again, he sneered, "You didn't expect that, did you? I've long seen through your martial soul, and now you can never be my opponent." Kang Tianma furiously charged forward and cursed, "Bastard, I'll fight you to the death." Yi Qingyun immediately warned, "Careful." Kang Tianma rushed forward and punched at Zhu Exingyuan. But Zhu Exingyuan was no ordinary opponent and instantly countered with a punch, knocking him backward. While falling, Kang Tianma secretly thought, "I've completely forgotten how to fight with a physical body." He fell beside Yi Qingyun, who anxiously tried to speak. "Brother Kang Yu." Kang Tianma pushed himself up and warned, "War God, forgive my embarrassment. I haven't fought with a body for too long, and I'm no match for him now. We must leave quickly." Yi Qingyun immediately used his movement technique and said, "All right, come with me." The two then left the area while Zhu Exingyuan watched and snorted coldly, "HMPH. Run, let's see where you two can escape." With that, he leaped up and chased after them. Kang Tianma flew beside Yi Qingyun and asked, "War God, where are we going?" He replied, "The Alchemist Guild, but shrink your body first." Kang Tianma immediately obeyed but remained puzzled. "All right, but why are we going to the Alchemist Guild?" Yi Qingyun said, "It's a long story, I'll explain later." At the main entrance of the Gu family's Alchemist Guild, Yi Qingyun landed and instructed, "Take this 5th grade healing pill and go inside to recover. Leave the rest to me." Kang Tianma immediately agreed, "All right." After he entered, Yi Qingyun shouted, "Senior Du Dao, please appear and lend me a hand." Hu Du Dao appeared and asked, "President Yi, why did you summon me?" Yi Qingyun replied, "Senior, you'll know shortly." Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Exingyuan arrived and landed nearby. He stood before Yi Qingyun and asked, "Brat, why aren't you running anymore?" Elder Hu Du Dao saw him and asked suspiciously, "Zhu Exingyuan, may I ask why you've come to my Alchemist Guild today?" Seeing him, Zhu Exingyuan asked in surprise, "Hu Du Dao, what, you want to stand up for this brat?" Hu Du Dao raised a hand and introduced him. "This is our guild's vice president, so watch your words." Hearing this, Zhu Exingyuan shrank his body and said, "So you're President Yi, no wonder." Yi Qingyun smiled and replied, "Nothing surprising. Are you trying to start a war with my Alchemist Guild?" Knowing he could do nothing more, Zhu Exingyuan turned to leave but still warned, "HMPH, brat, you'd better stop wandering outside so often." Yi Qingyun calmly replied, "No need to trouble yourself." Zhu Exingyuan flew away and said, "Farewell." Hu Du Dao warned, "President Yi, although I don't know how you offended the Zhu family, you'd better be extremely careful when traveling from now on." Yi Qingyun nodded, "I'll be careful." Elder Du Dao then said, "President Yi, your family has arrived." Yi Qingyun cupped his hands in thanks and said, "Really? I'll go welcome them." At the 8 Wastelands teleportation array, the Yi family members marveled as soon as they arrived. "This place is beautiful. Look, I wonder how that brat has been doing here, but I guess he still hasn't changed his principles." Yi Sheng said, "Wu Hai, I have to admit you have a fine grandson." Yi Wu Hai laughed loudly, "Haha, indeed." Just then, a nearby conversation caught their attention. Yi Chong died, the Yi family was destroyed, and Shang Guan rose to power, sweeping away everything in their path. The Yi family juniors still did not know how the 8 Wastelands Yi family was connected to their Yi family, so they noisily called out, "Let's go take a look." "All right, I'm coming too," leaving the 2 Yi family elders stunned. Yi Sheng advised, "Wu Hai, stay calm. We only arrived today and don't know what Qingyun has been through, so we absolutely cannot cause him more trouble." And Yi Wu Hai sighed, "Of course I know, but..." Another group of curious Yi family members ran around everywhere. "Let's go look over there." "Junior sister, wait for me." Yi Wu Hai could no longer stand it and shouted, "All of you come back immediately," making them stop in fear. An ancestor. 2 people passed by and sneered, "Where did these ignorant country bumpkins come from?" "Junior brother, you go ahead while I teach these crickets a lesson." And the fat man beside him replied, "Then hurry, senior brother will order first." Elder Yi Wu Hai was speaking with a Gu family guard. "Well, sir." And the guard hurriedly saluted, "Senior, there's no need for such courtesy." Yi Wu Hai asked, "May I ask where we're going next?" While the green-haired man approached singing, "Old Yi Chong begs, the Yi family is useless. The Yi family is truly a bunch of trash." The man smugly thought, the words are crude, but who cares? As long as I please the Shang Guan family, I'll be recommended from the outer sect to the inner sect, haha. Suddenly, while walking, he bumped into someone who cried out, "Ah!" The green-haired man immediately shouted angrily, "Are you blind? How dare you block my way?" The girl frowned and questioned, "You clearly bumped into me." but after seeing her face, the man instantly changed his tone. "Oh, you're actually quite pretty." He grabbed her hand and arrogantly declared, "I'm taking this woman away. If anyone objects to what I do today, come find me. I am Shang Guanqiu, an outer sect disciple of the Shang Guan family." While the frightened girl cried, "What are you doing? Let go." Just then, Elder Yi Wuhai looked over. Hearing the cry, he immediately shouted, "The Shang Guan family has gone too far. Release my Yi family disciple." As soon as he spoke, he attacked Shang Guanqiu, who quickly leaped away and shouted, "Stinking old man, are you insane? You dare offend my Shang Guan family over a woman." Yi Wuhai said, "Even if she is only an outer sect disciple, no one may humiliate a member of my Yi family, so today I will properly teach you a lesson." And Shang Guanqiu sneered, "HMPH, a lower world bumpkin like you needs discipline, so let this grandfather teach you the rules here." At that moment, the Gu family guard intervened. "Wait, please show my Gu family some respect and remain calm." Shang Guanqiu angrily shouted, "This is between me and that old man. Why is your Gu family interfering?" The guard's face darkened. "This senior is a guest of the Gu family, Shang Guanqiu. Do you want to oppose us?" And the man arrogantly replied, "So what if you're the Gu family? My Shang Guan family is also one of the 8 great families. Why would I fear you? Move if you don't want to die," he said before arrogantly charging forward, while Elder Yi Wuhai immediately took a stance and the Gu family guard shouted, "Shang Guanqiu." Elder Yi Wuhai circulated his power, condensed a sphere before his chest, and said, "Come." Just as he prepared to attack, someone suddenly appeared before him, leaving Shang Guanqiu stunned. That person instantly rushed straight toward Shang Guanqiu. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Shang Guanqiu's face, making him spit blood. The kick was so powerful that it sent him flying backward. Yi Wuhai asked in shock, "You are Qing Yun?" He turned back and replied, "It's me. Are you alright, Grandpa?" Seeing him, the Yi family disciples cheered excitedly. "Yi Qing Yun, he's Yi Qing Yun, so strong." Yi Sheng reminded him, "Qing Yun, you were too impulsive this time. How will you handle this?" Yi Qing Yun looked at Shang Guanqiu coughing in the corner and reassured him, "It's fine, he's only a small fry." After sitting up, Shang Guanqiu gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? How dare you provoke my Shang Guan family?" But when he raised his head and saw Yi Qing Yun, his mouth fell open, his eyes widened, sweat poured down, and he stammered, Yi, President Yi." Shang Guanqiu stared fearfully at Yi Qing Yun and exclaimed, "President Yi." Yi Sheng and Yi Wuhai were completely confused by this title and looked at each other. "President Yi, what? President Yi." The Gu family guard laughed and explained, "Haha, he is naturally the president of our alchemist guild," leaving both men utterly dumbfounded. Shang Guanqiu turned deathly pale and hurriedly tried to flee, thinking fearfully, "Damn it, why did I provoke this killing god? This man even dared kill the Shang Guan family's eldest son." He ran before Yi Qing Yun and dropped to his knees. Crying regretfully, he begged, President Yi, I didn't know they were your people. I'll apologize to them immediately, so please don't take this matter to heart." Shang Guanqiu immediately turned to Yi Wuhai and apologized, "Old man, no sir, I'm sorry." He then hugged the girl's leg and begged for mercy, "Auntie, no, young lady, I'm sorry." In a hidden corner, the girl kept kicking him, and when Yi Wuhai softly called, "Qing Yun," he reassured him, "Grandpa, don't worry, I know my limits." He then walked toward Shang Guanqiu with murderous intent, making the man tremble and stammer, "See Chairman Yi." Across from them, a group of black-clad men turned to leave after watching the commotion, and one urged, "Hurry up and go," while another replied, "Go, why go?" The other man said, "That's the Gu and Shang Guan families, won't you be held responsible later?" The black-clad man chuckled, "Hee, everyone knows this, just look whether anyone else has left." Hearing this, he turned around and saw a large crowd already gathered to watch the excitement. The masked man in black frowned and said, "They're here." Yi Qing Yun suddenly raised a pill and loudly announced, "I declare, whoever kills him can have this 4th grade pill." The onlookers instantly grew excited and rushed forward. "Quick, grab it." Luo Sanban pointed from the crowd and deliberately shouted, "4th grade? Why only 4th grade? Isn't he from the Shang Guan family? He should be worth a 5th grade pill, right everyone?" The crowd nodded and discussed, "Exactly, it should be 5th grade. Although he's only at the 1st level Heavenly King realm, look at his status." Luo Sanban successfully swayed the crowd and secretly laughed. The crowd began chanting together, "5th grade, 5th grade, 5th grade." Seizing the opportunity, Luo Sanban drew his sword and charged at Shang Guanqiu, who thought in horror, "What is he doing?" He hurriedly shouted, I am but before he could finish, Luo Sanban rushed forward and pierced his body with one strike. Before completely collapsing, Shang Guan Qiu stubbornly muttered, "Shang Guan Qiu of the Shang Guan family." Only then did the crowd realize they had been tricked and cursed angrily. "He beat us to it. What a bastard, damn it." After finishing Shang Guan Qiu, Luo Sanban walked up to Yi Qingyun and held out his hand. "Give me the 4th grade pill," while Yi Qingyun smiled. "Wow, your strength has improved quite a lot." Luo Sanban angrily snatched the pill from his hand and said, "Cut the nonsense, hand it over." Before leaving, he added, "I really don't want to see you again, you murderous fiend," and Yi Qingyun laughed. "Haha, really?" Everyone grew curious. Who is that fatty? He called Chairman Yi a murderous fiend. Could he be on Chairman Yi's level? Go find out. Yi Qingyun turned to the 2 Yi family elders and said, "Only one of the Shang Guan and Yi families can continue to exist, so the weak have no reason to exist in the 8 Wastelands region. Let's go." 8 Wastelands Purple Tavern. The waiter pointed in one direction and said, "Esteemed guests, please head upstairs." Yi Qingyun walked up the stairs. He suddenly turned and told the Yi family members, "Rest here for a while. Grandpa, the great elder, and I will go upstairs to discuss something." Everyone immediately cupped their hands, bowed, and replied, "Yes, family head." Hearing that title, Yi Qingyun turned back in confusion. "Family head?" Yi Wuhai shrugged and replied, "Don't look at me, I've already been removed." Yi Sheng explained, "Qingyun, I told them," and when Yi Qingyun hesitated, "Great elder, this." Yi Sheng interrupted, "There's nothing to discuss, this was decided before you left," so Yi Qingyun simply nodded, "All right." He then told the Gu family guard, "You've worked hard on this journey, come upstairs with us." But the man hurriedly refused, "And no need, Chairman, I'll stay with them." A Yi family member walked over, put an arm around his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, family head, I'll definitely treat him well and get him drunk to death." The guard forced a smile and muttered, "I am not good at drinking." Seeing this, Yi Qingyun burst out laughing, "Yi Dai haha," then stopped insisting and said, "All right." He then went upstairs with his grandfather and the great elder. The Gu family guard watched his back and secretly thought, Chairman Yi brought his family here. Is he planning to establish a new great family in the 8 Wastelands or replace an existing one? I must build a good relationship with them. After entering the room, Yi Qingyun saw a cup on the table and asked in confusion, "What does this mean? Only 1 cup of wine." The 8 Wastelands Purple Tavern waiter explained, "Esteemed guest, this red wine can slightly increase a warrior's cultivation, but each cup costs 100 superior spirit stones." And Yi Qingyun immediately said, "Bring a jar, a large one." The waiter awkwardly scratched his head and said, "A large jar? Esteemed guest, 1 large jar contains 200 cups, perhaps you should pay first." Yi Qingyun immediately took out 3 pills and said, "Today I'm welcoming my family, give every Yi family member downstairs a large jar, refill them when they finish until they're drunk. These are 3 4th grade pills, is that enough? If not, I'll add more." The waiter stared at the 3 pills so greedily he nearly drooled, and after taking them, his eyes lit up as he said, "Enough, enough, definitely enough." Yi Sheng reminded him, "Qingyun, how can you trade 4th grade pills for wine, although this wine can increase cultivation?" But Yi Qingyun smiled reassuringly, "It's fine, I still have more." Elder Yi Wuhai took 1 sip of the wine and exclaimed in surprise, "This wine is called Spirit Nectar, and it can actually increase cultivation this much." After speaking, he immediately raised the cup and drained it. Once he finished, his entire body suddenly felt light and floating, He felt as if he were drifting through a flower garden, completely intoxicated. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Yi Sheng helplessly said, "Yi Wuhai, you're already so old yet have no restraint. It seems I was right to take back your position as family head." After criticizing him, he also raised his cup and drank, this wine. Immediately, an intense sensation erupted inside Yi Sheng's body. My cultivation. He seemed lost in a dream and even removed his robe, sighing, "I've never felt such transcendent pleasure. It reminds me of when I was 18, the sun setting in the west and my first love. Countless breakthroughs cannot compare to first love. What a poem." Yi Sheng covered his face, looking utterly satisfied and delighted. Yi Wuhai immediately coughed twice, pulling him back to reality. Ahem, ahem. Yi Sheng stroked his beard to hide his embarrassment and asked, "Right, Qingyun, they called you president earlier, so what exactly is your current identity?" Yi Dai drank at the same table with a Gu family guard and exclaimed, "Brother, you're incredible." The Gu family guard laughed, "Haha, you lost, drink." Yi Dai happily nodded, all right. Just as he was about to drink, the other man suddenly snatched the cup from his hand. The man raised Yi Dai's cup and said, "This is spirit nectar that increases cultivation. I'd gladly drink myself to death with it, so let me drink for you." Yi Dai helplessly asked, "Didn't you say you couldn't drink?" The Gu family guard replied, "You and I hit it off instantly. What an outstanding performance." Yi Dai pointed toward the Yi family members and said, "But you got everyone drunk." The man awkwardly scratched his head and laughed, "Haha, same here, I'm just like everyone else." Yet the guards secretly thought they were not drunk, but simply too weak to withstand the wine's power. Suddenly, Yi Sheng's voice echoed down from upstairs. "What?" Yi Dai blankly asked, "What's going on?" Yi Sheng instantly stood up, slammed the table, and asked, "Are you really the vice president of the Eight Wastelands Alchemist Guild?" Yi Qing Yun calmly replied, "I'm merely the Alchemist Guild's vice president." Yi Wuhai drank while muttering, "Oh, merely. Then he could no longer contain his shock and spat out the wine in his mouth. Yi Sheng's entire face was drenched. At the Gu family estate, several elders waited anxiously. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could something have happened? Elder Gu stroked his beard and reassured everyone, "Impossible with Mr. Yi's temperament, haha, impossible." Just then Yi Qing Yun approached Elder Gu and announced, "We're here." The Gu family head asked suspiciously, "Why are there only 3 people?" Yi Qing Yun and the 2 elders walked forward with smiles. Everyone warmly shook hands and greeted each other. "Greetings, family head Gu." Good, please come inside." "Elder Gu, long time no see." "Long time no see." The Gu family head immediately asked, "Mr. Yi, why are there only a few of you?" Yi Qing Yun explained, "The others are still enjoying their wine, so I'll trouble family head Gu to send people to the 8 Wastelands in to fetch them." The Gu family head nodded. "All right. They're all completely drunk." Hearing this, the Gu family head looked puzzled. "Drunk? Come on, everyone, keep going. It's not far now." Family head Gu Tian he had reserved part of the Gu estate for the Yi family, while Yi Qing Yun also settled everything for them. A few days later, after his injuries healed, Kang Tian Ma said, "You all head to the 8 Wastelands Divine Desert first. I'll find Kang Jai." Elder Hu Du Dao agreed. "All right, let's do that." Before leaving, Yi Qing Yun called Luo Sanban over. "Fatty." Though annoyed, he still answered, "What?" Yi Qing Yun instructed, "Once this succeeds, I'll give you a 5th grade pill." Luo Sanban replied, "Got it. Although I don't like seeing you, your credibility is still reliable." Yi Qing Yun teased him, "I didn't expect you to be at the 9th stage Imperial Realm. If Senior Hu Du Dao hadn't recruited you, you'd probably have kept hiding it well." Yi Qing Yun jumped onto the carriage and waved, announcing, "All right, let's set off." Sitting inside the carriage, Yi Qing Yun took out the stone ring again. Inside the ancient realm, he reminded himself, "I must also seize the time to cultivate." The 8 Wastelands Divine Desert was surrounded by endless yellow sand, with cacti as the only visible plants. In one small area, a group of black-robed figures moved together in the same direction. They slowly approached Yi Qing Yun's carriage. The coachman announced, "My lords, we've arrived at the 8 Wastelands Divine Desert." Before he could finish speaking, a black-clad man rushed forward and killed the coachman with one slash. The bandit leader loudly ordered, "Everyone out of the carriage, leave your belongings and women behind." Inside the carriage, Yi Qing Yun was cultivating at the 6th level of the King Realm, and upon hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes. A flame spirit horse could travel 1,000 miles a day, but if startled at night, it could erupt into raging flames. Yi Qing Yun reached out and gently stroked the horse. The bandit ordered, "Brat, I want these 4 horses. Are there any more women inside?" Yi Qing Yun immediately asked, "Have you lost your mind?" The black-clad man angrily shouted, "You dare insult me?" Yi Qing Yun mocked, "If I'm not talking about you, am I talking about myself?" Then called Luo Sanban. Luo Sanban crawled out and said, "I heard you, I'm not deaf." Then turned to the coachman, "Let me borrow that," and the coachman raised the whip and asked, This?" Luo Sanban nodded, "Yes." The bandit lost patience, summoned his martial spirit, and leaped at Yi Qing Yun, shouting, "Since you all want to die, I'll grant your wish." But just as he jumped, a whip wrapped tightly around his arms and body, making him exclaim, "A horsewhip. Are you idiots?" Yet as soon as he spoke, both he and his martial spirit were bound even tighter by the whip. Standing atop the carriage, Luo Sanban swung the whip and flung the bandit high into the air, making him cry, "Ah, why can't my martial spirit escape?" stop hitting me. Yi Qingyun cracked his wrists and reminded him, Luo Sanban, don't play too much, remember to keep the prisoner alive. Luo Sanban replied, got it, but the bound bandit mocked, a mighty 9th level sovereign realm warrior obeying a brat, you've lost all dignity, you have no shame. Hearing his endless chatter, Luo Sanban turned around, cracked his knuckles and stared at him warningly. Huh. He walked over and repeatedly struck the bandit's head while cursing, I've told you many times, you're too damn talkative. Seeing this, the remaining bandits immediately fled in panic, shouting, run, the boss has been beaten down. As they fled, Luo Sanban suddenly appeared and struck down with his palm, saying, calling him boss, you're talkative too. Watching this, Yao Jai quietly asked, what happened to him? Was he like this when you recruited him? Hu Du Dao shook his head, not sure, he was quite introverted when I recruited him. After dealing with the bandits, Luo Sanban's face darkened as he thought, I've killed thousands of swordsmen, if not for the pills, I would never obey you. The bandit leader was so frightened that his face turned deathly pale. Yi Qingyun pointed at the bandit leader and asked, you wanted to rob me, right? The bandit repeatedly kowtowed and begged, boss, please spare me, it's my first time, admitting mistakes helps one improve, lay down the butcher's blade and become enlightened, the sea of suffering is endless but the shore lies behind. Yi Qingyun fired a strand of spiritual power to sever his restraints and said, I have no time to chat, open your bag, and the bandit hurriedly replied, all right, but there are only some steamed buns inside. When he opened the bag, a pitch-black arm covered in countless eyes immediately flew out. Everyone gathered around in confusion and Yi Qingyun answered, the 6th demon-eyed arm, ranked 12th among weapons forged through the sacrifice of millions, an extremely vicious weapon. Yi Qingyun grabbed the bandit by the collar and demanded, tell me where you got this arm. The terrified bandit stammered, I don't know, I only put steamed buns inside, could I have taken the wrong bag at the inn earlier? Yao Jai stepped forward and reminded him, Qingyun, there really is an inn ahead, he probably isn't lying. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun stopped troubling the bandit, tied the bag shut and urged everyone, let's go take a look. Yao Jai nodded all right while the confused bandit asked, then you'll spare me. Hu Du Dao, standing beside him, swung his sword and killed him with one slash, making the bandit exclaim before dying, You're also at the 9th level of the sovereign realm. Amid the 8 wastelands' divine desert, an inn stood towering like it had risen from the sea of sand. Yi Qingyun and the other 3 slowly walked inside. As they lifted the curtain and entered, a scar-faced man immediately noticed them. Yi Qingyun walked to the counter and asked the waiter to bring them some food. He returned to the table and sat down as someone nearby judged, these 4 are dangerous and smell of blood, while the scar-faced man opposite sipped tea and said, not only that, they also carry the scent of evil. Suddenly, someone entered with heavy stomps, each footstep making the small inn seem to tremble. The scar-faced man's expression turned grave as he identified him. It's Luo Panzai, while the man opposite nervously said, he seems to be in a bad mood today. Yi Qingyun was eating when he sensed the tremor and turned to look, HMPH. Luo Panzai was a huge fat man who released an extremely unpleasant aura the moment he entered. 2 people at a corner table whispered, HMPH, how could he be happy? Because of that newcomer Sen's recent actions, his status has plummeted. I heard Sen's master is called Gui Nai or something, but I've never heard of him before. Yao Jai and Yi Qingyun exclaimed in unison, Gui Nai. Lu Panzai fiercely punched the blue-clad man backward and angrily shouted, get lost. Still not satisfied, he slammed his fist onto the table and declared, I'm in a bad mood today, you have 3 seconds, and anyone still here after that dies. The scar-faced swordsman slung his sword behind his back and told his companion, let's go, as everyone in the inn began leaving one after another. Only Yi Qingyun's table remained calmly eating, and he praised while chewing, this beef is pretty good. Lu Panzai was so furious that he smashed the table apart. He flew into a rage and gritted his teeth, yo. With that, he reached behind his back and drew his weapon. He then leaped up and shouted, are you provoking me? Just as he struck down, Luo Sanban swiftly appeared behind Yi Qingyun and blocked his hammer with his own weapon. Yi Qingyun and Luo Sanban simultaneously recognized the weapon in Lu Panzai's hand, the heaven-shaking hammer. Yi Qingyun's face darkened as he ordered, Luo Sanban, capture him alive, and Luo Sanban replied, of course, you don't need to tell me. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure erupted around him, making Lu Panzai stammer in terror, and 9th level Imperial Apex Realm. Moments later, Luo Sanban defeated Lu Panzai and knocked him to the ground, then jumped onto him, slapped him and cursed, weren't you acting so arrogant? Yi Qingyun snatched the heaven-shaking hammer from his hand. He demanded, where did you get this hammer? Luo Sanban grabbed the man's neck and threatened, don't move, just answer the question, and Lu Panzai replied with a pale face, I bought it from someone. Yi Qingyun asked where, and he tremblingly replied, at the Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild auction. Hu Dudao leisurely sipped his tea and explained, the Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild is extremely powerful, while Yao Jai agreed, I've heard of it too, and some say the Eight Wastelands Commerce Guild also belongs to them. Yi Qingyun immediately concluded, it seems Cao Dong may have been captured by the Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild, and Luo Sanban anxiously urged, then what are we waiting for? Let's go save that shorty. Yi Qingyun patted Luo Sanban's shoulder and said, wait a moment first. Luo Sanban turned back in confusion and asked, wait for what? Yi Qingyun calmly said, Gao Dong possesses the forging skill of Shang Hui Tian Dai's dwarves, so they won't let him die yet. Our priority now is eliminating the threat of Gui Nai. Luo Sanban eagerly replied, you're the employer, so whatever you say goes. Lu Panzai sprawled on the floor, overheard Yi Qingyun and hurriedly confessed, I know where Gui Nai is. With some anxiety, he added, Gui Nai and his disciple Shen went to the desert tower. Yao Jai slammed the table and sprang up, shouting in shock, the desert tower? Could that guy be trying to release the desert demon king? Yi Qingyun said coldly, no wonder he wanted to steal your desert demon flower. Realizing his goal was to release the Desert Demon King, Yi Qingyun immediately ordered his subordinates after them. They left Lu Panzai lying stiffly on the floor. He dragged himself up against the wall, drenched in sweat and utterly confused, muttering, 1, 2, 3. 3 ninth-level Imperial Extremity Realm warriors are following a young man. Frowning deeply in thought, he muttered, who exactly is that boy? Lu Panzai came to his senses and, feeling fortunate amid disaster, cried with relief, thank goodness, they didn't kill me. His two subordinates behind him were equally terrified. The desert tower stood tall amid endless yellow sands and brutal sun and wind, and no one knew how long it had existed, only that it supposedly sealed the Desert Demon King underground and that whoever freed it could form a soul contract and gain its service. Gui Nai and Shen raced like the wind toward the desert tower, and Shen asked, Master, do you really want to release the Desert Demon King? Gui Nai smiled. Yes, it possesses the desert demon body, so forming a soul contract with it would be like gaining a desert demon body clone. Shen nodded, I see. Gui Nai smiled calculatingly and continued, once I control this desert demon king, the entire continent will be within my grasp. Hearing his master's grand ambitions, Shen laughed loudly. That feeling would be incredible. Before them were 2 intertwined red dragons baring their fangs with murderous intent and glaring with blood-red eyes, and Gui Nai warned, these are guardian demon beasts at the 9th level of the Imperial Extremity Realm, no weaker than us, one each, finish them quickly. Shen replied, yes, master. Shen drew his sword and charged forward aggressively, causing the dragon to open its jaws and roar. Shen pressed 2 fingers against his sword and murmured an unknown incantation as a dazzling blue light instantly burst forth. The dragon moved its face closer, but Shen remained completely calm with a confident smile on his lips. On the other side, Gui Nai was fighting the remaining dragon. It stretched out its long tongue and wrapped it around Gui Nai's body, making him frown angrily. Gui Nai kicked its tongue away and flipped through the air. Twisting his body, he used the air's momentum to forcefully blast a surge of water energy into its mouth. From above, the attack slammed straight down onto its body. The dragon went berserk, raising its head and spewing purple-black energy with a furious roar that shook the entire space. It then swung its tail fiercely into Gui Nai, sending him flying far away. Suddenly, explosions erupted around the dragon as fierce flames surged upward. Gui Nai sat on the ground with torn clothes and a soot-blackened face, loudly ordering his disciple, Shen, give me that recovery pill. Shen obeyed yes, then threw the pill toward Gui Nai. Gui Nai caught the pill with his mouth and gulped it down. He then charged at the red dragon again to continue the fight. After taking the pill, his face became distorted and his eyes turned pitch black, making him terrifying as he boasted, you're just a damned beast, let's see how long you can endure. Gui Nai unleashed a fatal blow and finished the dragon, watching it slowly burn to death. HMPH. Just then Shen loudly cried for help, Master, save me. Gui Nai grinned excitedly as purple demonic energy spread around his body, then ordered, hold its head, I'll finish it. With that, Gui Nai wrapped purple-black energy tightly around the dragon's body, leaving it unable to move or resist. Guinai clenched his fist, his eyes cold and his face filled with triumph. Under his control, the black energy tightened even further. The dragon's body contracted as it screamed in agony and coughed up blood, and soon its limbs were crushed, its life force exhausted, leaving it collapsed on the ground and gasping its final breaths. Shen smiled happily, cupped his hands, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, master," Guinai arrogantly replied. They were merely two damned creatures, hardly even beasts. His smugness did not last long as Guinai's face suddenly darkened, and he clutched his chest before vomiting black blood. Shen gave a meaningful smile and smugly asked, "Has the poison finally taken effect?" Guinai grimaced at the disciple he had always trusted and stammered, "Shen, you." Seizing the chance, Shen immediately drew his sword without hesitation or mercy. He stabbed straight into Guinai's chest while Guinai remained stunned by the blatant betrayal and asked, "Why?" Shen smirked with calculating eyes and replied, "Why, ha ha ha, I was merely guided by the Star Sea Demon cult." After speaking, Shen pulled out his sword and coldly turned away as Guinai dropped to his knees. He then collapsed onto the ground, blood flowing endlessly while his eyes remained fixed on Shen's retreating back. Shen happily held the desert demon flower and said excitedly, "With this desert demon flower, I can control the desert demon king. From now on, I can go anywhere in this world, so who could possibly be my opponent?" At the same time, Yi Qingyun's group arrived at the desert tower, and Yao Jai led the way, pointing ahead and shouting, "It's right up ahead." Before them lay Guinai's still-warm corpse. "Hu Du Dao exclaimed, 'Is that Guinai's corpse?' Yao Jai asked. "Who killed him?" Yi Qingyun paid little attention and looked toward the distant Shen before warning, "The Desert Demon King has emerged." Ahead of them, something began rising from beneath the sand as the entire area shook like an earthquake. Yi Qingyun raised his hand and loudly warned everyone, "Quick, fall back." A scale-covered head slowly emerged, its eyes glowing as brightly as car headlights. It was a blue dragon seemingly filled with immense power, its eyes blazing and its long tongue hanging out. Shen stood proudly on its body with his hands behind his back and smiled. "Yo, you guys are too late." Yao Jai questioned him, "Shen, did you kill your own master? You master and disciple truly are alike." Shen frowned at the four people before him, slightly confused as he thought, there are actually 3 9th-level Imperial Extremity Realm warriors. In this situation, escaping is the best choice. He immediately ordered his spirit beast go. A sandstorm rose and filled the air with dust as Yi Qingyun's group chased Shen, and Yi Qingyun shouted, "After him!" Yao Jai helplessly said, "We can't catch up." Hu Du Dao cursed angrily, "Damn it." Just then Yi Qingyun's foot suddenly stepped on something. Yi Qingyun picked up an item and said, "Mutation Pavilion." Hu Du Dao stood beside him in confusion and asked, "Could that guy be backed by the Mutation Pavilion?" Luo Sanban recounted recent events, saying the Mutation Pavilion had been capturing mutants everywhere, and Yi Qingyun wondered, Xiao Yao has been missing so long, could the Mutation Pavilion have captured her? Nearby, Yao Jai lamented sadly, "My desert demon flower." Yi Qingyun comforted him, "Brother Yao, don't worry, let's check the bottom of the cave first, perhaps there's still a chance to turn things around." Yao Jai regained hope and asked, "Turn things around?" With that, the four descended together into the depths of the cave. The sound of their landing echoed from below. The others followed one after another, and the moment Yi Qingyun landed, he stared in surprise at the scene before him. A desert egg. Luo Sanban approached the egg with a puzzled expression. "An egg, the Desert Demon King's egg, does that mean?" Before he finished, Yi Qingyun understood and immediately denied it. "No, although it's called a desert egg, it isn't the Desert Demon King's child." He then explained, "Legend says the Desert Demon King surrounds a stone while cultivating and resting." His voice lowered slightly. Over many years, it gradually becomes a desert egg, but surprisingly, the Desert Demon King didn't take it. Yao Jai asked, "What's the use of taking this egg? Isn't it basically the Desert Demon King's bed?" Yi Qingyun replied, "Of course it's useful, Brother Yao, this is the turnaround I mentioned." The moment he finished speaking, Ngu keenly smelled something unusual. It suddenly popped out with a greedy look, startling Yi Qingyun. Ngu. Seeing Ngu's huge mouth about to swallow the entire egg, Yi Qingyun quickly reached out to stop it. He rushed over, pulled the egg from Ngu's mouth and said, Hey, you can't eat this." Luo Sanban looked at it with slight annoyance. HMPH. Yi Qingyun exerted his strength and shattered the egg. He then took out a bottle to collect the liquid inside. Yi Qingyun handed the bottle to Yao Jai. "Brother Yao, drink this egg liquid directly, and within a few days the powerful desert poison in your body will be completely removed." Yao Jai immediately obeyed. All right, all right. Yi Qingyun dipped his hand into the liquid and thought, unexpectedly, the desert demon body is no longer inside the desert demon king, but within the desert egg. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, that desert demon body belongs to me, no one can take it. The giant dragon's tail appeared and slammed down toward Yi Qingyun's group. Yi Qingyun immediately realized it actually came back. Shen sat atop the dragon curled at the bottom of the cave and laughed smugly. So you're the one still trying to steal my belongings. 3 9th-level Imperial Extremity Realm Warriors, I advise you not to resist me. After speaking, Shen and the dragon quickly left the area. Yi Qingyun sighed, I didn't expect the Desert Demon King to recover so quickly. Hu Dudao complained, what a troublesome bastard. Yi Qingyun looked at the small amount of Desert Demon Body liquid in his hand and silently thought, even if it's only a small part, one day I'll obtain all of it. Yao Jai happily stroked Ngu. Brother Yi, is this dog your pet? Yi Qingyun replied. Ngu seemed delighted and barked, woof. After returning from the desert, Yao Jai gratefully said, Brother Yi, thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. Yi Qingyun placed a hand on his shoulder and modestly replied, Brother Yao, no need to be so polite. Finally, Yao Jai bid everyone farewell. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. I live in the divine desert territory of the 8 wastelands, so visit me when you have time, Brother Yi. Yi Qingyun agreed. The 8 wastelands divine desert is the only path to the divine realm, so I will definitely come. Afterward, only Yi Qingyun and Luo Sanban remained. Yi Qingyun called out, Fatty. Luo Sanban asked in confusion, what is it? Yi Qingyun took out a pill. This is a 5th grade pill combined with a fire pill. It can heal your internal injuries. Luo Sanban accepted it with both hands in shock. How did you know I had internal injuries? Shen had fled to a remote wasteland surrounded by towering mountains, where his blue dragon lay coiled around the mountain range, basking beneath the open sky. Shen sat inside a cave cultivating martial arts and thought irritably, what happened? What exactly is going on? He circulated energy through both hands and tried repeatedly but failed every time, shouting with a twisted expression, I've fused with the entire desert demon body, so why can't I condense a desert clone? He suddenly realized, could that guy have taken part of the desert demon body? He gritted his teeth, eyes filled with murderous intent as the image of Yi Qingyun holding a fragment of the demon body appeared in his mind, and he shouted, it was him. Just then, the sinister spirit of a mysterious black-robed man appeared, startling Shen. HMPH. The mysterious black-robed man opened his palm, handed Shen a glowing diamond fragment, and smiled. Congratulations on obtaining the Desert Demon King. From now on you are the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Mutation Pavilion in the 8 Wastelands, and those above have sent an order. Shen asked in surprise, what order? The mysterious black-robed man smirked and said, capture Yi Qingyun of the Yi family. Shen took the diamond fragment and pressed it against his forehead, then smiled smugly and said arrogantly, that guy again, nothing more. Shen's face transformed, covered in countless cracks, and he grinned wildly while shouting, I can finally have my own mutant physique. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun sat leisurely admiring the world, opening his palm to receive the energy Ngu had brought. Ngu wagged its tail, whimpered with its tongue out and eyes tightly shut, barking nonstop, so Yi Qingyun smiled and warned, you can't eat this, are you hungry? Hearing that question, Ngu's eyes instantly lit up, drool dripping as its tail wagged nonstop and it kept barking. Yi Qingyun continued asking, then what do you want to eat, a chicken leg? Ngu immediately showed its refusal, disdainfully turning its head left and glaring, so Yi Qingyun awkwardly smiled and asked, then you want to eat a demon beast? That answer disappointed Ngu even more, and it stood up and walked forward while looking back at Yi Qingyun, seemingly waiting for the correct answer. Yi Qingyun guessed again, you want to eat a rare flame. Once he got it right, Ngu jumped excitedly, though still slightly sulky because it took him 3 tries. The man and dog stood frozen in the room as Yi Qingyun stroked his chin and thought, where am I supposed to find a rare flame for you now? He then sat down, stroked Ngu's head, and gently said, fine, I'll find a demon beast for you to eat now. Rare flames are hard to find, but I'll definitely get one for you someday. Ngu reluctantly agreed, closing its eyes in enjoyment and murmuring softly. As soon as the door opened, Yi Qingyun saw Luo Sanban standing outside and asked in surprise, Fatty, why are you still here? Isn't the mission over? Luo Sanban crossed his arms and pouted, "None of your business, you weren't even the one who recruited me." Meanwhile, Hu Dudao was speaking with Gu Tianhe, and after recounting everything that happened, he calmly concluded, "Patriarch, that's the whole situation." Gu Tianhe turned away and snorted irritably, deep in thought as he recalled their earlier conversation with Luo Sanban. Gu Tianhe stroked his thick beard and politely smiled at Luo Sanban. "So you and Chairman Yi are old acquaintances." Luo Sanban replied, "You could say that." Hu Dudao added, "Originally, this recruitment ended when the mission was completed, but would you be willing to follow Chairman Yi? Of course, if you ever want to leave, we won't stop you." Luo Sanban hesitated slightly as he recalled how Yi Qingyun had once given him a pill years ago. In the end, he clicked his tongue, accepted the arrangement, and firmly replied, "Fine." Luo Sanban turned and walked away, saying to Yi Qingyun, "Got it, I'll follow when I want and leave when I want." Yi Qingyun stood in the doorway with folded arms and smiled, "This fatty." Just then Qiu Cheng appeared, and upon seeing Yi Qingyun, she happily waved and called, "Brother Qingyun." Yi Qingyun smiled back, "Qiu Cheng, you're here." The moment Ngu saw the stranger, it barked repeatedly with a fierce expression, while Qiu Cheng pointed at it and exclaimed, "Wow, what a cute dog." She approached Ngu, crouched down, and reached to stroke its head while asking, "Brother Qingyun, when did you get a dog?" Ngu remained unfriendly and kept barking, "Woof, woof." Yi Qingyun put a hand on his hip and warned, Ngu, you're getting too bold." Hearing its master, Ngu immediately ran over and playfully clung to his ankle, making Qiu Cheng say, "So its name is Ngu, no wonder it's so silly." Qiu Cheng told Yi Qingyun, "Brother Qingyun, I want to go back." Yi Qingyun asked in surprise, "Go back?" Qiu Cheng looked sad and replied, "Yes, I have to return." Hearing this, Yi Qingyun immediately recalled what happened before and asked Lu Panzai, "Where did you get this hammer?" Luo Sanban grabbed the fat man's neck, pinned him to the ground, and threatened, "Don't move, just answer the question." Lu Panzai tremblingly confessed, "I bought it elsewhere." Yi Qingyun asked, "Where?" Lu Panzai replied, "At the Shanghui Tiandai auction." Yi Qingyun compared this with Qiu Cheng's words, "You're from Yimai Tiandai, is Tiandai Shanghui connected to Yimai Tiandai?" Qiu Cheng honestly replied, "Yes, and I heard the faction supporting me and the one opposing me have turned against each other, while my mother is still there, so I must return." Yi Qingyun pondered, "This girl possesses the proud world-wild spirit. The opposing faction must want her to forge a divine weapon containing extraordinary energy, and I'm afraid no one will support her except her mother." After some thought, Yi Qingyun decided, "I'll go with you." Qiu Cheng looked at Yi Qingyun with sparkling eyes. Really, the girl could not hide her joy. Zhang Huang beside her was also delighted and said, "Thank you." Yun Tian immediately expressed his desire to join. "Brother Yi, I want to go too." Yi Qingyun glanced at him and said, "No." Qiu Cheng ran over and hugged Yun Tian, who firmly said, "Of course." Seeing this, Yi Qingyun finally understood, "So that's how it is." Ao Shijai said coldly, "I'm going too." Yi Qingyun nodded, "Fine, we'll leave tomorrow." That night, the sky was filled with stars, and the bright moon shone clearly. Along the streets, every household had closed its doors and turned off the lights. At a street corner, a merchant negotiated with Yi Qingyun. "Well, Chairman Yi, do you need all of these?" Yi Qingyun replied indifferently, "Of course." Greed appeared on the merchant's face. "All right, Chairman Yi, I'll give you a discount, 10 million spirit stones in total." Yi Qingyun agreed and tossed all the demon beasts he had bought to Ngu, then sent a voice message, Ngu, these demon beasts are enough for you to eat for a whole month." Ngu's eyes lit up, drool dripping nonstop as it looked extremely excited. "Woof woof." Seeing this, Yi Qingyun sighed, "You really can eat." Curses suddenly echoed from somewhere along the street. "You piece of trash, I'll beat you." Well, you can still endure it. Looks like I haven't used enough strength." The surrounding onlookers began discussing, "Why is that guy beating a child like this? Seems the child was sold but escaped. The buyer caused trouble, so the manager got angry." Yi Qingyun looked at the child and was inwardly shaken. "The Wu race. It's really the Wu race, the legendary race closest to the sun, whose youths can break free from their cocoons and become gods. Strange, how can another race exist in the lower realm? Could he have been transported here like Gao Dong?" The whip-wielding man raised his hand high. "You worthless brat, I'll beat you to death." Wu Luo trembled in fear. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun shot forward like the wind, shocking everyone around him. He grabbed the whip and stopped the man from striking. The man immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Who are you to interfere?" Yi Qingyun replied, "You don't know me." The man arrogantly said, "Why should I know you? Get out of my way. I'm the new manager sent here by the Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild, so scram if you don't want to die." Yi Qingyun remained calm. "Oh, really?" Suddenly something struck the man's neck, making him scream in pain. Even Yi Qingyun stood there confused and blurted, "Huh." The surrounding crowd erupted in chatter. "Holy crap, so fast. Damn, I was too slow again." Suddenly someone stepped forward and spat on the man. "You don't even know Chairman Yi." He then obediently bowed and said gently, "Chairman Yi, this fool doesn't know his place, so I helped you knock him down." Yi Qingyun tossed him some gold. "Fine, I understand. This is the reward you deserve." Seeing the gold, the man's eyes instantly lit up and he flattered nonstop. "As expected of Chairman Yi, the Alchemist Guild's vice chairman, you're truly generous." "Chairman Yi, I'll take my leave first." After everyone left, Yi Qingyun approached Wu Luo and gently comforted him. "Little boy, you're safe now. What's your name?" Wu Luo turned to look at Yi Qingyun, his eyes still filled with fear. Looking at Wu Luo, Yi Qingyun became even more certain. Those are witch eyes, no mistake. Only the Wu race can be born with them. But how is this possible? Anyone with witch eyes cannot live past 10, yet judging by his bone age, this child is already 12. Wu Luo answered Yi Qingyun, "My name is Wu Luo." Yi Qingyun introduced himself as well. "Ah, my name is Yi Qingyun." Wu Luo curled up sadly. "Big brother, I'm scared." Yi Qingyun gently stroked his head. "Don't worry, everything is fine." Just then, Yi Qingyun suddenly sensed something unusual. A beam of light suddenly flashed into existence. The starry night sky seemed to be slowly torn open. Everyone on the street froze and discussed in confusion. "What's happening? Why is it turning into daytime? It's still night, the sky is just getting brighter." A gigantic black crow appeared, with a member of the demon temple standing on its head and saying, "Come with me." Seeing this, Wu Luo fearfully clung tightly to Yi Qingyun. "Big brother," Yi Qingyun reassured him, "don't be afraid, I'm here." Yi Qingyun clearly saw the symbol on the black-robed man's body. He immediately recognized it, someone from the demon temple. "New grudges and old hatred, let's settle them together." The demon temple member seemed surprised. "You actually know the demon temple?" Yi Qingyun replied disdainfully. "It's merely an inferior force of the divine realm, and coming to the lower realm already crosses the boundary." The demon temple member did not care. "I don't care how you know my demon temple." His voice gradually turned furious. "Nor do I care who you are. If you dare stop me, you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight down to attack. Yi Qingyun pulled Wu Luo into his arms. He immediately charged forward to fight back. After their first clash ended without a winner, Yi Qingyun was knocked away while holding Wu Luo. The demon temple member said confidently, "Dare oppose me, and you won't even know how you died." Yi Qingyun recognized his cultivation as the 9th level of the Imperial Extremity Realm. Wu Luo turned and said, "Big brother, I'll help you." The boy immediately closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a dazzling radiance burst from his entire body. Yi Qingyun sat down as his cultivation rose from the 7th level of the Heavenly King Realm to the 8th, 9th, and 10th levels of the Imperial Extremity Realm, fully receiving Wu Luo's heaven-gifted divine power. Wu Luo then looked utterly exhausted and weakly warned Yi Qingyun, "Big brother, you only have 10 breaths." Seeing this, the demon temple member was stunned. "You actually used the witch eye's heaven-gifted divine power on him. I truly don't know what to say." Yi Qingyun reached out and supported Wu Luo. Wu Luo weakly urged him, "Big brother, hurry." Even so, Yi Qingyun remained unhurried, taking out a medicinal pill and placing it in Wu Luo's mouth. "Stop talking and absorb the medicine, you'll recover soon." The demon temple member sneered, "Idiot, you're still wasting time. Heaven-gifted divine power can only be used once every 6 months, and now you have only 5 breaths left." Yi Qingyun calmly replied, 10 breaths is far too much for you, 1 breath is enough." At first, the demon temple member froze slightly, but immediately afterward he laughed contemptuously. "Ha ha, fine." Yi Qingyun gently placed Wu Luo down. The demon temple member said doubtfully, "Today I'll see how you kill me in 1 breath. Only 3 breaths remain." The onlookers whispered, "Chairman Yi isn't really waiting until only 1 breath remains, is he?" "Exactly, although Chairman Yi and that man are both at the 9th level of the Imperial Extremity Realm, killing someone of the same level in 1 breath." The demon temple member smiled sinisterly. 2 breaths left. Only then did Yi Qingyun begin raising his sword. He charged forward and shouted, 1 breath. The reckless demon temple member still said, 1 breath remains. "Come." Yi Qingyun ordered, "Little sword, I want a 1-hit kill." Little Sword immediately replied, understood. In an instant, Yi Qing-yun pierced straight through the demon temple member's body. The man froze in shock, 10 demon flames. Only now did he realize, why you're the Yi war god. But it was already too late as his body slowly turned to ash. Yi Qing-yun claimed victory with complete confidence and pride. Both the demon temple member and his bird vanished. Yi Qing-yun said exactly one breath. As the demon temple member disappeared, the sky gradually returned to normal and everyone exclaimed, "Look, it's getting dark again." What's strange about that, it was already nighttime. After finishing the battle, Yi Qing-yun immediately ran toward Wu Luo. Wu Luo called out anxiously, "Big brother." Yi Qing-yun gently reassured him, "It's fine." He looked warmly at Wu Luo and asked, "Wu Luo, are you willing to stay by my side?" Wu Luo agreed without hesitation. At the Gu family, Wu Luo could not hide his surprise and joy at the sight before him, exclaiming, "Wow." Every precious object in the room was elegantly arranged and glittered beautifully, and Yi Qing-yun said, "Wu Luo, stay here for now." Wu Luo quickly nodded. After settling Wu Luo in, Yi Qing-yun opened the door and went to another room. Luo Sanban said, "Killing Star, I'm going there tomorrow too." Yi Qing-yun turned around. "Didn't you say you didn't want to come with me?" Just then Yi Wuhai approached and called, "Qing-yun." Yi Qing-yun asked in surprise, "Grandfather?" Seeing Yi Wuhai appear, Luo Sanban covered his face and left, emphasizing, "I don't care when you leave, I'm coming too." Yi Qing-yun asked, "Because of Gao Dong?" Luo Sanban replied, "Because of friendship." Those words reminded Yi Qing-yun of someone who once told him, "But the revered war god only becomes more meaningful after dying, right?" He silently thought, "Friendship." After Luo Sanban left, Yi Qing-yun turned to Yi Wuhai and asked, "Grandfather, why were you looking for me?" Judging by Yi Wuhai's attitude, he seemed to have something extremely important and secret to discuss. "Let's talk in your room." After entering the room, Yi Wuhai turned toward a corner, his whole body trembling. Then he burst into tears, his face covered in tears and snot. "Qing-yun, if the Yi family's ancestors could see this, they would surely cry with joy too." Seeing Yi Wuhai like this, Yi Qing-yun was completely confused. He used Yi Qing-yun's clothes to wipe his tears. "Qing-yun, you don't understand. In just 2 years you've brought us to the 8 Wastelands fortress and gained such high status that no one dares provoke us." Yi Qing-yun comforted him, "Grandfather, trust me. Before long the Yi family will reclaim everything that belongs to us." Yi Qing-yun recalled the past. "Don't worry, he swallowed my blood essence and took my sword, and Yi Chong, ancestor of the Yi family, can be considered half my disciple." He placed a hand on Yi Wuhai's shoulder and firmly said, "I won't spare anyone from the 3 families or the blood venerable involved in harming the Yi family's ancestor back then." Yi Qing-yun's group set out together as agreed. Along the way, Ao Shijai guided them. "Once we cross the great mountain ahead, we'll reach the Heaven and Earth branch." Mountain ranges surrounded the Heaven and Earth branch on all sides. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as if the ground were collapsing. Qiu Chang sensed it and grunted in confusion. Lu Zai was desperately fleeing from a group of pursuers. Qiu Chang recognized him from afar and grabbed Yun Tian's hand pleadingly. "Yun Tian, he's my guard, little Lu Zai, please save him." Yun Tian agreed. He instantly rushed toward little Lu Zai. Lu Zai froze. Yun Tian explained, "Don't be afraid, I'm traveling with your young lady." Lu Zai was utterly shocked. In just moments, Yun Tian wiped out all the black-robed men. Qiu Chang happily shouted, "Little Lu Zai." Lu Zai turned around in surprise. "Young lady," he hurriedly urged her, "young lady." "Run, hurry and run," Lu Zai painfully explained. "Don't go to the Aoshi family. The Aoshi family has already been exterminated." Qiu Chang anxiously asked, "Exterminated? What about my mother?" Lu Zai lowered his head. She was killed too. Not only her, the entire Aoshi family was slaughtered." While speaking, Lu Zai suddenly noticed an arrow flying toward them. He hurriedly pushed Qiu Chang away while she still had no idea what was happening. "Little Lu Zai, what are you doing?" The scene before her left Qiu Chang frozen. An arrow struck the ground. Little Lu Zai had been poisoned, and blue blood flowed from his body. Lu Zai clutched his wound and shouted, "Run." A loud voice rang out, "Capture Qiu Chang alive, kill the others." Countless poison arrows were fired at once. Yi Qing-yun immediately ordered, "Pan Zai, protect Qiu Chang." Luo Sanban replied, "Got it." Luo Sanban stood directly in front of Qiu Chang. Yi Qing-yun unleashed a single move, World Sword Shadows. Instantly, both the enemies and their arrows were struck down as they screamed miserably. Yi Qing-yun keenly detected the direction the sound came from. He then swung his sword. A nearby tree was cut down, exposing the hidden attacker. Yi Qing-yun stepped forward and pressed the man's head down, making him cry out. Yun Tian rushed over to comfort Qiu Chang, while Zhang Huang recognized the demon Fang. Yi Qingyun placed his sword against the man's neck, where 2 red marks resembled needle punctures. Zhang Huang approached and confirmed, "No mistake, it's the demon Fang, someone from the demonic cult." Yi Qingyun was surprised. The demonic cults, could countless people have already died here? Zhang Huang stared at Yi Qingyun in shock. "You actually know?" Yi Qingyun explained. "The demonic cult is said to hold a low status in the divine realm," Yi Qingyun continued calmly, "but it is still extremely powerful, even a major force in the lower divine realm. The demonic cult has very few disciples, but they are extremely unusual and powerful, and all possess the Ghost Child Gate, an incredibly bizarre martial soul. A warrior can use this martial soul only once in a lifetime, as the Ghost Child Gate shatters after use and merges into the body to form a ghost child. Those with the Ghost Child bloodline only need to bite their target's neck once to turn them into the demonic cult's most loyal servant. Why kill the Aoshi family and leave no survivors? The demonic cult must want to create more of their own kind. Exactly, fully merging with the Ghost Child Gate and awakening the Ghost Child bloodline requires absorbing death energy, so demonic cult members work in pairs, one killing and the other absorbing. Then what do? We go to the Aoshi residence now and kill every demonic cult member. If these people remain alive, they will become a great calamity for this world." Upon reaching the Aoshi residence, the surroundings were shrouded in gloom, with corpses scattered throughout the vast estate and even across the rooftops. A man in white stood there surveying everything around him. How can this be? After traveling for some time, Yi Qingyun's group also arrived and stared at the white-robed man in disbelief. "Uncle, how could it be Ao Shiquang?" "Old man, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am not Ao Shiquang, my name is Shiquang." "Ha!" Shiquang had barely finished speaking. On the other side, Yi Qingyun immediately acted, gripping his spirit sword and charging straight at him. Shiquang saw him coming, yet his expression remained unchanged and he made no move. Only when Yi Qingyun struck did he raise his sword to block. Shiquang instantly shifted from defense to offense and forced Yi Qingyun backward with a single strike. So strong. Watching from the side, Ao Shijai was overwhelmed by grief and fury, finally losing control as he approached Shiquang. "Uncle, what happened to you? Why did you destroy your own family? Why, uncle?" Hearing his nephew's anguished accusations, Shiquang remained silent. He merely raised his hand and formed a palm strike. Without hesitation, he blasted Ao Shijai away. The palm force was terrifying, making Ao Shijai repeatedly cough blood as even the wall behind him cracked and shattered into pieces. "Brat, you mistook me for someone else, and that palm was the price for your poor eyesight. If he merely mistook you for someone else, why are you so agitated? Brat, who are you, and what does this have to do with you? You want to know? You're not even qualified to learn my name." Shiquang was openly looked down upon. Shiquang suddenly vanished from where he stood. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun showed no fear and remained completely calm, slowly closing his eyes as he entered a special state. Seeing Shiquang attack Qingyun, a black-clad masked man also rushed forward to help him. Qingyun showed no fear as Shiquang charged, merely standing with his eyes closed and unleashing his power as golden light enveloped his entire body. Shiquang instead revealed a faint smile and thought to himself, "I see." Unexpectedly, Shiquang suddenly vanished the next second, causing the black-clad man to slash through empty air. At that moment, someone kicked a stone coffin high into the air. The coffin spun several times before Shiquang caught it and smiled smugly. "Consider yourselves lucky today. Another day, I'll return to take your miserable lives." He immediately turned, carried the coffin, and fled using light footwork, prompting the black-clad man beside Qingyun to shout, trying to run. Seeing the man still trying to chase them, Qingyun placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him and said, "Forget it." Right after that, he told the black-robed man, "Thank you for earlier." Hearing this, the man merely folded his arms and nodded. At this moment, countless corpses lay across the courtyard, and a 7- or 8-year-old girl ran over shouting, "Mother." The girl tripped over a woman's body, and her legs immediately began trembling uncontrollably. She sat down with tears streaming endlessly and reached out while crying, "Mother, mother." Seeing this scene, Yun Tian, standing beside Qingyun, said, "Brother Yi, go on ahead. Qiu Cheng needs some time to calm down." Qingyun gently placed a hand on Yun Tian's shoulder and said, "All right, be careful, I'll leave Sanban here." The black-robed man hesitated briefly before saying, "All right, I'll stay." "Why is today's auction being held earlier than announced?" "Because a foreign race is being auctioned today, so the auction will last longer." I heard this auction seems quite interesting. Yi Qingyun and Elder Zhang went together to take a look. After entering the auction house's reception hall, the two were immediately looked down upon by a maid because Yi Qingyun and the elder wore simple clothes. Where did these two country bumpkins come from? Guests attending the auction must pay 100 premium spirit stones, so you two stop there. The moment she finished speaking, Yi Qingyun answered by throwing a bag of spirit stones into her mouth. Here are 200 premium spirit stones. Inside the auction house, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Let us congratulate this guest for successfully obtaining this sacred treasure for only 5 million premium spirit stones. The next item we will auction is a living being. Can everyone guess what kind of life we will auction next? If anyone here guesses correctly and later wins the auction, the Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild will grant that person a huge discount. Mr. Yi, this is the Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild. No matter what happens, don't act recklessly. Don't worry, I know my limits. I guess it's a spirit beast. Isn't it a foreign race? Could it be a foreign woman or a beastman? Ha ha ha, what a pity no one guessed correctly. When the servant pulled down the covering curtain, what appeared before everyone in the auction house was a short and fat middle-aged man. His beard was unkempt and countless overlapping wounds covered his body, making anyone who saw him shudder. The instant Yi Qingyun saw the man imprisoned in the cage, his expression changed and murderous intent filled his face. Elder, do you see the wounds on that man? Is he your friend? That's right, no matter how many powerful experts are here, they won't stop me. Who dares cause trouble here? Looking toward the disturbance, everyone saw Qingyun erupt with terrifying murderous intent, frightening those around him, while the huge commotion also caught the imprisoned man's attention. Completely unlike his previous gloomy silence, he suddenly became overjoyed and excited upon seeing that figure. Be Brother Yi. Hearing that call, Yi Qingyun immediately flew toward him. He drew his sword and slashed apart the cage imprisoning Gao Dong. Brother, I thought I'd never see you again in this life. What are you all standing there for? Brat, I don't care where you're from, but if you want to take him. Yi Qingyun completely ignored the auction host's words. Yi Qingyun immediately moved and stomped hard against the ground. His entire body shot straight toward the man. Then you must obey the rules. Get the hell down. As soon as he spoke, Yi Qingyun punched the auction host out of sight. To hell with your damn rules. You idiots, what are you still staring at? Hurry and kill him, elder. Seeing the situation grow increasingly tense, the elder directly used his movement technique and appeared beside Yi Qingyun. Come with me, Mr. Yi, I'm not leaving. The tense atmosphere also made Gao Dong worry for Yi Qingyun. Brother, if the owner of the Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild doesn't appear today, I'll tear this place apart. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Qingyun relaxed while speaking. The Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild's guards circled behind him and launched a sneak attack. Brat, die. As the war god, how could Yi Qingyun take these insignificant weaklings seriously? Yi Qingyun gripped his sword and softly murmured as he unleashed the sword skill, Merciless Sword. The moment Yi Qingyun's sword struck, the guards were covered in wounds. They died on the spot, and before long, many auction house guards had fallen. Seeing Yi Qingyun risk himself and fight for his sake, Gao Dong was so moved that he burst into tears. Suddenly, a blind fool of a guard appeared from nowhere and charged at Gao Dong, making the elder beside Gao Dong sigh softly. Then he swung his fist and sent the guard flying. Gao Dong, catch the hammer, Hess, my heaven-shaking hammer. Big brother, let's beat these dogs together. Damn it, these bastards dared gang up and abuse me. Today I'll smash you all into piles of minced flesh. While Gao Dong was showing his strength, a mysterious man suddenly appeared. Stop right there, I am Dong Fang Zhen, Guild Master of the Heaven and Earth Merchant Guild. Who are you? Big brother, it's him, he's the one who captured me. I knew it, you three must be tired of living. After speaking, Yi Qingyun activated a body tempering technique while the guild master summoned his martial soul, and the two immediately clashed. The difference in strength was too great, instantly putting Yi Qingyun at a disadvantage. 9th stage of the Imperial Supreme Realm against merely 6th stage of the Heavenly King Realm, yet you didn't die. After taking Dong Fang Zhen's punch, Yi Qingyun suffered no obvious injury and was merely forced backward by the powerful impact. How troublesome, a 6th stage Heavenly King Realm warrior can withstand my attack. Are you some mighty expert's disciple or what? I don't care who you are, whose disciple you are, or even if you're the direct heir of some supreme family, you owe me a proper explanation today. Huh, you want an explanation from me? Fine, I'll give you one because he is my brother. Huh, brother. Big brother, you've moved me to tears. I'll give you one chance to state your name and the force behind you. Perhaps I may spare your life, the guild master said with an unyielding attitude. Gao Dong could no longer endure it and charged with the heaven-shaking hammer. You filthy bastard, don't push us too far. Oh, you count as human, you're merely an inferior freak, so what can you do if I despise you? Ha ha ha. While mocking him, the guild master struck Gao Dong with a palm, and knowing Gao Dong was already badly injured and weaker only made Dong Fang Zhen more contemptuous and arrogant. When the palm and finger strike collided, Gao Dong was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun hurriedly rushed over and caught Gao Dong. The force of that palm was so immense that even Yi Qingyun was pushed backward. Leave the rest to me, I can't believe he actually managed to injure me. You want my name and the force behind me so you can judge whether you can afford to offend me, am I right? Who exactly are you? I come from the demonic cults. Hearing Yi Qingyun calmly claim he belonged to the demonic cult, Dong Fang Zhen's eyes trembled slightly. Why have I never seen you before? Demonic cult members have always been mysterious loners, so it's perfectly normal that you've never seen me, and this Heaven and Earth Merchant Guild truly is connected to the demonic cult. Indeed, it is connected to the demonic cult, or do you think you should have met even our sect master? So you're from the demonic cult, I was truly disrespectful. Dong Fang Zhen lowered his head to apologize to Yi Qingyun, but the next instant his expression darkened and his eyes burned with fierce killing intent. Gao Dong, watching from the side, noticed the change and immediately shouted, "Big brother, watch out for him, Mr. Yi." Dong Fang Zhen suddenly charged toward Yi Qingyun at extreme speed. The demonic cult has never mingled with outsiders. Seeing Dong Fang Zhen launch a surprise attack, Yi Qingyun quickly summoned the demonic blood armor to block. Yet it was still insufficient to stop the attack, and he was forced back several steps. There's one thing I forgot to tell you, this dwarf was captured by the demonic cult. Ha ha ha, it seems I underestimated this racial prejudice after all. Elder Gao Dong, let's go. Trying to leave, it won't be that easy. Just as they were escaping, the ancient ring on Yi Qingyun's hand suddenly released a dazzling beam of light. Then a foolish dog instantly appeared before Dong Fang Zhen, covering Yi Qingyun's retreat. Huh, why did this foolish dog come out? Oh, another dog. Once I'm done here, I'll slowly savor your taste. It should be quite good. The moment it clearly saw the enemy, the foolish dog quickly rushed to Dong Fang Zhen's leg, opened its mouth, and bit down hard. Dong Fang Zhen was utterly shocked, his eyes bulging and mouth wide open as he let out a heaven-shaking scream of pain. He never expected even his protective energy to be torn apart by this dog's bite. Having achieved its goal, the silly dog quickly fled, instantly chasing after Yi Qingyun's group before merging back into the ancient ring's space. Inside the ring, it even proudly showed off its achievement to its master. Yi Qingyun's group of 3 quickly rushed into the mountain forest. They then found a cave and hid inside. Inside the cave, Yi Qingyun suddenly coughed up blood, proving he had suffered serious injuries from his battle with Dong Fang Zhen. Mr. Yi is only at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm, yet you fought a 9th level Imperial Extremity Realm warrior. Truly unbelievable. I merely practice body refinement arts, it's nothing worth mentioning. Elsewhere in the forest, Dong Fang Zhen and his subordinates were still roaring furiously. Brat, come out and die, I already know where you are, so surrender now and I'll leave your corpse intact. Brother, he's caught up, don't be afraid. He's only probing us, so don't release any spiritual power and he won't easily find us, that damned old fox. Let's heal our injuries first. Where did they hide? Come, let's search every place with caves. Guildmaster Fang Zhen has announced that whoever takes this brat's head will receive 100 million premium spirit stones. Damn, that's the Heaven and Earth Commerce Guild's entire annual income. Looks like Dong Fang Zhen hates that brat to the bone. Of course, who told him to provoke Guildmaster Dong Fang Zhen? After searching for a long time without finding his enemy, Dong Fang Zhen grew increasingly irritated and his expression darkened. After a period of healing, Yi Qingyun finally recovered. My head is only worth 100 million premium spirit stones. At this moment, the ancient ring on Yi Qingyun's hand flashed again. Immediately afterward, the silly dog appeared. Yi Qingyun asked, "Why did you come out?" The silly dog wagged its tail and ran to a stone wall, barking repeatedly while scratching it with its paw. "You mean there's something wrong with this cave wall? Woof woof." Trusting the silly dog, Yi Qingyun immediately clenched his fist and punched the stone wall hard. A cracking sound instantly rang out. The stone wall shattered, revealing a passage. This place actually has a secret tunnel. Gao Dong, Elder Zhang, let's go. I've finally found you and you think you can leave? No chance. Ha ha ha, this brat's head is worth 100 million premium spirit stones. What idiots. Ignore these fools, let's go. You dare call us idiots. Let me see who the real fool is. The warrior confidently unleashed what he considered his strongest sword strike. But Yi Qingyun's group had already completely disappeared, leaving his sword to slash directly into the cave wall. At that exact moment, cracking sounds suddenly echoed inside the cave, and the two warriors turned toward the noise as their pupils trembled violently. Soon, the unwilling screams of the two warriors echoed throughout the forest surrounding the cave. I've never seen anyone that stupid before. As Yi Qingyun's group continued forward, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Yi Qingyun was familiar with this person, Qing Huaying, but unlike their last meeting, he now looked extremely sinister with his face and eyes covered in eerie darkness. He's from the Mutation Pavilion. What are they doing here? Gao Dong, Elder Zhang, go ahead, leave this man to me. His target is me. Following Yi Qingyun's words, Elder Zhang immediately led Gao Dong away. Come with me. You were the one who once said you wanted to compare swords with me, right? Today, I'll teach you a sword strike. Come with me. Perhaps you can no longer hear me, but you should still be able to feel it. This is how a sword should be swung. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun moved his longsword. He demonstrated each move of the merciless sword path before him. Watching from the side, Qing Huaying's body suddenly trembled violently. Two streams of tears unexpectedly flowed from his eyes. Qing Huaying's voice then rang out with deep sorrow. Yi Qingyun, I never thought we'd meet here. Yi Qingyun asked, tell me who turned you into this. A divine light has erupted from the heaven and earth branch, but that is another conspiracy of the Mutation Pavilion. You must not enter. Absolutely not. Before Qing Huaying could finish, his body suddenly convulsed as a strange spiritual power erupted from within him. That power rapidly spread throughout his body, and moments later he exploded, scattering blood and flesh everywhere. Yi Qingyun watched from outside, his face filled with pain. While Yi Qingyun was still dazed, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang out. A brilliant pillar of light shot into the sky from Qiu Chang's direction. Damn, where did that guy go? Qiu Chang, brother Yun Tian, I'm fine. There's another cave dwelling ahead. Let's go inside and take a look. From now on, you will be death warriors of the Mutation Pavilion. I distributed the command tokens according to your strength, and now I'll count our numbers. Brother Yun Tian, are we really doing this? Qiu Chang, keep quiet or someone will notice. Reporting, there are 112 people. What? There were 112 before and 4 left, so there should be 108. Why are there suddenly 4 extra people? Who infiltrated us? Your grandfather did, so what? 9th stage of the Imperial Supreme Realm. And me. Wait, Senior Dongfeng Zhen. Do any of you recognize this man? It's brother Qingyun. Qiu Chang, shut up. Ha ha ha, so you really know him. Upon getting his answer, Dongfeng Zhen immediately charged forward and redirected his attack toward Qiu Chang's group. The fatty stopped hiding his strength and immediately rushed forward to battle him. We're both at the 9th stage of the Imperial Supreme Realm. Though you're also at the 9th stage of the Imperial Supreme Realm, you and I are not on the same level, so I'll show you the difference even a minor level can make within this realm. After speaking, Dongfeng Zhen became even fiercer, unleashing rapid and vicious killing moves at the fatty. And just as he claimed, despite their equal cultivation, the fatty's true combat power could not match his. In moments, the fatty fell into a disadvantage and was battered senseless by Dongfeng Zhen, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. See clearly now, fatty. You all hurry and leave. Don't let them escape. To catch a big fish, you need enough bait. Understood, Senior Dongfeng Zhen. You filthy bastard, Dongfeng Zhen. HMPH, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Why hasn't Big Brother arrived yet? Don't worry, Mr. Yi can handle it. No, I'm going to find Big Brother. Wait, someone ahead seems to be getting chased. That's Qiu Chang. Hurry and find Brother Yi. Yun Tian, they're catching up. At that moment, the Mutation Pavilion's death warriors also arrived and quickly surrounded Ao Shijai's group. Without hesitation, they immediately attacked, as many of the Mutation Pavilion's death warriors had once been renowned experts. With their profound cultivation, one of them pierced Ao Shijai's body with a claw, leaving a huge hole and killing him instantly. Afterward, Qiu Chang was also continuously besieged by the Mutation Pavilion members. At that life-or-death moment, Elder Zhang suddenly appeared and struck the attackers away. Despite Elder Zhang's fierce attack, the Death Warriors seemed to suffer no significant harm. Elder Zhang, they are the people who previously sought opportunities at the Heaven and Earth branch instead of attending the 8 Desolations Grand Feast. They have all been controlled by the Mutation Pavilion. Under the leader's command, the remaining Death Warriors continued advancing and attacked Qiu Chang's group. Bastard, I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn. While Dongfeng Zhen was mocking Fatty, a voice suddenly came from the cave entrance. The bait has returned. Senior Dongfeng Zhen, bad news, I accidentally killed one of those youngsters. As for this old man, he resisted too fiercely. So I had no choice but to kill him too. "Damn bastard, I knew nothing good would happen after meeting you." Whatever. Just as Dong Fangzhen was about to kill Fatty, Yi Qingyun suddenly appeared, surrounded by strange, multicolored smoke. Yi Qingyun seemed to be using an extremely bizarre technique, while an unknown voice echoed around him with urgency and anticipation. Come in, I'll retrieve the demon sword. I can bring them along." How did I not realize the teleportation array leading to the demon sword could be summoned under these circumstances? This is the demon sword's aura, the demon sword teleportation array. At this moment, the demon sword suddenly transformed into tentacles. They wrapped around Fatty and Yun Tian's group, then dragged them away. "Before long, I'll take your dog head. Brat, I'll be waiting. But from today onward, I'll hunt down everyone connected to you, whether elderly or children. I won't spare a single one, so do your best to retrieve the demon sword. You won't get the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon sword teleportation array activated, and Yi Qingyun's entire group vanished without a trace. Watching his prey calmly escape before his eyes drove Dong Fangzhen mad, and his aura erupted straight into the sky. Damn brat. Returning to Yi Qingyun's group after being teleported, they had arrived somewhere in the demon land. Due to the effects of the teleportation array, Yun Tian, Gao Dong and Qiu Cheng had all fallen unconscious. Only Fatty remained awake thanks to his higher cultivation, though he was nearly drained of all strength. "Stay here, damn it." "Where are you going?" "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Go, retrieve the demon sword that belongs to you and become a demon from this day forward." Who would dare object? I don't want to become a demon. But you only need to pull it out and the demon's sword will merge into your body, allowing you to gain tremendous power for a short time. What if I can't pull it out? Then naturally you have no value, and what do you think happens to someone without value? Master, you absolutely cannot pull out this demon sword. Once it invades your soul, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's only a demon sword. If you want to seize this sword, get lost. You're just a pile of scrap metal. Why act so impressive? If someone weren't trying to kill me and send me here, I wouldn't even want you. Haha, after so many years, someone has finally managed to wield this demon sword. As soon as the words ended, the demon sword's sword spirit immediately invaded Yi Qingyun's soul. At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful demonic aura burst from the demon sword and gradually condensed into a demon figure laughing arrogantly. "At last, I see the light of day again and have gained another powerful subordinate, haha. Why you actually controlled it? It's only a demon sword's demonic energy. What's so surprising?" After the demon sword merged into Yi Qingyun's body, a dazzling force emerged from his heart and immediately bound the sword spirit. Release me. It's only a sword. If I want to control it, I can." The demon became furious, his laughter turning as crazed as a madman's. Damn it. Suddenly, he condensed a gigantic energy hand and slammed it fiercely toward Yi Qingyun. "Brat, die." Sword drawing art. Yi Qingyun instantly drew the merciless sword with his right hand, then returned it to its sheath as fast as lightning. Just as the gigantic hand was about to touch Yi Qingyun, it was suddenly sliced in half and gradually dissipated. "Brat, I'll remember you, I'll return. A mere wisp of divine consciousness dares shout at me here. Big brother, how are you already at the 9th stage of the Imperial Supreme Realm? My current cultivation can only last for a while, and once the energy dissipates, it will stabilize at the 2nd stage of the Imperial Supreme Realm. Brother Yi, you must avenge Grandpa Zhang." "Don't worry, I'll avenge him right now." "Senior Dong Fangzhen, everyone here can be mobilized." "Very good." While the group was still discussing matters, Dong Fangzhen suddenly sensed something unusual in the surrounding space. The next moment, a spatial rift appeared nearby, and a very familiar young man slowly stepped out. The Death Warriors reacted just as quickly, immediately pouncing and attacking the moment that figure appeared. Yi Qingyun's sudden appearance greatly shocked Dong Fangzhen and his attendant, though Dong Fangzhen felt mostly undisguised joy. On Yi Qingyun's side, the soulless Death Warriors had barely approached before his sword's strike obliterated them without leaving a single fragment. Even the observer beside him was stunned. Seeing how useless his subordinates were, Dong Fangzhen decided to act personally and charged fiercely at Yi Qingyun. He wore a smug look as if victory were certain, but just as he prepared to strike, Yi Qingyun suddenly vanished before him. The bizarre scene startled him, and before he understood what had happened, Yi Qingyun's sword light slashed toward him from the side. With his current 9th stage Imperial Supreme Realm cultivation, Yi Qingyun easily sent Dong Fangzhen flying with one sword strike and seriously injured him. Impossible, Dongfang Zhen said unwillingly. Yi Qingyun once again appeared behind him at extreme speed. Without question, Dongfang Zhen was struck by another sword blow, its overwhelming force sending him flying like a broken kite and leaving him in unbearable pain. Before he could recover, he found Yi Qingyun's sword tip pointed directly at his face. These next two sword strikes are to avenge Elder Zhang and Ao Shijai. As Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he raised his sword, and moments later Dongfang Zhen's agonized screams echoed through the air. Two sword energies had pierced his shoulders, tearing his flesh apart. Brat, if you want to kill me, just do it. Why bother torturing me? I'm still a 9th stage Imperial Supreme Realm warrior. Your cultivation realm has fallen. Ha, you idiot, Yi Qingyun, your brain truly couldn't be any flatter. These minor injuries aren't enough to bring down a 9th stage Imperial Supreme Realm warrior like me. Your life is over, Yi Qingyun. As he spoke, Dongfang Zhen tried pulling himself free from the cliff wall, but the moment his body came loose, he lost balance before landing and fell face first to the ground. Why did this happen? What's going on? How can my body be like this? What did you do to my body? Nothing much. I merely left a few traces of demonic energy in your shoulders earlier. Now kneel before me. If I kneel, will you spare me? You filthy dog, you have no choice. A lofty guild master was now forced into having no choice by a young man barely past adolescence, filling Dongfang Zhen with extreme resentment. His face was filled with hatred, but with no option besides begging, he immediately knelt before Yi Qingyun. Lower your filthy head. Yi Qingyun's words left Dongfang Zhen confused. Yet to preserve his chance of survival, he obediently complied. A while later, Yi Qingyun's group suddenly left with relieved expressions. Let's go. They left Dongfang Zhen kneeling there, his head lowered toward the cliff wall in an extremely devout posture. But a closer look at the guild master was horrifying, for all life had left him. A deep slash marked his neck, and foul blood still remained wet on the ground. After some time, Yi Qingyun's group returned to the 8 Desolations branch hall, and everyone they met bowed respectfully in admiration. Greetings, Guild Master Yi, have a pleasant day. Not long after, the group returned to the Gu family. You're back already. Mr. Yi, you're back. Yes, I'll take a few people to settle things, then we'll talk again. Yesterday, your grandfather was captured by the Shangguan family after going out. Why, my grandfather? Tell me honestly, is your Yi family the same Yi family once ranked among the 8 great families? That's right. Has he recognized my grandfather's identity? That should be right. The Yi family fell 100 years ago, and Shangguan Qianqiu is about the same age as your grandfather. Your grandfather probably lived here back then, and Shangguan Qianqiu captured him because of what happened that year. It's my fault for only sending 2 8th-level Imperial Realm warriors to protect him, as this wouldn't have happened if Hu Du Dao had gone. Young Master Yi, don't act rashly yet. After all, your current cultivation is only. Damn, young Master Yi, you've already reached the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm. How did your cultivation rise so quickly? I was lucky and encountered a fortunate opportunity. Qingyun, the family head is right. Even though you're now at the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm, you shouldn't act rashly. My suggestion is to raise your cultivation before taking action. Raise my cultivation again. I know this will take longer and you're worried about your grandfather's safety, but going to the Shangguan family now is suicide. From what I know, Shangguan III did this to set a trap for you, so your grandfather should be safe for now, and Shangguan Qianqiu's identity is far from simple. Brother Hu Du Dao is right. Senior Hu Du Dao, if you know anything, please tell me directly. Back then, your Yi family head Yi Chang repelled the Blood Venerable, but afterwards Shangguan Qianqiu came and slaughtered the entire Yi family. I remember countless dark figures joining the massacre, including the Dark Temple, the Wang family, and the Gu family, while the ancient corpse that fell from the sky was jointly controlled by those 3 families. Don't you find that too coincidental? It really is quite a coincidence. It is a coincidence, but if those 3 families and the Dark Temple are allies, wouldn't everything make sense? You're saying. That's right, I once visited the Shangguan family and sensed an extremely strange aura that fluctuated between powerful and weak, so Mr. Yi, now isn't the time for revenge. I know it's a trap, and I never intended to go immediately. It seems this old man worried too much. I forgot that Mr. Yi has always been very rational, but we don't know when they'll lose patience, so I'll spare no cost to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Mr. Yi, I greatly admire your courage and composure, so let's sit and talk. Rest assured, you're the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, and also an honored guest of my Gu family. No matter what happens, the Gu family and the Alchemist Guild will bear it with you and forever remain your support, Mr. Yi. Do you know about the unification battle? The unification battle? Every 10 years, the 8 great families hold a battle where each family sends its finest representative, and the family that wins the final round becomes the leader of the 8 great families. 10 years ago, I represented the Gu family and took first place, making the Gu family their leader. However, I was also lucky that time because the number 1 Mad Sword didn't represent any family in the battle. The Mad Sword. Hearing this, memories of the days Yi Qingyun spent with his master suddenly surfaced in his mind. Brat, you've already trained for several months. Can you actually do it or not? Ah, you're my 10th disciple, so today I'll teach you the mnemonic of the Heartless Sword Path. Calm your mind and watch carefully. Are you leaving already, Master? Master, what cultivation level is he at now? Almost there, he was already approaching the Imperial Sovereign Realm. No, that was last year, so I don't know his current level. Brat, you're still a little lazy. Family head, family head, family head. That man has returned. Who? The traitor Gu Hun? That traitor even founded a new guild called the Wang Alchemist Guild, and all the mid-ranking alchemists in our guild have joined them, openly rebelling. Damn traitorous beast. The mid-ranking alchemists have all betrayed the guild, so Gu Hun must have planned this long ago. Everyone says the leading Gu family is the most united among all families, but it seems that unity isn't truly unbreakable. Gu Tianhe will become the Gu family's eternal sinner. There's no point saying that now, and you're not the one at fault. Gu Hun is. People are inherently selfish, and if offered enough benefits, they'll heartlessly betray you. What we need now is to strengthen our forces and win over the surrounding powers for the unification battle. What exactly should we do? Find Yao Jai, the king of the desert, and spread the news that every powerful warrior who joins the Alchemist Guild as a guardian will receive 1 5th-grade pill each month. Excellent. 5th-grade pills can attract many warriors, but I'm afraid we don't have enough medicinal ingredients. I know a place where we can obtain many rare medicinal herbs. You mean the Spirit Herb Land? Yes, exactly. Does that traitor Gu Hun know about it? This is bad, hurry there. At this moment, many workers had gathered at the Spirit Herb Land. Their hands moved swiftly as they harvested medicinal herbs. The ones commanding the herb gatherers were none other than the traitor Gu Hun and the greedy, vain Gu Sheng. Move faster, you idiots. Some old acquaintances have arrived. Why did you betray the Gu family? Haven't I always treated you well? Why did we betray the Gu family? Try thinking about it. Ha ha, old man, want to know the reason? We won't tell you, so keep thinking until your head explodes. Ha ha, the Gu family head got played. I'm dying of laughter. You find this funny, so what? He could not even be bothered to care further. Yi Qingyun directly struck the alchemist. A single blow instantly obliterated him. How can an alchemist have a head filled entirely with shit? Damn, he's insanely strong. Who the hell can fight him? That brat is Yi Qingyun. You don't need to tell me, I already know. You dare slaughter Alchemist Wang's people, brat. Are you tired of living? I think you're the pig-brained one tired of living. Insolent, you dare insult me, the captain of Alchemist Wang's guards? The captain instantly flew into a rage and charged to attack. But at that moment, Yi Qingyun activated the Devouring Eye, freezing him in place. Immediately afterward, the guard's body was gradually petrified by the Devouring Eye's power. Qingyun slowly walked toward his opponent and calmly drew his sword. Remember to be smarter in your next life. Yi Qingyun stopped right there. Ignoring Gu Sheng's shout, Yi Qingyun swung his sword down at the guard captain. You traitors, this Spirit Herb Land belongs to my Alchemist Guild. Does anyone else object? Good, very good, Gu Sheng. My Gu family treated you well, so why did you betray us? Bah. You let an outsider become Vice Guild Master and call that treating me well? I am now Vice Guild Master under Alchemist Wang, not your subordinate, so don't question me. Ha ha, a stupid dog doesn't even know what's wrong with its dog brain, and the moment trouble arises above, it simply changes masters. Yi Qingyun, we meet again. I am truly shocked. The insect from Sunset Town has now become Vice Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild. As Yi Qingyun approached Gu Hun, he suddenly sensed the aura of the Void Flame on him. It seemed Gu Hun and the Void Flame were somehow connected. You traitor aren't bad either, you've actually advanced to a 6th grade alchemist. But you reek of the Void Flame's stench, are you perhaps his dog? Yi Qingyun, do you want to die? Why are you provoking him? 9th stage of the Imperial Supreme Realm, a Void Flame clone. In an instant, Gu Hun condensed a gigantic flaming hand and smashed it fiercely toward Yi Qingyun. Hu Du Dao suddenly leaped out and swung his saber at the flaming hand. In mere moments, Hu Du Dao severed the fiery arm with one slash. You're Hu Du Dao, what are you doing here? This Spirit Herb Land originally belongs to my Gu family, so why do you think I'm here? Ha ha, you say it belongs to the Gu family, then I'll say it belongs to me. Do you have a problem with that? Gu Hun, are you declaring war on my Gu family? Master, I don't want trouble. I merely want everything settled clearly. Family head Gu, since you insist this spirit herb land belongs to you, how about we make a wager? Oh, wager on what? Alchemy, of course. Fine, 3 days from now I'll arrange an alchemy tournament, and the spirit herb land will belong to the winner, with each side sending one young alchemist under 20. Guildmaster Yi, are you afraid? Not at all, but a wager with only a reward and no punishment is boring. What do you mean? The winner will gain the spirit herb field, but if you lose, you must hand all those traders over to me. President Yi, you speak as if victory is already yours, so what do I get if you lose? The herb field, of course. What other reward do you want? Shameless brat, no one is as shameless as you. Forget it if you refuse. We don't need this stupid contest anyway. Bastard, damn bastard. So do you dare or not? Fine, I accept. Yi Qingyun, do you know why I dared accept this bet despite knowing you're a 5th grade alchemist? Why? Obviously because you're stupid. President Yi surely never expected to meet an old friend here. What, Tang Xing Dan, what have you done to him? President Yi, can't you see that he has now become a flame clone? Ha ha ha, Yi Qingyun, I truly can't wait to see whether your alchemy is superior or your old friend can outshine you. Watching you destroy each other is truly exhilarating, so everyone, I'll leave first and see you in 3 days, ha ha ha. I won't let them get away with this. 3 days passed and news of the contest quickly spread everywhere. I heard President Yi is competing against someone. Exactly, the Gu family trader Gu Hun has returned and even founded some Wang alchemist guild to challenge the Gu family. How ridiculous. There has only ever been one alchemist guild since ancient times. Why are you still chatting here? Hurry up or there'll be no place left to watch. Stop pushing me, I'm pushing you, so what? President Yi, don't throw a tantrum if you lose later. Don't worry, I'm not like certain thick-skinned beasts. Then let's begin, sharp-tongued brat. I'll see how you intend to win. Yi Qingyun, stop stalling and begin already. Wait, I just think we should add another wager. This is the 6-eyed demon arm. How did it end up in your hands? So the 6-eyed demon arm really was created by these people. If I lose, this demon arm is yours, but if I win, you must cut off your right arm for me. What do you say? You should know the value of the demon arm better than anyone, so this is a very profitable deal. Not bad, the 6-eyed demon arm is indeed extremely valuable. I accept this additional wager. Are you admitting your arm is worthless in my eyes? The demon arm is certainly precious, but it can never be more precious than one's own natural arm. The contest drew countless spectators, and the crowd became so packed that some were willing to trample over others just to clearly see what was happening. Well said, President Yi, I love you. The body given by one's parents is truly the most precious. That pig Gu Hun knows nothing. What an idiot. Everyone here heard it, so if Gu Hun goes back on his word later, everyone will know what kind of person he is. Remember his face and don't let him fool you again. HMPH, who do you think I am? I said I would never break my word, so stop talking nonsense and begin. The rules were perfectly clear. Both sides would refine the 5th grade 3 sovereigns pill, which was ranked 5th grade but was no easier to refine than a 6th grade pill. Victory would be decided by refinement time and pill quality, with the faster and higher quality result winning. Any questions? The contest officially begins. The moment Gu Tianhe's words ended, Yi Qingyun immediately used his practice techniques and quickly selected all the ingredients needed for the 3 sovereigns pill. On Tang Xing Dan's side, his movements were somewhat stiff, but his speed was not slow, and he soon gathered all the required medicinal ingredients. The next step was removing impurities and processing the medicinal power within the ingredients. Both sides displayed remarkable confidence and mastery. Their techniques left the surrounding crowd constantly amazed and praising them. As expected of the genius vice president of the Alchemist Guild, is President Yi really only 20 years old? Huh, what's with that alchemist's arm? What's so strange? That's a spirit arm capable of instantly extracting the essence of spirit herbs. He only needs to use a little mental power around the pill furnace to refine a decent batch of pills, meaning this contest was unfair from the very beginning. It's already too late for Gu Tianhe to change his mind now. Don't rush, keep watching the contest. Yes, family head, I trust Yi Qingyun's alchemy skills. Discussions echoed from all directions. Just then Yi Qingyun summoned a strange flame, its eerie colors slowly blazing around him and dyeing the surrounding air in an unusual hue. Holy shit, a strange flame, a black strange flame. What kind of strange flame is this? I don't know either. Elder Gu, what strange flame did Qingyun just release? Why is the ancient frost flame inside me trembling in fear? I don't know either. Vice Guild Master Yi actually has a strange flame. This contest is getting interesting. Damn, you just said the contest was unfair and now you call it interesting. What do you know? If that strange flame is ordinary, forget it, but if it's high grade, then compared with the spirit arm, Guild Master Yi will definitely have the advantage. This unexpected turn enraged Gu Hun so much that he nearly went mad on the spot. Tang Xingdan won't lose, he absolutely won't lose. But just as that thought arose, Yi Qingyun completed the entire refinement process, successfully produced the pill, and directly won the match. Gu Hun looked as if a 21-centimeter rod had been shoved down his throat, his face turning deathly pale and ugly. Damn it, he actually succeeded. Holy shit, how much time has passed? Not even half an incense stick. Is he proving himself or just showing off? Yi Qingyun immediately held up the freshly refined pill for everyone to see. Gu Hun, a bet is a bet. Admit defeat. Why should I admit defeat? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Your pill isn't a 5th grade pill. Gu Hun, use that dog brain of yours before speaking. Judging by its appearance and medicinal aroma, this is clearly a 5th grade pill, and its quality may even rival a 6th grade pill, so your shameless act is truly embarrassing. He used a strange flame to refine the pill, which obviously accelerated the process and improved its quality. He cheated. So you're not only shameless, but also a complete scoundrel. Now tell me, do you admit defeat or not? Admit defeat? Saying Guild Master Yi cheated by using a strange flame is ridiculous when his man also used a spirit arm. Exactly, Guild Master Yi is right, that old bastard Gu Hun is utterly shameless. Realizing he could no longer deny his defeat, Gu Hun suddenly summoned the flame clone before everyone. What the hell, that idiot? Is Gu Hun planning to kill everyone to silence them? Should we run? Let's watch the situation first. Gu Hun then turned toward the flame clone beside him and whispered something. Moments later, the flame clone behind Gu Hun suddenly rushed toward Tang Xingdan, and realizing he was in danger, Yi Qingyun immediately chased after it. Holy shit, this is bad! After closing in on Tang Xingdan, Gu Hun's flame clone instantly grabbed his remaining arm before everyone's eyes. In an instant, the flame clone twisted Tang Xingdan's arm completely off his body. By the time Yi Qingyun arrived, it was already too late. The sudden turn of events caused Yi Qingyun's fury to erupt violently. After taking Tang Xingdan's arm, the flame clone returned and handed it to Gu Hun, whose face was filled with smug satisfaction. Old dog, I gave you face, yet you refused it. Ha ha ha, he was already a corpse and now has no value, so why would I leave his arm intact? Besides, killing Guild Master Yi's old friend is a great honor for me, and fine, Guild Master Yi, Gu Hun, admit defeat, ha ha ha. Gu Hun admitted defeat. I heard the wager was the spirit herb land, but surely that's not all. Gu Hun also had to hand over the Alchemist Guild's mid-ranking members who had previously betrayed them. Their fate, Tusk, just imagining it sends chills down my spine. You think merely admitting defeat is enough? Don't worry, I'll let those idiots return. And you get lost too. You bastards, get over here. Yes, family head, we're leaving right away. Leaving just like that? Have you forgotten something? Brat, I advise you to leave yourself a way out for the future. I actually think a person should properly keep their promises. You can walk proudly out the main gate, but I'm afraid no one will ever risk their life for you again. Someone bring me a blade. Don't look at me, I don't have a weapon. You don't either? No, I don't. Neither do I have nothing either. Seeing Gu Hun's group stall for so long, Yi Qingyun stopped waiting and drew his own sword. He fulfilled the wager for him by severing his arm. Allow me to lend you a hand. Yi Qingyun, I'll remember you. I didn't expect that old bastard to truly keep his promise. Once he broke his word, he could never command respect, much less achieve his goal of opposing the Alchemist Guild. Everyone, the wager is over, and now, as Vice President of the Alchemist Guild, I have an important announcement. Anyone who joins the Alchemist Guild's guard will receive pills matching their strength every month, though we're currently only recruiting warriors at the 1st level of the Imperial Realm or above, with those between the 1st and 5th levels receiving one 4th grade pill each month. Warriors between the 5th and 8th levels of the Imperial Realm will receive one 5th grade pill each month. Any 9th level Imperial Realm warrior who joins us will receive two 5th grade pills every month, so with such generous benefits, what are you waiting for? President Yi, sign up my father-in-law too. President Yi, count me in. Yi Qingyun, I hope you thoroughly enjoy all of this during this final month. The scene then shifted to the Gu family's council chamber. I've decided that from now on, all affairs of our Gu family will follow Mr. Yi's arrangements. What does everyone think? How can that be? But President Yi has indeed repeatedly seen through the enemy's plans. Even so, how can the Gu family obey an outsider? I agree too. So do I. I don't see any problem. What about the rest of you? We agree too. I agree as well. Thank you all for your trust and support. I'm sure you already know that a great battle will erupt in the 8 wastelands in 1 month. The Shangguan family, Wang family, and Gu family have joined forces and ordered the Gu family traitor Gu Hun to establish a fake alchemist guild, proving they no longer hide their ambition to control the entire 8 wastelands. Although we won yesterday's wager and reclaimed the spirit herb land, I believe they won't give up so easily. Young Master Yi, how should we handle this? We must station more experts at the Spirit Herb Land. Report, what happened? Is something wrong at the Spirit Herb Land? Why yes, a group of black-robed men suddenly appeared with torches and are trying to burn down the Spirit Herb Land. Damn it, those shameless, despicable beasts, Gu Hun's traitors. Let's hurry there. The scene shifted to the Spirit Herb Land. Yi Qingyun, if I can't have it, don't think you can either. Without this Spirit Herb Land, let's see how you'll refine 5th grade pills. Without 5th grade pills, I'd like to see if anyone will still join the Gu family's pathetic guild. Haha, let's go. Planning to leave already? How is that possible? How did you arrive so quickly? What? You can plant spies in the Gu family, but I can't place one among your people. Flame Clone Lord, help me. Gu Hun, today I will take your head. This old man truly hasn't fought in a long time, Gu Tianhe. Then let me take this traitor's life today. No, I don't want to die, Shangguan Qianqiu, save me. At Gu Hun's shout, Shangguan Qianqiu appeared soon after, exactly as expected. I never thought you would actually make a move. As a traitor to the Gu family, I naturally have to eliminate you without mercy. Seeing the Gu family head occupied by Shangguan Qianqiu, Yi Qingyun seized his chance to kill Gu Hun and charged at him with his flying sword. What are you doing, Mr. Yi? Daring to attack before me is nothing but a dream. Realizing Yi Qingyun's intent, Shangguan Qianqiu broke free from the Gu family head, blocked Yi Qingyun, and struck with his palm. With weaker cultivation, Yi Qingyun took the palm strike to his chest and was forced back several steps before barely steadying himself. Damn it, Shangguan Qianqiu, are you trying to attack the vice president of our alchemists guild? It's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. I only acted because I saw President Yi chasing Master Gu with a sword and trying to kill him. Old Shangguan, release my grandfather at once. Your grandfather, President Yi, I don't understand what you're talking about. I killed your useless son, so why did you capture my grandfather? I never expected that ruined, backward Yi family to produce a brat like you. You want Yi Wu Hai, so what can you give me? What do you want? Oh, I want a soul fruit. Damn, are you insane? The soul fruit is a legendary treasure. Do you think it's as easy to get as 2 cashew nuts? I only said it casually. If you don't have one, forget it. There's nothing more to discuss. A soul fruit. If I give you one, will you release my grandfather? Brat, you actually have one. Hurry and show it to me. Master Gu, hurry and bring Yi Wu Hai here. If you dare trick me next time, it won't be just your grandfather. Wait, Yi Qingyun, don't push your luck. What else do you want? I want to ensure he returns completely unharmed. If my grandfather has even the slightest wound, the deal is off. Could this brat really possess the soul fruit master wants? Hurry and bring Yi Wu Hai here. Following Shangguan Qianqiu's order, Gu Hun escorted Yi Wu Hai to the agreed place some time later. Qingyun, President Yi, we've brought him here completely intact. Where is what you promised yesterday, old dog? Catch it, it's a real soul fruit. Where did you get it? What does that have to do with you? Release my grandfather now. Qingyun, this soul fruit is far more valuable than the pills you make. This trade isn't worth it. Ha ha ha, fine, it's none of my business. I've profited greatly from this deal. Ha ha ha, Yi Qingyun really is a pig-brained fool. Grandfather's life is what matters most. You foolish child, let's go. Wait, old dog Gu Hun, go wash your neck and wait. Next month I'll take your dog head and destroy the Shangguan family. Such arrogance, young man, don't speak too absolutely, or you may break your teeth with no way to put them back. In my eyes, the combined forces of the Shangguan, Wang, and Zhu families have reached their end. Then we'll see in 1 month whether my Shangguan family or your rabble disappears. Hu Du Dao, with your strength, why not come with me? Like hell I will. I, Hu Du Dao, will never choose the wrong side. I kindly advised you, but you refused to listen. Suit yourself. With that, Shangguan Qianqiu and his group quickly left the area. Grandfather, those scum didn't torture you, did they? Don't worry, I'm fine. Now is the time to prepare our counterattack. How did contacting Yao Jai go? After receiving our message, Yao Jai said he would come immediately. Just as their conversation ended, rapid hoofbeats echoed from the distant forest. Soon after, Yao Jai, whom Yi Qingyun's group had just mentioned, appeared there. Speak of Brother Yao, and Brother Yao arrives. Haha, Brother Yi, long time no see. In such a short time your cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Imperial Realm. Congratulations. Isn't that all thanks to your help, Brother Yi? Without you, there would be no Yao Jai today. Brother Yao flatters me. I still have something I need your help with. Listen carefully. Seeing Brother Yi is the same as seeing me. Understood. Understood. Not long after, Yi Qingyun's group returned to the Gu family estate to discuss important matters. Yun Tian brought the people of the Azure Cloud Holy Land to join the coming battle. Brother Yi, let our Azure Cloud Holy Land share the burden of this battle. Excellent. The Azure Cloud Holy Land's strength cannot be underestimated and will surely be a great help to us. Night had already fallen. Yi Qingyun sat cultivating in his room, planning to enter seclusion and increase his strength. Without hesitation, he entered the ancient ring space where he cultivated for 10 days, equivalent to half a year in the outside world. Time outside kept passing until the day the ancient corpse was unveiled, and countless people gathered in the vast square. The ancient corpse was also carefully carried over by a group of people. Why didn't Shang Guan Qianqiu start the war directly and instead wait until the ancient corpse was unveiled? There must be something wrong here. All the youths who entered the Heavenly King ranking last time would gain the right to absorb the remaining spiritual energy of this ancient corpse today. Luo Kang. The coffin containing the ancient corpse was opened, revealing a body with an ordinary human face but 6 arms, 2 human, 2 tiger-like, and 2 fierce wolf-like arms with an iron staff piercing its chest. Absorbing this corpse's spiritual energy can grant you tremendous strength and extremely powerful spiritual power. The enemy could not kill Luo Kang, so they used the spirit destruction formation art to slowly erode his soul. Oh, President Yi, I know this corpse greatly attracts you, but there's no need to be so impatient. President Yi, did you hear what I said? Master, is that you? Luo Kang, I have failed you and made you endure such pain, but rest assured, I will break the spirit destruction formation art and find you another suitable body. President Yi, are you here to cause trouble? Ancient Dragon Knight, you know this is clearly a conspiracy, and if my guess is correct, the claim that absorbing all the dead man's spiritual power can increase your strength is false. This is nothing but a conspiracy. Yi Qingyun's words fell like a stone into a lake, instantly stirring the surrounding crowd as everyone stared at him in confusion. At that moment, Wang Buqun, head of the Wang family, was whispering something into his son's ear. Meanwhile, Li Shitang, head of the Li family, loudly questioned Yi Qingyun. President Yi, everything requires evidence, so why should we believe your one-sided claim without proof? Exactly, show us the evidence. Evidence is simple, I only need one person. Stop pretending and boasting. How can you still be president? If you don't believe me, touch that corpse and you'll know. Why should I touch it? I won't touch such filthy things. Didn't you want evidence? The evidence is on the corpse. Could it be you're too scared to approach and touch it? Who's scared? I'll touch it for you. Provoked by Yi Qingyun, the Wang family's young master stepped forward. He reached out to touch the corpse, and the Wang family head suddenly shouted in horror, trying to stop his son. Hearing his father's shout, the young master immediately turned around. But it was already too late. His hand had touched Luo Kang's corpse, and spiritual power from the body quickly wrapped tightly around his arm. Moments later, a horrifying scream rang out as everyone saw the Wang family's young master reduced to a skeleton. The sudden incident terrified everyone throughout the vast square, sending chills down their spines. This is the blood transfer grand art, which uses a corpse to transfer another person's bloodline through the body to someone else. So the mysterious person must be somewhere absorbing this man's entire bloodline. The evidence is now undeniable. Do you believe me? Nonsense. If that were true, why wouldn't I simply kill all of you directly instead of repeatedly allowing 15 of you to absorb the corpse's spiritual power? What are you saying? Ha ha ha, it seems I need to explain the blood transfer grand art to everyone. Shut your mouths. The blood transfer grand art has 3 levels, and each level requires the previous one as a foundation, meaning it must first absorb several powerful bloodlines to activate the intermediate level, after which absorbing tens of thousands of martial artists is nothing. So this is clearly a conspiracy. Shang Guan Qianqiu, are you planning to slaughter everyone here? What, can't you refute me? Ha ha ha, correct, that is exactly my plan, and I must admit you're very clever, brat. I never expected you to become the one variable in my scheme. Oh, done pretending, old fox. Brat, you knew this was a tiger's den yet still dared come. You're truly beyond foolish. Why have so many martial artists suddenly appeared? what is Shang Guan Kaiyan Q planning? Head Shang Guan, what is the meaning of this? Could President Yi really be right that you intend to kill us all? The surrounding crowd angrily questioned him, but Shang Guan Kaiyan Q instantly killed them on the spot, throwing the nearby martial artists into even greater panic. A bunch of noisy trash. This is the cold-blooded Shang Guan family that treats human lives like weeds, yet you still willingly follow their lead. President Yi, I stand with you. President Yi, I am willing to fight beside you. I am also willing to accept you as our leader. A bunch of ants, though a swarm of ants joining forces can still be troublesome. Everyone quiet down, I think you've misunderstood my intentions. I came here today only for them, and I swear on the Shang Guan family that as long as you stand with me, I will never attack you. Ha ha ha, can a fox-faced bastard be trusted? Judging from what just happened, Shang Guan Kaiyan Q's words were pure bullshit. We stand with President Yi. Choosing his side is definitely the right choice. You are courting death, so tonight I'll grant your wish and slaughter every last one of you. Old fox, you're far too confident. Did you think I'd walk into your trap without preparing a backup plan? As Yi Qingyun finished speaking, Hu Du Dao, Yao Jai, Banzai, and many Imperial Realm experts from his side appeared one after another. And don't forget us. Ha ha ha, Yi Qingyun, do you think you're the only one with a terrifying lineup of martial demons? Yi Qingyun, long time no see, he. Yi Qingyun, I should thank you for giving me the chance to obtain these two delicious strange flames. Mr. Yi, that young man is extremely powerful, but he's not human, so leave him to me. Brother Yi, don't worry, I'm confident I can defeat him. My true demon flame can suppress any strange flame. HMPH, is that so? Lord Void, I'll leave this brat to you while I fight Hu Du Dao. You two deal with Yao Jai. Just defeated losers from the guild. Hu Du Dao, I'll show you my true strength. Wang Buqun and the former family head immediately joined forces and fought fiercely against the Desert King. Just then, Kang Tianma arrived in time to join the chaotic great battle. Little brother Tianma, you came at the perfect time. Greetings, master, has Kang Jai returned. Good, good. Now everyone's here, let's fight until heaven and earth go dark and castrate that damn old fox, hee. Damn, another lunatic has arrived. You dare get distracted before my blade, I'll chop off your chicken neck next. In a brief moment of vulnerability, Shang Guan Kaiyan Q was severely wounded by Hu Du Dao's slash and blasted violently backward by the ferocious strike. Hu Du Dao, you shameless bastard, you actually ambushed me. If you're stupid, you die, so quit your damn barking. Knowing such a chance might never come again, Gao Dong saw his opportunity to crush old dog Shang Guan and charged forward with the heaven-shaking hammer before smashing it down with all his strength. The blow left the Shang Guan family head dazed and badly injured. The scene shifted to a fierce war of words between Yi Qingyun and the Void Flame Youth. Young Master Yi, you grow more charming every time I see you. Last time I absorbed half of the Doomsday Flame, and now I'll devour you completely. Young Master Yi, you truly can't forget my body, hee. Yi Qingyun, I'm curious what strange flame you devoured that makes me want to submit and even tremble uncontrollably. You seem desperate to know, but I have no interest in telling you, ha ha ha. Realizing he had been mocked, the Void Flame flew into a rage, transformed into a gigantic blaze, and charged at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun, I'll burn every hair off your body. Facing the raging flames before him, Yi Qingyun remained perfectly calm. Moments later, his expression suddenly turned icy as an extremely terrifying 10-demon flame erupted around his body. The instant Yi Qingyun ignited the 10-demon flame, the strange Void Flame Youth struck, causing the two strange flames to collide and struggle violently. Soon, Yi Qingyun's 10-demon flame began melting and gradually devouring the Void Flame, making the Void Flame Youth suddenly panic. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away like a professional track athlete. As he raced past the Doomsday Flame Woman, the youth neither stopped nor explained anything, and only after reaching what he thought was a safe distance did he look back and shout, "Run, hurry." Hearing the breathless youth's warning, the woman had no time to understand before Yi Qingyun's 10-demon strange flame engulfed her entire body, making her scream miserably and stare at the flame youth, hoping he would return to save her. Yi Qingyun did not stop, controlling the 10-demon flame to devour the Doomsday Flame before swallowing it straight into his body. With another strange flame entering his body, Yi Qingyun transformed once again, and the core within him evolved as well. Suddenly left all alone, the youth flew into a rage and launched countless powerful spheres formed from the Void Flame at Yi Qingyun. bastard, die. Finding the incoming attack somewhat interesting, Yi Qingyun immediately activated the Earth Spirit Demon blood armor to cover his entire body. A yellow earthen shield rapidly condensed before him. Though the fireballs were extremely domineering, they caused no ripple upon striking the shield and were completely neutralized. Seeing his killing move completely ineffective, the Void Flame youth was utterly shocked. This is absolutely impossible. While the youth was still frozen in shock, a sword beam suddenly slashed toward him at astonishing speed, striking so fast that he only managed a scream before being blasted backward. But it did not end there, as Yi Qingyun immediately unleashed another lightning-fast sword strike. The slash severed one of the youth's arms, causing a fragment of the void flame to spill from the open wound. Yi Qingyun quickly used his spiritual power to collect it. After being brutally beaten, the void flame youth fled in terror. "Fuck you, Yi Qingyun, I'll remember this grudge, and next time I return will be your end. I'll devour that filthy flame of yours, defeated loser. I'll be waiting. Ha ha ha." Yi Qingyun smiled at the strange flame he had just obtained. Before the stunned and terrified crowd, he swallowed it all in one gulp. Holy shit, he can devour strange flames like eating a meal. And he swallowed 2 strange flames at once. Burp, not bad at all. After settling everything, Yi Qingyun turned toward the traitor Gu Hun. "The deadline has arrived. I've come to take your dog head." Realizing the situation was now completely against him, Gu Hun immediately dropped to both knees before Yi Qingyun and begged desperately. "Yi Qingyun, President Yi, I was wrong. Everything was my fault. I beg you to spare me. Family head, considering my loyalty to the Gu family, please spare me. I, Gu Hun, swear never to step foot here again." Loyalty, using that word on you is an insult to it. "Fine, you refuse to spare me, right? Then I'll make this brat die with me." Gu Hun suddenly went mad and charged straight at Gu Zin. Yi Qingyun instantly rushed forward and drew his sword to kill him. The scene then shifted to the battle between Hu Du Dao and Shang Guan Qian Qiu, where the Shang Guan family head had suffered greatly and wore a furious, resentful expression. Hu Du Dao, by contrast, looked completely delighted and excited. "Old Shang Guan, after all these years your strength is still pathetic. You're merely my defeated opponent, ha ha ha. HMPH, I'm not finished yet. Still talking tough after taking my slash? Look at your miserable state. Ha ha ha." The other battles also ended one after another, with Yao Jai killing Wang Buquin. Meanwhile, the Zhu family head died beneath the feet of his senior brother, Kang Tianma. Just then, Shang Guan Qian Qiu suddenly burst into laughter and formed strange hand seals. "Ha ha ha, the blood separation grand art has officially begun. Now wait for death." As the Shang Guan family head finished his words and seals, blood light from countless dead martial artists gathered into flowing streams. The stream surged toward the 6-armed corpse. A gigantic pillar of dense blood light suddenly shot skyward from the coffin, carrying an overwhelming stench of blood, and sensing something wrong with Luo Kang's corpse, Yi Qingyun instantly rushed over. "Luo Kang, your body can no longer endure this. Enter my storage ring. I know you're hiding inside. Get out here." Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists wore strange expressions and stared intently at the coffin. Moments later, just as Yi Qingyun said, an extremely terrifying, mysterious power suddenly erupted around the coffin. The coffin gradually cracked apart and exploded, revealing a youth dressed entirely in blood-red clothes with an extremely sinister expression. "Little fellow, you're Yi Qingyun, right? I never expected the Destroyer clan to have such a powerful descendant." "Holy shit, the Blood Sovereign," Hu Du Dao exclaimed. Seeing this middle-aged man, his expression suddenly changed and became extremely grave. "Lord Blood Sovereign, so you're that old dog, the Blood Sovereign. And what if I am? Very good, I'll definitely take your dog head today. Ha ha ha, a mere brat like you wants to kill me." Right after the Blood Sovereign spoke, a descending power suddenly erupted nearby, revealing the majestic phantom of a giant dragon. Moments later, the giant dragon phantom faded and a swordsman appeared before everyone, coldly questioning the Blood Sovereign. "Then what about me? Am I enough to kill you? The world's greatest swordsman, Mad Sword. That little brat has grown up. Do you know who this dead man is? Who are you?" "Mad Sword, the war god's 10th disciple." "So Mad Sword's master is the war god, but which war god is he?" "As expected of the greatest swordsman, his aura alone terrifies me." "The war god? Ha, I don't care who your master is, you're all nothing but insects." Hearing those insults, Mad Sword neither lost his temper nor showed any anger. He simply raised the sword in his hand, then softly recited a sword art. As expected of the first form of the ruthless sword path, As his sword fell, a silver radiance instantly shot toward the Blood Sovereign. Fuck, why did you cut off my arm without even saying a word? You dared disrespect my master and you still ask why. Who is your master? Someone like you isn't qualified to know my master's identity. How arrogant. Hearing the Blood Sovereign continue barking nonsense, Mad Sword once again used the ruthless sword path. A sword light instantly slashed toward the Blood Sovereign, who desperately used his remaining arm to block the strike. But soon the Blood Sovereign was completely exhausted and sent flying by the slash, while the raging sword energy devastated everything around the square. After taking 2 consecutive strikes, the Blood Sovereign lay powerless on the ground with a fading breath, and after dealing with that trash, Mad Sword immediately walked toward the shattered coffin. Luo Kang, leader of Master's 3 great guardians, I've finally found you. Let me help you condense a new body. Huh, where is Luo Kang's soul? Whoever took this corpse's soul, hand it over or die. It was me. Wait, Mr. Ye. Who are you? What's going on? Why does this person give me such a familiar feeling? I am Yi Ching Yun, the same name as Master, but Master fell 100 years ago, so why did you take his soul? Because I can save him, please enlighten me. There is a formation called Spirit Destruction placed upon his soul. Even if you obtain his soul and find a body, it cannot merge with it, so who do you think you are to break the Spirit Destruction formation? Shut up, keep talking, and I'll send you straight to the afterlife. Do I know you? No, we don't know each other. Then why do I sense such a familiar aura from you? Could we have met before? Yi Ching Yun looked at Mad Sword and suddenly noticed countless scars covering his arm. Who ruined your arm like that? No one. I made these scars myself so I would always remember what must never be forgot. This is a 5th grade pill. Taking it will ease the injuries inside your body. Yi Ching Yun's action reminded Mad Sword of the past when his master had always cared for him the same way. Thank you. Let me go. I belong to the Blood Palace, a transcendent force of the Ziawei divine realm. Once the Blood Palace learns what happened today, none of you will survive. Dead? You said he's dead. Yi Ching Yun's voice rang out below. The Shangguan family has committed countless evils and treated lives like weeds, using their status as one of the 8 great families to rob and kill. The crowd instantly charged forward together, shouting, "Kill Shangguan Kaian Q! Kill Shangguan Kaian Q! Kill Shangguan Kaian Q! Kill!" Shangguan Kaian Q was completely surrounded, like a fish already laid on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. The crowd immediately drew their blades and charged straight at the old man. A blade slashed heavily into the old man's body, killing him instantly before he could even utter his final words. Evil truly brings its own retribution, and even in death he could not leave a final word. In the end, the Shangguan family's people were killed one after another. The scene shifted to Yi Ching Yun's end. Mr. Yi is truly brilliant, successfully reorganizing the 8 wastelands once again. Not bad. It seems the Yi family is finally ready to rise again. I now declare the Gu and Yi families allies, and if the Yi family ever faces trouble, I, Gu Tianhe, will gladly help. Thank you, Head Gu. Since you're already here, come out. At such a young age, you actually managed to detect me. You truly are very strong. Hearing this disciple praise Yi Ching Yun left him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Brat, you really don't know how to respect your elders. I know why you came. Oh, then tell me. You want to ask how to break the Spirit Destruction formation, right? I'll tell you, breaking it requires Soul Sand Essence. Soul Sand Essence? Oh, Brother Yao knows of it too. That item is extremely rare even within the 8 Wastelands Divine Realm. It appears on the Death Road leading into the Ziawei Divine Realm, and that's also where I was poisoned by the Desert Frenzy venom. The Death Road is merely exaggerated by the world, as there is a small city called Ziawei City there that opens once a year, allowing people to cross the Death Road safely. There are still 6 months until it opens again, so you can prepare. President Yi, what are your plans next? First, I'll restore the Yi family to its position as a great family. Hearing Yi Ching Yun's words, Yi Wuhai instantly froze, his face trembling uncontrollably. Then overwhelming joy appeared on his face. Our Yi family has finally lived to see this day, ha ha ha. Several more months passed, and everyone felt awe whenever Yi Ching Yun was mentioned. Inside a restaurant, people said, since President Yi arrived, everything in the 8 Wastelands has changed, and the Yi family has once again become one of the great families. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, making the guests turn toward the restaurant entrance. At that moment, a man slowly walked in. Why has the weather suddenly become so cold today? Where is Yi Ching Yun? Tell him to come out and meet me at once. Brat, what arrogance! Who are you to dare insult President Yi? My name is Kaian. After speaking, the young man suddenly rushed forward and attacked one of the 2 men. With a single punch, the man was instantly blown apart, leaving not even flesh behind. The other man trembled speechlessly at the sight, then turned and fled outside. Yi Qingyun. After desperately running for his life, the martial artist from the restaurant finally reached the Gu family residence where Yi Qingyun was staying. Reaching the gate, he hurriedly shouted, President Yi, something happened. What is it? President Yi, a man suddenly arrived in the city and declared that if you don't appear, he'll slaughter everyone, and he's probably killing his way toward the Yi family now. This is bad. Hu Du Dao, Yao Jai, and Kang Tianma are all away from the Yi family. I'll return to the residence right now. The scene shifted to the Yi family residence, where Kayan had arrived at the gate and immediately killed the guards without restraint. Even a mere guard here talks too much. Who are you? You have two choices: hand over Yi Qingyun immediately, or every last one of you dies. Brat, I'll smash your head open with one hammer. Gao Dong's heaven-shaking hammer came crashing down. At the same time, Kayan threw a punch to meet the attack. The instant they collided, Gao Dong was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Outside, Kang Jai and Yun Tian saw this and immediately rushed toward Gao Dong. HMPH, inferior dwarf. This is a pill brother you gave me, hurry and take it. Yi Qingyun, are you still not going to show yourself? My grandson isn't home right now, so just say what you want. Why must you attack my Yi family? Oh, since he won't come out, I'll slaughter all of you first. Kayan instantly burst forward at tremendous speed with a powerful aura. Yi Wuhai quickly formed a protective barrier, and when the two sides collided, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. Yi Wuhai's barrier was successfully shattered by Kayan. His fist did not stop and continued smashing hard into Kang Jai's chest. Master isn't here, so if you have a grudge, come directly at me. Oh, so you're master and disciple, then you can die. Violent spiritual power suddenly condensed in Kayan's hand and entered Kang Jai's body before tightly crushing his heart. Thanks to his indestructible diamond body, Kang Jai survived again, though his injuries became even more severe. After repeatedly using killing moves without killing his opponent, Kayan flew into a rage. Fuck, you're still not dead. Kayan charged again. Just then, Yi Qingyun returned and rushed forward. Kayan curled his lips into a smile. You've finally arrived. Yi Qingyun instantly rushed over and stood before the two of them. Kayan suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, not bad, it really is the bloodthirsty dragon body. Yi Qingyun punched forward and roared, die. A powerful blow instantly smashed straight into Kayan's face. He was sent flying over 100 meters and cried out in shock, how is this possible? Suddenly his expression changed drastically as extreme fear filled his face. The moment he hit the ground, Yi Qingyun was already standing before him and kicked straight down at his face. A furious voice suddenly echoed from the void. You dare kill my disciple, are you tired of living? Hearing this, Yi Qingyun merely sneered, for as the war god, he had never known fear and no one had ever dared take his life. Yi Qingyun immediately unleashed a powerful strike downward. At the center of the sword light, the young man's life had completely faded, leaving only Yi Qingyun gripping the ruthless sword and standing coldly there, drenched in blood. Seeing this, the young man's elderly master flew into a rage and immediately summoned a martial spirit called the Crimson Sword Python. Just as he prepared to charge at Yi Qingyun, countless powerful sword energies suddenly appeared in the sky and shot toward the old man like lightning. Although the old man had reached the first level of the Imperial Fist Realm, he could not withstand the terrifying sword energies and was pierced by countless swords before collapsing dead. As the old man fell, the master of those sword lights appeared, none other than the world's greatest swordsman known as Mad Sword. After appearing, Mad Sword immediately knelt and bowed before Yi Qingyun. Disciple greets master. All right, get up. After confirming that the man before him truly was his master, Mad Sword could no longer contain his emotions as tears streamed from his eyes. Follow me. Master, why have you become like this now? It's a long story. Yi Qingyun then told Mad Sword everything that had happened to him. So for now, my identity cannot be exposed, so that's what happened. Yi Qingyun asked, do you know what organization mutation is? Mutation is a newly formed organization that hunts every mutant without mercy, no wonder. Yi Qingyun continued, 3 days from now we'll depart for the 8 Wastelands Divine Desert. All right, 3 days from now. 3 days later, outside the Yi family residence. The Yi family head placed a hand on Yi Qingyun's shoulder and said, be careful on the road. Grandfather, don't worry, Kang Tianma will protect everyone while I'm away. Kang Tianma patted his chest and replied, as long as I'm here, I'll protect the Yi family completely. Yi Qingyun smiled and thanked him. Hearing this, Kang Tianma nearly went mad with joy. The Divine King just thanked me. Kang Tianma turned to Kang Jai and said, all right, follow your master. Okay. Yi Qingyun's carriage then gradually left the Yi family. This child can never remain in a small pond forever. The scene shifted to the Eight Wastelands divine desert. Yi Qingyun then bid farewell to his black-robed friend. Brother Yi, I still have matters to handle, so I can't go to Ziawei City with you. Yi Qingyun nodded. All right, we'll part here. Mad Sword, tell me about the situation in Ziawei City. Ziawei City has two powerful factions, the Blood Gang and the Lone Poison Wolf Gang. After reaching the city, you must gather the 5 great tokens of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to enter the Ziawei Divine Realm, and I have 3. He then continued through telepathy. Master, besides the 2 factions, there are 3 places to watch out for. Powerful magical beasts beneath the sand, the Thunder Formation where cultivation yields poor results, and the Ziawei Arena containing 5 stone men who awaken when challenged. Yi Qingyun thought to himself that this place was far different from what he had imagined. The scene then shifted to Ziawei City. In front of an inn, an attendant hurried out and said, "Guest, this courtyard costs 1,000 high-grade crystals per day." Yi Qingyun handed over a black card and said, "There are 1,000,000 spirit stones here. Is that enough?" The attendant's eyes widened in shock. Enough, enough. He was so delighted that he nearly went crazy. Brother Yi, this place isn't much different from the 8 Wastelands. Yi Qingyun nodded. Indeed. Everyone go inside and rest. Dear guests, no, honored gods, please come inside and rest well. Time passed and night soon fell. Suddenly, a group of unfamiliar people appeared at Yi Qingyun's residence, all carrying blades and swords with terrifying expressions. Mad Sword, I never expected you to dare return here. Get out here for me. Master, these are members of the Poison Dragon Gang, and I had a small conflict with them before. Then go have a little chat with them. I'll put on a quick show and be back in a minute, Master. Good, let me see how far you've cultivated the ruthless sword art. Brothers, charge and slaughter him. At that moment, Mad Sword charged straight toward the disorderly group. He calmly drew his sword and used the ruthless sword art, ruthless sword strike. As sword shadows flashed across the area, Mad Sword slaughtered every last one of them in just 2 moves. Watching his disciple fight from outside, Yi Qingyun felt extremely satisfied, as his disciple's swordsmanship had reached a profound level far beyond his expectations. As Mad Sword's final strike ended, Yi Qingyun turned and entered the room, leaving Mad Sword confused. That old man didn't even praise me once, how disappointing. The next day, Yi Qingyun entered the desert to hunt magical beasts for his stupid dog to eat. This place was said to contain many powerful magical beasts, so these should be enough for his stupid dog to eat for a while. Just after finishing his hunt, someone nearby shouted angrily, "Who dares hunt my magical beasts here?" The person then approached Yi Qingyun. As the person drew closer, Yi Qingyun saw a woman riding a gigantic, vicious-looking tiger. "This is my territory, get lost." Yi Qingyun thought the woman merely wanted to drive him away, but unexpectedly she ordered her mount to charge and attack him. The beast had barely pounced close when Yi Qingyun casually sent it flying with a palm strike. "You dare hurt my mount, you're courting death." As Yi Qingyun stared at the furious woman, Luo Kang's soul suddenly emerged from the ancient ring space and warned him, "This woman's strength cannot be underestimated. Master, be careful." "Damn brat, watch me deal with you." While the crazy woman was still muttering, a brilliant beam of light suddenly shot into the blue sky from afar, immediately attracting her attention. She turned back, threw out a few flashy threats, then hurriedly left. "Brat, I'll spare your life this time, but next time I see you, I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces." "Master, what happened? Were you fighting that woman?" "That woman is known as the Mad Woman and uses cruel, bloody methods. But what was that divine light just now, Mad Sword?" "Master, there is a mountain range over there, and whenever divine light appears, it means a treasure has emerged, so soul sand essence may also appear there. Let's go take a look." After speaking, Yi Qingyun and Mad Sword immediately headed toward the mountain range beneath the divine light, and upon arriving, they saw the same woman already there. "I spared your life and you still dare come here. You truly don't know life from death. We still don't know who will die." The 2 sides were trading insult. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the mountain ravine. "Forget it, I have no time to waste with you." With that, the woman led her 2 subordinates toward the glowing ravine. "Let's go too." Paying little attention to the light, Yi Qingyun and his disciple continued deeper into the mountain range. "Ziyin, you traitor, not only did you steal the demon soul sacred relic, you even rejected the demon clan young master's proposal. So surrender or don't blame us for showing no mercy." Just then, Yi Qingyun arrived where the group was standing. Ziyin immediately saw a glimmer of hope and quickly called to Yi Qingyun for help. "Young Master Yi, save me." Seeing that the girl looked exactly like his former top model, Mad Sword instinctively addressed her that way. With a beauty asking for help, Yi Qingyun immediately acted. Where did he go? Damn, he was just here. Did we see a ghost? The hooded men questioned in fear. A voice suddenly entered their ears. A group of men bullying one girl, aren't you ashamed? Hearing the mocking voice, the group immediately turned around. Seeing their target standing there, they showed vicious expressions and charged at Yi Qingyun without hesitation. Moments later, miserable screams echoed throughout the mountain range as countless black-clad figures were sent flying everywhere. We haven't met for only a year, yet young Master Yi's strength has grown this much. Ziyin, why are you here? All these years, I've been cultivating within the demon clan because I wanted to find you, Yi Qingyun. Hearing her words, his entire body froze for a moment. Master, her soul is also incomplete. I truly don't know how this person managed to survive. Could it be the Luo Ling reincarnation grand art? In this world, perhaps only the Luo Ling reincarnation grand art could sever a fragment of one's own soul and preserve it through strange means. And since Ziyin looked exactly like Luo Ling, if this truly was that art, then Ling never betrayed him. But who was the woman with Luo Ling's face who stabbed him back then? Right, Wula has demon eyes that can see through a person's soul. Let's go and discuss this after we return. As Yi Qingyun's group continued onward, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly erupted from deep within the mountain range. Looking toward the sound, they saw the woman who had previously clashed with Yi Qingyun. At that moment, she was tightly wrapped by the tail of some magical beast. Returning to Yi Qingyun's group, after traveling for some time, they finally reached the woman's location, but only a vast, empty cave entrance remained. The woman had vanished and strange traces remained around the area, so recalling the earlier roar, Yi Qingyun's spirit armor suddenly issued a danger warning. This is bad. As soon as he spoke, a gigantic black tail covered in countless scales shot from the cave and violently lashed at Mad Sword, forcing him to raise his sword to block. Seeing the critical situation, Yi Qingyun quickly transformed into his bloodthirsty dragon body, releasing a powerful dragon aura. After a fierce struggle with Mad Sword, the tail suddenly went berserk and increased its strength, instantly sending Mad Sword flying far away. The black tail then changed direction and shot straight at Yi Qingyun with such terrifying speed and power that he could not dodge, immediately grabbing and tightly wrapping around him. Moments later, a gigantic dragon emerged from the cave and looked at Yi Qingyun. Brat, you carry a dragon's aura, and it's even the bloodthirsty dragon god. I never expected a dragon to exist in this place. Brat, what's your name? Yi Qingyun. Qingyun. Inside your ancient ring is a soul, and even the supreme flame. Heavens, why is this thing following you? The supreme flame suppresses strange flames and also has a certain suppressive effect on the dragon clan. Just then, something suddenly stirred inside Yi Qingyun's ancient ring. Right after that, the one who appeared outside was the stupid dog. Hey, you don't intend to let that thing eat this black dragon, do you? I bear no hostility toward you humans. If you mean no harm, why did you capture me? I can send you straight into the Zia Wei divine realm and raise your bloodthirsty dragon body to the 3rd level. Great dragon, you went through all this trouble to capture me, surely not just to give me these opportunities. Of course not, I thought I'd met a stupid dragon, but it seems you're not that stupid. Let's go, stupid dog. Qingyun, don't you want to enter the Zia Wei divine realm? Don't you want to advance your bloodthirsty dragon body to the 3rd level? Even if I want those things, I can obtain them myself. What you're offering still isn't enough to tempt me. Oh, so I simply haven't offered you enough. Realizing Yi Qingyun's true intention, the stupid dragon suddenly took out a box and handed it to him. What about this? Soul Sand Essence. I believe this is extremely useful to you. Just tell me directly what you want me to do. Years ago, while I was severely wounded, Qing Zhu, leader of the Azure Dragon sect, stole my dragon egg. He wanted to refine the immense energy within the egg, but a special dragon clan formation was carved onto its surface. So with Qing Zhu's meager abilities, how could he break it quickly? Black Dragon, why are you so sure I can retrieve your dragon egg? You carry my clan's bloodthirsty dragon bloodline, and I, the primordial Black Dragon, can see the purity of human souls, so although you have killed before, your victims were evil people, and I believe you're at least not like them. Then why don't you retrieve the dragon egg yourself? My severe wounds from years ago still haven't fully healed, while you can infiltrate the Azure Dragon sect as a disciple and retrieve it much more easily. I can retrieve your dragon egg, but once you get it back, you must never kill another innocent person. As long as you bring my child back, besides what I just offered, I can fulfill any request you have. Then send everyone with me directly to the Zia Wei divine realm. I can only send one person, but I'll tear open the void and help you cross the death road straight into the Ziawei divine realm, though this creates Dragon Clan energy and too much of it will attract danger. Fine, then while I'm away, protect my companions and I'll inform them first. When Mad Sword and Zai Yin saw Yi Qingyun return, both could hardly hide their joy, and Yi Qingyun then explained everything to them. That's what happened, Master. The Ziawei divine realm has countless experts, so you must be careful. Don't worry. I know my limits, so protect Miss Zai Yin well. Young Master Yi, take care. I know. Great Dragon Beauty, where are the things you promised me? Take this, pour spiritual power into this dragon scale and it will create an illusion. Then I will help you once, and here is the dragon blood. After devouring it, your cultivation will rise and your bloodthirsty dragon body will reach the 3rd level. Receiving 2 precious treasures, Yi Qingyun was overjoyed and immediately opened the dragon blood bottle, staring at it without wanting to look away. I sacrificed a great amount of cultivation to extract this drop of dragon blood for you, so I truly hope you'll do everything possible to bring my child back. Don't worry, since I've accepted your gifts, I'll do my best to help you. Oh no, I think I forgot to set that brat's exact teleportation destination. Who knows where he'll end up without specific coordinates. Yi Qingyun had been teleported into a volcanic region surrounded by blazing red rocks that illuminated the entire area. Fuck, does that black dragon have no brain? She even forgot to set the destination, and if I didn't already have the true demon flame, I'd have to use the dragon scale immediately. Just then Yi Qingyun's storage ring suddenly stirred. Soon his stupid dog jumped out, and seeing flames everywhere, the little dog became wildly excited as though this place were paradise. Stupid dog, don't eat random things or you'll get into trouble. Elsewhere in the volcano, far from Yi Qingyun, 2 figures secretly watched the master and pet. What do you see? A little dog capable of devouring flames. Suddenly, the stupid dog seemed to sense something unusual nearby and immediately dashed toward it, forcing Yi Qingyun to chase after it. After a while, the stupid dog suddenly stopped, and an enormous cave entrance appeared before the man and dog. While Yi Qingyun was still examining the cave, a growl suddenly echoed from within, drawing closer with every moment. Soon, a magical beast with a wolf's head, tiger's body, brilliantly glowing eyes, and a fierce aura appeared before Yi Qingyun, clearly a bloodthirsty tiger wolf. But the moment it emerged, it saw Yi Qingyun's stupid dog staring at it with shining eyes and undisguised hunger. The bloodthirsty tiger wolf immediately fled at full speed in terror, while the stupid dog chased closely behind, its tiny body moving at an astonishing speed. After a long chase, Yi Qingyun's stupid dog finally caught up, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the bloodthirsty tiger wolf whole in an instant. After enjoying its favorite meal, the stupid dog ran back to Yi Qingyun with an extremely satisfied expression. Just then, a group emerged from the cave with furious faces. You actually dared slaughter my bloodthirsty tiger wolf, how bold. Ridiculous, can a shabby guy like you even afford compensation? Our bloodthirsty tiger wolf is worth 30 million high-grade spirit stones. I have a 5th grade pill worth quite a lot, so this should be enough as compensation, right? A 5th grade pill is worth 50 million high-grade spirit stones. If you really have one, hurry and hand it over. Fine, then I'll compensate you with this 5th grade pill. After casually handing over the compensation, Yi Qingyun turned and left, leaving the group staring blankly behind him. That really is a 5th grade pill. Wait, you think you can leave after giving only one 5th grade pill? You have 2 choices, hand over 5 5th grade pills and get lost, or you and that beast will pay with your lives for my bloodthirsty tiger wolf. Another insatiably greedy bastard. You want 5 5th grade pills? I have them right here. You really have them, hurry and give them to me. Yi Qingyun took out several round pills and deliberately showed them clearly to the young man. He then tossed them one by one to his stupid dog. These are all rewards for doing such a good job earlier. This action enraged the young man beyond endurance. Damn brat, what do you mean by this? What else could I mean? Can't you understand by looking? Idiot, I'd rather feed these pills to a dog than give them to a greedy, treacherous bastard like you. Brat, you dare toy with me, do you know who I am? I am Zhou Le, an outer disciple of the Azure Dragon sect and a member of the Zhou family, so if you offend me, I'll leave you without a burial place. Then do you know who I am? I'm your grandfather, so hurry over here, kneel down and start kowtowing. Haha fuck, I'm furious, go kill him for me. The rabble immediately charged at Yi Qingyun after receiving the order. But before they could approach, Yi Qingyun used the sword-drawing art of the ruthless sword path and slaughtered them all with one strike. How dare you, brat, you actually attacked my men, you must be tired of living. While the young man was still arguing with Yi Qingyun, the pill in his hand was suddenly snatched back by the stupid dog. Well done, stupid dog. After being repeatedly toyed with by a man and a dog, the young man was so furious and aggrieved he wanted to cry, having lost his mount and several guards yet gained nothing. And as Yi Qingyun prepared to leave, the little dog suddenly transformed into a bloodthirsty tiger wolf. The bizarre sight stunned everyone, leaving them unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't the bloodthirsty tiger wolf dead? How did it come back to life? Yi Qingyun proudly climbed onto the stupid dog's back with an arrogant expression. The two quickly sped away, leaving the group seething behind them. Fuck that damn dog next time I see it. Why are you idiots still standing there? Hurry and chase them. If you don't catch them within 6 days, prepare to offer your heads as punishment. Returning to the master and pet, Yi Qingyun had never expected the little fellow to be capable of transforming. After wandering through the air for some time, Yi Qingyun finally arrived before a city. Once we're inside, change back to your original form so we don't attract attention. Let's find an inn and rest first. Waiter, bring me a bottle of hawthorn liquor and prepare 1.5 liters of 3-leaf medicinal wine to take away. After entering an inn to rest, Yi Qingyun encountered the two people who had appeared in the volcanic region earlier. Oh, we've actually found that little dog that devours flames. What a lucky coincidence. Brat, if you know what's good for you, hand that little dog over to me. It's the peerless black and white duo. These two cultivate extraordinary complementary martial arts and can fight above their level when working together. But why is that brat still so calm? Does he have something to rely on? Hearing the man's bullshit, Yi Qingyun gave no reply and simply stood up while holding the ruthless sword. Brat, you're courting death by looking down on us, the peerless black and white duo. While arrogantly insulting him, the peerless black and white duo suddenly froze in place, unable to finish their words, their eyes filled with extreme terror as their bodies made strange, uncontrollable movements. Everyone saw Yi Qingyun holding a sword in one hand and a teacup in the other as he glided past the peerless black and white duo. And the moment he raised his tea to drink, both men collapsed behind him. Holy shit, how can he be so unbelievably fast? What just happened? What's wrong with the peerless black and white duo? Just after dealing with those two nobodies, another angry shout suddenly rang in Yi Qingyun's ears. Brat, you've got some nerve. You dare kill people inside this inn when you're only at the 9th level of the Imperial Realm, yet you still act so arrogantly here. Ridiculous, why did you say nothing when they caused trouble for me earlier? You simply want my 5th grade pill, don't you? That 5th grade pill originally belonged to our young master, and you were the one who stole it. Are all the people here shameless bullies? One wants to steal my dog, another wants my pills. Are you going to steal my storage ring next? Shameless bastard, stop spouting nonsense. With that, the middle-aged man immediately swung his spear and charged at Yi Qingyun. Brat, die. When his palm strike failed, he switched to a powerful punch, but Yi Qingyun simply opened his hand and blocked it. After restraining him, Yi Qingyun delivered a crushing kick that deformed his mouth, sent blood spraying, and blasted him aside. That young man's body is incredibly strong. Exactly, even an expert of the Zhou family was beaten without any power to resist. Enraged, the useless servant summoned his martial spirit and charged at Yi Qingyun again. You truly want to die. Despite his fierce momentum, before he could even touch Yi Qingyun's clothes, Yi Qingyun grabbed him by the neck and lifted him like a helpless chick squawking wildly. You can't even withstand one strike. With that, Yi Qingyun threw the servant to the ground and turned to leave. Just then, a young man suddenly entered from outside and for some unknown reason, kicked the inn door apart. After entering, the young man shouted, Yi Qingyun, brat, who gave you the courage to kill members of my Zhou family? Men, seize him and take him away. I'm an alchemist, do you still intend to arrest me? An alchemist's token is red, brat, but yours is black, yet you dare impersonate an alchemist. Men, take him away. At the order, the Zhou family's guards aggressively moved to seize Yi Qingyun. Suddenly, a voice rang out and made everyone turn around, causing the guards to stop immediately. The moment the man spoke, everyone stopped. It's Elder Shang. He stepped forward and said, Li Yu, this young man truly is an alchemist of our guild. Recognizing him, Li Yu greeted, so it's Elder Shang. Li Yu immediately pointed at Qingyun and said, he killed members of the Zhou family, and if our superiors hear of this. Before he could finish, Elder Shang sternly interrupted, Do you intend to become an enemy of our alchemists' guild? Liyu's expression darkened as he bowed respectfully. I wouldn't dare. Elder Shang immediately growled, then get out of here. Hearing this, Liyu waved for his subordinates to withdraw. After Liyu's group left, Elder Shang turned to Qing Yun and greeted him. My name is Yang Shui. May I know your name, young man? Qing Yun looked at him and replied, Yi Qing Yun. Elder Shang continued, how old are you? Qing Yun answered without hesitation, almost 18. Elder Shang praised him, at such a young age, your spiritual power has reached level 118, only 2 levels short of a 6th grade alchemist, and your talent even surpasses Chen Luo Fan, once praised as the city's greatest alchemist at 22. Hearing the praise, Qing Yun cupped his hands and humbly asked, you flatter me, may I ask why you came here? Elder Shang stroked his beard and said, the token in your hand is completely useless here, so are you interested in joining the Alchemists Guild here? Qing Yun looked down at the token in his hand and thought, so that's how it is. Elder Shang gestured to Qing Yun, young Master Yi, this way, please. Seeing his sincerity, Qing Yun replied, Elder Shang, you're too courteous. Qing Yun then followed Elder Shang to the Alchemist's Guild. While walking, he wondered how his third-generation disciple Luo Haidan, who possessed extraordinary alchemy talent, was doing now. After entering, Elder Shang introduced the place. Young Master Yi, this way, after testing your spiritual power, you can become a 5th-grade alchemist. Everyone in the hall whispered, that boy actually makes Elder Shang treat him so politely. A 5th-grade alchemist this young with spiritual power above level 100. Elder Shang pointed at the furnace before them and explained, when spiritual power enters this spiritual alchemy furnace, it releases colored smoke representing different levels. Blue is level 60, green is level 80, cyan is level 100, and black is level 120. Just then, Chen Luo Fan, a 5th-grade alchemist known as the Little Prince of Alchemy, happened to pass by, and seeing Elder Shang, he frowned slightly. Elder Shang, is such a detailed explanation really necessary? I doubt his spiritual power can reach black, at most it should only be green. Elder Shang merely stroked his beard and smiled. It's only a test for young Master Yi. Hearing Elder Shang, Chen Luo Fan looked at Qing Yun mockingly. Then test him, I don't believe he's that capable. Qing Yun raised his hand. Then watch carefully. With that, Qing Yun decisively placed his hand on the alchemy furnace. Once the result appeared, Qing Yun smirked at Chen Luo Fan. Anything else to say? Provoked by his gaze, Chen Luo Fan angrily replied, even if your skill has reached the 5th grade, your knowledge of medicinal herbs is definitely inferior to mine. He then gritted his teeth and shouted, do you dare compete with me? Qing Yun indifferently replied, boring, my time is precious. Chen Luo Fan pulled a cloth bag from his robe. How arrogant, if you defeat me, I'll give you this. Seeing a flame inside, Qing Yun exclaimed, a strange flame. Chen Luo Fan immediately smiled smugly. If you lose, cut off your own hand, kneel, and call me master. Qing Yun rubbed his chin and muttered, cut off my own hand, another outdated hand-cutting bets. Chen Luo Fan deliberately provoked him. What are you muttering? Are you scared? Qing Yun smiled. If you lose, you must cut off both your hands, so do you dare? Qing Yun deliberately emphasized the final words. Chen Luo Fan was instantly provoked and sneered, ridiculous, do you think I, Chen Luo Fan, would fear trash like you? Elder Shang stepped forward. Since this is a competition, I will ensure fairness by choosing a medicinal herb, and whoever correctly identifies its name and effects wins. Do you both agree? Both of them nodded in agreement. The surrounding crowd whispered excitedly, now there's a good show to watch. Without making everyone wait, Elder Shang took out a box and opened it, revealing a red medicinal herb. The competition begins. I'll go first. This is the 3-fire wood python, a 4th-grade medicinal herb that expands a martial artist's bloodline and strengthens the body and vital energy. Elder, am I correct? Wait, young Master Yi, do you have anything to add? Oh, this herb can expand a martial artist's bloodline. You're just copying what I said. You truly have no shame, though this herb's effects resemble the 3rd-grade 3-flame fire python. It isn't called that, but the blazing python herb. What blazing python herb? Your spiritual power may be high, but you're brainless, so what use is it? Well said, Master Chen is absolutely right. Young people nowadays are ignorant yet self-righteous, daring to spout nonsense before Master Chen without knowing there is always someone greater. Ha ha ha, another lapdog has appeared. brat, what did you call me? I called you lapdog. Humiliated by Yi Qingyun, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhou became utterly furious. Chen Luo fan, I'm competing with you, yet you brought a dog here to bark. What is the meaning of this? Or are you afraid and need a dog to disrupt me? Hearing this, the man turned his head and said, Young master, this brat is truly audacious, daring to spout such nonsense. Fuck, can this mad dog still not shut its mouth? Have you noticed the markings beneath this herb? People mistake it for the three-flame fire python because they look similar. But there are countless similar herbs, and the speckles beneath this red plant resemble python scales, while its effects resemble the three-flame fire python but are 5 times stronger. So this isn't a 4th-grade herb but a 5th-grade one. This medicinal herb is called the Blazing Yang Python herb, Master. Am I correct? Master Yang, young Master Yi is absolutely correct. The herb I presented is indeed the Blazing Yang Python herb, and it is a 5th-grade medicinal herb. Impossible, impossible. This is clearly the three-flame fire python. You must have colluded with him to trick me. Shut your mouth, keep barking, and I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of your master. What, still unconvinced? Then I'll give you another chance. Elder, you heard him, he said it himself. I want to compete with him again, and this time we'll truly decide the winner. Master Yang, give us another question. Fine, then I'll give you another one. Master Yang then displayed another medicinal herb shaped like a round fruit. The question is the same, tell me its name and effects. This medicinal herb is called the Thunderfire fruit, and after consumption it greatly strengthens thunder and fierce fire attributes in martial energy. Am I correct? Trash like you is called a genius. You're truly a frog at the bottom of a well who knows only one thing but not the other. Young Master Yi, if you know anything else, feel free to add it. Besides greatly strengthening thunder and raging fire martial energy, the Thunderfire fruit has another major effect, and its greatest use is healing injuries. What healing injuries? Hahaha, stop pretending to understand and boasting nonstop. If everyone doesn't believe me, we can test it once. Is anyone here injured? Since no one is, I'll have to borrow your lapdog's leg for the experiment. Then I'd like to see what you're capable of. Brat, what are you trying to do? Nothing. I just want you to personally experience this herb's miraculous healing effect. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun immediately drew his blade. He cut a deep wound across the shoulder of the Zhou family's lapdog. Why, you deliberately injured me? So what? You volunteered to step forward just now. Master Chen, please help me teach this damn brat a lesson. Shut up, I want to see what kind of trick he can perform. With a test subject ready, Yi Qingyun picked up the medicinal fruit and began using refining techniques. He infused spiritual power into it to extract the medicinal liquid, then collected it in a small bottle. Stick out your filthy hand. HMPH, if this Thunderfire fruit has no healing effect, you're dead, hahaha. Next, Yi Qingyun directly poured some of the extracted medicinal liquid onto the lapdog's wound. After a short while, the blade wound on his shoulder completely healed. I never expected the Thunderfire fruit to have such a miraculous effect. Fuck, how is this possible? What now, genius Chen Luo fan? Do you want to personally test the effects of consuming the Thunderfire fruit? At these words, Chen Luo fan's face turned deathly pale with fear, and he quickly threw the promised strange flame to Yi Qingyun. Here, catch it. Besides this strange flame, haven't you forgotten something? Young Master Yi, this is your 5th-grade alchemist token. For my sake, let the matter of cutting off his hands go. Since Master Yang has pleaded for him, we'll end this matter here. I hope next time he learns to recognize who he shouldn't provoke. Young Master Yi, I still have matters to handle, so I'll take my leave. This strange flame is glowing, meaning another strange flame exists in this city, but I wonder what kind it is. After everything ended, Yi Qingyun stored the strange flame he had obtained in his storage ring and left. Once I devour this strange flame, my cultivation should rise to the 9-fist realm. Not long after leaving the Alchemist's Guild, Yi Qingyun suddenly saw a large crowd gathered ahead. Today is the Azure Dragon Sect's Disciple Selection Day. Hurry up, move faster. I almost forgot, I also need to join the Azure Dragon Sect and help that black dragon retrieve the dragon egg. This selection is hosted by Zio Zioner, one of the Azure Dragon Sect's 3 great beauties, and although the Azure Dragon Sect isn't the strongest of the 9 great sects, it still ranks among the top 5. So joining it would bring glory to one's ancestors. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Yi Qingyun grew curious about what kind of sect the Azure Dragon Sect truly was. Everyone surely knows what joining the Azure Dragon Sect means. Our Azure Dragon Sect recruits talented people, and the rules are simple. First, we judge each martial artist's martial spirit quality. Second, you must win 10 consecutive combat rounds. And third, those with mutant bodies may also be directly recruited. Move aside, all of you get out of my way. Move. What are you looking at, country bumpkin? Believe me, I'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. Isn't that Shi Kai Ming, the city's notorious lust demon? Who would have thought that bastard actually possesses a mutant body, though every woman sees him like a demon and avoids him? The moment Shi Kai Ming saw the blonde Zio Zioner, he began drooling uncontrollably. You lecher actually dare stare at me. I'll gouge out your eyes. I'm not looking. Show your mutant body and don't disturb Miss Zioner while she observes. With that, Shi Kai Ming immediately stepped forward and transformed into his mutant form. Oh, a first-level bloodline transformation. You pass and may become an outer disciple of the Azure Dragon sect. Take your token. Alright, thank you, Miss Zioner. After receiving his qualification token, Shi Kai Ming inexplicably turned and insulted Yi Qingyun. Damn useless trash. So even a blood lion mutant body of this level can become an outer disciple of the Azure Dragon sect. Then I wonder if my bloodthirsty dragon body can do the same. To join the Azure Dragon sect, Yi Qingyun stepped into the selection area and immediately activated the first level of his bloodthirsty dragon body. The sight left everyone around him utterly stunned. This is the bloodthirsty dragon body. It's actually a bloodthirsty dragon body of this level, and among all mutant bodies, dragon types are considered the strongest, with their owners even capable of rivaling true dragons. Young master, if you're willing, you may naturally become an outer disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, though unfortunately this is only a first-level bloodthirsty dragon body. Because if you reached the second level, I could directly make you an inner disciple. Seeing Shi Kai Ming still shocked by his mutant body, Yi Qingyun casually insulted him. Trash. Brat, you actually dare call me trash? Before my bloodthirsty dragon body, what else could a tiny blood lion like you be but trash? Humiliated, Shi Kai Ming flew into a rage and charged at Yi Qingyun in his blood lion mutant form. Brat, you're courting death. At that moment, Yi Qingyun's hand was already resting on the ruthless sword. In the next instant, everyone saw Yi Qingyun draw his sword and flash past Shi Kai Ming. Moments later, both still stood in place, but Shi Kai Ming suddenly widened his eyes speechlessly. His knees buckled, and a long, deep sword wound appeared across his body. Using the last of his strength, Shi Kai Ming barely forced himself back to his feet. His fear of Yi Qingyun could no longer be described as mere terror, and he dragged his trembling legs away, desperately trying to leave. Such a fast sword and terrifying sword energy. Yet he didn't strike to kill. What admirable restraint. I've made Miss Zioner laugh. While everyone's attention was fixed on Yi Qingyun, a mysterious figure appeared within the crowd. His eyes flashing as a token engraved with the word mutation hung at his waist, and moments later he vanished as though never there. A cold wind swept through the street where a crowd had gathered around a horrifying corpse whose entire life essence had been drained, leaving only a dried skeleton. After obtaining his status as an outer disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, Yi Qingyun entered the sect. With the new disciple selection over, the sect's smaller factions began eagerly recruiting newcomers. Are you interested in joining our Heavenly Spirit faction? Our faction leader is an extremely powerful expert with profound cultivation. While wandering through the sect, Yi Qingyun suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice behind him mocking him. Turning around, he saw none other than Zhou Lu of the Zhou family. It's you again, brat. How did trash like you get in here? Did the admission rules change this year? Boss, no, this year's selection was overseen by Zhou Bin, Shen Jin's junior brother. Then why did such trash get in? While Zhou Lu was insulting Yi Qingyun, another young man who had just become an outer disciple approached. Young Master Zhou, this guy must have used some dirty trick to sneak into the Azure Dragon sect. I doubt he could even withstand one of my fingers. Hurry and get lost, useless brat. You tell me to leave, so I have to leave. Do you make the decisions here? I'm telling you to leave for the Azure Dragon sect's sake, because this place doesn't accept trash like you. Guard Zhou is right, trash, get out. While the Zhou family's group barked insults one after another, a woman's sharp, icy shout suddenly rang out. Shut your mouths. I personally selected him, Guard Zhou. Do you have a problem with that? I wouldn't dare, but I think Guard Zhou is right. That man is trash and shouldn't remain in our sect. You're merely an outer disciple. What the hell do you know to dare question me? And no, I wouldn't dare. You see those 3 open areas, right? Your task is to pass the puppets and reach those zones. Reach the first area and you'll receive 500 high-grade spirit stones each month. Reach the second and you'll receive 1,500, while reaching the third grants 2,500 high-grade spirit merit stones monthly. If anyone can't even reach the first open area, they're trash, hahaha, and the Azure Dragon sect doesn't keep trash, so they'll have to get out. Heavenly Spirit Faction Leader, am I right? Stop barking, you're damn annoying. The trial officially begins now, and if you reach the third area, the 9 outer sect factions won't choose you, but you may personally choose which of the 9 factions to join. Hearing the faction leader announce the start, all the martial disciples immediately charged toward the trial grounds. Trash, are you too scared to participate? Hahaha. Oh, we still don't know who the real trash is. Do you dare compete with me to see who reaches one of the 3 open areas first? And if you lose, admit you're trash and point at that Joe guy while saying he's worse than garbage. Brat, you dare insult me? Oh, when did I ever insult you, trash? If I win, I want your head, but if you win, this 5th grade pill in the bottle is yours. You're an alchemist, hee, that's right, sorry for showing off again. Bragging brat, if he calls himself an alchemist, then I'm one too, so tell me, trash, what is this? Where did you get this token, or rather, where did you get this fake token? Damn idiot, just because you're trash doesn't mean everyone else is. You dare call me an idiot, you lowly outer disciple? Shut your damn mouth before I smash your head. Do you dare compete with me? Hurry and compete with him, he's just a fake alchemist. My Joe family also has alchemists, so why hesitate? Fine, let's compete, but if you lose, don't forget to give me that pill. I advise you to think carefully about what you'll face if you lose to me, hahaha. With that, Yi Qingyun immediately moved and flew toward the first open area. Not long after, the flattering martial artist followed Yi Qingyun forward. I'd like to see what ability this trash has to dare compete with me. The moment Yi Qingyun entered the arena, the puppets stationed there followed their preset instincts and charged at him. One puppet suddenly leaped up and punched straight at Yi Qingyun's head. When the puppet closed in, Yi Qingyun clenched his fist, unleashed the invincible king's fist, and met it head-on. Yi Qingyun's body was overwhelmingly powerful, and when their fists collided, the puppet's arm was instantly crushed. After destroying one, Yi Qingyun charged into the entire group of puppets with overwhelming momentum. Yi Qingyun's fierce fighting style stunned the Heavenly Spirit faction leader. Damn, what kind of strength is that to directly shatter a puppet's arm? Soon, Yi Qingyun easily passed through the first open area. Surprised, Jola, you don't still think he's trash, do you? Hahaha, not many can pass the first stage. HMPH, he'll definitely fail the second area. After Yi Qingyun passed, all the puppets immediately switched targets and attacked Jola's lackey. After a difficult and intense battle, Jola's lackey finally succeeded in passing the first stage. The moment he stepped toward the second open area, the lackey witnessed a scene he simply couldn't believe. The man he had always considered trash was now effortlessly tormenting the puppets. Refusing to lose to the trash before him, he immediately leaped toward the second open area. But before he could even land, a puppet punched him and sent him flying miserably. Knowing he couldn't pass the second stage, the lackey returned injured to Jola, but instead of comfort, he was immediately cursed into the ground. Useless trash, you can't accomplish anything. Not long later, Yi Qingyun successfully passed the second open area as well. Could he have seen through this formation? HMPH, I refuse to believe he can pass the third arena. Young Master Joe, don't worry, this brat won't. Before the lackey could finish flattering Jola, Yi Qingyun once again proved himself by defeating every puppet and stepping into the third area, like a bucket of filth thrown straight into Jola and his lackey's faces, leaving them dark and humiliated. Yi Qingyun easily passed all 3 stages, immediately causing a huge stir throughout the sect as the various factions rushed to invite him. After clearing every trial, Qingyun stepped down, walked to Jola and Jiangkai and smiled. Accept your defeat. Jiangkai hesitantly glanced at Jola and said, "Aye." Before he could finish, Jola had already drawn a gleaming, razor-sharp dagger. Without a word, he swung the dagger and sliced off Jiangkai's tongue in one strike. Jola sheathed his dagger as Jiangkai collapsed to his knees, clutching his mouth in agony, then said, "His tongue was poisoned. Luckily, I cut it off in time or he would have died. No need to thank me. Now get lost." Seeing this, Qingyun gritted his teeth angrily. "When was his tongue poisoned?" Jola merely raised an eyebrow. "No need to ask. If I say he was poisoned, then he was poisoned." Qingyun shouted, "I despise shameless scoundrels like you." Fang Mian stepped forward and said to Qingyun, "Young master, ignore that despicable man. Why not join my faction?" Qingyun nodded. "All right. By successfully reaching the third arena area, you've qualified to become one of the Heavenly Spirit faction's guards, and among our 15 guards, you only need to defeat one to officially take the position. This is Wang Zhaishi, one of my 3 chief stewards, so take him to see the Heavenly Spirit faction." As you command, faction leader. Welcome to the Heavenly Spirit faction. Take this faction identity token. Are you really a 5th grade alchemist? Don't I look like one? Haha, not really, and I suppose you still don't know much about our Heavenly Spirit faction. The Azure Dragon sect has 9 major outer factions and 4 inner factions, with the 9 outer factions including Heavenly Spirit, Martial Spirit, Sea Spirit, Earth Spirit, Sky Spirit, Path Spirit, Northern Spirit, Dragon Spirit, and another faction. And every year the sect ranks them, while our faction placed 5th last time. Wang Zhaishi, how can one join the 4 inner factions of our Azure Dragon sect? There's only one condition during the 9-faction martial tournament. If you rank among the top 3, you qualify for the higher faction competition, but only faction leaders may participate, so don't think too much about it. The Heavenly Spirit faction is divided into 3 major areas, with the deepest pavilion being the faction leader's residence where no one may enter without being summoned, while the second is the treasure pavilion, which contains countless rare treasures. The treasures there can only be exchanged with contribution points, and even spirit stones are useless. So contribution points come from completing missions? Yes, that direction leads to the mission hall where missions are posted, and disciples can earn contribution points by completing them. These are the 3 main areas of our Heavenly Spirit faction, while other shared locations include the Beast Lands filled with powerful beasts, the Flame Refining Domain, and several other places, though you should wait until you're stronger before going there. After chatting for a while, Wang Zhaishi continued leading Yi Qing Yun through the other areas of the Heavenly Spirit faction until they reached a certain place. Yi Qing Yun saw a huge crowd gathered there with 2 martial artists fiercely battling on an arena. What is that arena? That's the mask arena, where challengers wear masks engraved with their faction names, and the victor places their mask atop that tall pillar. Are there no restrictions on this arena? If members of the same faction fight, they may decide victory but not life and death. But when disciples from different factions challenge each other, life and death are unrestricted. Hahaha, trash, absolute trash. The Heavenly Spirit faction is nothing but a bunch of worthless garbage. Damn, that bastard dares insult our Heavenly Spirit faction. I'll go teach him a painful lesson. Just as Wang Zhaishi grabbed a mask and prepared to enter the arena, Yi Qing Yun quickly snatched it first. Wang Zhaishi, leave this matter to me. My mask will forever be remembered on this pillar of glory. While the martial artist was still smugly muttering, Yi Qing Yun charged from behind with a thunderous roar and the invincible king's fist. You dare insult my faction, Dai? Where did you come from, arrogant brat? The martial artist had barely turned around when Yi Qing Yun's punch caved in his chest, and the force shattered his mask into pieces. You're the real worthless trash, so watch your filthy mouth, and if there's a next time, I'll take your miserable life. Since when did the Heavenly Spirit faction have such a powerful youth? Their guardian Jin Shiming is notoriously jealous of other strong warriors, and with this extraordinary brat around, the Heavenly Spirit faction will have quite a show, hahaha. At that moment, Yi Qing Yun lightly moved, flying straight to the top of the pillar and leaving his mask there. Young Master Yi truly has extraordinary skills, and in a few days you can challenge the guards. Guard Wang Zhai, she flatters me. Young Master Yi, don't be so modest. Yi Qing Yun had just entered his room when the foolish dog suddenly ran out of the ring. Are you hungry again? Let's go find some beasts for you to eat. Yi Qing Yun took the foolish dog to the Beast Lands, a vast place divided into 3 great zones: heaven, earth, and human. Yi Qing Yun was currently in the human zone. The man and dog leisurely ventured deeper into the forest, when they suddenly noticed a plume of smoke rising ahead. Curious, Yi Qing Yun and the foolish dog followed the smoke, and upon approaching, he saw 3 people gathered around roasting meat. Yi Qing Yun soon approached and spoke to one of them. Little brother, I'm Yan Hai, and your face is unfamiliar, so you must have just joined our Heavenly Spirit faction, right? Yes, I'm Yi Qing Yun and only arrived recently, while Brother Yan must have entered the Beast Lands a few days ago. Exactly, we accepted a mission issued by an alchemist to locate the Scarlet Flame Fierce Bird, and this dog is really adorable. The Scarlet Flame Fierce Bird is also called the Fierce Bird of Strange Flame, meaning wherever it appears, a strange flame will certainly exist, so that alchemist clearly wants to find and absorb it, but since we're all from the Heavenly Spirit faction, we're family, so come eat roast pork with us. Thank you, Brother Yan. Brother Yi, with your 9th level Imperial Extreme Realm cultivation, this place is dangerous, but don't worry. As long as you travel with us, nothing will happen to you. Brother Yan must be here to protect them, right? I thought he was some expert, but he's only at the 9th level of the Imperial Extreme Realm. Brother Yi, ignore him. Every martial artist grows from weakness to strength. Brother Yan is right. I really am here to protect them, as they're recognized young geniuses of our heavenly spirit faction and all qualify to challenge the guards, so if they succeed, their status will become higher than mine. I'm useless, already over 30 yet still stuck at the 3rd level of the Imperial Fist realm. Brother Yan, heaven rewards perseverance, so keep cultivating and perhaps you'll soon break beyond the 3rd level. I hope so. Brother Yan, do you really want to bring this burden along? That's not wise. Brother Yi's cultivation may be a little low, but we're all from the heavenly spirit faction, so what's wrong with bringing him? Beasts roam everywhere here and ordinary ones are manageable, but if we meet a great beast, we'll struggle to protect ourselves, let alone him. If that happens, none of you need to worry about me, I can protect myself. You said it yourself, so don't regret it later. Brother Yi, his name is Ziayu, a rising talent from recent years who's extremely arrogant, so don't mind him. Of course not, he's just an immature brat, so why bother with him? After the argument ended, Yi Qingyun's group immediately continued deeper into the forest. Before long, upon reaching a certain place, the foolish dog signaled Yi Qingyun about the location of the scarlet flame fierce bird. Brother Yan, look over there. Following Yi Qingyun's pointing finger, the group saw an enormous cave ahead with brilliant light shining from within. Realizing they might have found their target, Yi Qingyun's group quickly rushed over. These are scarlet flame fierce bird eggs, and the bird must have gone out hunting, so it left spiritual awareness and a seal on the eggs. This is mine. Don't touch the egg, because if you trigger its seal, you'll alert the scarlet flame fierce bird, and if it returns, things will become extremely dangerous. Get lost and take your hand off me, Yi Qingyun. Calm down, we only need to provide this location to that alchemist, so don't make things more complicated. Brother Yan, do you know how many spirit stones this egg is worth? No matter what, I must have this egg at any cost. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziayu suddenly attacked Yan Hai, catching him completely off guard. Yan Hai was knocked aside, and seeing Ziayu wildly attack others, the talented woman shouted, "Ziayu, are you insane? Brother Yan, are you all right?" "I'm fine, that idiot Ziayu has simply been blinded by greed." "Brother Yan, if you don't want that fool dragging you down, hurry and leave this place with me." Finding Yi Qingyun's words reasonable, Yan Hai immediately decided to leave. "Ha, take care of yourself." After leaving the Crimson Flame Bird's lair, Yi Qingyun unexpectedly found the location of the rare flame he had been seeking. This is the Purple Crystal Raging Flame, ranked 82nd on the rare flame ranking. Without hesitation, Yi Qingyun directly reached out and grabbed the Purple Crystal Raging Flame. Though this rare flame ranks low, swallowing it should let my cultivation reach the 1st level of the Imperial Fist realm. After a brief thought, Yi Qingyun finally raised the rare flame to his mouth and swallowed it whole, and his crude eating scene happened to be witnessed by Yan Hai and the woman. Both stared wide-eyed in utter shock. "Damn, you swallowed a rare flame. Brother Yi, were you that hungry? Swallowing something so terrifying is far too dangerous." To make the scene even more dramatic, after swallowing the Purple Crystal Raging Flame, Yi Qingyun deliberately burped, acting as if he had eaten his fill. Just as Yi Qingyun expected, his cultivation had risen to the 1st level of the Imperial Fist realm. "Brother Yan, what's wrong?" "Brother Yi, is that body of yours really human?" "Of course, haha." While Yi Qingyun's group was still chatting, a violent rumble suddenly shook the air. "Not good, Ziayu is really in trouble. That idiot must still be holding the Crimson Flame Bird's egg, isn't he courting death?" At Ziayu's location, a Crimson Flame Bird appeared with countless flames flowing around its body. Clearly the owner of the egg, so out of pity for the foolish Ziayu, Yi Qingyun's group returned to save him. Facing the Crimson Flame Bird's terrifying presence, Ziayu trembled violently and nearly wet himself from fear. While Ziayu stood frozen, unsure how to survive, Yan Hai suddenly warned him, "Ziayu, drop that egg." Obeying Yan Hai, the fool Ziayu immediately hurled the egg far away. The moment the egg was thrown, the Crimson Flame Bird spared Ziayu and hurriedly flew after its egg. "We can't stay here, run now, or we'll all die if it comes back. Everyone stay close to me." After a desperate escape, the 4 finally made it out of the cave. The moment they saw sunlight again, Yi Qingyun's group of 4 noticed 3 people approaching them. The leader of the 3 was an old man, a 5th grade alchemist. "Is that Raging Flame Bird really here?" Seeing a 5th grade alchemist, Ziayu quickly tried to curry favor and answered, Yes, that beast is right here, sir." "You two go ahead and deal with that fire beast." "Yes, sir." With that, the alchemist group of 3 quickly flew straight into the cave. A while later, an enraged roar suddenly thundered from deep inside the cave. who stole my rare flame. Soon after, the alchemist hurriedly flew back out of the cave with an overwhelming aura and charged straight toward Xiaoyu. He spread his fingers like claws, seized Xiaoyu by the throat, and lifted him high. Where is the rare flame from the cave? What rare flame? I know nothing. Suffering from the painful chokehold, Xiaoyu immediately shifted the blame onto Yi Qingyun's group. It was them, they're the ones who took the rare flame. Hand over the rare flame to me. Xiaoyu, you're truly despicable and ungrateful traitor. Without us, you'd already be dead. Damn you, Xiaoyu, you're an inhuman beast. I advise you to hand it over willingly before I lose my temper and use force. The strange flame inside has already been devoured by me. Haha, this flame is a violent energy born between heaven and earth, and even I had to refine pills to suppress it before absorbing it. Believe it or not, the strange flame has already been devoured by me. If that's really the case, I'll rip your heart out. After receiving the order, the assassins immediately surrounded Yi Qingyun, yet despite the danger, Yi Qingyun remained completely calm and showed no panic. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun reached into his pants and pulled out an object. Everyone present was stunned. Don't move, open your damn eyes and see what this is. Holy crap, an alchemist, he's actually an alchemist. We alchemists hope the martial artists here will stay out of our affairs. Why are you backing away? Don't you want the 5th grade pills anymore? A great reward always brings forth brave men. Whoever helps me kill this man will receive 5 5th grade pills. Am I the only one with 5th grade pills? Whoever kills this man for me will receive 10 5th grade pills. Just kill this piece of trash and 10 5th grade pills are yours. Don't you think it's worth it? You only get one chance, miss it and it's gone. Getting rich isn't hard, and at that moment, a saber-wielding martial artist suddenly turned around and charged straight at the alchemist Jia Yin. Let's see which of you dares attack me. I'm a 5th grade alchemist. Touching me will bring serious trouble. Do you know the consequences of killing me? Of course I know. As soon as those words fell, a flash of saber light appeared. It slashed straight across the throat of the alchemist Jia Yin. Moments later, he collapsed into a pool of blood, all life leaving his body, while the saber wielder had somehow already appeared behind the fake alchemist, his long saber stained red with fresh blood. After the alchemist died, Yi Qingyun immediately tossed the saber wielder 10 5th grade pills as promised. With everything settled, the saber wielder quickly left the area. You actually dared kill Lord Lin Yu. He was just trash. Why wouldn't I dare? I killed him, so what are you going to do? I'll give you 2 choices, either come back with us or hand over another 10 5th grade pills. Brother Yi offered pills for you to kill Lin Yu, yet none of you made a move. When Lin Yu was killed, none of you tried to save him, but now that someone else has taken the pills, you're jealous and even dare threaten my brother for his 5th grade pills. Brother Yan, don't be angry, as the saying goes, men die for wealth and birds die for food. Hearing the man before them insult them, the assassins instantly flew into a rage. I've chosen a third option, and that's to slaughter every last one of you. Brother Yi, we're here to help you. They could no longer restrain their greed, and the assassins immediately charged fiercely at Yi Qingyun. Seeing the assassins draw near, Yi Qingyun gripped the merciless sword, unleashed a sword technique, and slashed the merciless strike at them. Yan Hai and the woman in the group did not simply stand by and watch. They quickly joined the battle, helping Yi Qingyun slaughter the enemies. After a fierce battle, the assassins were finally wiped out. What about that man? He's still very young, so why not give him another chance? Let's head back. Brother Yi, Lin Yu was no ordinary man. As a 5th grade alchemist, he held very high status here. Brother Yan, don't worry, I hired that man to kill him, so I'll bear the consequences alone. I'm not a coward afraid of death. I'll bear this alone, and it has nothing to do with you. Brother Yan, Brother Yi, say no more. You're still young with limitless potential. While I've struggled for years without breaking through my bottleneck and may never even get the chance for revenge. Revenge? What happened, Brother Yan? My entire family was refined into corpses by a demon. My younger sister disappeared, and her whereabouts remain unknown. I believe one day you'll accomplish everything you wish, and for the sake of revenge, you must not bear those consequences for me. Hearing Yi Qingyun's words, the pain Yan Hai had suppressed for so long was finally released, turning into 2 streams of tears. After traveling for some time, Yi Qingyun finally returned to his residence. Just as he was about to open the door, suddenly, Wang Zhaishi appeared before him and asked, "Young Master Yi, where have you been?" "I was just wandering around. Is something wrong?" "Ah, today is the day to challenge the previous guards for their positions. If you win the challenge and become a guard, you'll earn contribution points, and the stronger the guard you challenge, the more points you'll receive. The guard standing first on the left is the weakest, and defeating him will earn you 10,000 contribution points. The first guard on the right is the strongest. His name is Tang Long, and his martial spirit is the scorpion dragon, possessing half-dragon blood. How many contribution points do I get for defeating the strongest guard? 100,000. Good, I want to challenge the strongest guard. Are you really going to challenge him? Brat, you dare challenge me. Watch closely because soon you'll end up just like this man. Wang Jiaxi, I've decided to challenge him. That's 100,000 contribution points. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Make your move, let's finish this quickly. Brat, you're far too arrogant. No one who challenged me has ever survived, and the next one to die is you. The one dying this time may be you. And as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingyun instantly activated the bloodthirsty dragon body. Across from him, Tang Long was utterly enraged and erupted with an astonishing surge of power. Unwilling to wait any longer, he immediately charged at Yi Qingyun and roared, "Brat, leave your life here." At close range, Tang Long relied on his powerful body and continuously swung his fists at Yi Qingyun. Unfortunately for him, every attack he launched was calmly neutralized and dodged by Yi Qingyun. Before long, Tang Long exposed an opening, and Yi Qingyun seized the chance, unleashed the invincible king's fist, and punched straight at his opponent's energy core. The punch contained tremendous power, sending Tang Long flying backward while blood continuously poured from his mouth. At first we could still exchange a few moves, but you became too impatient and exposed an opening. This was way too fast. Wasn't he the strongest among the guards? Wang Jiaxi, does this mean I've passed the challenge? Yes, you've passed, give me your token. Following Wang Jiaxi's words, Yi Qingyun immediately handed him the token, and Wang Jiaxi said, I've transferred the 100,000 contribution points from this challenge into your token. Now you can freely use your contribution points to exchange for items inside the treasure pavilion. Alright, thank you, Wang Jiaxi. A short while later, Yi Qingyun left the challenge arena and headed to the treasure pavilion to look around. As soon as he entered the pavilion, Yi Qingyun saw a middle-aged man sitting behind the counter with his head lowered, recording accounts. Seeing a customer enter, the shopkeeper immediately stepped forward to warmly welcome him. Welcome to the treasure pavilion. At that moment, Yi Qingyun's gaze was drawn to several glowing round fruits displayed on a shelf near the entrance. Exchange those soul fruits that strengthen the soul for me, young master. You truly have a good eye. Master, you don't need to waste contribution points on me. It's only a small matter, why be so polite? After buying the soul fruits, Yi Qingyun was drawn to an extraordinarily luxurious outfit displayed nearby. Why is the blue star robe here? The outfit reminded Yi Qingyun of its creator, his good friend Ping Feng, the finest weaver in the lower divine realm. I want to exchange for this outfit too, fine, but I must warn you that it's damaged. No problem, give it to me. After they reached an agreement, the shopkeeper neatly folded the outfit and handed it to Yi Qingyun. This outfit has been repaired so many times. Where did you get it? Why are you asking? I'm under no obligation to tell you. Damn, he's even keeping it secret. If you want to know, give me a 5th grade pill. Take it and speak quickly. Oh, you really have a 5th grade pill. Hee, I've changed my mind. 1 5th grade pill isn't enough for my information. Damn swindler. You don't keep your word. Do you know how I deal with scum like you? I beat you until you're in agony. After being beaten half to death, the shopkeeper was utterly terrified and begged, stop hitting me, I'll talk. This outfit was brought back by senior members of the sect, but I don't know the exact details. Hearing the shopkeeper's information, Yi Qingyun immediately considered a possibility. Could Ping Feng have been captured by the upper ranks of the Azure Dragon sect? After dealing with the matter, Yi Qingyun threw the scum aside and quickly took back his pill pouch. I generously gave you a pill, and you still complained it wasn't enough, idiot. Having achieved his goal at the treasure pavilion, Yi Qingyun headed outside. As he reached the entrance, a group of guards suddenly surrounded him and shouted, "Who dares cause trouble inside the treasure pavilion?" The leader of the surrounding group was a young man whose aura was also extraordinary. Captain CI, he didn't have enough contribution points but tried to take the items away, and he even attacked me. Please uphold justice for me. Return the items to the treasure pavilion, sincerely apologize to the shopkeeper, then get lost. First, I exchanged my own contribution points for these items, and second, who the hell are you to order me to apologize? Arrogant brat, let me teach you how to behave. Just as Ci was about to attack Yi Qingyun, a cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. Which one of you is Yi Qingyun? Realizing the newcomer was no ordinary person, Ci immediately stepped forward to greet him and reported, Lord Lashan, that man is Yi Qingyun. You're Yi Qingyun, the one who killed the 5th grade alchemist Lin Yu. Hearing the question, Yi Qingyun openly admitted it without denial. Yes, I was the one who killed that trash. You killed someone and still dare speak so boldly. Men, seize him and throw him into prison. You think a few brats can capture me, still talking tough, and the servants immediately rushed forward with ropes to seize Yi Qingyun. But at that moment, Yi Qingyun erupted with terrifying energy and instantly blasted those useless men backward. Brat, are you seeking death? When did I ever say I'd go with you? Thoroughly enraged, Lashan immediately attacked Yi Qingyun and shouted, You refuse the easy way and choose the hard way. Let's see how many moves you can withstand. The two soon clashed directly, sending powerful waves of spiritual energy surging in every direction. Because his cultivation was several levels lower, Yi Qingyun was injured in the first 2 clashes and immediately spat out blood. Look at that brat's miserable state. Haha, Lord Lashan is already a 5th level Imperial Sky Realm expert while that brat is only at the 1st level. Yet with a 4-level gap he still dared act arrogantly before Lord Lashan. He's truly courting death. Lord Lashan. Lord Lashan is actually injured. How is that possible? Following the 2 fools' gazes, they saw Lashan's face turn extremely grim as blood also seeped from the corner of his mouth, leaving him almost no better than Yi Qingyun. That happened only because I was careless. After being injured, Yi Qingyun immediately decided to activate the bloodthirsty dragon body. An incredibly dense dragon aura suddenly surged around him, making his power violently erupt and increase countless times. Enraged, Lashan charged at Yi Qingyun again and attacked. Brat, come exchange a few more moves and I'll show you what absolute power truly is. Just as Yi Qingyun and Lashan surged with fierce momentum and prepared to clash head-on, an unknown force suddenly struck, startling them both and forcing them to withdraw. Who the hell dares attack me, Lashan? Are you courting death? Are you asking if I want to die? The one answering Lashan was an elderly man with an immortal-like bearing and the aura of an expert, Master Qingmu, an illusion master of the Azure Dragon sect whose noble status rivaled that of a 6th grade alchemist. No, I wouldn't dare, Master Qingmu. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me, Master. Master Qingmu ignored Lashan and coldly ordered men, take this brat away. Why, Master? This man killed Lord Lin Yu. This isn't your business, and let me remind you of something. Some people's identities aren't as simple as they appear. I'm taking this man to my superior, and if you have questions, come find me anytime. Brat, follow me. Wait a moment, sir. Sorry to trouble you. You dog, go tell your master that I, Yi Qingyun, dared kill Lin Yu because I never feared him and he deserved to die, and if you want trouble, send someone stronger because trash like you only adds to the body count. And though Lashan was furious at Yi Qingyun's insults, with old Qingmu present he could only swallow his anger. Seeing Yi Qingyun's hot-blooded behavior, old Qingmu secretly wondered what connection this youth had with that person, as the boy had real backbone and likely would have calmly faced Lashan even without his intervention. Meanwhile, within the 4 great inner courts of the Azure Dragon sect, a man and woman were discussing Yi Qingyun, and the woman was Mei Guidu, one of the 3 great beauties and also a genius of the Azure Dragon sect. The man standing below seemed to be her attendant and reported, My lady, that youth is named Yi Qingyun and he is safe. All right, there's nothing else for you here, leave. My lady, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. It's fine, ask. My lady, do you know that youth? You could say I do. What is he to you? What relationship do you have? None of this concerns you. Get out. Failing to receive the answer he wanted, the servant immediately revealed an angry and unwilling expression. After he left, the woman stood alone and murmured, I never expected it. I truly never expected you to still be alive. I once said that when I become empress, I will marry you. Back to Yi Qingyun, old Qingmu had now brought him to a courtyard. 2 important figures asked me to pass messages to you. Please speak, the first said. Cultivate well and she will ensure your safety. No one here will be able to harm you. What about the second important figure? What does he want from me? The second wants you to stay away from the first. What is the second person worried about? You're not qualified to know. Do you think I lack qualifications or strength? If I hadn't intervened, you'd already be imprisoned in the Azure Dragon sect's dungeon. You only need to know the second figure is someone you can never afford to offend. Even if you hadn't intervened earlier, I still had ways to handle it. In that case, forgive me, but I won't keep you company. Farewell. Just after Yi Qingyun left, a murmur suddenly came from the nearby woods. What an arrogant youth. Master Qing Mu normally keeps a highly cultivated guard by his side. Come out, I already knew you were there. And as Yi Qingyun finished speaking, a challenging voice rang through the air. If you know where I am, why not come force me out? You're troublesome. If you want to appear, then appear. Why should I invite more trouble? Provoked by Yi Qingyun's words, old Qing Mu's hidden guard became furious and suddenly released his terrifying aura, disturbing everything around him and frightening birds into scattering. After flaunting his aura, he finally appeared before Yi Qingyun as a young man holding a long saber. Aren't you standing right there? Haha, so you never knew my location and deliberately tricked me into revealing myself. You dare toy with me, die. Seeing his opponent charge over fiercely, Yi Qingyun immediately drew his sword and unleashed the merciless sword art. The merciless strike collided with the saber, creating an immensely powerful shockwave. In their first exchange, Yi Qingyun failed to gain the upper hand. His body was forced several steps backward by his opponent's saber. At that moment, old Qing Mu arrived and ordered his guard to stop. Zun Bao, stop immediately. If not for that, lord, you would have already died beneath my saber. I despise weak people like you who only know how to rely on others. Hearing the guard's words, Yi Qingyun suddenly sneered. Since when did I, the god of war, need someone's protection to survive? Ridiculous. Your cultivation is high, but your brain is truly pathetic. If you hadn't cultivated several years longer than me, you'd already be a rotting corpse. Ah, you've got a sharp tongue, but if words are all you have, death isn't far away. The Azure Dragon sect has a battle arena. 3 months from now, we'll fight to the death there. Do you dare? My cultivation is 5 levels above yours, and you dare challenge me after only 3 months. You're truly courting death, haha. We'll see who dies then. Since you seek death, I'll grant your wish when the time comes. After Yi Qingyun left, Zun Bao stared at his back with murderous intent and coldly muttered, when the time comes, I'll personally report to the 2 lords that you died because of your arrogance, stupidity, and insolence. We gave this guy respect, but he rejected it and even challenged you in the arena. Isn't that courting death? There's no choice. If he wants to die, then grant his wish, haha. I truly don't know why Lord Luo Jiao wants to protect him. Could she have taken a liking to him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You know, the top-ranked genius of the inner sect has admired her for years, yet she never even looked at him, so how could she value that brat? You're right. Luo Jiao would never take an interest in that useless brat. A long while later, inside Yi Qingyun's room, he took out the soul fruits and summoned Luo Kang's soul. Luo Kang, come out and absorb these soul fruits. Thank you, master. There's no need for courtesy between us. And as Luo Kang absorbed the soul fruits, Yi Qingyun thought, give me a little more time and I'll definitely find a powerful body for you. Luo Kang frantically absorbed the soul fruits, and after some time, his soul became far more solid and lifelike. Next, Yi Qingyun took out the fine soul-chasing sand. Almost immediately, he used his soul power to control the soul sand and move it forward. After forming several strange seals against the soul-destroying formation inside Luo Kang's soul body, Yi Qingyun suddenly shouted, break. Sure enough, after his shout, the soul-destroying formation on Luo Kang's soul instantly shattered and was completely destroyed. After the soul-destroying formation was destroyed, a stream of black smoke suddenly rushed out from the formation's remains. It then condensed into the phantom of a wolf that opened its jaws and lunged at Yi Qingyun. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun's expression changed slightly as he secretly cried out, this is bad. At that very moment, something unexpected suddenly happened. Immediately afterward, the dumb dog appeared and swiftly charged forward, biting hard into the wolf's neck. Before long, the wolf died and was devoured by the dumb dog. Good thing you were here, dumb dog. Who placed the soul-destroying formation on your soul? It was that scum Black Asura, the lord of the Dark Palace. Back then, he didn't even dare raise his head before me, yet now he dares torment my man like this. Master, for some unknown reason, Black Asura's strength suddenly soared and his combat power surpassed mine many times over. I fought him for 3 days and nights but was ultimately defeated, and he placed the soul-destroying formation on my soul. How outrageous, Luo Kang. I'll definitely seek justice for you. Thank you, master. I will also avenge this grudge myself. After breaking the formation for Luo Kang, Yi Qingyun once again focused entirely on his own cultivation. One day, Yi Qingyun decided to enter the killing tower within the sect to cultivate. As he approached the entrance of the killing tower behind him, Yan Hai suddenly appeared. Brother Yi, long time no see. Brother Yan, what a surprise. Have you been well lately? I've been well. Are you also planning to enter the killing tower to cultivate? I heard beneath this killing tower there is not only a false strange flame but also a false earth vein. So 1 day of cultivation here equals 10 days outside. and at the bottom of the tower an extremely mysterious sound can also be heard, prompting Yi Qingyun to ask, what is that sound and where does it come from? They say the sound comes from a special technique left by an ancient figure, and understanding its meaning grants a supreme martial skill, though it's only a rumor since no one has understood it after all these years. But that sound doesn't seem human, it doesn't sound human. After chatting for a while, Yi Qingyun and Yan Hai entered the first floor hall of the Killing Tower. Every stone chamber on the first floor contained spiritual energy, though it was quite thin, yet most martial artists still chose to cultivate here. So entering these rooms requires contribution points. Correct, the spiritual energy here isn't enough for us. Let's go upstairs. There's an arena in the center where martial artists can earn contribution points through challenges, and the winner receives the amount both sides agreed to wager. That's quite interesting. As they spoke, the two reached the battle arena, where countless martial artists had gathered and a fierce duel was taking place. Brother Yi, you seem very interested. Martial artists fighting in this arena cannot kill each other and only need to determine the winner. Brother Yan, you must be interested too. Indeed, I don't have many contribution points and still need quite a lot to cultivate on the higher floors. Brother Yi, let me fight a few matches first. After speaking, Yan Hai immediately leaped onto the battle arena. Xia Cheng, how many contribution points do you plan to wager? Yan Hai, I heard you failed to look after my younger brother. When my brother was beaten by that man, what were you doing? Things aren't what you think, not what I think. Then what exactly happened? I have 200,000 contribution points in total. I'll wager them all. I don't have that many contribution points. It doesn't matter if you don't, you can wager your life instead. Yan Hai, do you dare? Brother Yan, there's no need to wager your life against a mad dog like him. Your life is precious. Why lower yourself for a bet? And finding Yi Qingyun's words reasonable, Yan Hai nodded in agreement. A piece of trash who has only just entered the first level of the Imperial Sky Realm dares bark here. I wonder where your courage comes from. But ignoring Xia Cheng's mockery, Yi Qingyun grabbed Yan Hai and left the arena. Being completely ignored, Xia Cheng instantly became furious. He suddenly spread out his hand. He condensed spiritual energy into a palm and charged from behind to attack Yi Qingyun and Yan Hai. Because Xia Cheng's sneak attack came too suddenly, Yan Hai was caught off guard and struck in the back by the palm. That damn dog actually launched a sneak attack. How despicable. This is a healing pill, Brother Yan, quickly take it. HMPH, you two useless pieces of trash, stay away whenever you see me or I'll beat you every time. And Xia Cheng turned around smugly. You've been struck by my flame transformation palm. Just wait to die. My body is so hot, it feels like I'm burning. Brother Yan, hold on. At this moment, Yi Qingyun had brought Yan Hai into a cultivation chamber. Seeing the wound on Yan Hai's back, Yi Qingyun immediately recognized the palm technique. That man must have used the flame transformation palm. Could it be the legendary flame transformation palm martial skill? Does that mean I'm doomed to die? To neutralize the flame transformation palm, we need an object of extreme frost. Years ago, I fought the 5 great villains and one of them, the Venom Demon King, cultivated this very martial skill, so that man must have an unusual connection to him. After letting Yan Hai rest, Yi Qingyun left the area. No one knew where he intended to go, but he flew at astonishing speed. It turned out that while talking with Yan Hai earlier, Yi Qingyun had learned where to find an object of extreme frost. I heard Treasure Blade Slope holds 3 great treasures, one of which is the Water of 3 Lives. The Water of 3 Lives is indeed an object of extreme frost, whereas Treasure Blade Slope, it's not far from here. Travel 2,000 meters upward and you'll find a trial site called Treasure Blade Slope. Obtaining this treasure is absolutely not easy because that place is a sacred ground within the Azure Dragon sect's inner sect, and only disciples who pass the Treasure Blade Slope trial can reach where the treasures are stored. Throughout the Azure Dragon sect's history, only 5 people have passed the Treasure Blade Slope trial. 3 became the sect's strongest experts, while another became an elder of the Azure Dragon sect, Chu Kai. The final one became a traitor to the Azure Dragon sect, but Yi Qingyun was determined to obtain the Water of 3 Lives and silently thought, Brother Yan, wait for me to return. After flying for some time, Yi Qingyun finally arrived and saw a barrier-sealed gate on the slope. At that moment, a martial artist approached, seemingly intending to enter. As soon as he reached the gate, the martial artist reached out and touched it. Yet with that simple action, a force from the gate instantly blasted him backward. You can't even enter the first gate yet dream of passing the Treasure Blade Slope trial. What a joke. While the surrounding martial artists mocked the man who had been sent flying, Yi Qingyun stepped toward the barrier gate. One of the martial artists stepped forward and mocked Yi Qingyun. "Hey, you there, get lost. You're just trash at the first level of the Imperial Sky Realm. Don't get in my way of passing the Treasure Blade Slope trial." Damn, is there a rule saying someone at the first level of the Imperial Sky Realm can't take the trial? No, there isn't. Then since there's no such rule, I'll enter the trial. After speaking, Yi Qingyun walked straight through the barrier gate without encountering any resistance. Everyone witnessed how easily he passed through. The martial artists outside were instantly stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. Did he really get in? How could that brat enter so easily? Treasure Blade Slope has 5 gates in total. I don't believe he can pass the second one. Unwilling to admit defeat, another martial artist unleashed his strength and soon passed through the barrier gate. They all got inside. I'm so jealous, but this trial isn't that easy to pass. I heard the last person to complete it did so 100 years ago. Even Luo Jiao, the Star Sea genius most valued by the sect, couldn't pass this trial, so although they entered the first gate, they'll definitely fail the harder gates ahead. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun continued deeper into the mountain cave toward the next trial area. At that moment, waves of sword energy suddenly appeared in the air. Yi Qingyun immediately noticed something unusual. In an instant, the sword energies shot downward and pierced straight toward Yi Qingyun. Thanks to his agile movement technique, Yi Qingyun skillfully dodged every sword energy without suffering any injury. While dodging, Yi Qingyun was suddenly transported into another space. Everything here was covered in ice and snow, and he also encountered other martial artists. After observing his surroundings, Yi Qingyun finally realized he had fallen into an illusion. While all the martial artists were still puzzled, the icy ground near them suddenly split into a bottomless abyss, and a dragon roar that shook heaven and earth echoed from below. Soon, a 9-fold frost dragon emerged from the crack, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. A single faint dragon roar overwhelmed the martial artists, causing them to foam at the mouth and die, while Yi Qingyun remained motionless and fearless, secretly sneering, "A mere illusion dares roar before me, you're courting death." With that thought, Yi Qingyun gripped the merciless sword and charged toward the giant dragon's head at incredible speed. Clutching the merciless sword tightly, he instantly unleashed terrifying power and stabbed fiercely into the giant dragon's head. "Break for me," and the giant dragon was severely wounded. The giant dragon let out a miserable roar that shook the surrounding void. Immediately afterward, the giant dragon shattered into tiny pieces of ice that scattered across the ground. I should have passed the second trial now, right? After breaking the illusion, Yi Qingyun immediately returned to his original position inside the mountain cave. He continued along the passage, but before long, countless frost arrows suddenly shot toward him. Facing this danger, Yi Qingyun had nowhere to dodge. He immediately activated the bloodthirsty dragon body and allowed the arrows to strike his body directly. He continued advancing without stopping. Brother Yan can't hold on long even with 5th grade healing pills, so I must finish this quickly. And countless frost arrows struck Yi Qingyun but couldn't pierce his terrifyingly tough bloodthirsty dragon body. While behind him suddenly appeared Yi Chuan, the martial artist who had clashed with him outside. Yi Chuan stared at Yi Qingyun with a sinister gaze filled with killing intent and thought, "Killing a genius like you would be an honor for me, ha ha ha." As soon as killing intent arose, Yi Chuan immediately swung his fist and rapidly charged at Yi Qingyun. With his keen senses, Yi Qingyun instantly detected a murderous aura approaching from behind and quickly turned around, raising his hand to block his opponent's punch. Although the attack failed to seriously injure Yi Qingyun, it still knocked him backward. It also made him spit out a mouthful of blood. "Damn dog, I'll remember this punch." The failed plan left Yi Chuan furious. As the two stared intensely at each other, a huge pool of water suddenly appeared beneath Yi Qingyun's feet. In the blink of an eye, he fell into it. The scene before Yi Qingyun changed once again, revealing a vast lake as his entire body gradually sank toward the bottom. As time slowly passed, he began to find breathing extremely difficult. His vision blurred and he could barely hold on. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the lake suddenly disappeared. When he blinked again, he had returned to his position inside the mountain cave. I didn't expect the third trial just now to be so easy. Yi Qingyun regained his composure and continued deeper into the cave, and after walking for some time, a stone door suddenly blocked his path, covered in strange glowing runes. Yi Qingyun looked at the stone door, and after descending into the cave, Qingyun now faced a stone wall with a golden mark on it. Qingyun clenched his fist, raised it, and murmured, "It's just a wall." With that, he punched straight at the wall as purple lightning bolts struck it too, causing a deafening noise. At that moment, Ming Xuan also passed the third trial and reached the cave, immediately mocking him. Haven't you eaten? With your current strength you think you can pass the fourth stage. Hearing the provocation, Qing Yun cracked his knuckles again and smirked. I understand now. Immediately afterward, he leaped up and repeatedly punched the stone wall until it cracked with a thunderous boom. The stone wall instantly collapsed, and Qing Yun quickly leaped through and left. Right after Qing Yun passed through, the stones returned and sealed the wall again. Ming Xuan rushed over, but the wall was already restoring itself, and he cursed, "Damn it, he escaped again. I should have killed him instead of wasting words." Ming Xuan clenched his fist and circulated his power, intending to break the wall again with brute force. But when his fist struck the stone wall, nothing changed. The wall remained completely intact, leaving him stunned for a moment. Seeing no reaction from the wall, Ming Xuan looked up and gritted his teeth in anger. What's going on? I just used all my strength. Meanwhile, Qing Yun had reached a lake with a U-shaped stone standing in its center. Qing Yun carefully observed the stone and saw countless sword marks carved across its surface. Holding the merciless sword, Qing Yun thought that he had wielded a sword for 30 years and every slash embodied a lifetime of sweat and tears, so this was not difficult for him. With that thought, he directly swung his sword and slashed fiercely at the stone, causing the lake water to burst apart on both sides. At that moment, the bell atop Treasure Blade Slope suddenly rang outside. Someone is challenging the fifth gate. Could someone actually pass the fifth gate today? You're thinking too much. That's only the first ring. The bell must ring 9 times to pass the fifth gate. Afterward, Yi Qing Yun continuously unleashed different sword strikes at the stone. Every slash he made perfectly matched the existing sword marks on the stone. Outside Treasure Blade Slope, the bell unexpectedly continued ringing in succession. At that moment, a figure rapidly flew toward the bell. Soon, an elderly man appeared before the surrounding martial artists, radiating an unfathomably profound aura. It's Elder Nangong Wen Tian. The second to last sword mark was left by me. Let's see whether you can imitate my sword energy. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the bell rang once again. This left Nangong Wen Tian utterly stunned with his mouth and eyes wide open. That's already the 8th ring. I didn't count wrong, right? Yes, it's the 8th ring. Could he become the 6th person in the Azure Dragon sex history to pass the Treasure Blade Slope trial? Who left this final sword mark master? This sword energy resembles the merciless sword path. Its sword momentum is indeed somewhat similar to my merciless sword path, as though someone tried to imitate it. Imitating this final sword energy would be as hard as reaching the heavens for others, but for me, it's actually very simple. After speaking, Yi Qing Yun swung his sword and delivered the final slash at the stone. Outside Treasure Blade Slope, everyone continued watching closely. Who exactly is this person? Since when did such a monstrous genius appear among our Azure Dragon sect's outer sect disciples? Yi Chuan, was it you who passed the 5th gate? Not me, I stopped at the 4th gate. The 4th gate is already impressive, while we couldn't even enter the 1st gate. The martial artists immediately began whispering non-stop when the bell rang once again, this time far louder than before, while the phantom of the person who passed the 5th gate suddenly appeared above the bell. A short while later, the phantom slowly faded away. That phantom looked like the youth who entered one step before Yi Chuan. Do you think a first-level Imperial Sky Realm martial artist could pass the 5th gate? You're right, that phantom couldn't have been him. Elder Wen Tian moves quickly. That person had barely passed the trial before he took him away. It definitely wasn't him, absolutely not him. At this moment, Yi Qing Yun stood before an enormous and majestic stone door. Suddenly, the tightly closed door opened and a deep voice came from within. What is the sword art you just used called? And Yi Qing Yun replied, I cultivate the merciless sword path. Oh, the merciless sword path. Your sword technique is exactly like the merciless sword art I cultivate. And immediately afterward, an old man appeared before Yi Qing Yun, a sword emperor. Senior, may I ask if passing the trial allows me to obtain one of the 3 great treasures? But instead of answering, the old man asked, I am called Wen Tian's sword. What is your name? Senior, I am Yi Qing Yun. I truly have 3 treasures here. Which one do you want? The treasure I want is the frost water of 3 lives. Only it can heal my friend's injuries. Just for a friend, don't you want to know what the other 2 treasures are? No, personal gain means nothing compared with a person's life. This is the frost water of 3 lives, take it. And after giving Yi Qing Yun the treasure, the black-robed elder secretly smiled, thinking this talented and loyal youth was truly worth nurturing. Do not spread word that you passed the Treasure Blade Slope trial today. I fear malicious people may target you. But Yi Qing Yun said nothing and left directly. Only the black-robed elder remained and murmured, if anyone truly dares do that, I'll make sure they die without a burial place. The matter here is over, and old Nan Gong Wen Tian also left, but who exactly passed the trial? This person's identity cannot be exposed, the sect's upper ranks are clearly hiding and protecting him, and if he needs protection, it means he is still very weak. While the martial artists continued arguing before the barrier gate, Yi Qingyun appeared outside again and simply left, ignoring their boasting. After walking for a while, Yi Qingyun suddenly broke through to the second level of the Imperial Sky Realm. Brat, stop right there, yet he didn't even spare Yi Chuan a glance. He even dares offend Yi Chuan. This guy must be tired of living. Treated like air by Yi Qingyun, Yi Chuan instantly flew into a rage and rushed forward to ambush him. Yi Chuan had passed the fourth gate and would naturally become an inner sect disciple with more time, and once that happened, he could kill outer sect disciples without restraint. With his current second-level Imperial Sky Realm cultivation, Yi Qingyun quickly detected Yi Chuan's sneak attack and merely leaned aside to dodge it. After losing the initiative, Yi Chuan quickly exposed an opening, so Yi Qingyun unleashed the invincible King's Fist and smashed a heaven-shaking punch into his stomach. You damn dog ambushed me in the cave, now I'll make you pay many times over. You damn dog ambushed me in the cave, now I'll make you pay many times over. Damn, he actually ambushed someone else. Lower your voice, do you want to die? With his dirty trick exposed before everyone, Yi Chuan flew into a mad rage, erupted with power, and closed in on Yi Qingyun like lightning. Brat, stop spouting nonsense and slandering me, go die. Yi Chuan still didn't attack Yi Qingyun directly but used his strange movement technique to circle him, seemingly trying to make him dizzy and expose an opening, while Yi Qingyun calmly watched the clown Yi Chuan run around like a madman. After grasping the trajectory of Yi Chuan's strange movement technique, Qingyun immediately channeled the power of the Merciless Sword. He then unleashed the first form of the Merciless Sword path and slashed straight at Yi Chuan. The strike was overwhelmingly powerful and decisive, and the moment the sword fell, Yi Chuan collapsed motionless and died instantly. With nothing else holding him back, Yi Qingyun immediately left, not forgetting to mock Yi Chuan's corpse, daring to play the clown before me, how stupid. The strike was overwhelmingly powerful and decisive, and the moment the sword fell, Yi Chuan collapsed and died instantly, so Yi Qingyun left and mocked his corpse, daring to play the clown before me, how stupid. Meanwhile, inside the mountain cave where old Wen Tian lived, Elder Nan Gong arrived and asked, Elder, who exactly passed the trial? Don't ask, because that person's identity remains a mystery even to us. This matter must remain absolutely secret. We cannot let the enemies hidden within the Azure Dragon sect discover his identity. I understand, then please take good care of this person, Elder Wen Tian. Rest assured, I will definitely protect him well. Meanwhile, in the room where Yan Hai was recovering, Yi Qingyun returned and found Yan Hai collapsed on the floor as soon as he opened the door. He immediately approached, opened the treasure container, and gave it to Yan Hai. Brother Yan, quickly swallow the frost water of 3 lives. Following his words, Yan Hai immediately swallowed the liquid. He then struggled to sit upright and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. After some time, Yan Hai completely recovered and even advanced 1 level, reaching the 5th level of the Imperial Sky Realm. Brother Yi, you really passed the trial, of course, otherwise how could I have obtained the frost water of 3 lives for you? As expected of Brother Yi, you're truly incredible. Brother Yan, you flatter me, but please don't tell anyone that I passed the trial. After all, your cultivation is still quite low, so keeping a low profile will benefit you. Brother Yan, I earned plenty of contribution points this time, so today I'll treat you to an hour of cultivation on the highest floor. Hehe, that's great. Thank you, Brother Yi. Upon reaching the highest cultivation floor of the Iron Tower, Yi Qingyun and his companion saw a young man standing with his back to them. Not good, this man is at the 5th level of the Imperial Fist Realm and is utterly shameless, relying on his brother being the Spirit Dragon Division leader to constantly rob others of contribution points. Judging by his appearance, is he planning to steal our things? Hey brat, give me your token. I, Hengzai Qiu, want to enter and cultivate. He's my brother. Your brother has nothing to do with me. Hand over the token and get out. Why should I give it to you? You don't even understand such basic rules, yet dare come to the highest cultivation floor. Then I'll tell you exactly why. Seeing Hengzai Qiu attack Yi Qingyun, Yan Hai immediately rushed forward and blocked his strike. Their collision created an extremely powerful spiritual energy shockwave. After one exchange, both were evenly matched and forced backward. Yan Hai, when did you reach the 5th level of the Imperial Fist Realm? What does my cultivation have to do with you? Brat, stop, what are you trying to do? I want to cultivate here, so hurry up and get lost. You ungrateful brat. Die. Death-seizing Wolfclaw, you took my death-seizing Wolfclaw and still didn't die. Haha, your pathetic dog-scratching technique is nothing but trash. Brat, who are you? Who I am has nothing to do with you. You let your brother run wild, what kind of bastard are you? The weak have no voice here, strength is everything, so hand over the token now and I may spare your miserable life. As expected, both brothers are cut from the same cloth. At that moment, Yi Qingyun took out a healing pill and swallowed it. There's no chance I'll hand over the token. Angered by the answer, Heng Zaiqiu's brother immediately condensed spiritual energy into a wolf claw. Because the cultivation gap was too great, Yi Qingyun failed to dodge and was immediately gravely wounded by the wolf claw. Brother Yi, how are you? Brother Yan, I'm fine. What spirit division leader? He's nothing but a despicable thief. He's only at the 2nd level of the Imperial Fist Realm. I'm 7 levels above him, yet he survived one of my claw strikes. Determined to kill Yi Qingyun, the Spirit Dragon Division leader once again summoned his demonic wolf martial soul and attacked. Yi Qingyun secretly calculated that it seemed he had to use one of the 5 great forbidden arts. But before Yi Qingyun could act, the corridor door was suddenly blasted open. The Spirit Azure Division leader's figure also flew inside. She immediately struck out and confronted the Spirit Dragon Division leader's wolf claw. Both were at the 9th level of the Imperial Fist Realm, so their clash was evenly matched from the start. Zio Zioner, this is between me and that brat. Do you want to interfere too? He's a member of my division. Do you think I can ignore this? Seeing how stunning the Spirit Azure Division leader was, Heng Zaiqiu could not control himself, and drool had already begun dripping from his mouth. Seeing him stare at her lustfully, Zio Zioner furiously shouted, "You sick bastard, keep starring and I'll cut off that useless piece of flesh." Zio Zioner, are you determined to interfere? Protecting division members is a division leader's duty. Are you stupid enough to ask that? If you want to fight, I'll gladly play with you. CQ, let's go. Someone who only hides behind a woman's skirt will probably remain useless for life, hahaha. That bastard Zin isn't the type to let grudges go, so you should be careful. I understand, thank you, Miss Zioner. After driving away the Spirit Dragon Division leader and his brother, Zio Zioner did not stay and immediately left. As she flew away, Zio Zioner kept wondering about Yi Qingyun. How could he be on the highest cultivation floor? Could he have over 100,000 contribution points? Impossible, he only joined the Azure Dragon sect recently, so he probably just came up to look around. Back on the highest floor of the cultivation tower, Yi Qingyun and Yan Hai had already entered 2 separate cultivation rooms. The spiritual energy here is even denser than inside the realm ring. No wonder cultivating here for 1 hour costs 100,000 contribution points. In the Imperial Fist Realm, the most important thing is Imperial power. Spiritual energy becomes spiritual power and then transforms again, and the more Imperial power converted, the faster cultivation rises. Not long after sitting down to cultivate, Yi Qingyun once again reached the 3rd level of the Imperial Fist Realm. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the cultivation tower, Ziayu's brother was also cultivating on the highest floor of the Iron Tower. Just as he left his cultivation room, a masked figure approached and knelt before him, reporting, "Master, we have found that man's whereabouts. He's inside the room right next to yours, Master." What a coincidence, saves me the trouble of searching. Just as Ziayu finished speaking, Yan Hai's room suddenly opened. "You're still alive? No, how did you get here, and where did you get so many contribution points? Where I earned them is none of your business. Perfect, today we'll settle our old score." While the two were still arguing, Yi Qingyun's room door also happened to open. The moment he saw Yi Qingyun, the masked servant immediately leaned close and whispered into Zia Cheng's ear. "So you're the one who bullied my younger brother. Oh, what happened to your brother, and what does his business have to do with me? I still have over 800,000 contribution points. Do you dare fight me in the contribution point arena?" "Haha, why wouldn't I dare? But you actually have over 800,000 contribution points." Hearing Yi Qingyun's mocking words, Zia Cheng was so furious he nearly coughed up blood. "Brother Yi, I alone am more than enough to deal with trash like Zia Cheng. Brother Yan, this matter involves me, so let me help you deal with him this time." At the contribution point arena, Yi Qingyun stood calmly waiting. Zia Cheng went around borrowing contribution points to wager on the duel, saying, "Brother, lend me some points and I'll repay you double after beating that brat." Sure, that young man is only at the 3rd level of the Imperial Fist Realm yet dares challenge someone far above him, so he'll definitely lose. Brother Yan heard their conversation and frowned at them, thinking that they would soon be shocked by Yi Qingyun's strength. After borrowing enough contribution points, Xia Cheng entered the arena while a large crowd gathered below to watch the duel. Xia Cheng drew his sword as sword energy surrounded him like raging flames, then smiled provocatively and said, Yi Qingyun, this sword is called the Heart Sword, and once drawn it must taste blood. Are you prepared? Qingyun merely smiled and said, you want to compete with swords. Qingyun also drew his sword, making Xia Cheng laugh mockingly. You think you can fight me with some random sword you picked up? Hearing this, Qingyun simply unleashed his sword energy, instantly wiping the smile from Xia Cheng's face. His sword energy was incredibly powerful, and Qingyun smirked. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Did you think you were the only swordsman here? I don't want to waste time with you. Draw your sword. After being mocked from beginning to end, Xia Cheng had finally reached the peak of his fury. Yi Qingyun, I'll kill you. Xia Cheng charged forward to attack, while Yi Qingyun instantly moved with his sword. So what if you're a sword for swordsmen? While Xia Cheng was still boasting, Yi Qingyun's sword had already rushed before him again. Yi Qingyun's 10 directions wonder sword strike was so fast that Xia Cheng stood frozen, eyes wide as the blade swept across his body. The next instant, Xia Cheng screamed miserably as every meridian in his body had been severed by Yi Qingyun. From now on, he was officially crippled. You once used the flame transformation spear to threaten Brother Yan's life, so severing your meridians makes us even, and as for the contribution points, Yi Qingyun, will gladly take them, hee. Brother Yan, let's go. Thank you, Brother Yi, for teaching that cripple a lesson for me. Brother Yan, no need to thank me. He was the one who came looking for trouble. After chatting for a while, Yi Qingyun and Yan Hai returned to their own residences and temporarily parted ways. When night fell, Yi Qingyun sat cultivating in his room. He recalled what Yan Hai had told him that morning in the Iron Tower. Brother Yi, you should try the Ascension Arena battle held every 6 months. To become an inner sect disciple, you must first become a division leader and rank among the top 3 in the 9 Great Divisions tournament, or enter the Ascension Arena battle and defeat a current division leader to replace them, and earn the right to compete in the 9 Great Divisions tournament. While thinking, Yi Qingyun's realm ring suddenly flashed with light. Immediately afterward, the silly dog appeared outside, staring eagerly at Yi Qingyun and barking wildly. Fine, I'll let you go out and play for a while, but don't come back too late. The moment it was freed to play outside, the silly dog instantly vanished into the distance. Early the next morning, why hasn't that silly dog returned yet? Just as he mentioned it, the silly dog suddenly came back. Oh, what are you biting in your mouths? Curious, Yi Qingyun reached out and took the object from the silly dog's mouth. This is my race's sacred relic, the Blood Demon Crystal Shard. Luo Kang, are you sure this is your race's sacred relic? I'm absolutely certain this is our sacred relic, so my race must have suffered some terrible disaster. Don't panic, let's go investigate first. Receiving the order, the silly dog immediately led Yi Qingyun and Luo Kang to where it had found the blood crystal. The place the silly dog led them to was actually inside the beast lands. When Yi Qingyun's group arrived, they saw countless corpses covering the ground, with an ancient coffin at the center plastered with all kinds of talismans. Master, I recognize the aura inside the coffin. The person within belongs to my race and must possess our royal bloodline. Hearing Luo Kang, Yi Qingyun secretly wondered, could this be related to the demonic cult? I'll take a look. After saying that, Yi Qingyun approached the coffin. Just as he was about to open the lid, a threatening voice suddenly echoed through the air. This coffin belongs to me, and anyone who dares touch it must die. Following the voice, Yi Qingyun looked into the sky and saw a figure surrounded by countless gathering blood swords. Ignoring the man's threat, Yi Qingyun quickly exerted his strength and threw open the coffin. Inside lay a 6-armed figure resembling Luo Kang, with some strange writing seemingly carved onto his forehead. This is one of my people, and he possesses royal bloodline, so how could he die? This is the corpse borrowing art. That man wants to transfer a remnant soul into this body and create a stronger clone. While Luo Kang explained this to Yi Qingyun, countless blood swords rained down from the sky. This man is actually an outer sect elder of the Azure Dragon sect. Hong Mo, since you've seen what's inside the coffin, then die. Seeing the blood swords fail to harm Yi Qingyun, Hong Mo immediately hurled the long spear in his hand straight at him. The spear shot forward with terrifying force, but Yi Qingyun would not be hit so easily and quickly dodged backward as it approached. He thought the attack ended there, but suddenly a terrifying burst of blood-red energy exploded around the spearhead. Yi Qingyun was caught completely off guard and was severely wounded. Watching from inside the realm ring, Luo Kang anxiously asked, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. While answering, Yi Qingyun took out a healing pill and swallowed it. At that moment, Hong Mo rapidly charged toward Yi Qingyun with a mocking smile on his lips. But suddenly, an old man appeared from another direction and flew toward Hong Mo at incredible speed. Moments later, the old man closed in and launched a palm strike directly against Hong Mo. After one clash, both were forced backward. 2C, why are you here? Hong Mo, I've investigated you for a long time, but I never expected an outer sect elder of our Azure Dragon sect to use demonic cult methods. This old man was 2C, another Azure Dragon sect elder whose position ranked above Hong Mo's. You dare refine corpses here? Do you really think the Azure Dragon sect is full of fools? Haha, since you already know, then die with that brat. Young man, leave quickly and report everything here to Outer Sect Elder Nan Gong Wentian. Seeing the critical situation, Yi Qingyun nodded and followed 2Sia's arrangement. But just as he prepared to leave, a crimson spatial gate suddenly appeared behind Yi Qingyun, and a voice came from within, "Brat, you should stay here." Moments later, the figure emerging from the blood-soaked spatial gate was Zhou Le, who once held a grudge against Yi Qingyun. "Brat, this time everything you own will belong to me." Zhou Le, could the entire Zhou family already belong to the demonic cult? If so, at this thought, Elder 2C immediately sensed disaster, as half of the Azure Dragon sect's upper ranks were from the Zhou family. The Azure Dragon sect truly hides many secrets. Young man, hold on for a while. This old man will come help you soon. Elder 2, don't worry, leave defeating this useless Zhou Le to me. 2C, worry about yourself first. What right does a traitor like you have to call my name? Facing Zhou Le, Yi Qingyun showed no mercy and instantly unleashed his mighty sword force, making Zhou Le's expression suddenly change. A sword force swordsman? Then let me see what a sword force swordsman can really do. Fine, I'll grant the wish of a dying man like you. The two had been speaking from far apart, yet in the next instant Yi Qingyun flashed before Zhou Le and slashed with incredible speed. And although Zhou Le narrowly dodged the first strike, his face remained filled with shock. Be careful, or my second sword strike will send your head flying. Yi Qingyun, you're truly arrogant, so I'll let you taste my Zhou family's seal. He actually used the Zhou family's death seal. It seems that brat is no ordinary person. Tremble, you insect. While the four fought, another unfamiliar figure suddenly hid in the darkness and secretly watched Yi Qingyun. At that moment, Yi Qingyun formed hand seals as if preparing a secret art, and countless powerful bolts of lightning erupted around him. Seeing this, the mysterious figure hidden in the darkness could not hide his shock and secretly thought, what terrifying spiritual power! Zhou Le has unleashed the death seal. On Yi Qingyun's side, his hand seal was also complete. He instantly unleashed the thunder seal, directly confronting the incoming death seal. The collision of the two mystical seals caused a powerful spatial shockwave, sending rocks and dust everywhere, and their first clash appeared evenly matched. Seeing his family's seal passed down for 3 generations fail to injure Yi Qingyun, Zhou Le could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? Watching his opponent's face rapidly change, Yi Qingyun mocked, so the dogshit seal your Zhou family is so proud of is only this pathetic. Driven mad by the provocation, Zhou Le became increasingly crazed. The Zhou family has 6 great seals, and although I've only mastered the second, it's more than enough to butcher you. Zhou Le continued moving both hands and formed a completely different seal. Soon after, he attacked Yi Qingyun with 2 flaming tornadoes and countless razor-sharp blade lights. Watching the seal, Qingyun curled his lips into a cold smile and lowered both hands. 2 exotic flames, you mad dog, open your eyes and watch me shatter that pathetic seal of yours. The moment the exotic flames appeared, even the 2 old men fighting nearby stopped to watch. Oh, exotic flames, could this little fellow be an alchemist? The 10 demon flames violently collided with the flaming tornado seal, and the victor was decided within moments. Zhou Le's inherited seal was completely devoured by the 10 demon flames, while Zhou Le himself was engulfed and burned by the exotic flames, screaming miserably in agony. After desperately struggling against the 10 demon exotic flames for a long time, Zhou Le barely survived, then glared at Yi Qingyun and laughed madly. Yi Qingyun, you forced me, I'll drag you down with me. Seeing Zhou Le pull out an item, Yi Qingyun was slightly surprised. Oh, a body explosion pill? Thinking his opponent was afraid, Zhou Le laughed even more crazily. Haha, I'll kill you, Yi Qingyun. Qingyun instantly rushed forward and snatched the explosive pill from Zhou Le's hand so quickly that he could not react. Qingyun immediately leaped backward, holding the explosive pill and saying, I've taken your explosive pill, so you no longer have the right to die with me. Qingyun drew the heartless sword and walked step by step toward Zhou Le while raising his blade, saying, Now I can finally send you on your way first. Terrified, Jola turned and shouted, Hongmo, save me. Busy fighting someone else, Hongmo immediately turned and shouted, Stop, he's the eldest son of the Zhou family. Hearing this, the elder fighting Hongmo said, You colluded with the demonic cult, so none of you will escape. After speaking, he leaped forward and struck Hongmo with a palm while he was distracted. Meanwhile below, Qingyun defeated Jola with a single move, and after one piercing scream, he lay lifeless on the ground. From afar, Hongmo sensed Jola's life force vanish and trembled with rage. Brat, how dare you kill him? Hongmo once again summoned the divine spear. He roared and charged straight at Yi Qingyun. Brat, I'll use your head as an offering to the Zhou family. Seeing Hongmo closing in, Yi Qingyun quickly judged, this man is actually at the first level of the heavenly fate realm, so I probably can't evade his killing move. It seems I must use the absolute soul sword, one of the 5 great forbidden arts. Just a brat at the 3rd level of the imperial fist realm, yet he remains perfectly calm against my attack. Hongmo thought in surprise before saying, Brat, you're not afraid at all. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Watching from the side, the mysterious masked man secretly thought, no wonder Elder Wen Tian thinks so highly of him. Just as Hongmo was about to reach Yi Qingyun, the mysterious man acted, flying forward and blocking Yi Qingyun's path. He personally faced Hongmo's deadly spear strike. As the spearhead thrust toward him, the mysterious man raised his knee like lightning and severely struck Elder Hong's chest. The terrifying force sent him flying backward, and shocked by the mysterious man's strength, Hongmo stammered, Who are you, sir, and why are you stopping me from killing that brat? Hongmo secretly wondered, since when did such an unfamiliar expert appear in the Azure Dragon sect? Hongmo, I never expected you and the Zhou family to collude with the demonic path, and Hongmo loudly demanded, Who are you? The mysterious man waved his hand, instantly forcing Hongmo to his knees. I always believed there were traitors in the Azure Dragon gang, and you are one of them. Hongmo, those people still refuse to believe me. Hongmo gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it. Stop spouting nonsense at me. I'd rather end my own life than fall into your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongmo used a palm technique to end his own life. Damn it. Yi Qingyun was deeply grateful to the mysterious man who had helped him. Thank you, Seigneur, for saving my life. The mysterious man then turned around and looked toward the coffin ahead while the old man beside Yi Qingyun asked, May I ask who you are, Senior? You only need to know that I am from the Azure Dragon gang. I will leave for a while to handle some matters, so Tusi, protect that brat for me. Tusi respectfully replied, Understood, Senior, and Yi Qingyun asked, It was that old man in black who asked Senior to help me, right? Yes, but you must never reveal the Black Sword Supreme Elder to anyone. Referring to the old Senior Qingyun met during the trial where he sought ice water to save Yan Hai. Don't worry, I know what to do, and after inspecting the coffin, the mysterious man said, Anything left by the demonic path must be destroyed. But Yi Qingyun hurriedly stopped him. Senior, could you give me that coffin? It will be useful. The man immediately asked, Is it truly useful? And Qingyun firmly replied, Absolutely. So he said, Although I don't know what you intend to use it for, I advise you to be careful with items from the demonic path. After speaking, the mysterious man slowly rose into the air. The mysterious man then left, leaving Elder 2C and Qingyun among countless corpses scattered across the ground. By the next morning, Yi Qingyun had returned to the Azure Dragon gang. I'll let Luo Kang use that body, but I still need to prepare many other things, and Luo Kang's soul inside the ancient ring joyfully replied, Thank you, Master. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. Qingyun quickly opened the door to check and saw Wang Zhaishi, who said, I'm here to inform Brother Yi that you'll join a guardian mission in a few days. This mission is extremely dangerous, so you must be very careful. Wang Zhaishi, let's go inside and explain everything clearly to me. The two entered together and Wang Zhaishi said, Everyone now knows Zio Zioner fell out with Huang Jiang to protect you, so they all call you a coward, and Huang Jiang's younger brother will also complete this mission with you. Making Yi Qingyun ask in surprise, Heng Zai Qiu. Suddenly, a noise outside interrupted their conversation. Yi Qingyun, get out here. Wang Zhaishi and Qingyun stepped outside to check and saw a gang of thugs causing trouble. The man in yellow stepped forward and pointed at Qingyun. Tell me, are you Yi Qingyun? Wang Zhaishi whispered into Qingyun's ear. They're Heng Zai Qiu's subordinates, and Qingyun replied, Did they come here looking for trouble? Wang Zhaishi stepped forward. This is the spirit hall, not a place where you people from the martial spirit pavilion can do whatever you want. And the man in yellow laughed. Ha ha, although you're a steward, you're far too weak. After speaking, he swung his hand and slapped Wang Zhaishi hard across the face. Watch your mouth next time, or don't blame me when you get slapped again. Qingyun gently caught Wang Zhaishi, then took out a 5th grade pill. Wang Zhaishi, quickly take this pill to heal your injuries. Wang Zhaishi took it and immediately swallowed it. Seeing the pill, the man in yellow grew greedy. You have 5th grade pills, hand them over. And Qingyun replied, why should I give them to a thug like you? Another man stepped forward and said, no reason needed. Come here and I'll give it to you. And the man laughed, brat, you know your place, thinking Yi Qingyun was afraid of him. But after taking only a few steps forward, Yi Qingyun drew his familiar sword. A sword strike instantly slashed down Dai. The man's arm was immediately severed and he angrily asked, why did you cut off my arm? While Yi Qingyun repeated his own words, no reason needed. Another man in yellow roared furiously, Yi Qingyun, I challenge you to a duel. Yi Qingyun sneered, with just you're courting death. Hearing this, the purple-haired man flew into a rage and charged forward with his fist. Before he could say another word, Yi Qingyun killed him on the spot. Hopeless idiot. Seeing this, the leader of the yellow-clad group shouted with bloodshot eyes, how dare you keep killing my men one after another. Another man charged with an axe, shouting, I'll kill you. And Yi Qingyun sneered, come if you want, since that man is dead you can reunite with him. The axe wielder immediately swung his weapon down, but Yi Qingyun leaped away and dodged. He then struck the man's back with a palm, sending him crashing forward while coughing blood as his life force completely vanished. The leader grew even angrier, how dare you keep killing people. But Yi Qingyun dusted off his hands, you brought them here to bother me, so compensate me with 1 million high-grade spirit stones and get lost. The man in yellow's face darkened, did I hear you correctly? Do you know who I am? I serve Lord Heng Zaiqiu, and coming here to trouble you means we're already showing you attention. Don't think I won't kill you just because of where we are. And Yi Qingyun smiled faintly, do you really think you're my match? He paid no attention and charged straight at Yi Qingyun with his spear. Just then a clear voice rang out with a loud shout, stop. A young woman descended from the sky and the yellow-clad men hurriedly bowed. Division head, it's division head Zioner. Zioner shouted, you're Zaiqiu's man, so why are you here? Yi Qingyun immediately said, he came to duel me, and the man quickly replied, I came to challenge him on the life and death arena. Yi Qingyun sneered, that's right, this is a life and death duel. And by then the man had already fallen into Yi Qingyun's trap. The scene shifted to the life and death arena. The spectators had gathered in a lively crowd, and none of them believed Yi Qingyun had any chance of winning. The man in yellow thrust his spear and roared, die. He suddenly panicked, where did he go? Yi Qingyun's voice came from behind him, stupid pig, I'm right here. After speaking, Yi Qingyun punched him, making him cough up blood on the spot. Zioner was slightly shocked by the sight. How did this guy's strength increase so quickly? Yi Qingyun walked up to the man in yellow and asked, do you want to die? The man in yellow trembled and replied, I don't want to die. If you don't want to die, pay me 1 million top-grade spirit stones. And he replied, I don't have that many spirit stones, so I'll give you all my points. Yi Qingyun added, the main reason I'm sparing you is so you can return and tell your master not to be a coward. If he wants revenge, come face me himself. And the man in yellow got up and fled with his tail between his legs. After the battle ended, Yi Qingyun immediately flew down from the arena. At that moment, another young man approached him, and the surrounding martial artists began excitedly discussing Jin Shiming, another genius of the Spirit Hall division who was extremely jealous of other recognized geniuses. Jin Shiming congratulated him, our Spirit Hall division has gained another supreme genius like you, so should I hold a grand banquet, reward you with a martial skill, or give you some treasures? And Yi Qingyun smiled, forget the banquet, and as for those useless martial skills and treasures, do you think I lack them? Ignoring Yi Qingyun's words, Jin Shiming continued, I hope you complete the squad mission in 2 days. And Yi Qingyun replied, don't worry, before leaving Jin Shiming standing there alone. Zioner suddenly appeared behind him and secretly thought, it seems Yi Qingyun isn't as simple as I imagined. The scene shifted as Yi Qingyun arrived at the treasure pavilion. When he stepped inside, he once again met that scruffy shopkeeper. He bought several items and quickly left. On the way, Yi Qingyun suddenly discussed Luo Kang's situation with him, explaining that transferring his soul into the body inside the coffin would not be easy and required soul-congealing powder, soul-congealing water, and soul-congealing grass to refine a soul-congealing pill. and since the treasure pavilion lacked them, they had to visit the alchemist guild. Sensing how much Yi Qingyun cared about him, Luo Kang felt deeply grateful and moved. Master's immense kindness is something this subordinate will never forget. The next day, Yi Qingyun arrived at the Alchemist Guild in different clothes, with 5 flames embroidered on his chest symbolizing his status as a 5th-grade alchemist, and standing before the guild entrance, he murmured, "Luo Kang, you'll soon have a body many times better than the one from your previous life." When he entered the guild, many alchemists were already gathered inside, and upon seeing him, they exclaimed in shock, "A 5th-grade alchemist. His spiritual power reached the 5th grade at such a young age, and he even entered the inner guild." Suddenly, a girl with her hair tied into 2 peach-shaped buns came to greet him, and after recognizing Yi Qingyun's VIP status, she immediately called her master. Hearing his disciples call, Yang Shui, who had previously met Yi Qingyun, looked over and instantly recognized the talented young man. "Young Master Yi, it's been a month since I last saw you. Where have you been?" And he replied, "Elder Yang, I joined the Azure Dragon sect." "Ha ha ha, very good, you look much more mature in those alchemist robes," and Yi Qingyun chuckled. "Elder Yang flatters me." Yang Shui continued, "Young Master Yi, come here," then turned to the man beside him and said, "This young man is the genius I mentioned before. His spiritual power is only 3 levels away from reaching 120. And after the elder's cheerful introduction, Yi Qingyun walked over. The man introduced himself first. "This old man is Duan Liang," and Yi Qingyun replied, "I am Yi Qingyun." Glancing at the man, Qingyun secretly thought, "I can't see through his cultivation, so he must be an expert." While Duan Liang observed Yi Qingyun and judged, spiritual power at level 117, 3rd level of the Imperial Fist Realm, extremely dense bones, a powerful body with a formidable mutated constitution, and a very high-grade exotic flame, yet there's still something I can't see through. Yi Qingyun naturally noticed he was being examined from head to toe and thought, he can investigate my body to this extent, but even I don't know the origin of the 10 demon hearts that existed within me in my previous life, so naturally you can't see through them. Duan Liang spoke again, "Young man, your strength is impressive. Compared with the youths of my Duan family, you are truly much stronger." Hearing this, Yang Shui smiled and interrupted, "There are too many Duan family members here, please come this way." While Duan Liang told Yi Qingyun, "You come too, young Master Yi, let's talk somewhere else because I have good news." The 3 then entered a secluded room where Yang Shui said, "Young Master Yi, allow me to introduce him properly. This gentleman is Prince Duan of the Imperial family." "Oh, so you are Prince Duan," and Prince Duan asked, "Young Master Yi, would you be interested in visiting my Duan residence sometime?" Yang Shui glanced at Yi Qingyun and quietly reminded him, "This is an excellent opportunity, so you must seize it." "Thank you for your appreciation, Prince Duan, but I still have matters to handle and can't visit now, though I will certainly come another day." And seeing Yi Qingyun directly reject the invitation, Yang Shui was utterly puzzled why the young man failed to recognize an opportunity countless people dreamed of. "Very well, Prince Duan, you didn't bring me here merely to drink tea, did you?" "Young Master Yi is truly clever. I do have some business, but I didn't come to ask for your help, I came to help you." Hearing Prince Duan's words, Qingyun replied from his seat, "I wonder how you intend to help me." And the man smiled, "No rush, you'll know very soon." Just then someone knocked on the door, and Prince Duan immediately said, "Come in." 4 people pushed the door open and entered, including Zhou Jun and Chen Luo Fan. The moment Chen Luo Fan saw Qingyun sitting there, he put his hands on his hips and arrogantly said, "Yi Qingyun, is this a place you can enter? Get out now," making Qingyun clench his fist. The red-haired man behind Chen Luo Fan gestured toward the door and told Qingyun, "Know your place and leave immediately." Qingyun then turned to Prince Duan and asked, "Prince Duan, do you know he holds a grudge against me and deliberately came to cause me trouble?" Elder Yang hurriedly said, "Prince Duan, please calm down, young Master Yi, But before he could finish, the prince raised his hand to stop him and said, "Young Master Yi, please continue." Holding his cup, Qingyun crossed his legs and continued, "Prince Duan must have come to recruit us, yet you placed me in their group. Are you looking down on me?" Deliberately stressing his final words. Zhou Jun angrily shouted, "How shameless!" While another person also complained, "We disdain associating with such an arrogant and conceited young man." Chen Luo Fan walked up to Qingyun and said, "Your spiritual power is only level 117, how pathetic." But Qingyun calmly held his cup and replied, "You're already 29 and your spiritual power is only level 121. If mine were that weak at your age, I'd rather die." Sitting there, Prince Duan heard Qingyun's words and thought, They're only 5 years apart, yet the former's spiritual power is merely 4 levels higher. Humiliated, Chen Luo Fan glared at Qing Yun and gritted his teeth. Do you think improving spiritual power is easy? Some people's spiritual power stagnates for life. But Qing Yun immediately retorted, because they're all mediocre and you're merely slightly above average. Hearing this, Zhou Jun immediately said, since you call us mediocre, I want to see what a genius like you can do. The red-haired man grew so furious that veins bulged on his forehead and growled, no need to trouble young Master Zhou, let me deal with this arrogant brat. Hearing this, Qing Yun stood up and drew his severing love sword. The red-haired man immediately charged forward, and Qing Yun swung his sword at him. With a single strike, Qing Yun sent the red-haired man flying away as he coughed up blood. Seeing the red-haired man lose, Chen Luo Fan loudly cursed, useless trash. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired man charged at Qing Yun again. Qing Yun simply swung his sword twice, and the 2 waves of power instantly merged together. The red-haired man was defeated and collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Chen Luo Fan loudly cursed, what useless trash, and Qing Yun immediately mocked him. You're trash yourself yet call others trash, you truly have no shame. Chen Luo Fan glared furiously, you called me trash, and Qing Yun continued mocking him, if you refuse to admit you're trash, then fight me. Although Chen Luo Fan was furious, he knew he only focused on alchemy and his cultivation was 1 level below Qing Yun's, so he could not defeat him. Seeing his ugly expression, Qing Yun smirked and sneered, why are you silent now? Weren't you just calling me trash? Zhou Jun stepped forward for Chen Luo Fan and said, I wonder if young Master Yi dares to fight me. I hope you won't abandon the mission and become a useless coward. Qing Yun sarcastically replied, you're older and your cultivation is higher than mine, so even if you win, people will only remember your unfair victory, leaving Zhou Jun speechless with rage as he uttered, you. Seeing the situation, Prince Duan stepped in to mediate. Enough, young Master Yi, this old man was wrong. Hearing this, Qing Yun finally sheathed his sword, sat back down and asked sharply, may I ask where Prince Duan was wrong? Prince Duan immediately waved toward Chen Luo Fan and Zhou Jun's group, all of you get out. Hearing this, someone in their group protested, Prince Duan, I don't understand why this brat is allowed to stay. Prince Duan ignored him and directly threw a punch. The man was instantly struck in the neck by Prince Duan's fist and cried out in pain. The man immediately collapsed to the ground, and the next second, another man suddenly dropped from nowhere and fell before the room's entrance. Witnessing this, Qing Yun lowered his head and thought, so Prince Duan has a powerful hidden expert beside him. Prince Duan merely adjusted his wrist and told Zhou Jun and Chen Luo Fan, you two, leave and take the bodies on the ground with you. Although unwilling, Chen Luo Fan and Zhou Jun had no choice but to obey, leaving with the 2 corpses. Elder Yang then stood up, walked out, and closed the door. Qing Yun suddenly asked Prince Duan, are you still waiting for someone? And Duan Liang replied, no, I was somewhat at fault earlier. He then took out a wooden box, placed it on the table, and told Qing Yun, consider this jade ring compensation for you. The moment Qing Yun saw the ring, he thought, the blood dragon jade ring is made from blood dragon stone and glows wherever dragons are nearby. Prince Duan is so generous because he sees my potential, so I should accept this opportunity. Qing Yun reached out, took the blood dragon jade ring, and said, then I thank Prince Duan. After putting the ring into his robe, Qing Yun went straight to the point. Prince Duan, what benefits did you say you would give me? And Elder Yang immediately complained, why are you asking for so much? This is a priceless martial treasure, and by infusing spiritual power into the ring, an extremely powerful barrier will form around your body. Prince Duan's expression instantly darkened as he looked at Elder Yang, then he quickly changed his expression and told Qing Yun, young Master Yi, there's no need to rush. Stroking his beard, he sincerely explained, now I'll tell you what benefit I can offer. I built a pool inside a cave entrance on Heavenly Mountain, and soaking there for 1 day will greatly increase your cultivation. Leaning back in his chair and calmly holding his cup, Qing Yun said, Prince Duan giving me such a precious blood dragon ring shows you value me and regard me as a friend, and I also regard you as a friend, so between friends, there's no need to hide anything. He placed his cup on the table and continued, if Prince Duan doesn't tell me the truth, I'll assume something suspicious is happening and naturally won't go there. At that moment, Prince Duan's close aide stepped forward and said, brat, you won't even show Prince Duan respect. Who do you think you are? In my eyes, you're nothing but an ant. Hearing this, Qing Yun immediately stood up to show his displeasure, and Prince Duan quickly said, "Young Master Yi, please stay. Old man, go apologize to young Master Yi." Seeing the old man still refusing to move, Prince Duan immediately shouted, "Hurry up." The man immediately approached Qing Yun, but Qing Yun suddenly took out the blood dragon jade ring and said, "If Prince Duan also sees me that way, this blood dragon jade ring should be given to someone else." Then turned to leave as Prince Duan hurriedly called, "Young Master Yi, wait." Qing Yun said nothing and directly walked past Prince Duan's elderly aide. Qing Yun said nothing and directly walked past Prince Duan's elderly aide. Seeing Qing Yun reach the door without looking back, the old man said disdainfully, "He refuses every benefit and won't even show Prince Duan respect. What an idiot." The moment the man finished speaking, Prince Duan slapped him across the face, leaving him unable to react as he could only call out, "Prince Duan." Prince Duan's face darkened as he warned the old man, "No matter what method you use, ensure Yi Qing Yun remains unharmed and willingly comes to see me. You have 1 month, and if you fail, you'll lose your head," making the old man tremble and answer, "Yes." The old man quickly left the room, and Prince Duan turned around and said, "I must also thank Master Yang for introducing me to such an interesting young man." Elder Yang immediately approached with a friendly smile and said, "Not at all, it's his honor to receive your attention." While Prince Duan merely smiled, "Master Yang, it is truly an honor to meet you." Elder Yang suddenly asked, "Prince Duan, do you want him to join those two in the royal battle?" And Prince Duan openly replied, "That's right."